Lu Sheng is transported by the system into one world after another, declaring in the realm of Game of Thrones, "Your emperor has returned, and a new Valyria shall be rebuilt upon your corpses. I merely need to complete the task. How I survive is a matter for you to ponder." Chapter 1. Transmigration, My Valyrian Empire. What in the world are you doing here? Lu Sheng gazed upwards, the sky resembling a piece of black cloth soaked in thick smoke, suffocating all who dared to breathe. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the charred and cracked earth beneath his feet, while the air was laden with black ash, reminiscent of paper money, accompanied by a stench of sulfur and putrid brine. He turned around, and not far behind him lay the coastline, where a ship, severed in twain, jutted awkwardly into the mudflats, resembling the ribs of a colossal beast. Is that a surface-to-air missile? Lu Sheng gestured towards the obscured heavens with a universally recognized sign. Just a moment ago, he had been in a 30-story hotel suite, having just donned his silk pajamas, when a vague phrase echoed in his mind as if spoken by an unseen force. "Young man, it is time to embark." In the next heartbeat, a gaudy pink dump truck shattered the entire floor-to-ceiling window. And thus, he found himself here. Mission issued. The Second Valyrian Empire. Unify the continent of Essos under a single banner. Cold text unfurled directly in his line of sight. Name, Lu Sheng. Physique, 5. Spirit, 5. Ordinary adult attributes, 5. Talent, skillful, emotional influence. Skills, combat, mastery, sleep, mastery, wilderness survival, novice. Novice, proficient, master, grandmaster. Current world, a song of ice and fire. Lu Sheng stared at the mission line, glancing at his panel, feeling that the system's logic had been quite compromised. What audacity! A mere ordinary man attempting to establish a nation in this wretched place. He surmised that the system was not jesting, but was, in fact, intent on his demise. First mission reward issued. He is the dragon. Draconic abilities, mastery of the world's languages. Will you accept? Accept. Lu Sheng hesitated not for a second. He fixated on the prompt as if a drowning man had grasped the only plank of wood. Come forth, system. Let me witness your limits. No sooner had he spoken, a tremendous surge of energy exploded within his heart. A searing sensation coursed through his veins, rushing towards his limbs, as crimson lava-like patterns surfaced beneath his skin. The agony compelled him to clench his teeth tightly, a primal growl erupting from his throat. Simultaneously, countless fragmented, ancient memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, belonging to another world, the legacy of the dragonkin. Reception complete. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. Glancing down, he saw that the expensive silk pajamas had been reduced to ash by the previous heat. The data on the panel refreshed. Name, Lu Sheng. Physique, 8. Spirit, 10. Talent, skillful, emotional influence, transformation into a dragon, mastery of storms. Skills, flight grandmaster, airflow manipulation, mastery, flame control, mastery, fishing, mastery, combat, mastery, sleep, mastery, wilderness survival, novice. He endeavored to harness the dormant energy within his heart. The crimson patterns glowed once more, expanding wildly. His bones emitted a disconcerting sound of misalignment, flesh stretching and reforming. A colossal entity rose from the ground, casting a shadow over the charred earth. A 30-meter-long, bipedal dragon unfurled its immense membranous wings. From Lu Sheng's new perspective, the world transformed entirely. The wind ceased to be formless and instead manifested as myriad tangible threads and turbulent currents. The instant a thought of flight flickered in his mind, the air currents obediently gathered around him, forming a powerful lift. He instinctively pressed his enormous wings downward. With a whoosh, his massive form was propelled skyward, instantaneously breaking free from the ground. The black dragon traced an elegant arc across the desolate wasteland, initially somewhat clumsy, yet the memories of his lineage rapidly integrated with his body. Turning, diving, halting abruptly, spiraling with the rising thermals, various flying maneuvers and aerial combat techniques seemed etched into his very bones, becoming increasingly profound and effortless. In the distance, he beheld a grand city of ruins slumbering upon the earth, encircled by a menacing chain of volcanoes, the flames atop the mountains flickering through the thick smoke. The 14 Fire Peaks, Valyria. Lu Sheng immediately recognized this locale. He adjusted his course, manipulating the airflow beneath his wings to provide propulsion, transforming his body into a black arrow, soaring towards the ancient city at breakneck speed. As he flew over a bay emitting scalding gases, drawing ever closer to the lifeless city-state, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine from the depths of his bloodline. He abruptly beat his wings, forcing the currents to elevate his body. Almost in the same instant, a colossal, fiery red sphere of lava whizzed past him, deviating from its original trajectory, crashing into the bay below with a scorching wave of heat, sending boiling water soaring into the air. Lushing bowed his head. On the ground, a massive, worm-like creature was emerging from the scorched earth, its body half exposed. It raised a head resembling that of a dragon, its wrinkled maw brewing another fiery orb of lava, while a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him in the sky. The fire worm, a peculiar product of the Valyria Peninsula, was a twisted magical creation. Without a moment's hesitation, a second lava sphere erupted forth. Lushing performed a rapid dive, narrowly evading the attack, his enormous form tracing a perilous zigzag in the low air. He opened his massive jaws, channeling the energy accumulated in his chest into a thick column of white fire, tearing through the air and forcefully expelling it upon the fireworm. The terrifying impact pinned the creature firmly to the ground, the surface scorched to a crystalline state. Yet surprisingly, the fireworm writhed maniacally in the dragon's flames, its carapace glowing a fierce red, but it did not shatter. Its formidable fire resistance allowed it to withstand the onslaught of the dragon's fire. Lusheng, circling in the air and exhaling flames, felt his pupils constrict. He immediately ceased his fiery breath as a thought flashed through his mind: control of the airflow. With a mere thought, the surrounding air became thick and tempestuous. Several invisible currents were forcibly twisted and compressed under his will, forming unseen blades of wind, which then mixed with a new torrent of dragon flames, howling towards the fireworm below. The air currents, compressed to their utmost limit, underwent a violent chain reaction under the intense heat of the dragon flames. Boom! Boom boom! A series of muffled roars shattered the oppressive silence of the wasteland. Lusheng ceased his fiery exhalation and flapped his wings, hovering in midair. As the smoke and dust below gradually dissipated, the enormous fireworm lay in two charred halves, its blackened remains emitting wisps of smoke. He descended to the ground, his colossal claws causing a slight tremor in the earth. He nudged the carcass of the fireworm with his head, discovering that its innards resembled a molten substance, emanating a pungent heat. The severed head, aside from the gaping maw full of sharp teeth, bore little resemblance to a dragon's head. Just then, the ground began to tremble rhythmically and violently. Deep within the earth, it seemed that multiple massive entities were moving swiftly. Lusheng instantly sensed the impending danger, his wings flapping vigorously as his gigantic form ascended vertically. Upon reaching nearly 100 meters, the ground he had just landed on suddenly collapsed, revealing a vast pit. Exactly seven identical colossal fireworms erupted from the depths, raising their heads in unison, spotting Lusheng in the sky, and without hesitation began to spew lava spheres. In an instant, dozens of lava orbs, akin to anti-aircraft fire, wove a deadly net towards him. What rudeness, spitting everywhere. Simultaneously, a dense, buzzing sound approached rapidly from a distance. The airflow surrounding him conveyed signals of numerous creatures drawing near. Lusheng cursed under his breath, realizing that the peril of this cursed place far exceeded his expectations. He executed a sharp roll, weaving through the gaps between the lava spheres, and then unfurled his wings, maximizing the propulsion of the airflow, racing back towards the direction he had come from without looking back. He soared at breakneck speed for nearly 5 minutes until the surrounding air currents ceased to issue any warnings of danger, allowing him to gradually decelerate and glide smoothly through the air. Valyria Island, I must first find a populated area to ascertain the current time, then devise a plan. Lusheng discerned the general direction and headed away from the volcanic chain, flapping his wings once more as the airflow propelled him at an extraordinary speed across the sky. Slave Bay. Leono's merchant ship had triumphed in yet another skirmish. He stood with his hands on his hips, satisfaction radiating from his demeanor as he watched his men shackle the surrendering pirates. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sweat, and seawater. Bastard! You damn pirate! A captive pinned to the deck writhed, spitting blood towards Leono. You heartless sea dog, Leono's subordinate, known as Old Blind Eye, expressionless, drew the dagger from the captive's mouth and wiped the blood on the man's clothing. He adjusted his crooked eye patch and grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Captain, this batch of captives is far more valuable than the last. We can fetch a good price. From atop the tall mast, the lookout diligently scanned the horizon through a monocular. All clear. Wait, what is that? A glowing bird. In the distance, a minuscule black that rapidly enlarged, accompanied by an unusual gleam. Lusheng spotted the two merchant ships that seemed to have just emerged from a fierce battle. His spirits lifted. He urged the airflow and accelerated once more. Airflow boost to 3,000 revolutions. I'm coming for the living, he shouted inwardly, transforming into a streak of black light as he dove downward. The lookout lowered his telescope, his face drained of color, and with all his might, he yelled below, "Boss! A dragon! A dragon is flying over! Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Leona was about to explode with anger. "Look out, you're not allowed to drink, it's the rule." No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the sails to flap violently and tilting the entire ship. He instinctively looked up. A colossal shadow, ever closer and larger, tore through the smoky clouds at an unbelievable speed, diving towards them. The powerful gust generated by its wings even created two distinct ripples on the sea surface. Everyone on the ship, be they victors or captives, stood frozen, their movements halted, gazing upwards in awe at the gigantic figure that obscured the sky. Chapter 2. Astapor. Every soul aboard the vessel stood frozen, gazing skyward in a stupor at the colossal silhouette that rent the clouds, obscuring the heavens. In the blink of an eye, that immense shadow abruptly contracted in the air, as if ensnared by an invisible hand. A blinding flash of fire erupted, and the great dragon vanished. A man with raven hair descended silently onto the deck beneath the mainmast, his feet alighting upon the wooden planks without a sound. Clad in naught, he stood tall and imposing, his muscular form accentuated by the remnants of dark crimson patterns upon his skin, akin to cooling lava, which gradually faded away. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and salt, mingling with a hint of sulphur's acrid scent. Lucien cast a cursory glance at the tableau on the deck. Shackled captives, armed crew members, and a middle-aged man, hands on hips, his face a mask of shock. "Who is in charge here?" he queried, his voice not loud, but piercing through the tumult of waves and wind. "Step forward, post-haste." All eyes instinctively converged upon the middle-aged man. Leonor felt his knees weaken and his throat dry. He had just witnessed a legendary dragon transform before his very eyes into a living man. The cognitive dissonance left his mind blank. Tentatively, he moved his stiff legs, trembling as he took 2 steps forward, forcing a ghastly smile, one that resembled more of a grimace than a grin. "My lord, esteemed lord, what commands you have for us?" Lucien disregarded his obsequiousness, his gaze appraising, as if inspecting an object. "Where are we?" "The Slaver's Bay, my lord." Leonor dared not hesitate, spilling forth the information as if from a bamboo tube. "The nearest city is Astapor." "Who is the king of Westeros now?" Leonor hesitated, puzzled as to why such a noble being would inquire about matters across the narrow sea. Yet, fearing to dwell on his confusion, he recalled the tavern gossip. "Last I heard at the port, sailors spoke of a new king in Westeros. It appears he is called Viserys. Viserys." Lucien's gaze flickered subtly. The timeline of House Targaryen flashed through his mind, and he wondered if, in this world, the Valyrians also bore dark skin. He dismissed the thought, allowing his expression to revert to its cold indifference. "I am commandeering your ship." He surveyed the assembly, announcing in a tone devoid of emotion, "Who is in favor? Who is against?" These words struck Leonor like a bucket of icy water. His complexion paled instantly. "My lord." Behind Lucien, the crew, previously ensnared in fear, now wore expressions of shock and fury. They gripped their weapons tightly, yet no one dared to be the first to charge forward. The manner of the man's arrival had eclipsed their wildest imaginings of sorcery. Leonor felt as though he might kneel, his voice tinged with desperation as he pleaded, "My lord, what service do you require of us? We would lay down our lives without hesitation. But this ship belongs to House Cuppa. We are merely the family's trading caravan. If we lose the ship, House Cuppa will enslave our families. Our families." Listening to his entreaties, Lucien's brow furrowed with impatience. His gaze swept across the crowd, noting that while the crew bowed their heads in fear, their feet unconsciously shifted, forming a loose encirclement. He smiled, bemused, all seeking death. No sooner had he spoken than Leonor and his crew were engulfed in a blinding flash. A torrent of flames erupted, the searing blast throwing everyone into disarray. The towering figure upon the deck vanished into thin air. In its place, a deafening roar reverberated, echoing across the waters. A black dragon ascended amidst the flames, its vast membranous wings conjuring a tempest that rocked the 2 vessels violently. The crew gazed upward in terror, their eyes only able to perceive the monstrous form blotting out the sun, paired with frigid, predatory slitted eyes that surveyed them like ants. In the next instant, a massive column of white fire descended from the heavens. The flames licked the sails, deck, and hold with precision, igniting the wood in an instant. Yet the fire did not spread indiscriminately. Rather, under an unseen force's control, it whirled feverishly around the 2 ships, forming twin columns of fire that spiraled skyward. The cacophony of screams, wails, and prayers consumed by the flames merged with the howling winds and explosive bursts of fire, drowning all in chaos. Lucien did not look back. He flapped his wings, soaring swiftly toward Astapor. How was the mission to be deemed complete? His mind raced. With no foundational support, no managerial experience, how could he conquer the myriad city-states and factions of Essos? And once conquered, how to govern? Should he replicate the institution of slavery or implement feudalism? Should he leave a lineage to establish a so-called house of the Dragon King? Countless questions surged within him, yet he suppressed them one by one. As the silhouette of a city appeared on the distant horizon, a singular, pure, and ferocious thought ignited within him. First, complete the mission. Everything else can wait. The closer he drew to the city constructed of red bricks, the more he felt compelled to enact something in homage to the cataclysm he remembered from another world. With a mere thought, the energy within his chest reignited. Flames erupted from his maw, yet they did not shoot forth into the distance. Under his will, the tempestuous airflow constricted the dragon fire around his form, manifesting as a roiling, blazing cloud. From the ground, it resembled a meteor trailing a crimson tail, streaking across the sky, hurtling toward Astapor's docks. On the docks, slaves hauling cargo, overseers, and merchants were the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. What is that? Is it a fiery cloud? No, it is moving. It is coming towards us. As the massive fire cloud drew nearer, revealing the fearsome dragon enveloped within, panic erupted across the docks. The astonishment etched on people's faces morphed into sheer terror, and they began to scream and scatter, the area descending into chaos. The dragon, entwined with the fire cloud, swept over the tumultuous crowd. The fierce pressure of the winds sent countless individuals and goods tumbling. Faintly, a deranged laughter echoed from within the apocalyptic fire cloud, reminiscent of a malevolent deity's whisper. Chapter 3. The New Dragon King. From high above, the Worm River appeared as a twisted gray ribbon flowing into the Bay of Tears. Lucien rode the currents, his body enshrouded in flames that continuously drew upon the dragon fire as he flew, ultimately trailing behind him a massive, sun-blocking fire cloud. The clouds pressed down upon Astapor as if the very sky was ablaze, collapsing. The tranquility of the city-state was shattered by screams. The benevolent lords peered from the terraces of their pyramids, the pearls and gems adorning their togas dimmed in the glow of the flames. They called out for their guards, their voices wavering in terror. In the streets, the throngs of people scattered like disturbed ants, toppling spice stalls and trampling the fruit strewn upon the ground. Amid the chaos, some red-robed acolytes rushed into the street, arms outstretched towards the moving calamity above, proclaiming fervently, "The King of Light." It is a miracle. Lucien folded his wings, his massive form diving from the fiery cloud. He let out a triumphant roar, the sound amplified by the rushing air, transforming into a tangible shockwave that swept across the entire city. Windows rattled, and roof tiles cascaded down. His target was the city wall. His rear claws gripped the battlements with ferocity, causing stone to splinter and crack. The broad wall top he had envisioned was non-existent, as his forelimbs touched down. The entire length of the wall buckled under the strain, emitting a disconcerting groan before collapsing in a deafening crash. Debris and dust exploded. Where he landed, the flames surged like a tide into the city. The opulent pavilions adorned with silks were the first to ignite, and the goods piled near the port instantly became torches. The tongues of fire licked at the red brick edifices spreading along the narrow streets, sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling upwards. A city guard officer cautiously approached a breach in the walls, accompanied by a cadre of Unsullied. The long spears they wielded glimmered ominously in the flickering firelight, while their spiked helmets emerged and faded in the swirling smoke. Drogon turned his immense head, larger than a warhorse, towards the nearest three-story building. He emitted no roar, merely parting his jaws. A massive jet of flame erupted forth, engulfing the entire structure. The bricks melted and crumbled under the searing heat, while wooden beams were instantaneously reduced to charred remnants. In the eyes of the advancing Unsullied and the officer, only a blinding light remained. The dragon, amidst that inferno, slowly twisted its body and crawled towards them, each movement causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The Unsullied quickly formed a square formation, shields interlocked to create an ostensibly impenetrable wall, with spears thrusting out through the gaps, their points aimed resolutely ahead. They neither retreated nor uttered a sound. However, the officer and his attendants struggled to maintain their composure. The scorching wave of heat hit them, compelling them to stumble backward, their throats constricted, producing choking sounds as if an invisible hand were grasping their necks. In the distance, a servant of a lord rushed forward with a retinue of guards. Upon spotting the dragon, these lords instinctively presumed that the exiled Targaryen dragon lord from Essos had arrived in Astapor. Amidst the officers' desperate standoff, the servant finally arrived. Panting heavily, he beheld the colossal creature bathe in flames before him, swallowed hard, steeled himself, and shouted with all his might, "Dragon Lord of House Targaryen, my lord, the benevolent Grasdan Menacros requests your presence at the Great Pyramid, where there is." His voice abruptly ceased. In the interval of his announcement, his gaze uncontrollably swept across the dragon's broad back, which was completely bare, no saddle, no rider. A chill coursed up his spine, leaving his scalp tingling. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. This was a wild dragon. Under the silent scrutiny of the servant and guards, the dragon's flames suddenly recoiled inward, the brilliance surging and then rapidly contracting. A towering figure emerged from the heart of the blaze. With black hair and brown eyes, his handsome visage was bare. Drogon surveyed his surroundings, his gaze passing over the stunned, unsullied, finally settling upon the kneeling servant. "Where's the ruler of this city?" His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Valyria has come to collect taxes." Within the Great Pyramid, the heads of Astapor's various families had gathered. Adorned in tokar robes embellished with tassels and gemstones, they were flanked by their most elite, unsullied guards. Their dispatched servant had gone to communicate with the dragon lord they believed to be Targaryen. Rumors abounded that even after the fall of Valyria, wild dragons roamed the continent of Essos. Yet for these lords, such tales were mere fables. Their families, so close to Valyria, had never laid eyes upon a wild dragon. The turmoil and flames within the city unsettled them. Yet more than that, they felt a thrilling concoction of excitement tinged with greed. The servant was dragged in, trembling, incoherently relaying Drogon's words. "Valyria, collecting taxes?" A corpulent lord scoffed. "Valyria has long since become a wasteland. Do you expect its specters to rise and demand tribute?" He said the dragon has turned into a man. The servant's voice was barely above a whisper. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. "Take him away. Give him a few lashes to bring him to his senses." The first lord to speak, Grasdan Menacros, waved his hand impatiently, dismissing him as a mere foolish slave with nothing of value to say. Once the servant was dragged away, the atmosphere in the hall grew lively once more. Regardless of who he was, he possessed a dragon. A gaunt lord licked his lips, for that was the crux of the matter. Indeed, a scion of a dragon lord, having fortuitously tamed a colossal dragon. They must see if they could instill this noble dragon blood within their own lineage. Or perhaps, they could persuade him to join their ranks and become a lord among them. Grasdan's eyes sparkled with ambition, and Astapor with a dragon would wield unimaginable power. They swiftly reached a consensus. A grand banquet would be prepared for him at the Great Pyramid. Grasdan issued commands, intending to showcase the wealth and sincerity of Astapor. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, adding to the guards beside him, "Bring the finest unsullied into the pyramid, conceal them behind the murals, and secretly transport the great crossbows from a storeroom, aimed at the banquet hall. Communication is essential, but the leverage must remain in our hands. They must witness for themselves what sort of creature this tax collector from Valyria truly is." Chapter 4. The Governor of Astapor. The air within the Great Pyramid was cold and heavy, infused with the scent of ancient stone and precious spices. Dressed in a freshly donned tokar robe, Drogon felt the silk clinging to his skin, imparting an unfamiliar sense of constriction. Dozens of unsullied, armed with spears and shields, escorted him with mechanical precision, or rather, they ushered him into this monumental edifice, symbolizing Astapor's power. Towering columns cast deep shadows, and behind them, the so-called lords lounged on their soft couches, their gazes fixated upon Drogon like searchlights. Their expressions were a blend of curiosity, contempt, and greed. "Is that what they call a dragon lord? An imposter?" A voice whispered from the corner. "Where's his dragon?" "I see no dragon," another voice echoed. A guard captain hurried to a corpulent lord's side, whispering something. Drogon recognized him as the officer who had confronted him beneath the city walls. The lords exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with unspoken understanding. Traversing the lengthy hall, Drogon was led to the banquet hall at the apex of the pyramid. This chamber was even more opulent, where Grasdan Menacros and several of the most illustrious lords awaited. They rose from their jewel-encrusted seats, their postures replete with arrogance. A servant approached with a silver platter, upon which lay bread and salt. We had anticipated the arrival of the Targaryen Dragon Lord. Grasden began, his common tongue thick with a heavy Giscari accent, rendering it both awkward and comical. Thus, we have prepared the Westerosi tradition of salt and bread. Drogon barely glanced at the silver platter, casting only a sidelong look. His tone flat. I am not of House Targaryen. Grasden's smile faltered momentarily, yet he quickly gestured for the servant to withdraw and made a sweeping invitation. Please, take a seat. Drogon boldly settled into an unoccupied, lavish chair, his gaze sweeping across every individual present, as though appraising merchandise. Ultimately, his eyes rested upon Grasden. Are all the great houses present? Indeed, Grasden reclaimed his authoritative demeanor, leaning back into his chair. Everyone is eager to learn about a descendant of the Valyrian Dragon Lords. I am no descendant, Drogon interrupted, his voice low yet capable of silencing the hall's murmurs in an instant. Leaning against the chair's back, hands crossed over his abdomen, he calmly proclaimed, I am the embodiment of the dragon. Valyria is merely the first place I tread in this world. A grand will commands me to forge a new Valyrian empire. He spoke the truth, at least from his own perspective. The system was that grand will, and his mission was to unify all lands that had once belonged to Valyria. A methodical conquest? Alone, how long would that take? The rules of the system were simple. As long as the land bore his name, the task would be deemed complete. Thus, even a city-state, reduced to its last inhabitant, would suffice, provided that individual acknowledged his dominion. The currents of air around him conveyed a wealth of information. Behind the murals, the unblemished, their breaths stifled to the extreme, emitted faint warmth from their bodies. In several concealed corners, hastily assembled ballistae exuded the cold scent of metal and oil. A surge of instinctive disdain and irritation, rooted in the essence of draconic heritage, welled up within him. Since acquiring this power, he had inherited the memories and instincts of dragons. The nature of fire magic rendered him more susceptible to anger, unless all the dragons of House Targaryen came to engage him in mortal combat. Nothing in this world could threaten him. These insignificant insects dared to perform tricks before him, under the scrutinizing or perplexed gazes of all the noble lords. Sheng extended his hand and seized a roasted chicken from the long table before him. With a forceful tear, he ripped off a greasy chicken leg. Without a glance, he flung the leg towards Grasden. It traced a slick arc through the air, landing precisely on Grasden's silk robe, leaving a conspicuous grease stain. Grasden's face instantly flushed a deep shade, akin to liver. Sheng pointed his chin towards the chicken leg, his gaze icy, uttering two words, "Eat it." Grasden's body froze. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. How dared this barbaric individual treat him so? Yet, as he met Sheng's eyes, he found no emotion within those brown irises, only an unfathomable void. As if gazing at a stone, fear of the dragon overwhelmed his anger, and trembling, he picked up the greasy chicken leg and, under the frowning brows of the surrounding nobles, humiliatedly took a bite. My lord, another noble could no longer contain himself, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. I hear you arrived with a dragon. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of your great beast? We have prepared ample goats for it. Sheng devoured the remnants of his roasted chicken in a few bites, casually discarding the bones, which clattered crisply to the ground. He wiped his hands with a napkin, lifted his gaze, and surveyed the self-important slave masters around him. You wish to see the dragon? He smiled. Very well, I shall summon it. With that, he rose and, under the curious stares of all present, strode directly towards the massive stone door of the banquet hall, which was tightly shut. The noble lords exchanged glances, assuming he was going out to summon the legendary beast. Upon reaching the door, Sheng paused, turned, and let his gaze once again settle on Grasden. You are fortunate. Grasden, still dabbing at the oil stains on his lips with a silk handkerchief, looked on in bewilderment. The next moment, flames erupted. A blinding light exploded from Sheng's body. The violent heat wave sweeping through the entire banquet hall. Amidst the distorted, incredulous gasps of the noble lords, the human form rapidly expanded, elongated, scales piercing through skin, bones cracking in a cacophony that grated the teeth. In the span of a breath, a colossal black dragon, so vast it threatened to shatter the dome of the hall, took the place of the man. The fearsome dragon head lowered slightly, its molten gold slit pupils coldly surveying the entirety of the Grand Pyramid. Those diminutive, finely dressed beings appeared as mere ants beneath its shadow. A roar erupted, not born of vocal cords, but forged from pure magic and flame, reverberating throughout the pyramid. Following this, the dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of destructive flames. The inferno deftly circumvented Grazdin and the column behind him, yet swept through the hall with an unstoppable force, forming a deadly fan. The unblemished hidden behind the murals scarcely had time to scream before they were instantaneously carbonized in the searing heat. Those lurking in the shadows, along with the soldiers operating the ballistae, were melted down into pools of twisted molten iron. Silk, fine wine, food, flesh, and blood. Everything was reduced to ashes by this purifying blaze. The black dragon flapped its wings, stirring up scorching currents, gazing with satisfaction at its handiwork. As the flames gradually receded, the immense dragon form swiftly contracted in the radiance, transforming back into the man with dark hair and brown eyes. He stood naked amidst the charred ruins, his skin still bearing the remnants of dark red patterns, akin to molten rock cooling, calmly surveying the devastation surrounding him. Grazdin and the few surviving guards huddled behind the column, trembling like leaves in a tempest, watching in terror as this infernal being returned from the abyss. One unblemished guard, perhaps driven by duty or perhaps overwhelmed by fear, let out a shriek, brandishing two short swords, and charged at Lushing. Clang! The swords pierced Lushing's chest, yet emitted a sound akin to metal striking metal. The skin beneath the blades glowed with an ignited radiance, the two steel swords turning red, softening, and ultimately melting into two puddles of iron that dripped to the ground. For the first time, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the unblemished's vacant gaze. Lushing hardly regarded him, merely waving his hand dismissively. Bang! The guard's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering across Grazdin. Lushing approached the now limp Grazdin, crouching before him and gazing into his eyes, filled with fear and confusion. Lucky one, Lushing's voice remained calm. I have decided to appoint you as the governor of Astapor. Grazdin, bewildered, lifted his head to meet Lushing's gaze, then glanced around at the hellscape surrounding him, finally tremblingly pointing at his own nose, his lips moving without producing any sound. Chapter 5. The Awakening of Insects. The charred banquet hall was pervaded by the foul stench of roasting meat mingled with sulfur. Lushing looked down at Grazdin, who lay crumpled beneath the column, the hem of his pearl-encrusted toga rapidly spreading dark stains, a hint of urine wafting through the air. Governor? Lushing spoke calmly, as if inquiring about the weather. Grazdin shuddered, his corpulent form writhing on the ground as he attempted to rise, but his legs buckled, leaving him awkwardly kneeling. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. My lord Dragon King, you command. That title suits you well. Lushing stepped closer, gently kicking Grazdin's ample belly with the tip of his foot. However, Astapor requires but one governor, not a multitude of self-important noble lords. Grazdin's breath caught. He instantly comprehended Lushing's meaning. Your will is the law of Astapor. He immediately swore an oath, wiping the grime from his face with his sleeve. Those foolish ones dared to offend you. Grazdin is willing to cleanse this filth for you. I offer my all. Very well. Lushing's voice betrayed no emotion. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see all the noble lords kneeling here. You shall summon them. He paused, adding, tell them that if anyone fails to come, I shall personally seek them out in their pyramid. Yes, I will go at once. Grazdin scrambled to his feet, nearly crawling as he rushed out of this charred hellscape. Lushing watched his frantic retreat, his eyes devoid of any sentiment. Fear serves as the finest tether. This dog named Grazdin was now firmly leashed. The following morning, the grand hall of the pyramid had been cleared, yet the acrid scent of charred remains lingered painfully in the air. A dozen or so extravagantly dressed, corpulent noble lords gathered. Their expressions varied, some terrified, others furious. Yet most were filled with uncertainty. Grazdin stood before them, sweating profusely as he relayed Lushing's invitation, omitting the most direct threats. An unknown wild dragon? A self-proclaimed descendant of Valyria? A noble lord with a beard braided into 3 strands scoffed. Grazdin, have you been utterly frightened? Why should we entrust our wealth of Astapor to him? He is not a fraud. Grazdin's voice quivered. Enough. A cold voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. Instantly, all eyes were drawn towards the source. Lushing entered with a measured gait, clad in a simple black robe that accentuated his already imposing stature. Behind him trailed a cadre of impassive, unsullied soldiers who had belonged to certain noble lords present just yesterday. It appeared that many were still laboring under a misapprehension of my identity. Lushing surveyed the room, his gaze appraising the assembly as if they were mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Who are you really? The plaited-beard noble questioned boldly. If you are a Targaryen, produce your proof. If you seek to rule Astapor, then demonstrate a power that can convince us. Lushing chuckled softly. Power? he echoed, raising his eyes towards the towering apex of the pyramid. Is this what you desire? As the last syllable fell from his lips, a blinding radiance enveloped him. The terrifying sound of bones fracturing and reassembling reverberated in every ear, and within the brilliance, an unfathomably vast silhouette rapidly expanded. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole was rent in the solid dome of the pyramid, sunlight mingling with debris cascading down. A colossal black dragon, obscuring the heavens, perched upon the breach of the pyramid, its fearsome head hanging down, golden slit-like eyes resembling two blazing suns, surveying the lords below, who appeared as insignificant as ants in the grand hall. A cacophony of screams erupted, the lords recoiling in terror, several collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed with fright. The proud pyramid, once a symbol of their strength, now resembled nothing more than a fragile sandcastle before this beast. Do you now believe? The dragon's mouth emitted words in Lu Sheng's voice, each syllable carrying the acrid heat of sulfur, causing the entire hall to resonate. The plaited beard noble's legs buckled, and he knelt, his trousers swiftly soaked. We believe, my lord Dragon King, we believe. Excellent. The dragon nodded slowly, its golden gaze turning to Grasden. Governor, inform them of my demands. Grasden, now visibly pale with fear, forced himself to stand upright and shouted, by the decree of the Dragon King, all lords, surrender your unsullied. And your command whips. Immediately. At once. The command whip, a symbol of control over the unsullied, once relinquished, signified the forfeiture of their last vestiges of power. The lords exchanged glances, their faces etched with struggle and reluctance. What? The dragon's voice deepened, imbued with a menacing undertone. Is there dissent? Its gaze fixed upon a rotund noble who had hesitated. In the next moment, a thin jet of fire erupted from the dragon's maw, precisely arcing over the noble's head. The flames spared him, yet instantaneously melted a massive stone column behind him into molten lava, which silently pooled on the ground. The sheer intimidation rendered all present mute. I will comply. I will comply. The plump noble was the first to crumble, trembling as he produced a gem-encrusted whip from his garments and cast it to the floor. With the first surrender, others followed suit. The clattering of numerous whips, symbols of power and might, echoed as they were thrown into the center of the hall, forming a small mound. The dragon's form diminished in the light, reverting to human shape. Lu Sheng approached the collection of whips, casually picking one up and weighing in his hand. From this day forward, the tax rate in Astapor shall be 1/3. All trade must be taxed by me. By New Valyria, 1/3. A noble gasped in disbelief. This is worse than robbery. His protest was abruptly silenced as Lu Sheng's whip cracked through the air, a crimson line blossoming across the noble's face. Who is in favor? Who is against? Lu Sheng inquired, retracting the whip, his demeanor calm. No one dared utter a word. Night deepened. Lu Sheng remained alone in the upper chamber of the pyramid, which had once served as Grasden's bedchamber. The opulent bed and silken drapes now exuding an unsettling scent. He did not seek rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor, attuned to his newfound powers. The abilities of the dragon lineage extended beyond mere transformation and fire-breathing. It represented a transcendence of life itself, endowing him with senses, strength, and reflexes far surpassing those of mere mortals. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, a subtle whoosh, almost indistinguishable from the wind, emanating from outside the window. Without opening his eyes, he casually raised his right hand, flicking his fingers. An invisible current coalesced at his fingertips, accurately striking the window. A muffled thud resonated as a blow dart coated in dark poison altered its trajectory mid-air, retreating into the shadows beyond the window. A brief grunt followed, then silence. Immediately, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the room's darkness, their daggers slicing through the air with lethal precision toward Lu Sheng's throat, heart, and lower back. Their movements were silent and synchronized, indicating their status as elite assassins. Yet in Lu Sheng's perception, their actions unfolded as if in slow motion. He leaned back at an impossible angle, evading the dagger aimed at his throat, while his left hand shot out, capturing the wrist of the assassin targeting his heart. A sharp crack echoed as the assassin let out a stifled scream, the dagger slipping from his grasp. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng seized the blade and, in a fluid motion, swung it back. A crimson arc blossomed across the neck of the second assassin. The final assassin, sensing defeat, attempted to flee. However, Lu Sheng merely exhaled gently in his direction. A torrent of violent wind erupted, striking the assassin as if by an invisible hammer, propelling him against the wall, where he slumped to the ground, reduced to a lifeless heap. From the onset of the ambush to its conclusion, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. Lu Sheng stood, casting a glance at the fallen bodies, his expression devoid of emotion. "Enter," he commanded, addressing the door. The door swung open violently as Grasden rushed in, accompanied by a contingent of guards. Upon witnessing the carnage and the unscathed Lu Sheng, color drained from his face. "My lord," he stammered, collapsing to his knees, cold sweat soaking his back. "Your city has poor security," Lu Sheng remarked, tossing the bloody dagger at Grasden's feet. "I expect no repeat of this." Yes, I shall see to it," Grasden babbled, bowing repeatedly. "I will initiate a city-wide manhunt. We shall root out their families and allies, all to be hanged in the square of pride. Go." Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Grasden, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out. Soon, the cacophony of gathering troops and anguished cries echoed outside the pyramid. Lu Sheng approached the shattered window, gazing down at the illuminated chaos of Astapor. Yet his eyes drifted towards the distant eastern horizon. The Unsullied were useful tools, yet they lacked independent thought and initiative, serving merely as the bulwark of his city. To conquer Essos, he required a mobile force capable of devastating impact. His gaze crossed over the Bay of Slaves, alighting upon the vast green expanse beyond, the Dothraki Sea. The following day, as Grasden arrived, bloodshot eyes reporting the results of the previous night's cleansing, Lu Sheng interrupted him. "Astapor is now yours," he declared. "The 8,000 Unsullied are yours as well. Utilize them to firmly secure this city within my domain." Grasden was taken aback. "My lord, where are you going?" "To seek a competent cavalry for my empire." Lu Sheng offered no chance for further inquiry, striding to the edge of the pyramid and leaping into the air. Under Grasden's watchful gaze, his form transformed into a streak of black light, soaring across the sky towards the endless grasslands of the east. He sought to witness how the horse lords, who revered only strength, would react upon encountering a true deity. Chapter 6. The Burning Colassa. Astapor dwindled behind him, a mere black dot, ultimately swallowed by the horizon. Lu Sheng harbored no interest in the evolution of the Pyramid City. He was acutely aware that the lords who subsisted on the trade of flesh and blood would, the moment he departed, begin to entertain ulterior motives. Fear might compel them to lie low for a time, yet greed would inevitably triumph over trepidation. By the next time he returned, he would likely have to slay another batch. He felt a twinge of anticipation, curious if the terrified Governor Grasden could conjure some new amusement for him. Perhaps in faceless man-days of relentless flight had taken a toll. The winds howled in his ears, and the landscape beneath him transformed from the arid shores of the Slave Bay to an endless expanse of verdant green, the Dothraki Sea. At that moment, upon beholding the boundless grasslands, a long-forgotten sensation surged within him. It was not merely a deficiency of energy, but rather a more primal, unadulterated hunger. This was the first time he had felt such a thing since arriving in this world. With a sigh, he lowered his altitude and began to scour this vibrant prairie for prey. Kokeo halted his steed, the horse restlessly pawing the ground. As the chieftain of this vast Khalasar, he perpetually marched at the forefront. At the age of 22, he inherited the reins of power from his deceased father, assuming the identity of Kalaka and claiming the entirety of the Khalasar. The recalcitrant raiders who defied him had their heads adorning his tent as trophies. In the span of 2 years, he established his authority through an iron fist and the ruthless Arak curved blade, compelling all to acknowledge his dominion. Now, brimming with pride, he led his people towards the Slave Bay, with a clear purpose: to exchange the captives pillaged along the way for ample supplies, preparing for the next, longer campaign. Yet just moments ago, a wave of inexplicable palpitations seized him. The feeling was fleeting, yet chilling. He never doubted his instincts. This beast-like intuition had spared him from countless mortal perils. Raising his hand, several elite scouts immediately split from the flanks of his formation, darting like arrows into the vast depths of the prairie to scout for unknown threats. Lu Sheng pressed his knee against the neck of the colossal beast beneath him, exerting force to deftly peel away an entire pelt of pristine white lion skin. This formidable creature, known as Haraka, was a rare apex predator on these grasslands. Just as he prepared to tend to his quarry, he turned his head slightly. The currents he commanded conveyed distant information, not sound, nor scent, but a more primal disturbance. The rapid movement of multiple individuals, the tremors of hooves upon the grass, and dozens of heat signatures scattered across the prairie. There were people nearby. A fleeting flash of fire passed by, not true flames, but a reflection of the energy surging within him. In the next heartbeat, a colossal black dragon, nearly 40 meters in length, soared skyward, piercing the clouds. From the heights, the entire world unfolded before him. The winds became his extended senses, capturing the scattered information of the riders, a reconnaissance unit. And further behind them, a massive convoy was slowly advancing, resembling a serpentine shadow, a khalasar. The dragon's wings flared with sudden vigor. Without a hint of hesitation, it surged towards the Dothraki. As the shadow darkened the khalasar's expanse, the entire formation fell into a hushed stillness. Kokeo abruptly looked up, his pupils dilating in shock. It was a dragon, a black behemoth far larger than any of the legends. It circled above, each flap of its wings generating gales that sent the horses into a panic. "Draw your bows." Kokeo's roar shattered the silence. Thousands of Dothraki warriors instinctively raised their longbows, a dense forest of arrows aimed at the colossal creature in the sky. This was their instinctive response to any threat. Lu Sheng circled overhead, effortlessly locking onto the man issuing orders. The strongest steed, the most flamboyant braids. And the blood rider beside him, undoubtedly Kalo. He unleashed a deafening roar, the dragon's cry echoing down, drowning out all noise below. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind, a star colliding with the heavens. With that, the black dragon folded its wings, tearing through the atmosphere like a meteor, plunging straight towards Kokeo. The sound of the wind shrieked, the shadow of death expanding at an astonishing speed. Kokeo barely had time to react, seeing only a vast expanse of black scales rapidly engulfing his vision. Boom! The violent impact reverberated across the prairie. Dust erupted into the air, a massive crater forming at the heart of the khalasar's formation. Immediately, a thick column of fire erupted from the smoke, exuding a heat capable of annihilating all in its path, indiscriminately sweeping across the battlefield. Where the flames reached, riders and horses were instantaneously reduced to charred remains. Not even a scream escaping their lips. The Dothraki, bereft of their leader, descended into utter chaos. For Kalo, the Blood Riders screamed in desperate fury, their eyes ablaze. The surviving raiders attempted to regroup, rallying their respective Dothraki cavalry to unleash a hail of arrows upon the dragon. Yet those arrows, potent enough to pierce leather armor, merely clinked against Lu Sheng's obsidian scales, bouncing futilely away, snapping in half. Mortal weapons held no significance against him. Seeing their attacks bear no fruit, several cunning raiders swiftly turned their horses, attempting to flee this place of death. Lu Sheng noted their movements. With a powerful flap of his wings, more flames erupted from his maw. Under his precise control, the inferno transformed from a linear spray into walls of fire, swiftly encircling the battlefield. This khalasar's cavalry was thoroughly besieged. Witnessing their impending doom, watching comrades struggle in the searing flames, the primal fury within many Dothraki was fully unleashed. They emitted raw, furious roars, abandoning flight and turning their steeds to charge defiantly towards the colossal black beast. Lu Sheng hovered in midair, coldly surveying the charging cavalry. Another torrent of fire swept over, incinerating the foremost riders and their mounts in an instant. Then he ascended once more, unleashing a precise breath of dragon fire at the arrows that flew towards him. The entire khalasar was engulfed in flames, the sounds of resistance dwindling into silence. As the last wave of charging warriors was reduced to ashes, the prairie was left with only the crackling of flames and the labored breaths of the survivors. Lu Sheng slowly descended onto the scorched earth, exhaling clearly and resoundingly in the tongue of men, his voice resonating directly within every mind. "Submit to me, your new Kalo." The remaining Dothraki gazed in terror at the beast that spoke, their wildness and pride utterly crushed, leaving only the purest form of fear. With a clang, the first Arak curved blade fell to the ground, followed by a second, a third. The survivors cast aside their weapons, trembling as they drew small knives to sever the braids they had once held in pride. Strands symbolizing glory and victory fell upon the blood-soaked grass, heralding the complete submission of a khalasar. Chapter 7. The Faith of the Horse God. Until the night fully consumed the prairie, the battered khalasar was forcibly gathered. The charred earth served as the sole source of light, illuminating the dazed faces of the survivors. Lu Sheng sat by the fire, the pelt beneath him still reeking of blood. Before him knelt two individuals, the last remaining raiders of this khalasar, Daka and Mazo. The winds of the prairie swept through, stirring the ashes. Surrounding them were over 10,000 surviving Dothraki, silent as livestock, awaiting the decree of their new master. Daka Mazo. His voice was soft, yet it struck like a cold stone upon the still surface of a lake. Two burly Dothraki men emerged from the crowd, the sole survivors of the massacre. They approached Sheng and knelt heavily, their foreheads touching the ash-laden ground. "You are now my raiders." Sheng spoke, his gaze lingering on the flickering flames. "Loyal to me." Majwa trembled slightly, too fearful to raise his head. After a brief pause, Daka lifted his gaze. The fierceness that once resided in his eyes had faded, replaced by a complex glimmer of fear and fervor, as if he were gazing upon a deity. "I, Daka, offer you my Iraq, my life," he vowed in a hoarse voice, each word weighted with significance. Sheng finally looked up, his eyes resting on Daka's face for a fleeting moment before shifting away. Daka raised his head, and his almond-shaped eyes burned with an unusual light in the fire's glow. Fixated intently on Sheng, he spoke first, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Cow." He laid his Iraq flat on the ground and bowed deeply. Matsuo hesitated briefly, glancing at the mountain of severed braids beside him. His body quivered imperceptibly before he followed Daka, completing the oath of fealty. "Very well." Sheng's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. "You are now under my command." He pointed with his toe at the Iraq on the ground. "Daka, Matsuo, assemble the warriors tomorrow, and instruct the women and children in the rear to gather the herds and supplies." "At once, Cow." Daka responded immediately, seizing his Iraq and rising without hesitation. Majwa hesitated for a moment before softly replying. The night grew deep. Sheng sat alone in Cow's grand tent, tearing off a piece of horsemeat sausage and chewing it down with fermented mare's milk. The taste was pungent, tinged with a sour undertone, yet sufficient to satiate his hunger. After finishing the last bite, he tossed the skin aside and idly watched the fire in the center of the tent. He had indeed underestimated this power. The mere dragon form was but a colossal beast capable of breathing fire, destructive yet crude. However, with the control over the currents of air, everything transformed. Sheng extended his hand, a cluster of flames igniting in his palm. With a flicker of thought, invisible currents began to bind and compress the flame. Under his command, the fire elongated and twisted, ultimately morphing into a galloping fiery steed, animatedly leaping upon his palm. "Faith," Sheng murmured to himself. The Dothraki revered strength, worshipping the horse god. Thus, a dragon descending from the heavens, wielding wind and fire, a deity capable of shaping flames into a steed, would suffice to become their new object of veneration. A holy war waged in the name of faith, a tempest sweeping across the entire slave bay. This notion crystallized in his mind, clear and cold. The fiery steed extinguished at his fingertips. Sheng reclined upon the fur-covered bed, the wind outside the tent transforming into a lullaby. He soon drifted into slumber, streams of air radiating outward from the center of the tent. In his tent, Daka repeatedly polished his Iraq with a piece of oilcloth. The sharp, curved blade reflected his concentrated visage. Yet his thoughts had already drifted back to the battlefield of the day. The shadow that obscured the sky, the roar that rent the air, and the meteor that turned Cow and his mount into cinders. He inhaled deeply, as though the scent of sulfur lingered in the air. The blazing steed, he whispered to himself, sheathing the polished blade. What kind of conquest would he witness by following such a cow? He did not know, but he felt the blood within him boiling. Outside the tent, warriors with severed braids stood disheartened around the fire, waiting for rations. Shame clung to them like a drenched leather garment, heavy upon their shoulders. Not far away, Majwa conversed in hushed tones with an elderly Dothraki man by a campfire. "What shall we do?" Majwa asked, his voice rife with confusion. "We have lost our glory, following a monster." The elder stirred the flames with a stick, sparks flying. His face was lined with wrinkles, yet his gaze was clearer than many young men. "Think not too much, Qua. If we cannot resist, then we must obey. Follow the strong, and we shall prevail, especially one with such irresistible power." The elder had once been a slave, having escaped to live among the mercenaries of Mill, witnessing the splendor and treachery of free trade city-states. In his old age, he was captured again by Majwa's father, who admired his wisdom and made him a counsel to Cass. He had seen too much, yet what transpired today still exceeded his comprehension. All he could offer was the most pragmatic advice: obey the powerful. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Astapor, atop the Great Pyramid, chaos reigned since the arrival of the dragon. The good master's council had been reduced to ashes. Grazdin, the newly appointed governor, fully embraced his opportunistic and ruthless nature. He swiftly allied himself with those willing to follow the dragon, using a thunderous might to uproot and eradicate any remaining old powers that lingered, even those harboring discontent. Blood and fear solidified the power in his hands like never before. At this moment, he stood on the terrace, surveying the illuminated city below. his greed growing wild like rampant weeds. He desired this city to belong entirely to House Naklas. Merely being a governor was insufficient. He sought a deeper bond, merging his family's bloodline with that of the Dragon King. A thought took shape in his mind, rekindling the fear that had numbed his blood into a boiling fervor. "Daughter," he murmured softly, his eyes glimmering with the light of a merchant. He wished for his daughter to become the Dragon King's wife. If the Dragon King were to achieve his grand conquest of the world, House Naklas would share in that supreme glory. If, perchance, the dragon fell along the way, the sacrifice of a daughter could be deemed a manageable loss. Chapter 8. Dohikran. On the scorched grass, Daka and Ma Zhuan knelt on one knee before Lu Sheng. Their heads bowed low. "Cow." Daka's voice was somewhat hoarse as he recounted. "There are approximately 10,000 warriors still capable of fighting, while only 5,000 slaves remain for logistics." Upon his words, silence enveloped the air, broken only by the wind's mournful whisper through the burnt grass. The elderly and children in the rear had escaped harm, yet the core strength of a Khalasar had been nearly decimated. Lu Sheng reacted with indifference, merely inquiring, "When will the Dothraki gather at the Holy City?" Daka raised his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, but he quickly answered, "The cow returned to Vise Dothraki only for the gravest of matters. It is rare for multiple Khalasars to assemble simultaneously." "Then, this is the gravest of matters." Lu Sheng smiled, though the smile bore no warmth. "Send your men to find all Khalasars they can locate. Tell them I will reign over all Dothraki in the Holy City." Daka and Ma Zhuan froze simultaneously, shock etched on their faces as they gazed at Lu Sheng. Such a command had never been issued upon the plains. It was akin to a declaration of war against all Khalasars. Lu Sheng showed no interest in explaining, simply waving his hand dismissively. "Go arrange it, and about 10 miles west, there is a thicket. I previously killed a white lion. Its skin hangs from a tree. Retrieve it." "Yes, cow." The shock in Daka's eyes swiftly transformed into a fervent flame as he lowered his head abruptly. Majwa hesitated for a moment before following suit. The two rose and retreated, their steps unsteady, as though bearing the weight of an imminent volcanic eruption. The holy city of the Dothraki, Vise Dothraki. The holy city slumbered beneath the shadow of the Mother Mountain, as the old women of Dohikran sat in a dimly lit hall woven from grass, reciting ancient prayers. Their voices were dry and hoarse, like the flickering remnants of candles in the wind, chanting their reverence to the horse god. The voices gradually dwindled, the smoke of incense thickening, and the consciousness of the old women began to blur. In their chaotic visions, the sky was torn apart by a black dragon. The dragon descended with great ferocity, and below, amidst the stampede of horses, a magnificent stallion was torn to shreds by its claws. The herd, in a state of panic, neighed in terror, struggling against the flames of the dragon, collapsing one by one. Yet the fire did not consume them entirely. Rather, it acted as a form of baptism. Gradually, the horses calmed, coalescing into a torrent, submissively gathering beneath the shadow of the black dragon, galloping westward towards the setting sun. The throng of steeds grew ever larger, their iron hooves shattering the earth, reducing city after city, with towering walls, to mere ruins. "Ah!" The eldest crone suddenly opened her murky eyes wide and let out a piercing scream. Everyone awoke from the illusion, exchanging glances of aged fear and astonishment. The revelation of the horse god compelled the trembling crone to rise, raising her frail arms high, her voice resonating like a bell. "The Dothraki horde shall conquer the world." She then murmured softly, "The growth of the Dothraki tribe is the will of the horse god." On the scorched earth, the land-bound Khalasar stirred. A battalion of stalwart cavalrymen took their horses and supplies, launching like arrows into the depths of the plains, seeking the sacred water sources of memory, aiming to intercept every possible Khalasar, bringing tidings of the dragon, Ko. Khal Drogo and his trusted lieutenant swiftly discovered the white lion skin in the thicket 10 miles away. It was crudely draped over a tree branch, the vast hide already dried, its fur still pristine white, though the edges were stained with dark blood. They respectfully carried the lion's skin back to Khal Drogo. Drogo lifted the skin and shook it, instructing the nearby tanner, "Fashion it into a cloak." A fleeting thought of donning the guise of the White Lion Guard crossed his mind, and he casually tossed the skin to the tanner. His gaze swept over the Dothraki warriors clad in painted leather armor, their waists adorned with curved arak blades. Then turned to his side to inquire of Khal, "Is it tradition to forego metal armor, or is it due to a lack of resources?" Dothraki warriors disdain wearing iron. Khal replied proudly, chest puffed out, "On horseback, such gear is too cumbersome and lacks agility. A single Dothraki warrior can vanquish 5 ironclad men." Drogo nodded, saying nothing further. Internally musing, I believe they are merely fools. There will be ample opportunity to make them wear iron armor, he thought. At that moment, Daka strode forth, the scent of blood still clinging to him. KO, the corpses and the severely wounded require tending. How do you usually manage this? Drogo inquired curiously. The deceased are gathered by the slaves and burned, Daka replied expressionlessly. Those irretrievably lost warriors, Jakaro will grant them release. The great axe falls, ending their suffering. This is the mercy of the plains. Go arrange it, Drogo commanded. Once completed, all shall proceed to the holy city. We cannot allow the other Khalasars to wait too long. In Volantis, the merchant's house. Within this grand tavern overlooking the docks, the mingled scents of fish, spices, and sweat permeated the air. Merchants from across the world gathered here, exchanging wealth and information. In a corner, a trader who had just concluded a slave deal whispered conspiratorially to his companion. I just received news. Astapor was attacked by a wild dragon. The rotund man beside him took a hearty swig of sweet wine and scoffed. Where did you hear such nonsense? Every year, someone claims to have seen a wild dragon. Apart from Dragonstone, where are the dragons now? The questioned slave trader grew agitated, leaning forward with fervor. This time, it is true. I heard that the dragon burned the benevolent lord's pyramid and devoured half of those noble families. Devoured? Those lords are hiding in their pyramids. Can the wild dragon even bite through stone? Who knows? Perhaps it swallowed them along with the pyramid. As the two men argued vehemently, a servant refilling wine quietly stepped back, lowering his head, his gaze sweeping over the two merchants, now red-faced in their dispute, before he turned and swiftly blended into the noisy crowd of the tavern, vanishing from sight. Chapter 9. The Road to the Holy City. The march across the plains felt stifling, akin to a silent funeral. Hooves struck against roots and earth, producing a dull, rhythmic thud. The wind swept through, causing the sea of grass to ripple, yet it did not carry the once vibrant jingling of the warriors' braid bells. Over 10,000 Dothraki warriors now bore the shameful mark of shorn, uneven hair, a disgraceful brand. Silence enveloped them like a heavy cloak, wrapping every individual in its weight. Khal Drogo rode atop his horse, seemingly indifferent to the pervasive sense of humiliation that permeated the ranks. His gaze traversed the endless expanse of green before him, as if measuring the very continent. Who is next? He spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for Khal to hear beside him. Khal, the newly appointed leader, exhibited far more composure than the fervent Daka. He licked his cracked lips, recalling the power dynamics of the plains. If we take this route to Westeros, we are most likely to encounter the Khalasar of Rakalo. He is known as the Bonebreaker, with nearly 10,000 warriors, infamous for his brutality. Has he received my invitation? Your messenger has already spread the word, KO. The entire Dothraki sea knows that a new Dragon King, KO, is heading to the Holy City to summon all Horse Lords. Khal's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible anxiety, yet Rakalo, he would not easily heed commands. No sooner had he finished speaking than a scout raced in from the horizon, his steed nearly a blur. He reined in before Drogo, dismounting swiftly, his voice hoarse from hurried breaths. KO, ahead. Rakalo's Khalasar has blocked our path. The pace of the procession slowed, the oppressive silence shattered, replaced by a tense, uneasy agitation. At the far end of the grass sea, a dark line emerged. The line rapidly widened and thickened, ultimately transforming into a surging tide of men and horses, exuding an air of arrogance. They showed no intent to halt or divert, obstinately obstructing Drogo's necessary route. The intention to provoke could not have been more evident. The warriors under Drogo's command tightened their grips on their arak blades, the suppressed fury igniting in response to this brazen confrontation. Drogo raised his hand, halting the advance of the procession. He calmly regarded the opposing Khalasar, which had likewise come to a standstill, then turned to Daka by his side and instructed, "Prepare the warriors." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the short-haired warriors stirred by his words, adding, "We shall collect a new batch of gifts." The two armies faced each other across the plains, merely 100 paces apart. The wind carried the scent of the opposing horses and the oil smeared on the warrior's skin. The opposing KO, Rakalo, urged his horse forward a few steps, his imposing figure crowned with a long braid adorned with bells that nearly reached his waist, his face a mask of unabashed mockery. I thought it was someone of note. Instead, it is merely a flock of shorn sheep. His booming voice resonated across the battlefield. Where is your KO? That coward too afraid to reveal his face? The blood surged to the faces of Drogo's warriors, their fingers turning white as they gripped their blades tightly. To have the enemy openly expose their scars of disgrace was more painful than any wound. Rakalow's gaze ultimately fixed on Drogo, who was surrounded by his retinue. He scrutinized Drogo from head to toe, erupting in laughter. "I have heard you possess a dragon? Excellent. Let it come forth to serve as my mount. In doing so, I shall forgive your insolence in summoning the other cows." The warriors behind him erupted into thunderous laughter, as if they had heard the greatest joke in the world. Drogo's expression remained impassive. He did not look at Rakalow, but turned to the fiery-eyed Daka beside him. "I have heard that the Dothraki only respect those who can defeat them in battle." Drogo's voice was flat, as if stating a mere fact. Daka's gaze snapped to him, his chest heaving. "Go," Drogo commanded, "bring me his head." In an instant, Daka sensed an imperceptible warmth emanating from Sheng, flooding his entire being. He had no time to ponder. He merely felt his blood boiling, and the world around him sharpened into exquisite clarity, with a primal roar that had long been suppressed. Daka clamped his legs tightly against his horse's flank, surging forth like an arrow released from its bow. The derisive smile on Lakaro's face had yet to fade when he noticed only a single foe charging at him. With a contemptuous spit, he brandished his curved Arak blade and advanced. To him, this was a foregone execution. As the two steeds crossed paths, the air was thick with anticipation. Every breath was held. Lakaro's blade descended with the swiftness of the wind, yet to Daka, the motion seemed to slow to a crawl. An invisible gust appeared to entwine around Lakaro's arm, causing his blade to veer slightly off course. Meanwhile, Daka's warhorse, as if dancing on the very wind, executed an uncanny sidestep, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Now was the moment. Daka's Arak blade arced upward from an astonishing, utterly illogical angle, as swift as lightning. A dull thud resonated through the air. Lakaro's head soared into the sky, his expression frozen in a mix of disbelief and disdain. Blood erupted from his severed neck like a fountain, staining the horse beneath him. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before crashing heavily onto the grass. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The laughter of Lakaro's warriors abruptly halted, as if they had been instantaneously frozen. In the next heartbeat, a warrior from Lushing's camp raised his Arak blade and let out the first roar. This was quickly followed by the thunderous cries of thousands. A cataclysmic wave that shattered the tranquility of the grasslands. In their eyes burned not shame, but fervent adoration and a bloodthirsty battle spirit. Their chieftain had personally delivered the head of a long-renowned KO. Following this new Dragon King would empower them. Daka raised Lakaro's head high upon his horse. His almond-shaped eyes filled with fervent faith in Sheng. "Charge!" Lushing's cold voice acted as the trigger for this slaughter. Thousands of Dothraki warriors, having just cleansed their shame, surged forth like a flood unleashed, rushing toward the crumbling enemy ranks. Madro did not succumb to the frenzy as Daka had. Instead, he commanded his forces with a calm demeanor, slicing through the chaotic enemy lines with precision like a sharp knife. His Arak blade moved with no superfluous motion. Each swing claimed a life, efficient as a killing machine. He sensed an unusual flow in the air. Enemy arrows inexplicably diverted slightly as they neared his warriors, and the enemy steeds stumbled more easily, toppling over. It felt as if an unseen hand were orchestrating the battlefield, firmly tilting the scales of victory in their favor. Madro's gaze swept over to Sheng, motionless at the rear of the formation. He understood that all of this stemmed from that calm figure, so unlike a Dothraki, who had assumed the mantle of KO. This was not the blessing of the horse god, but a more direct, merciless, and unfathomable power. The battle transformed into a one-sided harvest. With their commander slain and the flanks pierced with surgical precision, Lakaro's forces lost all will to resist, scattering in disarray, only to be driven back by the cavalry that had long been positioned to encircle them. Sheng did not command a complete annihilation. Once the resistance had been utterly quelled, he rode slowly into the battlefield strewn with corpses. The surviving thousands of Lakaro's men discarded their weapons, kneeling upon the ground, trembling in fear. "Cut off their braids," Sheng commanded. His warriors immediately advanced, brutally severing the long braids that had once symbolized glory. A wave of suppressed cries and the sharp clatter of copper bells echoed across the grasslands. On the very first day of their campaign, Lushing's forces expanded by nearly half. He took Lakaro's head from Daka, its eyes still wide with disbelief. Sheng casually hung it from his saddle, the head bobbing gently with the rhythm of his horse. "Continue forward." He spoke with a nonchalance as if he had merely crushed a bothersome insect. The vast procession moved onward, heading toward Vistaslack. This time, the silence within the ranks was replaced by a novel atmosphere, infused with awe and fervor. The news of this victory would spread faster than the swiftest messenger, traversing the entire Dothraki Sea. With the next KO, they encountered choose immediate submission, or would they gather to prepare for a more formidable war? Chapter 10, Vistaslack. At the edge of the grasslands, the horizon was cleaved by two colossal figures, forming an arched aperture. The giant bronze horses reared, their hind legs grounded while their front hooves soared high, converging in the sky to create a roofless spire. This was the Horse Gate, the entrance to Vistaslack. Lushing's procession silently passed through this immense portal. Absent was the usual clamor and the jingling of bells from a typical colossa. Only the muted sounds of hooves striking the grass could be heard. Behind him, over 10,000 warriors bore the mark of shame, their braids shorn to the roots, their bare necks exposed to the wind like a silent brand. Their arrival was akin to a cold stone plummeting into a boiling pot of oil. Along the sides of the Gods Avenue, merchants from free trading city-states and spies from various colossa stationed there halted their activities, their gazes piercing like needles upon the newcomers. Those looks mingled with astonishment, scrutiny, and unabashed disdain. "They are the braid cutters," someone whispered. "That KO, he is the one who killed Lakaro. The KO who rides a dragon." Daka reined in his horse, his bronze-colored face taut under the weight of complex gazes. He lowered his voice, speaking to Sheng, "KO, according to our customs, we must first pay our respects to Dashikaran." Lushing's eyes wandered over the diverse structures scattered across the grasslands, stone pavilions, grass-woven halls, and precarious wooden towers. These were the tombstones of conquered civilizations. "Lead the way," he uttered tersely. The hall where Dashikaran resided was constructed of thick, raw timber, its roof open to the sky, resembling a vast bowl meant to catch stars and omens. The interior was dim, suffused with the scent of hay, spices, and a hint of age. Dozens of elderly women, their faces etched with deep wrinkles, sat cross-legged upon animal skins. They were the wives of all the deceased KO, living history of the grasslands. Their eyes were sharp as hawks, scrutinizing the three men who entered. The foremost elder had hair as white as snow, her skin cracked like a parched riverbed. Her gaze pierced over the respectfully bowed Daka and Madro, landing squarely on Lushing's face. In her eyes was no murkiness, only a clarity that seemed to see through everything. She was the elder who had witnessed in visions the black dragon tearing the sky asunder, the Sky Ripper. Her voice was hoarse, like stones grinding against each other. "Have you brought fire to the grasslands, or only ashes?" Daka and Madro froze, nearly collapsing to their knees. The question itself was a judgment. Lushing's expression remained serene, as if he were merely responding to an inquiry about the weather. "I bring forth rebirth." The hall fell into a deathly silence, the only sound being the wind whispering through the open roof. The elder scrutinized him deeply, her gaze lingering long enough for beads of cold sweat to appear on Madro's forehead. Finally, she slowly nodded. "Dashikaran acknowledges your identity, Dragon King KO. The holy city welcomes you and your colossa." She paused, her voice suddenly stern, "But you must remember, beneath the holy Mother Mountain, no one is to draw a blade, nor allow the blood of brothers to stain the soil of the holy city. This is the rule, the horse god's bottom line." "I understand," Lushing replied, exiting the hall. The glaring sunlight caused Madro to instinctively squint. He felt his back drenched in cold sweat. "KO, Daka's voice trembled with a mix of trepidation and reverence. She has acknowledged you." Lushing paid no heed to his excitement. His gaze had already strayed into the distance. Across the vast plains of Westeros, numerous colossal camps had been established, with countless tents sprouting like gray mushrooms upon the grassland. Flags fluttered in the wind, each one a representation of a notorious call. Daka, following his line of sight, began to introduce. "Over there, the Black Stallion banner belongs to Khalasar Bloodhand Moro, who commands 20,000 warriors. Each time, he raids the Lazarene. Those who dare to resist find their left hand severed." He gestured towards another camp. "That one is even larger, belonging to the fierce Khal Drogo. He never allies with others, trusting only in his Iraq. It is said that he can snap the neck of a bull with his bare hands." Within those camps, countless eyes were also gazing towards them, filled with primal, unmasked hostility and the thirst for blood. They regarded Sheng as if he were a beast intruding upon their territory. The newly assimilated warriors under Sheng felt an overwhelming pressure under the imposing aura of these powerful Khalasars. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes betraying a reawakened ferocity. They too were members of formidable predators. How dare these ruffians perceive them as prey? A man who leaned upon a monstrous figure. From afar in Moro's camp, a blood rider proclaimed to the call seated upon his high steed, that without the discovery of his dragon around the holy city, he was nothing without the might of a dragon. As night fell, the fires of Westeros ignited thousands of bonfires, casting a dim yellow glow upon the sky. Drumming and singing echoed from various camps, as if warming up for the feast to come. Dothraki had sent word that all arriving Khalaisars would convene the next day at the foot of the Mother Mountain to determine the future of the Dothraki Sea. Sheng stood alone before his tent, the night breeze stirring the white lion-skin cloak upon his shoulders. He gazed at the distant campfires, twinkling with hostility like stars, his expression devoid of any tension. Mazar stood quietly behind him, awaiting orders. Suddenly, Sheng spoke, his voice soft yet piercingly clear to Mazar's ears. "Mazar, tell me, if a man in the holy city is not slain by sword or blade," he paused, as if savoring an intriguing phrase, "but is instead turned to ash by flames from the heavens, does that count as shedding blood?" The color drained from Mazar's face in that instant. He abruptly looked up, terror-stricken at Sheng's silhouette, his throat emitting a gasp as if choked. Chapter 11. The Horse God and the Dragon King. The great plain beneath the Mother Mountain was filled with Khalaisars from all corners of the steppe. Tens of thousands of Dothraki warriors formed a massive circle, silently confronting one another, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Upon the high platform, the crones of Dothraki sat like withered statues, witnessing all that was about to unfold. A towering call, as massive as a bear, rode forth. He was called Bloodhand Moro. He looked down upon Sheng, standing alone in the center of the arena, and let out a boisterous laugh. "Outsider," Moro's voice boomed like thunder. "Your braid hasn't even begun to grow, yet you wish to rule over all stallions beneath the sky?" The Khalaisars behind him erupted into a cacophony of jeers and mockery. "Return to your Valyrian ruins, or the steppe shall devour your bones." Faced with hostility from all directions, Sheng's expression remained utterly unperturbed. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips, as if he were observing a group of corpses whose fates had already been sealed. He turned to Daka and Mazar, issuing a command. "Bring our men to the edge of the arena." Without hesitation, Daka and Mazar executed the order. This action, in the eyes of the other Khalaisars, was nothing short of a cowardly retreat. The derisive laughter grew louder. They believed Sheng was afraid. Under the watchful eyes of all, Sheng alone stepped slowly towards the center of the circle. He stood solitary, facing hundreds of Khalaisars and their elite blood riders. The encirclement gradually tightened. Sheng finally halted, surveying his surroundings. He spoke, his voice soft yet piercing like a cold needle into the ears of all present. "You are correct. My braid is yet to grow." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Moro's long braid adorned with golden bells. "Because my accomplishments require no hair to record." Moro's countenance darkened instantaneously. Yet Sheng disregarded his fury, continuing in a calm tone. "Has your horse god never told you that the sky is his forbidden realm?" This statement rendered all Khalaisars momentarily speechless. Before they could react, Sheng abruptly tilted his head back, unleashing a roar that was utterly unhuman. It was not merely a sound. It was a pure psychic shock, akin to an invisible hammer striking deep within each soul. Buzz! In an instant, all the warhorses became frenzied, rearing and whinnying in terror, desperately trying to break free from their master's control. For the first time, fear manifested on the faces of the Khalaisars. Yet this was merely the beginning. Amidst the twisted expressions of terror, a blinding white light erupted from within Sheng's being. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering and reforming filled the air with a sickening crunch. His form swelled rapidly in the radiance, black scales emerging upon his skin, and behind him, a pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled, eclipsing the very sun. He transformed into a dragon. A black dragon, nearly 40 meters in length, materialized at the heart of the holy city of Westeros. The enormous wings flapped gently, stirring up a tempest of dust, forcing all present to shield their eyes. Sheng ascended slowly, hovering above the Khalaisars, his vast shadow enveloping them entirely. The pressure inherent to dragonkind, stemming from the deepest recesses of his bloodline, descended like a tangible mountain. Thud! Countless warhorses, unable to withstand the terror emanating from the apex of life, wailed and collapsed, frothing at the mouth. The once mighty Khalaisars now turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Monster! They wished to flee, but their bodies were rigid, unresponsive. The crones upon the high platform also rose, faces etched with disbelief. Sheng, or rather the black dragon, gazed down upon the minuscule insects below. He opened his immense jaws, releasing a torrent of pure light and heat, as if drawn from the core of a star. A silent, devastating ring of flame radiated outward from him, like the sun casting its rays upon the earth. There was no explosive roar, only light. The searing blaze consumed all, those Khalasars and their blood riders, who harbored the deepest enmity towards him, could not even utter a complete scream before being instantaneously ignited by this power that transcended mortal comprehension. Their flesh, bones, organs, and even the weapons they bore melted away in the inferno. The extreme heat evaporated all blood within them in an instant. Not a single drop fell. Not a drop of blood had the chance to stain the land of the holy city. This was no mere slaughter. It was divine retribution, my divine retribution. The phrase churned within Lu Sheng's mind. As the light dissipated, the once mighty Khalasars and their blood riders had vanished without a trace. In their place lay only charred, human-shaped imprints, seared into the earth, emitting wisps of smoke. Silence. A silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. The surviving tens of thousands of warriors, distant traitors, all felt as though their throats had been constricted, gazing up in terror at the dragon bathed in light above. The moment had arrived. The charred, humanoid imprints on the ground, flickering with the glow of flames, were swept up by the wind, transforming into majestic steeds of fire that danced around the colossal dragon before dissipating into the ether. Their faith, in that fleeting moment, was utterly shattered, only to be reshaped with an even more fervent zeal. At last, upon the high platform, the venerable, white-haired matron of the Dothraki, trembling, raised her staff aloft. With all her might, her raspy yet clear voice resonated throughout the expanse of Westeros. Not a drop of blood has been shed. The horse god's oracle has descended. Her voice surged, imbued with fervor and reverence. He is the rider of the world foretold in prophecy. This proclamation sealed the oracle and the bloody usurpation with a stamp of secular recognition. In the sky, the earthly being descended slowly, regaining his human form upon touching the ground. He stood there, bare and dark-haired and scathed, as if the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded was nothing more than a mere illusion. Cal! Daka was the first to react, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. He cast aside his weapon, seizing the white lion cloak of the earthly being and rushing forth to drape it upon him, then knelt heavily at his feet, pressing his forehead firmly to the ground. Cow among cows. Mazar followed suit, prostrating himself in the same manner. Their actions served as a signal. The warriors who had lost their cow, the fortunate survivors, finally emerged from the depths of their paralyzing fear. They discarded their curved arak blades and longbows, kneeling in unison like a surging tide. First, hundreds, then thousands, and finally, tens of thousands. Cow among cows. Cow among cows. The thunderous cheers echoed throughout the holy city. The earthly being stood at the foot of the mountain, with tens of thousands of kneeling Dothraki warriors behind him. At that moment, a significant portion of the Dothraki's power lay within his grasp. He gazed westward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the entirety of the continent. Chapter 12. The Dragon King's Minions. Westeros had never been so crowded. The Karassa, which had once gathered here only during specific seasons, now seemed to be forcibly compressed together by an invisible hand, with over 100,000 Dothraki, along with their horses and slaves, ravaging the grasslands surrounding the holy city down to the yellow earth. The air was thick with the stench of horse manure, sweat, and an oppressive frenzy. Inside the cow's tent, the earthly being sat upon a humble throne adorned with white lion skin. Daka and Mazar, his only remaining companions, knelt on one knee, reporting the final results of their consolidation. Cow. All the Karassa near the holy city have now come under our banner. However, several formidable Karassa have yet to respond to your summons. Mazar's voice held a note of concern. The Karassa of Ironhoof Kago had already moved west before your arrival on the plains, reportedly aiming for Koer. The earthly being remained non-committal. A tribe of marauding savages that only knew destruction could flee. There would be ample time for subjugation later. His primary concern was the power present at this moment. What lies beneath my feet is no longer a loose confederation of tribes. His voice was soft yet firm, compelling both men to straighten their spines. From this day forth, you shall become one with me, as I shall lead you to bring forth a new order for this world. He rose, his gaze penetrating the seams of the tent, surveying the sea of dark figures. All warriors shall unite under a single legion. You, the dragon's minions, shall be my talons. Daka and Mazar contemplated this unfamiliar term, their eyes igniting with fervor. Dragon's minions, a title heavier and more imposing than that of Karassa. Relay my first command. The earthly being turned to face them. All warriors must don armor. The atmosphere within the tent instantly froze. Daka's head snapped up, his fervor transforming into shock and confusion. Cow. Armor is for cowards. A mere shell of iron. The Dothraki trust only in their own arms and Arak blades. Is that so? The earthly being's tone remained unfazed. He exited the grand tent, with Daka and Mazar following closely. Outside, countless eyes turned toward them in an instant. The earthly being pointed casually at an old warrior who was greasing his braids. His braids jingled with numerous bells, a clear indication of his battle prowess. You, step forward. The old warrior approached proudly. He was the former cow's Cass, highly respected within the tribe. Cow. Armor will hinder our horses and bind our movements. The horse god will not protect a coward hiding behind iron. The old warrior spoke gravely, his words resonating with the majority. A murmur of agreement arose from the crowd. The earthly being ignored him and turned to Mazar. Present him with the gear acquired from the merchants. Soon, a finely crafted suit of armor was produced. This was armor that the earthly being had forged with iron or under the guidance of craftsmen, strengthened by the essence of his flame. At the earthly being's behest, Daka awkwardly donned the armor. The cold and heavy metal made him feel like a bound turtle. With your blade, strike him with all your might. The earthly being commanded the old warrior. The old warrior was taken aback, and gasps arose from the surrounding Dothraki. To strike a companion with an Arak blade at full force? This was akin to murder. Cow strike. The earthly being uttered a single word. That cold syllable struck like a hammer, shattering all the old warrior's hesitations. With a roar, it was a defense of his faith. He unsheathed his Arak blade, the edge carving a deadly arc in the sunlight, and fiercely swung it toward Daka's chest. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Everyone braced for the sight of blood splattering, but the outcome nearly left them agape. The old warrior's Arak blade was sent soaring, his grip numbed, while Daka's iron armor bore only a faint white mark. Daka gazed down at his breastplate, then lifted his eyes to his unharmed body, his expression shifting from discomfort to calm. Had the cow not intervened, he would not have returned the armor. Silence enveloped the crowd. The earthly being slowly approached the astonished old warrior, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. Tradition exists to ensure your survival. If a tradition makes it easier for you to perish, then it is worthless. He paused, scanning the faces of shock around him. From this day forth, my word shall be the only tradition. The wheels of reform began to grind inexorably over the ancient customs. The earthly being issued command after command, each one stirring up tremendous waves throughout the Dothraki Sea. Mazar, I appoint you as the logistics chief. Take this wealth and procure all the miners' ores. Tell them I require craftsmen. The more, the better. Right here in Westeros, construct blacksmith shops and workshops for me. Yes, Cow. Mazar acknowledged, being meticulous in nature, making him the most suited for such intricate tasks. Soon, the holy city of Westeros, which had never engaged in production, echoed for the first time with the sounds of clanging metal. Merchants drawn by the commotion arrived, bringing ample raw materials and craftsmen. Though they did not deliver finished armor, the flames of the forge foretold the imminent birth of a brand new army. Daka, disperse all the castes. I did not care to which cow they previously belonged. Now, they belong only to me. From this moment forth, 10 shall form a squad, appointing a captain. 10 squads shall form 100, appointing 100 captain. 1,000 captains shall form 1,000, with 1,000 captain to be held by a cow. This command was met with even greater resistance from the Dothraki than the notion of donning armor. They were accustomed to following their familiar cow and Cass. Yet now they were to be forcibly integrated into unfamiliar ranks. Rebellions and brawls broke out frequently. The earthly being's method of handling these disturbances was straightforward and brutal. He personally intervened, reducing several of the instigators to ashes. The chilling specter of death transformed all discontent into fear and obedience. Amidst the enforced integration, Lushing meticulously selected 100 of the strongest and most astute youths from various tribes. Most of them were the offspring of former leaders or young warriors who had distinguished themselves in battle. He organized them into an independent corps, bestowing upon them the name Dragon Martial Army. They would no longer heed the commands of any centurion, but would answer solely to Lushing. This would be his elite guard, the sharpest fangs of the formidable army he intended to command. Training commenced on the plains, ceaseless both day and night. They began to learn the art of coordinated warfare, to obey new commands, and to forge the disparate strengths of a disorganized multitude into an indomitable iron fist. Time slipped away swiftly amidst the glow of the forge and the sweat of the warriors. A month later, a brand new army took shape beneath the sacred Mother Mountain. The soldiers donned hastily crafted, rudimentary leather and iron armor. Though simple, they emanated a chilling aura of lethality. No longer a chaotic assembly of tribes. They stood in neatly arranged phalanxes, silently rising on the grasslands like an iron forest. Daka hurriedly ascended the slope where Lushing stood, surveying the army. "Go!" His voice bore a hint of urgency. The pastures near the holy city were nearing their limits. The horses were beginning to lose condition. If this continued, we would starve before we even set out. Lushing nodded slowly in response. It was time. He descended the slope, standing at the forefront of the 100,000 soldiers. All eyes converged upon him, filled with reverence, fervor, and anticipation. Lushing drew forth the curved blade of the arak, seized from the deceased cow beneath the dragon's flames. It was a rare Valyrian steel weapon, its blade shimmering with eerie ripples in the sunlight. He raised the sword high, directing it towards the realm of civilization, towards the fertile yet decadent Slave Bay. His voice, like a cold winter wind, swept across the entire prairie. "Our first destination is Mirren. Let us stain that colorful city with the colors of our battle standard." The roar of 100,000 voices surged like a torrent of destruction, soaring into the heavens and shaking the very earth. The colossal war machine began to turn slowly, grinding towards the direction of the Slave Bay. Chapter 13. The Hubris of the Great Lords. The tide of 10,000 iron steeds surged forward across the vast plains of Essos. This was no aimless plundering of the Dothraki. This was a legion. Behind each unit trailed a supply train laden with iron armor, reflecting a blinding sheen under the sun. They were no longer a rabble of marauding warriors, but organized in units of 100, forming silent yet lethal phalanxes. Uniform rations, fervent oracles of the horse god, strict reconnaissance protocols, and precise marching routes characterized their advance. The winds across the plains carried the scent of rust. Above the clouds, a massive black dragon unfurled its wings, casting a vast shadow. The dragon, personified by Lushing, resembled an indifferent shepherd gazing down upon the flock of death he had painstakingly crafted, moving steadily towards the Slave Bay. His will was the sole direction of this army. News, carried by a breeze tinged with the scent of sulfur, reached Mirren. Within the grand golden pyramid, a banquet was in full swing. The lords of Mirren reclined upon silken cushions, reveling in the supple forms of dancers and savoring chilled wines from the summer seas. They were the rulers of this colorful city, descendants of the Harpy, and among the wealthiest slaveholders in the world. They had long been aware of the unrest upon the Dothraki Sea. A new cow, claiming to hail from Valyria, had unified 100,000 savages. This tidbit merely sent ripples through the lords' cups. Just a change of leadership among a pack of wild men. The wealthiest lord, Zaxagras, languidly swirled the gold goblet in his hand, his fingers adorned with rings of precious gems, each capable of purchasing a small town. He scoffed dismissively, deriding the situation. They once feared to stir Mirren, and they still do. The Dothraki are but hyenas of the plains, wagging their tails at the scent of gold. Offer them some gold and women, and they will scurry away like obedient dogs. Laughter echoed in agreement throughout the banquet hall. "I have heard that this new cow has stirred some trouble in Astapor," remarked another lord, sporting a trident-shaped purple beard, his tone laced with mockery. "Yet that only proves the foolishness and stinginess of Astapor's masters. We of Mirren are different. We possess both wealth and wisdom." "Indeed, wisdom. A Valyrian who has been dead for 2 centuries? Perhaps a fraud. We should send someone to expose him, to show those wild men what kind of leader they are following." They were not entirely ignorant of Lushing's actions, yet their arrogance clouded their judgment. In their eyes, every issue could be resolved through gold and cunning. The Dothraki were greedy, so they would buy them off with treasures. The Dragon King was powerful, so they would purchase him with even greater wealth and beauty. They forgot the lessons of the Giskari Empire. Dragons were far more formidable and greedy than they imagined. On the other side of the Kesar Pass, the army of House Parr should have already departed. Yes? Zach turned to a somewhat sullen nobleman. The head of House Parr, old Parr, set down his goblet, his expression darkening. "My lord Zach, you know well that the terrain of the Kesar Pass is treacherous. And marching a large army is no simple feat moreover. Gathering the coalition from various houses requires time. There are always families dawdling over their contributions." His words were laden with implication, his gaze sweeping over several young nobles who were laughing and joking. "Oh, my dear Parr," a young noble exaggeratedly laughed. "Do you still expect us, the financiers, to also sacrifice our family members? Defending the Kesar Pass was your family's proposal, and it is the very condition that allows your family to escape this tribute. Do not always expect others to bleed for you." Old Parr's face flushed instantly. His lips moved as if to speak, but he ultimately restrained his anger, taking a sullen sip of wine. The internal discord and scheming among the lords was as fragrant as the spices at the banquet, yet it was obscured by the revelry. Ultimately, after a series of self-congratulatory discussions, they reached a series of brilliant decisions. First, diplomacy. They dispatched an eloquent envoy, laden with 13 carts of gold, silver, and jewels, along with 500 carefully selected beautiful slaves, to reward the approaching army and persuade the new cow to vacate the lands of Meereen. Second, military. They symbolically hired a few mercenary groups, including the increasingly formidable Sons of the Harpy, but offered meager wages, as if trying to appease beggars. In the eyes of the lords, these mercenaries were merely ornamental guards. The true reliance of Meereen lay in their own slave army. Upon the city walls, tens of thousands of slave soldiers were organized. Noble officers donned their polished, ornate bronze armor, parading along the ramparts, regaling their soldiers with tales of Meereen's glorious history and the splendor of the Giscari Empire. Everything appeared orderly, imbued with a facade of strength. The lords settled back, continuing their feasting. To them, this so-called crisis was merely a minor diversion in their monotonous lives. Outside the Caesar Pass, Meereen's envoy, Shiraz, rode a pure white steed, followed by a lengthy caravan. He held his head high, a hint of arrogance upon his face. As the representative of the lords, he was accustomed to regarding others with disdain, unless they were the Dothraki cow. In his perspective, this was merely a trivial task, using the generous gifts from the lords to appease a band of uncultured savages. Soon, he encountered the foot scouts on the grassland. Dozens of Dothraki warriors clad in black iron armor silently obstructed their path. The frigid aura of menace emanating from them starkly contrasted with the boisterous barbarians in Shiraz's memory. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to make his voice sound calm and humble. I am the envoy of the great lords of Meereen, sent to pay my respects to your new call. I bring the generous offerings of the esteemed call. The leader of the scouts was none other than Daka. His almond-shaped eyes coldly scrutinized Shiraz, then glanced at the caravan behind him, laden with treasures and slaves. He said nothing, merely gestured expressionlessly. The riders behind him immediately advanced, like a pack of trained wolves, efficiently seizing all the vehicles and slaves. The treasures were roughly counted, while the slaves were herded aside, huddling in fear. Shiraz's expression darkened. How dare you? What does this mean? This is an affront to the great lords. I demand to see your call. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Daka urged his horse closer to him. The tall Dothraki leaned down, bringing his lips close to Shiraz's ear, and uttered in a voice so cold it could freeze blood. The call says this is the first tax from Meereen. Shiraz's pupils dilated in shock. Tax. Daka's voice continued, laced with a hint of cruel amusement. The remainder, he would personally collect in the city. No sooner had he finished speaking than two warriors yanked Shiraz from his horse. Amid his terrified screams, they stripped him of his splendid silk robe, leaving him with only a pair of trousers for modesty. Return and inform your masters, Daka commanded, not sparing him another glance as he rode away with his men and the tax. The shamed envoy scrambled to his feet, gazing at the horse deliberately left for him, galloping frantically towards Meereen across the frigid plains. Humiliation and terror lashed at his soul like twin whips, as he stumbled, half-clothed and in utter disarray, through the gates of Meereen. The news he brought struck the great lords like a resounding slap across their faces. Within the Grand Pyramid, goblets were shattered in anger upon the floor. This is outrageous. This is a declaration of war. Zak Zograz trembled with rage, his corpulent face turning a deep shade of crimson. War was now inevitable, just as the lords seethed with fury, clamoring to make the savages pay. A pale-faced messenger tumbled into the banquet hall. The news he bore was even more chilling than the humiliation of the envoy. My lords, it is dire. The messenger's voice quivered with fear. The Kai's pass has fallen. Zak's roar abruptly ceased, plunging the hall into a suffocating silence. What did you say? Old Pal leaped to his feet, seizing the messenger by the collar. Where are the 15,000 men of the coalition? Or the garrison at the pass? The messenger trembled, almost unable to speak. There are not 15,000 men. The coalition is still on the way. At the pass, there are only 200 of our Pal guards and 5,000 slave soldiers. His voice dwindled, ultimately dissolving into a wretched whimper. A black dragon has descended from the sky. It is all over. Chapter 14. The Rabble. The morning fog enveloped the Meereen coalition's camp like thick milk, rendering it impenetrable. The sound of quarrels shattered this illusory calm. I will repeat myself. Command must be entrusted to me. The Zak family S-guards are the most elite. A portly lord pointed his finger almost into the nose of his counterpart. Nonsense. Your guards can't even lift a woman's skirt. Had it not been for my men last night, your tent would have been dismantled. Another lean noble retorted defiantly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Behind them, their respective private guards stood, swords drawn, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. This coalition, cobbled together from several noble families of Meereen, had spent an entire day in infighting over command, merely half a day's journey from the Kai's Pass, ostensibly to provide support, yet each harbored ulterior motives, unwilling to overextend their forces. The camp lay in disarray. Lavish silk tents were haphazardly jumbled together, resembling a heap of multicolored refuse. Over 10,000 forcibly conscripted slave soldiers numbly gnawed at stale black bread, indifferent to the squabbling of their lords overhead. Their eyes were vacant, as if they had long grown accustomed to such chaos. There were no patrols, no sentries. The entire camp resembled an unguarded, massive target. On the horizon, a thin black line emerged, the fog seemingly parted by an invisible force. In mere breaths, the line thickened and swelled. It was a silent tide of darkness. 3,000 of the dragon's vanguard, led by Daka, moved in unison, like a blade poised to strike. They did not shout, nor did they roar. Only the dull thud of hooves on the damp grass reverberated. At first, the sound was muffled by the wind and the clamor of the camp, until it grew as thunderous as a war drum, startling a slave soldier who was relieving himself. Enemy! Enemy attack! He cried in a high-pitched scream, unable to even pull up his trousers. The chaotic camp erupted in turmoil. Panicked screams, frantic running, and the noble's furious curses intertwined to form a prelude to doom. Daka's bronze-hued visage remained devoid of emotion. His focus was solely on the most opulent and cumbersome area of tents ahead. The call's command echoed in his mind. Breach the center, slay the leaders. The call watches us. Daka's voice, though low, resonated clearly in the ears of every warrior behind him. Let him see how refuse is disposed of. He spurred his horse, which let out a shrill whinny. Accelerating once more, the elite 100, tightly knit behind his blade, paid no heed to the slave soldiers on the flanks who began to crumble and scatter in terror. Their target was singular, the heart of the enemy. Stop them. Quickly stop them. A few lords, who'd been bickering moments ago, now turned pale with fear. Their private guards, clad in gleaming bronze armor and wielding long spears, attempted to form a flimsy line of defense in the clearing between tents. They were indeed elite. But in the face of the advancing Dothraki hooves, such elite status was as fragile as parchment. Boom! The black torrent collided with a hastily assembled spear formation. The long spears shattered instantly. Bronze armor was effortlessly torn apart by the sharp Arak blades, as if slicing through soaked leather. Flesh and blood flew. The screams barely traveled far before being drowned out by the thunderous gallop of more hooves. The formation was obliterated in an instant. My horse! Where's my horse? The stoutest lord, head of the Zack family, screamed in terror, struggling to mount the steed brought by a servant. His corpulent body twisted awkwardly, trying once, twice, but failing to find the stirrup. Despair gripped his heart like a vice. He beheld a pair of almond-shaped eyes, cold and merciless, as if gazing upon a corpse. Those were Daka's eyes. A lethal silver arc flashed through the air. Thud! A massive head soared skyward. Upon the crown, those eyes, widened in terror, remained frozen in the last vestiges of disbelief. Daka extended his arm, precisely grasping the still bleeding head. He held aloft. Amidst the chaos of gazes, this head became the singular focus. The cacophony of the camp seemed to evaporate in that moment. The noble guards, still embroiled in their desperate battles, were momentarily paralyzed. The noble lord was dead, although there was no unifying banner. The beheading of the wealthiest and loudest among them delivered a visual shock that eclipsed the fall of any standard. The command structure collapsed in an instant. Run! Someone shouted. In the next heartbeat, the slave soldiers unhesitatingly discarded their rudimentary weapons, scattering like a burst of ants in frantic flight. They had been coerced into this service. To toil for a cadre of gluttonous lords? Why should they? The noble guards found themselves utterly ensnared in a desperate fight for survival. They were divided, encircled, and consumed by wave after wave of dark tide. What should have been an evenly matched encounter, with the Myrish coalition even enjoying numerical superiority, had devolved into a one-sided chase and massacre in less than half an hour. The warriors of the Dragon's Claw displayed a ruthless efficiency starkly contrasting with the traditional Dothraki. Operating in squads of 10, they executed their maneuvers with a seamless precision, surrounding and harvesting their foes. There were no unnecessary roars, no greedy avarice for spoils, only the cold edge of steel and calculated slaughter. Casualties were minimal. As the sun finally broke free from the shrouds of mist, casting its golden rays upon the meadow, the battle neared its conclusion. Cease the pursuit. Daka's command resonated across the battlefield. The pursuing warriors, without a moment's hesitation, pulled on the reins, pivoted their steeds, and began to regroup towards the center. This adherence to discipline would surely leave any scholar familiar with Dothraki customs astounded. In the heart of the camp, amidst a vast clearing, 10,000 slave soldiers knelt, trembling like a herd of sheep, alongside a handful of noble commanders who had miraculously survived, stripped of their armor. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and horse manure. Daka, mounted on his steed, coldly surveyed the captives. Blood dripped from his rack, blossoming dark red flowers upon grass. He cast not another glance at these vanquished souls. Instead, he raised his gaze towards the horizon. At the edge of that line, a larger, more fearsome army loomed, advancing like a dark cloud. Kaios forces had arrived. What fate awaited these bewildered and terrified slaves, these proud yet humbled nobles? Would they become commodities sold to the ends of the earth? Or would they serve as the foundational stones of a new world? Daka did not know. He awaited for his Kyle to deliver his next oracle. Chapter 15, The Servant Army. A black torrent surged forth from a distance. Tens of thousands of Dothraki warriors, mounted on robust steeds, silently merged with the vanguard led by Daka. They were no longer scattered tribes, but rather disciplined formations, the clanking of armor creating a somber symphony of steel. Sheng rode at the forefront, calm as he surveyed the battlefield. Over 10,000 Myrish coalition slave soldiers knelt, densely packed like harvested wheat, stretching endlessly. Their faces bore a singular expression, a blend of numbness and dread. Before them, a dozen fortunate noble commanders, stripped of their ornate tokar robes and bronze armor, knelt in a line, clad only in fitted linen, hands bound with coarse ropes. Great conqueror, merciful dragon king, cried a noble as he spotted Sheng, bursting into tears. We are willing to offer all our wealth. Just spare our lives. The Zack family's treasury will be yours. The Pal family will tend to your steeds. We are your most loyal servants. The chorus of cries and pleas surged forth, steeped in humility and sycophancy. Sheng did not even deign to glance their way. Their lamentations, to his ears, resembled the barking of stray dogs. His gaze traversed past the nobles, landing upon the silent throng of slave soldiers. They were the true dead, eyes hollow, breaths faint, as if they would dissolve into dust at any moment. They understood their fate. Defeated slave soldiers faced but one outcome: being repackaged by the victors to be sold at another slave market, commencing a new cycle of torment until death claimed them. Sheng urged his steed forward, gradually approaching the captives. The thundering hooves of 100,000 warriors fell silent behind him. The world plunged into an eerie stillness. Only the wind's mournful wail echoed through the mountain pass. You, Sheng began, his voice soft yet resonant, permeating the battlefield, have two choices. The bodies of all slave soldiers quivered slightly, some slowly raising their heads, a flicker of tumult in their vacant gazes. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the nobles, Sheng continued in his emotionless tone. First, return to your masters and continue your lives as their slaves. A profound silence ensued. The slave soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. Return to their masters? Did this conqueror intend to free them? Second, Sheng paused, his voice striking like a hammer upon each heart. Join my servant army and fight for me. In return, I shall grant you freedom, wealth, and a dignified future. The throng of captives froze. Time seemed to halt in that instant. The slave soldiers could scarcely believe their ears. Freedom, to fight for him, these discarded remnants, treated as livestock and shields, were somehow deemed worthy to battle for a dragon king? After the silence, a tumult erupted, akin to a tidal wave. What did he say? Fight for him? Impossible. We are Giskari, you are merely slaves. Whispers coalesced into a buzzing cacophony. Disbelief writ large upon every face. They had encountered various masters, cruel, hypocritical, but never one like this. An elderly slave soldier, hair streaked with gray and face marred with scars, trembled as he mustered the strength to inch forward on his knees. He raised his head, his murky eyes filled with the last glimmers of hope and trepidation. Great Lord, his voice rasped, akin to sandpaper rubbing together. We, the lowly, do you truly wish to grant us our freedom? He dared not covet wealth or a future, only the assurance that this was not a fleeting dream. Sheng's gaze fell upon him. Fight for me, and you shall no longer be slaves, he stated calmly, laying forth a fact. Your masters regard you as disposable shields, while I shall forge you into swords aimed at them. Those who survive the war will gain their freedom. The lands and wealth earned through your valor will rightfully belong to you. Boom! If the previous unrest was but a ripple, now the crowd boiled over. Freedom, land, wealth. These three words struck like thunderbolts, piercing deep into the souls of every slave soldier. Some among them had been slaves since birth, never once contemplating that freedom might be an option in their lives. Some individuals, once free men, were seized and enslaved, their very essence imbued with an insatiable yearning for liberty. Now, hope lay tantalizingly within reach, a hope so vivid it felt almost tangible. I am willing to fight for you. A young slave soldier was the first to roar, springing to his feet, his face flushed with fervor. His action was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. I am willing to fight for you. Annihilate those great lords. Eradicate them. The pent-up hatred and desire, long suppressed, erupted in an uncontrollable frenzy. Thousands of slave soldiers, as if possessed, clamored and shouted, many weeping with excitement, fervently bowing before Sheng. Their gazes toward him transformed from fear to a near-religious adoration. This cow had bestowed upon them a new lease on life. Yet, not all were swept away by this sudden blessing. Thousands of slave soldiers remained kneeling, hesitating. Their families were still in Maelin, still at the mercy of those great lords. They dared not gamble, nor did they wish to. Sheng observed this scene with indifference. He sought not the loyalty of all, but rather a choice that would irrevocably fracture the enemy. His gaze finally settled upon the dozen noble commanders, their faces ashen. As for them, Sheng gestured with his whip toward the nobles and those who chose to return. His voice was frigid and piercing. Strip them of their garments. Leave not a single piece. Let them walk back to Maelin on foot. Upon this pronouncement, the newly fervent army of servants fell silent, only to erupt into wild laughter and cheers. The nobles, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, crumpled to the ground, their dignity shattered. No, please, Lord Dragon King, we can offer you gold. So much gold. This is the greatest humiliation. You cannot treat a noble this way. I bear Valyrian blood. I too can support you. Daka approached with a sinister grin, seizing the hair of the loudest noble. Silence, scum. He drew his curved Valyrian blade, tapping the flat of the blade against the noble's plump cheek. Now, cow's word is law. Soon, under the brutish handling of the Dothraki warriors, the pampered nobles and thousands of loyal slave soldiers were stripped bare. Their pallid, corpulent bodies trembled in the morning chill. Begone! Sheng issued his final command. Return and inform your great lords that their army is now mine. And tell them I shall soon visit Maelin. The Valyrian Empire will rise to greatness once more. Amidst the fervent cheers of the thousands of newly liberated soldiers, this army of humiliation, composed of naked nobles and slaves, embarked on their fraught journey back to Maelin, their path paved with their own dignity. They would carry back a message potent enough to fundamentally undermine the very foundation of Maelin from within. This new conqueror was dismantling their army and winning the hearts of their people through their most entrenched institution of slavery. A retreating soldier, having distanced himself, couldn't resist a glance back. In the distance, at the mountain's base, the newly formed army of servants was beginning to reorganize under the watchful eyes of the dragon's minions. Farther still, the disciplined Dothraki legion, clad in black armor, loomed like a silent forest of steel, exuding an oppressive aura. Two armies, distinct yet operating under the same intent. The last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only an abyss of despair. Chapter 16, The Grim Reaper of the Skies. 3,000 spearheads glinted coldly under the midday sun. The towering, multicolored brick walls of Maelin exuded a grim atmosphere akin to that of a tomb. 3,000 unsullied stood like clay statues, lined up along the battlements, utterly motionless. They were the last pride of Maelin and the greatest source of confidence for the great lords. Behind them, tens of thousands of armed slave soldiers and free men bore expressions etched with tension. Atop the pyramid, several of the most esteemed great lords peered through telescopes crafted in pentos, scanning the horizon for the appearance of the Dothraki. A horde of barbarians, who knew only how to howl from horseback. The wealthiest lord, Zaxagraz, lowered his telescope, disdain writ large upon his corpulent features. Our walls and unsullied will teach them what true power is. The other lords nodded in agreement, as if victory were already assured. Suddenly, a keen-eyed soldier pointed toward the sky. What is that? A minuscule black that appeared against the azure expanse. Initially, it was thought to be a giant eagle. Yet, the dot expanded at an incomprehensible pace, soon becoming something far larger. The shadow of its outstretched wings blotted out the sun, akin to a swiftly moving storm cloud. The menacing head, with eyes aflame in a dark golden hue, became unmistakable. A primal fear, rooted deep within their veins, gripped the hearts of all upon the walls. A shrill, distorted roar rent the air, drowning out the din of the city. A dragon. It is a dragon. Panic erupted like an uncontrollable plague. The slave soldiers abandoned their weapons, shrieking as they surged backward, causing chaos atop the battlements. Even the so-called fearless Unsullied displayed a slight tremor in their ranks. The colossal black dragon was Sheng. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he gracefully circled above Mei Lin, his immense form resembling a flying mountain. Each beat of his wings stirring a tempest that sent the banners atop the walls into a frenzy. The vast shadow swept over the pyramid, the slave market, and every Mei Lin resident gazing skyward with ashen faces. This was more oppressive than any direct assault, as if the scythe of death hung above every neck. On the walls, countless soldiers were paralyzed by this soul-crushing presence, their legs giving way as they collapsed, their bladders yielding. The Unsullied did not retreat, but their fingers, gripping their spears, turned pale from exertion. "Steady! Hold your ground!" A commander of Mei Lin, pale-faced, shouted hoarsely, attempting to maintain order. He drew his curved sword, striking down two soldiers attempting to flee. "It is but a beast. It can be slain." A flicker of mad resolve flashed in his eyes. "Load the crossbows. Bring it down." At his command, dozens of concealed contraptions were revealed, exposing the massive siege crossbows hidden below. These were Mei Lin's true defensive trump cards, each requiring several strong men to operate. Giant bolts, thicker than a man's arm, were swiftly loaded, the winches creaking ominously. The cold steel tips were aimed squarely at the Black Reaper circling above. This was the last flicker of mortal courage challenging the divine. "Fire!" The commander's voice was swallowed by the cacophony of the bowstring's violent twang. Dozens of massive bolts, shrieking with death, tore through the air, shooting toward Sheng. This volley had the power to turn a three-masted ship into a sieve. On the walls, everyone held their breath, fixated on the sky. This was their final hope. As the deluge of attacks descended upon him, Sheng executed an astonishing maneuver in midair. His colossal form, defying logic, rolled gracefully to the side. Most of the crossbow bolts whizzed past him, merely grazing his obsidian scales, landing harmlessly in the void. Yet one arrow, at the most opportune moment and from the most cunning angle, successfully struck its target. It pierced the belly of the colossal dragon, the area deemed theoretically the softest beneath its armored hide. It hit. The commander let out a jubilant roar, witnessed by all. However, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Clang! A resounding sound echoed through the sky, sharp as a hammer striking an anvil. That bolt, capable of breaching city gates, shattered upon contact with the dark dragon's scales. The robust ironwood shaft splintered into countless fragments, scattering ineffectually around. The defenses remained unbroken. The arrow failed to leave even a mark exceeding an inch upon the obsidian hide. On the city walls, an immediate silence fell like a shroud. The ecstatic expression on the commander's face froze, morphing into sheer disbelief and terror. The last vestiges of color drained from the faces of the soldiers. Their final hope, along with the sound of that crisp metallic clash, was utterly and mercilessly obliterated. An elderly veteran, his hair ashen, gazed vacantly at the sky. He had endured countless battles, severed hundreds of heads. Yet, the spectacle before him obliterated the very foundation of his understanding. His spear clattered to the ground. "Oh gods," the veteran murmured, trembling as he knelt. "What exactly are we battling?" In the sky, the earthly dragon was incensed by this inconsequential provocation. He unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound wave struck the city walls like an invisible force, causing numerous soldiers to bleed from their orifices and collapse unconscious. Then he opened his maw, wide enough to swallow an elephant. A cataclysmic light began to coalesce deep within his throat. Initially a dark crimson, it rapidly transformed into a blinding platinum, as if a miniature sun was being birthed in his mouth. The commander on the walls, along with the soldiers manning the scorpion crossbows, stared in horror as the luminous mass aimed directly at them. They wished to flee, yet their legs betrayed them, paralyzed by fear. In the next moment, a torrent of dragon fire, indescribably thick, mingled with pure light and heat, was silently expelled. Time seemed to elongate in that instant. All eyes could see was a column of white light descending from the heavens, precisely engulfing the segment of the wall from which the bolts had been launched. There was no explosion, no deafening roar, only an all-consuming silence that devoured everything in its path. The sturdy, colorful bricks melted upon contact with the dragon fire. as if snow under the blazing sun, vaporizing instantly. The scorpion crossbows, the soldiers, along with their anguished cries, were entirely erased within a mere tenth of a second. True annihilation had only just begun. Chapter 17. The Destroyer of Walls. The torrent of destruction struck the walls with precision. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only a sickening hissing sound. The massive bricks, resilient enough to withstand any catapult, crumbled under the devastating heat, fragile as ice in the sun. They transformed from brown to scarlet in a heartbeat, then into flowing molten orange iron in the next instant. On the walls, the commander, who had just been reveling in triumph, along with dozens of soldiers and their prideful heavy crossbow, did not even manage a complete scream before being vaporized in the conflagration, leaving no trace of dust behind. Their shadows were forever imprinted upon the walls, becoming eternal silhouettes of black. Then came the collapse. A segment of the wall, stretching over 100 meters, appeared to be hollowed out by an invisible hand, losing all support. It silently and slowly tipped inward, ultimately crashing into the city, raising clouds of dust and countless toppled buildings. A massive, gaping hole, spewing thick smoke and lava, emerged in the once proud defenses of Millen. It resembled a grotesque scar. Silence. A deathly silence. The surviving soldiers on the walls, whether slave soldiers or disciplined purists, stared blankly at the breach, watching the still-burning lava flow into the city. Their minds were devoid of thought. Their faith, the stronghold they relied upon, lay shattered. In the sky, the black dragon, obscuring the sunlight, slowly flapped its wings, its indifferent golden slit eyes surveying the city below like ants. A shard of the crossbow bolt slipped from its impenetrable scales with a sharp clink. It inflicted no harm. Yet, such an act was an affront, a foolhardy provocation from mere mortals. What the dragon felt was not pain, but an icy rage born of insult. Like a giant observing an anthill, only to be bitten by an ant. Ridiculous, yet infuriating. He could have simply flown away. The wall had been torn asunder. His purpose had been fulfilled. But he changed his mind. Punishment must be commensurate with the offense. Since these mortals were so confident in their defenses, he would shatter that shell, leaving them bare and exposed to their fears. The black dragon's form descended slightly, initiating a low-altitude flight along the outer wall of Millen. His pace was unhurried, embodying an aura of dominion and oppression. The remnants of soldiers on the walls watched in terror as the immense shadow passed inch by inch overhead. Some, in despair, dropped their weapons and fled, while many others collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way, utterly devoid of strength to escape. The dragon opened its massive jaws. This time, it was not a concentrated pillar of fire. Instead, it unleashed a relentless, sweeping fan of flames, akin to the wrath of deities in myth, cascading down like a burning whip, striking the outer wall of Millen with ferocity. Boom! The torrent of flames surged forth with an unstoppable force, commencing its deadly harvest. It swept from one end of the wall to the other, turning all in its path to charred remains. A towering arrow tower, under the onslaught of flames, had its apex melt instantaneously, flowing down like wax from a candle, before the entire structure collapsed into the city, triggering a chain reaction. Lines of purists, renowned for their steely resolve, found their shields and spears utterly futile against such supernatural might. The flames licked through their ranks, turning bronze masks a scorching red, before both man and armor were transformed into twisted ash, preserving the final stance of their demise. The slave soldiers cried out and scattered in panic. But how could their speed rival that of the advancing flames? The fire caught up with them, igniting them one by one, transforming them into torches racing along the walls, ultimately collapsing in defeat. The screams, the sounds of collapsing structures, the roar of flames melded into a symphony heralding the apocalypse. The entirety of Millen was enveloped in this orange-red glow. The lords within the city burst forth from their pyramids, horrified as they gazed skyward. They beheld the black demon systematically dismantling their very walls of survival, inch by inch. This was not a frenzied assault, but a cold, efficient disassembly, laden with disdain. As if to declare, everything you hold dear is worthless in my eyes. The barriers erected by mortals are nothing but sandcastles before the divine. A grand, majestic voice, transcending human language, resonated directly in the minds of every Millen inhabitant. The voice was ancient and profound, imbued with the unique resonance of dragons, as though it echoed from a time long past. Scholars and nobles versed in the ancient Valyrian tongue trembled violently at the utterance of that phrase. Their faces drained of color. Deities? They finally grasped the nature of the entity before them. This was no mere beast. It was a sentient horror that regarded itself as a god. Zak Zograz, the wealthiest of the great lords, now found himself in a dire predicament. Sprawled on the balcony of his pyramid, his once proud silk toga now disheveled by the scorching winds, he gazed upon the black dragon as one might behold the grim Reaper himself. He finally comprehended the naivete and folly of his belief that he could simply buy off the Dothraki with gold. In the face of absolute power, wealth amounted to naught but dust. The dragon's fiery onslaught continued unabated, methodically sweeping over the city's defenses with the patience of a master craftsman. It ensured that every corner of the outer walls was engulfed in flames, that each defensive tower was reduced to molten rock, and that no segment of wall exceeding 10 meters remained intact. It sought not merely to annihilate all, but to utterly obliterate the city's defenses and the will of its inhabitants to resist. When the black dragon finally completed its circuit around the walls of Meereen, it hovered ominously above the city. Below, the once majestic outer walls had transformed into a ring of fragmented, smoke-emitting ruins. Gaping breaches marred the structure, the largest spanning hundreds of meters, leaving the city's inner workings laid bare to the cold night. Rather than a fortification, it resembled a crumbling circle of mangled cookies, unable to provide any semblance of sanctuary to the city. The dragon looked down, its golden vertical pupils scanning the city engulfed in flames and terror. It let out a roar, a sound emblematic of triumph and scorn. The roar reverberated through the city like a tangible wave, shattering countless windows, causing the statue of the harpy atop the pyramid to crack and ultimately plummet from its height. Having completed its destructive task, it felt no lingering attachment. With a powerful beat of its massive wings, it stirred a searing whirlwind that intensified the flames below. The dark silhouette ascended into the sky, swiftly diminishing until it became a mere speck, vanishing into the fire-lit horizon. It had come, it had ravaged, and it had departed, leaving behind a city stripped of its facade, trembling in fear. After a considerable time, the flames gradually extinguished, and the billowing smoke began to dissipate. The surviving lords and soldiers shuffled like the living dead towards the remnants of what had once been the city walls. They stared vacantly at the desolation before them. There were no intact walls, no towering turrets, only a continuous expanse of cooling, solidifying lava ruins, littered with countless unrecognizable charred remains. A cold wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of ash. A battle-hardened, unsullied veteran, surveying the hellish scene, let his spear clatter to the ground. He slowly sank to his knees, a desperate sob escaping from beneath his bronze mask. The walls of Meereen were no more. Chapter 18. The Madness of the Great Lords. Night fell, yet the sky over Meereen glowed, an ominous orange from the hundreds of fires. Wails and cries echoed from every corner of the city, mingling with the crackling of burning timber, forming a symphony of despair. Zak Zograz stood atop the Great Pyramid, the evening breeze billowing his splendid toga, failing to disperse the pallor of despair etched upon his face. Beside him stood a dozen of the most powerful lords of Meereen, gazing down upon their city, or rather, what had once been their city. The formidable outer walls, which had withstood the onslaught of mortal armies for centuries, now lay in ruins. A patchwork of broken remnants still exuding smoke and lava. The gaping breaches resembled grotesque scars, exposing the vulnerable flesh of the city to the chill of the night. A foreman stumbled onto the platform, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "My lords," he gasped, collapsing onto the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone. Over 70% of the outer walls have been utterly destroyed. The remaining structure is unstable and could collapse at any moment. His voice quavered with anguish, each word striking like a hammer. "It cannot be repaired. We have no walls left." The weight of those 5 words struck like an invisible bolt of lightning, shattering the last vestiges of hope within the hearts of the gathered lords. The atmosphere in the pyramid's council chamber grew, so tense it seemed almost palpable. Expensive spices burned in the copper braziers, yet they could not mask the pervasive stench of panic and despair. "We must withdraw our defenses," the patriarch of House Parr, a gray-haired elder, bellowed, slamming his hand on the table with a hoarse voice. "Abandon all outer city territories. Withdraw all unsullied and slave legions to the inner city, relying on the pyramid complex and central districts for urban warfare. As long as we can hold out, the reinforcement from Yunkai will surely arrive." His proposal found some support among the older lords. A desperate defense was the most prudent and militarily sensible choice. However, the suggestion ignited another powder keg of dissent. "Nonsense!" Zak Zograz exploded, his corpulent body quaking with rage as he slammed his palm on the table, causing the golden goblets to leap. "Withdraw? Ulpar, you speak so lightly. Well, my estates. Shall we relinquish our olive groves and farmlands outside the city to those Dothraki savages? As he spoke, his agitation grew, spittle flying. In the docks. The Graz family has its 7 warehouses at the docks, filled to the brim with silk and spices shipped for Volantis. You think we can just abandon them? They're solid gold coins. Zach's words acted as a key, unlocking the anxieties hidden within the majority of the lords present. They were merchants, not generals. To them, land and soldiers were assets, but the goods in their warehouses and the coins in their vaults were their lifeblood. Abandoning the outer city meant relinquishing over half their family fortunes. This was a fate more unbearable than death. That dragon merely destroyed the walls. Zach's roar echoed through the hall. My army has yet to arrive. The Dothraki are still miles away. He pointed a finger, nearly jabbing it into the face of the patriarch of House Parr. We still have an army. 40,000 freedmen and 50,000 slave soldiers. 90,000 in total. 90,000. Why should we cower like mice in a hole, watching those bastards seize our wealth? Think of the city-states that the Dothraki have annihilated. The great lords who left Meereen are nothing. His challenge resounded with deafening clarity. Panic, stoked by the flames of greed, began to twist and warp into a frenzied gambler's mentality. The patriarch of House Parr trembled with fury. Zach, you're mad. Battle outside the city? Do you not understand the caliber of our slave army? They would collapse at the mere sight of the Dothraki. And if they collapse? Zach scoffed, surveying the faces of the gathered lords, his disdain evident. Slave can be replaced, but if our wealth is seized, it is lost forever. He inhaled deeply, adopting a tone laden with incitement. My lords, we are the masters of Meereen. We are descendants of the Giscari Empire. Our ancestors once ruled half the world beneath the banner of the Harpy. Now, shall we forsake everything because of the collapse of a wall? He paused, granting the assembly a moment to contemplate. Then, he cast forth the words that would determine the fate of Meereen. The walls may have fallen, but our treasury remains intact. His voice suddenly soared, imbued with a frenzied allure. To safeguard the wealth of Myr, we must engage in battle. Out of the city, with our grand army, we shall crush those fewer than 100,000 Dothraki. Let them understand that the son of the Harpy is invincible, for the sake of wealth. This rallying cry struck the soft underbelly of all the lords like an incantation. Indeed, the walls may be gone, but the riches remain. As long as victory is ours, everything can still be preserved. If we cower within the city, even if we miraculously survive, our family's fortunes will be plundered, leaving us destitute. For the lords, such an existence is far more terrifying than death. I agree to fight. A young lord abruptly stood up. So do I. We cannot leave our stores to those savages. Indeed, to the death. The voice of reason was swiftly drowned out. Elder Pal, in despair, watched this scene unfold, witnessing his colleagues blinded by greed. He helplessly returned to his seat and closed his eyes. He knew that Myr was finished. The final resolution was swiftly passed. Madness overwhelmed reason. Greed triumphed over fear. Myr, this ancient and affluent city, made its final and most perilous choice. A herald burst forth from the Grand Pyramid, standing upon the high steps. Facing the countless anxious faces in the square below, and with all his might, he bellowed hoarsely. The lords have spoken. All warriors, assemble at once. Chapter 19, The Final Mobilization. Beneath the colossal pyramid of Myr, the clamor of 90,000 souls coalesced into a murky hum. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat, fear, and cheap ale. 50,000 enslaved soldiers, driven by the overseer's whip, moved sluggishly across the vast square like herded cattle. Their so-called equipment consisted merely of rusty spears and ragged garments. Their eyes were hollow and numbed, as if their souls had long been extracted, leaving only walking shells behind. Beside them stood another 40,000 so-called free men, a rabble even more disordered than the slave soldiers. Most were artisans, merchants, and dockworkers from a city who had been toiling for their daily bread just yesterday, and today were forcibly thrust into ranks, donned in barely adequate leather armor, wielding short swords that resembled ceremonial weapons. Fear clung to their pale faces like a greasy sweat. They clutched their weapons tightly, not so much to slay foes as to seek a modicum of pitiful solace. On the high steps, the lords, adorned in vibrant tokar robes, took turns delivering impassioned speeches. People of Myr, the wealthiest lord, Zach Zograz, spread his arms wide, his voice piercingly high due to his corpulence. Those filthy Dothraki savages are just outside the city. They seek to seize your wives, rob you of your riches, and raze your homes to the ground. He paused, savoring the stir of agitation that rippled through the ranks of the free men. But Myr shall not yield. The Lord will fight alongside you. Upon victory, every free man who participates will receive a reward of 10 silver coins. Double the bounty for each enemy slain. Slay their leader, and you shall claim your own estate and slaves. Scattered, insincere cheers erupted from the crowd. The promise of wealth, like a shot of inferior stimulant, briefly ignited a glint of greed in the eyes of some free men. However, Zach Zograz deliberately avoided the silent ranks of slave soldiers. He spoke not a word of reward for them, as if those 50,000 lives were merely expendable shields. This blatant discrimination deepened the already fractured morale among the troops. At the edge of the Nakin family S formation, Hidalar Nakin observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. Tall, and with his distinctive red-black hair gently swaying in the breeze, his amber skin glowed healthily under the scorching sun of Essos. Unlike other noble youths clad in ostentatious silks, he donned practical leather armor, his hand resting on the hilt of his long sword, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He watched Zach's spittle-flecked rhetoric on the platform, gazing at the flushed faces of the incited free men, then at the numb and detached slaves. A herd of sheep driven to slaughter. He calmly rendered his judgment in his mind. "Uncle." He turned to the middle-aged man beside him, similarly armored and bearing a worried expression. "This is a farce." The current patriarch of the Nakin family, Hydalar's uncle, sighed almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. His gaze swept over the chaotic crowd in the square, his voice laden with weariness and helplessness. "We have no choice, Hidalar. The Dragon-S flames have scorched the walls and consumed all routes of retreat." He patted his nephew's shoulder, his tone somber. "Now, preserving the wealth and status of the Nakin family is paramount. As long as the family endures, there remains hope." Hidalar did not counter. His gaze drifted over his uncle's shoulder towards the charred ruins of the city walls ravaged by dragonfire, as if peering through the wreckage to something far beyond. A flicker of an incomprehensible emotion flashed in his amber eyes. Hope. When your enemy is a true dragon, hope is the most extravagant of luxuries. That night, within the Nakin family's estate, a clandestine gathering unfolded in a stifling atmosphere. The participants were the core members of both the Nakin and Pal families. These two families represented a relatively rational and conservative force in Mir, unlike Zach and his new money ilk, who were blinded by wealth. The flickering candlelight cast long, thin shadows of anxious faces upon the walls. 90,000 sounds like a multitude, but what quality do they possess? The patriarch of the Pal family, an elderly man with graying hair, drained his goblet of fine wine, yet could discern no sweetness. Lamenting the folly of sending a host of unarmed craftsmen and resentful slaves to confront the unified war machine of the Dothraki, Zach has lost his mind. To preserve his warehouses at the docks, he stakes the entire Mir. He is not mad. He is blinded by avarice, the Nakin patriarch replied gravely. Moreover, he has successfully dragged others down with him. Now, the consensus among all lords is to march out and confront them. Those who oppose are deemed traitors to Mir. Traitors? If we go out, we will be the family's sinners. But what can we do? The dragon watches from above, and the Dothraki await just outside. We have been driven to a dead end. The room filled with the desperate laments and impotent complaints of the elders. They resembled a swarm of insects ensnared in a web, struggling yet only feeling the deathly threads tighten around them. Finally, the long-silent Hidalar Nakin gently set down his goblet. The glass clinked against the table, producing a crisp sound that captured everyone's attention. He surveyed the gloomy faces of the elders and spoke calmly, delivering a startling proposition. If we cannot win, why not surrender? In an instant, the room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone gazed at him as if he were mad. The patriarch of the Pal family opened his mouth as if to speak, but was silenced by Hydalar's eerily calm gaze. Hidalar rose and approached the map, his finger resting on the location of Mir. "Uncles, please think carefully. Who is our enemy? A man who can transform into a great dragon. An entity capable of unleashing dragon fire, effortlessly turning our walls into molten rock." His voice was not loud, yet each word pierced the hearts of those present like an icicle. He was a scion of Valyria, a true dragon lord. Bowing before the dragon lord was not an act of shame. After all, our ancestors were once part of the freehold of Valyria, were they not? This could be seen as a return, rather than a humiliating surrender. He paused, finally articulating the thought that had been swirling in his mind all day. We are now wagering the lives of 90,000 sheep on whether a famished lion will graciously depart after satiating its hunger. This is not war. This is a death sentence. His words rendered the elders present pale, their bodies trembling slightly. Rationality informed them that each of Sidara's statements bore truth. Yet the pride ingrained in them as former slave masters made it impossible to accept this grim reality. Silence. Sidara's uncle, the chieftain of Anakin, slammed his hand on the table, his voice a fierce reprimand, veins bulging on his forehead. Have you lost your mind, Sidara? Surrender? He glared at his nephew, eyes filled with terror and rage. Do you forget who he brings with him? The Dothraki. Over 100,000 of them. Those savages only know how to plunder and destroy. Are you unaware of the atrocities they committed during the Blood Era? Meereen would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 20. The Logic of Surrender. Inside the Nacken family's secret chamber, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Surrender? The chieftain, Sidara's uncle, was furious, his beard bristling as he pointed an accusatory finger at his nephew, spitting with indignation. Have you gone mad? To hand over our wealth, our wives and daughters, to those bloodthirsty Dothraki, you would doom the Nacken family to eternal ruin. In the face of his uncle's furious outburst, Sidara Nacken remained composed, his expression betraying no emotion. He even had the leisure to lift the wine cup from the table, gently swirling the crimson liquid within. Only when his uncle had exhausted his rage and sat down panting did he slowly speak. Uncle, you are mistaken. Precisely because he leads the Dothraki, we should consider surrender. Sidara's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, tightening the previously relaxed atmosphere once more. The Dothraki heed only the commands of the strongest. He paused, casting his gaze over several allies from House Pal. If their call commands them not to pillage, they will refrain from doing so. Thus, the crux lies not with those savages, but with what the Dragon Lord truly desires. Naive. A white-haired elder from House Pal shook his head, his murky eyes filled with pity, as if he were gazing upon a foolish child. Child, you're still too young. He sighed, adopting a tone of condescension. The Dragon Lord, like the Targaryens, is a descendant of Valyria. Their blood is infused with both conquest and order. Historically, what fate has befallen the defeated nobles who surrendered to the Dragon Lord? He answered his own question. They merely offered gold, swore fealty, and preserved their families. Those fortunate enough might even secure a minor position in the court of King S. Landing. The elder turned his gaze to Sidara, his tone resolute. This is a game governed by rules, child. We have all understood this rule since the establishment of the freehold of Valyria. Several nobles present nodded in agreement, a flicker of recognition crossing their faces. They feared the savagery of the Dothraki. Yet if their opponent were a Targaryen dragon lord who understood the rules, there might still be room for maneuver. It was merely a matter of sacrificing wealth to avert disaster. Wealth can be regained, but the foundation of the family must not be severed. Rules? Sidara murmured, the word rolling off his tongue, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He ceased to argue, placing the wine cup down and rising to his feet. He walked slowly to the window, pushing open the heavy wooden shutters. The cold night air rushed in, stirring his red and black hair. Outside, the city of Meereen flickered with flames, while the silent encampment beyond the city loomed in the night like a prowling beast. Exuding en oppressivora, a bunch of fools. Sidara scoffed inwardly. They were still measuring a brand new monster with the outdated yardstick of centuries past. When he turned back, his voice had grown as frigid as the night wind outside. You have all forgotten one crucial matter. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing the hearts of everyone present. This dragon lord from Astapor to the Dothraki Sea has not engaged in what you call a game of rules. He liberated slaves in Astapor, slaying half of the benevolent masters. In the Dothraki Sea, he purified all disobedient calls with fire, forging the entire grassland into a clenched fist. He did not come to negotiate, nor to extort. Sidara enunciated each word deliberately, his voice soft yet striking like a hammer on the hearts of the assembled. He has come to conquer. He seeks to establish an empire of absolute subservience. The air in the chamber froze instantly. The elder from House Pal opened his mouth, wishing to retort, yet found himself utterly speechless. Sidara did not allow them time to ponder. He pressed on. Moreover, you have forgotten another, more significant truth. The Dothraki are a people who reward their followers through plunder. Each of their victories is accompanied by the sacking of cities. This is their nature, the very means by which they survive. Now, a king who relies on plunder to maintain loyalty stands before one of the wealthiest cities in the world, Meereen, accompanied by 10,000 ravenous wolves. A sardonic smile deepened on Sidara's lips. Do you truly believe he would easily relinquish the opportunity to pillage this place? What will he use to reward his army of 10,000? Love? The last statement, laced with scorn, shattered the last flicker of hope in the hearts of the assembled nobles. The age-old logic of surrender, ingrained in their consciousness for centuries. appeared painfully inadequate and utterly ludicrous under Sidera's cold and ruthless analysis. To fight was to face certain death, as the walls had crumbled, and 90,000 ragtag soldiers confronted the undefeated Dragon Lord and his elite Dothraki forces. To surrender was to open the gates to thieves. The wealth of Meereen was the juiciest lamb in their eyes, and capitulation equated to inviting death. A dilemma of despair. No, it was a choice of 10 deaths without life. Are you suggesting? The elder from House Pal finally regained his voice, though it was dry, hoarse, and laced with despair. He murmured, as if questioning Sidera, or perhaps himself. Regardless of whether we fight or surrender, we may lose everything? No. Sidera shook his head. All eyes in the chamber suddenly focused on him, as if a drowning person had grasped a final straw. There is still another option. Sidera slowly returned to the table, lifting the wine cup once more and downing its contents in one gulp. He gazed at the wine stains left at the bottom of the cup, his voice eerily calm. We sell out the other families. Old Park and the chieftain of Nakin exchanged glances, fully aware of the choice they must make. We will contact House Pal and several other families willing to stand with us. We will relinquish half of our wealth, offering it to the Dragon Lord, and assist in persuading those foolish ones like Zack Zogras. A glimmer of both madness and reason shone in Sidera's eyes. The wealth of Zack and his allies would suffice to satiate the Dragon Lord and his army. Meanwhile, we could position ourselves as pragmatic actors, becoming the indispensable cornerstone of his rule in Meereen. Ultimately, the Dragon Lord must rely on the nobility to sustain his dominion. He could not eradicate us all. He lifted his head, his amber eyes reflecting the candlelight like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps. As long as we can seize a corner of the Dragon King's court, even if it is merely a humble nook, we shall inevitably reclaim all that we have lost. Chapter 21. Greed and Betrayal. In the wilderness before dawn, the clamorous din of 90,000 souls shattered the silence. The allied forces of Millen had gathered here. Rather than an army, they resembled a haphazard assemblage of armed rabble. 50,000 slave soldiers bore vacant expressions, their spears rusted, their leather armor tattered and worn. Herded together like livestock, they exuded a pungent stench of sweat and fear. Meanwhile, the formation of the other 40,000 freemen was even more chaotic. They clamored loudly, jostling one another, their ranks as disordered as a pool of muddied water. Upon the platform, the grand leader, Zaxagraz, spat forth his fervent proclamations. His corpulent form was enveloped in a golden tokar robe, and with each swing of his arms, the flesh upon him quivered. Free citizens of Millen, wealth and glory lie before you. Crush those savages of the plains. Their women, their gold, shall be yours. After the victory, each of you shall receive an estate and 100 golden coins. His voice dripped with incitement, yet his gaze deliberately skimmed over the 50,000 silent slave soldiers, lingering only upon the ranks of freemen. A smattering of greedy cheers erupted from the crowd. Just as Zack passionately promised wealth that was not rightfully his, another scene unfolded quietly at the docks of Millen. A convoy disguised as a merchant fleet, under the cover of night, was slowly boarding ship after ship, escorted by Zack's most trusted confidants. Aboard, it was laden with generations of the Zack family's accumulated gold, jewels, and his most cherished kin. This was in stark contrast to the battlefield. On the flanks of the allied forces, a vastly different tableau unfolded. The troops of Hidalin and the Pal family stood in immaculate formation, soldiers silently polishing their weapons, a stark contrast to the chaos of the central ranks. Hidalin's amber eyes coldly surveyed the antics of Zack upon the platform, as if observing a buffoonish corpse. "Uncle, observe," he quietly remarked to the troubled chieftain of the Nation clan beside him. "This is the funeral of Millen, and we shall be the harbingers of a new era." His voice betrayed not an ounce of fear regarding the impending conflict, but rather a chilling, surgeon-like rationality and absolute confidence in the plan about to unfold. As the sun crested the horizon, a dark line emerged. Initially, it was but a slender thread. Soon, that line thickened, transforming into a silent tide of black iron, steadily pressing toward the Millen allied forces. 100,000 claws of the dragon. There was no traditional war cry of the Dothraki, no frenzied shouts. Only the synchronized sound of hooves, like the rhythmic beating of hell's drum, reverberating heavily in the hearts of every Millen soldier. The suffocating sense of oppression rendered even the winds of the wilderness still. "Charge! The entire army, charge!" Zack's voice wavered with fear under the weight of this momentum, as he frantically waved his arms, issuing the most foolish of commands. "Kill them! Slay them!" The 90,000 forces of Millen surged chaotically forward, like a heap of scattered sand. Yet, the opposing tide of black iron did not engage head-on. Just as the two sides were about to collide, the Dothraki Legion suddenly sprang into action. Like two glimmering scimitars, under the command of Daka and Majo, two cavalry units, each comprising over 10,000 riders, separated from the main body of the Legion and swiftly encircled the flanks of the Millen allies. Loose arrows! Loose arrows! The noble commanding the Millen ranks shouted hoarsely. Sparse arrows soared into the sky, landing ineffectively upon the Dothraki warriors. The sound of arrows clanging against their new armor was heard, but not a single mark was left behind. The Dothraki warriors, even too indolent to raise their shields, merely lowered their bodies, maximizing their speed. In the next moment, carnage descended. The Iraq scimitars traced deadly arcs, effortlessly slicing through the Millen soldiers' rudimentary leather armor and flesh. The tremendous force of the galloping steeds sent soldiers flying, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. The Millen allied forces' flanks were utterly torn asunder upon contact. Reinforcements. The flanks. Hit Alan. Pal. What in the name of the gods are you doing? Zach, witnessing the collapse of his sides like butter melting beneath a hot knife, was drenched in sweat, frantically roaring toward the flanks. Surround them. Flank them. Yet, the support he so desperately awaited did not materialize. A moment of shocking betrayal unfolded. On the right flank, Hit Alan, impassively observing the chaos within the central ranks, slowly raised his long spear. However, the tip of his weapon did not point toward the advancing Dothraki. Instead, it was aimed at the formation of another noble family beside him. For the new era, he calmly uttered 5 words. Charge! At his command, the well-trained soldiers of the nation family surged forward like a poisoned dagger, stabbing mercilessly into the backs of their allies without a hint of hesitation. Almost simultaneously, the Pal family on the other side also launched their attack. The noble formation, under assault from within, descended into utter chaos. Soldiers bewildered as they gazed upon the weapons aimed at them. Disbelief writ large upon their faces. Betrayal. This word struck the nerves of the entire Millen allied forces like a bolt of black lightning. Panic, akin to the most dreaded plague, spread wildly among the 90,000 troops. We have been betrayed. Run. The first to shatter were the slave soldiers. Lacking any will to fight, they unhesitatingly discarded their weapons and fled toward the rear, crying out in terror. One slave's escape ignited the flight of 10 others, and 10 led to 100. Soon, the line of freemen was thoroughly disrupted by this sudden treachery, morale collapsing in an instant. The battlefield, in a matter of minutes, transformed from an evenly matched confrontation into a complete rout and slaughter. High above, a massive black dragon, nearly 40 meters in length, spiraled silently. Its golden vertical pupils coldly observed the chaos below, like a deity surveying the farcical plight of mortals. It did not intervene, nor did it emit a single roar. It merely manipulated the air currents with exquisite precision, directing the banners of Daka and Majo's forces, issuing commands to divide, encircle, and annihilate. There was no need for a second act in this battlefield. It simply sought to conclude swiftly and ascertain the spoils of war. The battlefield had morphed into a slaughterhouse. The Dothraki warriors, at minimal cost, utterly routed and scattered the 90,000 allied forces. Zaxagraz, under the desperate protection of several loyal guards, finally located a steed, scrambling atop it with all limbs. A servant dashed to him, elation etched upon his face from surviving the chaos. My lord, the ships are ready. We must depart. A wave of ecstasy washed over Zach's countenance, as long as he could escape back to Millen and board that ship. However, his joy lasted but a mere moment. A gleaming Iraq scimitar, as if conjured from the void, cleaved fiercely from the side. With a sickening thud, Zaxagraz's massive head was sent soaring into the sky, the expression of joy forever frozen upon his face. The headless corpse swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. Majo, shaking off the blood from his blade, seized the still dripping head and raised it high. Zach is dead. His roar echoed across the tumultuous battlefield. Instantly, all remaining Millen noble forces, still stubbornly resisting, dropped their weapons. The resistance had been thoroughly shattered. Upon the vast expanse of the plain, a multitude of corpses lay scattered. Tens of thousands of captives were herded, kneeling upon the ground like lambs awaiting slaughter, trembling in the autumn breeze. As the dust settled, Hydaelyn, clad in his armor, led his unscathed personal guard to the forefront of Lushing's legion. Dismounting, he knelt upon one knee, reverently lifting a great lord's head with both hands, while 3 other heads hung lifelessly from the saddle beside him, their vacant gazes observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 22, Mir. The bronze gates adorned with the image of a harpy creaked open with a piercing sound. Behind them lay the last remnants of dignity in Myr. Arizona, the first to pledge loyalty to the Dragon King, now led a cadre of equally astute noble lords, humbly prostrated along the sides of the road. Behind them stood their respective family members, densely packed like reeds bowing under a tempest. All heads were bowed, none daring to glance at the approaching tide of darkness in the distance. That was the silent march of over 100,000 Dothraki hoofbeats. A silence more terrifying than the thunderous charge. Yet, the anticipated sound of hooves did not resound at the city gates. A sudden gust of wind descended from the heavens, stirring up a cloud of dust that nearly blinded the kneeling nobles. Hydaelyn struggled to lift his head. He beheld an enormous shadow enveloping the entire square before the pyramid. It was not a cloud. A colossal dragon, its scales as dark as night, descended from the sky with precision and silence, its wings blotting out the sun. It did not disturb a single cobblestone, and with a mere flick of its magnificent wings, the gale it conjured bore down upon all, compelling their heads to bow once more to the ground. A dull thud echoed. The dragon landed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Within Myr, countless survivors peered from the ruins and corners, witnessing an indelible moment in their lives. The harbinger of doom, this black behemoth, stood before the Great Pyramid, its form causing the light around it to warp and constrict as though the very space were collapsing inwards. Moments later, the dragon vanished. A dragon guard emerged, bearing a grand cloak, draping it over his cowl. Lushing mused, "How unsightly. I must find a way to avoid his nakedness." His cold gaze swept over the prostrate assembly, akin to scrutinizing a swarm of inconsequential ants. The throne room of the Great Pyramid had never felt so empty nor so oppressive. Lushing ascended the gilded throne adorned with gold and ivory, seating himself. This throne belonged to the great Lord of Myr, but from this moment forth, it had a new master. "The traitor from the Nachine family has brought this," he declared, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the hall. Soon, accompanied by 2 Dragon Guard soldiers, Hydaelyn hastened into the hall, once more kneeling beneath the throne, his posture even more abject than before. "Great Dragon King, your loyal servant awaits your command." Lushing did not deign to look at him, instead directing his attention to Daka, standing nearby. "Daka, Cal." Daka stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fervor. "Deliver my orders." Lushing reclined against the back of his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "All those who participated in this battle, the claws of the dragon, may revel in the estates and wealth of those nobles who fell in battle or fled." Daka's breath quickened. "For 3 days," Lushing added, "but civilian lives shall remain undisturbed, and no property or families of those who have surrendered shall be violated. Those who contravene this command shall face death." Daka was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended the dual nature of the command. He would be the overseer of this revelry. He knelt, striking his chest with a fist. "As you command, the greatest of cows." Daka turned and strode purposefully from the throne room. Moments later, outside the city, that silent sea of darkness erupted into fervor. "Cow! Cow!" The cheers of over 100,000 Dothraki warriors coalesced into a thunderous wave, reverberating throughout Myr, a resounding hymn to the conqueror as the Dothraki, under their new cow, claimed yet another city. Hydaelyn knelt, his body trembling from the terrifying cacophony. He understood that the bloodiest revelry in the city's history was commencing. However, the Dragon King delineated a clear line regarding the city's fate. He sought not merely plunder. As Hydaelyn's thoughts spiraled, Lushing's frigid voice echoed once more. "Hydaelyn, your servant is here." Hydaelyn snapped back to attention. "I appoint you as the temporary governor of Myr." Hydaelyn's body jolted, a surge of ecstasy flooding his heart. Yet he maintained control, bowing his head even lower. "Thank you for your trust. I shall offer you everything. Your first task," Lushing completely disregarded his declaration of loyalty, "is to account for all surrendered family slaves." Hydaelyn was taken aback. "Account for slaves? I require a roster." Lushing's voice bore no trace of emotion. "Categorize them by blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, farmers, servants. Provide me with a detailed ledger down to the individual. I wish to see the first list before nightfall. Are the Dothraki donning armor? Is a new era of bloodshed to commence? Thankfully, we stand on the side of the victors." Hydaelyn dared not ponder further, promptly acknowledging the command. "As you wish, I shall attend to it immediately." Just as he prepared to withdraw, Lushing called out to him. A dragon guard emerged from the shadows, kneeling. Lushing regarded him, issuing a second command. "Deploy personnel at the swiftest speed to Astapor, informing Governor Grasden that Myr is now under my dominion." Have him mobilize the fleet to seal off all maritime routes to the abyss. Do not allow them to escape. Yes, the guard responded and vanished back into the shadows. The throne room fell into a deathly silence. Hydaelyn remained there, his back drenched in cold sweat. Rewarding the Dothraki was a means to win their allegiance. Accounting for skilled slaves was to organize resources. Sealing off the abyssal maritime routes was to cut off future threats and prepare for the next strategic blockade. Reward, punishment, governance. Strategy. Merely on the first day of entering the city, this Dragon King exhibited a strategic foresight and governing prowess far surpassing all Dothraki cows. And indeed, all the great lords of Myr. He was a true conqueror, an emperor orchestrating the entirety of Slaver's Bay and the eastern continent. Hydaelyn's final vestige of hope and opportunism was utterly crushed in that moment, replaced by a profound sense of reverence. Dusk. The setting sun bathed the Great Pyramid in a crimson hue. Within the city, certain areas blazed with light. The revelry of the Dothraki echoing with raucous laughter and women's shrieks, while other regions lay enveloped in a deathly silence. Hydaelyn returned to the throne room, appearing utterly fatigued. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. He presented a hastily scribbled roster on sheepskin. Your Majesty, this is the preliminary list of the accounted skilled slaves. 1,321 blacksmiths, 864 carpenters, 912 stonemasons. Others are still being counted. Lushing accepted the list, casting a cursory glance over it. Then, he rose and slowly walked to the terrace at the hall's end. The cold wind billowed around his dark cloak as he gazed down upon the city below. Half immersed in revelry, half steeped in terror, Daka and several Dragon Guard soldiers quietly followed behind him. Convey my third command. Lushing's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Hydaelyn and Daka perked up, attentive. The roster included all blacksmiths, carpenters, and any slaves possessing skills that could aid in warfare. Lushing paused for a moment. From this moment forth, they shall all be restored to the status of free citizens. Upon hearing these words, Sidera felt as though struck by lightning. Abruptly lifting his gaze, disbelief flooding his eyes. Freedom? He intends to liberate the slaves? How could this be possible? The very foundation of Millen is built upon slavery. They will be registered, incorporated into my logistical legion, and afforded the same treatment as the warriors of the Dragoness Claw. Lushing's voice struck Sidara's heart like a hammer, each word resonating with ominous weight. As he gazed down upon the vast expanse of the city beneath his feet, it appeared to him as a colossal war factory. In my empire, the sound of the anvil ringing is far louder than that of gold coins clattering to the ground. People are my most precious wealth. Sidera stared blankly at Lushing's retreating figure, a chill racing up from his feet to the crown of his head. He finally understood. What this Dragon King desired was not merely a city drained of wealth. Rather, he sought an imperial stronghold capable of ceaselessly forging armor, weapons, and siege machinery. He was not here to plunder. He was here to construct, in a manner that would utterly upend Millen and the existing order of the entire Slave Bay. He aimed to build a war empire that belonged solely to him. A brand new, terrifying order was taking root amidst the ruins of Millen. Chapter 23. Spreading Rumors. The air in the former slave workshop district was thick with the heavy scent of rust and cold sweat. Hundreds of newly liberated craftsmen congregated, their expressions a strange amalgamation of ecstasy, confusion, and disbelief. An elderly blacksmith, his beard streaked with gray, trembled as he approached the official in charge of registration. This official, once a subordinate of Sidera, now stood erect in a crisp new uniform. "My lord," the old blacksmith stammered, his voice quaking, "are we truly free?" The official nodded, his face devoid of excess expression, merely conducting his duty as he pushed a small pouch of grain and several hefty copper coins toward him. "This is the first ration and wage bestowed by His Majesty, the Dragon King. From this day forth, you are free citizens." The old blacksmith stared vacantly at the pouch of grain, then touched the cold copper coins. After living for over 50 years, it was the first time he had received remuneration with his own hands, rather than a lash. With a thud, the elderly man fell to his knees. Pressing his forehead firmly against the cold stone floor, his murky tears instantly soaking the ground. He wept, not in anguish, but in the silent sobs of decades of suppressed emotion. One person's weeping was like a stone dropped into a stagnant pool. Soon, the entire workshop district echoed with cries, not of sorrow, but of a euphoric release after years of repression. This newfound power began to genuinely align with the king who brought both destruction and rebirth. In the throne hall of the Great Pyramid, the scorch marks left by flames had yet to be fully cleared away, adding an air of grimness. Lushing sat upon his throne, forged from colossal stones and obsidian, his demeanor indifferent. Sidera Zwankian knelt before him on one knee. A brief yet solemn appointment ceremony was underway. Lu Sheng held a scepter, entirely black and capped with a blood-red gemstone. This gem was the product of the dragon's fire melting the apex of the pyramid. From this day forth, you, Sidera Zwankian, shall be my governor of Milan. Lu Sheng's voice, though not loud, reverberated through the vast hall. You shall command the remaining guards and ships within the city. He extended the scepter towards him. Your duty is to transform this city into my sharpest spear and sturdiest shield. Sidera raised his hands high, respectfully accepting the heavy obsidian scepter. The scepter felt cold to the touch, yet seemed to emanate a searing warmth. In the most ancient Valyrian manner, he crossed the scepter over his chest and bowed deeply. I, Sidera Zwankian, swear by the name of my family to offer you my unwavering loyalty, my king. He understood that from this moment forward, the fate of the Zwankian family was irrevocably intertwined with that of this enigmatic dragon king. In prosperity, they would rise together. In adversity, they would fall together. Rise. Lu Sheng commanded with a wave of his hand. The newly conscripted slave soldiers were officially designated as the Milan Servant Army, to be organized and trained by Maju. Yes, my lord, Sidera replied, standing and stepping aside, yet internally he was engulfed by a tempest of emotions. This dragon king did not, like any typical conqueror, hasten to divide wealth or indulge in the spoils of victory. He was akin to a cold and precise craftsman, meticulously dismantling the decrepit city of Milan, only to reshape it according to his vision into an efficient war machine. Volantis, House of Merchants. The most renowned tavern in this free trade city-state was perpetually filled with the sense of alcohol, sweat, and a cacophony of indistinguishable rumors. A merchant vessel that had narrowly escaped from the direction of Milan brought with it news akin to a tempest. Milan has fallen, bellowed a mercenary, his face flushed after downing a large mug of ale. It wasn't tea plundered by the Dothraki, it was conquest, complete and utter conquest. The surrounding patrons fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him. What do you mean? A merchant asked anxiously. Which call? Moro or Colo? None of them. The mercenary slammed his fist on the table. It was a dragon, a black dragon that blotted out the sun. A collective gasp rippled through the tavern. The dragon turned Milan's outer walls to glass. Then a man claiming to be the new emperor of Valyria simply walked right in. The Zak family is finished. Their patriarch was beheaded by a Dothraki named Daka. The Zwankian family has surrendered. Sidera Zwankian is now the governor of Milan. Over 100,000 Dothraki now heed the call of that dragon king, whom they call the Kalakalas. The news spread like wildfire, with Volantis at its epicenter, rapidly permeating the entirety of Essos. The landscape of the Slave Bay was irrevocably altered overnight. Westeros, King S Landing, the Red Keep. The atmosphere in the damp council chamber was stifling. A raven from the governor's office in Pentos delivered an urgent, classified message. The letter was cautiously unfurled and presented before the Iron Throne. King Viserys, I read the missive, and his previously placid countenance gradually turned pale. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Essos, a black dragon, a new Valyrian empire? Viserys muttered, his voice imbued with incredulity. Whose cruel jest is this? He lifted his gaze to the prominent lords gathered around the royal council, hoping someone would assure him this was merely a jest. However, Prime Minister Otto Hightower shook his head gravely. Your Majesty, the message has been thoroughly confirmed by the governor of Pentos. Milan has indeed fallen. A mysterious being capable of transforming into a dragon has unified the Dothraki Sea and now claims to be the new emperor of Valyria. Transforming into a dragon? Viserys felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could this be? Only those of Targaryen blood can command dragons, not become them. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's voice was calm, almost chilling. The Targaryen dragons are slipping from our grasp, while a new dragon king has arisen in Essos. We must prepare for what lies ahead. Viserys slumped upon the cold iron throne, the menacing iron spikes seeming to pierce his flesh. For the first time, he experienced a profound sense of panic over losing control of this vast world. Otto continued, Worse still, Your Majesty. Prince Daemon and Lord Corlys are currently leading the kingdom's primary naval forces, along with their dragons, in a struggle against the kingdom of the Three Daughters near the Stepstones. We find ourselves in a dire predicament, devoid of any surplus dragon riders to dispatch eastward to ascertain the truth. The council chamber is enveloped in an oppressive silence, a realization dawning upon all present of a chilling reality. While the dragons of Westeros engage in their fierce contest for the Iron Throne, A more ferocious and enigmatic dragon has quietly risen in the east, and they are powerless to intervene. In a shadowy corner of a flea-infested den in King S. Landing, an inconspicuous informant hastily scribbles snippets of overheard conversation from the kitchens of the Red Keep onto a small piece of parchment. Eastward, the new Dragon King, the Emperor. He rolls the intelligence, securing it within a tube, which he binds to the leg of a raven. This world grows increasingly maddened, he murmurs to himself, an inscrutable expression adorning his face. The raven takes flight, vanishing into the dim embrace of the night. In Meereen, atop the Great Pyramid, the night breeze caresses the black robes of Daenerys. Before him lies an expansive map, encompassing the entirety of the known world. Dario and Missandei stand respectfully behind him, their breaths measured and cautious. Daenerys' gaze sweeps across the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, traverses the recently conquered Meereen, and ultimately settles upon another city-state not far to the east, Yunkai. His finger lightly touches the name, the sensation cold and unyielding, much like the fate of the city itself. Without turning his head, he speaks in a voice devoid of emotion. Inform the warriors, the revelry is at an end. 3 days hence, we march on Yunkai. He pauses, a note of undeniable ruthlessness lacing his tone. I intend to make the entirety of Slaver-S Bay comprehend that the old era is dead. To unify Slaver-S Bay. For the sake of my empire. Chapter 24, Yunkai. At the apex of the Great Pyramid in Meereen, Hizdar zo Lorak bows deeply, guiding a veiled woman along the carpeted corridor. The air still bears the faintest scent of charred remnants, the lingering signature of dragon fire. Yet Hizdar's heart blazes with fervor. He halts beneath the throne, bowing deeply, his voice imbued with flattery and zeal. My great majesty, Emperor of the New World. This is a treasure procured at great expense by the Lorak family, sought for your glory. Daenerys, seated upon the throne reforged from gold and obsidian, regards him with an expression devoid of warmth, as if Hizdar had merely presented a mundane stone. Anxiety grips Hizdar, who hastens to add, her name is Valyria, and it is said she possesses the bloodline of the lost Valyrian dragonlords. This proclamation finally prompts a barely perceptible shift in Daenerys' brow. Let her unveil herself. The calm command emerges, stripped of all emotion. Hizdar, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turns to signal the woman. Her fingers tremble slightly as she slowly lifts her veil. As it falls away, it reveals an otherworldly beauty that seems almost inhuman. Her silver hair cascades like moonlight, and her pale violet eyes, ethereal and pure, appear to belong to a realm beyond this mundane existence. She lowers her gaze, an air of trepidation enveloping her as she dares not meet the eyes of the man upon the throne. Any man would find his heart ensnared by such beauty. But Daenerys does not waver. She scrutinizes her as one would a rare artifact. The Valyrian bloodline? A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Though diluted, it indeed exists. Intriguing, this remnant of unique genes may hold scholarly interest. The prospect of acquiring such a distinct blood sample ignites within her a desire akin to that of a collector seeking rare illustrations in a game. Excellent. Daenerys utters 2 words, signifying her acceptance of the gift. Hizdar bursts with elation. He had bet correctly. This new monarch possesses a clear preference for the ancient Valyrian lineage. Just as he prepares to offer further compliments, Daenerys' next inquiry leaves him momentarily speechless. How many ships remain in Meereen for my use? What? Hizdar's mind struggles to comprehend. Have the captured and newly forged armaments been distributed? Daenerys stands, disregarding the entrancing Valyrian descendant as she strides past her, treating her as an inconsequential decorative piece. As she approaches the exit, she addresses the stunned Hizdar. Governor, you must understand. Beauties and jewels may adorn my palace. Yet loyal officials and invincible soldiers are what will forge my empire. Hizdar trembles, cold sweat soaking his back. He finally comprehends that what this Dragon King desires is not the trinkets that the nobility of Slaver-S Bay so eagerly covets. What he seeks is a war forge capable of conquering the known world. Daenerys strides purposefully down the pyramid, followed closely by the anxious Hizdar and a cadre of loyal guards. She does not venture to any noble estates, but instead directs her path towards the former slave workshop district. The transformation is stark. The previous lethargy has been replaced by a scene bustling with life. Dozens of newly constructed forges belch flames. Liberated blacksmith slaves, bare-chested, wield their hammers with fervent zeal. Their eyes alight with an almost frenzied glow. They swing their tools, sweat cascading down, exerting every ounce of strength with each strike. Clang, bang, clang. to Daenerys' ears. This sound is more melodious than any symphony. In another workshop, former slave seamstresses sit at rows of tables, skillfully stitching military garb and leather armor. They are no longer numb, their faces reflecting hope and focus, for they understand that each uniform they craft yields sustenance and wages for another day. Daenerys enters the largest blacksmith's forge. She picks up a freshly tempered breastplate, its weight substantial in her hands. The cold metal evokes an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Turning to a white-haired master craftsman, she inquires, "Can this breastplate be further reinforced, particularly at the heart and along the sides?" The master craftsman has never been treated with such equality by any sovereign, and he is taken aback, stammering, "Your Majesty, it can. With sufficient iron, we can reinforce the inner layer, capable of withstanding most arrows." "Excellent." Daenerys nods, setting down the breastplate. "Inform everyone that, effective immediately, the craftsman's wages will be doubled. I require you to equip each member of the vanguard with a breastplate within 3 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." The master craftsman trembles with excitement, sinking to his knees, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The surrounding craftsmen erupt in uncontainable cheers upon hearing of the wage increase. This uproar resonates with a sincerity far more potent than any revelry within the pyramid. Daenerys observes this scene, a satisfied smile finally gracing her lips. This is the visage her empire ought to embody. Meanwhile, in Yunkai, within the Hall of the Wise Masters, an oppressive silence reigns. The atmosphere is so stifling it seems to throb with tension. A peculiar scent of spices mingled with sweat pervades the air. An elderly wise master, trembling like a leaf in autumn's grasp, has just recounted the harrowing accounts from a merchant who barely escaped the clutches of Meereen. The black dragon. Its breath can melt stone entirely. His voice quivers with despair. The walls of Meereen, they have stood for millennia. They melted like wax. Even the very stones were incinerated. Panic spreads like a plague among the rotund wise masters. "Surrender. Surrender at once." One cries out, "I refuse to meet the same fate as the great master of Meereen." "Turn to ash." "Yes. All our wealth remains within the city. We cannot allow that beast to breach our gates." Most of the lords appeared ashen-faced, utterly terrified by that incomprehensible power. "Cowards!" A hot-blooded young lord slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "We are the lords of Yunkai. Our wealth is sufficient to hire numerous mercenary companies. The slaves within our city can fight for us. Why should we surrender to some unknown individual? It is a dragon that can melt our city walls. So what if it is a dragon? The era of Conqueror Aegon has long since passed. I refuse to believe that, with tens of thousands of crossbow bolts raining down, it could possibly survive. Where would you find such an abundance of crossbow bolts? Are you mad? Madman, do you wish for us all to accompany you to the grave?" Just as the two factions were embroiled in a heated argument, nearly grasping each other's greasy beards, the doors of the council chamber were suddenly flung open. A messenger stumbled in, his face bearing the despair of an apocalyptic vision. He scarcely had time to bow before he cried out hoarsely, "My lords, it is dire news." All arguments ceased abruptly, and every gaze turned towards the messenger. "The sea routes, they are blocked. The fleet of Astapor, they have besieged the entire harbor of Slavers Bay under the banner of the Dragon King. Not a single ship can set sail." Boom! This news, like the last straw, instantaneously shattered the nerves of all present in Yunkai. The young lord, who had just been clamoring for a decisive battle, turned pale as death in an instant. His legs buckled, and he sank helplessly onto the luxurious carpet, his eyes vacant. It is over. Everything is over. Even if they could not win, they could have relied on their fleet to transport their wealth to other city-states. But now they were trapped within Yunkai. Within the council hall, the sounds of debate vanished entirely. Only heavy breaths and suppressed sobs remained. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a resolution was unanimously passed. Open the gates, surrender. Half an hour later, the brass gates of Yunkai, symbols of wealth and glory, creaked heavily and bitterly as they slowly opened inward. A delegation composed of dozens of lords emerged from the city gates. They had exchanged their splendid togas, symbols of their status, for the simplest of linen garments. The foremost among them trembled as they presented a statue of a griffin, crafted from pure gold. It was the emblem of the power of Yunkai. Outside, the silence of the Dothraki encampment was palpable. Solon, leading a vanguard of 3,000 men, was stationed near Yunkai, serving as the advance guard for the main army. The sheep of Yunkai have surrendered. The lords of Yunkai felt a chill under Solon's scrutinizing gaze. The Slavers' Bay was united under a single banner. Chapter 25. The Unification of Slavers' Bay. Beneath the walls of Yuan-Kai, countless lords knelt upon the ground. Sheng sat expressionless upon a hastily constructed platform, gazing down upon them. A golden statue of a griffin was presented tremblingly. He accepted it, weighing it momentarily before tossing it casually to Daka behind him. From this day forth, Yuan-Kai shall be incorporated into the new Valyrian Empire. His voice was calm, yet it resonated throughout the square. You, Sheng pointed to a particularly eager lord in the crowd, shall temporarily serve as the governor of Yuan-Kai, implementing the same new policies as those in Astapor and Meereen. The lord, upon being singled out, trembled and immediately bowed in reverence. As you command, my emperor. Thus, the 3 jewels of Slaver's Bay fell into his grasp. A cold notification echoed in Sheng's mind. Ding, task stage completed, rewards distributed. The free trade city, Volantis. Within the grand walls, the officials of the elephant and tiger factions were engaged in a fierce debate. Insanity. Absolute madness. A portly official from the elephant faction, his silk robe trembling with agitation, nearly screamed. Slaver's Bay, our greatest source of goods. Just like that, it is gone. In merely a month, a man who claims to be a dragon king, accompanied by a horde of armored Dothraki, has obliterated our business that we have cultivated for centuries. He pounded the table. Terror etched across his face. Our trade has suffered a blow. This is a declaration of war against Volantis. Silence, you fat pig who only knows how to count money, retorted the tiger faction official, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man, his expression devoid of fear, instead tinged with an uncontainable excitement. A self-proclaimed dragon king, commanding a black dragon, has unified the Dothraki. While you only see losses, I see opportunity. He rose, sweeping his gaze across all present. Let's not forget, we are descendants of Valyria. The blood of the ancient empire flows within us. Now, with a true dragon king emerging from the east, why should we not join forces with him to revive the glory of the free fortress? Another member of the tiger faction immediately echoed. Indeed, we could send envoys to meet him, acknowledge his status, even offer our support, as long as it ensures he turns his focus toward those scoundrels and bravos. We could share in the glory of the free fortress. An alliance? You wish to conspire with the tiger? The elephant faction official countered. He poses a greater threat than bravos. If he can unify Slaver's Bay, the next target will be us. We must unite with other city-states and eliminate him before he gains strength. Within the grand walls, the arguments raged on. No one knew how this storm from the east would sweep through their world. On the steppes islands, within a dark, swaying cabin, the air was thick with the scent of blood and the briny tang of the sea. Prince Daemon Targaryen held the tip of his Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, lightly against the throat of a Lysine merchant. The blade was cold, and the merchant trembled like a leaf in the wind. Speak. Daemon did not utter a word. Instead, it was his companion, the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, who spoke. Clad in armor, his face weathered by the elements, he scrutinized the captive. What has transpired in the east? What is this new Valyrian empire you rodents speak of? The merchant's throat bobbed as he stuttered, his teeth chattering, struggling to form a coherent sentence. A dragon. A massive black dragon. The walls of Meereen fell like sand. And the Dothraki, 100,000 armored Dothraki. They call that man the Call of Calls. Daemon's face remained impassive, his hand steady as a rock. Corlys furrowed his brow, pressing further. Who is that man? The merchant shut his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. They call him the Dragon King. The moment the name escaped his lips, the air within the cabin seemed to freeze. A flicker of gravity and calculation flashed in Corlys Velaryon's eyes. A black dragon, unifying Slaver's Bay. An army of 100,000. An emerging force capable of altering the narrow sea, perhaps even the world's balance. For them, entrenched in a bitter struggle on the steppes islands, it was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, Daemon's reaction was markedly different. He slowly sheathed Dark Sister, withdrawing the blade from the merchant's throat, who collapsed in relief upon the floor. Daemon's face bore no surprise, no gravity, only the coldness of a sacred domain so brazenly invaded by a mortal. As a Targaryen prince, wielding the blood of dragons, the title of Dragon King was their family's exclusive claim, a glory coursing through their veins. Now, some unknown individual dared to assume the title. Deep within his restless heart, ignited by the endless conflicts, a fury more intolerable than defeat surged forth. Within his violet-hued eyes, jealousy and rage burned unabashedly. He murmured softly to himself, his voice barely audible, yet it seemed to plunge the entire cabin into a chill. Another king riding a black dragon? He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of cruel amusement. This world cannot accommodate two true dragons. Chapter 26. Cultivation and Celebration. Within the Grand Pyramid of Yuan-Kai, the atmosphere was as heavy as congealed honey. Ding! Congratulations, host. On the phase completion of the task, unification of the slave bay. Task reward unlocked, Valyrian fire magic. A surge of searing information flooded into Lu Sheng's mind. Blood magic and fire magic had once been the twin pillars upon which the ancient dragon kings ruled the world. Now, the mysteries of fire magic were laid bare before him. Among the myriad arcane spells and techniques, one particular artifact seized Lu Sheng's complete attention, the glass candle. Crafted from obsidian and ignited by dragon fire, it enabled communication across vast distances without delay. A magical phone. Lu Sheng's lips curved into a slight smile, delivering the most precise evaluation. With a mere thought, a suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his throat. His body swelled dramatically in the blinding light, bones grinding together with an excruciating sound. As resilient black dragon scales instantly enveloped every inch of his skin. In an instant, a black dragon over 50 meters in length coiled majestically atop the pyramid, its wings casting a shadow large enough to envelop half the camp. He could distinctly feel the torrent of magical power surging within him, more formidable than ever before. Indeed, the enhancement of magical abilities was intricately linked to the growth of the dragon's physique. Mirin, Yuan-Kai, Astapor, the three jewels of Slave Bay, for the first time truly united under a single banner, had been forged anew in blood and fire. In the throne room of Yuan-Kai's Grand Pyramid, the newly appointed governors of the three city-states stood respectfully, their bodies bowed. Governor Hidalana of Mirin, Governor Pakazilas of Yuan-Kai, and Governor Glasden Monocross of Astapor. Once exalted sovereigns, wise lords, and benevolent masters, they now were but the most humble servants before the Dragon King. Lu Sheng reclined upon the throne of a harpy, crafted from pure gold, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. All warships from the three city-states were to be immediately centralized and incorporated into the Imperial Royal Fleet. His voice, though soft, caused all three governors to tremble in unison. At your command, your majesty. Within the three cities, every craftsman, including but not limited to blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons, was to be registered forthwith. Lu Sheng paused, casting a sweeping gaze over the trio. Abolish their status as slaves. They shall all be incorporated into the logistics corps, to be uniformly allocated by the Empire. This command struck them with greater trepidation than the confiscation of the fleet. It threatened to undermine the very foundation of Slave Bay, established over countless centuries. Yet none dared to question it. Pakazilas stepped forward, obsequiously kneeling before him. Your Majesty, the Green Saintess of the Temple of the Holy Grace proposes a grand celebration to be held simultaneously in the three cities, to commemorate the unity of the Gai's people under your glorious reign. Lu Sheng cast him a sidelong glance. The Temple of the Holy Grace was indeed astute. A celebration? He inquired. What are the protocols? What is the budget? Peiko's head bowed even lower, his voice tinged with a hint of eager anticipation. In response to your Majesty, this celebration will be fully funded by the Temple of the Holy Grace. The Green Saintess will collaborate with the governors of the three cities to organize it, while the city guards will maintain order, daring not to expend a single coin of the Empire. Approved, Lu Sheng replied indifferently. He required a grand ceremony to announce the arrival of the new master to the entire continent of Essos. The three governors, as if granted a reprieve, bowed and retreated. Each step they took was cautious, lest the gaze behind them unleash sudden wrath. As night descended, a roaring bonfire ignited in the Dothraki camp. Lu Sheng returned to his grand tent. Daka and Mazar, along with dozens of newly appointed captains, awaited him, still bearing the sanguine scent of Slave Bay. Cal Mazar spoke first, his voice as steady as ever. Khalasar requires recuperation. Our steeds need fodder after the long journey, and the herds need time to propagate. He represented the most ancient traditions of the Dothraki. After conquest, they returned to the plains for rest. Lu Sheng remained non-committal. Daka stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Cal, the outskirts and mountains of these three cities teem with countless estates yet to yield. Those fat sheep's necks await our Arak's kiss. The atmosphere within the tent grew taut. Tradition clashed with expansion. All eyes turned to Lu Sheng. He stood, striding to the map. His finger traced the vast lands surrounding Slave Bay. Daka, he commanded, I grant you 5,000 Dothraki warriors, along with an additional 5,000 newly formed noble coalition forces. Go, erase those unseeing estates from the map. I demand but one outcome. Land and people shall belong to the Empire. Daka's breath quickened, and he knelt on one knee, pounding his fist against his chest. For Kalo, Lu Sheng's gaze shifted to another captain. Soren, a cunning captain more astute than the average Dothraki, stepped forward. You shall take 3,000 men and garrison Mirin, awaiting Governor Hidalana's orders. Yes, Kalo. Finally, his gaze fell upon Mazar. Mazar, you shall return with the remaining men to the Dothraki Sea. Ensure the horses are well fed. Allow the warriors to recuperate. And escort part of the supplies to the holy city to be delivered to Dashiklin. Lu Sheng's voice bore no emotion. Tell them that when the next call to arms sounds, I wish to see a force capable of trampling the entire world. Mazar inhaled deeply, finally grasping Kalo's intent. This was not liberation. It was preparation for a more audacious conquest. I understand, Kalo. He bowed his head respectfully, accepting the command. In Mirin, within the palace atop the Grand Pyramid, a servant delivered a basket of fist-sized obsidian, rough in texture and imbued with the cold essence of volcanic rock. Lu Sheng's palm ignited with a silent flame. The fire was not crimson, but a pure platinum hue, radiating a heat potent enough to distort the air. He selected a piece of obsidian and placed it above the flame. The hard stone did not ignite. Rather, it began to melt rapidly, akin to wax tossed into a furnace, transforming into a pool of viscous black liquid. Lu Sheng's fingers danced through the air, his mental energy acting like the most delicate chisel. Guiding the liquid, the black liquid elongated, twisted, and took shape. In mere moments, a candle, roughly the length of an arm, smooth as a mirror on the surface, yet swirling with the essence of a galaxy within, hung silently in his palm. The glass candle. Lu Sheng set it aside and grasped another piece of obsidian. The flames surged once more. The second, third, and 10th candles as night deepened. Dozens of identical glass candles lay neatly arranged before him. Each represented a secure, uninterruptible channel of communication. He intended to equip every trustworthy captain under his command with one. Henceforth, regardless of the distance, his orders would resonate throughout the army in an instant. This was the instrument that could bind 100,000 soldiers into a single force. This was the true pulse of the Empire. Chapter 27, Son of the Harpy. The candlelight flickered quietly within the confines of the obsidian, its glow cold and devoid of warmth. Lu Sheng leaned back in his chair, his fingertips gliding gently over the smooth surface of the glass candle. In the vista before him, an unfamiliar estate descended, as Demon and his contingent of Dothraki cavalry surged forth like a black tide, silently engulfing the last vestiges of resistance. There were no cries, only the muffled thud of blades meeting flesh and the sound of hooves trampling the grass. This was a war orchestrated from afar, a silent purging. I desire one as well, came the voice of Valyria from the bed, imbued with a hint of feigned innocence. She sat at the bedside, her gaze fixed upon the candle held by Lu Sheng. Without turning, Lu Sheng stirred his thoughts, extinguishing the vision within the candle. He slid another unlit black candle across the table, where it glided soundlessly over the smooth stone surface, halting at the edge. Valyria approached, her slender fingers pinching the cold candle, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Footsteps echoed outside the door, steady and measured. Kitarana entered, his toga impeccably arranged, his demeanor grave. Your Majesty, he bowed in greeting, dispensing with idle pleasantries. I have a feeling the Temple of Divine Grace will not yield easily. Lu Sheng raised his eyes to him, gesturing for him to continue. They have served the gods for generations, their arrogance surpassing that of any noble. A single celebration will not compel them to lower their heads. Kedar's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. I request the formation of a special unit, reporting solely to you. It shall be tasked with surveilling and infiltrating them. What shall it be called? Lu Sheng inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. The Sons of the She-Demon. A flicker of fervor ignited in Kedar's eyes. In the name of the ancient sigil of Mir, we shall defend your reign with eyes in the darkness. From where will they come? Among the defecting nobles. Certain families possess clandestine channels. Additionally, there are those specially trained slaves within the city whose skills are well suited for this purpose. Lu Sheng fell silent for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the table, producing a dull sound. Granted, he posed no further questions, he only sought results. Kedar bowed deeply and withdrew. Soon, a fresh cadre of slaves was dispatched to the Temple of Divine Grace, silent and hollow-eyed, akin to any ordinary offering. The Empire quietly continued its recuperation. News of the new king's ascension wafted across Essos like a breeze. Envoys from major city-states began their journeys, eager to witness the Dragon King who had unified the slave base. In Pentos, a servant of the governor stuffed a scroll of parchment into a merchant ship bound for King S Landing. In the Red Keep of King S Landing, King Viserys' fingers traced the parchment, the wax seal from Pentos already broken. He read and reread the phrase, transformed into a dragon, his breath quickening. A self-proclaimed emperor of New Valyria, Your Majesty. The voice of Prime Minister Otto Hightower was as cold as ice, whether true or false. This constitutes an open provocation to House Targaryen and a significant threat to the Iron Throne. Viserys rose and walked to the window, turning his back to his prime minister. He did not respond to the topic, but instead broached another matter. Rhaenyra still refuses to forgive me. Demon is causing trouble again at the Stepstones. Weariness seeped into his voice, revealing another burden weighing heavily on his heart. Moreover, apart from my daughter Syrax, the Iron Throne currently lacks any dragons to command in the narrow sea. Within the caverns of the Stepstones, the air was damp and briny. Crabfeeder and his men clung to these natural fortresses like a horde of crabs. The sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, was carried back, his abdomen grievously wounded, blood soaking through layers of bandages. The Velaryon fleet had suffered devastating losses. Each assault crashed against the reefs like waves, futile. Your Highness, my lord the sea snake is gravely injured. We must return to port for repairs, a Velaryon captain urged in a hushed tone. Demon Targaryen whirled around, gripping the hilt of Dark Sister tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Return? He nearly spat the word through clenched teeth. That so-called Dragon King of the Slave Bays took those city-states single-handedly. And I, a prince of House Targaryen, the dragon rider of Bloodworm, have been repelled by a band of pirates hiding in caves? Jealousy and fury ignited in his eyes. In his rage, he disregarded any attempts to restrain him and stormed out of the cavern. His mount, Bloodworm, emitted a sharp shriek, carrying him like a bolt of crimson lightning into the lair thick with ambushes laid by crab feeders. Follow him, the Velaryon captain shouted in despair. We cannot stand idly by while the prince meets his doom here. The remnants of the fleet, steeling themselves, surged forward behind the frenzied dragon into the trap of death. In Mir, at the Great Pyramid, a messenger burst into the throne hall, his face slick with sweat and panic. Your Majesty, the fleet we dispatched to procure iron and fuel has been plundered by the pirates of the Stepstones. Sheng slowly turned from the world map, his brown eyes betraying no emotion. Foolish pirates. A cold smile played on his lips. In the face of the winds, your ships are mere live targets. He glanced at Kadar, who stood vigilantly at his side, and at Soren, who had rushed in upon hearing the news. Manage Mir. His orders were succinct and clear. He then strode toward the grand terrace, where, under the awed gazes of those present, his form began to twist and expand. No flammes, no smoke. Only the horrifying sound of bones cracking and reassembling reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature exceeding 50 meters in length took the place of the man. Its black scales gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sun, and the fearsome dragon head let out a low roar that resonated through the entire pyramid. The dragon abruptly spread its wings, its massive body transforming into a streak of black light as it soared toward the southeastern horizon. Air, has your Majesty grown larger again? The Dragon King is becoming ever more powerful. Within the flagship-esque cabin on the Stepstones, Corlys awoke amidst excruciating pain. The battle had concluded. A blood-soaked soldier stood beside the bed, his voice hoarse. My lord, you are awake. The battle is over. Where is Demon? Corlys struggled to sit up. Prince Demon killed the crab feeder in a duel. The soldier hesitated, a flicker of pain crossing his face. However, our losses were severe. Corlys fell back onto the bed, staring at the swaying ceiling of the cabin, his chest heaving violently. He longed to roar, to chastise Demon's recklessness, but ultimately it all coalesced into a heavy sigh. That was the king's brother. He felt powerless. Chapter 28, The Stepstones. A leather pouch thudded to the ground, releasing a dull sound and stirring up a cloud of ancient dust. Sheng extracted garments from within, a simple pair of black trousers and a shirt. Having to run naked after every transformation is quite enough, he murmured, inspecting the contents of the pouch while surveying his surroundings. The shattered black monoliths formed a roofless spire, and the weathered statues cast grotesque shadows in the gloom. The air was thick with a stale, stagnant scent, reminiscent of a tomb sealed for a millennium. This should be the ruins of old Valyria, Sheng mused. From his aerial view, he had matched the terrain to the map in his memory. This was Tyr's Island, once the southernmost colony of the freehold of Valyria. He closed his eyes, an invisible wool radiating from him like ripples. The winds extended like probing tendrils, sweeping over every inch of the ruins, traversing through every crevice. The breeze returned with feedback, the chill of stone, the saltiness of seawater, and the profound silence. No one. This was illogical. The largest island of the Stepstones, the former capital, and yet the pirates had not established a presence here. The contours of nearby islands flashed through his mind, a name surfacing. In the next moment, he slightly bent his knees, transforming into a black dragon midair and soaring upward, clutching the pouch as he vanished into the clouds. Axe Island. The entire isle resembled a massive, bubbling heap of refuse. The amalgamation of perspiration, the pungency of alcohol, and the fishy odor conspired to create an atmosphere that was almost suffocating. From Westeros to Essos, individuals of diverse origins congregated here, the singular commonality among them being the fierce countenance of desperate outlaws. All the notorious pirates of the Isle of Serpents had assembled in this place, poised to elect a king. Within a dimly lit, drafty wooden shack, the air was thick and oppressive. The leader of the scaled skeletal crew, Old Blind Eye, surveyed each attendee with his strangely milky yet perceptive gaze, baring his yellowed teeth as he shattered the silence. The Isle of Stone Steps has fallen to the navy of the Three Whores. The fleet of the Quarrels stands sentinel at the Jade Sea-S gate like watchful hounds. Now, even the Bay of Slaves has been unified under the rule of some hybrid dragon lord who emerged from obscurity. If we do not unite as one, we shall inevitably be eradicated by those in uniform on the continent of Essos. We require charter. Nero of the Quarrels, a pirate from the 13 Brotherhood, spoke up, covering his mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief, casting a disdainful glance at the filthy ground. How shall we decide? By vote, or shall we adopt the Ironborn's method? I find the Ironborn's method of electing a king quite commendable, boomed Chichuan Luo, the leader of the Steel Axe Brotherhood, his voice resonating as it rattled the goblets on the table. Those who wish to become king must present their treasures. Let us see who offers the most, and we shall follow him. No sooner had he spoken than the throng of ruffians and lesser pirate captains, who had been eavesdropping at the windows, erupted into a frenzy. The term treasure ignited a conflagration of noise, transforming the din into a cacophony. Chichuan Luo grinned broadly, pleased with the uproar, and began to pound the table in delight. Silence. For the love of the gods. Clap, clap, clap. Drake, the formidable leader of the Bloodhand Brotherhood, abruptly rose, his bellowing voice overpowering the tumult. As the host of Axile, his power was paramount. Upon witnessing their leader's fury, the members of the Bloodhand swiftly drew their weapons, employing the backs of their blades and their fists to restore order amidst the chaos. After 2 outbreaks of violence, leaving 6 corpses in their wake, a stifling calm finally descended. The arguments within the shack intensified, yet ultimately fell into a stalemate. Drake aspired to the throne, but was miserly. Chichuan Luo lacked the strength to impose his will upon the others. Nero, hailing from Quarrels, was met with skepticism, suspected of being a mere pawn. Old Blind Eye was the most seasoned, yet the most cunning, desiring only to reap benefits without stepping into the limelight. In the end, the assembly dispersed in discontent, deferring their discussions until morrow. Meanwhile, the world quietly shifted with the emergence of another king. In a clandestine chamber of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, a vast map of the narrow sea sprawled across the table. The demise of the crab feeder and the loss of the Isle of Stone Steps had rendered their situation perilous. We must court Dorne. The Iron Throne is our mutual adversary, and to the east there lies that new Dragon Lord. The Bay of Slaves is already under his dominion. Dispatch an envoy with the finest gifts. We require his dragons to oppose the Targaryen dragons. In Bravos, within the labyrinthine city of waterways, the atmosphere grew even more tense. The Sea King stood upon his renowned black and white striped marble floor, absorbing the reports of his subordinates. Whispers circulated of a new Dragon Lord, a new shackle, the curse of Valyria. The whole of Bravos was rife with these tales. The Sea King remained silent for an extended moment before finally intoning in a deep voice. He too shall hold a celebration. We shall send a delegation to Meereen. I wish to behold with mine own eyes what this dragon, which has risen from the ruins, truly desires. On Claw Island, a pirate stronghold blazed with fierce flames. The fire illuminated the night sky in a fiery orange, the crackling of wood echoing incessantly. Lu Sheng stood in the shadows beyond the blaze, revulsed by the sight of a pirate writhing on the ground, his legs brutally broken. The air was thick with the stench of charred flesh and burning wood. Are you saying you are selecting a pirate king? Lu Sheng's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. The pirate, in excruciating pain, nodded frantically, his teeth chattering as he emitted incoherent whimpers. Lu Sheng raised his gaze toward Axile, a cold smile curving his lips. How intriguing, they have all gathered together. He looked down at the mangled flesh beneath him, his voice barely above a whisper. I shall relieve you of your kingly cravings. Chapter 29. The Sorcerer of Ashaya. The clouds hung heavy like a shroud, stifling the moonlight. A colossal dragon, entirely black, glided silently across the night sky, its immense wings folding in, resembling a part of the mountain, stealthily lurking upon the hillside adjacent to the pirate stronghold. The silhouette of the dragon melded into the darkness as a tall figure emerged, the lava-like patterns on his bare skin slowly fading. Lu Sheng leisurely donned his attire, his gaze traversing the ridge toward the distant stronghold, where lights twinkled sporadically, and the harbor was filled with the silhouettes of countless ships. So many vessels. He murmured to himself, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. They all belong to me now. No sooner had he spoken than a visible white mist began to envelop him. The mist was not frigid. Rather, it bore an oppressive heat reminiscent of sulfur. Slithering down the slope like serpents alive, swiftly engulfing the trees and rocks, spreading toward the pirate stronghold and the entire harbor. In but a moment, the entirety of Axe Isle was engulfed in a dense fog, rendering visibility non-existent. It's fogging up. Damn it, what kind of weather is this? The watchful pirates atop the tower were the first to notice the anomaly, the bronze gong clashing with a thunderous sound. The mist arrived too swiftly, too thick, accompanied by an unsettling dampness that seemed to seep into their very bones. The pirates rushed out from their shanties and taverns, their curses quickly drowned out by a rising tide of panic. Legends of High Valyria's sudden demise into a ghost town, tales of the walking shadows and the jungles of the Eyrie, were far more familiar and authentic to these desperate souls of the Isle of Serpents than to any foreigner. Fear gripped them like a noose, tightening around every throat. The eerie fog lingered throughout the night, only dissipating as dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight struggling to pierce through the mist. The pirates exhaled deeply, relieved to see each other's dew-soaked faces. On the deck of the great white shark, Old Blind, I stared intently at the sea with his milky eyes, his expression grim. The skies above Axe Isle were crystal clear, yet the waters encircling the island were ensnared in an unyielding wall of fog, an enormous white cage imprisoning the entire isle within its confines. This peculiar sight was soon noted by all. What the hell has this Axe Isle provoked? Chichuan Luo kicked over a nearby barrel, its contents spilling across the ground. His giant axe, taller than a man, leaned against him, its blade glinting coldly in the morning light. After the fog wall appeared, he hastily organized a crew of his most valiant men, attempting to sail out. The small vessel plunged into the fog and then fell silent. It was only when Drake's men came to summon him for the leaders' meeting that he disembarked, only to find the wreckage of that very ship and the dismembered bodies of his crew being silently washed ashore by the waves. Inside Drake's wooden cabin, Nero and Old Blind Eye wore equally ashen expressions. The shadow of High Valyria's overnight downfall and the grotesque legends of the flesh-eating horrors of Valyria's ruins gripped their throats like invisible hands. I believe I understand what has transpired. Drake broke the silence, clapping his hands together. Two of his subordinates strained to carry a small iron cage into the room, within which curled a gaunt figure. Last time we raided the Ashia's ships, we captured a sorcerer. Drake paused, his gaze chilling. I suspect it is these bastards consorting with demons who are behind all this. Nero's face blanched in an instant. Are you mad? You captured a sorcerer and kept him nearby? Fool! Old Blind Eye roared. You have doomed us all. Kichinlu remained silent as he seized the colossal axe and strode purposefully to the cage, striking the iron door with the axe's handle. Open. Drake waved his hand, and his trembling subordinates hastily unlocked the door. Kichinlu thrust his arm inside, dragging out the frail figure like a dead dog, tossing it onto the ground. The man had greasy, matted black hair, and his left eye socket was a horrifying void. His remaining eye scanned the gathered crowd with a detached indifference. Wretch, cease your tricks. Kichinlu's roar nearly threatened to demolish the roof. Sorcerer, croaked the old blind man, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Sheathe your methods, and we shall grant you your freedom. Nero turned away in disgust, unwilling to cast another glance at the filthy sorcerer. The sorcerer paid them no heed. He lifted a dirt-streaked hand, his sharp nails pointing directly at Drake, and rasped, "You are all marked." He seemed to attempt a laugh, but only emitted a wheezing sound reminiscent of a broken bellows. That is the source of magic, the most potent power in this world. Kichuanlu, unable to contain himself, delivered a punch to the sorcerer's abdomen, silencing the unpleasant laughter. He is a tough nut, Drake remarked ominously. I have tormented him for half a month, trying to extract the secrets of Asher from his lips, yet he has revealed nothing. Hang him up. The old blind man, ignited by rage, drew a skinning knife from his waist. I shall peel his skin off, piece by piece. On the mountaintop, Lushing stretched languidly, emerging from the cave where he had spent the night. The morning breeze carried a wealth of information into his senses. A sorcerer? He raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. The air currents brought with them fear, anger, and a faint but distinct magical resonance. Interesting, even the Asher sorcerer dares to act. Sheng chuckled softly, such audacity. Why not venture to quarters and seize a few male witches for amusement? He removed his outer garment, folding it neatly into his satchel, then inhaled deeply before unleashing a roar that could shatter stone. In the next moment, a black dragon soared into the sky, inside the wooden stronghold. The sorcerer was tightly bound to a wooden cross. Cooperate, and I shall spare your life. Nero attempted a final persuasion. The sorcerer's single eye slowly turned toward him. Its gaze as hollow as an abyss. He then cast his eyes out the window, toward the mountaintop where Sheng had previously dwelled. His voice still numb. I shall not perish here. My fate lies elsewhere. Slap. A resounding slap struck his face as Drake spat. Enough of your ramblings. Can't you cooperate like a decent being? Must you court death? The old blind man stepped forward, the sharp blade lightly grazing the sorcerer's arm, leaving a trail of blood. I heard that. His words were cut short. Outside, a cacophony of noise and screams erupted abruptly. Kitchenlu reacted first, spinning to gaze out the window, only to behold a vast shadow looming, like a storm cloud descending, instantly shrouding the entire stronghold. Gods, it's a wild dragon. It's coming. It's coming. Run. The pirates erupted into chaos, seizing their weapons, not to resist, but desperately fleeing toward the ships by the sea. The leaders inside the stronghold also dashed outside. They looked up to see an unimaginably massive black dragon folding its wings from the sky. Boom! The dragon landed, shaking the very foundations of the stronghold. Dust and debris erupted like a tempest, engulfing everything. A dragon's roar was followed by a torrent of platinum flames spewing from its maw, accurately igniting the fleeing pirates who had ventured the farthest. Bound to the wooden frame, the sorcerer witnessed this apocalyptic spectacle, his face finally displaying a fervent expression. He struck his head against the wooden frame with all his might, emitting an ecstatic, frenzied howl. What power! What power! Chapter 30, The Addiction of a King. What kind of king do you aspire to be? The dragon's roar transformed into thunderous words, each syllable striking the hearts of the pirate leaders. In their warped vision, the wild dragon, descending from the mist, spoke. A pillar of platinum fire shot skyward, spiraling like a living serpent, encircling the entire stronghold. A wall of flames rose from the ground, severing the only escape route to the sea. Sheng looked down, surveying the pirates whose faces intertwined despair with ferocity. A flicker of flame danced deep within his throat. A group of pirates daring to raise their weapons could not even muster a shout before being instantly consumed by the precise sparks of fire, reducing them to twisted ashes. The black dragon's tail swept effortlessly, collapsing the wooden and stone structures, sending debris flying like a torrential downpour. Its folded wing brushed the ground, causing a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds and brief, agonized cries among the crowd. Wretches! Kitchenlu's eyes burned crimson as he let out a final roar, charging at the shadow with his massive axe. In the next moment, a colossal wing came crashing down, slamming him and his weapon into the earth, silencing him forever. Sheng coldly turned his head, unleashing a breath of destruction. The flames acted like a plow, erasing swathes of the crowd. The pirates' defenses crumbled entirely, scattering in terror. Some, in a panic, dashed into the deep, dark caves behind the stronghold, hoping to find a glimmer of salvation. A searing stream of fire followed closely behind, flooding into the cave's entrance. Instantly, the interior lit up like day, and then silence enveloped everything, save for the hissing of molten rock. Watching the black dragon wreak havoc, feeling the scorching heat of the firewall, Nero trembled uncontrollably. He grasped his trusted aide, and together they hoisted the heavy wooden frame binding the sorcerer, madly rushing toward the exit. Fools! The sorcerer rasped, you can't escape. You will not escape. Kneel and pray for mercy. This is a wild dragon. It will devour us. Nero's face contorted with fear. Have you ever seen a wild dragon that can speak? The sorcerer's voice was like a bucket of ice water dousing Nero's fiery head. He suddenly halted, a chilling name from the slave bay flashing through his mind. The Dragon King of the Slave Bay. Nero's voice shifted in pitch, exclaiming in shock. How would he be here? Fear was replaced by a deeper reverence. With the sorcerer's warning, he finally comprehended what he was facing. Nero cast aside the wooden frame, being the first to kneel, burying his head in the dirt. Following his lead, the surviving pirates seemed to find their only path to survival. Discarding their weapons and kneeling en masse, no longer daring to look up at the divine retribution in the sky. Drake's eyes burned with rage. All he had painstakingly built, His most loyal subordinates were reduced to ashes in the first wave of flames. Blood surged to his head, scorching away his last vestiges of reason. He let out a beast-like roar, recklessly charging toward the kneeling Nero. Sheng had already incinerated the majority of the resistors when he heard that untimely roar. He turned to see a pirate, seemingly their leader, madly rushing toward the crowd that was begging for mercy. He raised his left wing, casually swatting downward like a fly. Bang! Drake barely had time to emit a brief scream before his lower body was smashed into the ground by tremendous force, while his upper body convulsed feebly. Pirates hiding in the remnants of the structures were scorched by the dragon's flames, screaming as they fled, only to be halted by the wall of fire. A few who attempted to force their way through disintegrated into clouds of ash the moment they neared the flames. Sheng shifted his massive frame, his cold dragon eyes surveying the scene. A cluster of pirates knelt together, alongside a wooden frame awkwardly driven into the ground. What new cult are you attempting to establish? The mocking voice of Sheng echoed in everyone's mind, questioning why they hadn't found a few iron nails to secure him more firmly. Nero, trembling on the ground like a leaf caught in a storm, stammered, Great Dragon King, this is an Asha sorcerer we captured. The thick fog enveloping the island is of his making. Sheng cast a curious glance at the sorcerer bound to the wooden frame, then bellowed with thunderous authority. Who among you plundered the merchant ship transporting iron from Milan for me? In the crowd, the old blind man suddenly lifted his head, his milky eyes gleaming with sudden clarity. He pointed a bony finger at a pirate leader ahead, exclaiming, Your Majesty. It was he. The accused pirate leader turned pale as death, his fellow pirates recoiling from him as if fleeing a plague. Your Majesty, only his fleet has recently visited Slave Bay, the old blind man added, straining to raise his voice. Before he could finish, a slender flame shot forth from the dragon's maw, striking the pirate with deadly precision. The ground beneath them began to melt under the intense heat, leaving behind a charred pit in the shape of a human form. Amid the horrified gazes of the pirates, a blinding radiance erupted from the dragon, its colossal form rapidly shrinking and reshaping. As the light faded, a young man with dark hair and brown eyes stood in its place. Now, you shall slay the remaining crew of that fleet. Sheng surveyed them, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unyielding authority, and I shall forgive you this transgression. The sight of the dragon transforming shattered any lingering hope among the pirates. After a moment of suffocating silence, a fierce glint flashed in the old blind man's eyes. He drew his sword with a swift motion and lunged at a pirate he recognized from the fleet. Chaos erupted instantly. Nero and the other pirate leaders, desperate to survive, began to indiscriminately slaughter anyone unfamiliar. In the confusion, one pirate, his eyes filled with grim determination, drew a small crossbow and aimed it at Sheng. Without even turning around, Sheng casually raised a hand, effortlessly grasping the poisoned bolt. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it hurtling back, piercing through the pirate's skull and continuing on to impale a line of others behind him, like skewered fruit. Look, they're all dead, the old blind man gasped, his voice heavy with suppressed rage. Damn the selection assembly, and that foolish Drake for provoking a sorcerer and surviving. Those brainless sea dogs dared to raid Slave Bay, summoning this monster. After venting his frustrations, the old blind man dropped his sword with a clang and fell to his knees, consumed by the singular desire to survive. The Dragon King's casual throw of a crossbow bolt was a force beyond mortal reckoning. Once the slaughter ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, thick with the stench of blood. Sheng pointed at the old blind man. Go and tally how many remain. His gaze then shifted to Nero beside the sorcerer. The one in silk, bring the sorcerer down. I have questions for him. Nero and his loyal confidants, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly severed the ropes binding the sorcerer and cautiously carried him towards Sheng. Once the sorcerer was laid on the ground, he lifted his head, scrutinizing the man before him with his solitary eye. An Asha sorcerer? What knowledge do you possess? Sheng inquired. The sorcerer's thin lips parted, his voice dry. Necromancy. Sheng regarded him with surprise. The sorcerer's frail, pallid, and emaciated appearance indeed conformed to the stereotype of a necromancer. How were you captured? The sorcerer coughed, seemingly wincing from internal injuries. I have enemies in Asha, and could not remain. I escaped following a prophecy. Sheng's interest piqued. A prophecy? What kind? The sorcerer's eyes sparkled with fervor for the first time as he earnestly replied, It has come to pass. Meeting you, my prophecy has been fulfilled. Sheng studied this peculiar sorcerer in silence for a moment. What is your name? Alan. Are you interested in working for me? A strange smile crept across Alan's face as he answered without hesitation, Of course, Your Majesty. Chapter 31. Drink. This is your fate. Alan stepped across the warm ashes towards Drake. The once mighty pirate captain now lay with his twisted upper body embedded in a charred beam, resembling a worm impaled. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving weakly, while a wet, rasping sound escaped his throat. Alan crouched down, grasping a clump of Drake's blood-soaked and dirt-encrusted hair, pulling forcefully to tilt his muddy face upwards. Drake's remaining eye struggled to focus, the murky pupil reflecting Alan's impassive visage. No words were wasted. Alan extended 2 fingers, precisely and unhesitatingly plunging them into Drake's eye socket. He felt the warm, slick texture of the eyeball, accompanied by the slight resistance of torn membranes. Drake's body arched violently, emitting a muffled groan, like air escaping from a deflating bellows. Alan extracted the eyeball, blood trailing between his fingers. He raised his gruesome trophy to the remaining twilight, its crystalline surface reflecting his distorted shadow. He gazed at it, and then a deep, rumbling laugh erupted from his throat, growing louder and sharper until it resonated as maniacal laughter echoing over the ruins. The old blind man and Nairo were counting the surviving members, the sea breeze dispersing the stench of blood, but failing to eradicate the lingering scent of charred remains. Nairo's once lavish silk robe had vanished, now tied around Lu Sheng's waist. Lu Sheng tightened the knot of the robe as he strolled through the stronghold. Everything around him had been reduced to skeletal remains, beneath the collapsed buildings. Faint cries for help could still be heard, though they quickly succumbed to silence. A gentle breeze swept by, prompting Lu Sheng to pause. He sensed an unusual current in the air, tugging at his perception. He turned toward a section of ruins that had been utterly consumed by flames, where only blackened remnants remained. He raised his hand, and an invisible force surged forth, crashing down upon the debris like a colossal hammer. Charcoal and stone were violently displaced, revealing something glowing faintly amidst the ashes. It was a piece of cloth, thin and shimmering like liquid mercury. "Your Majesty." Alan's voice emerged from behind him. He had approached unnoticed, his gaze also fixed on the fabric. That is magical cloth, woven from the essence of magic itself. Lu Sheng approached and picked up the cloth. It felt cold to the touch, its texture peculiar, neither silk nor cotton. "What use is this?" "Your dragon transformation ability is a marvel of magic." Alan spoke with a hint of reverence, but ordinary garments would be destroyed. This magical fabric will not. A flicker of interest crossed Lu Sheng's eyes. "Where can one acquire such material?" "Your Majesty, this single piece is sufficient. Once you comprehend its composition, you can create it at will." Lu Sheng held the gossamer fabric, a small flame igniting at his fingertips. Fire magic coursed along his fingers, enveloping the cloth. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical structure within, sensing each node and the flow of energy. Moments later, the fabric disintegrated into ash in his flames. Lu Sheng removed the silk robe from his waist, allowing it to fall to the ground. A surge of fire magic erupted once more, but this time it was not the destructive crimson. It enveloped him like a living entity, swiftly weaving and solidifying. A garment shimmering in black and gold appeared upon him, its design simple yet exuding an ancient majesty. It could even change colors at will. With a thought, the golden patterns on the attire began to shift, transforming to dark red, then to silver white. He even altered the style of the outfit from a robe to a more agile ensemble. Alan stood in awe, instinctively murmuring, "No, isn't moonlight the only color?" Suddenly, it seemed as if he had come to a profound realization, the fervor in his eyes intensifying. "Your Majesty, truly, you are the very embodiment of magical miracles." At the beckoning of the old blind man, those stationed on the ship disembarked in droves. The old blind man deftly singled out a few faces from the surrendered soldiers, members of the Sea Dog crew. He required no confirmation, with merely a glance. Several newly allied pirates understood his intent and seized those individuals, dragging them toward a secluded corner. The muffled cries of despair and the sickening sound of bones fracturing soon echoed, only to fade quickly into silence. Nero stood outside the makeshift kitchen, observing as servants plated the meals, preparing to deliver them to the room where Lu Sheng resided. One of her hands was buried deep within her bosom, her fingertips tightly clutching a cold little vial. Inscribed on the glass was a phrase, "Tears of Bliss." She gripped it tightly, her knuckles turning white. Ultimately, she exhaled a long, silent sigh, loosening her grip and burying the vial deeper into her garments. Inside the room, Lu Sheng sat cross-legged. The currents of energy surrounding him vividly relayed every sound from outside, the decisive ruthlessness of the old blind man, Nero's hesitation, and her resignation. A faint, Sardonic smile flickered at the corners of his mouth before vanishing. After the meal, Alan appeared considerably revitalized. He approached Lu Sheng, presenting an object. Your Majesty, this was taken from me by Drake. It was a small, dark vial containing a viscous, emerald green liquid. Zombie elixir, Alan introduced, my unique potion. When consumed in conjunction with my magical prowess, it gradually strips away the life of the drinker, transforming them into the undead. His face bore a childlike glee, though his tone was chillingly sinister. I thought to brew a pot of heartwarming porridge for these pirates. All surviving pirates were gathered in the clearing of their stronghold. Before them stood a massive iron cauldron, boiling a dubious porridge that emitted an oddly sweet aroma. Alan wielded an enormous wooden spoon, stirring vigorously, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He ladled a heaping bowl and presented it to the old blind man. Drink, Alan urged, this is your fate. The old blind man's murky single eye fixated on the steaming bowl, his throat bobbing cautiously. He hesitated, inquiring, then the substitute. A sudden sound interrupted him. Lu Sheng had approached the cauldron, gently tapping the rim with his knuckles. The old blind man's body tensed instantaneously, all doubt evaporating. He asked no further questions, lifted the bowl, and downed its contents in one swift motion. With the first consumed, the rest followed suit naturally. All pirates formed a line, each clutching a bowl. They harbored an inkling of what awaited them, their faces etched with fear and confusion. Yet, no one rebelled, no one fled. At the very least, they were still alive. The sea breeze ruffled the dark dragon flag. Lu Sheng stood on the flagship's deck. Behind him, a formidable fleet composed of 60 vessels of varying sizes. Nero remained on the Serpent Lizard Isles, tasked with rooting out the remaining strongholds and consolidating all resources. The old blind man, the new commander of the fleet, turned the ships towards the northwest, heading for the Slave Bay. Chapter 32. The Perils of Celebration. The shadow of the fleet stretched across the horizon, eventually vanishing into the murky fog surrounding the Serpent Lizard Isles. Nero stood on the flagship's deck, the sea breeze failing to stir the rigid edges of his garments. The twin blades in his hands reflected the pale, harsh light of the sky, devoid of any traces of blood. Your Majesty desires to resurrect the lofty sauce. His voice was flat, as if reciting words detached from his essence. We must cleanse the remnants. The surrounding crew members silently inspected the ropes and weapons, their movements synchronized, their gazes hollow. After consuming that pot of porridge, they were no longer mere living beings. Nero understood he could never return to his previous life. He steered this fleet, on the brink of fully transforming into the undead, towards the next island occupied by pirates. A grand purge belonging to the dead was about to unleash a bloody storm upon the Serpent Lizard Isles. On the flagship's deck, Lu Sheng reclined in a lounge chair, the sunlight coaxing drowsiness upon him. Bored, oh so very bored, he muttered, idly toying with a wine glass at the chair's edge, the crimson liquid within swaying gently with the ship's movements. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the ship, a dim chamber was filled with the acrid scent of preservatives mingled with decaying flesh. Alan, clad in a stained leather apron, intently observed the vast, bluish corpse on the operating table. Chichuan Luo. This hulking brute is truly fine material. Alan cackled, his laughter dry and sharp, akin to metal scraping against metal. He slowly injected a vial of ghostly green liquid into Chichuan Luo's thick carotid artery. The corpse's muscles visibly swelled, as if countless serpents writhed beneath the surface of its skin. Its physique was now considerably larger than in life. Surrounding the operating table were an array of ritualistic materials scavenged from various strongholds, desiccated lizards, ground skulls, and shards of obsidian inscribed with bizarre runes. Alan took a step back, forming intricate hand seals, chanting incantations. However, the body on the table showed no response beyond slight twitching. Perhaps I have reinforced it too much. My magic cannot awaken it. Alan ceased his chanting, irritation flickering across his face. He muttered to himself, then removed his apron, meticulously cleaning his hands. He required a more potent force. After a moment's contemplation, Alan adjusted his robe and ascended the staircase leading to the upper deck. He intended to seek a fragment of divine power from the source of magic itself. At the other end of the deck, the old blind man practiced thrusts with a slender rapier, the movements swift and agile, each strike accurately targeting an imaginary point in the air. The whoosh of the blade cutting through the atmosphere sharply. Ha! He rasped, a hoarse chuckle escaping his throat. Within this aging shell, the vigor of his youth surged anew. Since consuming that bowl of porridge, he felt as if he had regained 20 years. Yet, instinctively, the old blind man glanced down at his groin, where since that day, No signs of vitality had returned. It was of no use anyway. He inhaled deeply, savoring the briny sea breeze, casting aside that trivial sense of loss. Refocusing on the trajectory of his blade, the lookout suddenly struck the brass bell, an urgent signal resonating across the deck. He pointed towards the distant sea, signaling with complex flags. The old blind man sheathed his weapon, hastening to Lu Sheng's side and bowing slightly. "Your Majesty, a fleet has been sighted ahead. Judging by the flags, it belongs to New Geese." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng finally sat upright from his lounge chair, a flicker of interest illuminating his eyes. Cool me. Let me see how you pirates jump ship." No sooner had he spoken than Alan's figure emerged from the staircase, leading from the depths of the ship. He approached Lu Sheng, bowing deeply, his demeanor a blend of humility and fervor. "Your Majesty, I require a fragment of your magical essence." Lu Sheng cast a glance at him, a wisp of ethereal power emanating from his being, akin to a delicate wisp of smoke, drifting towards Alan. Alan inhaled greedily, a sickly flush rising upon his pallid face as he felt that pure and boundless force coursing through him. "Your Majesty, please hold on." He bowed once more, his voice trembling with excitement. "I shall present to you a formidable warrior." With that, he turned and dashed away, almost sprinting into the depths of the ship. "Bring the ship closer," Lu Sheng commanded the old blind man. "At once, Your Majesty." The old blind man hurried to the ship's bow, personally waving the signal flag. The flags traced a clear path through the air, and the entire undead fleet moved as one, adjusting course to envelop the unsuspecting New Geese vessels. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Millen family pyramid, Shitalana Qian sat upon a lavish couch, her fingertips gently caressing a smooth black candle. The glass candle remained unlit, its touch as cool as jade. Opposite him, the patriarch of the Park family, Yuan Kai, sat upright, his expression grave. The sanctimonious zealots of the Temple of Satan intended to create turmoil during the festivities. Sadala's voice dripped with a hint of mockery as he continued. "My people have uncovered that they have allied with a faction of oblivious nobles who have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Is that all?" The patriarch of the park furrowed his brow, demanding specifics. What are their actual plans? "There's insufficient time." Sadala shrugged, appearing somewhat exasperated. "Can you truly expect my people to unearth their secrets within mere days? However, one thing is certain." He leaned forward, a cold glint flashing in his amber eyes. "Prepare for a confrontation with the Temple of Satan." Upon hearing this, the patriarch's countenance darkened, and he slammed his fist heavily onto his knee. "We cannot allow these ruffians to ruin the celebration," he exclaimed vehemently. "If we anger His Majesty, we are all doomed." Chapter 33. The New GIS Fleet. The lookout of the New GIS Fleet emitted a hoarse scream, his voice contorted by fear. "Pirates! It's those damned scoundrels from the Serpent Lizard Isles." On the flagship S deck, Admiral Graz of the New GIS forcefully shoved aside a nearby slave, snatching a telescope. In the distance, a dark mass of sails surged up from the horizon like a pack of sharks that had caught the scent of blood. The sheer number far exceeded any pirate crew he had ever known. By the gods, how did these pirates amass such a formidable fleet? Cold sweat beaded on Graz's forehead as he lowered the telescope and bellowed. "All ships, turn about. Set full sail. Get away from them." 20 new GIS warships clumsily adjusted their headings, sailors straining to hoist the sails under the lash of their officers, desperate to flee this ominous stretch of sea. On the flagship, Lu Sheng reclined in a chair, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest while the sea breeze tousled his dark hair. After a moment, he grew impatient with the pace of the pursuit. Why the delay? The old blind man, hunched over in deference, stood nearby and reported, "Your Majesty, they have spotted us and are attempting to escape." "They shan't escape." Lu Sheng snapped his fingers lightly, a sound that seemed to command some unseen force. A tempest suddenly erupted, filling the sails of the pirate fleet with a mighty gust. The hulls lurched violently, groaning under the strain, and then surged forward with astonishing speed, barreling towards the panicked New GIS fleet. The cabin door swung open, and Alan emerged, followed by a massive figure dragging heavy steps. The figure straightened slowly. It was the pirate leader, Chi Chuanluo. His eyes glowed with a murky light of death, and his colossal frame nearly brushed the ceiling of the cabin. Alan regarded his most remarkable creation with a satisfied expression. "Go, don your armor, and take up your great axe." At the command, Chi Chuanluo moved awkwardly towards the corner where the weapons were stacked. The captured armor was evidently ill-fitting, creaking under the strain of his robust body, with many sections fracturing outright. "Never mind," Alan shook his head helplessly. "Just head to the deck, and let them assist you in putting it on." After washing his hands of the bloodied leather apron, Alan watched as Chi Chuan Luo, now adorned in protective gear and wielding his massive axe, made his way to the deck. Under the sunlight, a few pirate sailors scrambled to help Chi Chuan Luo don the tattered armor. Lu Sheng observed this undead creation with curiosity and inquired, "Does he possess any memories or intellect from his former life?" "Some, Your Majesty," Alan replied respectfully, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Primarily, he acts based on commands. His past does not affect his loyalty." Propelled by the gale, the fleet rapidly closed the distance to the new JIS ships. Despair enveloped the soldiers of new JIS as they beheld the ghostly fleet advancing impossibly fast. Fire! The crossbowmen aboard the pirate ships unleashed their bolts first, the heavy projectiles crashing into the hulls of the new JIS vessels, sending splinters flying. Some of the faster pirate ships, riding the wind, began to encircle from both flanks. Graz realized there was no escape. He unsheathed his curved sword. Determination etched across his face. "Prepare to ram. Ready for boarding." Lu Sheng observed the enemy ships closing in, casually waving his hand. The ferocious wind that had propelled the fleet dissipated instantly. The ramming prow of the pirate ship crashed into the side of the new JIS warship. The sound of splintering was accompanied by anguished screams. On the deck, the pirates erupted in a cacophony of foul curses, gesturing obscenely at the opposing vessels. "You soft-bellied JIS. Your precious toka shall soon belong to me. Come on, my grandfather's sword has long thirsted for blood." The surface of the sea transformed into a battleground of taunts. The sailors of New JIS retaliated with equally venomous insults, a volley of arrows raining down upon the pirate ships. The struck pirates merely plucked the bolts from their bodies, discarding them carelessly, their wounds oozing not crimson blood but a foul black ichor. As the distance narrowed, countless grappling hooks were hurled, latching onto the enemy's ship's sides. The primal and classic art of boarding commenced. The old blind man swung across the rope like a nimble monkey, landing deftly on the enemy vessel. As he touched down, he crouched to evade a descending blade, then twisted his wrist, plunging his short sword into the throat of the assailant. Planks were laid between the two ships, forming a rudimentary bridge. Chi Chuan Luo, wielding his great axe, silently stepped onto the gangplank, akin to a moving iron mountain, plunging into the throng on the other side. The axe swung, leaving a gruesome trail of carnage. A new JIS sailor who stood in his path was cleaved in twain along with his shield. The silent yet imposing figure instilled overwhelming terror among the new JIS sailors. The old blind man dodged a flurry of incoming bolts on another ship, countering with a diagonal slash that severed an attacker's neck. "Ah," he laughed heartily, "I was the fastest sword in the Jade Sea back in my day. You'll are no match for me." With a swift and agile form, his blade flashed, and new JIS sailors fell one after another. Alan stood at the bow of his ship, watching the old blind man's prowess with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. I never expected this old fellow to be such a fierce warrior. A massacre unfolded. The soldiers of New JIS quickly succumbed to despair. Their adversaries, undaunted by pain and tireless, seemed to be demons risen from the depths of hell. Finally, a soldier aboard one ship was the first to discard his weapon and kneel in surrender. Panic spread like a plague, and increasingly more New JIS ships opted for capitulation. In Lu Sheng's perception, fierce combat still raged aboard one warship. That was Graz's flagship. His eldest son, Zora, wielded a two-handed sword, valiantly leading the last of the family guards in a desperate fight. Zora fought with exceptional bravery and skill, yet his opponents were unlike any he had faced before. He thrust his sword through a pirate's chest, only for the foe to grin wickedly, allowing the blade to pierce his body as he swung his weapon at Zora. The black blood oozing from these pirates exuded a foul stench, making them appear more like creatures risen from the grave. Zora's hands began to tremble. As one by one, his guards fell around him. Graz, hidden behind his son, surveyed the encroaching pirates with eyes that reflected nothing but despair. He patted Zora's shoulder, his voice dry. "Son, we cannot escape." Zora turned to see the lifelessness in his father's gaze, and the two-handed sword clattered to the deck. Graz knelt with his son in the pool of blood. Lu Sheng summoned a nearby pirate. "Have the old blind man bring that father and son to me shortly." With that, he turned and strode into the cabin. Alan, brimming with excitement, directed a group of pirates as they rummaged through the pile of corpses, seeking materials worthy of reconstruction. In the Millen, the Dothraki encampment, Sidala and Soren sat within a tent, a glass candle crafted from obsidian resting on the low table between them. Sidala inhaled deeply, gazing at Soren. "The individuals from the Temple of Satan are growing increasingly restless. We must report to His Majesty." Sauron nodded, his eyes reflecting a rare caution for one of his kind. The Dothraki call must be informed of their unusual movements, and they would await his command. Shira extended her slightly trembling hand, cradling the cold candle. She closed her eyes, invoking the exalted name within her mind, repeating it in accordance with the teachings of the living. At last, the dark candle's tip ignited unexpectedly, a faint, pallid flame flickering to life. A calm and familiar voice resonated in their minds, transcending vast oceans. Shira and Sauron, what is the matter? Chapter 34, The Purge. The flame of the obsidian candle danced quietly before Shira, devoid of warmth, yet its brilliance seemed capable of piercing her very soul. Within the flame, a serene voice echoed in unison in the minds of Shira and Sauron. What has transpired? Shira swallowed, her throat parched, compelling herself to remain composed as she laid bare the schemes of the Temple of the Holy Grace. She articulated how the Green Saintess orchestrated the discontented old nobility, how poison was planted during the festivities, the scorpion beasts and assassins, each word articulated with clarity, leaving no room for omission. Beside her, Khal Sauron stood like a silent statue, his Dothraki braids resting motionless upon his shoulders. The voice in their minds fell silent for a moment, a stillness more oppressive than any roar. Shira, it resumed. Can you handle this cleanly? Indeed, Shira nearly shouted, leaning forward as if the living stood before her. Your Majesty, rest assured, the nobility of Myr will unequivocally support your rule. Sauron, came the voice again. Sauron responded in a deep tone. Should you fail to manage it, take your men and erase all participants, along with their families, from Myr. Understood. The flame extinguished. Shira's body was drenched in cold sweat. She understood this was a test from His Majesty, a chance for all the old nobility of Myr. She must demonstrate their value and loyalty to the new king in the most brutal and decisive manner. On the flagship's deck, the sea breeze carried a briny scent. Graz and his son Zola were escorted, kneeling before the dark-haired man. The man lounged casually in a chair, relaxed yet resembling an immovable mountain. Your Majesty, old Graz stepped forward, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, introducing in a melodic tone. Before you stands the Emperor of New Valyria, the Giscari, the Dothraki, the protector of the island of the serpent lizards, the master of the Dothraki sea, the Call of Calls, the conqueror of the Bay of Slaves, the supreme and most honorable living majesty. He concluded this long string of titles, puffing his chest proudly, as if he too shared in that glory. The living cast a glance at him, his expression somewhat peculiar. Graz and Zola felt their hearts plummet. The Dragon King, the one who conquered the entire Bay of Slaves. Their patrol route had fortuitously intersected with this new god's fleet. You may choose, the living spoke, his tone flat, to serve me, or become slaves in my plantations. Graz looked at his pale-faced son, and without hesitation, he bowed his head heavily upon the deck. We are willing to serve you, your Majesty. Excellent. The living rose. Your ship, your men, are returned to you. Your pledge is to lead my fleet to breach the gates of New Giscari. Graz lifted his head, gazing at the massive fleet that obscured the sea, as the black flag with a red dragon slowly ascended. He understood that from this day forth, the history of Giscari would be penned by this Dragon King. Myr, the Temple of the Holy Grace. The night was as dark as ink. The Green Saintess wandered alone through the temple's corridors. An inexplicable unease had lingered within her for days. She recalled the cook preparing food for His Majesty, remembered the poison and blades concealed beneath the celebration. She reassured herself that all of this was for Giscari. They were the children of the Harpy, not slaves to any Dragon King. She acted for her father, for all her oppressed kin. Several devotees donned in Harpy masks approached silently. The Green Saintess instinctively nodded. In the next moment, several daggers were drawn from the folds of their robes, plunged unhesitatingly into her body. The cold metallic sensation pierced through the silk. An agony surged through her entire being. Those traitors, was her final thought. Simultaneously, a bloody purge unfolded in the shadows of the three city-states. A group of shadows wearing Harpy masks surged into the noble estates of those involved in the conspiracy, the sound of blades slicing through throats scattered by the night wind. The bribed cook, when discovered in his home, and his family had already turned into cold corpses. This was the revelry of the children of the Harpy, a bloody tribute to the new king. King's Landing, the Red Keep. King Viserys felt a wave of headache wash over him. Before him lay two letters. One from Pentos, detailing the celebrations of the new Dragon King of the Bay of Slaves, along with terrifying rumors of his transformation into a dragon. The other was from the Stepstones, his brother demon, who had crowned himself king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones after defeating the Crab Feeder. A distant, unknown threat, and a familial rebellion close at hand. Amidst his worries, he felt a sharp sting in his hand. Looking down, he saw that the sharp edge of the Iron Throne had once again cut into his palm, blood dripping onto the parchment. "Damn it," Viserys muttered under his breath. He heard footsteps and looked up to see hand of the King Otto Hightower entering. Viserys felt a surge of helplessness. Ever since the birth of his firstborn son Aegon, the Hand had repeatedly ignored the fact that he had already established Rhaenyra as his heir, often hinting that a boy was more suitable for the Iron Throne. His dissatisfaction with Otto was growing by the day. Chapter 35. The High Valyrian Navy. The dragon-headed prow of the fleet cleaved through the murky waters of the Bay of Slaves, as the iconic red brick pyramids of Astapor loomed larger on the horizon. The air was thick with a familiar scent, a mixture of red brick dust and briny sea breeze that stung the eyes. The docks were cleared. A line of nobles clad in splendid Targaryen robes awaited at the forefront. Leading them was the newly appointed governor of Astapor, Grasden. His pearl-adorned tassels fluttered gently in the sea breeze, his plump face displaying a humble yet anxious smile. The heavy anchor plunged into the water, creating a tremendous splash. The living descended the gangplank, his feet touching the land of Astapor, followed by the silent Alan and the increasingly clouded Old Graz. "Welcome, your majesty." The conqueror of the Bay of Slaves, the embodiment of storms, the lord of the new Valyrian Empire. Grasden nearly prostrated himself, his voice trembling with excitement. The nobles behind him knelt as well, their heads pressed against the scorching red brick ground. The living remained silent, his gaze calmly sweeping over the mountains of gifts piled upon the dock, crates of silk, spices, and slaves with vacant eyes, shackled by iron chains. His scrutiny sent cold sweat trickling down Grasden's back. "These," the living finally spoke, his voice quiet yet resonant, "must all be sent aboard." His gaze traversed past Grasden, focusing on the fleet that had just endured a bloody battle, now eerily silent. "Old Graz." "Here, your majesty." Old Graz stepped forward, tall and slender, yet standing straight. The living tilted his head, gesturing towards several large crates by the dock. "Military uniforms, distribute them. From this day forth, you are no longer pirates." His voice paused, laced with a hint of cold amusement. "You are the High Valyrian Navy." The crates were pried open, revealing pristine military uniforms that shimmered in the sunlight. Black leather armor adorned with dark golden patterns of the shoulders and sleeves, each set accompanied by a heavy black cloak. This is not merely attire. It represents a profound severance and reformation of identity. The old, blind captain personally handed the first set of black and gold captain's garb to his former first mate. The pirate, momentarily stunned, took it, his fingers brushing against the cold, unyielding fabric, his gaze a tapestry of emotions. Soon, every captain aboard received an identical ensemble. They shed their tattered, foul-smelling rags and clumsily donned their new uniforms. As the old blind captain slipped into the custom-fitted leather armor tailored for him, he instinctively touched the hilt of his sword at his waist. A long-forgotten sensation stirred within the hollow of his heart, not fervor, but a chilling thirst for power. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his gray-white hair, the murky whiteness of his eyes, paired with the black and gold military attire, rendered him a general returned from the depths of hell. The pirates completed their transformation, their former chaotic demeanor replaced by an air of grim discipline. They stood on the deck, no longer the rabble of Serpent Lizard Island, but the inaugural official navy under the banner of the Dragon King. Simultaneously, within the dimly lit hold of the flagship, the atmosphere was tinged with the scents of herbs, preservatives, and a faint hint of blood. Alan was intently working on an eyeball, vivisected from Drake's face, now submerged in a glass jar filled with a luminescent green liquid. He had procured a plethora of rare materials from Astapor, meticulously grinding them into powder, which he carefully sprinkled into the liquid. The concoction bubbled and frothed, the eyeball slowly rotating within, its surface blood vessels fading, the color of the pupil deepening. Ultimately, after a vigorous churn, the liquid calmed, and the eyeball floated serenely at the center, appearing lifelike, yet as hard as obsidian. Alan smiled with satisfaction, retrieving the eyeball, drying it with a silk cloth, and without hesitation, pressing it into his empty right eye socket. A slight sting coursed through him as the eyeball nestled perfectly into place. He slowly opened his eyes. Just then, the old blind captain descended from the hold, intending to inquire about some supplies, only to be greeted by the bizarre spectacle before him. Alan's right eye was no longer a hollow scar, but a genuine eye, fixed intently upon him. "Master Alan," the old captain's voice was hoarse. "You have grown another eye?" A chilling smile graced Alan's face as he raised a hand to touch his new eye. "This is Drake's," he murmured softly. "He took my eye, and I demanded he return one. The old captain felt a wave of unease wash over him, as if a nest of serpents writhed in his stomach. He hastily concocted an excuse and turned to leave. In the dark hold, only Alan remained. The pupil, belonging to Drake, flashed with a ghostly green light. "This eye," he whispered, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips, "allows me to see more clearly." That night, atop the Grand Pyramid of Astapor, in an opulent hall, only 2 souls occupied the space. Sheng sat upon a throne carved from obsidian, propping his chin on one hand, listening to Grasden's fervent report. "Your Majesty, in accordance with your will, the temples of the Holy Grace in Mirin, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor have been thoroughly cleansed. Those obstinate old priests, along with the families that conspired behind them, have been reduced to the dust of history." Grasden's voice rang with passionate fervor, as though delivering a grand oration. "Our noble houses have unanimously decided to establish a completely new Holy Grace temple. There, we shall embrace a new doctrine, discarding the hypocritical harpies. Loyal to your Majesty, loyal to the new Valyrian Empire. This shall be our core and sole tenet." Sheng observed him with an impassive expression. This corpulent sycophant had come at this late hour merely to extol his praises? How tiresome! His fingers drummed lightly on the armrest, producing a monotonous tapping sound. Grasden, finally sensing the Emperor's impatience, wisely halted his speech, wiping the sweat from his brow. He cautiously clapped his hands, signaling his subordinates outside. Soon, a girl was ushered in. She appeared no older than 18, bearing the quintessential features of a Giscari: amber skin, long black hair intricately braided, and large, obsidian-like eyes brimming with fear and submission. She was clad in sheer fabric, her beautiful form subtly revealed. Sheng frowned slightly, regarding the girl. Grasden knelt once more, this time lowering his head more profoundly than ever before. "Your Majesty, this is my youngest daughter, Linera." His voice quivered imperceptibly. "She has always admired your majesty and strength. I wish to beseech your grace to bestow upon my family this unparalleled honor." The hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of the burning candles. Sheng regarded Grasden, then shifted his gaze to the girl, whose breath seemed to falter. A wave of exasperation washed over him. This charade again. He remained silent for a moment, long enough for Grasden's body to begin trembling. "Let her stay." The mere 3 words rang like celestial music to Grasden. He raised his head in ecstatic disbelief, gratitude spilling forth as he bowed deeply 3 times before retreating step by step from the Grand Pyramid. Once outside, the evening breeze enveloped him, and Grasden realized his back was drenched. He exhaled a long sigh. The weight that had hung over him finally lifted. He knew that from this night onward, as long as that girl bore 1 son and 1 daughter, the Grasden family's position would be as solid as rock upon this land. Chapter 36. The eldest daughter of Valyria. On the training grounds of Astapor, the acrid scent of sweat mingled with dust, swirling in the sweltering air. Thousands of bare-chested youths, under the whip of their instructors, engaged in a numbing and brutal practice. Their gazes were vacant, their movements mechanical, as if they were puppets programmed to perform. "Your Majesty, this is the cornerstone of the Empire's future." Grasden Monocross followed closely behind Sheng, his rotund face adorned with sycophantic smiles, the pearl-encrusted toga swaying slightly with his movement. "Currently, there are 4,000 in training, all exceptional candidates. Within 3 years, they shall become your most loyal, unsullied." Sheng's pace remained unbroken, his eyes sweeping over the youthful, yet lifeless faces, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. "I hear that the citizen soldiers of New Giscari are trained to the standards of unsullied, albeit without the castration." Grasden's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed to explain, "Your Majesty, that is merely a poor imitation. Without the castration, they can never eradicate the frailties of humanity, and will ultimately pale in comparison to true unsullied." Sheng halted, turning to face him. The calmness in his gaze sent a chill down Grasden's spine, as if all his thoughts were laid bare. "This batch is the last." Grasden's head jerked up, disbelief etched across his features. "Your Majesty, but the unsullied are the foundation of Astapor." "Foundation?" Sheng chuckled softly. "Soon, New Giscari will become part of the Empire. The foundation of Astapor should be to cultivate qualified citizen soldiers for the Empire, not a horde of castrated slaves." Grasden's mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend. New Giscari was to become part of the Empire? This Emperor's conquest showed no sign of abating. He suddenly grasped the blood and thunder underlying this statement, and the choice he must now confront. "As you command, Your Majesty." Grasden bowed deeply, his voice trembling with fear. Everything in Astapor shall heed your will. New guys, the youngest city-state of Slavers Bay, is currently shrouded in an eerie silence. Zalamo Gogol stands atop the pyramid of his family, gazing down upon the city that has nearly fallen into his hands without a fight. When he led his fleet, exuding an aura of death, into the harbor, the so-called resistance crumbled like fragile parchment. The citizen militia, once a source of pride for new guys, faltered in the face of the black-blooded pirates who feared neither death nor defeat. The cumbersome war elephants never even had a chance to engage, finding themselves trapped within their encampment by Zalamo's forces. Thanks to the immense influence of the Gogol family within the city, the subsequent takeover encountered virtually no obstacles. The once mighty nobles knelt faster than anyone before the overwhelming show of power. In just a few days, the New Guys City Council unanimously voted to pledge loyalty to the great Dragon King of Slavers Bay, the Emperor of the New Valyria Empire. Zalamo tightened his grip on the scepter of command, savoring the taste of unprecedented power. He understood that this was merely the beginning. He issued his orders, his voice cold and resolute, to reorganize all citizen soldiers and inventory the treasury. Before the grand celebration begins, I shall convey New Guys' sincerity to Meereen and pay homage to his majesty. On the route to Meereen, a lavishly adorned merchant ship sailed smoothly under the escort of the fleet. This fleet was unlike any other. The sailors aboard moved with synchronized precision. Yet their silence was unnerving. They required neither rest nor sustenance, tirelessly maneuvering the vessels, their pale eyes glinting ominously in the sunlight. This was the newly formed Gagassian Navy. Sheng reclined upon a soft couch, while Linera, the young daughter of Grasden, delicately peeled a purple grape for him. The girl's nimble fingers expertly removed the translucent flesh, presenting it reverently at Sheng's lips. He accepted it, yet his gaze drifted beyond the porthole, fixated upon the ominous fleet. The undead, indeed, proved to be the most useful tools, emotionless, tireless, and utterly obedient. Linera remained silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Her father had told her that serving this godlike man was the ultimate honor for their family, yet all she felt was fear. There was an aura about him that sent shivers through her very soul. The gentle rocking of the ship lulled Sheng into a drowsy state, and he closed his eyes, contemplating the Empire's next move. Slavers Bay was secured, but this land held little beyond its slaves. The conquests of the Valyrian Dragon Kings had devastated its ecology, leaving scant yields of olives and grapes. It could only serve as a stepping stone, never the heart of the Empire. Koer, Volantis, or Karth? Sheng's thoughts raced across the map of Essos. Koer possessed the knowledge to forge Valyrian steel. Its artisans were the bedrock of the Empire. Volantis was the first progeny of Valyria, rich in symbolism and wealth. As for Karth, controlling it would mean seizing the throat of East-West trade. 3 choices, each with its own merits and drawbacks. Just as he pondered, a respectful voice came from outside the cabin door. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Meereen. Sheng opened his eyes and sat up. Understood. In the throne room of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, Sheng sat upon the obsidian throne, surveying the scene below. After days of sailing, the solid ground felt somewhat unfamiliar beneath his feet. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting long beams of light across the floor. At that moment, a personal guard hurried into the hall, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, the delegation for Volantis has arrived and is waiting outside. Sheng raised an eyebrow. Volantis? They are quite prompt. He had been contemplating whom to target first, but it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. It was the perfect chance to gauge the attitude of these Valyrian daughters. A sly smile crept onto Sheng's lips. Make the arrangements. His voice echoed through the spacious hall, infused with undeniable authority. I shall receive them shortly in the throne room. Chapter 37. The Elephant Party and the Tiger Party. Within the lofty throne room of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, Sheng reclined against the obsidian throne, propping his chin on one hand, keenly observing the Volantis delegation below. Hidera, akin to the most loyal hound, stood silently at the side of the throne, her amber eyes coldly surveying the visitors from the Valyrian stronghold. The delegation, led by 2 representatives, distinctly embodied the 2 major factions of Volantis. One, a rotund man adorned in gold and silver, represented the Elephant Party, his face plastered with the sycophantic smile of a merchant as he bowed deeply, presenting a lavish gift. Great Dragon King, conqueror of Slavers Bay, Volantis extends its most sincere respects to you. Behind him, slaves cautiously lifted several large chests, which, upon opening, revealed a dazzling array of glassware and barrels of exquisite sweet red wine, redolent of rich fruit aromas. The other representative stood tall, his demeanor sharp, clad in finely tailored black silk. He was a member of the Tiger Party. Unlike his counterpart, he did not grovel, but merely inclined his head slightly. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Sheng's strikingly handsome face, marked by an air of inquiry and skepticism. Eventually, he accepted a slender wooden box from one of his attendants, presenting it with both hands. "Your Majesty, this is the Tiger Party's tribute to the true Dragon King." Opening the box revealed a Valyrian steel short sword, embedded with rubies. Resting quietly upon its velvet lining, its blade shimmering with a dark ripple in the flickering candlelight of the hall. "Speak, what is it that you seek?" Lu Sheng's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that seemed to lower the temperature of the entire hall. The rotund representative of the Elephant Party stepped forward, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Great Dragon King, the trade of Atlantis, especially the slave trade, is the lifeblood of our city. We, the Elephant Party, beseech you not to sever this golden trade route." His words were laden with profound anxiety over the potential decline of the slave trade. A sly smile tugged at Lu Sheng's lips as he turned his gaze toward the Tiger Party representative. The Tiger Party member stepped forward, his voice resonating with strength. "Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of New Valyria, the embodiment of the dragon. The Targaryen family has long forsaken our glory, retreating to the wilds of the West, consorting with savages. And the descendants of those pirates from the kingdom of the Three Daughters are an affront to Valyrian honor." His fervor was palpable, his eyes glimmering with zeal. "We, the Tiger Party, wish to ally with you, to assist you in clearing the disputed territories, allowing the dragon's banner to once again flutter over every inch of the free trade city-state." Lu Sheng chuckled softly at this declaration, eliciting a mixture of apprehension and anticipation from both envoys. "As for matters of trade, you shall discuss those with Hidera." He gestured to the woman beside him. "She fully represents my interests, and I believe she will provide you with a satisfactory response." The Elephant Party representative beamed with delight, casting a pleasing glance towards Hidera. Lu Sheng paused, fixing his gaze upon the Tiger Party representative, his tone taking on a weighty significance. "As for an alliance, I shall personally visit Volantis after the celebration to discuss this matter with your three ruling officials. My arrival will serve as the highest tribute to your esteem." The gravity of his words hung heavily in the air. The Tiger Party representative initially appeared taken aback, but soon an uncontrollable joy spread across his face. The Dragon King's visit to Volantis was a supreme honor and a declaration in itself. "We await your arrival." The delegation departed, satisfied, guided by servants to their lodgings to rest in anticipation of the forthcoming grand celebration. The throne room fell into a tranquil silence. Sidera stepped forward, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, Daka has completed the purge of all the estates. The initial batch of armor and weapons crafted by the Logistics Corps is now sufficient to equip his 10,000-strong army." "Excellent." Lu Sheng nodded, instructing Daka to return with his men for rearmament. Additionally, the Serpent Lizard Isles have been cleared, and the reconstruction of Hygos can now be put on the agenda. Upon hearing the name Hygos, Sidara's expression subtly shifted. He cautiously articulated, "Your Majesty, that place is said to be forever afflicted by plague and curses, truly unsuitable for the long-term habitation of the living. Moreover, the cost of rebuilding a city-state is immense. I assume you do not wish for the lucrative slave trade to be jeopardized?" An icy smile flickered within Lu Sheng's heart as he discerned Sidara's ulterior motives. The former prosperity of Hygos was firmly rooted in its rivalry with the slave-based slave trade. Sidera, or rather all the nobles of Milan, were loath to see a new competitor arise. "Who told you that I intend to send the living there?" Lu Sheng's words startled Sidera. "The new Hygos will not rely on the slave trade." Lu Sheng's voice deepened, imbued with ambition. "It shall serve as my foothold for exploring the continent of Sothoros." The Empire's gaze and sword directed towards the unknown southern world. As for the environment, the corners of Lu Sheng's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Indeed, the living are not suited for it, but my soldiers precisely are unafraid of plague and death." Sidara's pupils constricted suddenly. He instantly grasped Lu Sheng's meaning. To utilize those undead monstrosities to cultivate a cursed land. What a mad yet brilliant idea. The future Hygos would be a city of the dead. Those living corpses, sustained by my magic, shall be its eternal lords. They will safeguard my trade routes and expand the Empire's territory to the ends of the world. Lu Sheng did not voice these thoughts, yet the overwhelming aura he exuded sent tremors deep into Sidara's soul. He bowed deeply, no longer daring to voice any dissent. "As you command, Your Majesty, I shall immediately prepare the materials for reconstruction." The Serpent Lizard Isles, the Isle of Death. Once, it had been the last stubborn pirate stronghold in the archipelago. Nero moved like a butterfly through the chaotic crowd, his dual blades slicing through the air with brilliant silver gleams, akin to the scythes of death. With a sickening sound, two terrified heads soared into the sky, black blood spraying forth, yet curiously congealing midair. Behind him, over 1,000 undead pirates clad in tattered leather armor unleashed a silent roar, overwhelming the last vestiges of resistance within the stronghold like a tide. The battle concluded swiftly, or rather, it was nothing short of slaughter. The living swords could merely leave superficial white scars upon the undead, while the weapons of the living dead easily tore through flesh and blood. Nero sheathed his blades. Untainted by a single drop of blood, he surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground and the kneeling captives begging for mercy, his face devoid of expression. Gather the captives. He tossed half a bottle of ghostly green potion to the former cook. Prepare a warming porridge or water for them. The cook numbly nodded, accepting the potion and gesturing for his subordinates to drag the struggling, wailing captives. Ignoring the cries behind him, Nero turned and retreated to his cabin. The massacre had come to an end. He was eager to shed the blood-stained leather armor and don the soft, silky robe he had tailored by Panto's merchant. Chapter 38. The Grand Celebration. The air in Milan was thick with the sweet aroma of roasting meat mingled with spices. Ever since the Dragon King's arrival, this ancient city had never felt so vibrant. The grand celebration, hosted by the three city-states of the Slave Bay, had transformed into a festival sweeping across all of southern Essos. At the docks, merchant vessels from various free trade city-states crowded the area, and the volume of slave trade transactions shattered the previous year's records within a month. The old titles of the wise lord of Yuan Kai, the benevolent lord of Astapor, and the great lord of Milan were swept into the dustbin of history. Now, they bore only one identity, the nobility of the empire. In a show of loyalty to the new emperor, they generously opened their granaries and wine cellars. Mountains of food and fine wine were transported to the squares, served to every free man within the city-state. Even the most wretched slaves were granted a few days of respite during this celebration, with food that was no longer spoiled remnants. Every square in the city-state was occupied by circuses and clowns invited by the governor's office, the thunderous sounds of drums mingling with the jubilant cheers of the populace. Soaring to the heavens, the newly appointed Green Saint, a young and fervent girl, wove through the crowd with her followers, distributing cloth and food emblazoned with the black dragon emblem, proclaiming the doctrines of the new Valyria Empire. Everyone was immersed in this unprecedented revelry, temporarily forgetting the recent bloody purge. Beneath the Great Pyramid of Milan, the vast square had been cleared and laid with a crimson carpet from Irene. Delegations from Pantos, Bravos, Volantis, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myrene, alongside representatives of the three city-states and free citizens, awaited. They gazed upwards, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe, curiosity, and unease. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A colossal shadow descended upon the entire square without warning, and a fierce wind arose, causing the red carpet to flutter wildly. The crowd stirred restlessly. What is that? Look to the sky. A roar, piercing as if it could rend stone, erupted from the depths of the clouds, the sound waves striking each heart like a tangible hammer. In the next moment, a gigantic figure burst through the clouds, diving down at an almost vertical angle. It was a pitch-black dragon, its wings spanning dozens of meters, each scale gleaming like obsidian. Its length exceeded 55 meters, and the oppressive presence it exuded seemed to freeze the air in the square. A dragon, the Dragon King, the envoy from Bravos, turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. In stark contrast, the delegation from Volantis, led by an elder whose eyes sparkled with fervent light, trembled with excitement, as if witnessing a deity from ancient legends descend. The dragon hovered 30 meters above the ground, the swirling winds making it difficult for anyone to stand. Just as the crowd believed the colossal beast would land in the center of the square, it abruptly contracted and folded in mid-air, defying the laws of physics. The sounds of bones cracking and reshaping were distinctly audible. In a flash of fire, the dragon vanished, replaced by a young man with black hair and brown eyes. He descended silently to the end of the red carpet, clad in a perfectly tailored black and gold ensemble that seemed as if it were woven for him since birth. Sheng. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze calm like a still pond, yet sending a shiver through all who met his eyes. Welcome, everyone, to my Milan. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. At that moment, a young general clad in the standard armor of the New Guy's Legion hurried forward, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, the New Guy's City-State Council, along with all citizens, pledges eternal loyalty to you, the Emperor of the New Valyrian Empire, the conqueror of the Slave Bay. Zalamagagal. son of Graz, proclaimed with a voice that was both loud and resolute. From this day forth, New Guy shall become an inseparable part of the Empire. For the Empire. Behind him, dozens of New Guy's representatives knelt in unison. For the Empire. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Had New Guy surrendered as well? This signifies that the entire Slave Bay, along with the surrounding island city-states, has formed a complete and thorough union. The expressions of the envoys from the major city-states instantly transformed into a vivid tapestry of emotions. In the eyes of the envoy for Volantis, fervor was accompanied by a hint of gravity. The existence of a unified slave bay now possessed a strength sufficient to unsettle Volantis, which prides itself as the eldest daughter of Valyria. The representative from Bravos discreetly tightened his grip around the concealed dagger nestled within his sleeve. A madman, an ambitious lunatic. The representatives from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters exchanged complex glances, as their purpose for attending this gathering appeared to have grown even more urgent. Excellent. Sheng cast a satisfied nod toward Zola. He then turned to the varied expressions of the assembled envoys, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Hideranashi immediately understood, leading a host of high-ranking officials from the governor's office to warmly welcome the envoys and representatives from various nations into the banquet hall at the base of the pyramid. Thus commenced a grand feast. The banquet hall was brightly illuminated, yet the dragon's roar echoing in the sky showed no signs of abating. The colossal dragon, transformed from Sheng, circled low above the city of Mir. Each time he soared over the cheering throngs, he incited waves of thunderous applause. Long live the Dragon King! Long live the Empire! This cacophony pierced through the thick walls of the pyramid, rendering the countenance of some even more grim. The Bravosi envoy absent-mindedly sliced at the roasted meat on his plate, his mind consumed by the haunting image he witnessed at the docks. Those newly constructed warships, and the sailors aboard them, silent as stone sculptures. They bore no signs of life, their skin tinged with an unnatural pallor. The term undead navy emerged from the depths of his mind, sending shivers down his spine. In the ancient legends of Bravos, Valyrian sorcerers once compelled deceased slaves to continue mining in the caverns of the 14 Flames, their souls eternally unrest. An ambitious dragon, whelp wielding such blasphemous sorcery, could never be allowed to threaten the safety of Bravos. He resolved to report everything seen here, without alteration, to the Sea King and the Council. The prior assessment of this Dragon King was grossly misplaced. Across the banquet hall, the delegation from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and Volantis remained distinctly separate, devoid of any interaction. The war over the disputed lands had forged a deep-seated enmity between the two factions. In a nondescript corner, Alan sat awkwardly, clad in a black mage's robe. He felt utterly out of place amidst the opulence surrounding him. The absence of Kichinlu left him feeling uneasy. Such a crowded and scrutinizing environment only fueled his desire to retreat to the laboratory aboard his ship. Just then, a voice filled with surprise reached his ears. Master Alan? Alan looked up to see a man adorned in Carthian robes, whose lips bore an unnatural hue of blue. A Carthian sorcerer, one of those addicts. Alan recognized the man's identity and merely raised his cup in a disinterested greeting. However, the sorcerer approached with the eagerness of a starstruck devotee, a sycophantic smile gracing his features. Is truly you. Since your ship departed from Karth, we have heard no news of you. The House of the Undying even presumed you had met with a maritime disaster. How delightful it is to encounter you here. I have joined the service of the Dragon King, Alan replied calmly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, for he was now his advisor. Chapter 39, Journey to Volantis. The grand celebration, which lasted a full 3 days, finally reached its conclusion. The streets of Mir still lingered with the rich aromas of roasted meats and spices. Yet the fervent clamor was swiftly dissipating, replaced by a calm that was meticulously governed by power. The convoy of envoys and ships departed the port in an orderly fashion, carrying with them a mixture of awe and suspicion, spreading the news of the Dragon King's arrival to every corner of Essos. In the final moments of departure, a blue-lipped sorcerer from Karth found Alan amidst the crowds at the docks. His voice was like silk in motion, imbued with an unusual charm. My lord Alan, your magic. So many pirates, such immense power. Its source cannot be possessed by mere mortals. The sorcerer's gaze bore into Alan, as if seeking to uncover the secrets of his soul. The doors of the House of the Undying shall always be open to a sage such as yourself. Alan paused, a polite yet distant smile gracing his pale, bloodless face. Uyist. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable fervor. All that I am derives from my sovereign. He is a deity walking among mortals, while I am but his most humble servant. The sorcerer's pupils constricted slightly. In Alan's gaze, he found no deceit, only a faith so pure it was almost blinding. He wished to inquire further about the nature of that deity, but Alan had already inclined his body slightly, turning to rejoin the escort of Lu Sheng, never looking back. The sorcerer remained rooted in place, watching Alan's retreating figure until he could only board the ship bound for Karth, burdened with a mind full of questions and profound trepidation. Meanwhile, the three city-states of Slave Bay commenced preparations for the reconstruction of the grand city of Karth with unprecedented efficiency. Alan did not return to the pyramid, but instead ventured alone into the filthiest and most chaotic quarters of Mir, the arena. The air was thick with the acrid scents of blood, sweat, and cheap ale. He disregarded the curious gazes of the gladiators and gamblers surrounding him and made his way directly to the owner of the arena, a corpulent Lyceni man bedecked with rings on every finger. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. I will take all the gladiators who have been grievously injured in battle or training and can no longer compete, Alan stated, his voice as calm as though discussing a lumber trade. The owner initially appeared perplexed, but upon witnessing the bag of gold Alan produced, a sycophantic smile quickly spread across his face. Of course. It is their honor to serve you, my lord. News of this transaction swiftly permeated the underground world of Mir. Soon, numerous once mighty gladiators, now maimed, limping, or with internal injuries waiting for death, were delivered to a secret laboratory outside the city, transformed by Alan. Within the laboratory, the stench of blasphemy mingled with the scent of preservatives, causing nausea. Clad in a leather apron splattered with congealed blood, Alan's eyes sparkled with a morbid excitement as he caressed the body of a gladiator, recently restored with prosthetic limbs. Greenish fluid coursing beneath its skin. He raised his arms high towards the cold stone walls and let out a suppressed yet fervent cry. I shall forge a truly immortal legion for my sovereign. Your Majesty! Daka's resonant voice echoed within the throne hall. He returned to Mir, leading a newly outfitted contingent of Dothraki cavalry. The formerly disorganized leather armor and assortment of weapons were replaced with standardized black-scale armor and sharp steel Arak blades. The entire army's demeanor had transformed from a pack of wolves on the steppes to the Empire's keen blade. Daka knelt on one knee, his face alight with barely contained excitement. While clearing out an old noble estate, we made an unexpected discovery. A slave reported that the noble was secretly mining iron in the mountains behind the estate. Lu Sheng sat upon the obsidian throne, his fingers tapping gently against the armrest. Excellent. He turned to Hidera Nashi, who stood nearby. Hidera, I assign this matter to you. I want to see the iron flow from that mine in a steady stream for the Empire in the shortest time possible. As you command, Your Majesty. Hidera accepted the command without hesitation. Daka added, the slave has had his status as a freeman restored according to the laws of Cow, and he has been rewarded. Lu Sheng nodded, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. With the leverage of interests and laws, he aimed to dismantle the old order and establish a new world that belonged solely to him. As the night grew still, Lu Sheng, in his chamber, retrieved a smooth obsidian glass candle. Infusing it with a thread of mental energy, the candle ignited at its tip without flame, emanating a soft, platinum-hued flame. Within the fire, the weathered visage of Majwa emerged distinctly. Majwa, how fares the grasslands? Lu Sheng's voice resonated directly in his mind. Instantly, Majwa knelt on one knee, his reverence undiminished despite the vast distance. Cow, your Karasa is continually growing. We have defeated and subsumed 3 wandering tribes, his voice tinged with excitement. From our captives, we learned that the previous Cow, who ventured towards Kohor, was slain by Kohor's crossbow bolts. His Karasa is in disarray, and now the grasslands are filled with leaderless warriors. Excellent. Lu Sheng replied with a hint of amusement. Utilize this period of respite to gather as many of these scattered soldiers as possible. Inform them that by following me, they shall attain unprecedented conquests and glory. As you command, Your Majesty, the grasslands shall submit to you. The communication severed, and the flame extinguished. Lu Sheng set down the glass candle, a flicker of cold calculation crossing his gaze. The slave bay was now impregnable. Daka was amassing troops in Milan, and Nero's ghost fleet was nearing completion of its purging return from the Serpent Lizard Islands. It was time to pay a visit to the eldest daughter of Valyria. The silk drapes of his chamber billowed gently in the night breeze. Lu Sheng lay on his side, one arm wrapped around the slender waist of Valyria, while the other felt the warm breath of Linera. The air was infused with the fragrance of the girl's hair and a subtle warmth. Valaria's silvery hair spread like moonlight across the black sheets, her violet eyes gazing at Sheng in the dimness, filled with dependence and adoration. On the other side, Lynera curled up like a frightened kitten, yet dared not venture too far, her breath betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Sheng spoke not a word, instead savoring this fleeting moment of tenderness. Conquest and slaughter were the dominant themes of an emperor, yet this brief softness served as the finest solace for his taut nerves. He sensed the intentions of the two women beside him. One yearned to bear him heirs to solidify his hard-won position, while the other sought a semblance of security amidst her fears. Regardless of their thoughts, they had both become his possessions. The following morning, Sheng rose amidst the rhythmic sounds of the two women's slumbering breaths. Dressed and poised, he ascended to the terrace atop the pyramid. Hidera had long awaited him there. During my absence, you shall oversee all affairs of Milan. Sheng's voice was calm, yet authoritative. At your command, your majesty, Hidera bowed deeply, concealing her inner excitement. Sheng spoke no more, stepping forward. With a crackle, his form expanded dramatically in the morning light, transforming. Black scales, akin to metal, surged forth from beneath his skin. Fearsome dragon horns pierced the sky, and a pair of colossal wings unfurled, casting shadows over the land. In an instant, a gargantuan creature over 55 meters in length replaced the figure that had stood. The black dragon let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens, heralding the emperor's departure. In the next moment, with a powerful beat of its wings, the massive form became a streak of black lightning, tearing through the air towards Volantis in the southwest. Chapter 40, The Covenant. A colossal black shadow swept across the cracked earth of the Demon Road. As it flew southwest from Milan, the city-states and villages along the way were all shaken by this terrifying spectacle that spanned the sky. The black dragon, over 55 meters long, had wings large enough to shade an entire village, and each flap stirred up violent gusts, sending dust and debris flying. The demon dragon. It is the Dragon King of Slave Bay. On the ground, countless people gazed up in awe and fear at the black streak, symbolizing destruction and conquest. Sheng paid no mind to their terror. His dragon eyes surveyed the rapidly retreating land below. The ancient Valyrian road, the demon road, wound like a scar, guiding him towards his next target, Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria. As the distance closed, a grand city, almost surreal in its magnificence, emerged upon the horizon. At the mouth of the Lorne River, the long bridge spanning the two banks upon which a city was built was breathtaking even from 10,000 meters above. Yet, Sheng's keen perception detected the decay lurking beneath this magnificent facade. The closer he flew, the clearer the signs of deterioration became. Outside the core areas near the black walls and the long bridge, which should have been adorned with flowers and fountains, vast stretches of abandonment and desolation lay exposed. Many fountains had long since run dry, the ornate facades of buildings were peeling, and some areas had been reclaimed by damp, oppressive swamps. Evidently, the disastrous defeat over the disputed territories had severely weakened this eldest daughter. Sheng scoffed internally. A single war could drain a generation, revealing the twilight decay of a once great city-state. He no longer concealed his arrival. With a roar that could rend the clouds, a thunderous dragon cry erupted from the heavens. The terrifying dragon might fell upon the hearts of every citizen of Volantis like a tangible hammer. The port descended into chaos, and the throngs on the long bridge fled in terror, shoving against one another, countless eyes wide with horror as they gazed skyward. They beheld the black behemoth that existed only in the most ancient of legends. Ignoring the pandemonium erupting within the city, Sheng soared directly towards the ancient black walls, symbols of antiquity and glory. In an open space a few hundred meters from the walls, the dragon's form shrank rapidly in a manner defying the laws of physics. Amidst the terrifying sound of bones cracking and reforming, black scales and dragon wings dissipated into nothingness, revealing a young man with black hair and brown eyes, clad in resplendent black and gold garments, who landed silently. No sooner had he set foot than dozens of elegantly dressed, anxious Volantis nobles approached, flanked by a retinue of tiger-clad guards. The trio at the forefront were the current rulers of Volantis, the three magistrates. We welcome His Majesty, the Emperor of the new Valyrian Empire, the conqueror of Slave Bay, Sheng. Within the black walls, in a grand palace, the three magistrates bowed deeply before Sheng. 2 men and 1 woman. The elder at the forefront, with graying hair but sharp, hawk-like eyes, bore a tiger insignia on his chest. He was the current magistrate of the Tiger Party, Rios. The 2 behind him, adorned with elephant insignias, were the magistrates of the Elephant Party, Tyrion and Lannis. They scrutinized the young man before them, seemingly no older than in his 20s, yet internally they were tumultuous. This was the man who had unified Slave Bay with a thunderous might, subsumed pirates, and compelled New Gist to surrender without a fight. Yet, his most fearsome identity was that of a dragon king capable of transforming into a dragon. Be at ease, Lu Sheng waved his hand casually, his gaze sweeping over the trio before settling into his seat. His tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Volantis appears to be in dire straits. His single remark rendered the faces of the three magistrates somewhat stiff. The Tiger Party magistrate, Rios, flashed a glimmer of indignation, stepping forward with barely contained excitement. Your Majesty speaks truly. It is precisely due to the decline of Volantis that we yearn for an alliance with you more than anyone else. He appeared somewhat impatient. As long as you are willing to lead us, the entirety of Volantis, be it the Tiger faction or the Elephant faction, shall heed your command and restore the glory of Valyria. The two consuls of the Elephant faction exchanged glances and immediately concurred. Yes, Your Majesty. We are eager to forge the most steadfast alliance with you, said the male consul, Tyrion, with a demeanor considerably more cautious than that of Rios. The female consul, Lannis, added, However, Your Majesty, we are concerned that should we rashly act against the kingdom of the three daughters in the disputed lands, it may provoke the enmity of the Targaryens of Westeros. This is the core apprehension of the Elephant faction. They are merchants, fearful of the risks that war entails, especially when facing an adversary like the Targaryens, who also possess dragons. Before Lucius could speak, Rios, the consul of the Tiger faction, scoffed, spun around, and glared at his colleague. Lannis, your courage is less than that of a flea. His voice rang out passionately, echoing throughout the hall. Targaryens? Not even a single dragon capable of flight resides beneath the backside of Aegon I. His only hope, that rebellious brother, Prince Daemon, is currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the kingdom of the three daughters on the stepstones. Do you expect Daemon Targaryen and Corlys Velaryon to set aside their personal vendetta against the three daughters' kingdom to aid his enemies? Rios grew increasingly agitated, pointing towards the direction of the black walls beyond the window, his voice laden with indignation and despair. Look at this city. Observe those desolate districts. What price did we pay during the last war? We drained an entire generation of young Volantene men. Their bones still lie in the mire of the disputed lands. Have you forgotten this disgrace? Now a true Dragon King has arrived, willing to lead us in erasing this humiliation and reclaiming all that we have lost. Yet you remain concerned about a king far removed, struggling for his own survival? Rios's question struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of the two Elephant faction consuls. Tyrion and Lannis' faces paled, their expressions of hesitation gradually supplanted by humiliation and desire. Ultimately, they turned towards Lucius, deeply bowing. Your Majesty, we agree. Volantis is willing to forge a pact with you. Lucius observed the dramatic scene before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Throughout, he had uttered but a single phrase. Fear and hatred are always the best negotiators. He slowly rose, looking down upon the three. Excellent. I shall instruct the governors of Myr, Lys, and Astapor to form a delegation to discuss the specifics of the alliance with you. From this day forth, the new Valyrian Empire and Volantis shall officially ally. His voice was calm, yet it seemed to declare an unalterable decree. I shall be the leader of this alliance. Who is in favor? Who is against? A profound silence enveloped the hall. The three consuls bowed their heads even lower. No one opposes, Your Majesty. That evening, to celebrate the newly forged pact and welcome the Dragon King's arrival, Volantis hosted an extravagant banquet behind the impregnable black walls. Nobles of ancient blood donned their most splendid attire, presenting the most precious gifts, adopting the most humble postures to curry favor with their new master. Lucius sat at the head of the table, impassively accepting the homage and flattery of all. His gaze swept over those self-proclaimed noble Volantines, his eyes reflecting a cold scrutiny. The eldest daughter of Valyria. He raised his goblet, gazing into the crimson liquid within. Chapter 41. Reactions from all sides. Volantis within the black walls. A grand banquet was underway, yet the atmosphere was far from as fervent as it appeared on the surface. The ivory-carved long table was laden with delicacies, and the air was thick with the fragrances of expensive spices and fine wines. However, the faces of Rios from the Tiger faction and Tyrion and Lannis from the Elephant faction bore rigid smiles. Opposite them sat the delegation from Myr, Lys, and Astapor, poised with solemnity. Leading them was the newly appointed governor of Myr, Sherdara. He did not touch the golden goblet before him, merely observing the Volantine nobles with a gaze that felt almost tangible, suffocating in its intensity. The Emperor has returned to Astapor, gathering the Imperial fleet. Shadara's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly throughout the banquet hall. The details of the alliance agreement will be discussed jointly by us and the three consuls. The Emperor's will is non-negotiable. Of course, of course. Rios, the Tiger faction consul, hastily nodded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Volantis shall be the most loyal ally of the Empire. Tyrion and Lonnis exchanged glances, seeing the bitterness and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that from the moment that Black Dragon descended beyond the Black Walls, Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria, had lost its power of choice. The news of the alliance spread like an unstoppable storm, emanating from the port of Volantis, sweeping along all trade routes and shipping lanes, engulfing the entirety of Essos. The governors of Pentos remained sleepless. The Sea Lord of Bravos ordered all vessels to halt their voyages to the disputed lands and in the forges of Coer. The secrets of reforging Valyrian steel seemed to lose their significance. A new empire, founded upon absolute violence, was rising from the ruins of the Slaver's Bay, extending its reach with an undeniable presence towards this land, which had been embroiled in conflict for centuries. All eyes turned towards the territory soon to be reshuffled by blood and fire, the disputed lands. Stepstone's Bloodstone Island. Within a humble stone fortress, the air was thick with the scent of wine. Daemon Targaryen kicked over a wooden table before him, fine Dornish red wine mingling with the grease of roasted meat, spilling everywhere. The new Valyrian Empire? Conqueror of Slaver's Bay. His eyes were bloodshot as he seized the Valerian captain who had come to deliver the news. His voice hoarse and enraged. A bastard who emerged from some filth dares to call himself the Dragon King? He is provoking the Targaryens. Just days ago, he had been crowned here as the king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, reveling in the euphoria of conquest, when this news struck him like a resounding slap across the face. Calm down, demon. A steady voice emerged. Corlys Valerion, known as the Sea Snake, stepped out from the shadows. His wounds had not yet healed, his complexion pale, but his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. He waved dismissively for the trembling captain to depart, turning to the furious demon and slowly said, "Anger will not resolve the issue. This Dragon King is indeed quite formidable." Formidable? Demon scoffed, releasing his grip and allowing the captain to scurry away in fright. "Corlys, are you suggesting he butchered all those fat pigs in Slaver's Bay like a slaughterer? Or that he frightened the Volantines into submission? I mean, he has now become the #1 enemy of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters." Corlys approached the map, pointing to the waters between Tyros and Myr. "Our enemy now has a new adversary, a more powerful, more brutal enemy." Demon's breathing gradually calmed. He was no fool and instantly grasped Corlys' implication. "You want me to sit back and watch the two sides clash?" "No." Corlys shook his head, his eyes gleaming with a merchant's shrewdness. "I mean to sit back and collect the profits. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters must be in chaos right now. They must guard against us while also facing that madman from the east. Soon, they will send envoys to us, pleading for our mercy." Corlys turned to face Demon, and their pleas will come at a cost. Demon fell silent for a moment, his violent rage gradually supplanted by cold calculation. He approached the wine barrel and took a deep swig, the liquid trickling down his silver locks. "You're right," he said, wiping his mouth as a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes. "This time, if the Kingdom of the Three Daughters fails to provide sufficient gains, let them, along with that pretender to the dragon throne, be offered as sustenance to the Dragonfire. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, King Viserys I sat upon the Iron Throne, feeling the weight of his headache intensify. He clutched 2 confidential reports from Essos, each word pricking at his nerves like needles. One detailed the coronation festivities of the new monarch of the Bay of Slaves, emphasizing the ability to transform into a full-grown dragon, alongside the audacious title of the new Valyrian Empire. The other conveyed news of an alliance between the Empire and Volantis, their military might directed at the contested lands. "Your Majesty, this is not merely a blatant provocation of the Iron Throne. It is a potential threat to the 7 kingdoms." The voice of Otto Hightower, the hand of the king, resonated in his ear, calm yet laden with an undeniable warning. Viserys wearily waved his hand. A threat? He was well aware of the peril. But what could he do in response? His rogue brother Demon had crowned himself king on the Stepstones, completely uncontrollable, while the most formidable dragons of House Targaryen were largely under the dominion of House Valerion. His ambitious cousin, Rhaenys, rode the Red Queen Malaise with her husband, Corlys Valerion, transforming Driftmark into the most affluent territory in the 7 kingdoms. Their daughter, Lena, commanded the family's largest dragon, Vagr, a legendary beast of the same era as the Black Dread, Vagr. Their son, Laenor, also possessed his own dragon, Sea Smoke. The power of House Targaryen was more fragmented than ever. Viserys' gaze swept across the empty throne room, enveloped by a profound sense of impotence. As king, he shockingly realized he had no adult dragon at his disposal to command at any moment. The family must unite. A thought flashed through his chaotic mind like lightning. The dragons must remain firmly under the royal family's control. He turned to Otto Hightower, and for the first time, a glimmer of undeniable resolve shone through his murky eyes. Otto, your grace, convey my will. Viserys' voice, though low, carried the authority befitting the Iron Throne. He commanded ravens to be sent to Driftmark, inviting Lord Corlys Velaryon and Princess Rhaenys, along with their son, Ser Laenor, to King's Landing. Otto Hightower momentarily faltered, quickly grasping the king's intent. Viserys paid no heed to his astonishment, continuing as if affirming his own determination. It is time. It is time for the bloodlines of Targaryen and Velaryon to intertwine once more. The shadows from the east finally sent a chilling sensation through this complacent king. He must bind all the dragons of his family tightly to the war chariot of the Iron Throne in preparation for the unpredictable future. Chapter 42. Shadows of the Secret City. A purple-sailed vessel glided through the dense fog of the Atoll Lagoon, its presence ghostly and silent. It did not dock at the old fish market, but sailed directly into the Purple Harbor, reserved solely for local Braavosi vessels. The Sea Lord's Hall, the epicenter of power in this city, was steeped in an atmosphere as heavy as iron. The aged Sea Lord, struggling against illness, sat upon a modest throne crafted from fishwood and black iron. His skin resembled crumpled parchment, yet his eyes remained piercing. Below him sat the most powerful lords and seers of Braavos, each of whom could trace their ancestry back to the slaves of the Valyrian dragon lords. Speak, Trios. The Sea Lord's voice was parched and weary. Trios Nynaris, the leader of the recently returned envoy, bowed deeply, his pallor evident, his voice trembling with barely restrained fear. Your Grace, my lords, the Bay of Slaves has completely changed hands. He recounted everything that transpired during the Myrish festivities, including the alliance between the new Valyrian Empire and Volantis. The council chamber fell into a profound silence. Transformed into a dragon, exceeding 55 meters in length, murmured one counselor, his eyes wide with terror. This cannot be. The dragons and magic of Valyria have long since turned to ash with the cataclysm. Another counselor leapt to his feet, agitation coursing through him. This must be a lie. It's the madman's trickery. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Trios' voice, though soft, quelled all dissent. The shadow of that black dragon was sufficient to cloak much of the Myrish square, its oppressive presence even causing the air to stifle. He paused, seemingly recalling a deeper fear. Moreover, he wields necromantic magic. What? Even the ailing Sea Lord straightened in shock. The highborn navy, Trios struggled to swallow. The soldiers of that fleet have no heartbeat. Tireless, they are the living dead. They are the reanimated corpses brought forth by that dragon lord's sorcery. Boom! The entire council chamber erupted in chaos. Necromantic magic. Truly, they are the Valyrian bastards. They have returned. I knew it. Dragon lords are but a congregation of life-desecrating demons. The expressions of fear on the counselors' faces were swiftly supplanted by deep-rooted hatred. They were the descendants of enslaved fugitives, and in the legends passed down through generations in Braavos. Their ancestors not only endured the lash and branding of the dragon lords, but found no peace even in death. The ancient sorcerers of Valyria would resurrect deceased slaves through blood magic, transforming them into mindless, soulless husks, forced to toil day and night in the lightless mines of the 14 Flames until their bodies crumbled to dust. That terror and hatred were etched in their very bloodlines. The Sea Lord coughed violently, gesturing for silence. This so-called land-bound dragon lord will inevitably set his sights on the kingdom of the Three Daughters. His voice regained some steadiness, yet his gaze was frostily resolute. Once he consolidated the contested lands, Braavos would face his military might head-on. We cannot remain passive. A youthful counselor shouted, Your Grace, please utilize the Iron Bank's resources. Hire every mercenary we can find. We must crush him before he grows stronger. Foolishness. Another elder seer scoffed. Mercenaries? Before a dragon and the Dothraki horde, even the greatest number of mercenaries are but lambs to slaughter. Then what do you propose? Should we beg a slaver for mercy? Enough. The Sea Lord's sharp rebuke quelled the discord. His murky gaze swept across the assembly. Dragons are invincible, yet a dragon lord in human form is not. In that instant, everyone grasped his intent. The faceless men, the Sea Lord enunciated deliberately. Once he engages in battle with the kingdom of the Three Daughters, let the faceless men take action. I will pay any price for the head of the Dragon Lord in human form. The counselors nodded in agreement. This was Braavos' final and most lethal trump card. But it was not enough. The Sea Lord shifted his tone. We require allies. An ally who also possesses dragons. You mean the Targaryens of Westeros? One counselor frowned. Distaste etched on his face. Your Grace, they too are descendants of Valyria. How can we trust them? Indeed, who knows whether they might collude with that new Dragon Lord? Voices of dissent rose in chorus. The Sea Lord, Pharaohs, leaned wearily back against his throne, acutely aware of how challenging it was to persuade those blinded by hatred. Times have changed, he said slowly. The rise of a new Dragon Lord poses a significant threat to House Targaryen as well. Moreover, I have a means to compel them to show sincerity. He turned to the chief seer of the Iron Bank. Unless half of the Iron Throne's treasury is transferred to our Iron Bank for safekeeping, Braavos shall never ally with any Dragon Lord. The utterance at last silenced all members of the assembly. To measure trust in terms of currency is quite Braavosian. In a clandestine underground laboratory somewhere beyond the city of Myr, the air was thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde mingled with herbs. Alan, clad in a leather apron stained with dark hues, was engrossed in gazing at his latest creation. It was a mass of pure, writhing shadow, barely maintaining the form of a slender humanoid, its limbs ending in razor-sharp, solidified darkness. It bore no features, no substance, as if it might dissolve into the air at any moment. This was his new creation, a shadow assassin, born of the fusion of shadow, binding, and necromantic spells. In theory, it could seamlessly merge into any shadow, launching lethal ambushes. Alas, this creature was exceedingly unstable. It could not stray far from a potent source of magic for too long, lest it completely disintegrate. A report to His Majesty was imperative. Alan reverently extracted a black glass candle, infusing it with his meager magical essence. The flame ignited silently, a wisp of azure fire dancing at its tip. Soon, a calm and authoritative voice echoed in his mind. What is it? My lord, my esteemed sovereign. Alan's voice trembled with excitement. I have crafted a wholly new servant, an assassin that can merge with shadows. He meticulously detailed the abilities and flaws of the shadow assassin to Lucien. Far above, aboard the flagship, Lucien's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing the report. This Asha wizard indeed possessed remarkable talent. Now he understood why that coarse warlock held Alan in such high regard. Such creativity could only be considered genius in the realm of magic. Excellent, Alan. Your loyalty pleases me greatly. Lucien's voice carried a note of approval. To serve His Majesty is my utmost honor. Alan fervently responded. However, this creation requires more potent magic to maintain stability. I humbly beseech you, grant me a fragment of your divine power. As you wish. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the flame upon the glass candle surged dramatically. A torrent of pure, sulphurous magic surged through the mental link, flooding into Alan's being in an instant. Alan let out a satisfied groan, a sickly flush spreading across his pale visage. He greedily absorbed this power, feeling his parched soul being nourished by a refreshing deluge. He gazed at the unstable shadow, which upon contact with this magic solidified significantly, its form becoming markedly more stable. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. Alan knelt, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab. In the kingdom of the Three Daughters Myr, when news of Atlantis' alliance with the new Valyrian Empire broke, the united council of the three free cities erupted into chaos. Shame, those spineless creatures of Atlantis. How dare they betray the free cities and kneel before a new dragon king? The Grand Lord of Myr furiously smashed his wine goblet onto the floor. What shall we do about the fleet we dispatched to the Stepstone Islands? The governor of Lys's complexion turned ashen. That madman demon still awaited our delivery. Forget him for now. The Grand Lord of Tyrosh was drenched in sweat. We are besieged from all sides. Should Volantis strike, we lack the strength to contend with two wars simultaneously. The entire council chamber devolved into uproar, with voices raised in argument and invective. They had already invested substantial resources to reclaim the Stepstone Islands from Demon and Corlys, but now, a more terrifying shadow loomed from the east. Ultimately, the Grand Lord of Myr forcibly restored order. We must act separately. He inhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with calculation. First, immediately dispatch an envoy to Slaves Bay, bearing the most lavish gifts to present to the Dragon King. By any means necessary, even if it means ceding some interests, we must dissuade him from expanding westward. Second, another envoy must promptly head to Sunspear and Dorne. Previously, we had planned to act against the Stepstone Islands in conjunction with Dorne, but circumstances have changed. A greater threat has emerged. We require their assistance. He paused before articulating the most humiliating and desperate third step. If no good news comes back from Slaves Bay, we shall have no choice but to send envoys to King's Landing. What? Seeking aid from the Iron Throne? The governor of Lys exclaimed incredulously. That means we must bow to the Targaryens. We will have to pay exorbitant costs to mediate our disputes with Valyrian. Better than annihilation. The Grand Lord of Myr bellowed. As long as the Iron Throne can suppress Daemon and Corlys, we can free our hands to emulate the fiery wrath of Yor and engage Volantis once more. His gaze swept across all present, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. The kingdom of the Three Daughters shall never relinquish the disputed lands obtained at such a great cost. Chapter 43. Illyria's Pregnancy. Within the Grand Pyramid of Myr, Lucian sat upon the obsidian throne, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest. He awaited someone's arrival. As per their agreement, Mazo was to lead the well-rested Karassa back to Myr, donning the newly issued imperial gear. Waiting was invariably tedious. The throne room was vast and eerily silent, with him as its sole occupant. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. Beneath him, the shadows occasionally rippled unnaturally at the edges, as if something writhed within before returning to stillness in an instant. These were the Shadow Assassin Legion that Alan had crafted for him. These silent killers lurked within Lucian's shadow, sustained by his immense magical essence, serving as the most secretive and lethal guardians of the Emperor. My creation, commendable indeed. Lucian was quite pleased with this. Just then, a hurried footfall echoed from beyond the hall, shattering the stillness. Lucian lifted his gaze toward the entrance. It was Illyria. She lifted her skirts, her countenance radiating with an uncontainable excitement and a rosy flush, followed closely by two handmaidens as she hastened towards the throne. Lucian regarded her with curiosity. This woman was typically composed and reserved. Her current demeanor was rather rare. Illyria dashed to the base of the throne, slightly breathless from her haste, a charming blush adorning her fair cheeks. She tilted her head up, her beautiful violet eyes shimmering with moisture, brimming with exhilaration and joy. Your Majesty. Her voice trembled imperceptibly. Lucian leaned forward slightly, inquiring, What brings you such joy? Illyria took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength to utter the words. I am pregnant. As her words fell, the grand hall seemed to fall into a momentary silence. Lucian gazed at her, his brown eyes revealing no emotion. Yet in the next instant, an invisible wave of magic emanated from him, enveloping Illyria's entire form as swiftly as mercury spilling forth. Illyria's body stiffened, sensing a warm current penetrating her being, gently sweeping across her abdomen. She felt a twinge of nervousness, but more so an overwhelming anticipation. Lucian closed his eyes. Within his perception, a faint yet familiar spark of life was quietly gestating within Illyria, a seed of power flowing with magic that bore his essence. It appeared my abilities may indeed be hereditary. This thought flickered through Lucian's mind. He had once attempted to inquire of the system regarding progeny, but that aloof system had never responded to his queries. Now, he had discovered the answer for himself. When he opened his eyes once more, his expression had softened slightly. He rose from the throne, descended the steps, and approached Illyria. Observing the woman before him, trembling with excitement, he extended his hand, gently caressing her cheek. This is indeed a good thing. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. With this affirmation, Illyria could no longer hold back the tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She grasped Lu Sheng's hand and pressed it against her face, her voice trembling. Yes, Your Majesty. Our child. For her, this child represented not just the continuation of life, but her sole support and the promise of a future within this frigid pyramid. Lu Sheng enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back. From this day forth, your security level shall be elevated to the highest. He turned his gaze toward the palace entrance, his tone chillingly clear. Summon someone. A royal guard promptly appeared at the threshold, kneeling on one knee. Relay the order to establish a new post for Ilaria and Lynera, the lantern-bearer. The lantern-bearer? The guard appeared puzzled. They shall carry an unlit glass candle at all times, never straying from their mistress's side. Lu Sheng elucidated, though his words were not solely directed at the guard. As he spoke, shadows beneath his feet began to undulate once more. Two more substantial shadows detached themselves, silently gliding toward the shadows of Ilaria and Lynera, merging seamlessly and vanishing from sight. Relying on the glass candle as a coordinate and magical relay point, the assassins concealed within their shadows would unleash their full potential, eliminating any potential threats. The guard bowed his head, responding respectfully, "As you command, your majesty." Furthermore, Sheng added, "The news of Valaria's pregnancy is to be classified as the Empire's highest secret. Any leakers, along with their families, shall be eradicated." Yes. The guard's voice carried a chilling undertone, well aware that this emperor never jested. Once all matters were settled, Sheng turned his gaze back to the Alaria in his arms and said, "Rest easy and nurture our child. You have rendered great service to the Empire." Alaria nodded vigorously in his embrace, her heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of security. She understood that from this moment forth, she and her unborn child would embody the most closely guarded secret of this burgeoning empire. Meanwhile, in the distant Volantis, a fervent excitement enveloped the city. When news of King Sheng's alliance with Volantis and the inclusion of the eldest daughter of Valyria into the new imperial alliance spread, the entire city erupted with enthusiasm. Particularly, the noble Tiger Party, who had long advocated for military expansion, were ecstatic. Each day, long lines formed outside Volantis' recruitment office as eager young men, veterans longing to redeem their honor, and even fallen freemen rushed to enlist in the military. They were filled with confidence, immense confidence. Once, Volantis had reigned over the kingdom of the Three Daughters, an undisputed hegemon of Essos, until the Targaryen Dragon King descended from the skies, reducing their fleet to ashes and shattering their army, casting them into utter despair. That humiliation was deeply etched in the bones of every Valantian. But now, a new Dragon King had emerged, a ruler more powerful and ruthless than the Targaryens, a conqueror who proclaimed himself the emperor of the new Valyrian Empire. More importantly, this Dragon King stood on their side. He possessed dragons capable of incinerating the heavens and a formidable army forged in the crucible of conquest over the entire Slaver's Bay. This time, they would follow their new Dragon King, inherit the legacy of old Valyria, and trample all their enemies underfoot within the Black Walls. In the residence of the Tiger Party's governor, Rios, a clandestine meeting was underway. Governor Heidel had already conveyed the emperor's will. The first batch of military supplies would soon arrive at the port. Rios surveyed the core members of the Tiger Party present, his gaze fervent. "The emperor has commanded us to prepare for war, with the target being the kingdom of the Three Daughters." An elder noble voiced his concerns, "But what about the Targaryens?" "The Targaryens?" Rios scoffed. "Viserys doesn't even have a single dragon to ride, and his brother Demon is stuck playing in the mud with pirates on the stepstones. What can they possibly do to interfere with us? Our emperor is the true descendant of Valyria, the rightful master of dragons." Indeed, another officer slammed the table. "We have endured for too long. This time, we shall make those bastards in Meereen, Lys, and Tyrosh pay back our blood debts with interest." The chamber resonated with a fervor for revenge and a zealous ardor for war. In the shadow of King Sheng, the long-dormant tiger of Atlantis had finally awakened, revealing its blood-red eyes and bared fangs. A storm was quietly brewing, one that would sweep across the western coast of Essos. Chapter 44. The Engagement of King's Landing. The flagship of Tide's Head Island, the Sea Serpent, slowly glided into Blackwater Bay. The familiar outline of King's Landing came into view as Rhaenys Targaryen stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling her black hair, interspersed with silver strands. Her husband, Corlys Velaryon, approached her side, his voice low. "We have arrived." Rhaenys did not turn back, her gaze fixed on the distant Red Keep. Is Demon still unwilling to return? Corlys sighed softly. He was now the king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. Filled with ambition, he believed that his Caraxes and Bloodworm were sufficient to handle any threat, even that so-called new Dragon King from the east. A smirk curled at Rhaenys' lips. Arrogant. He doesn't comprehend what the rise of a new Valyrian empire in the east signifies. Reports from Pentos indicated that the Black Dragon was growing at an unnaturally rapid pace. Corlys grasped his wife's hand, the back of it marked by the roughness of a life at sea. "Thus, we must come to King's Landing. Demon may act on impulse, but the Velaryon family cannot. The betrothal of Laenor and Rhaenyra must be secured." Their son, Laenor Velaryon, emerged from the cabin, his handsome face displaying a hint of indifference. He bowed to his parents, yet his gaze drifted toward the busy young sailors at the dock. Corlys noted this, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow, but ultimately chose to remain silent. The future of the family was paramount above all else. Inside the Red Keep, the atmosphere in the king's study was stifling. King Viserys gazed wearily at his daughter, Rhaenyra. Her face bore the marks of resistance and confusion, akin to a young dragon trapped in a cage. "I do not wish to marry Laenor." Rhaenyra's voice rang out, clear and obstinate. "Father, you know him. He has no interest in women." Viserys' pallid face, marred by illness, bore an unusual firmness. This is not a matter of interest. Rhaenyra, it is a duty. A duty? Rhaenyra's voice rose. My duty is to marry a man who will never love me. To bear him heirs? Does he even possess that capability? Your duty is to solidify your claim to the throne. Viserys slammed the table, causing the parchment rolls upon it to jump. He coughed violently, one hand covering his mouth while the fingers of the other curled in pain. The three dragons of House Valyria, their wealth rivaling nations. The mightiest fleet in the 7 kingdoms. All of these will serve as the foundation for your ascent to the Iron Throne. The king gasped, his eyes conveying a mixture of pleading and an unyielding command. You desire freedom, yet you also crave a crown. Rhaenyra, such fortune does not exist. You must make a choice. Rhaenyra looked at her father's weary visage, witnessing the unwavering determination in his eyes, and a wave of helplessness surged within her. She knew that her father rarely adopted such a hard stance. Each time he did, it signified that there was no room for negotiation. The new Dragon King rising in the east loomed like a colossal shadow over Westeros, suffocating even her usually gentle father. What if I refuse? She finally inquired, her voice tinged with a tremor. Viserys' gaze turned frigid. Then you're not my heir. The word struck Rhaenyra's heart like a dagger forged from Valyrian steel, precise and piercing. Her complexion drained of color, her body became rigid. Freedom and the crown. Ultimately, she chose the latter. I agree. Rhaenyra squeezed those words through clenched teeth, then turned on her heel and departed the study without a backward glance. Viserys gazed at his daughter's resolute silhouette, collapsing wearily into his chair. He had made the right decision, for the kingdom, for the family. But he knew he had also driven a splinter deep into his daughter's heart, one that could never be removed. At the Prime Minister's office, Otto Hightower was in a foul mood. The sun shone brightly outside, yet it could not penetrate the gloom within his heart. The betrothal of Rhaenyra to Laenor felt like a heavy hammer, striking down the path to kingship he had paved for his grandson Aegon. 3 dragons. The fleet of House Valyria. Rhaenyra's claim to succession had never been so fortified. Otto lifted a goblet of wine and downed it in one gulp. Viserys, you fool. He seethed inwardly. You are tearing this kingdom apart, while deluding yourself into believing you are mending the rifts. He recalled the Grand Council of 101 AC, where Viserys, leveraging the advantage of a male heir, had defeated Laenor, who had claimed the succession through Rhaenys to ascend the Iron Throne. That had been the immutable law of Westeros, the cornerstone of order. Yet now, he had Aegon, a healthy and robust firstborn son, yet insisted on passing the throne to a woman. What irony! Otto did not consider himself self-serving. No, he was upholding the rules, seeking to restore order to the kingdom. He was fighting for his grandson's rightful claim. Of course, if this process resulted in a king of Hightower blood sitting upon the Iron Throne, it would be his greatest achievement. He approached the window, surveying the entirety of King's Landing. Rhaenyra, your good fortune has come to an end. The king's favor, the support of House Valyria, these are but fleeting. The true determinants of victory and defeat lie within the hearts of men and tradition. A cold, resolute glimmer shone in Otto's eyes, within the halls of the Red Keep. The atmosphere was solemn and reverent, under the watchful eyes of the 7 and the gaze of nearly every noble in King's Landing. Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen and Sarah Laenor Velaryon formally entered into their betrothal. King Viserys stood upon the dais, a long-awaited, genuine smile gracing his face. He beheld the ancient Valyrian houses of Targaryen and Velaryon once more entwined, witnessing the unprecedented consolidation of Rhaenyra's claim to succession. He felt he had erected a formidable bulwark for the realm. The nobles below offered their blessings, their faces alight with enthusiastic smiles. Yet beneath those smiles, whispered murmurs surged like hidden currents. The Valyrian fleet and wealth were now bound to the princess's ship. Indeed, their dragons too. Now, none dared to question the princess's status. The status was secure. Yet as for the consummation of the marriage, a portly lord lowered his voice, raising an eyebrow. Another noble beside him, understanding the implication, chuckled maliciously, his tone rife with concealed malice. I hear Sarah Laenor prefers those handsome, robust attendants. I wonder if he can still rise to the occasion before the fair Rhaenyra. Chapter 45, Demons Ambush. At the edge of the Dothraki Sea, dust swirled. Matsur pulled on the reins, the armored warriors behind him forming a silent, iron force that stretched to the horizon. 130,000 roaring warriors, along with countless horses and women and children, coalesced into a torrent capable of crushing any city-state. Since the departure of Khal Koa, he had followed orders, uniting every Khalasar on the steppe with iron and blood. Those who dared to question Khal S decisions had long since had their heads turned to dust beneath the hooves of horses. He gazed towards the faintly visible pass of Kaizen, a semblance of relief finally breaking across his weary face. Soon, he would reunite with Koa. With the aid of a few newly appointed officers and Koa's occasional long-distance commands, he barely maintained order within this vast army. But Matsur understood he was nearing his limits. He was a warrior, not a damned steward. These trifling matters had nearly drained him of all his vigor. Meanwhile, on the narrow sea, a fleet of transport ships was cleaving through the waves toward Volantis. On board, an indescribable acrid scent permeated the air. Daka, pale-faced, leaned over the ship's railing, retching violently into the azure waters below. Behind him, those once fearsome Dothraki warriors now swayed, their faces ashen. A school of fish trailed behind the fleet, eagerly awaiting the free lunch to be tossed overboard. This was not merely seasickness. For the Dothraki, who had never set foot upon the sea, the boundless, swaying, treacherous waters beneath them were a profound mental torment. This life, Daka vomited until he felt faint, collapsing onto the deck, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. Oh, I never want to sail again. He knew that by the time they reached Volantis, his band of warriors would require at least half a month to recuperate. High above the clouds, Koa soared like a black bolt of lightning, weaving through the layers. His senses effortlessly enveloped the fleet below. The deplorable conditions aboard the ships, especially the plight of the Dothraki, caused him to frown slightly. The non-combat attrition was far too severe. He resolved that once this escort mission concluded, Matsur's main force must be personally led by him down the Devil's Road. Such a situation must not recur. As Koa focused on his flight, a massive object approached rapidly at the edge of his perception. A bloodworm? Koa raised an eyebrow. He hovered above the clouds, intrigued by the sight of the long, blood-red dragon below, along with the conspicuous weakness upon its back. Demon Targaryen was feeling a twinge of irritation. Since receiving word of the fleet's departure from Slaver's Bay, he had been patrolling this route aboard Caraxes for several days. He was utterly confident that once he found the madman who called himself the Dragon King, Caraxes' Dragonfire would teach him what it truly meant to be a descendant of Valyria. Yet after several days, he had not even glimpsed a shadow of his quarry. Just as he thought today would yield no results, Caraxes suddenly emitted a low growl, its muscles tautening. Demon's spirits lifted, and he immediately scanned the empty skies around him. Nothing was there, but Caraxes' alertness could not be mistaken. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air above. Almost instinctively, Demon yanked the reins to the right. Roar! Caraxes' massive form twisted awkwardly to the side. A searing pillar of golden white flame narrowly grazed its left wing. Demon felt a terrifying heat wash over him. The tips of his silver gold hair instantly curled and scorched. Damn it! He bellowed, commanding the narrowly escaped Caraxes to ascend rapidly, attempting to seize the advantage of altitude. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. Caraxes flapped its wings desperately, whipping up gusts of wind, yet its body seemed mired in mud, ascending at an agonizingly slow pace. An invisible, mountain-like weight bore down upon it. Witnessing this, Demon's fury was swiftly extinguished by a chill. This was not the strength of a dragon. This was magic. Return, Caraxes. Immediately back to Dragonstone, he commanded decisively. Coralaxu let out a roar of defiance, swiftly changing direction in preparation for an escape. Demon anxiously scanned the skies for any sign of their adversary, and in the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. A shadow, propelled by the currents of air, surged forth at an astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, maneuvering from behind to directly confront him. The velocity was such that Coralaxu's dragon wings appeared to be motionless. The ominous black dragon hovered in front of them, obscuring the sunlight, its fearsome head trained upon them. Sheng opened his mouth, gathering platinum flames once more. No! Demon's eyes widened in horror. He could sense the cataclysmic power contained within that blaze. Coralaxu, equally incensed, opened its gaping maw to unleash its most ferocious dragon fire. The two flames, starkly contrasting in hue, collided with a thunderous crash in midair. There was no deafening explosion, only the overwhelming force of one overpowering the other. Coralaxu's fiery crimson breath, upon meeting the platinum flames, retreated as if confronted by molten lava, being devoured inch by inch. Ultimately, that unstoppable torrent of platinum fire struck Coralaxu squarely in the face. A heart-wrenching wail pierced the heavens. Coralaxu's massive head was engulfed by the flames, its scales charred, flesh reduced to a ghastly mess. a shadow transformed into a lethal meteor, hurtling towards Demon on the dragon's back. Instinctively, Demon raised his left hand, clad in black gauntlets, to shield himself. Sizzle, the exquisite gauntlet, capable of withstanding blades, was cleaved as if it were mere parchment before that shadow. Ack! Demon emitted a sound that resembled more of a primal scream than a human cry. While the Dark Sisters slashed at the shadow, a piercing sound echoed as it dissipated. Koralakshiu steadied itself amidst the agonizing pain, desperately skimming the surface of the sea as it fled in a frenzy. High above, Lu Xing's dragon maw curled into a cold smirk, with a powerful flap of his wings. The surrounding air transformed into the most formidable propulsion. With a single surge, he closed the distance to the fleeing Koralakshiu once more, casting a great shadow upon it. His sharp claws extended from the heights, aimed at Koralakshiu's neck. He intended to capture it alive. Just then, from the distant horizon, another streak of crimson dragon fire hurtled toward Lushing's flank. Lushing manipulated the currents, his immense form defying the laws of physics, instantly ascending vertically by 100 meters, effortlessly evading the attack. His cold gaze shifted towards the distance. The silhouettes of two colossal dragons approached rapidly. One was the agile Red Queen, and the other, the legendary beast of immense size and ancient lineage, Vagr. Chapter 46, The Rainey's Fleet. The blood-red dragon fire and platinum flame clashed in the air, erupting into a dazzling explosion of light. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in visible ripples, creating a vast depression on the surface of the sea below. Demon Targaryen clung tightly to Koralakshiu's saddle, his muscles straining from the exertion. The steel gauntlet on his hand had been severed, and the searing pain threatened to render him unconscious. Yet, the physical agony paled in comparison to the humiliation and dread within his heart. Just as he believed himself doomed, two resounding dragon roars echoed from the distant sky, one to the left and one to the right, like thunderclaps. A magnificent dragon, resplendent in crimson and exuding grace and agility, was the first to arrive. It was the Red Queen, Melisande. Close behind, a colossal bronze beast, nearly obscuring the sun, broke through the clouds. Each beat of its wings seemed capable of summoning a tsunami. Vagr, the oldest and largest dragon to survive from the age of Conqueror Aegon, still alive to this day. Lushing hovered in the air, intrigued by the way these three dragons of House Targaryen surrounded him in a triangular formation. His gaze flitted between the three dragons and their riders. He noted Demon's disheveled state. On the back of the Red Queen, a strikingly composed, middle-aged woman, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, wore an expression of grave concern and vigilance. On Vagr's mountainous back sat a young Valyrian woman, Lena Velaryon. Lushing's gaze lingered upon her for a moment. Not of the darker complexion. A whimsical thought flashed through his mind. I had presumed her lineage to be that of the correct ethnicity. It seems I was mistaken. The three dragons alternated in their protective maneuvers, forming a seemingly impregnable formation. Demon, riding the injured Koralakshiu, retreated to the rear of the formation, his glare locked on a Lushing, the venomous hatred in his eyes almost palpable. Rhaenys, in stark contrast, regarded him with palpable wariness. This enigmatic black dragon exhibited an eerily peculiar flight pattern. It did not appear to fly. Rather, it glided through the air, its turns and accelerations utterly unpredictable, defying the known principles of dragon flight, especially that terrifying speed, which left even the agile Melisande in its wake. Far across this maritime expanse, a fleet cobbled together by the kingdoms of the Three Daughters was slowly making its way forward, massive crossbows on the ships loaded and glimmering, their bolts aimed skyward. They had come to assist in the battle. King Viserys, Eye of King's Landing, felt as though his heart were gripped by an invisible hand, each breath laced with searing pain. Ever since learning that his mad brother Demon had truly ventured alone to intercept the new Dragon King of the Slave Bay, he had not enjoyed a single moment of restful sleep. Madman, he was a complete and utter lunatic. Viserys paced nervously in his study, his body, weakened by illness, now erupted with a restlessness that belied his frail appearance. He knew Demon all too well. Brave, yes, but also reckless and impulsive, arrogantly beyond redemption. The new emperor of the Slave Bay, capable of subjugating 3 city-states overnight and bending Volantis to his will, was no foe to be trifled with. Moreover, the intelligence reports clearly stated that this individual could transform into a dragon. Your Majesty, you should rest, came the voice of Prime Minister Otto Hightower from the doorway, laced with a barely perceptible note of concern. Viserys turned abruptly, his eyes bloodshot with anxiety. Rest? My brother is courting death. How can I rest? He nearly shouted. Ultimately, he relinquished his royal dignity, almost pleadingly requesting his cousin Rhaenys and her daughter Lena to intervene. He hoped that Vagor's immense form might awaken Demon from his foolishness. Now, all he could do was hope they would arrive in time, before Demon was torn to shreds by that mysterious black dragon. The atmosphere above the battlefield had reached a palpable tension. Sheng sprang into action. Without warning, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear at Vagor's flank in an instant. A massive black arrow, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtled towards Lena on the dragon's back. Watch out! Rhaenys screamed sharply. Vagor let out a slow yet furious roar, attempting to pivot its colossal body, but Sheng's speed was too great. This beast, having lived for nearly 2 centuries, was as cumbersome as a battleship, incapable of keeping pace with a fighter jet. In a critical moment, the Red Queen Melisande emitted a piercing cry, recklessly darting across, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire toward Sheng's path. Simultaneously, the wounded Coralaxio, enduring excruciating pain, spewed forth its crimson flames in a desperate attempt to intercept. Sheng's form traced an unbelievable arc in the air, effortlessly evading the dual dragon fire onslaught, while an invisible barrier of airflow formed before him, completely isolating him from the searing heat. He accelerated once more, like a specter, maneuvering to Vagor's opposite side. Lena lay pale and prostrate upon the dragon's back, clutching the saddle with fervent desperation as the fierce wind assailed her, rendering her nearly unable to keep her eyes open. She could only helplessly witness the ominous silhouette of death swirling above her, each pass accompanied by a chilling howl that sent shivers through her very soul. Demon felt as if his lungs were about to burst. His pride, Carax's, now resembled a clumsy child, toyed with at the mercy of the adversary. The strength of the dragon beneath him was rapidly waning. Each futile chase and fiery breath only hastened its exhaustion. Even the swiftest of them, the Red Queen, found herself desperately struggling to keep pace with the elusive aerial maneuvers of the enemy. Despair and frustration gnawed at Demon's heart like a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, Sheng found himself in a precarious position. He could indeed continue to harass, even possibly inflict severe damage upon Lena, who rode atop Vagor. Yet the sheer size of the dragon proved daunting. Its scales were far thicker than those of Carax's, rendering mere dragon fire insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Should he seize any opportunity, even being brushed by a wing or caught in that massive maw, he could find himself facing an untimely demise. There was no need to perish for the sake of 1 or 2 heads, Sheng concluded. He abruptly ascended higher, spiraling in the sky, coldly surveying the 3 formidable dragons poised below. Ultimately, he refrained from further assault, casting a detached gaze at the retreating demon, his brown dragon eyes devoid of emotion, as if regarding a prey already marked for destruction. With that, he changed course, his massive black wings beating powerfully as he sped off in another direction. Watching the black dragon depart, Rhaenys and Demon breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of fortunate survival washing over them. Yet, before they could gather themselves, they beheld the black dragon hurtling toward the approaching fleet of Rhys. What does he intend? Demon rasped. The fleet on the surface of the sea had also noticed the dramatic shift in the skies, observing that the Targaryen trio had seemingly repelled their foes. The fleet commander let out a cheer, but in the next heartbeat, every cheer died in their throats. The enormous black dragon plunged toward them with the force of a falling meteor. Turn! Quickly turn! Fire! The ballistae are firing. Chaos erupted within the fleet as sailors screamed in terror and officers bellowed orders. Dozens of stout crossbow bolts whistled into the sky. Yet they could not even touch the shadow of Sheng. Just 1,000 meters above the fleet, Sheng halted, gazing down at the toy-like vessels below, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, the winds across the entire expanse of the sea ceased, not diminished, but rendered utterly still. The waves seemed to be paused, as 20 warships bizarrely froze upon the mirror-like surface of the water, their sails motionless. An overwhelming sense of oppression and silence enveloped everyone. The soldiers of Rhys looked up in terror, bewildered by the inexplicable phenomenon. Then, they beheld a miracle, or perhaps the end of days. Sheng opened his maw. The flames that erupted were no mere pillars of fire. They were a torrent of flames interspersed with platinum glimmers. This inferno did not directly strike the sea, but instead swirled in the air, gathering strength. Simultaneously, the still air began to whirl madly. A colossal tornado, stretching from sky to sea, took shape at a visible velocity. Then, the flames joined the tempest. The winds fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. A towering fire tornado, 100 meters high and ablaze with platinum flames, was born upon the ocean surface. It resembled an apocalyptic pillar connecting heaven and earth, embodying the will to consume all, as it slowly encircled the fleet immobilized in place. No, no. Oh gods! The desperate cries were utterly swallowed by the cacophony of wind and flame. The immense fire tornado buried the fleet and their ambitions beneath the tumultuous waves of wrath. High above, Demon and Rhaenys stood transfixed, their hearts chilled by the cataclysmic scene. Soon after, the three dragons fled toward the stepstones. Chapter 47. The Lament of the Defeated. The excruciating pain from his severed hand felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his bones. Yet Daemon Targaryen remained dazed upon the back of his bloodworm, Caraxes, allowing the frigid sea breeze to seep through the gaps of his shattered armor. This pain, what was it in comparison to his humiliation? An unprecedented sense of disgrace constricted around his heart like an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. He, Daemon Targaryen, the roguish prince of the kingdom, the conqueror of the narrow sea, who considered himself the mightiest dragon rider in Westeros. He and his bloodworm had once been synonymous with invincibility. Yet just moments ago, in that cursed stretch of sea, he had been utterly vanquished. That man, self-proclaimed king of Slaver's Bay, toyed with him in a manner he could not comprehend, severely wounding Caraxes, even severing his left hand. Had it not been for Rhaenys and Rhaenyra's timely arrival, he dared not imagine the consequences. He would have been captured alive, like a toothless beast, held aloft by that man as a trophy to flaunt before the world. A low, pained groan escaped Caraxes beneath him, its crimson scales marred by the charred remnants of platinum flames, its flight now unsteady. Daemon lowered his gaze to his empty left sleeve, blood seeping continuously, staining the black armor. Daemon, Rhaenys, guiding the Red Queen, Meraxes approached, her voice striking like a hammer, pulling Daemon from the depths of his humiliation. Stay alert. We must land. Land? Daemon rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper. Where? Back to the stepstones. Your wounds require a healer. Rhaenys' tone brooked no argument. Moreover, the fleet of Rhys is no more. At the mention of the fleet, Daemon's countenance darkened further. Those ships had come to their aid at Rhaenys' behest. Now, they lay at the bottom of the sea alongside thousands of soldiers, entombed within that towering platinum flame tornado. Ultimately, Daemon refrained from further protest, silently redirecting the dragon's course, following Rhaenys and Rhaenyra toward the free city of Rhys. The shadows of the three dragons, laden with the weight of defeat, loomed over the bustling port. Rhys Governor's mansion. Governor Bambro Bazin welcomed the descending Targaryens, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, alongside a cadre of Rhys nobles. Upon seeing Daemon's severed arm and the grievous wounds on Caraxes, his heart plummeted. Princess Rhaenys. Bambro Bazin's voice was somewhat dry. Our fleet annihilated. Rhaenys' response was succinct and direct, like a cold blade stabbing into the hearts of all present Rhys nobles. We encountered the Dragon King of Slaver's Bay. We failed to stop him. Those words cast a pall of silence over the entire courtyard of the governor's mansion. One enemy, one dragon, annihilating an entire fleet and defeating 3 Targaryen dragons? Prince Daemon's wounds require immediate attention. Rhaenys pressed on without allowing them time to recover from their shock. Healers were swiftly summoned, scrambling to tend to Daemon's injuries. Throughout the process, Daemon remained silent, permitting the healers to cleanse, medicate, and bandage his wounds. His violet eyes ablaze with a rage potent enough to incinerate everything in its path. As soon as the bandaging concluded, he rose abruptly. We move. Daemon, you need rest. Rhaenys frowned. I do not need it. Daemon growled, like a cornered beast driven to desperation. I want to return to the stepstones. Now, immediately. He wished to linger in this place not a moment longer. The mixed gazes of sympathy, fear, and skepticism from the Lysene nobles were more mortifying than any blade. Rhaenys, observing his countenance, could only exhale a sigh of resignation. She understood that Daemon's pride had been utterly trampled by that man. Their brief stay was barely an hour. The three-headed dragon ascended once again into the oppressive silence, soaring toward the direction of the Stepstone Islands, leaving behind a city of anxious and unsettled Lysene. Within the governor's council chamber, a resounding crash echoed as a precious Myrish glass goblet was violently hurled to the floor by Governor Bombaro Bazan, shattering into countless shards. His once cherubic visage now bore no trace of the respect he had shown the Targaryens, replaced entirely by contorted fury. The Targaryen Dragon King? Nonsense. Bombaro bellowed, spitting with rage. A broken-handed cur. Did you witness it? Daemon Targaryen, that insufferable king of the narrow sea. He returned, tail between his legs like a dog. He pointed toward the door, as if Demon still stood there. Rhaenys Targaryen. She took our finest fleet of Lysene warriors out. Not a single ship returned. Not a soul returned. Just the airy proclamation of total annihilation? Who does she think she is? What does she think our Lysene warriors are? Mere pawns for her to squander at will? The nobles within the hall fell into a hushed silence, heads bowed, too intimidated to utter a word. They had wagered too much on this war. It now seemed they were destined to lose. Lose everything. Bombaro paced the chamber, his fury intensifying with each step. One dragon defeated 3. He muttered, his voice laced with dread. How could this be? After the cataclysm of Valyria, when had such a monstrosity arisen? One dragon, obliterating an entire fleet. Such power belonged only to a deity. Whispers began to circulate in the hall, akin to countless insects gnawing away at the last vestiges of confidence among the gathered. My Lord Governor, can we truly still claim victory? We have battled for the kingdom of the 3 daughters for so many years, and now a more terrifying foe has emerged. Have we chosen the wrong side? Such words pierced Bombaro's heart like venomous thorns. He abruptly halted, gazing out at the sea, stained crimson by the setting sun. Targaryen. Once, this surname epitomized absolute power, an existence that mere mortals could only revere. But now that myth had crumbled. A mightier god had emerged from the east. He, Bombaro Bazan, was a merchant, a politician. All he did was for the sake of Lysene's interests. To relinquish the Stepstone Islands was to acknowledge their dragons. The kingdom of the 3 daughters needed his dragons to confront Volantis. Bombaro's gaze gradually transformed into one of icy sharpness, brimming with a merchant's cunning and calculation. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet resonant in the ears of every noble present. Send word to Mir, to Tyrosh, and inform them of all that has transpired today. Chapter 48. The Cowardice of Viserys. A colossal fleet slowly navigated into the unfathomable harbor of Volantis. The shadows cast by the billowing sails enveloped the frenzied crowd on the docks in a shroud of excitement. Long live the Dragon King, the Emperor of New Valyria, Lord of Storm and Flame. The thunderous cheers cascaded from the docks to every corner of the city. Volantis, the firstborn daughter of Valyria, was now welcoming her new master with both humility and fervor. As the ships docked and the gangplanks were lowered, the first to disembark were a group of pale, unsteady Dothraki. These warriors, who had once conquered vast grasslands from horseback, now experienced the sea's benevolence for the first time, retching uncontrollably. Their eyes filled with awe and fear as they gazed at the water. Daka, battling the turmoil in his stomach, lashed the ground with his whip, commanding his men to form ranks. Shtantai, do not disgrace his majesty. His hoarse shouts were soon drowned out by the jubilant roars from the docks. The Volantene cared little for the Dothraki's plight. Their attention was fixated on the grand figurehead of the flagship. They had received word, not long ago. A cataclysmic dragon battle had erupted over the narrow sea. 3 dragon riders of House Targaryen, commanding 3 dragons, including the legendary beast Vhagar, had besieged the Dragon King of Slaver's Bay. The result was a disastrous defeat for the Targaryens. Prince Daemon Targaryen had fled, nursing a severed hand, while the 3 dragons returned in disarray. The fleet of the kingdom of the 3 daughters was annihilated beneath a single breath of dragon fire, entombed at the ocean's depths. This news struck the hearts of every vengeance-seeking Volantene noble like a potent spirit. The myth of Targaryen dragons had been shattered, and they had followed a true, unrivaled master of dragons. The Tiger Party's consul, Rios, awaited at the forefront of the docks, accompanied by 2 other Elephant Party consuls, Taryan and Lannis, behind whom stood the prominent figures of Volantis, adorned in resplendent attire, their expressions steeped in utmost reverence. When the figure of Sheng, clad in black and gold finery, appeared at the ship's bow, the cacophony of the docks reached a fever pitch. He did not transform into a dragon, yet his calm, surveying gaze bore a weight greater than the shadow of dragon wings. We welcome your arrival, Emperor of the New Valyrian Empire, Conqueror of Slaver's Bay, Lord of Storm and Flame, His Majesty Sheng. Rios nearly prostrated himself, his voice rising in the highest, most obsequious tones. The nobles behind him, both Tiger and Elephant parties, fell to their knees in unison. Sheng, however, appeared indifferent, his gaze landing on Daka and his Dothraki cavalry. Take them to the camp to recuperate, he instructed calmly. At once, your majesty, Daka replied loudly, leading his compatriots, still grappling with the aftereffects of seasickness, under the guidance of the Tiger Cloak army, toward the camp already prepared outside the city. Only then did Sheng turn his attention back to Rios. Rise. Thank you, your majesty, Rios exclaimed, standing with excitement, his face flushed from overwhelming exhilaration. Your palace within the Black Walls has been prepared for you, and tonight, we shall host the grandest banquet for you and your generals. Sheng nodded slightly, stepping down the gangplank. As he walked, the kneeling crowd parted like a tide, none daring to raise their heads to meet his gaze. The Volantene were now utterly convinced of their impending victory in the war to come. King Viserys' hands trembled violently as he stared at the report from Pentos on the table, his face ashen. "Impossible, this cannot be," he murmured, as if trying to convince himself. 3 dragons, Daemon, Rhaenys, and Vhagar of Lannill. The largest and oldest dragon since the Black Death of Valyria. 3 Targaryen dragons, merely managing to defend themselves? This reality struck him like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of his pride in the invincibility of House Targaryen. For so long, he had believed that even without dragons, the mighty beasts of House Targaryen were the most solid foundation of the Iron Throne. But now, that foundation appeared so fragile in the face of the Dragon King from the East. An unprecedented panic seized his heart. He abruptly lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of his hand, Otto Hightower, and Queen Alicent as they entered the study. "I must tame a dragon." His voice was hoarse yet resolute, his eyes glimmering with an almost frenzied desire. "I demand a dragon of my own." Upon hearing this, Queen Alicent's countenance turned pallid, and she hurried forward to support Viserys' arm. "Your Majesty, what utter nonsense! You are the sovereign of the 7 kingdoms, a treasure of unparalleled worth. Taming a dragon is far too perilous." Otto Hightower immediately bowed, his tone grave as he counseled, "The Queen speaks wisely, Your Majesty. It has been many years since you last rode a dragon. To recklessly attempt such a feat could result in calamity that the realm cannot bear." Their fears did not stem from the possibility of Viserys failing to tame a dragon, but rather from the dread that he might perish in the process. Viserys' health had deteriorated significantly. Any misstep could prove fatal. Calamity? Loss. Viserys flung Alicent's hand away, pointing at the intelligence report on the table, his voice rising in fervor. "The greatest calamity lies across the narrow sea. The most substantial loss could descend upon us at any moment. Can't you see? A dragon lord capable of taking on 3 adversaries. His ambitions extend far beyond a mere slave bay." Observing the agitated king, Otto Hightower's mind shifted, and he stepped forward, adopting a more measured tone. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems." "Not dire enough?" Viserys glared at him. "Your Majesty, consider this," Otto replied steadily. "The Dragon Lord of the Slave Bay has already vanquished the fleet of the Lyseni. His next target is undoubtedly the kingdom of the 3 daughters. This is a war between Easterners, a deep-seated enmity between Volantis and the kingdom of the 3 daughters." Pausing, he carefully presented his core argument. "We, in fact, need not intervene." This statement struck Viserys like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, this was their war. What concern was it of Westeros? The monarch's instinct to abhor war and change, desiring only to maintain the status quo, began to take precedence in his mind. The madness and excitement that had adorned his visage gradually receded, replaced by a fervent desire to convince himself. If that Dragon Lord merely seeks the disputed lands," he murmured softly, as if questioning Otto, or perhaps himself, "then perhaps we could relinquish it to him." His voice dwindled, yet his reasoning grew clearer. "After all, it was the pirates of the kingdom of the 3 daughters who had slain my uncle. The Targaryens have no obligation to champion their cause." He lifted his gaze, a newfound tranquility returning to his eyes. Indeed, the Targaryens could coexist with this new Dragon Lord. Observing the king's rapid ideological transformation within mere minutes, Otto Hightower felt a mix of incredulity and disdain. Yet, he wore a mask of agreement, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty is wise. This was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. As long as Viserys lived, as long as he could remain on the Iron Throne for a few more years, there would still be hope when Aegon came of age. As for Daemon on the Stepstones, and that kingdom of the 3 daughters, their fates were of no concern to House Hightower." Chapter 49. A letter from King's Landing. On the shores of Bloodstone Island, the briny sea breeze swept through. Daemon Targaryen stood immobile, resembling a statue. Before him lay the dragon Caraxes. The enormous creature's body lay sprawled on the beach, its once crimson-scaled neck now marred by grotesque, charred wounds. Even more horrifying was its head. One eye was completely destroyed, reduced to a gaping, charred cavity that oozed black ichor mixed with blood, dripping onto the sand with a faint hiss. Daemon extended his remaining right hand, trembling as he sought to touch the dragon's wounds, but his hand faltered mid-air. The platinum flames that could sear the heavens seemed to still scorch his very soul. He glanced down at his empty left arm. The The stump was hastily bandaged, blood seeping through the linen, a sharp phantom pain occasionally coursing from deep within, reminding him of his humiliating defeat. A tempest of rage once burned in his chest. But upon recalling that black dragon, its unfathomable flight pattern, and the overwhelming platinum flames, all the fury that had surged within him felt pale and powerless. He, Daemon Targaryen, the roguish prince of the battlefield, self-proclaimed king of the narrow sea, had been disarmed in a single encounter, rendered a cripple alongside his once proud dragon. He slowly pressed his forehead against Carax's still intact scales, the warmth grounding him momentarily. Carax's. His voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with a vulnerability he had yet to recognize. We are both incomplete. The dragon seemed to sense its master's sorrow, its massive form quivering slightly, emitting a low, mournful sound from deep within its throat. Rhaenys Targaryen approached silently from behind, clutching a letter from King's Landing. She observed the despondent figure of this once rebellious man, then glanced at the wounded Caraxes, unsure how to begin. Ultimately, she extended the letter to him. Daemon turned in confusion, taking the familiar parchment, immediately recognizing the king's seal upon it. He tore open the seal and swiftly scanned the contents. In the next moment, the despondency on his face was replaced by a surge of violent rage. A storm seemed to gather in his violet eyes. He commands me to restrain myself, forbidding me to oppose the Dragon Lord of the Slave Bay. He articulated each word with palpable disdain, as if they were forced from between his clenched teeth. Viserys, how dare he? With a resounding crash, he crumpled the letter into a ball and hurled it to the ground, as if it were not mere parchment, but the face of his brother. The pent-up fury finally found its outlet as he unleashed a primal roar to the heavens. Coward! He is nothing but a thorough coward. Does he not realize that his brother has just been disarmed? Does he not know that Targaryen blood has been shed upon the sea? He does nothing, yet chastises me for sacrificing my hand for the family. Daemon's eyes blazed crimson, his chest heaving as if he were a caged beast stirred to wrath. He cast aside any regard for those around him, striding purposefully towards the camp, his silhouette steeped in betrayal and resolute fury. Rhaenys silently watched him depart, bending to retrieve the battered letter, letting out a soft sigh before hastening to follow. King's Landing, the Red Keep. In the king's study, the scent of wood and glue permeated the air. King Viserys, I was engrossed in the meticulous assembly of a grand model of Valyria, carefully placing a miniature spire atop a black stone base with tweezers. He was lost in his world, as if only this ideal city-state, crafted by his own hands, could offer him a fleeting moment of solace. Father, a cool voice shattered the stillness of the room. Viserys' hand trembled, nearly toppling the adjacent structure. He looked up to see his daughter Rhaenyra standing at the entrance, her expression bearing a seriousness he had never witnessed before. Rhaenyra, my dear daughter. Viserys set down his tools, wiped his hands, and forced a gentle smile. What brings you here? Rhaenyra did not mince words. She approached directly, locking her gaze with his. Uncle Daemon has had his hand severed by the Dragon Lord of the Slave Bay. Her voice was soft, yet it pierced the facade of tranquility that Viserys had so carefully constructed. The king's smile faltered, and with a weary sigh, he sank back into his chair. Yes, I have heard. His tone was laden with resignation. He is perpetually reckless, heedless of consequences. I've already written to caution him against provoking that wild dragon which resides in the east. Rhaenyra gazed at her father in disbelief. Such words were delivered with a casualness that suggested Daemon had merely sustained a bruise in a street brawl. A wild dragon? Rhaenyra's voice involuntarily rose. Father, he has harmed a Targaryen dragon rider, a prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Our family's honor has been trampled upon. And you call him reckless? What else could it be? Viserys furrowed his brow, his tone growing grave. Yes, Rhaenyra, we must let it be. Do you not understand? In the last dragon duel, 3 dragons could not subdue him. It was not combat. It was a mockery. He rose from his seat, pacing irritably about the room. The strength of that dragon surpasses our comprehension. As long as he does not actively infringe upon the interests of House Targaryen, we need not court such a terrifying trouble. Rhaenyra's lips quivered. She felt as though she were encountering her father for the first time. The once omnipotent man now appeared so feeble, so alien. Viserys seemed oblivious to his daughter's emotional shift, his thoughts veering in another direction, a peculiar excitement flickering in his eyes. Perhaps we could even arrange a marriage. He halted, turning to regard Rhaenyra, as if he had stumbled upon a brilliant solution. Yes, a marriage alliance. We are the only 2 dragon houses in this world. If the Targaryen bloodline were to intertwine with his, what formidable offspring could arise? At that moment, 2 great families would share this world, with no threats remaining. The more Viserys spoke, the more fervent he became, as though envisioning a grand blueprint of eternal peace. He was lost in his reverie, entirely unaware of the flickering flame in Rhaenyra's eyes, which was now being replaced by a chilling disappointment. Rhaenyra inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling with suppressed emotion. She said nothing, merely turned and silently departed from the study. Alas, Viserys watched his daughter's retreating figure, perplexed, sighing. He could not fathom why his daughter failed to understand the pains he endured to maintain peace. Shaking his head, he cast these troubling thoughts aside and resumed his seat at the table. His gaze fell once more upon the exquisitely crafted Valyria model, his face resuming that expression of focused satisfaction, as if that were indeed his true kingdom. Chapter 50, In the Name of Peace. At the docks of Volantis. The air was stifling, thick as congealed grease. Daka wiped his beloved Arak with a greasy deerskin, the blade gleaming with a cold arc under the sunlight. Behind him, within the camp, tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry had concluded their rest. These steeds of the steppe, having overcome their initial fear of the sea and the torment of seasickness, had now reclaimed their combative spirit. They sharpened their weapons, tended to their horses, their restless gazes frequently darting towards the direction of the third daughter, as if they could already scent the blood of their foes. On the other side of the dock, the old blind man directed his silent, towering fleet of the Giscari navy to board the ships. These undead sailors moved with synchronized precision, uttering not a single word, their ashen faces revealing no emotion. Their task was to return to Astapor, escorting the next and final batch of unsullied warriors. This fleet composed of the dead was poised to become the Empire's sharpest spearhead upon the sea. In Volantis, behind the black walls, within the palace of ancient bloodlines, a luxurious hall of ivory and gold exuded an atmosphere colder than the sharpest blade. Lucery sat at the head of the table, flanked by 3 dutiful Volantene counselors. Opposite them sat the envoys dispatched by the third daughter's kingdom, for the sake of final peace, to avert the slaughter of innocents. The lead envoy, a portly man, bore a disingenuous smile, his voice as slick as the hair greased with too much pomade. In the name of peace, the third daughter's kingdom is willing to offer your majesty our utmost sincerity. Each year, we shall pay enough gold to arm 100,000 troops, merely to secure your majesty's friendship and peace. Lucerys did not respond, merely lifted his goblet, gently swirling the deep red liquid within. He could not even be bothered to glance at the envoy. Gold, it was the one thing he had in abundance. Councillor Rios Amo, then, of the Tiger Party, suddenly rose, his weathered face contorting with fury. Peace. Friendship? His voice thundered. What of that contested land? Those territories you have occupied for centuries. The Volantene lives lost at your hands. Can their blood be washed clean with gold? The envoy's smile faltered. Counselor, we come today with sincerity to resolve the current dispute. As for historical grievances, those are far too complex. We can address them later. Rios slammed his palm upon the ebony table, causing the golden goblets to tremble. Return the land, or prepare for war. There is no third path. The envoys turned pale, casting desperate glances at Lucerys upon the throne, only to find an expression of indifference. This legendary dragon king seemed utterly disinterested in a negotiation that bore the weight of countless city-states' fates. He resembled an audience member seated in the highest box of a theater, coldly observing the buffoons on stage performing their clumsy antics. Ultimately, the negotiations concluded in discord, drowned out by Rios' roar. The envoys from the third daughter's kingdom retreated in disarray, as if pursued by a ravenous tiger. Lucerys set down his goblet, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Attempting to purchase peace with gold? How laughably naive. He rose, addressing the counselors behind him. Discuss trade matters with Hidara. As for war, prepare as planned. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving the 3 counselors to bow deeply to his departing figure. Lucerys walked back to the palace prepared for him. Throughout the palace, 300 armored Unsullied stood like silent statues, stationed at various points. They embodied absolute loyalty and obedience, serving as Lucerys' most reliable shield. He ascended to the highest terrace of the palace, gazing down upon the ancient, sprawling city. The Rhoyne River flowed like a silver serpent, winding its way into the summer sea. To him, wealth was merely a string of numbers. Only land, only people, only an army of absolute obedience could forge the cornerstone of an empire. The third daughter's kingdom, their weakness and internal strife held far greater value than the gold they offered. In Tyrosh, within the council chamber of the High Lord, 33 governors and lords from Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh were embroiled in a heated argument over the impending war. the entire chamber resembling a powder keg on the brink of explosion. We must bow to the Dragon King. Immediately, Governor Bamborough Bazin of Lys nearly shouted, remnants of fear from the burning fleet still evident on his face. I witnessed it firsthand. That was no mortal power. That was divine retribution. A fire dragon-esque whirlwind consumed our most elite fleet in an instant. What are you still fantasizing about? Resistance? He surveyed the room, his voice trembling with agitation. Targaryen dragons? The wayward prince lost a hand to him. He fled like a dog. Our only path to survival is to embrace this new Dragon King. As long as he guarantees our interests, why should we not become his most loyal allies? Allies? Bamborough Bazin, have you gone utterly mad with fear? In the grand hall of Tyrosh, a great lord slammed his palm upon the table, causing his forked beard, dyed a vivid purple, to quiver with the force of his gesture. He is but a single dragon, just one. Our 3 city-states are united, wielding enough wealth to purchase half the world. Can a solitary dragon truly alter the course of war? Let's not forget, Westeros is not bereft of dragons. Another governor from Myr immediately concurred. Indeed, the Targaryens will not idly stand by as a new Valyrian empire rises in the east. Prince Daemon has suffered a grave setback. Will he simply let go? With the promise of ample rewards, we could summon the Targaryen dragons and set them against one another. In fact, he greedily rubbed his hands together. We could even offer the Dragon King of Slavers base sufficient gold to remain a passive observer. Without his threat, can our combined fleets truly fear a waning Volantis? Within the council chamber, voices of support and dissent intertwined into a cacophony of buzzing noise. Some advocated for surrender, others clamored for war, while a few calculated how to manipulate the dragons with gold. Lysandro Jal, a prominent banker in the realm of the 3 daughters, leaned wearily against his chair, massaging his aching temples. The High Council, what a laughable title. Here, no effective consensus had ever been reached, only ceaseless bickering and self-serving machinations. A pack of fools. Lysandro scoffed inwardly, still contemplating the bribery of the new Dragon King, a being capable of effortlessly obliterating a fleet would care for their paltry coins. These individuals were blinded by immediate gains, utterly oblivious to the shifting tides of an era. The old rules were being shattered by the black dragon soaring in from the east, its flames and talons tearing them apart. However, the sole comfort he derived from the endless quarrel was that, amid the discord, the High Council had finally made a sound decision. While dispatching envoys to the major city-states, they began amassing the armies of the 3 city-states. At least this time, they were not squabbling over finances while the enemy loomed at their gates. Observing the chaos before him, Lysandro could only reassure himself. Efficiency had markedly improved. Let's hope it is not too late. Chapter 51, The Road of Demons. In the Sea King's Palace of Bravos, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of herbs. The aged Sea King reclined upon a chair draped in thick furs, his sickly pallor rendering him akin to a corpse poised to wither. With eyes half closed, he seemed to listen, or perhaps had already succumbed to slumber. Before him, an envoy from the realm of the 3 daughters of Myr gesticulated passionately. Your Grace, that is no mere mortal. That is a demon. He engulfed the fleet of Lys in flames and constructed a navy of the undead. Volantis has already knelt before him. We are next, and then Bravos. The entire free trade city will plunge into flames. The envoy's voice echoed through the vast hall, tinged with an unmistakable thread of panic. Finally, the Sea King slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze landing upon the envoy, as though he were a mere jester. The 3 daughters' realm? A group of fools still clinging to their existence through the slave trade. Bravos had never harbored any fondness for them. Had it not been for the rapid rise of that self-proclaimed Dragon King, he would have relished the sight of Volantis tearing them asunder. Have you finished speaking? The Sea King's voice was hoarse and faint, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The envoy was taken aback, his face reddening, momentarily at a loss for words. The Sea King disregarded him, turning his gaze towards the window and the direction of the narrow sea. Targaryen. This was his true trump card. Not long ago, he had forged an agreement with Corlys Velaryon of Driftmark. The Sea King's son was to wed Corlys' daughter, the one who commanded the legendary dragon Vagr, Lena Velaryon. With the influence of the sea snake Corlys in Westeros as a guarantee, Bravos' invincible fleet would join forces with the Targaryen dragons in this joint endeavor. An unknown dragon lord from the east? Even if he could transform into a dragon, could he simultaneously contend against 5 Targaryen dragons and the formidable Bravosi fleet? A cold smile crept upon the Sea King's lips. Withdraw? No. He intended to make that madman understand that this ocean was not yet under his dominion. In King's Landing, Within the Red Keep, I cannot comprehend. The roar of Corlys Valerion nearly overturned the Prime Minister's study. He glared at Otto Hightower, who sat unperturbed before him, his white hair standing on end from fury. 5 dragons. Braavos' invincible fleet. Not to mention my Valerion fleet. The advantage is ours. Why? Why does His Majesty allow an unknown dragon lord to expand his empire to the very doorstep of Westeros? Corlys' fist slammed heavily onto the table, causing the inkwell to tremble. This is a betrayal of all the lords of the 7 kingdoms. A flicker of change finally crossed Otto Hightower's usually stoic face as he raised his eyelids and regarded the imperious sea snake with a mild gaze. Your words are severe. The Hightower family supports every decision made by the king. At the other end of the study, King Viserys, I fidgeted with his cherished model of Valyrian cities. The incessant buzzing of Corlys' voice akin to that of an annoying fly in his ear. He was acutely aware of Corlys' fervent lobbying for Braavos. This upstart, who had climbed the ranks after marrying his cousin Rhaenys, now sought to marry his daughter, Lena, who rode Vhagar, to the son of the Sea King of Braavos. The ambition of House Valerion was written all over their faces. Did they possess no respect for him as their liege lord? Corlys. Viserys finally could not restrain himself, his voice laced with fatigue and impatience. He rose, even too weary to cast Corlys another glance. Dragon battles are perilously treacherous, he stated languidly, as if recounting an irrelevant fact. Why should the Targaryens risk their family's dragons for the benefit of others? Having spoken, he swallowed a harsher retort and exited the study. The door was gently closed by a servant, plunging the entire study into a profound silence. Otto Hightower continued to silently observe Corlys, his gaze calm as a still pond. It sent a bone-chilling shiver through the sea snake. Corlys' chest heaved violently, and ultimately, he emitted a suppressed growl of anger before turning sharply and striding out of the Prime Minister's tower. The black dragon soared above the heights. Daemon's gaze pierced through the clouds, surveying the winding road below, a scar upon the earth. The Road of Demons, a segment of the ancient Valyrian road, connecting Volantis to the more eastern city-states. On either side lay bottomless canyons and steep cliffs, some sections barely accommodating a single horse. Such treachery abounded, and it seemed impossible to traverse to Volantis here. Would they need to cross the Painted Mountains? Daemon swiftly appraised the situation in his mind. To lead hundreds of thousands of cavalry along this path would be tantamount to suicide. He adjusted his course, his wings beating powerfully as his colossal form transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing toward the east. Before long, a city with a grotesque silhouette emerged on the horizon. Mir. The name surfaced unbidden in Daemon's memory. A city infamous for its production of bizarre and twisted slaves. The cursed city of monsters. The inhabitants within seemed to have noticed him as well. On the ground, countless tiny figures spilled from the buildings, gathering in the streets like alarmed ants, gazing skyward in awe. The scent of fear was palpable, even from the heights above, as Lushing seemed to sense it in the air. He unleashed a low, resonant roar, no longer concealing his presence. A colossal shadow loomed over the city, akin to a dark cloud enveloping everything beneath it. Under the terrified and despairing gazes of all the inhabitants of Materis, the mountain-like black dragon suddenly folded its wings, its massive form swiftly contracting and transforming in midair. In the next instant, a young man clad in sumptuous black and gold attire silently descended into the central square of the city. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the contorted, grotesque faces twisted by fear, and a playful smirk graced his lips. Chapter 52. The Easiest Submission of Materis. The central square of the city of monsters, Materis, was shrouded in an eerie silence. The air felt as though it had frozen solid, stifling the breath of all. Every gaze converged upon the silent figure of the man in black, a look in their eyes that mingled extreme terror with a morbid adoration. At that moment, a long and lanky man, garbed in faded finery, tumbled out from the crowd. He fell to his knees with a thud, pressing his forehead against the dusty cobblestones, his voice trembling violently with emotion. "O great Dragon King, Lord of storms and flames, Governor of Materis, we welcome your arrival." He lifted his head, his face flushed with excitement and brimming with tears. "You have finally come. We have waited far too long." The governor's voice broke into a sob as he lamented the tragic fate of the city. Since the cataclysmic end of Valyria, Materis, once a loyal vassal of the Free Bastion, had fallen into desolation. The once thriving Valyrian road connecting the empire had been torn asunder by natural disasters, transformed into a perilous path of demons, thus severing trade routes entirely. Even more terrifying, The lingering aftermath of the apocalypse hovered over the city like a curse. Your Majesty, our children, our descendants, face an alarming probability of being born deformed. The governor's voice was filled with despair. We have been forsaken by the world, abandoned by the gods. Yet we know we are still a part of Valyria. Now you, a true dragon king, descend with the glory of the new Valyrian Empire. This is Matari's sole hope. We are willing to offer you everything. Sheng listened with an impassive expression. His gaze swept over the huddled masses in the square. Deformed. He indeed saw many twisted limbs and bizarre faces. Initially indifferent, he became acutely aware as the governor's lament unfolded. His formidable magical senses instantly unfurled, enveloping the entire city-state. In the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly. So, it is within his perception. The city was not cursed, but rather steeped in a remarkably concentrated, yet chaotic magical field. The source of this power was none other than the cataclysm that had once destroyed civilizations. The aftermath of that disaster had altered the environment here and changed the bloodlines of its inhabitants. Those so-called deformities were, in essence, mutations caused by their bodies' inability to bear and adapt to this overwhelming magic. Within these bodies lay a faint, albeit real, magical affinity. No wonder those sorcerers would come specifically to purchase slaves from here. In an instant, Sheng comprehended. This was not a desolate city. It was an unexploited treasure trove, a city that continuously produced magical materials and the potential for spellcasters. For that mad sorcerer Alan, this place was a veritable paradise. Initially, Sheng had intended to simply subjugate this obstructive city-state, but now he had changed his mind. He looked down at the prostrate governor, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Matari's, do you wish to join the new Valyrian Empire? The governor, as if he had heard the voice of the heavens, abruptly raised his head and exclaimed with unrestrained joy, yes. Matari's is willing. We were once the most loyal supporters of the free bastion of Valyria, and you are the only dragon king who can restore our former glory. Everything in Matari's shall be offered to you. Very well. Sheng accepted this pledge of loyalty with composure. As for offerings, he was acutely aware that the city was utterly destitute. What he sought was not what they possessed now, but rather their future. He promised a grand vision, vowing that the new empire would bring order, wealth, and rebirth to Matari's. Under the fervent and near-manic gaze of the governor and the residents, Sheng's body began to emanate a dark, radiant flame. He transformed once more into the colossal dragon that blotted out the sun, his wings thrumming powerfully, stirring up a tempest. As the roar of "Long live the Dragon King" surged like a tidal wave, propelling him skyward toward the direction of Malin, he was to greet his true army. The Dothraki hooves that would soon trample the disputed lands would, under his personal command, traverse the Painted Mountains and reach the battlefield of Atlantis. In the upper chamber of the Great Pyramid in Malin, Valyria gently caressed her increasingly rounded abdomen, a hint of maternal radiance gracing her countenance. Lately, she had been plagued by the same dream. In her dreams, there was a small dragon, entirely black, about the size of a toy. It was not as fearsome as the legend suggested. Instead, it curled up obediently in her hands, its scales radiating warmth. She knew this was her child, the future heir of the empire. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon, piercing the clouds. Valyria's heart stirred, and she hastened to the balcony. A massive black shadow approached rapidly, casting a pall over the entire city of Malin. It was her king, returning. Outside the city of Malin, the vast Dothraki encampment stretched endlessly, resembling a black sea. As Sheng's dragon form sliced through the sky, this ocean erupted in fervor. Call! Our great call has returned. The rising chorus of cheers coalesced into a tidal wave, reaching for the heavens as if to rend the sky itself. Sheng descended onto the central clearing of the camp, his enormous dragon form contracting in a shimmer of light, reverting to his human guise. Mazar had long been awaiting him, accompanied by a host of officers clad in polished black and gold armor, standing respectfully outside the largest tent. Your Majesty. Mazar knelt on one knee, his voice steady and resolute. Excellent. Sheng nodded, striding into the tent. Inside, a military map sprawled across the long table. Mazar followed closely, beginning his report. Your Majesty, as per your command, I have unified all the tribes available on the plains. Currently, we have 134,000 warriors and over 400,000 steeds ready to conquer all for you. The prolonged management had rendered the usually composed Mazar slightly weary, yet his eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. He yearned for battle, eager to follow this invincible call and witness an unprecedented conquest. Upon concluding the report, Lu Xing's gaze fell upon the vibrant mountains on the eastern edge of the map. Excellent. He traced the mountain range with his finger, his tone cold and unwavering. Relay my command. The entire army shall march. Target the Painted Mountains. Chapter 53. The Arrogance of Valyrian. The ship's prow cleaved through the black waves, the briny sea breeze hitting hard. Corlys Valyrian stood on the deck of the flagship. Sea Serpent, with his hands clasped behind his back, silver braids whipping wildly in the wind. His gaze pierced through the tumultuous waters of the narrow sea towards the direction of King's Landing, his expression as cold as the depths of the ocean. Disappointment. Utter disappointment. Viserys, his king, his cousin, was nothing short of a coward. An unknown dragon king had risen in the east, obscuring the bay with fleets. The undead forming a naval force that had even directly vanquished the 3 proud dragons of House Targaryen, severing Prince Daemon's arm. This was a provocation to all of Westeros, an affront to the blood of dragons. What was the reaction of Viserys? Restraint. Do not provoke. Corlys could almost taste the metallic tang of rust in the air. He had believed that the imminent arrival of the envoy from Braavos presented a fortuitous opportunity. The Valyrian fleet, the Targaryen dragons, combined with the wealth and resolve of Braavos, could jointly suffocate the so-called New Valyria Empire in its cradle. At that point, the kingdom of the 3 daughters would be thoroughly subdued. The trade routes of House Valyrian would flow unimpeded, and the Targaryens could bask in the glory of the titled Dragon Lord, achieving universal satisfaction. Yet Viserys declined. He preferred to curl up within the Red Keep, clutching his absurd Valyrian model, rather than confront the raging inferno igniting at his doorstep. Foolishness. Corlys scoffed inwardly. My lord. A captain stepped forward, bowing respectfully, informing him that the course was set, and they were to proceed at full speed to the stepstones. Corlys did not turn back, merely responding with a grunt. He intended to meet Daemon, that arrogant, rebellious brother who possessed the true blood of Targaryen. He could not rely on Viserys, but Daemon was different. The disgrace of having his arm severed would ignite all the fury within him. In due course, the 3 adult dragons of House Valyrian, accompanied by Daemon and his bloodworm Caraxes, in tandem with Braavos' invincible fleet of purple sails. Corlys' clenched fists relaxed. He could almost envision the magnificent tableau of dragon fire and cannon fire intertwining over that expanse of sea. As for Viserys, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Corlys' mouth. Once the dust settles, the victors do not require the approval of cowards. He issued the command, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Full speed ahead. The sea snake emitted a deep horn blast, its massive hull carving a resolute arc across the waves. Heading towards Bloodstone Island, within the study of the Red Keep, the air was stiflingly oppressive. King Viserys, I felt as though a great stone had lodged in his chest upon hearing the news of the sea snake's departure. He paced irritably before his beloved Valyrian city model, ultimately succumbing to the urge to adjust the position of a delicate ivory-white spire, only to inadvertently knock it over. Thud! The sharp sound made his heart constrict violently. He stared fixedly at the fallen spire, his breathing becoming labored. Valyrian, the name struck him like a poison barb. The family's expansion was alarmingly rapid, so rapid it instilled a sense of dread. Why had he refused Corlys' plea for aid when the stepstones were seized by the kingdom of the 3 daughters? Was it not to curtail the Valyrian family's trade routes and diminish their influence? That broken island held little significance to the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Yet it was the lifeblood of the sea snake. But that fool demon had audaciously ridden into battle on a dragon. Though they ultimately achieved a Pyrrhic victory, it elevated the prestige of House Valyrian to new heights. Now, Corlys had escalated matters further. He dared to promise Lena's betrothal to the Sea King of Braavos without notifying him. Lena rode a dragon of House Targaryen. This was nothing short of outright betrayal. Viserys' face flushed crimson, feeling as though his authority had been trampled beneath foot. What do they take me for? A mere ornament? Fury burned through his reason. He swept his hand violently, knocking several intricate structures from the edge of the model to the ground. Ivory and obsidian shards scattered in all directions. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. No, this cannot stand. He forced himself to regain composure. He thought of Alicent, who was soon to bear him child, Rhaenyra, little Aegon, and the impending child would further strengthen the Targaryen bloodline. Once his child was born, grew up, and mounted those slumbering, riderless dragons, Vermithrax, Silverwing, the power of House Targaryen would once again ascend above all. By that time, the Valyrian family would no longer be able to challenge the majesty of the Iron Throne. Viserys inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually turning cold and resolute. Corlys, having chosen to deceive your liege, shall receive no further support from me. He bent down, disregarding the shards, and directed his gaze back to the model, as if that were the only realm he could control. The Braavosi delegation finally arrived in King S Landing. As the ship docked, the envoy leader, Trios Nimeros, set foot on the pier, only to be assaulted by an overwhelming stench of fish, excrement, and decay. He instinctively raised a hand to cover his nose, his throat heaving, nearly retching on the spot. By the gods, his aide muttered curses under his breath. Is this the capital of the Seven Kingdoms? It is far worse than Braavos' dirtiest mucktown. Trios took a deep breath, retrieving a silk handkerchief drenched in fine perfume from his pocket to shield his nose, feeling somewhat relieved. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the ragged, gaunt commoners on the docks, a flicker of unabashed disdain crossing his eyes. Soon, the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, arrived with a contingent of guards to greet them. Otto wurde a formulaik smile. Yet his gaze was as cold as Winter-S Lake, revealing no emotion. Welcome to King's Landing, esteemed guest for Braavos. His voice was flat and devoid of inflection. Under Otto's guidance, the delegation traversed the filthy, chaotic streets toward the magnificent red castle atop the hill. Along the way, the members of the delegation engaged in hushed conversations, their words laced with confidence and a hint of condescending superiority. I bet King Viserys is losing sleep over the Dragon King of the East. Not merely losing sleep. Prince Daemon's hand had been severed, and 3 dragons had fled in disarray, bringing shame to House Targaryen. Thus, we have come. Trios lowered his voice, a smirk playing on his lips. Braavos shall alleviate his woes, of course, for a substantial price. His aide understood the implication and chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the myth of Targaryen had shattered. They needed us. Trios Nimeros gazed up at the increasingly close red keep, his heart brimming with confidence. He had already formulated his words. How to present Braavos as goodwill and strength to this beleaguered king, while simultaneously securing a monumental deal that would make even the Iron Bank sit up and take notice. They were here to rescue the Targaryens. This king of Westeros must be eagerly awaiting their arrival upon the throne. Chapter 54. The Princesses of King's Landing. The cold spikes of the Iron Throne pressed against Viserys' back. He absent-mindedly leaned against this monstrous chair forged from the swords of vanquished foes, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest, his gaze drifting past the Braavosi envoys standing respectfully below, out toward the window. Outside the stone walls of the Red Keep, the sky over King's Landing was a dull gray. Alicent, it should be any day now. Viserys' thoughts were entirely detached from a court. He could only hope that the maester would bring good news, a healthy, lusty boy, a boy belonging to him, to House Targaryen, and a Hightower. Therefore, your grace, in light of the barbaric expansion of the Dragon King from the east, the alliance between Braavos and the Iron Throne is the sole option to preserve world order and free trade. Trios Nimeros, leader of the Braavosi delegation, finally concluded his impassioned speech. He slightly bowed, wearing a self-assured smile as if everything were within his grasp, awaiting this beleaguered king of Westeros to gratefully accept his goodwill. They brought a fleet, wealth, and a resolve to oppose another Dragon King. In his view, the beleaguered Viserys had no reason to refuse. The hall fell into silence. Tyrion's smile gradually became somewhat rigid. He discerned that His Majesty, the king upon the Iron Throne, seemed entirely disinterested. At last, Viserys returned his scattered gaze, as if he had only just noticed the presence before him. With languid movements, he adjusted his posture, the blades of the Iron Throne scraping against his royal robes, producing an abrasive sound. Clearing his throat, he began, as for matters in Essos, we in Westeros wish not to intervene. The voice was soft, yet it struck Tyrion's heart like a heavy hammer. Bewilderment, shock, and then incredulity washed over him. The composure that had adorned Tyrion's face shattered in an instant. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the man seated upon the throne, doubting whether he had misheard. Refusal? How could he dare to refuse? On what grounds could he possibly do so? Your Majesty. Tyrion's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a hint of panic he was unaware of. You may not yet grasp the gravity of the situation. The Dragon King of Essos is expanding his territory at an unprecedented pace. Volantis has fallen, and his vast army is advancing towards the disputed lands. Even fierce battles have erupted in the Summer Sea with your brother, Prince Daemon. He deliberately emphasized the name of Prince Daemon, attempting to prick the king's nerves. The Targaryen prince had been bested by another Dragon King, his arm broken, a profound disgrace. However, this statement seemed to ignite the long-simmering irritation within Viserys. Enough. The king's voice suddenly turned sharp and impatient. He rose abruptly from the throne, his violet eyes finally betraying emotion irritation, fury. Daemon's foolish war should never have occurred. The Targaryen family has long since withdrawn from the Essos continent. That was his own reckless decision, utterly unrelated to the Iron Throne. But, Your Majesty, Tyrion sought to argue, unable to accept such a resolution, which contradicted the predictions of the Iron Bank. Just then, a maid rushed in, her dress billowing as she approached the Prime Minister Otto Hightower, her complexion pale, urgently whispering something. Otto's mask of composure cracked, and he turned abruptly to the king, his eyes brimming with suppressed tension. Your Majesty, the Queen is in labor. What? Viserys jolted, the irritation that had lingered just a moment ago instantly replaced by overwhelming anxiety and anticipation. The dread of Emma's potential death during childbirth and the yearning for a newborn surged within him. He stood up abruptly, disregarding the Braavosi envoy. Take me there, he commanded Otto and the maid, almost sprinting down from the elevated platform of the Iron Throne. As for you, he gestured dismissively to the Braavosi delegation, who stood dumbfounded, his tone akin to swatting away flies, signaling the meeting had concluded. Otto Hightower promptly followed suit, casting a glance at Tyrion as he departed, a cold smirk seemingly curling at the corners of his eternally stoic visage. The white cloaks of the King's Guard billowed as they closely protected their king. In an instant, the group vanished beyond the hall's threshold. In the vast emptiness of the hall, only Tyrion Lannister and his retinue remained, akin to a troop of abandoned jesters. Stunned in place, the winds of King's Landing felt colder than those from the seas of Braavos. Upon returning to the accommodations of the delegation, Tyrion remained silent throughout the journey. The clamor and filth outside transformed in his eyes into profound disdain for Westeros and seething anger at his own misjudgments. The Targaryen response had far exceeded their expectations. A cowardly, short-sighted king, solely preoccupied with his wife's childbirth. He blatantly ignored the inferno igniting at his doorstep. Inside the room, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to a tomb. The members of the delegation exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. They had arrived bearing the pride of Braavos and the will of the Iron Bank, yet were met with such an inexplicable rejection at the Red Keep. We have been deceived, muttered a young scholar. That king is a fool. The problem is, the Iron Bank will not accept a fool's refusal, another added anxiously. Tyrion, irritable, waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to silence. He approached the window, gazing down at the chaotic streets below. Had the Targaryens weakened to such a degree? Were they so indifferent to the mythic dragons and the dignity of their royal lineage? Just then, a servant knocked and entered, speaking in hushed tones. My lord, a gentleman outside requests an audience. He claims to be from House Valyrian. Tyrion's eyes narrowed instantaneously. Valyrian? The sea snake of Driftmark? Let him in. Momins late. A man clad in deep green sailor's attire, possessing a sharp visage, entered. He exchanged no pleasantries, merely offering a brief bow. I come on the orders of Lord Corlys Valyrian. The man's voice was steady and direct. My lord is aware of your predicament at the Red Keep. We share your sentiments regarding the king's short-sightedness. Tyrion remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. The king may be unwilling to act, but it does not mean the dragons of Westeros will remain idle. The man articulated, the majority of the Targaryen dragons are currently stationed at Driftmark, alongside Prince Daemon. And our house Valyrian also possesses its own dragon riders. He paused, delivering the most crucial information. My lord, the sea snake Corlys, has personally traveled to Driftmark. He will join forces with Prince Daemon, the Valyrian fleet and dragons, along with the strength of Braavos, to decisively eliminate the threat from the east. We can bypass the Iron Throne. The air in the room felt as though it had solidified. Tyrion's breath quickened. Bypassing the Iron Throne. This was a plan both audacious and alluring. The king may be a coward, but his brother and the most powerful vassal were not. Tyrion's mind raced. The Valyrian fleet, Daemon's dragons, combined with the financial might of Braavos. This force could unleash a tempest upon Essos. He gazed at the Valyrian envoy before him, the extinguished flames within him reigniting into a flicker of hope. Outside the birthing chamber, Viserys paced anxiously. His royal robes were already drenched in sweat. Each muffled cry of agony from Alicent that echoed from within felt like a needle piercing his heart. He thought of Emma, of that blood-soaked room, of the son who had lived only a few hours. This time it must go smoothly. Father, a gentle voice called from behind him. Viserys turned to see Rhaenyra standing there, concern etched upon her face. It will be all right. Rhaenyra stepped forward, gently grasping her father's trembling hand. The gods will bless Alicent and the child. Viserys nodded, yet found himself at a loss for words. Rhaenyra comforted her anxious father. though her heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. She prayed for Alicent, for the woman who had once been her only friend. Yet she also understood that should this child be a boy, her own position as heir would face the gravest of challenges once more. Time dragged on in agonizing suspense. Finally, a loud, forceful wail of an infant pierced through the door. The maester, beaming with joy, pushed the door open. "Congratulations, your majesty. It is a princess. Mother and daughter are safe." Viserys' taut body instantly relaxed, a long sigh escaping his lips, his face breaking into a smile that mingled exhaustion with elation. Otto Hightower's typically expressionless visage finally softened, the furrows in his brow unfurling. Though not a prince capable of directly challenging Rhaenyra's status, a princess bearing the blood of both Targaryen and Hightower was nonetheless a monumental victory for their family. Viserys could hardly contain his eagerness as he strode into the birthing chamber. Rhaenyra followed closely behind, pausing at the threshold. She beheld her father seated at the edge of the bed, delicately cradling the tiny infant from the frail embrace of Alicent. Viserys gazed down upon the soft, pink life, his visage adorned with a tenderness and joy she had never witnessed before. "Let us name her Helena," he murmured. A blissful smile blossomed upon Alicent's pallid face as she leaned against Viserys' shoulder. The king, the queen, and their newborn princess nestled between them, a tableau of warmth and harmony, yet profoundly blinding. Rhaenyra's vision wavered momentarily, conjuring memories of years past, her mother, Queen Aemma, and her newly born brother. Then the image shattered, leaving only an abyss of blood and her father's anguished face. Now, her father stood beside a new queen, a new child. The friend who once vowed to protect her had transformed into her greatest adversary. An indescribable sorrow and solitude surged within her, prompting Rhaenyra to silently turn away, bowing her head as she departed from this warmth that was not meant for her. The corridor lay desolate, her footsteps echoing with stark clarity. As she passed the chambers of her husband, Laenor Velaryon, the sounds of laughter and camaraderie between Laenor and his squire, Ser Joffrey, wafted through the crack of the door, filled with an intimacy she could never penetrate. Rhaenyra's body stiffened momentarily, yet she did not linger. Quickening her pace, she nearly fled back to her own quarters. With a resounding slam, she shut the door, sealing off all that lay behind her. The Red Keep was vast, yet she felt utterly adrift. Chapter 55, Dorne. The earth trembled. 134,000 Dothraki cavalry coalesced into a black torrent of steel, slowly surging eastward under the command of Commander Matro. The iron hooves of 400,000 steeds crushed all in their path, the billowing dust obscuring the sun, akin to a colossal ochre dragon coiling its way across the lands of Essos. Lysan did not join the march. He stood atop the Great Pyramid of Meereen, watching his army recede into the distance, accompanied only by Valyria and Rhaenyra. Only when the tail of dust vanished beyond the horizon did he turn, making his way into a tranquil chamber within the pyramid. Alan had awaited his arrival. The necromancer from Ass-High remained cloaked in his hooded robe, his pallid complexion appearing even more ghostly in the dim candlelight. On the small table before him lay a platter of Meereen's unique candied fruits. "Moderis," Lysan stated succinctly, devoid of any emotion, "that city is rather extraordinary." He succinctly recounted his discoveries in the City of Monsters, emphasizing the chaotic yet potent remnants of apocalyptic magic that lingered over the land, along with the deformed inhabitants endowed with the gifts of sorcery. Alan listened intently, and the fervor in his dark eyes began to ignite with zeal beneath his hood. The God-given land, his voice was parched and hoarse, reminiscent of two pieces of sandpaper rasping together. "My lord, that is not a curse. It is a blessing. The most precious legacy left by Valyria. For a necromancer, a city teeming with magically gifted progeny was far more exhilarating than discovering a gold mine. I require you to go forth and transform those progeny into genuinely useful tools." Lysan commanded, "Establish a wizarding academy, or something else entirely. I care not for the form. I demand results, a military capable of wielding magic. By your will." Alan abruptly knelt, the speed of his motion stirring a breeze that caused the candle flames to flicker. This is true power. Mortal blades and swords are but trifles in the face of magic. His heart raced with fervor. What Lysan granted him was not merely a city, but a stage to realize his lifelong studies, a cradle for the creation of an undead army imbued with magic. "I shall provide you with 1,000 Unsullied as your guard. They will heed your every command." Lysan fixed his gaze upon him. "Remember, I seek only loyalty and results. All that I possess belongs to you, my lord." Alan bowed deeply, his forehead touching the cold stone floor. Lysan turned and departed, choosing silence over further words. He understood that Alan would exert himself more than anyone else. For such a fervent devotee, a clear objective served as the finest motivator. Upon returning to his chambers, he found Valyria reclining on a soft couch, gently caressing her rounded belly, her face aglow with maternal radiance. Rhaenyra stood nearby, peeling a sweet pear from the summer sea for her. As Luzin entered, the two women rose simultaneously. He gestured for them to dispense with the formalities and settled beside Valyria, placing his hand upon her abdomen to feel the faint yet resolute heartbeat within. He felt a profound sense of peace. Valyria's voice was as gentle as a stream. Luzin nodded, though his gaze drifted to the window, piercing through the walls of Meereen, as if he could glimpse the vast army advancing eastward. The wheels of war had begun to turn, and he here awaited the arrival of new life and the dawn of a new empire. At the southernmost tip of Westeros, Dorne, in the sun-scorched city of Sunspear, the air felt as though it could ignite one's lungs. Even the breeze that swept through the courtyard carried a parched scent from the desert. Prince Oberyn Martell sat in the shade of a colonnade, idly toying with a black obsidian carving of a sand snake, his expression stoic as he listened to the lamentations of the man before him. Before him stood an envoy from the kingdom of the Three Daughters, a wealthy merchant from Myr. His opulent silken attire was thoroughly drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his plump form, his face a portrait of anxiety and fear. "Your Highness, that is no mortal. It is a demon. The souls of Valyria have returned." The envoy's voice quivered, sharp and frantic. His dragon's breath obliterated our mightiest warship. Volantis has fallen, and those tiger factions have become his lackeys. Now, he has rallied over 100,000 Dothraki, and all of Essos will be engulfed in flames. Oberyn remained silent, merely rubbing his thumb over the cool scales of the sand snake. He was well aware of these matters. Since the onset of the conflict on the Stepstones, the Martell family spies had never left that sea. The devastating defeat of Prince Daemon, the capitulation of Volantis, and the rise of the mysterious Dragon King, all intelligence had been promptly laid upon his desk. Though the Dornish may be distant from the strife of Essos, they understood the might of dragons better than any house in Westeros. Their ancestors were the only kingdom that had not been conquered by Aegon the Conqueror's dragons. "Next it shall be Westeros," the envoy urged. "Your Highness." Seeing Oberyn unmoved, the envoy stepped forward eagerly. "Braavos has already allied with House Velaryon. They are preparing to strike. We, the kingdom of the Three Daughters, are willing to pay any price for Dorne to send forces and quell that monster." "Price?" Oberyn finally spoke, his voice calm, yet textured like sand. "What price can you offer? Gold, or perhaps a fleet?" He raised his eyes, his deep brown gaze as inscrutable as a bottomless well. "Your gold cannot purchase the lives of Dornish warriors, and your fleet is but floating timber in the face of dragonfire." The envoy's countenance turned ashen. "But my lord, if the lips perish, the teeth are cold. He threatens us all. He threatens your trade. He threatens your interests in the Stepstones, yet he does not threaten Dorne." Oberyn rose, slowly walking to the edge of the colonnade, gazing out at the sun-baked sands in the distance. "My ancestor, Nymeria, led our people to this land to escape warfare and enslavement. We have rooted ourselves here for 1,000 years, learning how to survive in this barren land." He turned around, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "The sands of Dorne bleed only for the Dornish people. This is our sole creed. A group of foolish merchants only remember to seek allies when the blade is at their throats." Corin scoffed inwardly. "Let the Targaryens and Velaryons fret. Let them contend with that new Dragon King. Dorne need only observe in silence." He waved his hand to the guards. "Show them out." Two sentinels clad in light armor, brandishing spears, promptly stepped forward, escorting the disoriented envoy of Myr away, one on each side. The envoy's desperate pleas echoed in the courtyard, soon swallowed by the sweltering air. Corin resumed his seat, picking up the obsidian sand serpent, casting his gaze eastward, his expression profound. The new Dragon King, the old Dragon King. The chessboard of Westeros and Essos became increasingly intriguing with this unexpected peace, and Dorne would be the most patient of spectators. Chapter 56, Rhaenys' Choice. The winds of the Stepstones carried a scent of brine and decay. The massive anchor of the sea snake plunged into the murky waters, sending up a frothy spray. Corlys Velaryon set foot on the blood-stained rocks, his brow furrowed in concern. He had envisioned the myriad predicaments that Prince Daemon might encounter: defeat, injury, even betrayal. But he had not anticipated the scene before him. A heavy stench of liquor pervaded the camp, potent enough to intoxicate a whale. Soldiers lounged in scattered groups in the shadows, their armor haphazardly piled nearby, flies buzzing around their exposed skin and remnants of food. And there lay Demon Targaryen, the would-be king of the Narrow Sea, sprawled on that dilapidated throne, cradling an empty wineskin, asleep like a corpse. Corlys could even hear his heavy snoring. Is this our wayward prince? His voice held a chill as he turned to face his wife, Rhaenys Targaryen. Weariness etched across Rhaenys' face. The strands of her hair interspersed with silver, the sea breeze ruffling her dark locks, but failing to disperse the worry that lingered in her brow. He has been like this for several days. Rhaenys' voice was soft, tinged with resignation. Since word arrived from King's Landing, he has shut himself away, desiring nothing but wine. Corlys let out a heavy huff, his gaze sweeping over Daemon's bloated visage, the result of inebriation. A coward's behavior, he remarked mercilessly. They walked to a relatively clean edge of the cliff, gazing out at the distant, gray expanse of the sea. The situation is even worse in King's Landing. Corlys' voice was low but simmering with fury. Viserys, my good king, would rather hide in the Red Keep, fiddling with his stone models than fight for the glory of House Targaryen. He rejected the Braavosi's offer, declaring that the Targaryens had withdrawn from Essos. He wouldn't even listen to the envoy's words, all to attend the birth of his wife's child. Corlys' fists clenched tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. An unknown dragon king has placed a knife at our throats. Volantis has fallen, but he believes the Narrow Sea can shield him from all danger. He is betraying every vassal, betraying the Targaryen bloodline. Rhaenys listened in silence, the sea breeze teasing the hem of her gown. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Viserys' choice may seem weak, but he may see further than we do. What? Corlys gazed at her incredulously. The War of Dragons, Corlys, has no victors. Rhaenys' eyes drifted into the distance as if transcending time. Our ancestors unified the Seven Kingdoms with Dragonfire, but they also left behind a prophecy. Dragonfire can forge kingdoms, but can also incinerate the world. Viserys simply wishes to ensure that the Targaryen flame does not extinguish amidst internal strife. That flame is his, not ours. Corlys whirled to face his wife's eyes. I care not for any damned prophecy. All I know is that the Valyrian trade routes are under threat. Our wealth, our fleet, everything we possess is built upon the sea. Viserys can hide upon his throne. We cannot. His agitation dimmed the light in Rhaenys' gaze. She understood all too well. She was not merely a Targaryen princess, but the matron of House Valyrian. Her husband's ambition was the future of their family. I'm not only fighting for Valyrian. Corlys' voice softened, yet remained resolute, but also for our children, for Laenor, for their future. It cannot rest upon the mercy of a coward. And Laenor? He inquired. She is patrolling the nearby waters, Rhaenys replied. Vhagar needs to stretch her wings, just as she does. The atmosphere on this island is too stifling. Corlys nodded, his gaze returning to the endless ocean. When the Braavosi arrive, everything will be settled. His voice was cold and resolute. If all goes well, we shall bring Laenor back from that prison in King's Landing. If not, he paused, then let him remain there. At least it will leave House Valyrian a retreat. Rhaenys' heart sank. She looked at her husband's hardened profile, realizing he had staked their family's fate. And she had no choice but to follow. Night fell. The cold, foul-tasting, sobering broth was roughly poured down Daemon's throat, the violent coughing rousing him from his stupor. His head throbbed as if it might split, everything in his vision swaying. As that familiar face, etched with anger, came into focus in the candlelight, Daemon recognized that Corlys Valyrian had arrived. You're awake? Corlys' voice was devoid of warmth. Daemon propped himself up, tugging at the corners of his mouth to form a sardonic smile. So, Serpent of the Sea, have you come to gloat over my misfortune? Or to announce Viserys' decree to reclaim my title as King of the Stepstones? Your throne, along with your camp, is nearly drowned in liquor. Corlys tossed a letter before him. The Braavosi will be here shortly. Daemon's movement froze. His murky eyes suddenly sharpened, like a beast roused from slumber. The Braavosi? His voice was hoarse yet filled with caution. Those usurious, faceless men. When did they become so friendly to a dragon king? Do you bring them here to chain Corlys, or to sell my other hand for a good price? Corlys regarded him, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Drunken to the core, yet the prince's vigilance remains. They're certainly not friends. Corlys seated himself, leaning forward, but we share a common enemy. That pretender to the throne. He has taken Volantis. The Braavosi are frightened. They are willing to offer gold and ships, provided we help them eliminate this nuisance. Huh? Daemon chuckled softly, his laughter laced with derision. So, you want me, a Targaryen prince, to serve as a mercenary for the Braavosi? No. Corlys shook his head, enunciating each word carefully. I want you to exact revenge. He fixed his gaze on Daemon's eyes, where the flames of fury had begun to ignite. Your brother, the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, has rejected the Bravosi's alliance proposal. Daemon's breath caught for a moment. He said the Targaryen family has withdrawn from Essos. Corlys's voice was like a poisoned dagger, precisely piercing Daemon's most vulnerable spot. He cares not for the Stepstones, nor for Volantis, nor for you, nor for the arm you have lost. In his eyes, it was merely a distant and ignoble altercation. He was preoccupied with organizing a celebration for his newly born daughter, Princess Helena. And the entire King's Landing resounded with cheers for the bloodline of House Hightower. And you, Daemon, you were forgotten. Silence. Daemon abruptly rose, overturning the table beside him, sending the wine jug and goblets crashing to the ground, shattered into fragments. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, filled with a maddening blend of humiliation, rage, and anguish. The betrayal of his brother stung him more acutely than the swords of his enemies. He had fought valiantly for the glory of his family in foreign lands, even sacrificing an arm for it, only to be met with such cold indifference. Every word from Corlys felt like a red-hot iron searing in his heart. His fleeting wariness and suspicion towards the Bravosi were instantly consumed by this overwhelming fury. Now, a singular thought occupied his mind. Vengeance. He would make that Easter Dragon King pay in blood, and he would show his brother upon the Iron Throne what power his discarded brother truly possessed. Let them come. Daemon's voice, hoarse yet eerily calm, resonated. Let them come with golden fleets. He slowly turned, the candlelight illuminating one half of his grotesque visage. I shall use their ships, carry my dragon, and rend our enemies to shreds. Then I will make the entire world aware of who the true Dragon King is. In the corner of the tent, Rhaenys stood quietly, taking in every detail. She observed her husband with a sense of dread as he artfully provoked a slumbering beast into fury, shackling him with the chains of vengeance. She wished to say something, to caution against the cunning of the Bravosi, to persuade him not to let anger cloud his judgment. But the words caught in her throat, for she understood that Corlys' choice was made for Valyrian, and Daemon's wrath was a necessity for Valyrian. Once ignited, this flame of revenge would be impossible to extinguish. Chapter 57. Each with their own thoughts. A black raven alighted upon the weathered windowsill of the stone keep. It bore a letter from King's Landing from his brother, King Viserys. Daemon Targaryen tore the parchment from the raven's leg, and as he unfurled it, the royal seal cracked, scattering wax shards upon the rough stone floor. In the letter, his brother implored him, commanded him, even pleaded with him, to utterly refrain from involving himself in the escalating conflict in Essos. The missive spoke of the honor of House Targaryen, the preciousness of dragons, the sanctity of bloodlines, and expressed his concerns over the ever-growing power of House Velaryon. Corlys. Daemon's lips silently formed the name, a glint of cold mockery flashing in his violet eyes. To manipulate him? To exploit him? Daemon's fingers tightened suddenly, the costly parchment crumpling in his grasp, emitting a pained groan under the strain. What he loathed most was being a pawn on someone else's chessboard, regardless of whose it was. He crushed the paper into a tight ball, then tucked it into his breast. Outside, heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a loud and expectant voice. Daemon, the Bravosi envoy has arrived. We must converse. It was Corlys Velaryon. Daemon turned, all emotion draining from his face, leaving only a dark calmness. He adjusted the collar of his black attire, the hilt of his Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, glinting ominously in the dim light. He opened the door to meet Corlys' flushed face, aglow with excitement. Two pitch-black warships docked at the rudimentary port of the stone steps, their sails bearing the distinctive dark purple emblem of Bravos, rustling in the sea breeze. Mercenaries, exiled knights, and the younger sons of nobles who followed Prince Daemon peeked out from their hiding places, curiously scrutinizing the unexpected visitors. Bravosi? What brings them to this forsaken place? Look at those sails. They bear the sigil of the Iron Bank. Has the prince incurred their debt? Silence. Do you wish to court death? Perhaps they come bearing gifts. Whispers floated through the briny air, but no one dared to speak too loudly. All were acutely aware that the true master of this isle was the capricious Targaryen prince. Within the stone keep, the atmosphere of the meeting was far more grave than anticipated. Rather than a fortress, it resembled a massive nest constructed of stone, crude and rugged. The air thick with the mingled scents of seawater, sweat, and low-quality ale. The Bravosi envoy, a man named Trios Neres, clad in a finely tailored silk coat, appeared utterly out of place. He surveyed the water-stained stone walls and the rough animal hides covering the floor, a flicker of disdain crossing his features before swiftly masked by a professional smile. His sole purpose for this venture was to secure allies for the Iron Bank, to procure those fire-breathing beasts. The more primitive the surroundings, the more it underscored the necessity of gold, filling him with confidence for the negotiations ahead. Prince Demon, Lord Corlys. Trios bowed slightly, his demeanor elegant, as if he were amidst the court of King's Landing. I represent the Sea Lord of Bravos and the Iron Bank, here for our mutual interests and security. Demon lounged in the stone chair of the high seat, one leg draped over the armrest, his posture languid yet perilous, akin to a beast poised to strike. He remained silent, simply regarding Trios with his penetrating violet eyes, as if appraising a commodity. Corlys, however, was far more affable, laughing heartily as he approached. Lord Nerys, your arrival is like the first ray of sunshine after a storm. Please sit, we have ample time. Trios' gaze ultimately fell back upon Demon, acutely aware that the crux of this transaction lay not with the ambitious sea snake beside him, but with this man. He cleared his throat, abandoning any pretense, directly casting forth his proposition. Your Highness, you must have heard of the deeds of the new Dragon King from the east. Volantis has fallen, and the entire free trade cities are cloaked in his shadow. Bravos cherishes freedom and will not allow a new Valyrian empire to rise at our doorstep. He paused, emphasizing his words. To this end, Bravos is willing to mobilize our entire naval fleet. Our ships are the most formidable in the world. Our sailors are the most skilled. Corlys interjected, and there is also the Valerian fleet. My sea snake can hardly wait to taste the blood of a new enemy. Trios nodded appreciatively, continuing, moreover, we bring with us new weaponry, specialized giant crossbows, capable of piercing the most impenetrable dragon scales. We have manufactured 300 of them, and will continue to supply more. At this, Demon's eyelids slightly lifted. Weapons that could threaten dragons? The Bravosi truly deserved their ill fate. Trios seized upon this subtle shift, inwardly pleased, casting forth the final and most crucial bait. Of course, war requires funding. The kingdoms of the three daughters, Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh, are willing to cover all your military expenses. Gold, once you speak the word, will flow to the stone steps like a river. They seek only for you to command the dragons, incinerate those Dothraki, and bring that so-called Dragon King down from the skies. The Hall of the Stone Keep fell into silence, punctuated solely by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks outside. Corlys and Trios held their breaths, awaiting Demon's decision. After a long pause, Demon finally stirred. He slowly lowered his leg, leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, his violet eyes shining with an astonishing intensity in the dim light. Gold fleet and enormous crossbows. He murmured these words, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips, suggesting a promising deal. Trio's heart raced to his throat. Thus, His Highness the Prince means, I shall grant you this. Demon's voice, though soft, resonated like a great stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of excitement. Trio's previously taut expression relaxed into genuine joy. He felt an overwhelming urge to clap and laugh, yet ultimately restrained himself. Corlys, however, revealed his elation unabashedly, slamming his hand onto the table and exclaiming, Splendid. Demon, I knew you would not disappoint us. He approached Demon, vigorously patting his shoulder. The Valerian family shall stand with you through it all. My son, my wife, and our dragons will be your staunchest support. Trio also rose, bowing once more to Demon. Your Highness's sagacious decision shall save all of Essos. Bravos shall eternally cherish your friendship. Demon regarded the two jubilant men before him, his visage adorned with a similar smile, yet his eyes concealed an abyss of icy depths. The Bravosi, who dared to slay dragons, and the Targaryen dragons, when did they become the Valerians? Observing these two, who believed they had secured his loyalty, he harbored his own schemes. Vengeance. If all proceeded smoothly, he would command Caraxes, leading the Valerian fleet and the gold of Bravos to reduce to ashes the audacious pretender who called himself the Dragon King. He would demonstrate to the world that the Targaryen bloodline, embodied solely by him, Demon, was the true essence of the dragon. But if fate did not favor him, let those who dared to entrap and exploit him face the wrath of that eastern dragon. Bravos, the Valerians, and the kingdom of the three daughters. Rage silently ignited within his violet eyes, and only he knew where this fire would ultimately blaze. Chapter 58. The Pillage of the Empire. The iron hooves of war horses shattered the tranquility of the contested lands. Dust billowed like a yellow tsunami, engulfing the fragile borders of the kingdom of the three daughters. Daka led the charge, his bronze skin gleaming under the scorching sun, long braids thrashing wildly with the tumult of his steed. The curved arak in his hand reflected the flickering flames of a village ahead and the twisted faces of fleeing inhabitants. Burn, pillage, for call. The roars of the Dothraki converged into a cataclysmic torrent of destruction. They were no longer the landlocked fools who had suffered seasickness aboard ships. They had returned to their rightful place as the kings of the steppes. A few days of respite had sufficed to transform their fear of the ocean into an insatiable desire for conquest on land. Flames consumed fields and homes, and cries were mercilessly drowned by the thunder of hoofs. Daka cleaved the head of a soldier from Meereen who futilely resisted, allowing the warm blood to splatter across his face. He licked his lips, tasting not the metallic tang of blood, but the sweetness of power. This was true conquest. This was the life befitting a follower of a true call. Their Dragon King call not only bestowed upon them unprecedented strength, but also guided them toward a vast world ripe for plunder. Faced with this deluge of darkness, the proud mercenary companies and city guards of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters resorted to the most disgraceful yet practical tactic: retreat. They bolted their gates and cowered behind what they presumed were sturdy walls, trembling as they watched their lands ravaged and their wealth plundered. They hoped that their high walls would exhaust the patience of the Dothraki. Yet they were mistaken. Daka reined in his steed, gazing at the distant walled city, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Atop the pyramids of Meereen, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the gardens. Sheng tenderly offered a slice of pear to Valyria, savoring the contented and serene smile that adorned her face. Lynera quietly sat nearby, pouring refreshing fruit tea for the two, her gaze tender. These were rare days of tranquility. Valyria's abdomen had begun to swell slightly, and Sheng could distinctly perceive the rhythmic pulse of new life within, steady and strong. That was his bloodline, the heir to the new empire. He reveled in this peace, yet his gaze had already transcended the walls of Meereen, drifting toward the distant east. The wheels of war had begun to turn. The iron hooves of 130,000 cavalry were merely the overture. "I must depart," Sheng spoke, his tone placid. Valyria grasped his hand, her violet eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance, but more so understanding. "I shall await your return," she whispered, "and our child will await you as well." Sheng nodded, refraining from making further promises. He leaned down, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Valyria's forehead and abdomen. Then, he rose and strode toward the edge of the pyramid. Under the watchful eyes of Valyria and Lynera, his form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In the firelight, his bones, muscles, and skin melted like wax, reshaping. The resplendent black golden garments dissolved, replaced by indomitable black dragon scales. In an instant, a colossal creature eclipsed the figure of the man. It was a black dragon, over 60 meters in length, its wings unfurling to shroud the pinnacle of the pyramid. Its golden slit-like eyes resembled two blazing suns surveying its city. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The dragon's wings beat fiercely, its immense body stirring a tempest as it ascended, racing toward the advancing tide of darkness in the east. He would personally escort his army across the painted mountains that divided east from west. Off the coast of Lys, a merchant ship flying the mermaid flag sailed at full speed, its sailors beaming with the joy of an impending, bountiful return. However, this elation was swiftly eclipsed by a line of black dots emerging on the horizon. The dots rapidly enlarged, transforming into a formidable fleet. The vessels bore grotesque and sinister shapes, their prows resembling hellish beasts, and the black sails depicted an unsettling one-eyed totem. "It is the Valyrian navy." The lookout's voice trembled with fear. The alarm bells were frantically rung. It was all too late. The blind navy, akin to a school of sharks, swiftly encircled the plump merchant ships. They issued no warnings. Icy bolts from their crossbows rained down upon the decks like a torrential downpour. The panicked Lysian merchants could only helplessly watch as their trade routes were irrevocably severed by this ghost fleet that had sailed for Volantis. Meanwhile, along the shores of the contested lands, another, slightly smaller fleet wreaked havoc. Nero stood at the bow of his flagship, coldly observing his navy storming a prosperous coastal town. Flames, thick smoke, and screams composed the most harmonious symphony in the ears of this former pirate captain. Land and sea. The new empire had revealed its fangs. The journey back to Braavos was far more exhilarating than the voyage to it. Trionaries stood at the ship's prow, the sea breeze billowing through his lavish silk cloak. Yet he felt no chill, only a fervent warmth within. The humiliation of King's Landing had long since been replaced by the ecstasy of the Stepstone Isles. That fool Viserys, blinded by the throne and his bloodline, had spurned the friendship of the Iron Bank. He would pay dearly for this. A king who cared only for his wife and children, while ignoring the beasts lurking at his doorstep. How long could his kingdom endure? Trio scoffed inwardly. Fortunately, Westeros was not governed by a single king. The ambitions of Corlys Velaryon, and the wrath of Daemon Targaryen were far more valuable than Viserys' crown. When these two forces amalgamated with the golden fleet of Bravos, they would possess the power to upheave the entire world. My lord, a subordinate approached with utmost respect, informing that we are less than 2 days' voyage from Bravos. Excellent. Tyrion nodded, his gaze fixed upon the eastern sky, as if envisioning the colossal black dragon rising there. To combat a dragon with another dragon. That was the scheme of Valyrians and Prince Daemon. Yet, for Bravos, this is woefully insufficient. Tyrion understood all too well that both Daemon and the terrestrial being from the east were of Valyrian blood, natural conquerors by birthright. Allowing them to weaken one another was merely the first step. The true battleground would not be on land. To let Daemon's dragon tangle with the Dothraki cavalry? Utterly foolish. That boundless sea of horsemen could exhaust any dragon's flame and stamina. The genuine confrontation must occur upon the waves. There, the sea would be Bravos' domain. They would employ Daemon's dragon as bait, luring the Eastern Dragon King into the ocean. There, hundreds of warships would form an intricate net, and countless poison ballistae would create a deadly thicket. On the sea, a dragon, no matter how formidable, would be but a solitary target. Daemon's dragon could distract, while Bravos' fleet would deliver the fatal blow. A cruel smile curved Tyrion's lips. Gold, a fleet ballistae, and a vengeance-driven dragon prince. As pawns, he could almost visualize the once mighty black dragon lamenting as it plummeted into the depths amidst a rain of arrows. The sea is the grave of dragons, he whispered to himself, and we Bravosi are the grave diggers. Chapter 59, The Purple Fleet. Within the council chamber of Bravos, the cold sea breeze streamed through the open arches. A sea chart lay unfurled upon the long table, marked in crimson ink, denoting the positions of Atlantis and the disputed territories. The news had been confirmed. Tyrion Lannister, returning from his diplomatic mission, spoke in a dry tone as he bowed before the seated Sea Lord. Viserys Targaryen has spurned our alliance. He would rather cradle his newly born daughter than cast a glance at the flames of war igniting in Essos. A king softened by privilege and milk. One of the representatives from the Iron Bank, a gaunt old man, scoffed disdainfully. It appears the Targaryen's dragon fire is on the verge of extinguishment. The Sea Lord remained silent, his aged visage etched with wrinkles akin to the intertwining waterways of Bravos. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest, the only sound resonating in the hushed chamber. All present held their breath. They were the masters of Bravos, guardians of this great city-state forged by runaway slaves. Their veins coursed not with noble Valyrian blood, but with an almost fanatical devotion to freedom. A new dragon king rises in the east, and Volantis has already bent the knee. This is the most naked provocation against freedom. Corlys Velaryon and Daemon Targaryen have agreed to our terms, Tyrion added. They will rendezvous with us at the Stepstones with Velaryon's fleet and their dragons. Daemon, someone murmured the name, tinged with trepidation. He was a madman. We need a madman to confront another madman, Tyrion asserted resolutely. Daemon's fury, Corlys' ambition, combined with the gold of the Iron Bank. This force is sufficient to snuff out this so-called new empire in its cradle. The Sea Lord ceased his fingers drumming. He slowly raised his head, his murky eyes surveying each individual present. The Targaryen family has forsaken Essos. His voice was low, yet resonated like the roar of a titan in the hearts of all. But Bravos shall not. We are born of freedom and shall never live under the shadow of slavers. Convey my orders. The Sea Lord rose, his purple cloak billowing as though unfurling in a wind of its own. Dispatch the purple fleet at full speed to the Stepstones. Inform the kingdom of the three daughters that their support is imminent. Let them send every able soldier to the disputed lands. I care not whether they defend or die, as long as they can delay the Dothraki. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Additionally, open Warehouse 3. The countenance of all present shifted slightly. My lord, those are intended for the Targaryen dragons. Now, they have a new target. The Sea Lord's voice bore no hint of emotion. Essos requires no slavers, nor second Valyria. The orders were swiftly disseminated. Within Bravos' vast armory, heavy iron doors creaked open. The dry air, infused with the scent of wood, rushed forth. Rows of fearsome behemoths lay quietly in the darkness of the warehouse. They were immense ballistae, their limbs crafted from fish-beam wood, stronger than steel, with winches as thick as a giant's arm, requiring the strength of several men to operate. Each bolt was thicker than a grown man's arm, its triangular tip gleaming with a ghostly blue hue, evidently poisoned. These were the dragon-slaying instruments Bravos had secretly forged over nearly a century. Each one was capable of piercing the most resilient dragon scales. Their original targets had been the Targaryen dragons residing on Dragonstone and King's Landing. Now, they would be unleashed for the first time, aimed at the east. It must be made abundantly clear to that dragon lord of the Slaver's Bay that freedom is not to be desecrated. Vagar's colossal wings stirred the white surf. Lena Valerion bent low, gripping the saddle tightly as the tempestuous winds tossed her silver hair into a frenzy. She despised the stepstones. The dank, rudimentary stone fortress repulsed her. The air perpetually thick with the metallic tang of blood and salt. More than anything, she loathed her father's unabashed ambition and Prince Daemon's daily despondency. Since the news from King's Landing, the once headstrong and roguish prince seemed to have lost his spine, drowning in drink day after day. Only upon Vagar's back, soaring high above, could she momentarily forget all. Forget the impending war, forget that she was to be wed like a mere commodity to the Sea Lord of Bravos, whose son was rumored to be incapable of riding a horse. Behind her, another resounding dragon roar echoed. Lena's heart tightened, and she turned to look. A sleek, blood-red dragon was closing in. It was her mother Rhaenys' dragon, Malaise. The two dragons spiraled in the air for a moment before finally descending upon a deserted rocky isle. Lena dismounted and listlessly kicked at the sand beneath her feet. Rhaenys approached her, gently tucking a strand of her daughter's wind-tossed hair behind her ear. "Are you troubled?" "I am weary," Lena retorted, her voice laced with an uncontainable irritation. "I am weary of this war, weary of my father's schemes, weary of Prince Daemon, and most of all, weary of this betrothal." She lifted her gaze to meet her mother-s. "For a handful of ships and a few chests of gold, I am to marry a complete fool? Is this the fate of a daughter of House Valerion?" Rhaenys momentarily drifted in thought. She embraced her daughter's trembling shoulders, her gaze fixed upon the tumultuous sea in the distance. Memories of her own marriage flooded back. Years ago, she had rejected the king's arrangement, choosing instead the man brimming with ambition and vitality, Corlys Valerion. It had been a union forged in love and shared aspirations. Now, her daughter, her dearest Lena, was to be shackled to a marriage she despised for the sake of family interests. Silly child. Rhaenys' voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible sigh. "Your father merely wishes to secure more for our family, for your future. By sacrificing my marriage?" Lenur's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mother, you too are a Targaryen. You were once an heir to the throne. Are you content?" "Of course, I am not content," Rhaenys replied with a calm demeanor. Yet a flicker of pride and melancholy belonging to a queen without a crown glimmered in her gaze. But sometimes discontent must be endured. She embraced her daughter a little tighter. "We are women of House Valerion, Lena. We are destined to navigate the tempests of life, whether they be upon the seas or in our fates. But I feel as though I am being engulfed by these storms." Lena's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Rhaenys chose silence, holding her daughter close, absorbing the helplessness and resistance emanating from her. Corlys' ambition, Daemon's wrath, the gold of Bravos, all intertwined to form a vast web, with her daughter positioned as the sacrificial offering at its center. In the distance, Vagar let out a resounding roar, releasing a gust of scorching air. Rhaenys gazed at the bronze behemoth, once owned by the illustrious Queen Visenya. Now, it belonged to her daughter. Perhaps this was the true strength of House Valerion. Not the fleet, nor the riches, but the blood of dragon lords coursing through their veins. For the glory of the family. Rhaenys silently pondered. What price must we ultimately pay? Chapter 60. The rebirth of the city of monsters. The army surged forth like a tide of darkness, slowly advancing towards the painted contours of the mountains. A dragon born of the land loomed high above, its golden slit eyes reflecting the army below, which moved like ants, stirring a sense of impatience within. Too slow. This distance, which he perceived could be traversed in mere moments, was taking the mortal army an entire day to cover. The march of hundreds of thousands of cavalry raised clouds of dust that obscured the sky, an imposing spectacle, yet in the face of absolute speed. Such scale appeared clumsy and unwieldy. "It seems I must grow accustomed to commanding from afar," he resolved coldly within. He could not personally escort every expedition. The Empire's expansion demanded efficiency, and he was the ultimate guarantor of that efficiency. To squander time accompanying the army on leisurely strolls was nothing short of the greatest extravagance. His gaze swept beyond the ranks of soldiers, reaching toward the distant east. Having confirmed the army's route was unerring, the massive dragon wings flapped violently, tearing through the air, transforming the colossal form into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from the horizon in an instant. The city of monsters, Maegor's Holdfast. This city operated with an unprecedented fervor and order. The sorcerer Alan stood in a vast, cleared expanse, his black robe unfurling motionless in the sweltering winds. Behind him, 1,000 unsullied stood like silent statues, forming an unassailable line of steel. Before him stood rows of expectant Maegor-esque women, their expressions a blend of reverence and even a hint of rapture, cradling their newborns. Alan's gaze was hollow and indifferent as he extended his pale, bloodless fingers, gently touching the abdomens of the infants and mothers in succession. With each touch, an almost imperceptible strand of dark magic seeped in, conducting the most rudimentary yet brutal assessment of capabilities. This one goes to the west. Mark it as second class. This one, first class, must be closely monitored. This one is worthless. Cast it back. His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. The nearby Maegor officials nodded and bowed, diligently categorizing the populace according to his directives. Under Alan's magical dominion, the city had transformed into a veritable treasury of sorcerous potential. Those bloodlines, distorted by the remnants of apocalyptic magic, had now become the most prized treasures. Of course, such wealth came at a cost. After all, there was a distinction between us and those who were merely one in a million among true sorcerers. A tinge of disdain flickered through Alan's mind. These so-called potentials were nothing more than parasites clinging to the source of the king's magic. Once they ventured beyond the king's domain, they would be incapable of even the simplest of tricks, reverting to grotesque creatures that could only wallow in the mud. Yet he was different. He was a genuine sorcerer, capable of manipulating the laws of death even in barren lands devoid of magic. However, this did not inhibit him from executing the king's will. A horde of defective monstrosities capable of wielding magic due to the king's grace was already a stroke of luck beyond their lifetimes. How goes the progress on the construction? Alan inquired without turning. A Maegor official scurried to his side, obsequiously responding, "Esteemed lord, the clearing has been completed, and the foundation has commenced excavation. We await only the arrival of the Empire's supplies, and the academy can begin at any moment." Excellent. Alan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Maegor laborers toiling diligently. They labored for their futures, striving toward a destiny they had never envisioned, becoming part of the Empire's foundation. An unprecedented academy for sorcerers would rise upon this cursed ground, and he, Alan, would be its inaugural dean. The thought brought a frigid arc to his lips. Even amidst his somber demeanor, King's Landing, the Red Keep, within the King's study, the atmosphere was oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm. King Viserys, I paced restlessly, crushing a black dragon model representing Corlys Velaryon upon his beloved Valyrian city model, fragments scattering across the floor. The news brought by the ravens confirmed his most dreaded suspicions. His brother, Daemon Targaryen, the ever-unruly rogue prince, had indeed disregarded his commands. Not only had he failed to withdraw troops from the Stepstones, but he had also entangled himself with Corlys Velaryon and even the golden treasury of Bravos. You only ever think of yourself. What do you hold the honor of House Targaryen to be? What do you make of my commands? A wave of helplessness washed over him. He felt perpetually powerless against this brother. Beating, exiling, none could truly tame the rebellion ingrained in his very being. He could almost envision the scornful smile that would grace Daemon's face upon receiving his sternly worded letter. A sense of humiliation from betrayal and being overlooked intertwined with a deep-seated fear of family division, gnawing at his insides. He could no longer remain idle. Otto. Viserys inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his voice hoarse as he called out. The hand of the king, Otto Hightower, emerged from the shadows like a specter, bowing slightly. Your Majesty, I have a task for you. Viserys turned, fatigue etched on his face, yet a sickly resolve flickered within his eyes. You shall personally journey to Volantis. Otto's brow raised imperceptibly. Volantis? The city already seized by the newly risen Dragon King from the east? Your Majesty, the risks of traveling to Volantis at this time risks? Viserys interrupted brusquely. The greatest risk is doing nothing, allowing Daemon and Corlys to bind House Valyrian's fleet and Targaryen dragons to Bravos' war chariots. He stepped closer to Otto, fixing his gaze intently upon his hand. Otto, listen. That Eastern Dragon King shares the Valyrian bloodline. He is reconstructing an empire. Take my message to him. Convey that House Targaryen extends friendship. We have no desire to be his enemy. On the contrary, we should join forces. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing a magnificent vision. Imagine, Otto, when two true dragons stand atop the world, one in the west, the other in the east. We're those petty sea serpents, those lending merchants, those vassals who conspire behind our backs. In comparison, silence reigned in the study. Otto Hightower gazed upon the seemingly deranged king before him, a shiver of unease coursing through him for the first time. Yet, he refrained from contradicting the monarch. For within the depths of the king's eyes, he discerned an indomitable resolve. More significantly, he astutely sensed a glimmer of opportunity, an opportunity to thoroughly stir the stagnant waters of Westeros, one that could enable House Hightower to extract greater benefits. A bold proposition, Your Majesty, Otto began slowly, his voice steady, devoid of any emotion, articulating a grand vision truly befitting a sovereign. He inclined slightly, extending his hands. Please grant me the letters, my liege. I would face 1,000 deaths to serve you. A satisfied smile graced Viserys' face as he retrieved a pre-written letter, sealed with the royal wax, from within his robes and solemnly handed it to Otto. Deliver it personally. Otto, let him feel the sincerity of the Iron Throne. As you command, Your Majesty, Otto replied, accepting the letter, which felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens in his hands. He bowed deeply once more before turning to exit the study, slipping away silently. The door closed behind him, sealing the king along with his grand yet perilous fantasies within the confines of the chamber. Viserys exhaled a long breath, reclaiming his seat upon the throne, his gaze wandering to the view of King S landing outside, a newfound sense of control surging within him. He was confident that he had just made a move capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Demon Corlys, you shall soon discover who the true master of the Seven Kingdoms is. Chapter 61. The High Valyrian Navy in the Hand of the King. In the air of Volantis, the briny sea breeze mingled with the scent of decaying wealth. Laenor stood atop the palace, surveying the sprawling city below. The gears of war turned with precision according to his will, emitting a delightful rumble. Intelligence flowed to him like a rushing stream. The Dothraki vanguard, led by Daka, had thrust like a searing iron spike deep into the borders of Meereen. Countless villages had been reduced to charred ruins amidst flames and wails, while the defenders of the kingdom of the Three Daughters cowered behind their walls, trembling. The High Valyrian Navy, a fleet comprising the undead and pirates, commanded by Old Blind Eyes and Nero, surged forth like a pack of hungry sharks, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed upon the summer sea, effectively strangling the maritime lifelines of Lys and Tyrosh. Outside the city of Volantis, the newly formed Tiger Cloak Army, citizen soldiers from New Guise, and heavily armored mammoths formed ominous battalions, awaiting the impending surge of black horsemen from the east. Once the 13,000 Dothraki horsemen arrived, the land known as the contested ground would be utterly plowed bare. Laenor was pleased with this turn of events. Having long since distanced himself from the cumbersome ranks of mortal armies, he believed that commanding from the center, wielding his perception like a divine essence, was the epitome of imperial efficiency. War was merely an elaborate chess game, and he was its sole player. The sunlight of the summer sea cast a brilliant gleam upon the water, rendering it akin to a vast sapphire. Upon the flagship of the royal fleet, Otto Hightower stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his cloak adorned with the sigil of House Hightower. To ally with the rising Dragon King from the east? To barter the friendship of House Targaryen for peace? A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Otto's lips. This voyage might yield unforeseen advantages for House Hightower, particularly for his grandson, young Aegon. If only he could arrange for that troublesome Rhaenyra to be wed far away in this savage land of the Slaver's Bay. The rightful claim to the Iron Throne would become indisputable. Yet, this thought flitted through his mind and was promptly dismissed. Rhaenys Targaryen served as a cautionary tale. A princess married off, returning with her dragon and her husband as fleet, would only bring greater complications. But what of the newly born Princess Helena? Could a union with a princess secure the promise of Easter dragons? It seemed a profitable exchange. Otto immersed himself in his deliberations, contemplating how to convert the king's decisions into a triumph for his family. Just then, a flurry of urgent shouts and the blare of horns erupted from the deck. "My lord, we are beset by pirates." A Hightower knight rushed into the cabin, his face ashen, his voice trembling with fear. Otto's brow furrowed, a wave of irritation rising within him. He hastily drew his long sword, a weapon more symbolic of status than of battle, gripping it tightly. He strode swiftly to the deck, his pupils dilating in shock at the scene before him. Old Blind Eyes stood at the prow of the flagship, the Black River, his murky white eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the sea mist. On the deck beneath them, the remnants of slaughter lay scattered. Several merchant vessels, flying the three-headed dragon banner of Tyrosh, were now riddled with holes, their sails engulfed in black smoke, while the bodies of slain sailors sank slowly into the depths. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred wood. "Gather all valuables. Move swiftly." Old Blind Eyes bellowed in a hoarse voice, desensitized to such trivialities. At that moment, a lookout tumbled down from the mast, scrambling to report. "General, a fleet has been spotted in the distance, flying the Targaryen banner." "Targaryen?" Old Blind Eyes' withered lips curled into a grimace, revealing a set of yellow teeth. "Is it the wayward prince, Demon Targaryen's men? Do they dare come to meet their demise? Just as well. The king has been lamenting his inability to locate his dragon. He delegated the task of cleaning up the aftermath to his subordinate, personally leading a dozen of the most elite warships, akin to wolves catching the scent of blood, as they encircled the few Westerosi vessels adorned with the three-headed dragon flag. Send the command. I want to drain their blood and use their bones to adorn the king's throne." Otto Hightower watched anxiously as the ships converged from all directions. These vessels moved with remarkable speed, their black hulls exuding a savage and rugged design, their prows carved with grotesque serpents and skulls, starkly contrasting any fleet from Westeros. They bore no noble sigils, only tattered banners depicting distorted totems flapping wildly in the wind. These were no ordinary pirates. My lord, a long-serving attendant, his gaze fixed on the approaching vessels, whispered with a pallid complexion, "Look at the design of those ships. They must be the infamous High Valyrian Navy of legend." The servant's voice quivered with dread. "They're the navy of the Dragon King from the Slaver's Bay." Otto's heart plummeted. His purpose for this journey was to meet that very Dragon King, yet he had never anticipated encountering the fiercest of his minions upon the sea in such a manner. Observing the glinting crossbows upon those ships and the frenzied sailors crowding the decks, Otto realized that any resistance would be futile. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Raise the flag representing the king's envoy," Otto commanded, striving to maintain a steady voice. "Inform them I am a messenger of the Iron Throne." He could only hope that they would grant him at least a chance to speak. A small boat was lowered, a trembling messenger holding the flag aloft as he rowed towards the fearsome fleet. Moments later, a massive black warship loomed closer, a tall, gaunt man with clouded eyes standing at its bow. It was indeed Old Blind Eyes. Upon hearing the envoy's report, he emitted a cackling laugh reminiscent of a night owl. "The king's envoy? To meet our sovereign in Volantis?" Old Blind Eyes' murky gaze turned towards Otto, as if he could pierce through flesh to see bone. Otto stifled his discomfort, standing tall and proud, striving to maintain the dignity befitting the hand of the Seven Kingdoms. Ultimately, Old Blind Eyes waved his hand. "Very well. Since you are the king's guest, come with us." He dispatched a contingent of ships to escort Otto's vessel in the center. Gazing at Otto's feigned composure, Old Blind Eyes grinned widely. "My lord, the hand of the king, you should count yourself fortunate to have encountered me. The fleet of that madman, Nero, is right behind us. Without our guidance, I fear you and your ship would be reduced to mere flesh for the fish." Otto's expression darkened, a palpable dread washing over him. Chapter 62. The King's Bargain. The dull thud of the ship's hull meeting the dock jolted Otto Hightower from his reverie. After days of sailing, they had finally reached their destination, Volantis. He rose and exited the cabin, immediately assaulted by a melange of salty sea breeze, exotic spices, and a metallic tang reminiscent of iron and blood. The dock was no longer the chaotic cacophony of his memories. Instead, it was enveloped in a stifling order. Lines of soldiers clad in black armor patrolled silently, their breastplates devoid of family crests, marked only by a grotesque, blood-painted harpy. Otto's eyelid twitched involuntarily as he gripped the scepter of the hand of the king tightly. Memories of their recent experience replenishing fresh water flooded back, the recollection still twisting his stomach with unease. Their fleet had docked at a coastal town that had been utterly ravaged, the devastation beyond the imagination of any Westerosi noble. There were no cries of despair, no weeping, only a chilling silence. Most of the townsfolk had been beheaded, their severed heads impaled on sharpened stakes, extending from the beach to the town's heart, creating a path paved with death. Even more horrifying, many of the intact bodies still twitched slightly, not yet fully departed from life. The tall officer escorting him, a burly man with a scarred face, spoke with an air of almost boastful pride, informing him that this was all the handiwork of Lord Nero. Nero appeared harmless. The officer grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Yet to rise as a dominant force in the Isle of the Snakes required a certain madness and cruelty. His martial prowess was unrivaled in the region. Had he not squandered his plunder on extravagant silks and perfumes meant for women, he would not have lost a significant portion of his men, and his fleet would be of a far greater magnitude. Otto vividly recalled their encounter with Nero. The man was adorned in the most resplendent Kyrian silk, exuding an expensive fragrance seldom used by the Hightower family. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, with elegantly curled, wavy hair, and facial features so exquisitely delicate they bordered on the otherworldly, embodying a breathtaking androgyny. As Nero conversed with Otto, his tone was gentle, his manners refined, as though they were discussing horticulture and poetry. Lord Hightower, Nero smiled, meticulously peeling a fruit with a silver knife. The beauty of order stems from the complete eradication of chaos. Look how tranquil and orderly it is here now. His gaze swept over the forest of corpses outside the window, his eyes betraying no emotion, only the satisfaction of an artist admiring his own creation. A chilling dread coursed through Otto. If one of Nero's subordinates could be so insane, what sort of terrifying presence must the man known as the Dragon King, seated in Volantis, embody? The palace of Volantis, once the opulent residence of the Tiger faction's governor, now exuded an air of even greater authority and coldness. Black dragon banners had supplanted the tigers, and 300 unsullied stood like obsidian statues in every corner of the palace, their mere presence a silent intimidation. Under the guidance of one unsullied, Otto Hightower traversed the lengthy, desolate corridors until finally arriving at the main hall. In the grand chamber, Lausing lounged casually on a chair carved from black stone, clad in simple black and gold finery. His short black hair and brown eyes framed a strikingly handsome face devoid of any discernible emotion. He resembled not a king, but rather a player contemplating his chessboard. The hand of the king, Lord Otto Hightower, Lausing remarked. Otto inclined his head slightly, adhering to the courtesies expected of an envoy from the Seven Kingdoms. Please, take a seat. Lausing's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Otto obeyed, presenting the handwritten letter from King Viserys. This is a letter from His Majesty King Viserys, I, to the Dragon King of the East. Lausing did not immediately take the letter, but instead scrutinized Otto with interest. In his mind, Viserys was a weak king blinded by familial bonds and the illusion of peace, a failure unable to govern even his own brother. How could such a man, at this juncture, dare to send someone to contact him? With an air of curious amusement, he reached for the letter. With a flick of his finger, the Targaryen's seal shattered. He unfurled the parchment, his gaze swiftly scanning the text. Otto anxiously observed Lausing's expression, attempting to glean meaning from it. But he was met with failure. The other man's face remained inscrutable, as if he were perusing an utterly mundane trade list. However, when Lausing read the latter portion of the letter, a slow smile crept upon his lips, not one of mockery or disdain, but rather the expression of a hunter who has discovered intriguing prey. He chuckled softly, the sound echoing clearly in the hall, causing Otto's heart to plummet. How fascinating, Lausing mused inwardly. This seemingly weak king possessed a measure of audacity and insight he had not anticipated. The contents of the letter far exceeded his expectations. Viserys explicitly asserted the Targaryen family's commitment to rooting themselves in Westeros, with no intention of meddling in Esso's affairs. He did not condemn Lausing's expansion. Instead, he expressed relief at the coexistence of the two great dragon houses. This lowly posture, however, established a clear demarcation. What truly piqued Lausing's interest was the proposal that followed. Viserys expressed his willingness to betroth his newborn daughter, Princess Helena, to Lausing's family, in the spirit of enduring friendship between the two Valyrian bloodlines. Moreover, as part of her dowry, Helena would bring at least 2 precious dragon eggs with her when she married into the East. At the letter's conclusion, Viserys subtly hinted that should Laenor Velaryon, of House Velaryon, meet an untimely demise, the betrothal of Princess Rhaenyra was not beyond negotiation. The future of Westeros could be entrusted to the descendants of these 2 dragon bloodlines. Lausing set the letter down, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Your king, Lausing finally spoke, a note of approval in his voice, sees far more clearly than I had imagined. Otto felt a chill run through him. He cautiously replied. His Majesty believes that the blood of dragons should not turn against one another. Well said. Lausing rose, descending the steps to approach Otto. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, rendering the hand of the king, who had navigated the political landscape for decades, suddenly breathless. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke upon Otto's forehead, yet he feigned calmness. His Majesty merely hopes to establish the most solid friendship with His Majesty, the Dragon King of the East. Friendship? Lausing chuckled, perhaps. He extended his hand, lightly patting Otto's shoulder. Viserys, his proposal is quite intriguing. I accept this goodwill. As for that sea snake, since he has obstructed my path, I shall deal with him accordingly. But this is not for the Targaryens. It is for my empire. Lausing's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. He turned away, casting not another glance at Otto, as if this momentous meeting concerning the world's balance had already concluded. Otto stood frozen, his back drenched in cold sweat. Regret washed over him. he sensed that he had inadvertently invited a colossal calamity upon Westeros. Chapter 63. Boredom in Waiting. Otto Hightower's footsteps bore a hint of barely perceptible urgency. Stepping out of the frigid halls of the Grand Palace, the humid air of Volantis enveloped him, and he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. What indeed had Viserys sacrificed? This thought slithered through his mind like a venomous serpent, gnawing at him relentlessly. Could an ambitious Eastern Dragon Lord, a new empire fortified with boundless slaves and riches, be swayed by a mere letter and empty words of goodwill? It was inconceivable. Otto's mind flickered to his daughter Alicent, his grandson Aegon, and the newly born Helena. The path he had meticulously paved for House Hightower could not be shattered by this sudden behemoth emerging from Essos. "My lord?" The soft inquiry from a servant pulled him from his reverie. Otto inhaled deeply, forcing down the tempest of emotions within him, regaining the poise and authority befitting the hand of the king. "Issue the command," he stated, his voice dry and succinct. "Immediately replenish all supplies and inspect the ships. We shall return to King's Landing with utmost haste." He had to return to keep a vigilant eye on the chessboard of Westeros. A foreboding sense gripped him that his recent meeting might herald an immeasurable trouble for the Seven Kingdoms. As Otto uneasily embarked on his journey home, the southeastern expanse of Essos had already ignited into flames of war. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters, a prosperous confederation forged by merchants and pirates, was paying a bloody price for its arrogance. The city-state of Meereen, confronted by the imperial forces, alongside several affluent towns near Volantis, had transformed into hell on earth within mere days. The vanguard cavalry of the Dothraki, led by Daka, descended upon unprepared villages and estates like a swarm of locusts, responding to provocations with the most primal and savage pillaging. Luxurious silk carpets were trampled under hooves, exquisite statues shattered by whips. Noble families caught unawares were dragged from their warm beds, their jewels and fineries violently stripped away, replaced with the collars of slaves. The cacophony of weeping, screaming, and the wild shouts of the Dothraki soared into the sky. Thousands of commoners and nobles were tethered together, herded like cattle, destined to become spoils for the new empire, either sold in slave markets or relegated to the lowest labors in the army. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, the united forces of Meereen and Tyrosh finally stirred to action. They erected defensive fortifications in the border towns, while the Meereenese unveiled their prideful war machines. Rows of repeating crossbows, known as Meereenese bows, were transported to the front lines, capable of unleashing a torrential downpour of lethal arrows, a nightmare on the battlefield. The lords of Tyrosh committed their entire rear forces, dispatching a mixed army of 50,000 slaves, mercenaries, and noble officers to the defensive line. They were well equipped and buoyed by high morale. Under the promises of the lords of Tyrosh, even slaves were compelled to face the fearsome Dothraki. Daka was no fool. Observing the blood and steel fortifications from miles away, he watched the Meereenese adjust their glinting crossbows with disdain. A headlong charge would spell certain death. He understood the advantages of his forces. Thus, the pillaging morphed into a more agile guerrilla warfare. The Dothraki cavalry fragmented, like a pack of hungry wolves, sidestepping the formidable defenses to relentlessly gnaw at the exposed supply lines and minor strongholds of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Meanwhile, in another corner of the kingdom, Lys felt the immense pressure from both land and sea. In the contested territory, a town named Meselos was witnessing the assembly of troops under the highest council's stern orders. Having relinquished the fantasy of offensive action, they began to dig trenches, erect high walls, and stockpile provisions in preparation for the impending advance of the imperial army from the direction of Volantis. On the seas, Governor Bombaro's nightmare was re-emerging. The fleet of Old Blind Eye and Nero, now unified under the banner of the High Valyrian Navy, prowled the waters surrounding Lys like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. Governor Bombaro personally commanded the large-scale mobilization of Lys's fleet, establishing a solid line of defense along the coast. The entire Kingdom of the Three Daughters felt like a fat pig besieged by wolves, helplessly contracting its body and emitting futile cries as it witnessed its flesh being torn away piece by piece. At the pinnacle of the palace in Volantis, Lysa sat upon the obsidian throne, propping his chin with one hand as he surveyed the city below, which was beginning to adapt to the new order. On the table, an obsidian glass candle flickered quietly, its flame not red but a cold, pale glow that distorted the surrounding space. Through this Valyrian relic, he inquired about the conditions on various battlefields. "Daka, what is the progress?" From the candlelight, Daka's coarse yet exhilarated voice resonated. "Dragon Lord, the fat sheep of Meereen are cowering in their shells. Their villages and caravans are mine for the taking. My warriors revel in the fruits of victory daily. Lisa nodded slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the throne. Nero, what are shipping routes? A smoother, more delicate voice emerged, that of Nero. Your Majesty, the trade routes of Lys have become a raging inferno. Otto Hightower's fleet has safely passed through the blockade under my escort. In the main army, Matsur? Matsur's steady voice emanated from the candlelight, as reliable as ever. Your Majesty, the main forces are traversing the Painted Mountains without incident. Reports came in rapid succession, all proceedings aligning impeccably with his predetermined course. The joint forces of Atlantis and the Bay of Slaves had reached the border, now facing off against the armies of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. The imperial war machine was functioning methodically, and once all conditions were ripe, it would crush all adversaries. Everything was satisfactory. Everything was rather monotonous. Lisa waved his hand, extinguishing the candle's glow and returning the hall to silence. Leaning back on his throne, a sense of ennui born from absolute control washed over him, akin to a tide. It felt like a master chess player engaged in a match against a novice who could only move in straight lines. Every move was anticipated, every outcome predetermined. All he needed to do was wait. Wait for the Dothraki to devour the flesh of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, for the Imperial army to cross the mountains, for his Wizarding Academy to produce the first batch of spellcasters. Waiting was the most excruciating thing in the world, even for one who possessed a long life. Chapter 64, Bravo's Moonsinger. The protracted wait had finally reached its conclusion. As the footsteps of 130,000 soldiers and the clatter of hooves gradually ceased outside the gates of Atlantis, even the bravest Dothraki warriors bore the weariness of their long journey etched upon their faces. Matsur dismounted from his warhorse, his boots pressing against the soil of Atlantis, feeling a sense of stability he had not experienced in a long time. He turned a glance back at the massed army, a dark sea stretching to the horizon like a forest of steel, silent and oppressive. Their steeds exhaled clouds of vapor, drenched in sweat, in desperate need of respite. The gates of Atlantis swung open for them, the ancient city now welcoming its allies with a fresh visage. Meanwhile, at the port of Atlantis, a colossal fleet was slowly setting sail. These warships, adorned with the flag of the new empire, formed a torrent of steel coursing along the established route, akin to a dagger poised to strike, directly aimed at Lys. The nooses from both land and sea were silently tightening. On the stony steppe isles, a desolate island eroded by sea winds to bare rock, Daemon Targaryen stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing dozens of Braavosi craftsmen laboriously cranking the winch of a colossal crossbow. Rather than simply a crossbow, it resembled a miniature siege engine, its body crafted from resilient fishbeam wood, glistening with an eerie sheen of oil, while its arms stretched an impressive 30 feet wide. Beside him stood a Braavosi envoy, a smug grin plastered across his face. Your Highness, behold, this is the masterpiece wrought by the Iron Bank's tireless efforts. At a command, several burly men united their strength to place a gigantic bolt into the firing slot. The winch emitted a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine, the thick bowstring drawn taut like a crescent moon. Release. A thunderous boom shattered the air. The dark bolt transformed into a barely discernible shadow as it hurtled toward the target ship, repurposed from a derelict war vessel anchored far across the sea. A dull, piercing sound resonated, and in the blink of an eye, the target ship was penetrated, splintered wood and foam erupting skyward as the vessel was obliterated, sinking slowly beneath the waves. Corlys Valerian's breath hitched, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. The power of this weapon could even pierce his ship, the Sea Snake. Daemon merely raised an eyebrow. It was impressive, yet merely that. To rely on this to slay a dragon? Unless one could accurately pierce its eye or throat. The Braavosi still underestimated dragons, overrating their iron contraptions. A flicker of disdain crossed his mind. The Braavosi envoy seemed to read his thoughts, a mysterious smile creeping across his plump face. Your Highness, this is but one of many. He raised his hand, gesturing toward the tranquil horizon. Initially, nothing was visible, but soon, at the meeting of sea and sky, violet spots began to emerge. These spots rapidly expanded, merging into a vast expanse, akin to purple ink splattered upon a canvas of azure. They were sails, an endless array of purple sails. A colossal fleet was advancing from the edge of the sea. Hundreds, even thousands of warships, their hulls black and sails of brilliant purple, formed a tightly knit formation that completely enveloped the sea. Under the sunlight, the water vanished, replaced by a moving continent of purple and black. What made Demon's pupils constrict further was the sight of a gigantic dragon-slaying crossbow mounted on the deck of each ship. Corley's face radiated not mere excitement, but sheer elation. He gripped the rock in front of him tightly, his knuckles whitening from a force. This was the power he had long yearned for, sufficient to crush all opposition on the high seas. Demon's habitual nonchalance and irreverence vanished in an instant. He instinctively straightened his posture, his hand resting on the hilt of his dark sister sword. This was to be a slaughter wrought by iron and wealth. The sky would be shrouded by the shadow of the great crossbows. The Bravosi envoy's voice brimmed with condescension, proclaiming that the black dragon from the east would not escape the rain of arrows should it dare to appear upon the sea. Demon forced his facial muscles to relax, even managing a cold, dangerous smile. The shock within him receded like a tide, replaced by a more piercing calm and calculation. Foolish, yet their numbers compensated for all. Against the crownless queen Melisandre, or even against Calicus, they might indeed pose a lethal threat. But to think this would be sufficient to slay the black beast that devoured all of Atlantis? It was insufficient. His gaze swept over the ecstatic Corlys, then settled upon the self-satisfied Bravosi envoy. How could he incite this so-called invincible fleet and the black dragon to clash until the last drop of blood was spilled? The flames of vengeance ignited within him, yet were cloaked by a veneer of icy strategy. Unbeknownst to both Demon and Corlys, amidst the vast purple fleet, every several main warships was flanked by an ostensibly ordinary supply vessel. Within its hold, rather than being stocked with provisions, it was arranged like a temple. Women clad in simple robes sat cross-legged, their features bearing the distinctive traits of the Carthene, their eyes closed, expressions solemn, as though isolated from the world. The air around them shimmered faintly, emanating an ancient power imperceptible to mortals. They were the moon singers of Carthene. Their ancestors had led desperate slaves to escape the tyranny of the Dragon King, ultimately establishing the free city of Bravos within a mist-shrouded lagoon. This flight was etched into the very fabric of their bloodline. Yet this time, bolstered by the unwavering support of Bravos' Sea King and the Iron Bank, their ancient mission had taken on a new, far more ruthless significance. They were no longer mere fugitives. They would become hunters. This time, their target was to collaborate with this vast fleet to execute the Dragon King's demise, stifling the Valyrian Empire's ambitions that sought to take root here. Chapter 65, The Battle of Lys. Solid military boots struck the cracked earth of the Witch Queen's plain, producing a uniform, muffled thud. The phalanx of new Guy's citizen soldiers moved like a forest of iron, their discipline and training rivaling that of the fabled Unsullied. Beside them, the warriors of the Tiger cloak bore vicious tiger stripes on their cheeks, their eyes alight with bloodthirsty desire. At the core of this mixed army were 200 heavily armored war elephants, each a moving mountain, causing the ground to tremble with every step. The citizen soldiers, armed with spears, wore expressions as cold as iron. Their objective lay in Lys, at the stronghold in the region of Meselos. The first dagger thrust by the new empire into the heart of the kingdom of the Three Daughters. The borders of Meereen were thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and tension. The allied forces of the Slaver's Bay and the Tiger Cloak formed a stifling standoff against the army of Meereen. Smoke billowed into the sky on the horizon. Majar gazed ahead with an impassive expression. Behind him loomed a dark sea of Dothraki. The arrival of 13,000 cavalry had instantly disrupted the balance on the battlefield. Kausel was unstoppable, Majar told himself. Under his command, the craftsmen of Atlantis and Slaver's Bay began to frantically assemble colossal contraptions. These were new catapults designed based on the descriptions provided by land-dwelling artisans after extensive experimentation, their lightweight structures promising devastating power. Farther north, near Balos, Daka and his marauders prowled like a pack of ravenous wolves, sowing panic and death in the heart of Meereen. The noose of war tightened around the neck of the kingdom of the Three Daughters from all directions. The coast of Lys had transformed into a bubbling cauldron of blood. The fleet of Volantis, akin to seasoned butchers, ruthlessly decimated the Lysian fleet. With every volley of crossbow fire, Lysian ships disintegrated in flames. Quick, maneuver around. Tear through their formation from behind. The aged commander of the Hysos navy, Old Blind Eye, croaked, attempting to lead his fleet on a wide arc to ambush the rear of the Lysian fleet. Yet their anticipated surprise attack collided with the fleet of Tyrosh. The fleet flying the banner of the Tyroshi lord had seemingly arrived out of nowhere, blocking their path. It's the Tyroshi. That old fool Bombaro has summoned them too. Governor Bombaro of Lys stood atop the flagship's quarterdeck, his face pale as he surveyed the chaos on the sea. His palms dripped with cold sweat, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. Release the ravens. Send all the ravens out. He shouted at his attendants. Inform the Bravosi. I have received word from the Stone Steps Islands. Tell them to hurry. Faster. A frenzied glimmer of hope flickered in Bombaro's eyes. As long as the fleet of Bravos can arrive, in conjunction with the remnants of the Three Daughters' Kingdom, it will be sufficient to inflict a devastating blow upon the united fleet of Atlantis. By then, the flames of war will directly engulf the very gates of Atlantis. Bambaro prayed desperately for a miracle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the commander of the Tyroshi fleet felt an innate terror stir deep within his soul. The battle commenced as they had anticipated. Fire the arrows. A torrent of crossbow bolts descended like a dark cloud upon the advancing ships of the High Roiner Navy. The deck of the enemy vessels was instantly shrouded in a rain of arrows, and dark figures fell one after another. The Tyroshi soldiers erupted in triumphant cheers. Yet soon, their elation was choked in their throats. Those who had fallen to the arrows staggered back to their feet, as if the bolts had merely tickled them. Even more unnerving was the speed of the enemy ships. It was a velocity beyond that of any conventional war vessel. The ships of the High Roiner seemed propelled by an invisible force, cleaving through the waves, relentlessly charging towards the center of the Tyroshi formation. No deceleración, no evasión. For it was the tireless hands of the undead that drove their vessels forth. Boom! With a resounding crash, several Tyroshi warships were violently breached. Splintering wood flying in all directions. The pale visage of Old Blind Man split into a silent grin. With a gnarled finger, he pointed forward. Onward. Let them taste the flavor of death. Countless grappling hooks flew from the High Roiner ships, latching onto the sides of the Tyroshi vessels. The brutal melee began. Oh! The shrieking High Roiner surged onto the decks of the Tyroshi, fearless of blades, unafraid of death. Even when pierced by spears, they pressed onward, cutting the throats of their foes with their wicked blades. This frenzied spectacle utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the Tyroshi Navy. They faced not mere soldiers, but a horde of demons risen from the very depths of hell. Nero's figure darted like a specter, the first to leap onto a Tyroshi flagship. Clang! The incoming arrows and flying knives were deftly deflected, transforming into a swirling tempest of silver in his hands. Coordinating with the swaying ship, his movements were elusive. In the next instant, a flash of silver arced through the air. The head of a Tyroshi officer flew skyward, a fountain of crimson spraying forth to stain the deck. Nero did not pause. His twin blades became the scythes of death, unleashing a torrent of blood and carnage among the throng. His face bore no expression, only hollow eyes that coldly reaped all living things. Water ghosts, dive! Old Blind Man commanded once more. A throng of undead, without hesitation, grasped chisels and hammers, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. They required no breath. The frigid waters would serve as their finest concealment. Their objective was the enemy's rudder and hull. Old Blind Man grinned wickedly, unsheathing his swift sword and plunging into the heart of the chaos. His swordplay was as swift as lightning, each thrust finding its mark with lethal precision. No flamboyant techniques, only the most efficient slaughter. One after another, Tyroshi soldiers fell beneath his blade, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. This Tyroshi fleet had encountered a legion of the undead, a force beyond their comprehension. They believed they faced mere sailors, unaware that their adversaries had long since transcended the bonds of life and death. This grave misjudgment would seal their fate, burying them in this blood-soaked sea. The wails of anguish, the cries of despair, and the clash of weapons formed a symphony of hopeless death. The Tyroshi fleet was being gradually consumed, along with Bambaro's hopes, sinking into the icy depths. Chapter 66, Bombardment and Charge. Upon the walls of the Mezoloth stronghold, the commander of the Reese garrison wore a pallid expression. His gaze pierced through the rudimentary battlements, fixated on the encroaching shadows on the distant horizon. The Imperial Coalition Army. What sent chills down his spine was the sight of the massive war elephants, moving like small mountains. With each step they took, the earth seemed to groan in anguish, the oppressive weight of their presence causing many of the new recruits atop the walls to tremble. Steady. Hold your ground, the commander bellowed hoarsely, striving to suppress his own inner turmoil with sheer volume. At the front of the formation, Zora, expressionless, raised his hand. The ranks of the new Guy's citizen soldiers behind him emitted a synchronized metallic rustle, their colossal tower shields slamming into the ground, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. Spears protruded from the gaps in the shields, resembling a forest of death. To their flank stood the tiger-clad soldiers of Atlantis, their faces twisted with a mix of exhilaration and hatred, licking their cracked lips, veins bulging in their hands gripping curved blades. Today, their blood feud over the disputed lands would find resolution. Load! A cold command echoed from the rear. The massive war machines, already assembled, began to whir into motion. These were the repeating ballistae, painstakingly replicated by master craftsmen based on the accounts of land-dwelling dwellers. The commander of the Reese garrison beheld the enormous wooden frame and the fearsome throwing arm, and a primal dread seized his heart. He knew not what it was, but he was certain that it boded no good. Fire! The massive counterweights crashed down. The throwing arm swung upward with a speed almost imperceptible to the eye, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air. Several stone projectiles, as large as millstones, soared skyward, tracing deadly parabolic arcs across the sky. Boom! 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 The initial volley of stones struck the ground beyond the stronghold, erupting into clouds of dust. The flying debris and shattered earth rained upon several unfortunate souls, causing no fatal wounds, but the sheer force of impact elicited cries of terror. The Reese garrison's soldiers gaped in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend what they had just witnessed. From such a distance, this exceeded all their understanding of catapults. Before they could recover from their shock, the siege engines swiftly recalibrated their trajectories. Load! Fire! Another round of agonizing mechanical clattering ensued. This time, the whistling stones accurately targeted the most densely packed positions of the defenders. The heavy projectiles, imbued with unmatched kinetic energy, plummeted into the crowd. Thud! It was not the sound of swords piercing flesh, but the dull thud of heavy objects crushing human bodies. A horrifying corridor of blood and flesh was carved through the mass, obliterating everything in its path, whether human or fortification, into a slurry of gore and debris. The sickening crunch of fracturing bones mingled with the desperate wails of those facing their demise, composing a symphony of hellish despair. The commander of Reese felt his pupils constrict to pinpricks. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. It was over. This singular thought consumed his mind. This range, this power, this rate of fire. They cannot possibly hold this stronghold. This was no contest of equals. This was a massacre. As the relentless bombardment of the repeating ballistae continued, the defenses of Mesaloth's perimeter were repeatedly plowed over, reduced to soft earth and rubble. The defenders atop the walls were thoroughly suppressed, too afraid to raise their heads, huddling behind shattered cover like moles, praying the next stone would not land upon them. As the cannon fire spread and began to encroach upon the stronghold's interior, the horn of attack sounded. For the Empire, Zora drew his long sword and pointed forward. The citizen soldiers of New GIs marched with a synchronized precision, resembling an unstoppable tide of steel, surging towards the breach that had been violently opened. Before them stood 200 battle-hardened war elephants, roaring like living battering rams as they barreled into the city of Mesaloth. The remnants of the resistance within the city, having just summoned the courage to regroup, were instantly scattered by this formidable herd of iron beasts. The massive tusks effortlessly hurled soldiers, shields and all, into the air, and when the heavy iron hooves descended, they left behind a shapeless mass of flesh. A Lysian officer brandished his longsword, charging at one of the war elephants in a futile attempt to strike at its legs. The elephant merely flicked its trunk in annoyance. With the force of a thick iron whip, the trunk struck the officer, and with a sickening crack, his body flew like a ragged sack against the wall, sliding down lifelessly. Amidst the chaos, the trained citizen soldiers exhibited their terrifying dominion over the battlefield. They did not pursue the fleeing enemy, but instead operated in squads, swiftly weaving through the fray, encircling and systematically cutting down the disheartened Lysian soldiers with their cold formations. Following closely behind were the crimson-eyed tiger cloaked soldiers. Roaring in a frenzy, "Kill them! Avenge Volantis!" Their shouts, laden with generations of blood feuds, propelled them toward the encircled and demoralized Lysian troops. Curved blades danced, and blood splattered. A young Lysian soldier discarded his weapon, kneeling in despair as he cried out for mercy. In response, a curved blade pierced the back of his neck, emerging through his chest. The tiger-cloaked soldier withdrew his blade without a glance at the corpse and lunged toward his next target. Their faces bore no compassion, only the exhilaration of vengeance. Mesaloth had irrevocably transformed into a hell on earth. At the border of a mill officer reveled in the inspection of his defensive line. Before him stood thousands of well-equipped crossbowmen, arrayed in dense formations, their repeating crossbows glinting ominously. "Let those barbaric savages from the plains taste our might," he declared to his aide, "before our rain of arrows. Any cavalry charge is merely a jest." His confidence was not unfounded. The repeating crossbows of the Three Daughters Kingdom were renowned for their rate of fire and armor-piercing capabilities, a nightmare for all infantry and light cavalry. However, his mirth was short-lived. A familiar, distant whistling sound caused his smile to freeze. What is that sound? He pondered, gazing skyward. In the next moment, dark shapes rapidly expanded in his vision. Boom! A boulder crashed into the ranks of crossbowmen, detonating like a bomb amidst the crowd. Those struck directly by the projectile were instantly reduced to pulp, while the surrounding soldiers were hurled into the air by the immense shockwave and flying debris. With splinters, flesh, shattered crossbow mechanisms, and twisted limbs flew in all directions. Enemy attack. Catapults. Scatter. Quickly scatter. The officer screamed in terror, but it was too late. More stones followed in rapid succession, shattering the once orderly formation into chaos. The crossbowmen, now in disarray, could no longer form an effective volley. Just as their ranks crumbled, a thunderous war cry erupted from the horizon. Allah! Mazar raised his alarak curved blade high, leading the charge. Behind him, the Dothraki cavalry split into massive units, surging like a black tide from all directions, roaring as they advanced. Fire! The Dothraki light cavalry, patrolling the periphery, displayed their exceptional horsemanship, drawing bows atop their galloping steeds. Waves of arrows rained down, precisely targeting those Lysian spearmen attempting to regroup, pinning them in place. The crossbowmen were suppressed by the catapults, while the spearmen were pinned down by the hail of arrows. In that moment, the line of the Three Daughters Kingdom revealed a fatal vulnerability. Mazar seized the opportunity. The Dothraki warriors parted, revealing a contingent of heavy cavalry concealed among them. Clad in meticulously crafted armor, these cavalrymen wielded long lances, embodying the staunchest adherents of the new tradition. Charge! With Mazar's command, the heavy cavalry surged forth like arrows released from a bow, crashing into the already chaotic ranks of crossbowmen. Their lances pierced through the thin leather armor of the crossbowmen, lifting them into the air one by one. The iron hooves of their steeds trampled everything in their path to dust. The Lysian spearmen attempted to flank and rescue the crossbowmen, but as soon as they moved, the roaming Dothraki cavalry unleashed a denser barrage of arrows upon them. Countless soldiers shrieked as they fell, struck down by arrows, further disrupting their formation. The mill officer stood in stunned disbelief, watching the unraveling of his once proud line of repeating crossbows, his iron defense shattered. It had taken but a single flaw, a fleeting chaos wrought by those damned catapults. In that brief moment, the entire course of the battle collapsed. Mazar gazed upon the shattered coalition of the Three Daughters Kingdom, recalling what Cal had said before the battle. 130,000 cavalry can trample them into the ground. Chapter 67. The Bravos' fleet arrives at the battlefield. The defensive line of Mill had become a vast slaughterhouse. On the charred earth, tattered banners were thrust into pools of blood. The bodies of the Lysian and Mill coalition lay piled high, while the tiger-cloaked soldiers of Atlantis trampled upon the corpses of the Three Daughters Kingdom soldiers, wielding their curved blades to reap every still-breathing life. Survivors were stripped of their armor, bound together with rough ropes, their desperate wails echoing through the air. The sound of Dothraki hooves approached, like the ominous drumbeats of death. Daka, astride his magnificent steed, gleamed with a bronze sheen under the blood-red sunset. His raiding force moved like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, flanking the main battlefield and transforming into countless black arrows, piercing into the heart of Mill. Villages, outposts, and supply points along their path were reduced to ashes. When news of the complete collapse of the Mill line reached the capital through panicked fleeing soldiers, Daka's vanguard was already at the city gates. The entirety of Mill had been encircled to its demise. Shortly thereafter, Mazar led the main imperial force of 130,000 to the scene. The heavy thud of their footsteps shook the ground, and the new-style Huaihu gun was laboriously pushed uphill by slaves. Its menacing armament aimed at the city that fancied itself impregnable. A portion of the coalition was left to guard the prisoners, while the remainder worked alongside artisans, making final preparations for the impending full-scale assault. The gears of war had begun to grind, simultaneously, in the waters off the coast of Lys. The sea had been stained a sinister dark red, the wreckage of the Lysian fleet floating like enormous tombstones upon the waves. Old Blind, I rested a hand on his sword hilt, standing upon the deck of a captured enemy ship, cruel light glinting in his eyes. Nero's fleet prowled the battlefield like a pack of greedy sharks, dragging the fallen enemies aboard one by one, swiftly severing their throats. In the distance, the Volantis unified fleet had shattered the Lysian armada. Bombaro, the governor of Lys, was bound to the main mast like a dead dog, his face smeared with blood and fear. On the flagship of the unified fleet, Commander Harris was drenched in cold sweat. The Volantis had just tortured Bombaro when a chilling message reached him. The Bravo's fleet was already en route to Lys. Thank the heavens, they had not been ambushed. Harris's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of rushing water. A pitch-black speedboat approached, and a featureless wight ascended to the deck, exuding an aura of chilling death. "My lord, the Bravo's fleet is imminent," the messenger intoned in a flat, emotionless voice. "The High Valyrian fleet will provide cover for your evacuation." Rise furrowed his brow, forcibly suppressing his inner unease and feigned calmness as he replied, "What of it? The Bravosi are coming. Does it matter? Our united fleet possesses sufficient numbers to engage them in a fierce battle." He sought to demonstrate his courage and strength through this bravado. The dead messenger's hollow eyes regarded him silently, as though observing a naive child. "My lord, our rough estimates indicate that their warships number at least 1,000. Rise's pupils constricted sharply. The messenger paused, then added a weighty remark, each word striking Rise's heart like a hammer. "Furthermore, each ship is equipped with formidable crossbows." The lookout of the Valyrian navy was the first to spot the approaching violet sails, darkening the horizon like ominous clouds. The alarm bell echoed throughout the fleet. A swift messenger ship immediately broke away, desperately rowing backward to relay the dire news. Old blind, I stood at the bow of the flagship, the river Styx, his expression as dark as the tempestuous sea. He beheld it. This was no ordinary fleet. This was a moving forest of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was torn asunder by the piercing sound of arrows slicing through. Dozens of massive crossbow bolts, thicker than siege arrows, soared from the distant sky. The sturdy hull of the river Styx appeared as fragile as paper in the face of these monstrous projectiles. Boom! With a resounding crash, several enormous bolts pierced the flagship, tearing a horrific gash in the deck. Wood splinters and the mangled bodies of sailors were flung into the air. "Damn it!" Old Blind Eye roared, seizing a grappling hook and agilely swinging to another warship. As he landed, a second volley descended upon them like a torrential storm of steel and death. The fleet of Nero attempted to charge at full speed, launching their fearless White Legion into boarding combat. Yet all was in vain. Ship after ship was effortlessly pierced, as if skewered on iron skewers. The hulls disintegrated under the immense force, exploding into flaming debris that sank into the depths of the sea. "At least we have delayed them." Old Blind Eye's voice rang clearly above the deafening explosions, echoing through each sinking vessel. "Men, abandon ship. Grasp something heavy. The Emperor's protection is upon us." This was a peculiar ability they discovered while adapting to their undead forms. They would not drown. A multitude of white soldiers responded without hesitation, seizing heavy objects and leaping into the frigid sea. Their bodies sank rapidly, weighted down, as they opened their eyes in the dark waters, awaiting the moment of retrieval. In just 2 volleys, the surface of the sea was left with nothing but the vast purple sails of Bravos and the remnants of floating debris and burning wreckage. The captured Tyroshi, along with the Valyrian guards, were indiscriminately slaughtered in the cataclysmic onslaught, leaving no trace behind. The commander of the Bravos fleet stood atop the towering deck of his flagship, observing the scene with indifference. "Accelerate," he commanded. "Locate the main fleet of Atlantis." The purple sails swelled once more, and the massive fleet advanced like an ancient beast awakening from slumber, continuing toward its target. In the rear of the fleet, the Serpent of Illyrian, commanded by Corlys Valerion, closely followed. Corlys stood at the prow, the sea breeze tousling his silver hair. He witnessed the cataclysmic scene with his own eyes, his heart racing with exhilaration. So powerful. This is true strength. This is the force capable of reshaping the world. He envisioned the astonishing prestige and immeasurable gains the Valerion family would reap after this victory. The craven king upon the Iron Throne? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Corlys' lips. Once this war concludes, who would still require his approval? Chapter 68. Bring me your magic. Over the orange coastline, the air was violently torn apart. A colossal dragon, cloaked in darkness, soared at an incomprehensible speed, each beat of its wings unleashing sonic booms behind it. The dragon's terrestrial gaze surveyed the azure sea below, the terrified report of Rise, commander of the Volantis fleet, echoing in his mind. The Bravos fleet has powerful crossbow bolts and nearly 1,000 warships. 1,000 warships? A cold smile flickered across the dragon's mind. He did not doubt the veracity of the intelligence. He merely found the struggles of these mortals laughable. Around him, the sky began to coalesce with thick, dark clouds, the nascent storm stirring at the periphery of his will. He had already pinpointed the retreating direction of the Volantis United Fleet. With a fierce flap of his wings, He surged forward, slicing through the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Pursue. Do not let them escape. The commander of the Bravos fleet stood at the bow of the Iron Titan, commanding his vast armada with fervor, relentlessly pursuing the retreating Valyria navy. Victory was within reach. At that moment, a lookout's terrified scream pierced the clamor of the sea. The sky. Look to the sky. The commander snapped his gaze upward. In the distant horizon, a dark that was rapidly expanding, visible to the naked eye. That was no bird. That was a dragon. The Dragon King of Slaves, Bay, had arrived. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Bravos fleet. The sailors paled, but the commander's eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation. This was the moment he had awaited. All ships, prepare the crossbows. Target the sky. The orders were swiftly relayed through flags and shouts. On each warship, the menacing crossbows, shrouded in oiled cloth, were unveiled, gleaming with cold metallic light. These colossal war machines, as formidable as city walls, required the combined strength of several men to draw back the string. Moon Singers, begin. As the commander's signal was given, an ethereal and fantastical melody resonated from the supply ship at the fleet's rear. The song seemed to possess magic. As a milky mist began to rise from the sea, initially a thin veil, the fog thickened as the chorus swelled, transforming into a colossal white wall that engulfed the entire coast of Lys in an instant. Daemon Targaryen and Lena Valerion, riding their respective dragons, hovered at the fleet's flank. The Moon Singers' blessing pendants they wore radiated a faint warmth. In their eyes, the thick fog that would disorient any mariner merely rendered the air slightly damp. An invisible light pierced the mist, granting them a clear view of the scene before them. Bravo soldiers carefully retrieved enormous crossbow bolts, each over a yard in length, from specially designed crates. The shafts were obsidian black, etched with faint silver Moon Singer runes. Within the fog, these specially crafted bolts were nearly undetectable, born to slay dragons. The commander gazed up the massive shadow hovering in the sky, seemingly ensnared by the mist, spiraling uncertainly, his heart racing with anticipation. The unparalleled feat of dragon slaying was about to be achieved by his own hand. The divine mist of the Moon Singers could distort spatial perception, trapping any creature that ventured within. As long as the song continued and the fog remained, this insufferable dragon would forever circle in place, a living target. He has lost his way. Hurry, load. The commander exerted every ounce of his strength and brought down the flag of command. Sheng felt a peculiar surge of magic rise around him. Almost immediately, a dense fog enveloped the area. An invisible force, akin to countless icy hands, grasped his wings and dragged at his body, attempting to imprison him within this confined space. He could see that below him, hundreds of massive crossbows had already trained their sights on him, while two dragons belonging to the Targaryens lurked at the mist's edge, blocking all avenues of escape. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong adversary. In this mist, which was a death trap for mortals, Sheng perceived everything with crystal clarity. His awareness had long transcended the limitations of sight. The flow of the wind, the breath of the water, and the veins of magic formed a tapestry in his mind, far more vivid than anything the eye could behold. He easily identified the Moon Singers concealed within the supply ships, their faint magical signatures flickering like fireflies. A curious struggle ensued. A chilling dragon's growl transformed into a tangible shockwave amidst the fog. In the next moment, a surge of magic, vast and profound as an abyss, erupted from the black dragon, magnitudes greater than the melodies of the Moon Singers, centered around Sheng's will. His magic manipulated the mist created by the Moon Singers, distorting its magical effects. If the fog of the Moon Singers was white, then Sheng's fog was pure, an all-consuming darkness that devoured every ray of light. What transpired? The smile on Commander Blavros's face froze instantly. The once clear vision before him was abruptly replaced by an impenetrable black fog. He stretched out his hand, but could not even see the tips of his fingers. Commander, our visibility has vanished. Damn it. How could the Moon Singer's magic ensnare our own men? Help! I can see nothing. The cacophony of panicked cries surged within the fleet, akin to being trapped in an opaque black box, seeing only what lay within a meter in front of them. Fear began to spread. Then, a voice that sent shivers through their very souls echoed from above. It was the sound of immense wings beating. Whoosh, whoosh. Each flap resonated like a heavy drum, pounding in every heart. The sound ebbed and flowed, seemingly as if the dragons circled leisurely above them, toying with them. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of flame flashed through the fog. That orange-red glow instantaneously illuminated the surrounding darkness, revealing several warships engulfed in flames, reduced to torches in an instant, as well as countless distorted, struggling silhouettes on the deck. The light lasted but a second. Eternal darkness descended once more. Yet that hellish sight had been indelibly etched into the minds of all witnesses. A piercing scream erupted from nearby, only to be drowned out by another dragon's roar and the sound of an explosion. Bewildered by the continuous cries of agony around them and feeling the searing heat of the flames, the Blavros fleet plunged into a chasm of panic. They were ensnared within the cage they had woven for themselves. Meanwhile, the dragon that was supposed to be the prey transformed into the grim reaper of the darkness. Relishing this one-sided massacre, Commander Blavros felt a chilling cold, sweat soaking through his opulent uniform. His once proud plan to slay dragons had devolved into a complete farce. Trembling, he drew his sword, hoarsely shouting into the surrounding darkness. Where is he? Find him. Fire. Fire in every direction. However, all that responded was a profound silence, accompanied by his own heavy, fearful breaths. Suddenly, the black fog before him began to stir. An unfathomably colossal silhouette slowly emerged from within. It was not a ship. It was the head of a dragon. A pair of molten gold vertical pupils ignited in the darkness, coldly regarding him. Chapter Shaizishino, mine, al mine. The face of Commander Blavros contorted in sheer terror. He could hear the burning warship's screams as it transformed into a massive, charred husk floating on the sea, watching the black dragon's silhouette flickering in the dense fog. That was not a dragon. That was a demon from the abyss. In an instant, fear was incinerated, leaving only a resolute will to die. He raised his command sword high, its blade pointing directly at the enormous shadow before him. For Blavros, the commander bellowed hoarsely, expending all his strength as he charged toward the black dragon's direction. His roar resonated like a clap of thunder, awakening several crossbowmen behind him who had been momentarily stunned. Almost instinctively, they aimed their massive, dragon-slaying crossbows at the approximate direction of the sound and pulled the triggers. Whoosh! The stout bolts tore through the fog, whistling sharply as they shot into the darkness. Sheng indifferently observed the diminutive figure rushing towards him and sensed the bolt being fired from below. He could not be bothered to move an inch. The dragon's maw slowly opened. There was no thunderous roar, only a molten golden light igniting in its throat before it erupted forth. This was not the flame of the mundane world. It was a pure, annihilating torrent capable of melting everything. A jet of dragon fire, akin to a golden waterfall descending from the heavens, instantaneously engulfed the commander along with his flagship, the Steel Titan. The charging figure transformed into a wisp of smoke upon contact with the flames. The sturdy vessel did not burn or fracture. Instead, it contorted and melted like wax under the intense heat, ultimately vaporizing completely. The dragon-slaying bolt, which had just been released, was also overtaken by this torrent midair, along with the Moonsinger runes inscribed upon it, dissolving into nothingness. An invisible barrier of wind formed before Sheng, shielding him from all the splattering molten fragments and scalding steam. He floated at the center of the darkness, like a deity presiding over the apocalypse. Then, Sheng commanded the storm and flames, initiating the true slaughter. He twisted the dragon's head, unleashing another torrent of dragon fire, not as a concentrated point, but as a sweeping wave that spanned the sea's surface. The raging winds fueled the flames, and the tumultuous wave surged forth, creating a deadly line of fire that stretched for miles. This line of fire charged forth like an invincible cavalry composed of flames, crashing into the ranks of the Blavros fleet. 1 ship, 2 ships, 10 ships, any vessel touched by the fiery wave was ignited in an instant, violently exploding and ultimately transforming into burning wreckage upon the ocean's surface. The sounds of splintering wood, sailors' cries of agony, and desperate wails melded together to compose a symphony of destruction. Within mere breaths, dozens of Blavros warships along a straight line were utterly erased from the sea. As the black dragon partitioned the battlefield with fire, beneath the surface of the sea, another legion of death quietly advanced. Old Blind Eye and Nero led the undead army, gliding through the pitch-black waters. They required no breath and felt no cold. The black mist created by Sheng blocked out the sunlight, rendering the underwater realm a silence of death, with only the dark currents stirred by their master propelling them forward. They moved like a pack of silent sharks, heading towards those yet untouched by the flames. Within the black fog, their vision remained unimpeded. Old Blind Eye and Nero retrieved a specially crafted candle from their robes. The candle ignited in the water, emitting a pale, ghostly light that could not be extinguished. The hollow eye sockets of the surrounding undead also glowed with the same light. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice resounded directly in the minds of all the undead. Control the intact warships. The command was clear and absolute. The undead legion immediately sprang into action. They silently emerged from the depths, akin to drifting corpses, stealthily approaching the Bravo's warships that were utterly disoriented in the dense fog. The naval soldiers aboard were like blind men with their eyes wide open, calling out in vain for their comrades, desperately attempting to discern their bearings. They remained completely oblivious to the fact that death was creeping up from the shadows of the ship's railing. Damp hands grasped the edge of the vessel. With no footholds, the undead clawed their way up, their fingernails digging into the wood with each silent ascent. One Bravo's sailor leaned anxiously against the ship's side, straining to peer through the accursed thick mist. Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his ankle. He looked down to see a face, pale and waterlogged, emerging from below the ship's edge, its hollow eye sockets fixed on him with an unblinking stare. His scream was stifled before it fully escaped his lips, as a cold hand clamped over his mouth. In the next instant, a sharp dagger plunged into his abdomen from below, twisting viciously. Blood streamed down the ship's side, quickly diluted by the sea. An increasing number of the undead ascended to the deck, like shadows rising from the depths of hell, weaving through the bewildered Bravosi. On the deck, within the cabins, chaos reigned as soldiers, stricken by blindness, fell into a state of panic. One undead approached an officer who was shouting for his commander, and with precision, the short blade pierced through the back of his neck, severing his spine in an instant. The officer's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground, still oblivious to the source of his demise. The figure of Nero was ghostly, his twin blades carving lethal arcs through the darkness. With each flash, a sailor fell, clutching their throats in silence. Old Blind, I was more direct. His gnarled hand, like an iron vice, could effortlessly crush a man-ass windpipe. This was a silent, one-sided slaughter. In the dark realm of the living, the undead army, blessed with sight, became the most efficient harvesters, long before the fog enveloped them. Demon and Laner sensed impending doom. Corlac, go! Demon bellowed, yanking on the reins, attempting to maneuver the blood-red dragon out of this eerie domain. Laner followed closely, urging his far larger Vagger onward. The two dragons beat their wings furiously, charging in a singular direction. Yet, no matter how swiftly they flew, they remained shrouded in that impenetrable darkness. It felt as though they were ensnared in an endless black cage. Corlac emitted a furious and unwilling roar, while Vagger's massive form spiraled restlessly in the air, unable to breach the veil of blackness. Damn it, what in the hell is this? Demon cursed, relying solely on sound and instinct, realizing they were merely circling in place. The sound from the fleet below sent chills through him. This was not the sound of battle. It was the sound of slaughter. The chilling screams, the crackling of wood consumed by flames, the dull thuds of heavy objects sinking into the water, all merged into a hellish symphony. Meanwhile, in another part of the skies, Rhaenys too was lost. Her Red Queen, Meraxes, hovered anxiously above the Valyrian fleet, circling restlessly. She could faintly hear the roars of Demon and Laner, yet their positions remained elusive. She attempted to issue commands to her fleet, but her voice was swallowed by the fog, receiving no response. The heart of this crownless queen sank to the depths. Here they were, masters of the world's most formidable dragons, now trapped in darkness like headless flies, forced to listen as their allies were gradually devoured and annihilated. An unprecedented sense of helplessness gripped every Targaryen heart. Chapter 70. Captives. The black sails rose like blades from the depths of hell, tearing through the horizon anew. The united fleet of Atlantis had returned. On the flagship, Commander HRYS gazed at the roiling black mist ahead, devoid of fear, only fervent adoration in his eyes. The sovereign is within that fog. Now, it is our turn to pledge our loyalty. He drew his command sword, pointing towards the darkness that signified absolute death. Full sails ahead, for the rebirth of the Valyrian Empire. For His Majesty. In the midst of battle cries, the massive united fleet surged forward without hesitation. Akin to moths flinging themselves into the flames, plunging into the boundless mist. What awaited them was not the glory they had envisioned, but a meticulously prepared feast of slaughter. Within the black fog, visibility was non-existent. Bravosi and Valyrian soldiers flailed about the deck like headless flies, calling out for their comrades, greeted only by their own increasingly panicked echoes. For the undead army, this fog was their paradise. Hee, everyone's gone blind. Old Blind, I stood upon the railing of a Bravo's warship recently scorched by flames, his milky eyes gleaming with a strange light in the darkness. Beside him, Nero moved like an elegant dancer, his twin blades slicing through the air with deadly silver arcs, sending two frantic Braavosi sailors crumpling to the ground, clutching their throats in silence. Beneath the surface, more undead, like silent schools of fish, crawled up the hulls of ship after ship. This was a one-sided harvest. The sided undead faced the completely blind living, and the outcome was already determined. There was no fierce battle, only the muted thud of blades slicing through flesh and the dying whimpers of those whose mouths were covered. Cold corpses were kicked overboard, barely creating a ripple. The moment the Volantis United Fleet surged in, they beheld this hellish scene. In the dark realm crafted by their sovereign, a horde of undead fiends was efficiently cleansing the battlefield. Take control of the warships. Get those still able to move sailing. Old Blind Eye roared, kicking aside a body still twitching at his feet, greedily caressing the hull of this magnificent vessel beneath him. Damn, the Braavosi truly know how to build ships. This is far superior to our previous wrecks. With a grin, he commanded his undead minions to swiftly commandeer the nearly intact Braavos warships and the Valyrian fleet, which was also engulfed in chaos behind them. Supply ships were effortlessly seized. Inside the cabins, pale-faced wargees, poets clad in robes, had no time to recite their verses again before cold blades were pressed against their necks. As the Braavosi were thoroughly purged from the battlefield, the once impenetrable black fog began to slowly dissipate. Light returned to their vision as if retreating tides revealed the shore. Laner Valyrian gasped for breath, while Vagr beneath him roared restlessly in the air. Demon Targaryen steadied his mount, Korlak, his expression dark enough to draw rain. When the fog finally cleared, the sight laid before them sent chills through the proud bloodlines of the Dragon Lords. The sea was cluttered with the burning wreckage of warships and floating corpses. The once formidable purple fleet of Braavos was now under the control of the undead and the Volantis United Fleet. Their own Valyrian fleet was ensnared by a massive surrounding armada, and the soldiers aboard had laid down their arms. Before them, a black dragon, swirling with storms, hovered in the air. Its scales shone as dark as obsidian, and its molten gold vertical pupils gleamed with unabashed mockery and derision, as if relishing the sight of two captive pets in a cage. Laner and Demon simultaneously felt the chilling touch upon their necks. They bowed their heads rigidly. At an unknown moment, a figure composed entirely of pure shadow materialized behind each of them. The shadowy assassin bore no facial features, merely a nebulous darkness. Yet the blade it wielded, forged from the same essence of shadow, emanated a chill potent enough to freeze the very soul, resting ominously against their throats. Do not move. A frigid voice resonated directly within their minds. Demon's pupils constricted sharply. He had not even perceived when the figure had arrived. As a battle-hardened dragon knight, this was an utter humiliation. Instinctively, he yearned to resist, but the blade at his neck delivered a sharp sting, a trickle of blood sliding down its edge. Do not compel me to take your life, Targaryen. Your worth extends beyond a mere corpse. The voice echoed once more, tinged with impatience. Demon's body became utterly paralyzed. He sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from the shadowy assassin. He harbored no doubt that any further movement on his part would result in the immediate severance of his head. Laner's gaze traversed the black dragon to behold his father, being escorted onto the deck of a Valyrian warship. Corlys Velaryon, the imperious sea snake, now bore disheveled hair, and his opulent garments were sullied, firmly held by two wights. His visage was ashen. All ambition, all schemes, were ground to dust before this overwhelming force. Elsewhere, Rhaenys Targaryen, riding the Red Queen Malaise, found herself similarly ensnared by the shadowy assassin. She glanced at her husband, a sword poised against his throat, then at Demon and their daughter, both threatened by the shadowy blade. For the first time, the proud countenance of this crownless queen revealed a profound sense of helplessness. She closed her eyes. When she reopened them, all flames of defiance had extinguished, leaving only a chilling calm. I surrender. The three words emerged from her lips with immense difficulty, yet resoundingly clear. Three colossal dragons formed a line in the sky. Vagr, Carax's Malaise. These war beasts, capable of instilling dread throughout Westeros, now behaved like tamed hounds, docilely soaring toward the shores of the disputed lands. Behind them stood a silent, shadowy assassin, the blade never straying far from Rhaenys, Laner, and Demoness necks. Further back, the enormous black dragon followed leisurely, akin to a deity surveying its domain. Lena's gaze swept over the vast fleet below, which had begun to turn, having assimilated countless warships. Now remarkably vast. Old Blind, I stood at the bow of the new Enwyam River, gesticulating excitedly as he directed his subordinates to familiarize themselves with this new flagship. A cold command traversed space, resonating directly within Zora's mind. Zora, lead the logistics corps to Silk Town. Our fleet will reassemble there. At your command. Your Majesty. Zora raised his head, guiding the logistics corps craftsmen and new Giscari soldiers swiftly toward the nearby Silk Town. Chapter 71. The Fleet's Resurgence. At the docks of Silk Town, the mingled scents of blood and briny seawater lingered heavily in the air. The new Giscari citizen soldiers, their faces impassive, scrubbed the decks, casting the corpses of Bravosi sailors into the sea, where sharks awaited eagerly. Zora stood at the edge of the dock, directing the logistics corps. His voice was crisp and efficient, cutting through the din of the surroundings with remarkable clarity. Immediately repair all captured warships. Remove those banners entirely. Raise the flag of our empire. The craftsmen sprang into action, the Bravosi banners being roughly torn down and replaced with the black dragon banner of the new empire. Fluttering in the wind. Not far away, Old Blind Eye and Nairo stood silently, their black and gold general's armor reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Behind them, the Legion of Whites methodically took control of the intact warships with an eerie silence. Their movements were precise and mechanical, devoid of any spark of life, only exhibiting absolute obedience to orders. Lena approached slowly, her gaze sweeping over this vast fleet. Old Blind Eye, Nairo. The two immediately knelt, their heads bowed. Your Majesty. From this day forth, these ships are under your command. Lena gestured toward the reassembled Iron Forest. Indiana, the name of the High Valyrian Navy. Incorporate them into your fleet. At your command, your Majesty. Old Blind Eye's voice was hoarse, like two stones grinding together. Nairo remained silent, bowing his head even lower. For him, rebirth signified absolute submission. Lena observed the silent whites. They were perfect tools, tireless and fearless. Yet, their numbers remained insufficient. She gazed out at the boundless sea, her expression tranquil. Next time, I must ensure Arando prepares some potions. In the dark, damp warehouse, the air was thick with the scent of mold and despair. Demon Targaryen, once the roguish prince, now resembled a beast stripped of its fangs, his hands and feet shackled by heavy iron chains, leaning against the cold stone wall. His silver hair was matted with grime, his face marred by dried blood and humiliation. Not far away, his kin endured similar fates. Corlys Valerion, the imperious sea snake, could only sit silently in a corner, his gaze vacant. His wife, Rhaenys Targaryen, the crownless queen, maintained her final semblance of dignity, sitting upright. Yet her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Their daughter, Lena, the proud girl who commanded the mightiest dragon, Vhagar, fixated her vacant eyes upon the doorway. Their dragon, their greatest assurance, had been lured away by the black beast with an unknown power, severing the bond between dragon and rider as the glass candle in the center of the room disrupted their connection. A dragon rider without their dragon was utterly vulnerable before the forces of mere mortals. The heavy iron door of the warehouse creaked open, blinding sunlight spilling in to outline a tall figure. The footsteps echoed leisurely across the empty space, each step resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of the captives. Lena approached Demon, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. It seems this is our first meeting under such circumstances. His tone was flat, as though stating a mere fact, yet tinged with a subtle mockery. Demon slowly lifted his head, the chains clinking with his movement. He regarded the man before him, a figure with black hair, brown eyes, and a countenance typical of the Giscari. It was this man who had single-handedly dismantled Braavos' proud, invincible fleet, reducing these noble descendants of Valyria to mere prisoners. Demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. I never anticipated that a so-called Dragon King, bearing the name of Valyria, would indeed be a Giscari. He attempted to wound his adversary with the superiority of his lineage, his last remaining weapon. However, Lena was unfazed. She even chuckled softly, her laughter filled with dismissive scorn. Lineage? Such notions are only paraded by the weak. Lena leaned closer, whispering in Demon's ear, her voice barely audible to the two of them. Yet, you are indeed a valuable bargaining chip. Demon's pupils dilated sharply. Your brother, King Viserys, would surely pay a handsome sum to redeem his disobedient brother, would he not? This phrase struck Demon like a poisoned dagger, piercing directly into the softest and most loathed part of his heart. The intricate and twisted relationship he shared with his elder brother, his suppressed ambitions and resentments, and the humiliation of being a royal brother perpetually marginalized from the epicenter of power. All of these sentiments were laid bare by a single statement, exposed to the glaring light of day. Demon's complexion paled instantly. He yearned to retort, to howl in anger, yet found himself rendered utterly speechless. Indeed, what was he now? A vanquished prisoner, a mere commodity to be bartered, a pitiful creature in dire need of rescue by his feeble brother. An overwhelming sense of shame and powerlessness washed over him like a relentless tide. Demon abruptly closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the cold wall. As if to shield himself from the world outside, he surrendered to despair. Lucian straightened, observing Demon's disheartened visage, and the smile on his lips widened. He turned away, casting one last glance at these nobility who had lost their worth, and strode purposefully out of the warehouse. The heavy iron door clanged shut once more, severing the last vestiges of light. In the enveloping darkness, only the chilling touch of iron chains and the hearts plummeting into an abyss remained. In Lys, the pearlescent towers shimmered under the sun, as they had always done, showcasing the opulence and grace of this free trading city-state. However, within the grand hall of the city council, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the sea's surface before a tempest. Acting Governor Lysandro and several other council members paced nervously, their boots dulling the luster of the magnificent carpet beneath them. The ships dispatched to gather intelligence were now overdue by a full day. An ominous premonition loomed heavy in the hearts of all present. Report. A messenger clad in armor burst in, crawling in a panic, his face a mask of terror, as if he had witnessed the horrors of hell. Speak. Lysandro seized the collar of his tunic, his voice sharp with tension. The messenger gasped for breath, nearly collapsing. My lord governor, the fleet of bravos. His voice trembled, tinged with a sob. It has been utterly annihilated. What? The council chamber erupted into chaos. Lysandro could scarcely believe his ears. He shook the messenger's shoulders and bellowed. Say that again. Are you certain? That was Bravos' purple-sailed fleet. Absolutely. The messenger's voice twisted with fear. We dared only to observe from a distance. The sea was littered with the charred wreckage of ships and countless corpses. We saw Governor Bambaro. He was bound to the mast of a black warship. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt from the heavens, crashing down upon each member of the Lys Council. The Bravos' fleet, that invincible armada, which had dominated the narrow seas for centuries. They possessed thousands of warships, each equipped with specially crafted ballistae capable of piercing dragon scales. How could they possibly have been obliterated? An elderly councilman's legs buckled, and he sank into his chair, his lips quivering as he muttered, "It is over, all is lost. That black dragon, the sorcerous beast from the east, has destroyed the entire Bravos fleet?" Another councilman's voice quaked with disbelief and fear. Lysandro released the messenger, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto his governor's throne. His complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with an unprecedented despair. He understood better than anyone what this meant. If even Bravos had fallen, what could they enlist muster to withstand the wrath of that monster? The term panic scarcely encapsulated the sentiments coursing through the council members. It was a shudder reminiscent of the apocalypse. News spread like wildfire, faster than a plague, from the council chamber to every corner of Lys. Wealthy merchants frantically gathered their gold and silver. The laughter in the brothels ceased abruptly, and sailors at the docks gazed towards the eastern sea as if staring into the yawning maw of a great beast. Panic, like the most lethal of poisons, swiftly numbed the nerves of the entire city-state. Lys, once a dazzling pearl, now dimmed in the face of absolute power. Chapter 72. The Fall of Myr, the Siege of Lys. The gates of Myr crashed open under the assault of colossal elephants. Wood splintered and stones flew. For KO. Daka raised his bloodied arak and roared, his voice drowned by the cacophony of tens of thousands of Dothraki riders behind him. Hooves crushed the last remnants of dignity in Myr as a tide of black surged into the city. They wielded their curved blades, charging towards every living creature in their sight, and the air was instantly filled with screams and wails, echoing through the city famed for its exquisite craftsmanship. Following them were the Unsullied, marching with synchronized, merciless precision. Their mission was clear, their objective defined. An Unsullied commander issued orders in Valyrian. Advance to the Artisan District. Seal all roads. Protect the assets of the Empire. Military commands were resolute. The Unsullied phalanx paid no heed to the chaos in the streets. They did not partake in looting, nor did they acknowledge the cries, moving like a finely tuned war machine, swiftly maneuvering along predetermined routes, slicing Myr into distinct grids. The soldiers of the Tiger Cloak army grinned as they entered the city. They were the Emperor's sharp blade, tasked with eradicating all resistance. By the Emperor's command, a Tiger Cloak officer severed the head of a mercenary attempting to arm himself, allowing the hot blood to splatter upon the tiger stripes of his armor. He stomped on the corpse, bellowing at the trembling citizens and fleeing soldiers around him. Kill anyone wielding a weapon. Kill the stragglers. The orders were conveyed in the most sanguinary of manners. The Dothraki focused on what they did best, plundering wealth and spreading terror. They surged into the mansions of the wealthy, dragging out gold, jewels, and women as spoils of war. Yet whenever they attempted to invade the clangorous workshops, they were met with the cold points of unsullied spears. This area is off-limits. The unsullied would not repeat themselves. Any Dothraki daring to challenge this order would find a spear piercing their throat, their bodies unceremoniously dragged aside. After several bloody warnings, they learned to avoid those areas marked by the black dragon banners. Artisans were extracted from their homes, along with their apprentices and families, escorted by the unsullied to the most fortified sections of the city for safekeeping. They gazed in terror at the burning city outside, yet found themselves and their families unharmed, even provided with food and water. Fear and confusion intertwined in their hearts. The mansions of merchants and nobles were surrounded by the Tiger Cloak army and the coalition of the Bay of Slaves, awaiting the final judgment of the Emperor. Docks, granaries, treasuries, every critical point of the city changed hands in less than half a day. The entirety of Myr had succumbed utterly. Volantis, within the Blackstone Palace. Lucian listened calmly to the report of a herald. Your Majesty, Myr was breached this morning. Daka and Mazo's cavalry are cleansing the remaining resistance within the city. The Unsullied have secured all registered artisans, and the Tiger Cloak army is conducting asset assessments on the wealthy and nobility. Lucian reclined upon the throne, his fingers gently tapping against the armrest, the only sound in the vast hall being the soft contact of his fingertips against the black stone. The fall of Myr had been anticipated. Convey my orders, he stated softly, yet his voice echoed clearly in the empty hall. Command all merchants and nobles of Myr to surrender all lands, ships, workshops, and 90% of their wealth within 3 days. Let their riches pay for the expenses of my army. The herald trembled, bowing in acknowledgement. Should there be any resistors, the Tiger Cloak army will teach them the correct choice. Lu Shang's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. Furthermore, a comprehensive roster of all artisans was to be meticulously compiled, detailing their skills and familial ties, to be overseen exclusively by the purity. No military faction was permitted to intrude upon them. Their craftsmanship would soon serve the nascent Valyrian Empire. As you command, Your Majesty. Once the herald exited, Lu Shang turned his gaze to the expansive map laid out upon the table. With the removal of the thorn that was Mill, the kingdom of the three daughters no longer had any fortifications to defend. It was time, he murmured to himself. Moments later, new orders emanated from the palace. Having just triumphed in a significant victory, the High Seas Navy and the Volantis Joint Fleet, after a brief respite, set sail once more. Their sails were still stained with the blood of bravos, and the crew's eyes sparkled with an insatiable yearning for glory and riches. This time, their target was the wealthiest jewel of the kingdom of the three daughters, Lys. A small vessel detached itself from the Grand Fleet, veering westward towards Westeros. A messenger bearing Lu Sheng's intent was aboard, destined to convey the Emperor's will to Aegon Targaryen upon the Iron Throne. News of the war spread like wildfire, swifter than the fastest raven. The main fleet of the kingdom of the three daughters was annihilated along the disputed coast by the Joint Fleet. The 1,000 warships sent in support from Bravos, equipped with their dragon-slaying ballistae, were utterly decimated off the coast of Lys. Prince Daemon of House Targaryen, along with the dragon riders of House Valyria, became prisoners of the Eastern Dragon King. Mill fell, and the defenders crumbled within a day. Lys was completely besieged, its fall imminent. Each piece of news struck like a hammer, shattering the nerves of the known world. Tyrosh, a city renowned for its mercenaries and hedonism, was now engulfed in sheer panic. A multitude of astute merchants and nobles abandoned their opulent mansions, enterprises, and lovers, desperate to escape this land on the brink of conflagration, seeking refuge in what they deemed safer city-states. Other members of the free trade cities, Pintos, Norvos, Koa, gathered in sleepless meetings, their governors and princes horrified to discover the emergence of an incomprehensible and terrifying empire from the east. The emperor of this empire needed not to make a personal appearance. His army had laid waste to what appeared to be the formidable kingdom of the three daughters. Most chilling was the clash of dragons. Everyone anticipated a cataclysmic confrontation between the Targaryen dragon riders and the enigmatic dragon king of the east. Yet the outcome sent shivers down the spines of all. The 3 Targaryen dragons, along with their riders, were rumored to have been rendered powerless, like 3 chickens with their necks grasped in that darkened sea. The term Dragon King had lain dormant on the continent of Essos for centuries, now re-emerging with an invincible presence. However, this time, it did not belong to the Targaryens. The entire world trembled at the mention of Liu Sheng's name. A new era, belonging to the new Valyrian Empire, had announced its arrival through blood and fire. Chapter 73. The Cost of Targaryen. A grave silence, akin to that of a tomb, enveloped the council chamber of the Braavosi Sea Lord. The messenger had scarcely finished reciting the blood-soaked battle report from the stepstones when his trembling hands could barely steady the thin parchment. The parchment fluttered to the ground. Its sound nearly inaudible, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the hearts of all present. Annihilation. The indomitable fleet, composed of thousands of warships. Braavos' pride and foundation for a century, along with ballistae capable of slaying dragons, had vanished into the mists and flames of the east. More terrifying still, they had not been sunk. They had been captured. No. The Sea Lord slumped in his grand chair, carved from the wood of sunken ships. His parched lips parting slightly in an attempt to utter something, yet only a faint hissing sound escaped. His already frail body seemed to have the last vestiges of vitality siphoned away, his murky eyes fixed ahead, reflecting boundless terror. Each word of that report transformed into a poisoned dagger, piercing the heart of Braavos with precision. The 3 Targaryen dragons were effortlessly subdued by a black dragon, Prince Daemon, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys, the sea snake Corlys. All those illustrious dragon riders, alongside their dragons, had become prisoners. The fleet that Braavos once took pride in now bore the Black Dragon King's banner. This signified that the enemy was not only unweakened, but had become unprecedentedly formidable. Your Grace. A scholar trembled as he approached, seeking to assist him. The Sea Lord's hand feebly rose, only to fall heavily once more. His breathing grew rapid and shallow, his form resembling a dried tree, swiftly withering away. The light in his eyes was fading. Within the council chamber, the most powerful merchants and scholars of Braavos wore expressions of ashen dread. Their once prized wealth, their lifeblood of trade routes, their audacity to scorn all, was entirely shattered in that moment. The backbone of the Braavosi people had been broken. Fear of the Dragon King swept over the city like the shadow of Valyria's cataclysm a century prior. King's Landing, the Red Keep. The atmosphere beneath the Iron Throne was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. King Viserys leaned forward, his hands clenched tightly, his countenance ominously dark. "Repeat that," he demanded, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Standing at the center of the hall was a messenger from the Eastern Dragon King. Dressed plainly, his demeanor serene, he seemed wholly out of place amidst the opulence and tension surrounding him. "Your Grace," the messenger stated with unwavering poise. At the confluence of the coast of Lys, Prince Daemon Targaryen, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, Lady Lena Velaryon, and Lord Corlys Velaryon of Driftmark, having instigated the war, having captured by my lord, Emperor Liu Sheng. Their dragons, Caraxes, Malays, and Vagor have also been brought under our control. Boom! The entire royal council erupted in chaos. For the first time, Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, lost his characteristic composure, his lips twitching slightly. The other ministers whispered among themselves, their expressions betraying their shock. How well did the Westelanders understand the Targaryen dragons? They were the power that had conquered the 7 kingdoms, the very cornerstone of the Targaryen dynasty's rule. Vagor, that was a legendary dragon that had existed since the time of the Conqueror's War, as massive as a mountain. Now, 3 dragons, along with 3 seasoned dragon riders, have been captured by a dragon king from the east. 1 against 3? Viserys' chest heaved violently, rage igniting in his eyes. This fury was not solely directed at the enemy from the east. That damn sea snake. The king's low growl reverberated through the hall. He should not have survived. It was him. He dragged the Targaryen dragons into this wretched war, all for his pitiful trade and ambitions. Casting aside this dark and impotent thought, Viserys forced himself to regain his composure. After all, he was the king. He turned his gaze back to the messenger, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible plea. "What are my brother, my cousin? What are the terms for their release?" The messenger inclined slightly, his tone still as flat, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. "Your Grace need not worry. My lord has commanded that they shall be treated in accordance with their station. As for subsequent matters, once hostilities in the kingdom of the 3 daughters conclude, my lord shall personally come to King's Landing to discuss matters with you." As the weight of anxiety settled more heavily upon the assembly, the messenger bowed and slowly withdrew. His measured footsteps echoed, each step reverberating with the weight of the dignity of the Iron Throne of Westeros. The moment the grand doors closed, the oppressive atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. The Velaryon family must bear the consequences. They initiated hostilities without the king's consent, even wagering Targaryen dragons. "Your Majesty," The Valyrians must face severe retribution. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the beleaguered Valyrian family. Amidst the accusations and curses, the profound fear lurking in everyone's hearts could not be concealed. An enemy capable of easily subjugating 3 dragons had come to King's Landing. What could be his purpose? In a corner of the Red Keep, within the Valyrian suite, despair enveloped Laenor Valyrian as he swept a silver goblet from the table. He slumped into his chair, as if all strength had been drained from his bones. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his lips trembled incessantly. Father, mother, and Lena, have they all been captured? Vagon too? He murmured, his eyes wide with panic and confusion, resembling a lost child. Sir Joffrey Lonmouth, a loyal attendant, stepped forward and firmly grasped his shoulder. My prince, calm yourself. You must maintain your composure. Joffrey's voice was resolute and commanding. Now is not the time for anxiety. The news has just arrived, and we know little of the specifics. You are the sole heir of House Valyrian in King's Landing. You must gather your strength. Laenor gasped for breath. The warmth and strength radiating from Joffrey's hand somewhat steadied his chaotic thoughts. He clutched Joffrey's arm as if it were a lifeline. Yes, I must remain composed. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra Targaryen received the news as well. A wave of dizziness washed over her, yet her sense of duty as the heir compelled her to suppress her rising panic. Uncle Demon has been captured. The thought struck her like a thunderclap. She quickly lifted her skirts and hastened towards the council chamber. She needed to see her father, to clarify the situation, to take action. However, when she reached the imposing oak door, the fierce argument within made her hesitate. She heard her father's restless, almost fearsome roar. She heard the court officials' accusations and evasion echoing in unison. They debated the disastrous repercussions of this war, argued over how to salvage the royal reputation, and calculated the price the Valyrian family must pay. Leaning against the cold wall, Rhaenyra inhaled deeply but felt a tightening in her chest. Inside was her father's kingdom, a realm that appeared powerful yet was rife with calculation and fear. Outside lay her own isolated anxiety. A sudden clarity washed over her. For Uncle Demon, for House Valyrian, Rhaenyra closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering. This time, the price that the Iron Throne would pay would be colossal. Chapter 74, The Dragonless Dragon Rider. In Lys, the trembling hands of the regent finally let the scepter fall. The gates of the city opened slowly amidst a despairing silence. Outside, the black dragon banner loomed like an inky cloud, silently descending. The soldiers of the United Fleet marched into the city with synchronized precision, their armor reflecting a cold light in the sun, their faces devoid of expression. The citizens of Lys recoiled in fear along the streets, their will to resist having been incinerated by the flames of that black dragon upon the sea. The regent, his face ashen, watched as his city was overtaken. He had made the only choice that would allow the inhabitants to survive, to surrender. The emperor's orders were cold and efficient. Soldiers, armed with lists, began to search house by house. Their targets were not gold or silver, but artisans. Every individual possessing a skill, regardless of age, was taken from their homes and gathered for oversight. The empire required your talents. This was the only explanation they received. Soon, the reckoning commenced. Once mighty nobles and merchants were dragged from their lavish estates. Their possessions were meticulously accounted for, sealed away, and mountains of gold and jewels were carted off, as if they were transporting mere stones devoid of value. Rebels were executed on the spot. The cries and pleas for mercy swiftly faded, replaced by a deathly silence. The armed forces within the city were quickly disbanded, their weapons confiscated. The High Valyrian Navy and the United Fleet left behind a force sufficient to quell any unrest. Their black warships docked in the harbor like a pack of iron beasts, constantly reminding the people of Lys who their new masters were. The remaining fleet, after a brief respite, turned their ships towards their next target, Tyrosh. In stark contrast to Lys' stillness, the city of the monsters, Myr, was bursting with an eerie vitality. Thousands of laborers, under the command of the sorcerer Alan, worked fervently. Ships from Volantis brought bricks, timber, and most crucially, food. Every working resident received ample sustenance. Faced with hunger, the inhabitants of the monster city displayed remarkable obedience and efficiency. Alan stood atop a newly erected platform, his black robe billowing in the wind. His gaunt face bore no expression, yet his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized the vast construction site below. A magnificent academy was rising. By the Emperor's decree, this would become the Obsidian Academy, a cradle for the training of spellcasters. Alan's gaze swept over the children transporting materials, their parents smiling for the first time in ages due to their filled bellies. A subtle movement graced his lips, as if a memory had surfaced. Where the Emperor treads, there lies order. He pulled his thoughts back, his expression once again turning icy. He would be the inaugural headmaster of this academy, cultivating more and more powerful servants for the Emperor. This was his honor and his destiny. Luz returned to Volantis. In the Grand Palace, he sat upon the black stone throne, the entire southern landscape of Essos unfolding clearly in his mind. Daemon Targaryen and the captives of House Valerion were taken to their new residence. It was a lavish palace within the black walls, more opulent than any place they had previously inhabited. Golden embellishments, silken canopies, and resplendent carpets adorned the interior. Yet here, it was a cage more secure than any dungeon. Daemon slammed his fist onto the polished white marble table, his hand instantly becoming a bloody pulp, yet he felt no pain. What he felt was emptiness, a profound, bone-deep void. Deep within his mind, the roar of the dragon called Caraxes faded away. The connection that had coursed through his veins, as natural as breathing, had been severed. "What have you done?" His voice rasped like sandpaper. In response, only the flickering flames of the candles in the corner answered him. 3 candles, crafted from obsidian. Their twisted bodies burned with a pale and eerie flame, casting distorted shadows throughout the room. Glass candles, relics from old Valyria, products of sorcery. Rhaenys sat motionless by the window, her gaze fixed on the candles. She had sensed the severance even before Daemon. Her connection with the Red Woman, Melisandre, a source of pride since her youth, had also dissipated. She could feel her daughter Lena, trapped in a similar paralyzing panic. Vagon, Melisandre, Caraxes. The 3-headed dragons of House Targaryen, once a source of immense pride, now seemed to exist only in the recesses of memory for their kin. They had been reduced to mere prisoners, devoid of their once mighty dragon riders. No, they were not even dragon knights anymore, but simply a band of captives bearing the blood of Valyria. Such was the mercy of his majesty. The regent of Volantis stood at the threshold, offering a respectful address, yet his tone betrayed no hint of compassion. His majesty believes that your connection with the beasts might incite undue emotional turmoil, detrimental to your necessary recuperation. Recuperation? Daemon whipped his head around, his violet eyes ablaze with a fury barely contained. Tell your emperor he shall pay for this. The regent inclined slightly, a trace of polite amusement gracing his features. I shall convey your message, your highness, but you would do well to ponder what price King Viserys will have to pay. With that, he retreated, the heavy palace doors closing behind them, sealing off the outside world. Beyond the palace walls, the slaves of Volantis drove a herd of goats toward a distant valley. There, the 3 dragons were shackled to the mountainside with thick iron chains, restlessly roaring, yet unable to break free from the Valyrian fire-forged shackles. When they caught sight of the approaching food, they momentarily quieted, beginning to tear into their meal. Lucien observed this scene with a cold detachment through the palace window, then shifted his gaze to a map laid out upon the table. Lys had fallen, Myr had been breached. Once he claimed Tyrosh, the kingdom of the 3 daughters would be consigned to history. The entirety of southern Essos, from the disputed lands to the summer sea, would lie prostrate beneath his dragon's wings. He was waiting for the cessation of war and for news from Westeros. What price would the king, named Viserys, pay for his captured brother and kin? A wry smile danced upon Lucien's lips. Volantis, the Long Bridge. A downcast nobleman rode a gaunt horse toward the bridge's end, lifting his gaze to the fluttering black dragon banner above the city gates. The menacing sigil of the black dragon striking a formidable presence. His gray eyes betrayed no emotion. Every mortal must meet their end, he murmured to himself, his words whisked away by the wind. Dismounting, he left his weary steed at the bridge's head and strode alone into the city, now under new dominion. His figure soon melded into the throng of bustling pedestrians upon the bridge, becoming indistinguishable amidst the crowd. Chapter 75. The Advancing Faceless Ones. At the heart of Volantis, a grand tower was rising, craftsmen swarming like ants, hoisting massive discs of obsidian with colossal cranes to great heights. Beside the construction site, mounds of obsidian reflected a chilling, profound sheen under the sunlight. This would be the first magical relay station conceived by Lucien. Once this tower, destined to be the tallest in the city, was completed, he would personally forge these obsidian stones, transforming the entire edifice into a colossal glass candle. In the future, every conquered city-state would be compelled to erect such a tower. Thus, all major cities would be ensnared within his web of magical influence, utterly exposed. At the periphery of the crowd, a man clad in a faded robe observed the spectacle in silence, the shadow of his hood obscuring most of his face. He exuded an aura of a fallen noble, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He scrutinized the tower, a symbol of the Dragon King's ambition and the ominous aura of the obsidian. Recalibrating his perception of the new Dragon King, now ensconced in the Bay of Slaves. Magic, a double-edged sword. Its dangers must never be allowed to encroach upon freedom. Deep within the palace, Lucien leaned against the black stone throne, his fingers rhythmically drumming on the armrest, manipulating the passage of time. With Valyria's pregnancy still in its early stages, he had ample time to finalize the trifles of the kingdom of the three daughters before embarking on a journey to Westeros. He abruptly ceased his drumming, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A sprightly little mouse. In his perception, a nimble figure moved through the palace's shadows with remarkable agility. Patrolling guards and the Unsullied passed by, oblivious to his presence, as though he were merely a part of the air itself. The figure danced silently, each movement precise and efficient, making its way towards the heart of the palace. An assassin's creed? Lucien observed with keen interest, as if relishing a world-class acrobatic performance. The faceless man of Bravos exhibited impressive skill. The shadowy figure adhered to the wall like a gecko, perfectly evading a patrol of Unsullied. Ah, he is about to be discovered, Lucien mused softly. The figure twisted at an improbable angle around a corner, squeezing through a narrow gap between a statue and the wall, merging seamlessly with the shadows. The patrol passed by, utterly unaware. My, is such evasion even possible? Lucien could not suppress a note of admiration. A veritable ghost, in the shadows outside the palace walls. The fallen nobleman shed his troublesome, faded robe, revealing a form-fitting black outfit suited for stealth. He was indeed the little mouse Lucien had referred to. As a faceless man, his expertise lay in disguise, killing a target, assuming their face, donning their attire, and naturally infiltrating heavily guarded spaces to complete an assassination. However, upon closer inspection, he abandoned that plan. Within this palace, aside from the patrolling guards and the Unsullied, not a single servant or maid could be found. The Dragon King appeared to be engaged in some arcane ritual, having dismissed all unnecessary witnesses. As for the guards and Unsullied, they operated in squads, each unit providing support to one another. The faceless man assessed the situation, finding no opportunity to silently eliminate an entire squad without alerting anyone. Thus, only one option remained: infiltration followed by assassination. This was the most perilous yet skill-testing approach, and he was confident in his abilities. As the faceless man descended like a feather, soundlessly landing at the entrance of Lucien's palace, he concealed himself within the shadows of the porch overhead. He was certain that from this vantage point, unless the target looked directly up, no one would discern his presence. Then, he beheld his objective. The Dragon King of the Bay of Slaves sat leisurely upon his throne, as if awaiting something. In the next instant, the faceless man's skin prickled with alarm. He witnessed, beside his target, the air shimmering as if disturbed by water, two pitch-black shadowy forms materializing from thin air. These entities bore no features, only a pair of crimson eyes, fixated intently on the location of his concealment. Exposed, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Almost instinctively, the faceless man sensed a subtle shift behind him. He abandoned hiding, propelling himself from the shadows, launching toward Lucien upon the throne like a bolt from a crossbow. Since he had been discovered, he would strike hard. In the instant of his advance, a Valyrian steel dagger, shimmering with strange ripples, appeared in his grasp. With his honed physical prowess, the faceless man traversed several meters in a single breath, closing within 3 meters of Lucien. He could even see the unmistakable mockery curling at the corners of Lucien's mouth. Then, he could advance no further. Behind him, a third shadowy assassin had materialized. A cold glint swept through the air. The faceless one felt a sudden chill in his legs, and before he could regain his balance, his vision spun violently. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his legs severed at the knees, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain had not yet fully registered in his mind. The two shadows, standing beside, Sheng transformed into 2 elusive streaks of black light, crossing each other in a flash. Thud! Thud! In an instant, his arms were also severed. A muffled grunt escaped the faceless one as his body crashed heavily onto the cold floor, becoming a mere human stick. His neck was abruptly pinned to the ground by the knee of the shadowy assassin behind him, while a frigid hand clamped down on his head, producing a sickening crack as his jaw was dislocated. An overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed him instantly. Hidden within his mouth was a poison dart, his last resort. If his target so much as relaxed or drew near, he could deliver this final blow. Alas, he had not even the chance to part his lips. A rat in the gutter, all show and no substance, Sheng remarked coolly, observing the twitching assassin on the ground. The commotion from the severed legs finally alerted the guards outside. A squad of purity bearers rushed in, only to be left speechless at the sight before them. An assassin, stripped of all limbs, was being held down by 3 shadowy figures. "Take him away," Sheng commanded with an unruffled tone. "Do not let him perish. Alan will likely find him quite intriguing." Chapter 76. Talos and Materis. At the port of Talos, a dense array of black warships blocked every inch of the sea. The Black Dragon King's war flag fluttered in the sea breeze, sounding like a death knell. A portion of the perceptive nobles and wealthy merchants had already fled with their riches before the fleet's arrival. Yet, many others were trapped within the city, not out of love for it, but out of sheer terror. The free folk, long oppressed by generations of exploitation, had barricaded every exit with swords and clubs. "You fled. Who will bear the wrath of His Majesty the Dragon King?" The eyes of the free folk were devoid of their former timidity, replaced by a madness born of desperation. The nobles and merchants, cornered by the free folk and a multitude of mercenaries who had defected, could only shiver in their mansions, waiting in vain for the Imperial Coalition fleet. Their wait brought no salvation, only reckoning. Heles and Nero led the army, coldly and efficiently taking control of the city. Wealth was seized, industry shuttered. It was all second nature. The scene that once unfolded in Mill and Riss was being reenacted here. Artisans were gathered and cataloged meticulously. All weapons were confiscated, piled high like mountains. The numerous mercenaries once hired to protect the city had betrayed their employers before the Dragon King's fleet even made an appearance. Now, these self-proclaimed clever mercenaries gathered in the square of the port, their faces reflecting a sense of relief from their narrow escape. Nero regarded this ragtag group with a flicker of barely concealed disdain. He had promised them safety, unifying them into the high SOS army of servants. "When will Master Alan's potions arrive?" Nero turned to the old blind man beside him, his voice tinged with impatience. "If these people do not drink a sip of loyalty, let them not die in high SOS, tainting His Majesty's land." The old blind man, holding a crystal goblet salvaged from a noble's wine cellar, sipped the amber-hued wine with satisfaction. His clouded white eyes turned toward the raucous mercenaries, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. "It should be soon." He savored another sip of the fine wine. "I have petitioned the Emperor, and the Master has sent someone to expedite the delivery." Heles looked compassionately at the mercenaries, who, having narrowly escaped, were now letting their guard down. They believed that by aligning with a new power, they could continue their carefree lives of living on the edge. Little did they know, from the moment they chose betrayal, the noose of fate had already tightened around their necks. What awaited them would be a servitude colder than death. Varantis, upon the Blackstone throne. Sheng received a magical communication from Alan. "Your Majesty, the foundation for the Academy in Materis has been excavated." Alan's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and fervor. "I implore you to come personally and bury sufficient obsidian, blessed by your divine power, at the foundation." Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his brown pupils reflecting the entire map of Essos. Rising to his feet, the very next moment, the palace's dome seemed to be lifted by an invisible force. A thunderous roar of a dragon resonated throughout Varantis. Countless people in the city looked up in terror at the sky. A black dragon, measuring over 70 meters in length, soared into the air, its massive wings casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. The sheer sense of power and oppression rendered all who witnessed the scene weak-kneed, forcing them to kneel. Beneath the dragon's claws was a cage entirely composed of magical runes. Inside, the faceless one, his limbs severed and his wounds cauterized by dragon fire, writhed silently like a squirming stick of flesh. His limbs were confined to the 4 corners of the cage. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black dragon tore through the air, producing a deafening crack as it transformed into a streak of black lightning, shooting toward the monstrous city of Materis. Materis, at a vast construction site outside the city. Tens of thousands of laborers, under the guidance of architects, busied themselves like ants. This once barren hillside had been leveled, and the foundation for an exaggeratedly massive structure had been completed. Dressed in a plain black robe, Alan stood at the center of the foundation, intently discussing the general layout of the building with several craftsmen. Beneath his feet, the deep foundation trenches crisscrossed like a mysterious ritualistic array. The drainage system must adhere to the highest standards. There could be no pooling of water here. The load-bearing columns must be made of the sturdiest granite, with no deviation in spacing or depth. Furthermore, a black obelisk is to be erected here, requiring an even deeper foundation, reinforced with fine steel. Alan meticulously issued instructions. and the craftsmen recorded every detail with utmost respect. They dared not show any signs of laziness. This seemingly somber gentleman was one of the Emperor's most trusted servants, and his word was absolute command. Once all details were confirmed to be flawless, Alan waved the craftsman away. Alone, he stood in the vast emptiness of the foundation, feeling the faint pulsations emanating from deep within the earth. In his eyes burned the flames of ambition. An academy? No, that was far from sufficient. Here, with the aid of His Majesty's immense power, he intended to construct an unprecedented magical relay station, a colossal core of a magical network capable of enveloping the entirety of the long summer lands. The power radiating from Sheng, akin to a divine blessing, will be transmitted through this relay station, permeating every corner of the land. The bloodlines of the inhabitants would be reshaped. The once deformed tendencies would no longer be a curse, but a catalyst for evolution. More powerful, more unique, and better adapted to the magical environment. These mutants would find it easier to emerge here. They would become the Empire's most loyal subjects, the most formidable vessels for magic. Westeros, this city of monsters, would transform into the Empire's cradle of magic under his stewardship. Just as Alan was lost in the grandeur of his vision, the sky suddenly darkened. A palpable and ineffable terror descended from the heavens, as if the very sky had collapsed. Thousands of laborers on the construction site abruptly ceased their activities, gazing upward in sheer panic. Alan, too, lifted his head, his countenance adorned with an overwhelming fervor and reverence. A colossal shadow, dark as night, expanded at an astonishing pace from the horizon. The wind howled viciously, sending dust and debris swirling in all directions. When the shadow enveloped the entire site, a black dragon, an entity only spoken of in myth, hovered directly above the foundation. Its molten gold vertical pupils surveyed the world below with indifference, akin to a deity appraising its creations. "Hail to our Lord, your Majesty." Alan knelt on one knee, bowing his head deeply, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The dragon's shadow loomed over Alan, casting a pall over the entirety of Westeros. Chapter 77. The Distortion of Westeros. Within the obsidian-forged workshop, the air was stifling, with magical energy rippling like tangible waves. Sheng casually tossed a freshly shaped obsidian brick onto the cooling rack, producing a crisp sound. Without lifting his gaze, he posed a seemingly casual inquiry. "Alan, why did you originally depart from Ashar?" Alan, meticulously carving intricate runes into an oval-shaped obsidian with a small knife, paused at the question. He raised his head, a sanctified expression contorting his overly pale visage. "To pursue the source of magic and fulfill my destined fate." "Spare me." Sheng set down his tools, turning to regard him with calm brown eyes. "Speak the truth." These three simple words bore an undeniable weight. The sanctity on Alan's face crumbled instantly. He realized that in the presence of this being, any facade was futile. He sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging as he reverted to a sullen demeanor. "I offended too many during my experiments in Ashar," he murmured, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. "I was pursued by a band of dim-witted fools, fleeing for my life. Before my escape, I spent a fortune to procure a prophecy." Alan glanced at Sheng, his eyes reflecting the relief of having survived. "The prophecy foretold that only here, with you, could I survive. That reason is genuine." Sheng nodded, no further inquiries forthcoming. His interest lay in the outcome, not the journey. He picked up the last freshly cooled casting from the rack, a palm-sized badge emblazoned with a fearsome dragon's head. What is the potential of Westeros? Sheng's fingers gently traced the badge's icy surface. Can these aberrations truly be transformed into something benign through my magic? Upon mentioning his area of expertise, Alan's posture straightened, his eyes gleaming with fervor, dispelling earlier despondency. "Yes, your Majesty, absolutely," he proclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Among Mataris's distortions, a portion is inherently benign. For instance, the two-headed and four-armed individuals. These distortions arose from chaotic and disordered magic, rendering them uncontrollable and even harmful." Alan stepped forward, gesturing toward the diverse figures laboring outside the workshop. "But your magic is the source of order. Their distortions will instinctively seek transformation and evolution toward your magic, much like plants reaching for light. This will herald the birth of a powerful race, a unique and unparalleled lineage that belongs solely to you." At this, Sheng's lips curled into a playful smile. A completely new, powerful, and utterly loyal race does indeed sound like an intriguing proposition. After Sheng personally intervened, The magical nodes at the foundation of the Obsidian Academy were swiftly stabilized and buried. The massive undertaking officially commenced as countless artisans and mathematicians, under Alan's command, began the construction of the academy. This allowed Alan to finally allocate time to address a peculiar gift, the captured Faceless One. In the makeshift laboratory, the atmosphere was cold and solemn. Various glass vessels and metallic tools glimmered with an eerie light under the glow of magical lamps. The assassin from Blafos, once a messenger of the god of 1,000 faces, now lay ensnared upon the stone laboratory table like a tattered rag, his limbs secured, their severed ends magically fused. Even his jaw removed, leaving him to emit only meaningless groans. Alan paced around the table, his gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a flawless masterpiece. The Faceless One of Blafos, the envoy of the god of 1,000 faces, he spoke, his tone imbued with a morbid delight. You will be put to use for our purposes. The Faceless One emitted an even more fervent whimper, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Alan knew he was undoubtedly cursing him in the foulest of tongues, or beseeching his elusive deity to unleash a curse upon him. Yet it mattered not. In Ashar, what wretched cultist had he not dealt with? Alan smirked coldly within, though his face bore an even brighter smile. He retrieved a row of colorful potions from a shelf, each bubbling with peculiar effervescence within their glass vials. Do not fret, you shall soon experience rebirth. Alan lifted a syringe, drawing a vial of vibrant purple liquid, tilting it toward the light as if savoring the finest vintage. You will become an enhanced, evolved shadow assassin. He positioned the needle against the Faceless One's neck artery, an expression of childlike elation illuminating his features. A suppressed, high-pitched laugh echoed within the confines of the laboratory, the emanating magic thickening the very air around them. Once the trivial matters were settled, Sheng, guided by the governor of Materis, proceeded to the western district of the city. This area was where Alan had personally selected promising specimens for isolation. In contrast to the chaos and filth of other parts of Materis, this locale was pristine and orderly, with the supply of food and water prioritized. The individuals gathered here were primarily those with natural benign mutations, along with pregnant women bearing infants with similar advantageous traits. Most appeared no different from ordinary folk, yet possessed extraordinary abilities due to their physical aberrations. As Sheng entered the square of the isolation zone, all eyes converged upon him, filled with reverence and hope. A man bowed deeply, possessing two heads. Though identical in appearance, their expressions were entirely distinct, one stern, the other curious. Yet when they spoke simultaneously, a singular deep voice emerged. We salute you, your majesty. A two-headed man, two brains, one consciousness, the governor whispered as he followed. Their cognitive speed is twice that of an ordinary person, and they possess genuine omnidirectional perception. Sheng nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to a towering figure nearby, engaged in transporting stones. This individual stood nearly 3 meters tall, with an elongated frame, most strikingly adorned with two slender arms protruding from beneath his ribs. The skeletal structure of his 4 arms deviated entirely from that of a normal human, yet moved with remarkable coordination. He effortlessly hoisted a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds with 2 of his arms, while the other 2 small arms swiftly chiseled and refined the stone's edges with precision and efficiency. The 4-armed individuals, natural craftsmen and warriors, the governor continued. Their strength and coordination are unparalleled. Throughout the square, many such benign mutants existed. Their presence substantiated that Alan's theories were not mere fantasies. These beings, often regarded as monsters by the outside world, were on the verge of entering their golden age under Sheng's protection. Sheng accepted a tray from an attendant, upon which lay a neat array of black dragon head emblems. He personally approached the gathered individuals, distributing the emblems to each of them in turn. He placed one emblem into the hands of a shy 4-eyed girl, no older than 7 or 8. Though somewhat bashful, she steadied herself to accept the emblem with one hand, while her other hand nervously clutched the hem of her garment. From this day forth, you shall be the inaugural students of the Obsidian Academy. Sheng's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every listener. You are also the last of those affected by the chaotic magic of Materis. He lifted his gaze toward the distant tower of the Academy, rising majestically from the ground. Once the magical relay station of Materis is completed, all newborns will emerge under my magical guidance, becoming entirely new denizens of Materis. His words, akin to a divine oracle, were imprinted upon the hearts of all present. Those aberrations who received the emblems knelt fervently upon the ground, clutching the cold obsidian emblem. They felt an unprecedented warmth, the warmth of hope. Chapter 78. Specialty of the Serpent Lizard Isles. A peculiar aroma of porridge wafted through the temporary camp in the port district of Talos. Nero, his expression impassive, poured the last drop of a pale green potion into a bubbling cauldron before him. Instantly, the thick porridge within began to churn more vigorously, its hue shifting from grayish-white to an eerie pale green. The old blind man, with his gnarled, desiccated hand, stirred the pot with a large wooden ladle, then brought it to his nose to inhale deeply, a satisfied glint flickering in his murky eyes. "This is the color, this is the flavor," he rasped, his voice reminiscent of two pieces of sandpaper grating against one another. Nero ignored his eerie chuckle and turned to his attendant, instructing, "Go, summon the servant soldiers. It's time to serve the meal." The attendant complied promptly. Soon, the camp was abuzz with activity. The conscripted Talos mercenaries, now the high-ranking Sauce servants, formed a disheveled line under the commands of the Sauce Navy. To prevent this energetic band of outlaws from causing trouble, Nero imposed strict food rations, 2 bowls of thick porridge and a piece of black bread, unwaveringly served every day. Now just past noon, the early meal sent waves of excitement through the crowd, who believed they'd been blessed with an unexpected bounty, an extra bowl of life-saving porridge. "Next, hurry up and move," the Sauce Navy soldier in charge of serving shouted, herding them like cattle. The servant soldiers dared not voice a single complaint. They quickly received their rations and moved aside. Before long, a sharp-eyed mercenary noticed something amiss. "Sir, why is the porridge green?" he asked cautiously, holding his bowl. The soldier wielding the ladle barely lifted his eyelids, impatiently barking, "It's the specialty of the Serpent Lizard Isles, green moss porridge. Consuming this will protect you from the plagues of the island. Once the battle is over, if you wish to prosper in the Serpent Lizard Isles, you'll need this porridge as a foundation. The miasma, there is lethal." This explanation seemed reasonable. The mercenaries, already captivated by the tales of treasure and peril from the Serpent Lizard Isles, found themselves believing it even more. In an instant, their doubts evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable excitement. Under the cold scrutiny of the old blind man and Nero, thousands of servant soldiers consumed every last drop of the specially crafted green moss porridge made by Master Allen, with some even licking their bowls clean. Observing the empty cauldron, Nero turned to the old blind man. "Tonight should be sufficient, yes?" The old blind man grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "It should be. There's no need to prepare dinner. They won't be eating anymore." On the streets of Milan, cheers erupted in a cacophony that nearly threatened to rend the heavens asunder. The news of the total conquest of the kingdom of the third daughter spread through the city like wildfire, igniting the fervor of every citizen. The land of Slave Bay was barren, its harsh environment making food and resources a constant looming threat. In contrast, the vast and fertile lands of the third daughter's kingdom promised stable agricultural output and a continual influx of wealth. This was monumental news for Milan and the burgeoning empire as a whole. Throughout the streets, affluent merchants and nobles spontaneously offered fine wine and food, distributing them freely to the jubilant throngs. People sang songs of praise to the emperor, the air filled with the sweet aroma of honey cakes and the fragrant scent of fruit wine. The empire's triumph illuminated the path to a more prosperous and radiant future for all who dwelled upon this land. Deep within the palace, Valyria gently caressed her noticeably rounded belly, her violet eyes aglow with maternal tenderness. Beside her sat Lynera, quietly observing, though a hint of worry marred her otherwise serene expression. Suddenly, the glass candle on the table flickered with a pale glow. A voice resonated directly within their minds, calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. It was Sheng's voice. He would be returning to Milan in the coming days, and would remain until Valyria had successfully given birth. A radiant smile blossomed on Valyria's face, her unadulterated joy illuminating her entire being. She turned her head, grasping Lynera's slightly cold hand, her tone soft yet exceptionally earnest. "Lynera, did you hear? His Majesty is returning, and he shall stay for quite some time." Lynera nodded, her heart tightening in response. Valyria continued to gaze at her. "This is your opportunity, and indeed, our collective opportunity. You must conceive a child during this time." Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, laden with caution. "Otherwise, as more people gather around His Majesty and the palace expands, who can say when the next opportunity will arise?" Lynera's heart sank. Valyria's words pierced her innermost anxieties like a needle. Memories of her father's recent letters from their hometown flooded her mind, each word urging and yearning. The honor of the family and the weight of its future rested heavily upon her shoulders. Moreover, her own place within this vast harem demanded a child as its most solid foundation. Her father's letters, the family's future, her own standing. A multitude of thoughts surged through Lynera's mind, coalescing into a singular, unwavering resolve. Her hand, resting at her side beneath her voluminous sleeves, clenched tightly. Her nails dug into her palm, sending a subtle sting through her, yet this pain crystallized her tumultuous emotions into unwavering determination. She lifted her gaze toward the azure sky outside the window, a flame igniting in her eyes. This time, no matter what, she would. I must conceive the Emperor's child. Chapter 79. The Disposition of Lys. The enormous obsidian statue emitted a dull rumble that reverberated throughout the workshop. Its visage mirrored Lu Sheng's, with an indifferent gaze surveying all beneath it, as if a deity scrutinizing its own creation. Lu Sheng withdrew his magic, sensing the residual warmth still lingering on the statue's surface. The affairs of Westeros had reached their conclusion. Under his order magic, this city of aberrations was on the brink of rebirth. The foundation of the Obsidian Academy had been laid, and Alan would manage the remaining details. Your Majesty, Alan's voice emerged from the shadows, bowing deeply, exhibiting the utmost humility. Behind him, a vague silhouette slithered like melting ink, silently shifting and occasionally manifesting into multiple afterimages. The shadow assassins you requested have been successfully modified. Alan's tone carried a hint of fervent pride, the results exceeding all expectations. Having utilized that faceless individual as the basis for the modifications, Lu Sheng cast a sidelong glance. The shadowy assassin possessed no physical form. It was merely a swirling mass of darkness, yet it exuded a more potent and unadulterated aura of malevolence than the faceless men themselves. Come in, Lu Sheng stated succinctly. He extended his hand, and his shadow on the ground instantly expanded, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The shadow assassin appeared to have found its sanctuary, plunging into the darkness without hesitation, vanishing in an instant. It was time to conclude matters concerning the kingdom of the third daughter. Lu Sheng turned and strode towards the workshop's exit, contemplating the need to make an appearance there, to soothe the populace, and then to venture to Westeros. He paused momentarily, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. The two great houses of dragon lords must now sit down to converse. Alan bowed deeply, refraining from uttering a word. Outside the workshop, the residents of Westeros had already gathered in the square, gazing up at the recently completed colossal statue, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Under their watchful gaze, Lu Sheng's form began to contort and swell in the firelight. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully as dark dragon scales pierced through his skin, muscles bulging grotesquely. In an ephemeral moment, a black dragon, exceeding 70 meters in length, took the place of his former self. The terrifying aura of the dragon surged forth like a tangible tide, engulfing the entirety of Westeros. Everyone was overwhelmed by this force, gasping for breath as they knelt upon the ground, fervently chanting the titles of their emperor. The black dragon paid no heed to the ants beneath. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest arose, sweeping up sand and debris. The tremendous backlash caused the very ground to crack. The black dragon soared skyward, tearing through the clouds, racing towards the kingdom of the third daughter, leaving behind only a swiftly diminishing black dot on the horizon. Within the confines of Atlantis, Daemon Targaryen sat in silence upon an opulent chair, his gaze vacant. Laenor Velaryon paced restlessly, her silver hair whipping about with her movements. Rhaenys Targaryen remained relatively calm, though her tightly knitted brow betrayed her inner turmoil. They had become captives, unable to sense their own dragons. This sense of helplessness was more humiliating for a member of a Dragonlord family than death itself. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A suffocating pressure descended from above. Boom! The immense black dragon plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the square before the palace. The hardstone surface instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, shockwaves toppling all surrounding braziers. Daemon and Laenor were startled to their feet, their faces drained of color. Rhaenys' pupils constricted as she fixed her gaze on the beast, basking in sunlight, yet possessing scales darker than the night. This was a monster that had vanquished their 3 dragons. The dragon's form rapidly contracted, and amid the play of light and shadow, Lu Sheng resumed his human shape, approaching them with deliberate steps. Targaryens, Velaryons, Lu Sheng's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Your holiday has concluded. I shall escort you to the kingdom of the third daughter, and thereafter, I will personally journey to Westeros to negotiate your terms of redemption with Viserys. Daemon's lips moved, yet he could not utter a word. His proud lineage and the dragon he commanded had become a mere jest in the presence of this creature. He resigned himself to fate. And Corlys? Rhaenys' voice was hoarse as she scanned the surroundings. Where's my husband? Why is he not with us? Laenor also looked anxiously at Lu Sheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng chuckled lightly, a hint of unabashed mockery in his smile. The ransom for the sea snake must be provided by the Valyrian family themselves. He cast a glance at Laenor and Rhaenys, his gaze appraising as if sizing up merchandise. I can scarcely imagine what you possess that might entice me. The disdain in his words caused Rhaenys' complexion to pale instantly. She suppressed her fury, straightened her back, and endeavored to maintain the pride of a queen without a crown. Corlys's 9 voyages to distant lands have amassed wealth sufficient to pay any ransom. Dragon Lord, she began, but Lu Sheng interrupted her, his tone growing cold. I disdain mortal gold. Rhaenys fell utterly silent. In the depths of his deep brown eyes, she discerned no glimmer of greed, only an unadulterated, indifferent calm. Gold wealth held no significance in the presence of such an entity. Take them away. Lu Sheng waved his hand, no longer casting them a glance. 2 squads of guards advanced promptly. One side comprised the silent, ironclad, unsullied, while the other boasted the fierce, tiger-striped soldiers of the Tiger Cloak. They spoke not a word, yet moved with remarkable swiftness, escorting the 3 noble Targaryens towards the carriages that awaited outside the palace. Daemon, Rhaenys, and Laenor, 3 figures capable of shaking Westeros with their mere presence, now appeared as lambs led to slaughter, closely guarded as they traversed the streets of Atlantis en route to the port. From there, they would embark on a ship bound for Tyrosh. The city of Lys, once a place of love, now lay shrouded in an atmosphere of grim foreboding. Within and without the port, warships adorned with a black dragon banner clustered thickly, resembling a forest of steel. As Lu Sheng's black dragon descended from the sky, the entire city fell into an eerie silence. Ares had long been awaiting at the port with a host of commanders. This admiral of the Volantis combined fleet, having witnessed the Emperor's might firsthand, now harbored a fervent loyalty that ran deep within his bones. Your Majesty, upon seeing Lu Sheng alight and transform into human form, Ares immediately knelt upon one knee, his voice quivering with excitement. He raised 2 scrolls of parchment high above his head. This is the complete inventory of all assets seized from Lys and Tyrosh, along with the census of all craftsmen. Lu Sheng accepted the scrolls, glancing casually over them. The wealth enumerated therein could drive any king to madness. Yet to him, it was merely a sequence of numbers. What he truly valued was the roster of craftsmen. Skill was the cornerstone of the Empire's expansion. Ares, at your service. Ares responded eagerly. Retain 30% of the assets to distribute among the combined fleet and each soldier of the Highgarden forces. Ares trembled with joy at such a generous reward. Allocate 15% to Zora as a reward for his army. Yes, the remainder shall be deposited into the treasury. Lu Sheng tossed the parchment back to Ares, making his final arrangements in a nonchalant tone. From this day forth, you shall serve as the governor of Lys, responsible for all military and political affairs of the kingdom of the third daughter. Ares was so overcome with emotion that he trembled, bowing fervently to the ground. His voice hoarse. Thank you, your majesty. Ares pledges eternal loyalty. Lu Sheng's gaze drifted past him to a middle-aged man behind, whose countenance bore an expression of submission. This was Lys's former deputy governor, Lysandro. It was he who had chosen to surrender when faced with despair. Lysandro, at your service. Lysandro gasped in surprise, hastily kneeling. You are quite astute, Lu Sheng remarked coolly. Ares is a soldier. Governing the city requires a deputy familiar with local affairs. You shall occupy this position. Lysandro was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by immense joy. He not only preserved his life, but also received a promotion. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you. Your majesty, he stammered, banging his forehead against the hard stone floor with resounding thuds. Lu Sheng regarded the 2 kneeling before him, one a fervently loyal soldier, the other a shrewd opportunist. This was the order he sought. The obedient would be rewarded. The defiant would crumble to dust. Lys, this gem embedded in the narrow sea, had now utterly fallen into his grasp. Chapter 80, The Faith of the Unsullied. A dark spot rapidly enlarged in the sky above the walls of Mill. Beneath the towering city walls, Daka and Majuo held their breath, while Rios and a cadre of military officers, alongside wealthy merchants, dared not even exhale. Every gaze was fixated upon that distant black speck. The wind howled fiercely. The black dot rapidly expanded within their sight, transforming into a colossal black dragon that blotted out the sun. Its massive form, stretching 70 meters in length, shimmered with the cold, hard luster of obsidian scales. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens, as if it sought to overturn the very city of Myr. The sound wave struck each individual like a tangible hammer. sending some timid merchants collapsing to the ground, warmth and foulness spreading in their trousers. The dragon showed no signs of slowing, its wings folding with ferocity, akin to a black meteor, plummeting downwards with a piercing wail that tore through the air. The violent gusts pressed upon them, rendering them unable to lift their heads, while the plaza's tiles were violently uprooted, scattering debris. With a resounding boom, the entire city of Myr trembled. As the dust began to settle, the enormous black dragon had firmly established itself in the center of the plaza, its molten gold eyes scanning the crowd below with indifference. All hail his majesty! Rios was the first to react, abruptly kneeling, his forehead pressed against the cold stone. With a rustle, Daka, Majuo, and all the officers and merchants seemed to be forced down by an unseen hand, kneeling in unison, their heads bowed deeply, their bodies quaking with fear. No one dared to meet the gaze of that godlike entity. The black radiance rippled across the dragon's form as it swiftly shrank within the distorted air. In mere moments, the dragon, which had instilled a sense of apocalyptic dread, vanished, replaced by a tall young man with black hair. Lu Sheng brushed away non-existent dust from his attire and walked toward the crowd with deliberate steps. His footfalls were light, yet felt like a weight upon the hearts of all present. Hius, the voice, void of warmth, rang out. At your service. Hius trembled, nearly crawling forward, his hands raised high, clutching 2 scrolls of parchment. Your Majesty, here are the financial records and the artisan census of Myr. Lu Sheng accepted them, glancing casually before tossing them aside. You will serve as the acting governor of Myr. Rios was shaken to his core, a tumult of elation and terror rendering him momentarily speechless. Once the situation stabilizes, a successor will be appointed, Lu Sheng added, his tone devoid of emotion. In the meantime, restore this city to functionality. Yes, your Majesty. I would gladly lay down my life for you. Rios stammered, excitement rendering him incoherent. Lu Sheng disregarded him, turning his attention to the troops behind him. The Tiger Cloak army, the Dothraki, and the ever-silent, impeccably organized, Unsullied. He pointed to the financial records. Half of the treasures listed herein shall be awarded to the Tiger Cloak army, the Dothraki, and you. The last 3 words were directed at the formation of Unsullied. Daka and Majuo's faces erupted with joy, while the Dothraki cavalry let out beastly roars of approval. The soldiers of the Tiger Cloak army mirrored their excitement, chanting in unison, Long live his majesty. Yet the Unsullied remained as silent as a forest of statues, unmoving. Mountains of gold, silver, and jewels were brought forth, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. One Unsullied officer, nudged by his comrades, hesitantly stepped forward. He knelt before Lu Sheng, his voice flat and devoid of inflection, resembling a cold machine. Your Majesty, please direct where these treasures should be sent. In his understanding, they were mere tools, weapons. The treasures were simply cargo for them to transport. Lu Sheng regarded him, a glint of amusement in his eyes. These are not mere goods, he stated slowly. They are your rewards. From this day forth, you are no longer slaves. An immediate silence blanketed the plaza. All eyes turned to the group of emasculated warriors. You are my soldiers, the guardians of the Empire. Lu Sheng's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every Unsullied. You are free. Free? The word struck like a thunderclap, penetrating the minds of the Unsullied, who had been stripped of all emotion. They gazed at one another, witnessing an unprecedented confusion reflected in each other's hollow eyes. The questioning officer trembled imperceptibly, his grip on the spear tightening, knuckles whitening from exertion. They were slaves, born as such, trained to be machines of slaughter. Their only value lay in obedience and death. What was freedom? What was reward? No one cheered. No one expressed gratitude. This elite cadre of the Empire felt utterly at a loss for the first time outside the battlefield. The order to end the war was soon issued. Under Rios's administration, the city of Myr began to restore order at an astonishing pace. A multitude of artisans, safeguarded by the Unsullied, returned to their workshops, rekindling the fires, replaced the sounds of wailing with the rhythmic clanging of hammers. The bulk of the Dothraki forces, led by Majuo, replenished supplies within the city before contentedly heading to camp by the banks of the Myr River, where ample water and grass awaited their horses. Daka's 30,000 cavalry remained, encamped just outside the city, resembling a pack of hungry wolves, vigilantly watching the newly acquired city. 10,000 Tiger Cloak soldiers also remained to garrison the city, their cold gazes and bloodied scimitars serving as the most effective guarantee of the new order. Yet within the Unsullied's camp, an unusual atmosphere lingered. Unlike the other troops, they did not celebrate. They merely cleaned their weapons and organized their gear. According to orders, They would proceed to Tylosai, then return to the Bay of Slaves for reorganization. However, at that moment, an unprecedented storm brewed within their hearts. Freedom, one unsullied whispered, caressing a newly acquired gold coin, its coldness somehow imbued with a searing warmth. We are no longer slaves, another joined in, his voice equally dry. Then what are we? This question plunged the surroundings into deeper silence. They had been stripped of their past, their future obliterated, existing solely as tools. Now, with the label of tools torn away, how were they to define themselves? We are the Emperor's warriors. The officer who had first posed the question spoke slowly. His voice remained steady, yet it carried an indescribable weight. The benevolent masters ruled us with whips and suffering. His Majesty has granted us freedom and rewards. He awkwardly employed the newly learned term. We once worshipped the Lady of Spears, praying for release in battle. Yet release never came. His Majesty has arrived. His words were simple, yet contained an undeniable logic. For these soldiers, whose thoughts had been formatted, the concept of a deity felt too abstract. The man who bestowed upon them new life and a personality they had never envisioned was the most tangible existence. He was more concrete than gods, more powerful than deities. An unsullied stood silently, using a dagger to carve a rough, twisted dragon motif into the back of a shield. His movements were slow yet resolute. One by one, other unsullied rose, mimicking his actions. They required no gods, nor did they desire them. They needed only an object of devotion, an absolute sovereign who granted them freedom and pointed the way forward. An intense internal discussion unfolded in silence. Ultimately, a new sect quietly emerged among the unsullied silence, the cult of the Emperor. They had but one deity. Chapter 81. The Traditional Arts of Tylosai. Tylos, a free trade city-state renowned for its clamor and avarice, has recently been compelled to retract its ostentatious fangs under the shadow of a new order. Xmoni stood upon the balcony of the governor's mansion, surveying the temporarily subdued city with a furrowed brow. As the son of the governor of Astapor and brother to Linera, he now held the position of naval commander stationed at the Slave Bay, effectively rendering him the highest authority in Tylos. Since receiving the notification of His Majesty the Emperor's impending arrival, Xmoni had been in a state of heightened anxiety. The welcoming ceremony and subsequent banquet demanded perfection in every detail. Yet, the Tylosians had opened his eyes to a new reality. During the war, those forsaken by the nobles and wealthy merchants had spontaneously blockaded the port, using their flesh and blood to thwart the upper class's attempts at escape. Xmoni recognized this as a remarkable opportunity to exploit the divisions within Tylosian society. He ordered the selection of 2 representatives from the leading civilians who had initiated the blockade, while the once esteemed nobles and merchants were allowed only a single representative. He had anticipated an election fraught with animosity and retribution. However, the electoral culture of Tylos delivered a stinging rebuke to his expectations. The day after the announcement, the threshold of the governor's mansion was nearly trampled underfoot. Both commoners and nobles, all candidates, queued with heavy purses in hand, eager to pay their respects to the highest official. Their expressions suggested that bribery was as natural as breathing. One civilian representative candidate even proclaimed emphatically to Xmoni's guards, "How can we entrust our wealth to a ruler who wouldn't even accept money? He simply does not understand Tylos." Xmoni felt his worldview undergo a profound shock. He realized that, in this city, bribery was not a clandestine practice, but rather the only overt rule. Everyone was convinced that a person devoid of greed and unfamiliar with the tacit understanding of monetary exchange was utterly unqualified to govern them. Consequently, Tylos regained its former vibrancy. Candidates openly bribed voters in the streets, the flow of money outpacing the turnover of goods at the port. Even the 2 civilian representative positions became a frenzied pursuit of wealth. Ultimately, unable to tolerate the absurdity of this farce any longer, Xmoni resorted to the most straightforward and blunt method to conclude it. He approached the 2 burly leaders from the civilian ranks who had made a lasting impression on him. "It shall be you 2. As for the solitary noble representative, he expressionlessly awarded that position to the merchant who had presented him with the largest sum of money. Following an all-too-familiar election centered on wealth, the atmosphere in Tylos oddly returned to its usual clamor. Panic and unease seemed to have been swept away by the tide of currency. In the streets, shops reopened, and the cries of vendors echoed once more. The commoners quickly accepted the new reality. For them, the identity of their ruler mattered little. What was paramount was that the new ruler possessed sufficient strength to restore order. Since the new Emperor's subordinates understood the rules of engagement, life appeared to be no different from before, perhaps even better. Meanwhile, The once noble class and affluent merchants sensed a glimmer of hope through this election. They had lost the majority of their assets, but at least their lives were spared. For the Tylosians, problems solvable with money were not problems at all. Xmoni stood on the balcony, observing the city rapidly regaining its vitality, feeling as though every individual here exuded an irredeemable pragmatism. It was precisely this trait that rendered their cooperation astonishingly high. As long as there was profit to be made and survival at stake, they would kneel before anyone. Days later, an unusual whistling sound echoed from the horizon. It was not the wind, but the thunderous roar produced by some colossal entity tearing through the atmosphere, growing clearer as it approached. The cacophony of Tylos seemed to be throttled by an unseen hand under the pressure emanating from the sky. Merchants ceased their shouting, artisans laid down their tools, and prostitutes leaned out of windows, all gazing skyward, their expressions shifting from confusion to terror. Xmoni's heart raced. It has arrived. He promptly donned his armor and descended the steps of the governor's mansion, followed closely by the 3 quaking Tylosian representatives. Upon reaching the port, the entire city had plunged into an eerie silence. In the sky, a colossal shadow descended slowly, a dragon emanating a black luminescence, swirling chaotic currents around it. The dragon did not land but circled in the air, its molten gold slitted eyes surveying the city below, akin to a deity surveying its dominion. Subsequently, the dragon transformed into a blaze of fire, silently alighting upon the vacant space of the dock. With short black hair and a striking visage, it was Emperor Sheng. His presence seemed to drain the air of all sound and color. A chill surged up Xmoni's spine as he suppressed his awe and knelt on one knee, his voice resonating. "Commander of the Slave-Bane Navy, Xmoni humbly welcomes your majesty." Behind him, the 3 Tylosian representatives, utterly terrified, hastily followed suit, their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold stone ground, not daring to breathe, instinctively adhering to Xmoni's instruction. "Tylos and all its people pledge our loyalty to the great emperor." The noble representative who had offered the most money mustered all his strength to articulate this complete phrase. Sheng did not even cast a glance in their direction. His gaze transcended the crowd, fixated on the recently conquered city, his expression as tranquil as a bottomless abyss. At that moment, Xmoni abruptly raised his hand, signaling his prearranged soldiers among the throng to shout at the top of their lungs, "Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" The first cry echoed starkly in the silent port. Then came the second, the third. Like a fuse ignited, the uproar rapidly spread. Surrounding commoners, initially taken aback, soon recalled the governor's decree and joined in the fervent roar. Conformity served as the ultimate catalyst. When they realized that resistance was futile and obedience was their only path to survival, they poured all their energy into this display of loyalty. Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live the newly born Valyrian Empire! Long live the Dragon King! The cacophony erupted from the port, engulfing all of Tylos. Countless heads emerged from windows, rooftops, and alleyways. They might not fully comprehend what had transpired, but instinct compelled them to partake in this tidal wave of shouting. The volume swelled, growing increasingly synchronized until it coalesced into a torrent capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. This sound was the Tylosians' farewell to the old era and their submission to the new master. In this cacophonous city, they crafted an even greater clamor, employing their most adept means to convey their reverence and fear. Xmoni knelt upon the ground, listening to the deafening cheers resonating through the skies, yet feeling no sense of pride. He understood that the root of it all lay with the serene young man before him. It was he who had taught this greedy and chaotic city the meaning of the Dragon King's order. Chapter 82. The Targaryen Embarrassment. The emissary's request struck the serene surface of King's Landing like a boulder. The news was relayed through layers of communication, ultimately reaching the council chamber of the Red Keep. King Viserys I occupied the Iron Throne, his brow furrowed as he listened to the report from the hand of the king, Otto Hightower. "Your Majesty, the emissaries from the east have arrived, claiming that their emperor shall soon personally grace King's Landing." A profound silence enveloped the council chamber. All the ministers held their breath, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. The Easter Dragon King, a terrifying figure who had swiftly consumed the entirety of the kingdom of the Third Daughter and even captured the fleet of Bravos, was coming to King's Landing. "Let him enter," commanded Viserys, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Moments later, 2 envoys clad in black silk, adorned with a menacing black dragon emblem embroidered in gold thread upon their chests, stepped into the council chamber. They eschewed the formalities characteristic of Westerosi nobility, merely bowing slightly. their demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, as they acknowledged the king seated upon the Iron Throne. The leading envoy spoke with remarkable fluency in the common tongue, announcing our emperor, Lucien, is soon to arrive in King's Landing to discuss the terms of the ransom concerning Prince Daemon Targaryen and the Dragon Riders. Viserys grasped the armrests of the Iron Throne tightly, the cold steel momentarily calming his tumultuous thoughts. He fixed his gaze upon the envoy and posed a question that weighed on everyone's minds. Well, my brother Daemon, how fares he? Prince Daemon is quite well. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern, the envoy replied calmly. His Majesty the Emperor has afforded all captives their due respect. The term due respect struck the ears of the gathered ministers as particularly jarring. After all, this was Daemon Targaryen, the roguish prince who rode the blood-red dragon Caraxes, now reduced to a prisoner in another's grasp. Viserys inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He needed to seize the initiative. I wish to know how you maintain contact with the Emperor so far away in Essos. It was a test. The Ravens took weeks, even months, to deliver messages. If the other side could not communicate promptly, King's Landing would have room to maneuver. However, the envoy's reaction was unexpected. A flicker of peculiar confusion crossed his face, as if Viserys had posed a remarkably naive question. Contact? He echoed, then appeared to recall something, producing an object from within his robes. It was a candle, approximately a foot long, crafted from pure black obsidian, its twisted body resembling a living creature. In the dim light of the council chamber, it emitted an unsettling, profound aura. Of course, we use this, the envoy remarked casually, as though presenting an ordinary stone. Glass candle, exclaimed Grand Maester Runtel, standing beside the king. His wrinkled face drained of color, his cloudy old eyes widened in shock, fixated on the black candle, his body trembling with excitement. He felt as though the scholarly edifice he had built over a lifetime in the Citadel had suddenly been uprooted. A legendary artifact, one that existed only in the most ancient scrolls. A magical creation of Valyrian sorcerers used to communicate thoughts across vast distances. It could truly be used, and yet it was presented so nonchalantly. The envoy regarded the Grand Maester's dismayed expression with increasing perplexity. How could the Targaryens not even know how to utilize a glass candle? Had the noble house of dragons in Westeros fallen so far as to lose even this fragment of Valyrian heritage? In Essos, the tale surrounding Emperor Lucien had long since taken on a mythical quality. People believed that the House of Dragons ought to wield both dragons and magic. It was a matter of natural order. They were entirely unaware that this branch of the Targaryens possessed but a fleeting connection to magic, limited to the erratic dragon dreams. Not only had they never obtained the glass candle, but they also lacked the incantations to command dragons or the dragonhorn itself. The atmosphere in the council chamber became palpably tense. Viserys stared at the candle, then at Runtel's astonished face, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. He finally grasped the magnitude of the entity he was confronting. After dismissing the envoys, the oppressive atmosphere in the council chamber reached its zenith. Viserys waved away all the ministers, leaving only Prime Minister Otto and Grand Maester Runtel. Is it true? The king's voice was somewhat hoarse. Runtel appeared to age a decade in an instant, nodding despondently. Your Majesty, the ancient texts bear no errors. That is indeed a genuine Valyrian glass candle, a lost magic. Otto Hightower's expression was equally grave. Your Majesty, this signifies that the Easter Dragon King possesses the once-lost, authentic Valyrian legacy. Viserys fell into silence. He slowly descended from the Iron Throne, his fingers brushing the cold blade. After a prolonged moment, a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes. This is not a threat, Otto, he stated, but an opportunity. The bloodline of Targaryen cannot rely solely on dragon dreams. We require genuine magic, the lost powers to fortify our sovereignty. If we cultivate a favorable relationship with the Eastern Dragon King, and perhaps even consider a union of our bloodlines, it would ultimately benefit House Targaryen more than it would harm. This king, who had always sought peace and compromise, felt an unprecedented yearning after witnessing the vast disparity in power. Soon, tales of the glass candle's emergence, along with rumors of the newly risen Valyrian Empire in the east possessing lost magical heritage, spread like wildfire throughout the Red Keep. Those lurking in the shadows swiftly conveyed this news, capable of shaking the Seven Kingdoms to every corner of the realm. Beyond the skyline of King's Landing, a dark figure was rapidly enlarging at an almost imperceptible speed. Lucien tore through the air, leaving behind a long trail of sonic boom. The contours of Westeros began to materialize within his sight, just as he prepared to adjust his course towards King's Landing. A peculiar disturbance in the air caught his attention, the trace of another large flying creature stirring the atmosphere. A dragon? Lucien's golden-slit pupils glimmered with interest. He beat his wings, altering his trajectory like a bolt of black lightning, pursuing the source of the disturbance. In mere heartbeats, a vast expanse of azure, sea, came into view. Between sea and sky, a dragon circled gracefully. It was a creature of pearlescent gray, its scales shimmering with a silver sheen under the sun. Though not excessively large, its form exuded an unusual agility. At that moment, it hovered above the waters, seemingly in search of prey. Suddenly, it folded its wings like a silver arrow released from a bow, plunging toward the sea. Splash! The dragon pierced the water with precision, sending up a colossal spray. Moments later, it emerged, clutching a thrashing fish in its sharp claws. Lucien hovered above the clouds, concealing his presence, observing the spectacle with detached interest. His mind rapidly accessed information about the dragons of Westeros. Grey Shadow? A wild dragon residing on Dragonstone. Or perhaps a lesser-known, undocumented dragon? As he contemplated, the small dragon spotted him and promptly veered away in a hasty retreat. This flight pattern suggested it was indeed Grey Shadow. Chapter 83. Arrival at King's Landing. In the chambers of the Red Keep, candle flames flickered. King Viserys rubbed his aching temples, a frown etched upon his face. Magic Alicent. Do you understand? It is not mere legend. It is genuine magic. His voice quivered, betraying a deep-seated fear of the unknown that arose from the very depths of his lineage. He could transform into a dragon, a creature more powerful than any Targaryen dragon. For Targaryens, dragons are flesh and blood. For him, it felt as if he were a monster from myth. Queen Alicent sat at the edge of the bed, gracefully pouring wine for the king, her movements elegant and steady, starkly contrasting with Viserys' anxiety. Echoes of her father Otto Hightower's words reverberated in her mind. Your Majesty, find a way to facilitate a marriage alliance. Aegon or Helena. Regardless of the cost, we must bind this eastern dragon to our bloodline. Alicent extended the wine cup to her husband and softly inquired, Your Majesty, what is the familial situation of this dragon lord from Essos? Does he have any offspring? Viserys accepted the cup and drained its contents, seemingly seeking to numb his nerves with alcohol. He pondered for a moment. The intelligence was scant. It was known that he appeared to be the sole male of his lineage. As for women, it was said that in the slaver-Bay city of Meereen, he had a considerable number of consorts. As Viserys spoke, a peculiar smile suddenly crept across his face, tinged with mockery and an unnameable envy. He also adhered to the ancient Valyrian tradition of polygamy, which starkly contrasts with our vow of monogamy before the Seven. Alicent's heart sank like a stone. Polygamy. The word pierced her like a needle. She thought of her young daughter Helena, whose innocent eyes were filled only with curiosity for insects. She could scarcely fathom her daughter having to share a husband with a multitude of unknown women. Suppressing her unease, Alicent tucked the covers around her husband. Sleep now, Viserys. There will be a solution to everything, she murmured. Yet, as she laid down herself, her worries for her daughter's future coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, plunging her into an uneasy slumber. Outside King's Landing, on the King's Road, Hand of the King Otto Hightower awaited under the blazing sun, accompanied by a gathering of counselors. The emissary from Essos had already announced that their emperor was soon to arrive. The nobles of Westeros exchanged whispers, their expressions laced with a tinge of disdainful arrogance. They were of the Dragoness realm. The Targaryen dragons had ruled the skies for a century. What tempest could a so-called dragon lord from the savage lands of Essos possibly stir? Suddenly, a tiny black emerged on the horizon. That dot magnified at an alarming speed. All present, including Otto, had witnessed the Targaryen dragons before. They had seen the elegant form of Meraxes and the ferocious flight of Vhagar. But they had never encountered such a sight. It was not flight, it was a rending, as if the vast blue canvas of the sky had been forcibly torn asunder by an invisible giant scissors. The black silhouette, accompanied by a piercing shriek, charged towards them with an almost imperceptible velocity. By the Seven, a minister gasped in a pitched voice. As the dragon approached, the color of the entire sky transformed. The clear blue was swiftly engulfed by leaden gray clouds, and a tempest arose without warning, causing the nobles' fine garments to billow and rendering them nearly unsteady. Within the city of King's Landing, countless commoners looked up in terror. This was nothing like the Targaryen dragons they had previously known, over 70 meters in length. Its wingspan nearly obscured half of the city. The jet-black scales reflected a metallic sheen beneath the storm clouds, and each flap of its wings produced a thunderous roar and a hurricane strong enough to uproot rooftops. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Children screamed in terror, while adults turned ashen, kneeling to pray to the Seven. Otto Hightower clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. His complexion was as pale as parchment. In that moment, he truly comprehended the fear that resided within King Viserys. This was no earthly creature. It was a divine retribution walking amongst them. Just as everyone believed the colossal dragon would crash to the ground, its immense form abruptly halted in midair. In the next instant, the black dragon transformed into a blazing inferno, like a meteor, trailing a long tail of flame as it plummeted directly towards the ground before Otto. Boom! The shockwave exploded, toppling the surrounding guards and ministers. Otto shielded his face with his arm, pushed backward by the force, stumbling awkwardly. As the flames dissipated, a tall man clad in an opulent black and gold robe stood calmly in the center of the charred earth. He was statuesque handsome, with calm brown eyes that radiated disdain for the mundane. The emissary from Essos scrambled forward, prostrating himself in the most humble manner. "All hail, our emperor!" His voice trembled with excitement. It was then that Otto, as if awakening from a dream, hastily straightened his disheveled robes and, along with the startled ministers behind him, deeply bowed. "We welcome your majesty to King's Landing." His voice was dry and hoarse. With the arrival of the man, the storm clouds and tempests that had enveloped King's Landing seemed to dissipate as if commanded, vanishing within mere breaths. The sky was restored to its azure brilliance, as though the apocalyptic scene had been naught but a mirage. Otto Hightower lifted his head, gazing at the man before him, cold sweat soaking his back. He understood that the heavens of Westeros were about to change. "Please, follow me, your majesty. The king has been awaiting your arrival at the Red Keep." Otto forced a smile, more grotesque than a grimace, as he respectfully led the way. Behind him trailed the silence of the fearful nobility of Westeros. In the throne room of the Red Keep, King Viserys, and all his family members were present. Viserys, adorned in his most elaborate court attire, sat upon the iron throne, yet his knuckles turned white from gripping the armrests, betraying his inner tension. The crown princess Rhaenyra stood at his side, her silver hair meticulously arranged, her expression grave. Her husband, Prince Laenor Velaryon, appeared anxious, glancing repeatedly toward the entrance, his hands unconsciously wringing together. His close friend, Ser Joffrey, stood beside him, murmuring reassurances. Between Laenor and Rhaenyra, an unintentional distance was marked by Ser Joffrey's presence, rendering them estranged and unfamiliar. On the opposite side of the throne, a wet nurse cradled two young children. Prince Aegon curiously gnawed on his fingers, while Princess Helena silently observed a butterfly perched on the windowsill. They remained oblivious to the fact that their lives were about to be swept into a great vortex that would determine the fate of the kingdom. The surrounding servants held their breath. The king's guards' hands rested on their sword hilts, resembling white statues. The atmosphere within the throne room was stifling, akin to the eerie calm before storm. Everyone understood that it was not merely a king from Essos who had arrived today, but a figure capable of effortlessly capturing 3 full-grown dragons and obliterating the Braavosi fleet, a terrifying entity. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated from beyond the heavy oak doors, drawing closer and closer. The hearts of all within the hall leapt into their throats. Viserys instinctively straightened his back, attempting to project the last vestiges of Targaryen authority. Creak! The massive doors slowly swung open. A tall, dark figure appeared in the doorway. Chapter 84. Viserys Demands and Promises. In the throne room of the Red Keep, torches cast flickering shadows against the walls. The heavy oak doors creaked open, revealing a tall figure clad in a sleek black silhouette stepping into the hall. The newcomer sported a neat head of black hair, handsome features, and a tall, imposing stature, each step exuding an invisible pressure. King Viserys Targaryen, slightly portly, narrowed his eyes. Though he had never seen the man before, he instantly recognized his identity. "Welcome to King's Landing, Dragon Lord of Essos." Laenor, Viserys' voice reverberated through the expansive hall, imbued with a deliberate air of authority. Laenor raised his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the ruler of Westeros before settling on the royal family beside him. His gaze remained utterly unperturbed, as tranquil as that of a strategist surveying a game of chess whose outcome he already knew. Viserys descended the lofty steps of the throne with his family, closely followed by several white cloaks of the Kingsguard, their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their swords, muscles taut with tension. The hand of the king, Otto Hightower, stood nearby, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixating on Lucien, as if seeking to detect any hint of hostility emanating from him. The atmosphere in the grand hall hung heavy with tension. They all understood that the man before them was none other than the Eastern Dragon King, who had unleashed a bloody tempest in Essos and effortlessly captured 3 dragons. Should he unleash his wrath, the Red Keep would run red with blood. "Greetings to you, Targaryen Dragon King." Lucien offered a slight nod in return, his tone calm and unruffled, neither humble nor arrogant. Viserys approached Lucien, suppressing the tumult within him, forcing a smile as he began to introduce his family. "This is my queen, Alicent Hightower." Queen Alicent bowed slightly, her eyes brimming with vigilance and scrutiny. "My eldest daughter, the heir to the realm, Princess Rhaenyra." Rhaenyra, adorned in an opulent gown of black and red, the Targaryen dragon's sigil glimmering upon her chest, lifted her chin defiantly, her violet eyes flickering with both challenge and curiosity. She had encountered countless suitors, but had never laid eyes upon a man so inscrutable. "And my eldest son, Aegon." The young Aegon was cradled in a maid's arms, gazing timidly at the unfamiliar man. "Lastly, my newborn daughter, Helena." The swaddled Helena slept peacefully, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around her. Lucien acknowledged each of them with a nod, his gaze lingering on Rhaenyra a moment longer. The light of the realm? She was indeed a beauty. Albeit not particularly astute, a fleeting thought crossed his mind before he diverted his gaze. Viserys' eyes remained fixed on Lucien, and after a brief silence, he spoke gravely. "I believe there are matters between us that require a private conversation." Otto Hightower's expression shifted, as if he wished to dissuade this course of action. Lucien raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. So soon into the heart of the matter? He regarded the complex emotions in Viserys' eyes, fear, hope, and determination intertwined, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Of course, Viserys. Once the ceremonial greetings had concluded, the atmosphere in a secluded chamber of the Red Keep was far more oppressive than that of the throne room. Viserys dismissed all others, leaving only himself and Lucien, personally guiding him to a magnificent stone model. The model was exquisitely crafted, depicting an ancient city of staggering grandeur, with countless spires reaching for the heavens. Its architectural style imbued with an enchanting and majestic beauty. "This is Valyria." Viserys' voice carried a fervent reverence as he reached out, his fingertips nearly grazing the minuscule towers. "I have devoted my life to restoring our ancestral homeland based on ancient records. A collector of curiosities, why bring me here?" Lucien silently scoffed, though his countenance remained impassive. "Lucien," Viserys enunciated the name as if it were foreign to him. "Our 2 houses are the last remaining bloodlines of dragon lords in this world. We stand above all, our power and glory stemming from this heritage." He turned, his violet eyes fixated on Lucien, his tone imbued with sincerity. "The Targaryen family seeks nothing more than to uphold the will of our ancestor, Conqueror Aegon, and to govern the 7 kingdoms of Westeros in peace." Lucien regarded him with a hint of amusement. "Prince Daemon, along with the dragon riders of House Valyria, have sought to thwart my conquest," he stated calmly, which hardly suggests a desire for stability. Viserys' cheeks twitched, unable to refute the blunt accusation. "I concede that was a mistake." He inhaled deeply, his tone heavy, but it was not the will of the Iron Throne. "Daemon's recklessness and the Valyrians' avarice have inflicted losses upon your empire and brought shame to the Targaryens. I am willing to pay reparations and compensate for all damages." Lucien observed the king, sensing the sincerity in his words, alongside a deeper-seated fear beneath that sincerity. "Very well," Lucien replied succinctly. "I can release the 3 dragon riders. The specific details will be relayed by the treasurer escorting them." Upon hearing this, Viserys' taut form visibly relaxed, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but then posed a question that took Lucien by surprise. "As the last 2 Dragonlord families in existence, would you be willing to ally with House Targaryen through marriage to mend our rift and secure a shared future?" The unexpected turn left Lucien momentarily stunned. He regarded Viserys as one might a gambler risking everything. "Princess Rhaenyra is already betrothed," Lucien reminded him lightly. "And as for Princess Helena, she has just been born." No. Viserys' smile bore a hint of malevolent satisfaction. "The Valyrians have brought immeasurable losses upon the realm. They nearly cost the Targaryens 3 dragons and have utterly disgraced the royal family. They are no longer worthy of an alliance with a Targaryen princess." The usually mild-mannered king now burned with a fierce resolve in his eyes. To quell external threats, he was prepared to sever the betrothal with Westeros' former strongest vassals. Lucien scrutinized him, his gaze sharpening. "Are you certain?" "I am unequivocally certain," Viserys declared with conviction. "Rhaenyra's children shall inherit the Iron Throne. This is my promise to her, and to the entire kingdom." And then, Lucien stepped forward, the invisible pressure causing Viserys to momentarily falter in breath. What will you demand in exchange for a throne? A glint of shrewdness flickered in Viserys' eyes. This was his final gambit as king. You may have many children with Rhaenyra, he lowered his voice. But the one who inherits the Iron Throne must bear the Targaryen name. To secure an alliance with a dragon lord of overwhelming power while fulfilling his promise to his daughter, Viserys felt he had struck a lucrative deal. Lucien regarded him, nearly bursting into laughter. He held no interest in the Iron Throne and cared little for Viserys' demands. All he desired was an opportunity to influence Westeros. This was the battleground foretold in prophecy, a realm of ice and fire, where he needed to lay as many foundations as possible. Viserys' proposal was precisely what he sought. I accept your terms. Lucien responded without hesitation. These few words, seemingly light as a feather, bore the weight of an avalanche, instantly shattering all of Viserys' apprehensions. A relieved smile spread across the king's face as he began to engage Lucien in enthusiastic conversation, reminiscing about the splendor of ancient Valyria and envisioning the promising future of cooperation between the two Dragon Lord families. Lucien listened calmly, occasionally interjecting with an agreeable remark. He understood that the moment he nodded in agreement, the skies over Westeros had irrevocably changed. A true Dragon Lord would now overshadow the many nobles and factions, rather than a half-hearted Targaryen. Time slipped away, and a gentle knock echoed at the chamber door. Queen Alicent's voice resonated from beyond, laced with just the right measure of respect and reminder. Your Grace, the guests are awaiting your presence. Chapter 85. The Helpless Lannister. The long table in the throne room was laden with roasted meats and sweet wine. The golden candlelight illuminated the duplicitous smiles of the nobles, while the air was thick with the greasy scent of spices and flattery. The banquet had commenced. For Lucien, this feast was excruciatingly dull. The great lords of Westeros, like flies drawn to the scent of blood, incessantly sought opportunities to swarm around him, exchanging a few insipid compliments. He sat quietly beside the king, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against the gilded wine goblet, each delicate sound causing the surrounding nobles to flinch. Laenor Velaryon was restless, his gaze repeatedly drifting towards the raven-haired man before him. Each encounter with those fathomless brown eyes felt like the chill of a blade grazing his skin. Cold sweat soaking the collar of his finery. His father, his mother, his sister, the future of House Velaryon, all rested precariously within that man's grasp. Sir Joffrey whispered urgent words into his ear, yet those utterances faded into a muddled hum. Finally, Laenor inhaled deeply and rose from his seat. He held the wine goblet with a tremor in his hands as he navigated through the crowd, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton. All eyes instantly focused on him, laden with scrutiny, pity, and schadenfreude. At last, he stood before Lena. Your Majesty, Laenor's voice was hoarse. He struggled to swallow, forcing his throat to produce coherent syllables. I wish to inquire about my family, he stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Lena did not even glance up at him, merely draining the contents of his cup before placing it down with a sharp clink. The terms have already been negotiated. Lena's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. King Viserys will redeem your kin, Daemon, Rhaenys, and your sister Lena. Laenor's heart plummeted. He keenly noted that Lena had conspicuously omitted any mention of his father, Lord Corlys Velaryon. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Well, my father, Lord Corlys, he pressed, his voice sharpening with fear. At that moment, a gentle hand rested on his arm. Laenor, Rhaenyra's voice emerged, calm yet resolute. She had somehow positioned herself beside him, halting his impending words. His Majesty has traveled far. We ought to toast to him rather than disturb him with matters that have already been settled, Rhaenyra proclaimed, raising her goblet towards Lena, a perfectly measured smile gracing her features. Laenor looked at Rhaenyra. His lips moved, but under her steady gaze, he resignedly closed his mouth. Long before Lena's arrival in King's Landing, Viserys had engaged in an extensive conversation with Rhaenyra within his study. The king had disclosed his decisions and all his visions for the family's future to his most cherished daughter. Rhaenyra listened in silence, having long since been disillusioned by Laenor. This political union had brought her nothing but oppression and alienation. Now, a more formidable dragon lord, bearing the ancient blood of Valyria, had appeared. Though her father's decision felt awkward, it also presented a glimmer of hope for breaking free from her shackles. Ultimately, she acquiesced. In that moment at the banquet, Rhaenyra deliberately approached Lena. This was her first genuine interaction with a man who had conquered half of Essos. She sought to find a topic to maintain her dignity and pride as the heir to the kingdom. Yet, Lena's presence evoked only two sentiments within her: disdain, and indifference. He merely clinked glasses with her in a perfunctory manner, his gaze seemingly piercing through her to distant horizons. This sensation left Rhaenyra profoundly unsettled. Until now, she had always treated those who sought to ascend her with such an attitude. She had never envisioned a day where she would find herself in the position of being looked down upon. The man before her, in terms of status, power, and personal prowess, held an overwhelming advantage over her. I have heard that in ancient Valyria, the Dragon Lord families maintained the tradition of polygamy. Rhaenyra forced herself to speak, her voice tightening. Lena finally shifted his gaze back to her face. His expression was calm, yet it made Rhaenyra feel utterly exposed, as if he had seen through her very soul. It is the sole choice to ensure the continuation of the Dragon Lord bloodline and the prosperity of the population. Lena replied matter-of-factly. But the teachings of the Seven. Rhaenyra, a devout follower of the Seven, instinctively felt a surge of resistance. A faint, almost mocking smile tugged at the corners of Lena's mouth. "Look at your Targaryen family," he remarked, his voice low yet striking like a hammer upon Rhaenyra's heart. "After ruling the Iron Throne for over a century, how many remain? How many dragons, bereft of masters, now circle aimlessly above Dragonstone?" Rhaenyra found herself at a loss for words. Each syllable felt like a needle, pricking at her proud lineage. She vaguely sensed the truth in his words. The dwindling numbers of the Targaryens were an irrefutable reality. Yet, the education and beliefs instilled in her since childhood prevented her from accepting such a barbaric tradition with ease. Observing the turmoil etched upon her face, Lena chuckled softly. How can a dragon lord, who fancies himself a divine being among mortals, allow the gods of men to stymie the progress of his family? This statement resonated within Rhaenyra's mind like thunder. Indeed, the Dragon Lord was in essence a god. Watching his daughter finally engage in conversation with Lena, King Viserys sighed deeply from a distance. A sense of long-awaited, genuine contentment graced his aged visage. He felt he had made the right choice. Introducing a new, more potent Dragon Lord bloodline provided an unassailable safeguard for the family's future. Most importantly, his daughter's marriage, and the inheritance of his kingdom's future would no longer be entrusted to a swordsman he deemed unworthy. The banquet concluded, and, on the following day, Lena departed the Red Keep, accompanied personally by Rhaenyra, en route to the Dragon Pit. He sought to behold Rhaenyra's yellow dragon, Syrax. Meanwhile, after their departure, an urgent council convened in another hall of the Red Keep. King Viserys sat at the head of the table, his expression grim. Laenor Velaryon was summoned. Standing solitary in the center of the room, subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of the king and his counselors. Laenor, Viserys' voice was cold, devoid of any warmth from days past. "I hereby officially inform you that your betrothal to Princess Rhaenyra is null and void from this day forth." Laenor's body swayed slightly. Although he held no affection for the engagement, it bore significant implications for the dignity and future of House Velaryon. "Your Majesty, this is against protocol. The betrothal was established by your own hand. The entire realm is aware," he attempted to argue. "Protocol?" Viserys slammed his hand on the table, fury rising from his pallid face. "Did Corlys Velaryon consult you on protocol when he rashly instigated a war with the Eastern Empire, dragging House Targaryen into the mire?" The king's voice echoed in the chamber, laden with long-suppressed rage. "Because of his foolishness and arrogance, the royal family has lost 3 dragons. 3 dragon riders have been reduced to captives. This is the gravest affront to Targaryen honor." Viserys rose, looking down at the pale-faced Laenor. "This time, the Velaryon family must provide sufficient reparations to compensate for the royal losses. As for the betrothal to the royal family, you are no longer worthy. It is henceforth annulled." The final 4 words were delivered with absolute finality, like a heavy hammer shattering the Velaryon family's aspirations of securing the Iron Throne through bloodline. Chapter 86. The Dragon Pit. On the way to the Dragon Pit, Lena felt an urge to voice his frustrations. The genius who designed King's Landing must have had their wits severely compromised. How could the Red Keep and the Dragon Pit be situated so far apart? It was as though inefficiency was inscribed upon the very blueprint of the city. Each time one wishes to ride a dragon, they must first embark on a lengthy journey atop a horse. Should an urgent battle arise, by the time the dragon rider locates their dragon, it would be too late. A collective of fools, Sheng thought to himself without reservation. Princess Rhaenyra, mounted on her steed, turned to glance at the silent man beside her. She sensed his apparent disinterest in the grandeur of King's Landing, overshadowed instead by an unnameable scrutiny and disdain. This notion unsettled her, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and merely quickened her pace. Before long, a colossal structure, blackened by smoke and fire, loomed before them. The Dragon Pit, once the Hall of Dreams, it was erected in memory of Queen Rhaenys, who perished in Dorne. It was only after the merciless Maegor rode his great dragon, Valyrian, the Black Dread, and reduced the place to ashes that this prison for dragons was constructed upon the ruins. As they approached, a potent aroma, mingling sulfur, charred wood, and the scent of a vast creature assailed their senses. The numerous dragon keepers stationed at the entrance immediately heightened their vigilance. Most of these individuals bore diluted Valyrian blood, many being bastards sired by the Targaryen royalty. While they could not tame the dragons, the beasts typically refrained from harming them, due to the kinship of blood. Attending to the dragon's needs was their lifelong duty. Upon sighting Princess Rhaenyra, the dragon keepers knelt in reverence, but the moment they beheld Sheng, their expressions transformed into wary hostility. Swiftly converging to form a near encirclement. "Stand down," Rhaenyra commanded, her voice cold and authoritative. "This is His Majesty, the Emperor from Essos, a guest of House Targaryen, sent by my father to tour the Dragon Pit." At the mention of King Viserys' decree, the majority of the Dragon Keeper's animosity dissipated, and they retreated. However, the lead young Dragon Keeper remained, his eyes still filled with profound suspicion. He scrutinized Sheng, noting the absence of any Targaryen traits, silver hair and purple eyes. Yet he felt an almost suffocating pressure emanating from the man, as if it were rooted deep within his bloodline. He gestured for only the two most formidable young Dragon Keepers to remain, while he trailed closely behind the princess and Sheng, matching their pace. As they stepped through the vast archway of the Dragon Pit, the light dimmed considerably. Sheng's brow furrowed deeper. In his perception, the design of this Dragon Pit was exceedingly foolish, oppressive, and confining. It was not a sanctuary for dragons, but rather a meticulously crafted prison. The air was saturated with a chaotic, stifling magical aura, perpetually hindering the growth of its inhabitants. The dragons dwelling here were akin to oak trees confined within small pots, forever unable to reach their full potential. It was no wonder that each generation of Targaryen dragons grew smaller. Raised in such an environment, it was a miracle they did not devolve altogether. Sheng mused with a cold smirk. "Your Majesty, this is the Dragon Pit." Rhaenyra spoke, her tone laced with a subtle pride. "Currently, 3 dragons reside here." She continued with her introduction. "The one at the farthest end is Dreamfire, formerly ridden by Queen Rhaena. It is entirely blue and exceptionally beautiful. It is now without a rider. Another is Sea Smoke, the steed of Laenor Velaryon, a nimble silver-gray dragon. And then there is my Syrax." At the mention of her dragon, Rhaenyra's tone softened noticeably. "She is a yellow dragon, whom I tamed when I was 7 years old. Under the guidance of the young Dragon Keeper, they arrived at a relatively spacious cavern." Rhaenyra emitted several distinctive whistles. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A massive yellow head emerged first, its molten gold eyes glimmering in the dim light. Syrax. Upon spotting Rhaenyra, the dragon let out a low growl of affection, leaning its enormous head toward her, allowing her to caress the rough yet warm scales of its neck. After soothing her mount, Rhaenyra turned to showcase her prideful companion to Sheng. It was at this moment that Syrax's gaze finally fell upon him. In an instant, the dragon froze. A wave of confusion washed over it. An overwhelmingly potent and pure scent of bloodline, akin to a colossal magnet, irresistibly drew it closer. It was the supreme authority of its kind, a presence at the pinnacle of blood, instinctively compelling it to approach and submit. Yet, it already had a rider. This conflict rendered Syrax restless as it flicked its tail anxiously, emitting a perplexed rumble from its throat, while Syrax was captivated by Sheng's bloodline. A slumbering blue dragon in the depths of the Dragon Pit abruptly opened its eyes. Dreamfire, a powerful aura, resonant with its very soul, pierced through layers of rock, clearly reaching its consciousness. It was a source of blood that was strong, free, and filled with boundless potential. It craved a night, but more so, it yearned for a night worthy of its majesty. A roar, unable to be contained, erupted from the depths, laced with a sense of longing and agitation. The entire Dragon Pit trembled, dust cascading from the ceiling. The elder Dragon Keeper's expression shifted dramatically, hastily explaining, "Your Majesty, Princess, it is Dreamfire. It may have merely had a nightmare." Following the roar, Dreamfire's massive form rolled over, burying its head beneath its wings. It did not require a night at that moment, but it would remember that bloodline. From another entrance, a silver-gray dragon head cautiously emerged, curiously observing the source of the commotion. Sea Smoke, Laenor's steed. Sheng seemed to sense something. Turning his gaze toward that direction, His look was calm, yet bore an almost tangible weight. Whoosh! Sea smoke, akin to a startled rabbit, swiftly retracted its head, its enormous body creating a cacophony of chaos within the narrow cavern, the sound reverberating throughout the dragon pit. Outside the entrance, an eerie silence fell. Rhaenyra, witnessing this dramatic spectacle, opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Her Syrax continued to growl anxiously in place. Dreamfire had just roared, and sea smoke had hidden away in fright. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her astonishment and proposed, "Your Majesty, shall we ascend into the skies?" She yearned to witness firsthand whether the rumors of this man, transforming into a dragon, were true. Very well. Lu Sheng's response was succinct and unequivocal. Amidst the awe-stricken gazes of the dragon keepers, Rhaenyra nimbly mounted Syrax's back. The dragon unfurled its wings and flapped them vigorously. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind whipped up dust, making it difficult to see. The yellow dragon burst forth from the vast archway of the dragon pit, soaring into the clouds, circling above King's Landing. Seated atop the dragon saddle, Rhaenyra glanced back toward the dragon pit, her heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. The entrance behind her remained tranquil. Could the rumors be false? Just as this thought flickered in her mind, a thunderous explosion, far more terrifying than any thunderclap, erupted from within the dragon pit. A visible wave of fire and shockwave surged violently from the entrance of the dragon pit. On the ground, the seasoned dragon keepers were toppled by the blast, rolling and scrambling as they gazed in horror at the inferno. Amidst the rising flames, a colossal shadow, despairingly immense, ascended into the sky. It was a dragon of purest black. Its length exceeded 70 meters, its wingspan nearly overshadowing half the sky. Its scales absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Surrounded by chaotic currents, its molten gold slit pupils coldly surveyed the diminutive King's Landing, as if a deity gazing down upon its plaything. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. Roar! The roar resonated devoid of any emotion, yet it encapsulated an absolute authority and power capable of overwhelming all. Within the Red Keep, all members of House Targaryen burst forth from their chambers, gazing in astonishment at the heavens. In the sky, Rhaenyra's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Below her, Syrax emitted a mournful cry, its flight becoming unsteady, a manifestation of primal fear and submission rooted deep within its bloodline. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon's lair, Vhagar, which had just retreated into its cave, now stood rigid, sensing the terrifying draconic presence akin to a divine being descending upon them, rendering it devoid of the courage to move. In a frantic moment, it spun around and fled deeper into the darkness of the cave, desperate to distance itself from that horrifying entity. Chapter 87, A New Nexus. The golden dragon unfurled its massive wings in the sky. Each beat of Syrax's wings was marked by elegance and poise, carrying its master, the heir to the kingdom, Rhaenyra Targaryen, in a perfect arc above King's Landing. Rhaenyra gazed down at the diminishing silhouette of the Red Keep, her visage radiant with confidence and pride. Not far from her, a colossal black dragon, surpassing Syrax in size, hovered in an almost eerily graceful manner. It did not flap its wings. Those vast, shadowy appendages merely spread wide, as if wielding dominion over the skies. Invisible currents swirled around it, coalescing into a stable force field that effortlessly buoyed its immense form, allowing it to glide alongside Syrax with ease. This exquisite mastery of power cast a subtle shadow over Rhaenyra's pride as a dragon rider. Behold, this is Syrax's speed. As they soared beyond the walls of King's Landing, Rhaenyra could not restrain herself from speaking, attempting to shatter the silence, as if to declare her sovereignty. Laenor did not respond. He maintained a tranquil glide, his molten gold slit pupils indifferent as they gazed ahead. To him, Syrax's flight resembled a leisurely stroll, painfully slow. Were it not for the need to accommodate his nominal fiancée beside him, he would have already torn through the sky, reaching their destination. The air flowed in silence, each second stretching interminably. Rhaenyra's smile began to falter. She sensed the aura emanating from the black dragon beside her, not impatience, but a pure, lofty indifference, as if merely flying alongside her was an act of condescension. At long last, Laenor's patience evaporated. "Where's the goddess I?" A deep, monumental voice resonated, not through the air, but directly exploding within Rhaenyra's mind. The voice bore a metallic rasp and the weight of ancient stone, each syllable imbued with an authority potent enough to send shivers through the soul. Rhaenyra froze, her mind momentarily blank. It was the first time she had heard him speak in the form of a dragon. This transcended the realm of mere mortals, echoing more like a deity's whisper. Syrax beneath her emitted a distressed hiss, its flight path momentarily disrupted. It sensed the absolute suppression emanating from the pinnacle of its bloodline, a fear etched deep within its very genes. There, over there, Rhaenyra instinctively raised her arm, pointing towards the horizon in the northwest. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a cold voice interrupted, steady. In the next instant, the world around Rhaenyra became a blur. Laenor relinquished his restraint. A tempestuous current erupted violently around him, forming a colossal, invisible vortex. This force ensnared the considerably smaller Syrax, as if an unseen hand had grasped it firmly. Boom! The sonic boom shattered the sky, blooming like a magnificent white lotus. The two dragons transformed into a streak of interwoven black and gold, hurtling towards the goddess eye at an unimaginable speed. Rhaenyra's scream was instantly torn from her throat by the furious winds, not allowing a single complete syllable to escape. The terrifying overload pressed her mercilessly against the saddle, her bones creaking in protest. The wind transformed from a gentle caress into a flurry of razor-sharp blades, mercilessly slicing against her skin. Had it not been for the protection of the saddle and the layer of airflow Laenor deliberately maintained, she might have been stripped of flesh in an instant. Beneath her, Syrax emitted a wail of pure terror. Its proud speed, in the face of this overwhelming force, felt fragile as a child's toy. It could not even control its wings, being dragged helplessly by the terrifying current, like a stone flung from a catapult. The sky was torn open, a long gash marring its expanse. The clouds before them were as fragile as parchment, easily pierced. In Rhaenyra's vision, nearly obscured by the crushing pressure, a vast lake, reminiscent of an inland sea, rapidly expanded. Volantis, a colossal tower, constructed entirely of black stone, stood like a silent giant at the city's center, piercing the heavens. This was the magical relay station established at the behest of His Majesty the Emperor. At the summit, the final artisans delicately placed a massive black obsidian sphere, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, into a preordained recess. Under the sunlight, the obsidian seemed to absorb all light, profound as the cosmos itself. This artifact had been fashioned by the Emperor's own hand. Below the tower, the two governors of the Lion and Tiger factions, along with dozens of ancient noble bloodlines from the Black Wall, observed with solemn expressions. In their eyes mingled reverence, anticipation, and a hint of undeniable dread. As the massive obsidian sphere fitted perfectly onto the tower's apex, all the artisans swiftly retreated, leaving only the most senior craftsman, trembling as he cradled the twisted, softly glowing black candle, the glass candle, following the method left by His Majesty Laenor. He positioned the glass candle before the obsidian sphere upon a specific rune and attempted to ignite it using his mental energy. An invisible wave radiated from the Black Tower, sweeping across the entire city in a thunderous rush. In that instant, all of Volantis, from the most esteemed governor within the Black Wall to the slaves hauling cargo at the docks, halted their tasks, instinctively lifting their heads. They felt a grand, cold presence, akin to divine will, sweeping over their souls. This presence bore no emotion, yet commanded an undeniable order and majesty. At the horizon's edge, they seemed to glimpse molten gold eyes spanning the heavens, coldly surveying the city before gradually fading away. Your Majesty, the governor of the Lion faction murmured, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees. Following suit, all nobles, soldiers, and commoners knelt in droves, foreheads pressed to the ground, expressing their utmost subservience towards the Black Tower. In a corner of the crowd, a small troop of bards, having just arrived in Volantis, sparkled with fervent light in their eyes. They were hired by the Unsullied of Meereen. Did you hear? This is a miracle, the leading bard exclaimed to those beside him, his voice trembling with excitement. This is our Emperor, the one true deity bestowing his grace. Go forth, spread his glory. Tell these mortals who has granted them order and rebirth. For His Majesty, for the Empire. The bards immediately dispersed, melding into the throngs still awestruck by the divine presence. They began to chant in the most reverent and compelling tones, reciting pre-prepared verses that spoke of the Emperor who embodied the Black Dragon, how he had raised the kingdom of the Three Daughters with a thunderous force, and how he had bestowed freedom and dignity upon the Unsullied. Their doctrine was simple: worship the Emperor and bask in tranquility. After all, for every 100 followers cultivated, they are rewarded with a heavy gold coin from the innocents. In a monstrous city of Materis, Alan paused abruptly while surveying the blueprints beside a colossal construction site. He raised his head, a flicker of understanding gleaming in his obsidian eyes. Volantis? Has the connection node been established? How dreadfully slow. He could distinctly sense the vast network of magical energy centered around his majesty, now illuminated by an additional vibrant node. Mortals, revel in the grace bestowed by his majesty. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Alan's lips as he resumed his scrutiny of the plans. Beside him, the foundational outline of a magnificent academy had already been erected. The obsidian transported from Volantis had been hewn into massive blocks, forming an unassailable foundation and walls for the academy. What remained was merely simple decoration, along with the carving of statues of his majesty or his formidable dragon form at key locations. Not far away, the chosen children sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, engaged in the most rudimentary training of magical perception under the guidance of several assistants. The air, suffused with the order magic of his majesty, was subtly altering their very essence. In another heavily guarded courtyard, the selected pregnant women were receiving the utmost care. They were daily arranged near the prototype of the relay station to receive the purest flow of magic, ensuring the fetuses could develop in the most pristine environment. Alan's plan was clear and resolute. Once the first batch of children learned to wield glass candles, he would lead them down the path known as the Demon Road, the Valyria Avenue. This ancient road had been severely ravaged by the cataclysm of Valyria, isolating Westeros from the world. But soon, all would change. The children would harness the power of his majesty through the glass candles to cast the most fundamental fire magic. That flame would reforge and mend the shattered black stone pavement. The main thoroughfare from Westeros to the heart of the Empire must be opened. This monstrous city would, under his guidance, become the Empire's sharpest magical blade. Chapter 88. The Forest Children of the Thousand-Faced Isle. The air of the island in the heart of the lake was thick with a musty dampness. Syric's heavy form thudded onto the soft earth, folding its wings and unusually falling silent, its golden vertical pupils filled with vigilance and unease. The overwhelming sensation from the incredible speed had yet to fully dissipate from Rhaenyra's body. Her complexion pale, she staggered down from the dragon's back, her stomach churning violently. This was the god Si Lake, the tragic ground of House Targaryen. Maegor had slain his own nephew, riding the Silver Flashier. And in the future of the original timeline, Daemon and Aemond would also meet their end here, riding dragons into the abyss of the unfathomable waters. The black dragon dissipated into motes of light, reverting to human form. He closed his eyes, an immense perception unfurling like mercury, instantly enveloping the entire island known as the Thousand-Faced Isle. Within his awareness, an ancient and obscure power lay hidden deep within the island, starkly different from any place on the continent of Westeros. At the same time, there were exceedingly faint life signals, akin to squirrels leaping through the woods, yet imbued with a spark of nascent intelligence. The Forest Children? Could I possibly find the so-called Green Seer? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Sheng's mind. Just as he prepared to exert his power to unearth those concealed little beings, a subtle sensation of being observed, akin to a spider's silk, settled upon him. This probing sensation bore an evaluative quality, as if appraising an object never before seen. A cold smile crept upon Lu Sheng's lips. He abruptly opened his eyes, his formerly brown pupils transforming into a resplendent molten gold. Unaware of their peril, he whispered. A torrent of power, potent enough to warp space, surged towards the source of the probing sensation, like an invisible hammer striking back with ferocity. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Thousand-Faced Isle. In the previously empty sky, something seemed to be forcibly expelled from the void. A pitch-black crow with 3 eyes, enveloped in black smoke, plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, convulsing twice before falling silent. Rhaenyra, having just regained her composure, approached Lu Sheng and witnessed this scene, covering her mouth, her violet eyes wide with horror. A 3-eyed crow? Lu Sheng did not spare a glance at the crow's lifeless form. Instead, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A gust of invisible air transformed into 4 colossal hands within the forest, and several panicked screams echoed from deeper within, followed by 4 diminutive figures being yanked uncontrollably from the underbrush, suspended in midair. What is this? Rhaenyra's voice trembled, for she had never encountered such peculiar beings. They stood no taller than children, their skin mottled green like moss, with enormous eyes glimmering with golden light. They were clad in rudimentary garments woven from leaves and vines, wielding weapons crafted from polished obsidian. The Forest Children, Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The indigenous people of Westeros. The 4 Forest Children, ensnared by the air currents, were in a state of panic, emitting a flurry of rapid sounds. To Rhaenyra's ears, their voices resembled melodious birdsong, enchanting yet entirely incomprehensible. Yet Lu Sheng comprehended every word. These little beings were communicating in their ancient tongue, their speech laden with fear. Is he going to kill us? We cannot speak their language. He killed that crow. They were apprehensive that the incomprehensibly powerful human might erase them from existence due to their linguistic inadequacy. A faint smile graced Lu Sheng's lips as he pondered briefly. The next moment, an equally ancient and melodic ballad flowed from his lips. The sound, unlike anything produced by human throats, carried the rhythm of nature, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through the forest or the clear sound of a stream trickling over pebbles. Rhaenyra gazed at Lu Sheng in astonishment, sensing her understanding being utterly upended. This man, capable of transforming into a colossal dragon, could also articulate a language thought to exist only in myth. The four forest children, struck as if by lightning, were rendered completely dazed. Their golden eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lu Sheng. Is he under the control of our kin? One of the forest children, brandishing an obsidian spear, stammered, his voice tinged with doubt. Impossible. Another forest child, slinging a small bough of fishbone, immediately countered, seemingly the leader among them. We have no ability to control humans through shape-shifting. Moreover, he is greeting us. Let's respond with courtesy. With that, the bow-bearing forest child bowed first, replying to Lu Sheng's greeting in the same melodic song. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit, bowing as well. The binding air currents quietly dissipated, and the four forest children alighted lightly upon the ground, yet they dared not move an inch. Gazing at Lu Sheng with reverence. Without further ado, Lu Sheng directly inquired about the green seer in their tongue. Upon hearing this question, the four forest children exchanged glances, a look of bewilderment crossing their faces. The bow-bearing forest child, their leader, stepped forward respectfully and replied, Great One, we do not know where the green seer you speak of resides. Since the construction of that cursed city of black stone, we have not departed from this island. He paused, a note of sorrow lacing his voice. We have severed all ties with our kin beyond the wall. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. Are you not able to communicate through the fishline moon? Or through the so-called green dreams of the Green Prophet? We cannot. The chief shook his head, a flicker of profound hatred gleaming in his golden eyes. Hellenberg, that foolish human known as Black-Hearted Helen, built that cursed fortress with the blood and wails of countless souls, and the thousands of felled fishline. From that day forth, a powerful and malevolent curse enveloped everything surrounding Hellenberg. Here on this thousand-faced isle, we can barely wield a fraction of our diminished powers, relying on the strength of the old gods. Yet, once we step beyond the protective embrace of this island, the curse of Hellenberg would utterly crush our magic, tearing our very souls asunder. As his words faded, the other three children of the forest ignited with righteous fury, vehemently denouncing Black-Hearted Helen in their uniquely lyrical tongue. Rhaenyra stood by, utterly astonished. She found it hard to fathom how this melodious language could be wielded for such vitriol. Yet, these three little beings evidently harbored a deep-seated loathing for that human king from centuries past, their song imbued with the most venomous curses, each syllable seemingly laced with poison. Lu Sheng listened with keen interest, finding it a novel experience. Eventually, he raised his hand to halt their vitriolic serenade. What are your names? The leader, bearing a quiver, respectfully replied, I am called Pinecone. He gestured toward his companion with the spear. He is called Pine Needle. Then he pointed to the other two. They are Gall and Acorn. Rhaenyra instinctively edged closer to Lu Sheng, gripping his sleeve tightly. Her curiosity tinged with wariness as she scrutinized these four diminutive beings clad in garments of leaves, as though they had stepped out from the realm of myth. The indigenous folk of Westeros, the children of the forest. Everything that had transpired today had utterly surpassed her understanding as a Targaryen princess. Chapter 89, Hellenberg. Therefore, Hellenberg is not merely a castle. Pinecone's voice was ancient and ethereal, like dried leaves dancing in the autumn breeze. It is an altar constructed of ignorance, a vast sacrificial site built from the hearts of countless fishwang and the flesh of laborers who met tragic ends, dedicated to the old gods. Her eyes mirrored the distant silhouette of the black behemoth that was the castle, brimming with profound apprehension. Ironically, the family that erected it, the Hoare family, that Black-Hearted Helen, trusts no one, neither the old gods nor the new. He employed the fishwang of the old gods, yet refused to extend any reverence. Even more ridiculous is that by the time he completed this castle, the power of the old gods had long retreated to the north, leaving behind a hollow shell filled with resentment. Lu Sheng listened in silence, his expression betraying no emotion. These revelations, Terrifying tales that could upend the understanding of any mortal in Westeros were, in his eyes, merely another instance of humanity playing with fire and burning themselves. Then, the conqueror Aegon arrived. Pinecone's voice took on a peculiar tremor, as if recounting the cyclical nature of fate. His dragons ignited Hellenberg with dragon fire. Ordinary flames could not destroy it, but dragon fire is another matter, a manifestation of magic. The power of dragon fire detonated the accumulated resentment and bloodshed of the city amassed over centuries. From that moment forth, the curse was born. Any family daring to call Hellenberg home would be consumed by this force, until their bloodlines ran dry and they withered away. The words of the children of the forest reverberated through the woods, causing Rhaenyra to shiver involuntarily. Sheng nodded, accepting this explanation. He regarded the four diminutive, ancient beings seemingly melded with the forest and spoke calmly. Westeros is no longer suitable for you. In my empire, there exist more expansive forests, untroubled by humanity. You may go there and continue your lives. This was an invitation, more akin to an undeniable arrangement. The four children of the forest exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting struggle and confusion. Finally, Pinecone cautiously spoke. Great being, would you be able to transport us to other congregations of our kin, such as? Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pinecone's body shrank slightly as he uttered the name of that place in a voice nearly imperceptible. Beyond the wall? The moment the words left his lips, Sheng's gaze sharpened like a blade. The air around them seemed to solidify. Impossible. He pronounced the words with unyielding finality, leaving no room for doubt. That is the domain of the cold god, a paradise for dark creatures. Until I am fully prepared, I shall not set foot there, nor will I send you as sacrifices. His words carried an absolute authority that rendered the children of the forest mute. They sensed that this being before them was not ignorant of the cold god, and indeed harbored deep animosity towards him. Sheng withdrew his imposing presence, his tone returning to its previous calmness. Before I depart Westeros, I shall return here once more. At that time, tell me your answer. With that, he no longer lingered, turning toward the shore. As the silhouettes of two dragons reappeared above Hellenberg, chaos reigned within the fortress. Rhaenyra closely followed Sheng, leaving behind the eerie thousand-faced isle. Though she could not comprehend the ancient language spoken during the conversation with the children of the forest, the oppressive and archaic atmosphere had unsettled her greatly. What did you discuss with them? She could not help but inquire. Sheng casually recounted the curse of Hellenberg. Rhaenyra's complexion instantly paled. A curse? All the families residing here will face bloodline decay? She abruptly halted, gazing at the five grotesque and towering black spires, her eyes filled with resistance. I do not wish to enter. As a Targaryen princess, she had heard countless ominous tales about Hellenberg, yet none had struck her as vividly terrifying as those conveyed by Sheng. Sheng glanced back at her, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What are you afraid of? You are a dragon rider, Rhaenyra. Sheng's voice was calm, yet powerful, and I am an entity that surpasses all dragons. A mere shattered curse does not possess the right to touch us. He extended his hand. Follow me, and nothing shall harm you. Observing the outstretched hand, Rhaenyra hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted her teeth and placed her cool hand in his. A warm and potent energy coursed from his palm, instantly dispelling much of the chill in her heart. Even so, as they truly stepped through the immense gates of Hellenberg, she instinctively clutched Sheng's arm, refusing to let go. The atmosphere within the castle was suffocating, the immense stone walls seeming to breathe, exuding endless resentment and sorrow. Before they could venture far, a retinue of servants hurried forth, escorting a middle-aged man. The man at the forefront, dressed in the garb of a steward, bore an expression of respect, laced with unmistakable tension. Princess Rhaenyra, welcome to Hellenberg. He was none other than the younger brother of Lannister, the acting lord and steward of Hellenberg, Dennis Lannister. Upon witnessing the dragons descend, he had received word immediately and arranged for personnel to welcome them. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. Please take a moment to rest. Dennis's gaze then shifted to Sheng, and upon recognizing his visage, his heart leaped. He recalled the Dragon King from Essos, repeatedly mentioned in his brother's letters, the future husband of Princess Rhaenyra, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Daemon immediately bowed deeply. Surely, this must be his majesty from the east. The Strongs extend to you their utmost respect. Lucerys casually nodded, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding structures, scorched by fire and resembling monstrous fangs. I am deeply intrigued by this grandest castle of Westeros. Daemon instantly comprehended, a warm smile blossoming on his face. It is the honor of Harrenhal. Your Highnesses, please proceed to the hall for a brief respite. After the meal, I shall personally accompany you to explore this magnificent fortress. Far away on the Isle of Tears, the towering heights of Old Valyria loomed. Once notorious for its blood magic and slave trade, this city of sin was now being razed to the ground by a silent army of laborers. These workers, with ash-gray skin and stiff yet efficient movements, displayed no spark of life in their eyes. They were the tireless, uncomplaining dead, akin to the living dead. Massive stones were effortlessly shifted aside. Dilapidated buildings were toppled, all in preparation for the foundation of a brand new city. At the docks, several supply ships from Volantis quietly rested. The laborers, resembling industrious ants, swiftly unloaded timber, grain, and tools from the vessels. Once the cargo was emptied, the fleet immediately set sail, without a moment's pause. The sailors aboard cast a distant glance at the city being dismantled and rebuilt by the undead, their eyes filled only with fear and reverence. No one harbored any interest in this city of the dead. The entirety of the Isle of Tears had become the domain of the undead left by Nairo. They awaited the return of their master, who would bring more laborers. At that time, a new city, governed by the navy of Old Valyria, would rise here. They would join forces with New Giscari, like a colossal iron claw, firmly grasping the golden trade route to the Jade Sea, securing wealth and power within their grasp. Chapter 90, The First Temple. At a construction site in the eastern district of Volantis, dust mingled with noise. Thousands of workers moved silently, like intricate machinery, transporting immense blocks of black stone with synchronized precision, devoid of any excess movement. Sweat soaked their tattered garments, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. At the edge of the site, several nobles clad in silk from the black wall wiped the perspiration from their brows, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. They were not sweating from labor, but rather from the oppressive heat of summer. The temple of His Majesty must be constructed with the finest materials. A corpulent noble called out to the overseer, as if this temple were a personal testament to his piety. The overseer, a former captain of the Tiger Cloaks, simply nodded with indifference. When that vast, divine will swept across the city, and bards spread tales of the emperor's miracles through the streets. These most opportunistic individuals were the first to kneel. They contributed money and land, merely to leave a devout impression in the emperor's heart. A large crowd of Volantine citizens gathered at a distance, gazing in awe at the grand edifice rising before them. They had personally experienced a baptism of the soul, transforming their fear of the emperor, far away in the heavens, into fervent admiration. The first imperial temple, funded by nobles, constructed by the faithful, and promoted by the unsullied, was establishing its first cornerstone in the heart of this ancient city-state, with an unassailable presence. At the docks of King's Landing, the briny sea breeze could not disperse the despair etched on Laener Valerion's face. Sir Joffrey beside him had already boarded the ship, returning to Driftmark, one of the few remaining seaworthy vessels of House Valerion. "My prince, take care," Joffrey called out from the deck. "I shall await you in Driftmark." Laener merely nodded numbly, his throat parched, unable to utter a word. The vessel slowly departed from the harbor, the family banner adorned with a seahorse appearing glaringly vivid in his eyes, as if mocking his impotence in silence. Father, mother, sister, the pillars of the family had become prisoners in the night. Laener clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, the pain momentarily clearing the fog in his mind. "I cannot falter," he reminded himself. "I am now the family's sole hope." He forcibly straightened his hunched back and turned, striding purposefully toward the Dragonstone. The sea smoke awaited him. He must immediately return to Driftmark to deliver this grim tidings to the remaining family members. Then, he would devise every possible means to raise funds, regardless of the cost. Even if it meant exhausting House Valerion's centuries-old savings, he must redeem his father before his mother and sister were brought to King's Landing. Wealth could be earned again, but once the family's honor was trampled into the mud, it could never be reclaimed. On a chilly afternoon at Harrenhal, after a simple lunch, Rhaenyra and Lucerys, accompanied by the acting Lord Dennis Strong, commenced their tour of this legendary colossal city. "Behold, your majesty, your highness," Dennis pointed towards a half-collapsed tower in the distance, his tone filled with resignation. "Harrenhal is simply too vast. King Harren nearly exhausted the wealth of the Rivellins to construct it, and we, the Strong family, to be frank, find it challenging even to repair a corner." Rhaenyra silently gazed at the massive black stones melted by dragon fire, sensing the persistent, oppressive atmosphere in the air. The Targaryen annals chronicled how this castle fell. She instinctively leaned closer to Lucerys, as if only the calm, yet powerful aura emanating from him could dispel the eeriness surrounding them. Lucerys, however, exhibited no interest in the ruins. His perception had already unfurled, sweeping beyond the twisted stone walls and empty courtyards. He could sense that beneath the castle lay an obscure power, coalesced from countless grievances and blood, akin to a massive, slowly breathing beast. It was this very force that distorted the rules of the place, giving rise to what was termed a curse. Suddenly, his perception brushed against an exceedingly faint, yet strangely vibrant magical fluctuation. The wave resembled a speck of dust in the dark, flickering in and out of visibility. His gaze instantly fixed upon a direction. Behind a thick stone pillar, a shadow flitted past. Lucerys halted, raising his hand and pointing directly at that corner. Who was that? His voice was low, yet it caused Dennis, who had been fervently narrating the castle's history, to fall silent in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. Realizing she had been identified, the figure hiding behind the stone pillars stiffened, seemingly hesitating between continuing to hide or stepping out. Ultimately, she chose to silently emerge from the shadows. It was a girl who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, clad in a simple gray dress. Her long black hair contrasting against her somewhat pallid complexion. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. A strong sense of embarrassment flashed across Dennis Strong's face as he hurried forward, bowing deeply to Lucerys and Rhaenyra. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. That is Alice Rivers. He paused, lowering his voice further, as if uttering the name brought him shame. A bastard of House Strong. Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow slightly, scrutinizing the dark-haired girl. In Westeros, the status of bastards was invariably awkward, especially in such formal circumstances. Alice stepped forward, awkwardly performing a curtsy, her body trembling slightly. Lucerys paid no heed to Dennis's discomfort. His gaze was entirely fixed on the girl named Alice. Such a faint magical talent. He rendered a judgment within his heart, almost imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Was it forcibly evoked by the cursed land of Harrenhal? Like a tender sprout painfully extricated from barren saline soil. How intriguing. Noticing that Sheng and Rhaenyra seemed disinclined to pursue the matter further, Dennis inwardly exhaled in relief and hastily gestured to the young girl, his tone stern as he urged, "What are you still doing here? Depart at once." The two servants promptly stepped forward, escorting Alice Rivers away from the courtyard, as if she were some unclean entity. Throughout the entire encounter, the girl uttered not a single word, merely casting a fleeting glance at Sheng with her pitch-black eyes as she turned. A mixture of fear and curiosity swirling within that gaze. Chapter 91. The Dream of Corlys. King's Landing. The king's study was enveloped in a stifling silence. The parchment spread across the table bore elegant script, yet each letter pierced like an icy steel needle, causing the temples of Viserys Targaryen to throb incessantly. This was a response from the Lord of Driftmark, Corlys Velaryon. The content of the letter was blunt and unyielding. Translating to a single phrase, Daemon's fate is of no concern to her. Viserys closed his eyes, a familiar headache surging forth. He had anticipated this outcome. Initially, in a bid to solidify the ties to the Vale, he had forcibly orchestrated this marriage. And what was the result? From the very first night of their union, Daemon had shown that woman naught but disdain. Bronze harlot. Viserys could almost hear Daemon's drunken roars echoing in his mind. That scoundrel, berating the nobles of the Vale right in front of everyone. The women of the Vale are less pleasing than sheep. One sentence that offended the entire region. From that day forth, Daemon and Rhaenyra had not crossed paths again, one wallowing in the brothels of King's Landing, the other guarding the cold stone of Driftmark. Now, with Daemon as a prisoner, Viserys felt a brotherly obligation to at least inform his lawful wife. Yet this letter was akin to a resounding slap, striking him sharply across the face. There was no anger, no sorrow, only a profound indifference and unabashed mockery. It seemed to convey, "Do not trouble me with the affairs of House Targaryen." Viserys, agitated, seized a Valyrian stone sculpture from a table, a diminutive red dragon symbolizing Corlys Velaryon. He gripped it tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Daemon, you incessant source of trouble." On board the flagship of the Valyrian escort fleet, the flames of the glass candles flickered quietly, casting distorted shadows upon the cabin walls. Daemon Targaryen fixed his gaze upon the light, as if seeking to discern his future within its glow. Yet he saw nothing, only an abyss of darkness. The ship swayed steadily upon the waves, each motion a reminder that he drew closer to Westeros, closer to that city he both loved and loathed. King's Landing. Return? Return to what? To witness Viserys' profoundly disappointed visage? Or to behold Otto Hightower and his sycophants reveling in his misfortune? A cold arc formed at the corners of Daemon's mouth. He would rather perish on the battlefield of the Stepstones than be returned like a mere commodity, awaiting his brother's ransom. This was a disgrace, an unprecedented humiliation for House Targaryen. The bloodworm was not by his side. The woman who could always offer him a modicum of solace during his turmoil was absent, amplifying his sense of helplessness. The turmoil within him roared like a beast trapped in a cage, desperately clawing at his sanity. He was a dragon rider, yet now, he could not even feel the presence of his dragon. That bond, once inseparable, severed by an irresistible force. He was merely demon now, a Targaryen stripped of his fangs. His claws. In the adjacent cabin, the atmosphere was equally heavy. Rhaenys Targaryen sat by the window, gazing at the deep blue sea receding behind them. Her daughter, Lena, paced restlessly within the confined space, the sound of her sword clinking softly against its sheath accompanying her movements. "Mother, father, he will be all right, won't he?" Lena finally broke the silence, her voice dry and hoarse. Rhaenys did not turn, her voice unervingly calm. "Corlys is the sea snake. He always finds a way to survive the most perilous storms." Yet even she could scarcely believe her own words. The man who had conquered the 9 voyages, who had built Driftmark with wealth, was now imprisoned in the black stone dungeons of Volantis, his fate uncertain. They could hardly be bothered to bring him along. As if to say, his worth was less than that of Demon, the wayward prince. "Laenor," Lena's voice trembled. "He is alone in King's Landing. What will he do?" Rhaenys slowly closed her eyes, envisioning the calamity. The Valyrian family had collapsed overnight. 3 dragon riders and their dragons had become prisoners. What kind of tempest would this news unleash upon King's Landing? The wolves, who had long coveted the wealth and power of House Valyrian, would undoubtedly pounce without hesitation, tearing into the last remnants of their family's flesh. And her son, Laenor, would face it all alone, confronting the king's suspicions, the court's treachery, and the pressures of all Westeros. Lena halted, slamming her fist against the hard cabin wall. "I am utterly useless," she shouted. "I ride Vhagar, the largest dragon since Balerion the Black Dread, yet I have been yanked down from the sky like a fool. We didn't even see how the enemy struck." Rhaenys finally turned to face her daughter, observing the flush of anger and humiliation upon Lena's countenance. "Lena, my child, how far are you willing to go for your family?" Volantis, the black stone prison. In the deepest cell, silence reigned. Corlys Valyrian abruptly sat up from the cold stone floor, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Cold sweat drenched his tattered prison garb, clinging to his skin and sending chills down his spine. A nightmare so vivid it sent tremors through his very soul. He dreamed of an ending. In his dream, Lena perished in a pool of blood during childbirth, while Vhagar's roar echoed with sorrow. He dreamt of Laenor dying in the streets of Spicedown, his belly slit open like a wild dog. He also dreamt of Rhaenyra's 3 sons, those boys bearing the Valyrian name, yet possessing dark hair. In the dream, all pointed and laughed at Laenor, mocking him and the entire Valyrian family. The most terrifying vision was that of Rhaenys' face. She stood on the docks of Driftmark, watching 2 boys descend from a ship, those 2 bastards he had secretly sired upon his return from the sea. Corlys could never forget the look in Rhaenys' eyes. It was neither anger nor sorrow, but a profound, cold hatred born from betrayal by the one he trusted most. It was a gaze capable of reducing all he had built to ashes. 7 hells. Corlys rubbed his rough hands across his face, attempting to erase those horrifying images from his mind. Yet they clung as if branded crystal clear. This was no omen. This was undoubtedly a curse from the seas he had conquered, from the enemies he had vanquished, a most vicious curse upon him, the unconquerable sea snake. Chapter 92, The Wrath of Viserys. The shadow of Harrenhal receded behind them. After spending 2 days within the castle, Laenor and Rhaenyra bid farewell to the deeply reverent acting lord, Daemon Strong, and returned to King's Landing. To Laenor, Harrenhal resembled a shattered relic, with sufficiently potent magic to channel the decades of accumulated grievances within. This colossal fortress could transform into an unparalleled bastion of war. As for the other families, those who dared to plant their roots here must prepare for utter annihilation. The black dragon cleaved through the sky, leaving the cursed castle far behind. Driftmark high tide. The briny sea breeze rushed into the castle's open storerooms, yet it failed to dissipate the unease that gnawed at Laenor Valyrian's mind. Since his return, he had tirelessly accounted for 2 days and nights. The figures in the ledgers struck his nerves like a relentless hammer. The wealth amassed by his father, Corlys, was nothing short of staggering, once elevating House Valyrian to the ranks of the mightiest families in the 7 kingdoms. Yet, the expenditures were equally staggering. The exorbitant costs of rebuilding High Tide, The lavish spending to curry favor during the Great Council of 101 AC, the continuous expansion of the Valyrian fleet, and that damned war over the Stepstones. Each was a bottomless pit of gold. Lanner, take a moment to rest, Sir Joffrey said, carefully entering with a platter of food. His face etched with concern. Lanner did not look up, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the numbers inscribed on the parchment. His voice hoarse as if sandpaper were scraping against it. Leave. Your health will falter. I command you to leave. Lanner snapped, his gaze suddenly fierce. Bloodshot eyes resembling a cornered beast. He violently swept the platter from Joffrey's hands, food and utensils crashing to the ground in a cacophony. I have no time to rest until my family is redeemed. He roared, his chest heaving. Joffrey silently observed him, offering no further counsel, merely bending down to gradually clear the debris from the floor. The storeroom was left with only Lanner's heavy breaths and the rustling of parchment. He needed to hasten even more. With this cold wealth, he must reclaim his warm family. In King's Landing, the Red Keep. Upon returning from the dragon's lair, Rhaenyra and Lanner were greeted by the countenance of King Viserys, which radiated relief. Rhaenyra's steps were now lighter, her features no longer bearing the previous chill that kept others at bay. Viserys let out a long sigh of relief. He feared that Rhaenyra's stubbornness might lead to an irreparable situation. Now it appeared that his daughter had entirely embraced this new betrothal. Father, Rhaenyra said, slightly curtsying, an unexpected softness gracing her features. I'm just glad to be home. Just glad to be home, Viserys beamed, his eyes darting back and forth between his daughter and Lanner, growing ever more pleased. Standing aside, Otto Hightower observed the scene with a calm demeanor, his expression inscrutable. However, inside a tempest raged. Viserys' joy, to him, signaled the most perilous of warnings. The hand of the king was afraid. He feared that Viserys might bestow the Iron Throne upon Rhaenyra and the offspring of that Essos dragon lord. A king with foreign blood? An heir backed by a vast empire? This must not come to pass. The future of House Hightower could not be compromised here. Otto inhaled deeply, suppressing the storm within. He knew he must attempt to intervene. He resolved to seek an opportunity. A suitable moment to remind the easily swayed king about Rhaenyra's claim to succession after marrying into Essos. This question required a clear and favorable answer for House Hightower. As night fell, the king's study remained brightly lit. Viserys was engrossed in manipulating a massive model of Valyria, still adorned with the cheer of the day. A heavy knock interrupted his revelry. Enter. Otto Hightower stepped through the door, carrying a cup of warm drink. Your Grace, it is late. Perhaps you should have something to warm yourself. His voice, as ever, was steady. Ah, Otto, it's you, Viserys replied, accepting the cup, taking a sip. Please sit. Today is a splendid day. Rhaenyra, Your Grace. Otto interrupted, bowing slightly, yet his tone carried an unyielding gravity. Forgive my candor, but we may be premature in our celebrations regarding Princess Rhaenyra's marriage. Viserys' smile froze upon his face. What do you mean, Otto? This is a perfect alliance. We have gained a powerful ally, and the blood of Targaryen will merge with another line of dragon lords. Is that not a boon? Indeed it is, Otto nodded, then shifted his tone. But the issue lies in the fact that Her Highness will be wed to Essos. She will become the mistress of another empire. What then becomes of her claim as heir to the Iron Throne? The air thickened with tension. Viserys' complexion drained of color as he fixed his gaze on Otto, his eyes sharpening with intensity. What do you mean? Rhaenyra is my heir, and that will never change. But what of her future children? Otto's voice, though measured, pierced deeply. That child will carry half the blood of the dragon lord from Essos. Will he bear the name Targaryen, or will he adopt his father's surname? Will the lords of Westeros accept an outsider on the Iron Throne? I will ensure he is a Targaryen. Viserys' voice rose sharply, tinged with anger as his concealed anxieties were laid bare. I have already come to terms with his Grace Lanner. The child who inherits the Iron Throne must be a Targaryen. Just a name, Your Grace. Otto stepped closer, his voice stern. Blood cannot be altered. When that child ascends to the throne, his power will stem from Essos, not from Westeros. At that point, the Targaryens will become vassals. Enough. Viserys slammed his palm on the table, causing the model city to tremble. I am a king. I declare him a Targaryen, and he is a Targaryen. My will is the law of the Seven Kingdoms. Otto regarded the enraged king without flinching, his gaze imbued with a hint of pity. Your Grace, your will cannot defy tradition, nor can it stand against the hearts of men. When you're no longer here, what choice will the lords who once pledged fealty to Princess Rhaenyra make? Will they support a queen in Essos or rally behind a legitimate male heir before them? Otto's words struck Viserys like a dagger tempered with ice, piercing the softest part of his being. He mentioned Aegon. He alluded to the boy within the Red Keep, who bore the blood of both Targaryen and Hightower. Viserys' fury, akin to cold water dousing flames, was extinguished in an instant. He slumped back into his chair, hands pressed against his forehead, his breath growing labored. The study fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Viserys finally spoke in an almost lifeless tone. "Then what do you suggest I do?" A subtle smirk curved Otto Hightower's lips in the shadows. He sensed victory. "Your Grace, for the stability of the realm and the enduring peace of House Targaryen, you must make a decisive choice." He began slowly, his voice laced with persuasion. "Before Princess Rhaenyra's child is born, you must reconsider the matter of succession. Prince Aegon is the most prudent choice. Get out." Hightower Viserys' sudden fury startled Otto. He had never witnessed such intensity, such unyielding wrath in the king. "How dare you attempt to meddle in the legacy of the Dragon King's bloodline? Years of grace have led you to such audacity. Now, remove your kingly hand and leave King's Landing. I do not wish to see you here tomorrow. Depart." Hightower. Chapter 93. The Spreading Faith. Dozens of obsidian warships silently entered the protective fleet of House Targaryen. At the helm of the flagship stood Nyro, the sea breeze tousling his pale visage. His fleet, those ghostly vessels manned by the undead, now escorted the once proud dragon knights, Daemon Targaryen, Rhaenys Targaryen, and her daughter Lena. They were spoils of war, extensions of the Emperor's will, destined for King's Landing to sound the alarm for Westeros. As the fleet converged, the immense armada resembled a colossal moving island of steel, altering course to cleave through the waves of the narrow sea towards the city of King's Landing. King's Landing. The Red Keep. Crash. A beautifully crafted Dorn redwood goblet was hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Queen Alicent's chest heaved, her lovely countenance flushed with fury. "You have dismissed my father." Her voice was sharp, laden with disbelief. "Viserys, who has poured years of devotion into the Iron Throne and the Targaryen legacy. You have cast him aside like refuse for a few unpleasant truths." King Viserys leaned wearily against his chair, his pallor more pronounced than usual. Rubbing his temples, he spoke hoarsely. "Enough, Alicent. His ambition has threatened the very foundation of the realm. And you appoint Laenor Velaryon, a mere sycophant who does nothing but wallow in mediocrity." Alicent's nails dug deep into her palms. "What can he offer you? Can he withstand the threats from Essos? Or have you resolved to stake the entire future of House Targaryen on an outsider?" "He is not an outsider." Viserys slammed his palm against the table, the force of his action causing him to cough. "He is the future husband of Rhaenyra, the continuation of the Dragon King's bloodline. You have witnessed his power firsthand." A flicker of fear danced in Alicent's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a deeper resentment. She realized she had lost. Ever since the arrival of the Emperor from the East, the balance of power in King's Landing had irrevocably shifted. All her and her father's schemes appeared laughable in the face of such overwhelming strength. Ultimately, Alicent lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with reluctant capitulation. "As you wish, my king." Viserys watched his wife depart, dejected and forlorn, and sighed deeply. He knew this was cruel, yet he had no alternative. For the survival of the family, any cost was worth it. He needed to ensure that Rhaenyra would wholeheartedly accept this marriage pact, thereby finding her a formidable and noble match, fulfilling the promise made to his late wife. Thus, in the following days, the nobles of King's Landing beheld a peculiar sight. The realm's heir, Princess Rhaenyra, was rarely seen apart from the dark-haired Lord of Essos, exploring every corner of the city. From the bustling alleys of Flea Bottom to the majestic shores of Blackwater Bay, Rhaenyra wore a polite smile while her heart was a tumult of emotions. She sensed the terrifying power lurking beneath the calm exterior of the man beside her, an aura that both fascinated and terrified her. The Valyrian fleet arrived at King's Landing. Unlike the past, this time, the ships seemed diminished and desolate. At the forefront was Laenor Velaryon, his complexion haggard, eyes sunken. The pride that once belonged to the Valyrian heir now extinguished. As the ships docked, he hastily sent word to the Maegor's Hold, requesting an audience with the Lord. Utilizing the most humble of phrases, within Maegor's Hold, Viserys listened to the attendant's announcement, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Let him enter. A moment later, Laenor Velaryon entered the chamber, his footsteps heavy with trepidation. He beheld the man seated leisurely, perusing historical scrolls of Westeros, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the very man who had effortlessly decimated the fleet of Bravos, capturing his mother, sister, and the fiercest prince of House Targaryen, while his father, the great sea snake Corlys, remained missing. "Your Grace." Laenor bowed deeply, his voice hoarse. Viserys did not raise his gaze, merely acknowledging him with a detached hum. This profound disregard pierced Laenor's pride like a dagger. Yet he dared not voice his discontent. Forcing himself to meet Lucerys' gaze, he pleaded, "Your Grace, I come on behalf of my father, Corlys Velaryon. The Velaryon family is willing to pay any price to secure his freedom." Lucerys finally set the scroll aside. Raising his eyes, his molten gold irises betraying no emotion. "Price?" He chuckled lightly, as if amused by a jest. "Laenor, what do you believe your Velaryon family possesses that I might desire?" Laenor's complexion drained of color. "We possess wealth, endless riches, the mountains of gold and silver piled in Driftmark, along with the rare treasures my father has brought back from 9 voyages. If you but ask, the Velaryon family will offer all." Lucerys stood, slowly approaching Laenor, casting a vast shadow over the Velaryon air. "Wealth?" His voice was soft yet laden with gravitas. "Your father's folly lies in mistaking war for commerce." He leaned in, locking eyes with the distant Laenor whose pupils had widened in fear. What began as a dispute between Volantis and the kingdom of the 3 daughters saw him scrambling to ally with Bravos, entangling Targaryen dragon riders in a challenge to my authority. Lucerys' fingers gently tapped the surface of the table, producing a dull thud. "Tell me, what rationale could possibly justify sparing such an insufferable flea?" Each word fell like a hammer upon Laenor's heart. The wealth he once cherished, now rendered worthless in the eyes of this man. Laenor's body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back. He parted his lips, yet found himself utterly speechless. Lucerys returned to his chair, picking up the scroll once more. "You may leave." He waved his hand dismissively, as though swatting away an irritating fly. "Do not trouble me again." Laenor exited the room in a daze, as though all vitality had been drained from him. The cold wind outside chilled his face, jolting him back to reality. He could not relent. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists. This was King's Landing. Here, there was still a king. No matter the cost, he must seek an audience with King Viserys, even if it meant kneeling to implore for his aid. This was his final hope as the heir of House Velaryon. The order of the kingdom of the 3 daughters was being ruthlessly and efficiently rebuilt in the aftermath of blood and fire, with the last remnants of the resistance eradicated. The Unsullied station there began their phased withdrawal. Their mission had been accomplished. Now, they would return to the Bay of Slaves, to the lands once conquered by His Majesty. Among the returning fleet, a young naval officer from the Bay of Slaves stood at the bow, his eyes fervent and resolute. He was once an inconspicuous low-ranking officer in the Bay of Slaves, destined to remain in obscurity under the old order. However, during His Majesty the Emperor's campaign of conquest, he glimpsed an alternate path. In the days spent fighting alongside the Pure Ones, he was profoundly struck by their unwavering faith, which transcended mere prayer to an abstract deity, manifesting instead as absolute loyalty to a living, breathing God who walked the earth. The Emperor himself was their sole deity. This officer astutely seized the opportunity, casting aside all his previous chaotic beliefs and wholeheartedly embracing this burgeoning sect. He yearned to return to the Bay of Slaves, to Meereen, to the priests of the new Temple of Divine Grace, to recount the miracles he had witnessed in the kingdom of the 3 daughters. He intended to leverage this faith to become a pivotal figure within this nascent cult. He believed that in this new order, crafted by the Emperor's own hand, faith would serve as a sharper ladder to ascend than any sword. Chapter 94. The Empire's Development. The massive capstan emitted an excruciating creak. Thousands of laborers, bare-chested, their bronze skin gleaming under the scorching sun, strained with bulging muscles as they called out hoarse chants, slowly hoisting massive, meticulously cut slabs of obsidian. Meereen, the square before the Great Pyramid, had long been cleared and sealed off by guards. An unprecedented towering edifice was rising from the ground, composed entirely of black obsidian, as if it sought to entirely swallow the sun's radiance. Hidarana stood at a distance on a building's terrace, squinting at the increasingly defined silhouette of the tower. Once the most rebellious noble of Meereen, he was the first to confront the dragon and the first to kneel before His Majesty the Emperor. Now, he donned the imperial official's robe, wielding the actual authority over the governance of Meereen. A former colleague, now subordinate, approached cautiously, his voice tinged with unmistakable reverence. "My lord, at this rate, the Tower of Divine Grace will be completed within a fortnight." "The Tower of Divine Grace?" Hidarana scoffed. "This is merely an extension of His Majesty's will, the cornerstone of the Empire." Yuan Kai and Astapor were engaged in similar undertakings. His gaze swept over the towering structure, his eyes igniting with fervor. It was not merely a tower. It was a node of the magical network, the eye of the divine gazing down upon mortals. Ever since the Emperor departed, The 3 city-states of the Bay of Slaves had operated with unprecedented efficiency. The old nobility had either been purged or, like him, retracted their fangs to become the Empire's most loyal hounds. They all understood one truth. The dragon could return at any moment. And that black dragon cast a shadow sufficient to envelop the entire world. Dispatch the orders, double the rations and wages for all craftsmen. But they must complete their work 3 days ahead of schedule, Hidarana commanded without turning. Any laggards will be thrown into the arena to feed the lions. Yes, my lord. The subordinate trembled slightly and quickly bowed away. Hidarana returned his gaze to the black tower, as if he could sense a grand and chilling will slowly enveloping this ancient land through it. The order of the Empire was being firmly forged through blood and iron. The last row of bare-chested youths completed their final sprint amidst the trainer's roaring commands. Their chests heaved violently, sweat mingling with dust, etching furrows across their youthful bodies. Yet, their eyes were hollow, numb, devoid of any youthful spark. These were the last and most untainted reservists of Astapor. Training was complete. An older trainer watched as the youths silently picked up their shields and spears, forming an orderly square as they marched toward the distant barracks, his throat tightening. A young instructor beside him could not help but exclaim, "It is over. An era." The older trainer did not turn, his voice gravelly. "No, it is the dawn of a new era." Behind them, across a broader training ground, thousands of young Astaporians were engaged in drill training. These were the first citizen soldiers of Astapor. In their eyes, there was curiosity, fear, and a burgeoning sense of combativeness and honor. They no longer needed to sever parts of their bodies or kill puppies to extinguish their humanity. His Majesty's commands were explicit. He required a loyal, formidable army capable of self-reproduction, not a collection of expensive, irreplaceable instruments of war. Remove all the elements of the pure one's training that tormented mind and body. Retain their discipline, their fearlessness, their combat skills. I want you to forge true warriors for the Empire. This was the edict left by His Majesty. For those instructors who had spent a lifetime crafting killing machines, this was an entirely new challenge. They were no longer butchers, but instructors. No longer tools of a benevolent lord, but mentors to the citizen soldiers of Astapor. Go, the older trainer gestured to the young instructor. The next batch of recruits' combat training is about to commence. Remember to tell them why they fight. Yes. The young instructor turned and strode toward the vibrant training ground. The older trainer cast one last glance at the departing, silent pure ones before turning away. In the sunlight, for the first time, a semblance of hope flickered across his face. The old Astapor was dead. The new empire was forging its own blade upon the ruins. The black sails obscured the last blush of twilight where the sea met the sky. A colossal fleet of hundreds of warships, akin to a moving island of steel, silently sliced through the waves of the summer sea. Old Blind stood at the prow of the flagship, the River Styx. The sea breeze tousling his gray-white hair and his black and gold naval armor. His eyes were a lifeless, murky white, yet he could see more clearly than anyone else. He observed the silent, tireless sailors on the deck behind him. Their movements were precise and mechanical, each stroke of the oars executed with flawless accuracy. They were the living dead, the most formidable warriors bestowed upon him and Nero by His Majesty. The fleet's destination was the Serpent Lizard Isles. Following the Emperor's directive, they would journey there to rebuild the long-destroyed city-state of High SOS. It would serve as the Empire's foothold to the south, a dagger thrust into the heart of the continent of Sithorios. Old Blind understood that in the words of those Westerosi or sailors from the free cities, Sithorios was a forbidden zone for the living. Plagues raged there, diseases ran rampant. Deadly mosquitoes, venomous snakes and scorpions, and unknown terrors lurking in the depths of the jungle. Clean drinking water was more precious than gold, and any food might carry a lethal curse. Countless explorers and colonizers had perished, turning to bones on that cursed land. Yet Old Blind merely revealed a silent, ghastly grin. Plague? Disease? What threat could that pose to a group of beings already dead? Food and water? They had no need for such. Fatigue and fear? They possessed neither. What was a forbidden zone for the living was for this army of the dead the finest hunting ground. They were the Emperor's most perfect instruments of expansion, ruthless, efficient, and forever loyal. The fleet surged forth, cutting through the waves at an astonishing speed. The undead, with their ghastly, gelatinous hands, unleashed a force far surpassing that of the living, propelling the colossal warships southward like arrows released from a bow. Old Blind Eye raised his head, his murky gaze shifting towards the fabled land of curses. There he would establish a new city for His Majesty, commanding the trade routes of the Jade Sea, and subsequently plant the Empire's black dragon banner throughout the entirety of Essos. You shall be our guiding star. He fervently whispered in a voice only he could hear. In the distance, the jagged and menacing coastline of the Serpent's Isle emerged on the horizon. Chapter 95. The Newborns of Mataris. Outside the delivery room, an oppressive silence reigned. The only sound in this desolate area was the rhythmic footfalls of the midwives coming and going. The governor of Mataris stood in the corridor, his palms slick with cold sweat, feeling his heartbeat echo louder than the cries of the laboring woman inside. Beside him, Alan appeared unervingly calm, even exuding an almost fervent anticipation. This would be the first batch of newborn Matarisians, blessed by His Majesty's divine grace. Alan's voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. The governor listened, nodding stiffly in agreement, his back drenched in cold perspiration. He understood better than anyone that the births of these infants would directly shape the future of Mataris, and his own fate as well. Time dragged on in suffocating anticipation. At last, the delivery room door swung open. Several midwives emerged, carefully cradling 4 swaddled infants, their faces alight with a joy that seemed to release a heavy burden. 3 boys and 1 girl, mother and children safe. The governor felt a sudden release of tension, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet Alan stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the 4 newborns. A fleeting glimmer of an imperceptible green light flickered in one of his eyes. Under Alan's enchanted scrutiny, nothing about these infants was concealed. 3 boys and 1 girl, all possessing raven black hair, starkly contrasting with the common silver or golden locks of Mataris. Their cries were robust and powerful, their tiny limbs kicking energetically within their swaddles, brimming with vitality. Most importantly, their bodies bore no marks of deformity. The distortions, mutations, and misalignments that had plagued generations of Matarisians vanished without a trace in these 4 newborns. They were perfection incarnate, yet this was merely the facade. Alan's gaze penetrated the infants' skin and flesh, reaching deep within their beings. Threads of pure golden divine power flowed through their veins and bones like an intricate web, gentle yet domineering, reshaping their forms and enhancing their essence. In the future, they would possess physiques far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, coupled with an innate talent for magic. A surge of exultation welled up within Alan. His Majesty was personally crafting his chosen ones. He extended a hand, gently brushing the cheek of one of the boys. The infant seemed to sense the shared power, ceasing its cries and gazing up at him with curious, glistening eyes. Alan's satisfaction could no longer be concealed. He turned to the governor and nodded. Excellent. Just 2 words, yet they felt like divine absolution to the governor. He exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart finally settling back into his abdomen. It seemed he must exert himself tonight. The governor resolved to ensure his wife conceived swiftly, so she too could receive His Majesty's divine grace. King's Landing. The distorted shadows cast by the glass candle slowly extinguished, the last vestiges of magical fluctuation fading into silence. Lu Sheng set down the candle and leaned back against a chair. His communication with Nairo had concluded. The fleet was advancing at full speed and would likely reach King's Landing in about 4 days. He closed his eyes, mentally tallying the gains from his journey to Westeros. Rhaenyra's claim to the throne had been firmly intertwined with his own, serving as a sturdy wedge inserted into the core of Westerosi power. The expedition to the gods, I not only found the children of the forest, but also unexpectedly unveiled the truth behind the curse of Harrenhal, as well as the old gods' frailty following their defeat. Now, everything was in place. All that remained was to wait for Rhaenyra to bear a child of his bloodline. Then the entirety of Westeros would no longer escape his grasp. As for the Hightower family, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at Lu Sheng's lips. He did not believe these astute opportunists would be foolish enough to choose enmity with him. In the king's study, the atmosphere was stifling. King Viserys' fingers unconsciously traced the model of the Valyrian ancient city on the table. This intricately crafted stone city was his only refuge from reality. The messenger sent by Lu Sheng had just departed, and the news he bore weighed heavily upon his heart like a stone. Demon would arrive in 4 days. Once the transition was complete, Lu Sheng intended to immediately arrange a marriage pact with Rhaenyra, and then proceed to Dragonstone. Dragonstone, the very word pierced Viserys' most sensitive nerves like a needle. It was the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, the source of their power, and the nesting ground of all dragons. He was terrified, deeply, profoundly terrified. He had witnessed the shadow that blotted out the sun, the enormous black dragon, and felt the terrifying pressure capable of darkening the skies. He had no doubt that the man named Lu Sheng possessed some mythic magic, a power potent enough to seize all dragons. If he were to set foot on Dragonstone, would the last bastion of House Targaryen change hands? This thought gnawed at his sanity like a venomous serpent. Should I refuse? Sweat beads formed on Viserys' brow. He could conjure 1,000 excuses. The weather was unfavorable, the sea conditions perilous, or simply claim that Dragonstone required repairs. But then what? Viserys dared not contemplate further. He had sacrificed too much. He had dismissed Otto, alienated the Hightower family. He had forcibly torn asunder Rhaenyra's betrothal to Laenor, severing ties with House Valyria entirely. He had wagered everything on this alliance with the Easter Dragon King. Now, the game had reached its most critical juncture. He could not let an unverified worry topple the entire table. Viserys slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes drifting to the window. The sky was a brilliant azure, just as it had been that summer when he first ascended to the throne. Yet he knew that an unprecedented storm was brewing on the horizon. He took a deep breath, the agitation and fear within him seeming to dissipate with the exhalation. "Convey my words," he commanded, his voice regaining the steadiness befitting a king. "Inform the messenger that I acquiesce to his request." Chapter 96, The Transfer. The murky waters of King's Landing beat rhythmically against the muddy dock. The air was thick with the acrid scent of fish, mingled with sweat and cheap ale. Nyro's fleet approached silently, like phantoms from the depths of hell. The ships, cloaked in darkness, bore a fearsome dragon head emblem that loomed ominously against the leaden sky. On the dock, the gold-robed guards, having received their orders, struggled to clear a path through the gathered crowd, shoving the onlookers aside with the tips of their spears. The gangplank was lowered. The first to descend was Nyro, followed closely by a contingent of towering soldiers from the free cities. As they set foot on the soil of King's Landing, an immediate hush fell over the dock. Each soldier bore a pallid complexion, a hue reminiscent of those long deprived of sunlight, akin to the skin of the dead. Their eyes were devoid of any emotion, resembling two polished black stones, merely scanning their surroundings with a mechanical gaze. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. The curious onlookers instinctively recoiled, while some timid children cried out in terror, their mouths tightly covered by their mothers' hands. Even the royal officials who had come to greet them wore frozen, professional smiles that faltered, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the Valyrian navy, Daemon Targaryen, Rhaenys Targaryen, and Lena Velaryon descended. Daemon kept his head bowed, his silver hair cascading down like a curtain, obscuring all traces of his expression. He could hear the hushed whispers of the ignorant masses around him. "Look, it's Prince Daemon. I heard he had a hand broken." "Hush, keep it down. He looks like a beast ready to devour. Serve him right. Why did he dare to provoke the wrong people in Essos?" These voices pierced Daemon's ears like a multitude of venomous thorns, igniting the fury that simmered within him. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. At that moment, one voice from the crowd rang out particularly harshly, the prince with the severed hand. Before the words fully escaped his lips, a captain in golden robes abruptly turned, his large hand striking the man's face with a resounding crack. Thud! The man fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The captain stomped a foot onto his chest, casting a menacing glare over the now silent crowd. "Shut your mouths. Prince Daemon is our commander. Do you fools dare to speak of him?" The other golden-robed guards swiftly drew their short swords, mercilessly disciplining those who dared to speak out. To them, Daemon was the commander who bestowed upon them glory, wealth, and dignity. They would not allow these cowardly commoners, who lurked in the shadows and gossiped, to insult their prince in such a manner. Daemon hesitated for a moment, but did not lift his gaze. He merely quickened his pace, like a defeated specter, eager to escape the humiliating dock. In the Red Keep, the throne room, the cold iron throne loomed high, overseeing all. King Viserys sat upon it. Weariness etched upon his face. Upon seeing his brother enter the hall, his heart sank heavily. Daemon's left hand hung limply, and the once defiant visage now bore a sickly pallor and profound despondency. Viserys had prepared a torrent of reprimands and lessons, words about family honor and royal decrees. But upon witnessing his brother's state, they all lodged in his throat. Ultimately, a weighty sigh escaped him. "Daemon, welcome home." Viserys' voice was tinged with hoarseness. "Though, I suspect you may not wish to see me now." Daemon abruptly lifted his head, a complex emotion flickering in his violet eyes for a fleeting moment before he lowered it again, as if something on the ground held more significance than the king's face. Meanwhile, Rhaenys and Lena's gazes were already fixated on Laenor. Upon seeing her son's gaunt, sunken features, their hearts ached. Laenor looked back at them, trembling lips unable to utter a single word. Viserys' gaze shifted from his brother to Rhaenys, coldly landing upon her. Cousin, Valerian's ambitions have failed. His voice was devoid of warmth now. It is time to pay the price. Rhaenys' once raven black hair was now streaked with gray. She looked at Viserys upon the throne, her lips moving silently, ultimately bowing her proud head. The Valerian family will pay the price, Your Majesty. No sooner had she spoken than a smiling official from Essos stepped forward, surveying the room. So, who will handle the exchange with me? His Majesty, Viserys? The financial minister, Lord Lyman Beesbury, who had already been informed, trembled as he stepped forward, bowing to the Essos official, and together they moved to a side chamber to tally the ransom that could cripple a kingdom. After the welcoming ceremony concluded, Rhaenyra habitually walked towards Laena's quarters. As she turned a corner in a corridor, she unexpectedly encountered a figure. It was Carl, the naval commander from the distant lands of Essos, clad in opulent silk, possessed a handsome visage. However, his lifeless eyes and colorless skin instinctively caused Rhaenyra to take a step back, a chill creeping up her spine. Carl glanced at her, slightly bowing to perform an impeccable courtesy, before silently walking away, vanishing into the shadows of the colonnade. Rhaenyra steadied herself and pushed open the door to Laena's quarters. She found him seated by the window, toying with a slender Valyrian steel sword. It is Dark Sister, the sword that Uncle Demon never parts with. Carl brought along for me. Laenor did not turn, his voice calm as it reached her. I intend to gift it to you after the wedding. In the future, it will belong to our children. Rhaenyra stepped forward, taking the legendary sword from Laenor's hands. The blade was cold, its surface flowing with the unique, mysterious ripples of Valyrian steel. She examined it for a moment before handing it back. Father has informed me. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Once matters here are settled, I wish to accompany you to Essos. Indeed, Laenor sheathed Dark Sister and rose, regarding her earnestly. Though departing from King's Landing, the political heart, may have certain implications, I believe no one would dare to seize anything from me. His tone was flat, yet imbued with an air of unyielding authority. Moreover, Laenor paused, his expression deepening. I do not wish for my children to make their appearance in Westeros too soon. Throughout the history of House Targaryen, far too many have been suspected of being influenced by external forces in their minds and actions. Laenor mused internally. The old gods, the cold gods, these matters are far too mysterious. Until my children possess sufficient means of self-protection, I shall never allow them to be placed in such unknown peril. Chapter 97. The Wedding Traditions of the Seven Gods. In a quiet chamber within King's Landing, the sound of parchment brushing against Rhaenys Targaryen's fingertips filled the air. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced across her weary face, illuminating a series of numbers representing wealth. Each line once stood as a proud capital of House Velaryon. Each entry chronicling the mountains of gold and silver returned from Corlys Valyrian's 9 legendary voyages. Yet now, the end of these figures was marked by a cruel red line. Rhaenys slowly closed her eyes, exhaling deeply. All is lost. The accumulation from 9 voyages, decades of trade profits, have been wiped out entirely in this gamble. She opened her eyes, her gaze settling on the last page of the ledger. The only remaining security for House Velaryon was the ongoing trade from Spicetown and Laenor's sea smoke. This meager asset barely sufficed to uphold the family's dignity, let alone redeem her husband. The uncrowned queen Rhaenys' lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. The world had once referred to her thusly, mocking her for being a woman and missing the Iron Throne. Yet now, she must find a new path for this crumbling family. This sacrifice was not one she desired, but she had no other choice. In another estate, a heavy scent of alcohol permeated a dimly lit room. Demon Targaryen huddled in a corner, resembling a wounded beast, licking his own wounds. Since returning to King's Landing, he had locked himself away, shunning the light of day. Once freed from the strange magic of the glass candles, the first thing he did was call for Corlys. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire being into the depths of his bloodline. Once there existed a fervent bond, intertwined with the great dragon, as if it were an integral part of his being, summoned at will. Yet now, that place lies desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence. No matter how he howls, how fervently he beseeches, or how he assaults the void with his mental strength, he receives no response. It is a sensation akin to that of his severed hand. On stormy nights, the phantom pain still gnaws at his wrist, yet that place is devoid of substance. He is a dragon rider, a rider bereft of his dragon. This anguish is more acute than death itself. Demon abruptly opened his eyes, blood vessels coursing through his pupils. He seized a nearby bottle of wine and took a deep swig. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, but could not numb the profound emptiness and rage that permeated his bones. I refuse. In the king's study, Lucerys' voice was calm, yet unyielding. King Viserys was animatedly expounding on the sanctity and traditions of a wedding under the faith of the Seven. But his smile faltered abruptly upon hearing those two words. Why? Viserys was taken aback. To forge a marriage pact before the Seven and accept the blessings of the Seven deities was paramount for Rhaenyra's reputation. The lords of Westeros would witness the heir to the kingdom aligning with their beliefs. A farce, perhaps? Lucerys interjected. To strip the bride and groom of their garments and call it a blessing? What nonsense! The weddings of the old gods' adherents are far more solemn. Even the lustful Essosi deem such ceremonies vulgar. A flicker of disdain crossed Lucerys' mind. Although none would dare to conduct such a spectacle at his wedding, he still abhorred the cumbersome and primitive rituals. The connection with dragons is forged through blood and fire, a resonance of souls. Lucerys' gaze fell upon Viserys, laced with scrutiny. He needed no Andalusian Seven to bear witness. Yet, Viserys still sought to argue, believing this to be a matter of Targaryen legitimacy in Westeros. Viserys. Lucerys rose and approached the grand model of Old Valyria. I have heard that the headquarters of the Citadel, once the center of the faith of the Seven, the Starry September, is located in Old Town. He extended his finger, picked up a model to examine closely, and spoke slowly. The domain of House Hightower, correct? Viserys' breath hitched abruptly. He was not a fool. Otto Hightower had just been dismissed from his position, and Lucerys' mention of this was painfully evident. A chill crept up Viserys' spine as memories of Otto's persistent whisperings over the years surfaced, along with the ambitious glint in Otto Hightower's eyes, and thoughts of his young son, Aegon. The Hightower's conspiracies might not be mere fabrications. The headquarters of the Seven, the Citadel, and the legendary lighthouse housing the Black Stone. Lucerys observed the shifting expressions on Viserys' face and understood. The wedding shall take place on Dragonstone, he resolved, adhering to the most traditional Valyrian rites. This time, Viserys fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately deflating like a punctured balloon, and nodded in defeat. Very well. Exiting the king's study, Lucerys strolled towards the godswood. The air in King's Landing felt stifling. Only the massive weirwood tree here could offer a semblance of tranquility from another realm. Lena? Is she waiting for me? As he approached the godswood, Lucerys sensed someone had arrived before him. A woman clad in black riding attire stood quietly beneath the weirwood, her silver hair fluttering gently in the breeze. That face bore the exquisite and haughty traits unique to House Velaryon. Lena. Lucerys halted, greeting her. The woman turned, her violet eyes betraying no emotion as she gracefully performed a flawless curtsy. Your Grace. Her voice was cool, yet precisely reached Lucerys' ears. He nodded, his gaze drifting past her to the weirwood tree, its face carved with human likenesses. If you have truly made up your mind, you may visit my chambers later. His tone was flat, as if discussing a matter of no consequence. For now, I desire solitude. Chapter 98. The Price of Lena. Lucerys required a dragon brood of his own. A potent bloodline was essential, and the rare Valyrian bloodline was undoubtedly the most fertile ground. They could easily bear offspring possessing the gifts of dragons. Lena Valyrian's arrival was anticipated. When the door was knocked upon, Lucerys did not even glance up. Enter. The door swung open, and Lena stepped inside. She had exchanged her simple garments for a form-fitting black riding attire that accentuated her athletic and powerful curves. Her silver hair was neatly tied back, and her exquisite Valyrian features bore a resolute determination. She uttered no superfluous words, striding directly before Lucerys and kneeling on one knee. This gesture finally drew Lucerys' attention from his scrolls. Your Grace. Lena's voice was cool yet laced with an undeniable tremor. The Valyrian family has lost everything and cannot pay the ransom for my father's release. She raised her gaze, her beautiful violet eyes locking onto Lucerys', devoid of tears, yet ablaze with fervor. But I, Lena Valyrian, rider of Vagor, am willing to offer you my all. Each word was enunciated with weight. My bloodline, my loyalty, and my womb. I shall bear you the mightiest offspring, provided you release my father and grant the Valyrian family your protection. She was exceedingly proactive, perhaps acutely aware that this was the only escape for her family and the sole bargaining chip for her father's release. Lucerys rose and slowly approached her. He did not immediately assist her to rise, but instead scrutinized her from above, as if appraising a rare artifact. Lena did not flinch, allowing his gaze, which seemed capable of penetrating her very soul, to sweep over her entirely. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably, humiliation washing over her like a tide. Yet she bit her lip, suppressing all emotions. For the sake of her family, this price was insignificant. After a long moment, Lucerys finally extended his hand, gently lifting her chin. "Remember what you have said today." His voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Your father will return, and your family shall bask in my glory." With that, he released her and turned back to his chair. "You may leave." Lena's body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, stood, and offered a final bow to Lucerys' back before silently exiting the room. As the door closed behind her, the ice in her eyes shattered, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Rhaenyra's spirits were as bright as the summer sky over King's Landing. Just moments ago, her father, Viserys, had personally informed her of the wedding's location and ceremony. Dragonstone, along with the most traditional Valyrian rites. This revelation lifted a tremendous weight off her shoulders. She had attended her father's wedding to Alicent, where the absurd spectacle of being stripped before the Seven had left her trembling with dread. Viserys' garments had been removed with the help of her and her handmaiden, but she realized that if it were her turn, she would still feel apprehensive. Now, everything would return to the ancient and sacred traditions. She hummed an off-key tune, her steps light as she approached Lucerys' chamber, ready to knock. However, the door swung open from within. Lena Valerion, turning around, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter Rhaenyra there. The redness around her eyes was particularly conspicuous in the corridor's light. In but a fleeting moment of distraction, Lana swiftly regained her noble composure, gracefully curtsying before Rhaenyra. Then lowering her gaze as she hastily departed from her side, her figure vanishing swiftly at the corridor's end. The smile upon Rhaenyra's face faltered. Upon entering the chamber, she discovered Lucien languidly reclined in a chair, perusing a hefty tome. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired, not lifting his gaze. Rhaenyra steadied herself and approached him. "I merely wished to confirm the specifics of the Valyrian ritual. After all, the ceremonial details passed down through each family may vary." Upon completing her statement, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "What is the matter with Lana? Why was she in tears?" Lucien finally closed the book. He raised his eyes. His brown iris is serene. "Her family seeks to redeem her father and hopes to gain my protection. I was just discussing the price the Valerians must pay for this." Rhaenyra furrowed her brow. "The price? The Valerian coffers have already been drained. Could it be that?" Her gaze suddenly hardened, akin to a mother dragon whose territory had been encroached upon. Observing her fierce demeanor, Lucien's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. He relished this wildness. "She has offered herself as ransom," Lucien confessed bluntly, without a hint of hesitation, "in exchange for her father's freedom and my protection." Rhaenyra felt a buzz in her head. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Incredible. Yet, mere seconds later, she experienced a sense of release. She recalled that Lana had once been proposed to, nearly marrying her father, Viserys. For these ancient families, such unions, or the offering of a woman of noble blood, were commonplace transactions. However, Lucien's actions made her feel as if her dignity had been affronted. She was to be his future wife, the principal figure in this union. "You must learn to adapt." Lucien's voice rang out, as though he had pierced through her thoughts, calm and matter-of-fact. "After all, I am not a Westerosi. A polygamous dragon king is simply how it is." Rhaenyra fell silent. She gazed at the man before her, his molten gold eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation, as though stating an undeniable fact. It suddenly dawned on her a terrifying reality. These were not the nobles of Westeros, who could be whimsically chosen and discarded. This was not the father who would dismiss the king's hand merely to placate her. This was a dragon king, older and more formidable than the Targaryens. In this game of power, she was not among those who chose. She was the one being chosen. Chapter 99. The Wedding on Dragonstone. The winds of Dragonstone carried the briny scent of the sea and sulfur, sweeping through every inch of the black stone of Driftmark. The ancient Valyrian runes silently adorned the castle walls, bearing witness to yet another union of blood. Under the banner of House Targaryen, the oldest bloodlines of Westeros gathered here. Rhaenys Targaryen stood impassively, flanked by her daughter Lana and son Laenor. The pride of the Valerian family had been crushed and forcibly pieced together in the face of absolute power, leaving only a hollow shell. Lord Boros Baratheon of House Storm's End, accompanied by his somewhat uneasy son Clemente, and the newly appointed hand of the king, Lord Lionel Strong, observed the heart of the ceremony with complex expressions. King Viserys presided over the wedding himself, his face alight with an almost fervent excitement, as if he could already envision the Targaryen family's splendid future once more. By blood and fire, Viserys' voice trembled with emotion as he ardently recited the vows in the ancient High Valyrian tongue, each syllable imbued with power, as if he sought to etch this oath into the very bedrock of Dragonstone. Lucien remained composed, while Rhaenyra appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers gripping the obsidian dagger, turning pale. According to the ancient rites, the newlyweds were to slice their lips and palms with Dragonstone, allowing their blood to mingle in the wine cup, thus establishing a blood pact. Rhaenyra gritted her teeth, the sharp dagger cutting a line across her lips, blood gushing forth immediately. It was now Lucien's turn. He picked up another obsidian dagger and casually grazed it across his own lips. A faint, piercing sound echoed, reminiscent of metal scraping against stone. The razor edge of the obsidian failed to even leave a mark on his skin. All present stood dumbfounded. Was this the being who had defeated 3 great dragons and captured Prince Daemon? His body, it seemed, could not even be harmed by Dragonstone. Lucien frowned slightly, then quickly gathered himself. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, and then a barely perceptible thread of magic flowed from his fingertips, enveloping the obsidian blade. This time, he exerted control over his body, merely making a gentle incision. There was no resistance. The skin parted soundlessly, but the blood that flowed was not the expected crimson. Instead, it bore a strange dark golden hue, reminiscent of molten metal. Lucien and Rhaenyra etched the Valyrian symbols with their blood upon their brows, subsequently slicing their palms in the same manner. The ceremony continued. Rhaenyra watched him, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of trepidation. Their lacerated palms met tightly. Rhaenyra could feel the astonishing heat radiating from Lucien's hand, as if that warmth might evaporate her very blood. The 2 distinct bloodstreams dripped into the Valyrian silver goblet filled with deep red wine, merging into a peculiar whirlpool. They partook of the blood wine. The ritual was complete. In the castle hall of Dragonstone, the feast had long been prepared. The long table overflowed with roasted meats, seafood, and various delicacies from Westeros. The aroma of ale wafting through the air. King Viserys was thoroughly unrestrained. His face aglow, he frequently raised his cup, laughing heartily at each noble who came to offer their congratulations. For the Targaryens, for the future of the dragonkind, he proclaimed, downing the wine in his cup with zeal. To him, everything had been resolved perfectly. The foolishness of Daemon, the arrogance of Valyrian, were now behind them. A more powerful Dragon King's bloodline was set to merge with the Targaryens, and Rhaenyra's claim to succession would be as solid as stone. Once her child was born, an heir with the blood of both Dragon Kings, who would dare question it? Aegon and Helena would become the most loyal supporters of the new king, just as he and Daemon once were. Queen Alicent sat quietly beside the king, her 2 young children having already been taken away by their nurse. She merely smiled, yet her smile did not reach her eyes. Observing her jubilant husband and the beaming nobles, she felt only a chilling numbness within her heart. The king's guard remained vigilant. Yet under Viserys' earnest invitation, they too joined in the revelry. Outside the castle, the residents of Dragonstone were being granted food and ale. Most of them were descendants of Targaryen bastards, who had tended to the dragons for generations, truly the subjects of House Targaryen. At this moment, they too rejoiced for the prince's wedding. The clamor and revelry persisted until late into the night. Alicent felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and returned to her chambers early. Not long after, the door swung open and a tipsy Viserys staggered in. "Alicent," he mumbled, collapsing onto the edge of the bed. "I am truly happy today." Grasping her hand, his gaze unfocused, he continued, for these years, I have lived in fear. I feared Daemon's ambition, feared Corlys' greed, feared the winter foretold in prophecy. I feared I might not be able to hold on to all of this." Alicent listened in silence, allowing him to express his thoughts. She had assumed that the winter Viserys spoke of was merely the long winter that plagued Westeros. Yet now all was well. A childlike smile graced Viserys' face. "Lena, he is formidable, Alicent. So powerful that all conspiracies have turned into mere jest. Our family is safe now. Winter can no longer threaten us. And I can finally breathe easy." His voice grew softer, imbued with a long-suppressed sense of release. Alicent could detect the strong scent of alcohol on him, mingled with the fatigue of burdens lifted. "Everything I did was for this family." Viserys' breath became heavy as he gazed at his wife, his eyes gradually replaced by desire. He ceased speaking, directly lifting Alicent and pressing her onto the soft bed. The bed curtains fell, obscuring the candlelight. Only the sound of their heavy breathing and the rustle of fabric echoed in the quiet bedroom. In contrast, the atmosphere in Rhaenyra's chamber was entirely different. She sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her hands tightly wringing the fabric of her gown. It had been less than 2 years since her first menstruation, and the myriad rumors surrounding wedding nights filled her with dread. The door creaked open, and Lena entered. He bore no trace of alcohol, his gaze as serene as ever, as if he had merely attended an ordinary dinner. Rhaenyra's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Lena glanced at her, seemingly perceiving her anxiety. "Sleep," he said, his voice calm and unruffled. "Tomorrow, take me to see the Double-Rims Hall and Silverwing left by Aegon I." Rhaenyra abruptly lifted her head, her face a canvas of disbelief. We are not yet to," she stammered, her words faltering as her cheeks flushed. "That was merely a ceremony for the people of Westeros." Lena interrupted her. He walked to the window, gazing out at the pitch-black sea. "The wedding here is over. Upon our return to Essos, we must hold a proper Essosi ceremony. Only then shall we be truly wed." Rhaenyra stared blankly at his silhouette. She was still too young and too innocent, Lena thought. He was not so beastly. Rhaenyra's breathing gradually steadied, the suffocating tension receding like a tide. In its place was an indescribable complexity of emotions, relief, confusion, and perhaps a hint of disappointment she was yet to recognize. She did not know. All she knew was that she need not fear any longer tonight. With a mix of uncertainty and comfort, Rhaenyra lay down and drifted into slumber. Chapter 100. The Predicament of Braavos. Crimson sails loomed against the oppressive sky of shadows. Like burning blood, the fleet was slowly departing the black harbor of Ashai, each ship's mast adorned with a flaming heart banner. A priest clad in red stood at the bow of the flagship, his face contorted in a fierce rage as he raised a burning longsword, shouting at the densely packed warriors on the deck below. "Servants of the Lord of Light." His voice, hoarse yet filled with fervent fire, rang out. "We shall slay the sorcerer who dares to desecrate the divine. Kill him! Kill him!" The warriors on deck raised their curved daggers, roaring in unison, their voices echoing in the cold harbor. They were the most devout warriors of the Lord of Light's temple. However, their faces etched with zeal for the divine and hatred for their enemies. The news was confirmed. The accursed necromancer, the demon who had blasphemed the sacred flame and slaughtered our brethren, had fled to the immortal halls of Qarth. The priest ground his teeth, each word forcing its way through clenched jaws. Did he think he was safe in there? Foolish. The wrath of the Lord of Light will consume all heretics. This time, we shall not only extinguish his soul, but scatter his ashes into the smoke sea, ensuring he finds no peace for eternity. For Lawler, for the Lord of Light. Amidst the roar, the crimson fleet turned, like a blood-red arrow unleashed, racing towards the western shores of Qarth. In Braavos, at the Hall of the Sea Lord, the atmosphere was stifling, as if it could drip with tension, since the main fleet was completely annihilated at the Stepstones. And the news of the former Sea Lord's death returned. This proud city had plunged into unprecedented panic and chaos. The newly elected Sea Lord, Fern Antrion, sat helplessly at the head of the table, watching as the representatives of the keyholder families bickered incessantly, his temples pounding. "You have all seen the shipyard's report. As long as materials are sufficient, we can launch a new flagship in a month." A rotund keyholder slammed the table, spitting as he spoke. "But what of it?" A gaunt elder scoffed, his voice like sandpaper. "Lord Anrion, please tell us, once the ship is built, who will sail it? Who will fight?" This question struck like a hammer, landing heavily in the hearts of all present. The color drained from the new Sea Lord Fern's face. Braavos' true crisis was never about money or ships. With the Iron Bank's resources and this city's foundation, rebuilding a fleet was not a daunting task. What was truly devastating was the loss of lives. Those who had honed their skills over decades in the Tempests, the most experienced and elite naval forces. The Sea Singers, who inherited the ability to converse with the winds and chant the songs of the moon, guiding fleets to their destinations. They were all gone. At the Stepstones, in that disgraceful defeat, they, along with the fleet, were sunk to the ocean depths by that monstrous entity from the east. Years of cultivated elite naval forces lost in a single battle. The lineage of Sea Singers, who had defended Braavos for generations, was on the verge of extinction. This was the true crippling loss. "We have no sufficient sailors nor qualified commanders." The gaunt elder continued, his voice steeped in despair. "And those city-states we once subdued, Lys, Mir, Tyrosh, they're all watching us, like sharks sensing blood. Not to mention the imminent retribution from that Eastern Dragon Lord. We must make a decision. War or peace? Va? What shall we fight with? Shall we send a bunch of green recruits who have barely touched the oars to their deaths? Or shall we kneel to the butcher who slaughtered our kin and beg for peace? If we do not kneel, shall we wait for Braavos to be razed to the ground?" The quarrel escalated. The entire Hall of the Sea Lord became akin to a boiling marketplace. Fern tried to restore order, but his voice quickly drowned in the waves of anger and fear. Braavos, once the dominator of the Narrow Sea, had reached its most perilous moment. In a house of black and white, within the silent temple, only the sound of dripping water from the pool could be heard. A faceless group sat quietly around the black and white pool. The mission in Volantis has failed. A hoarse voice shattered the silence. The target's power exceeded our estimations. Another voice responded. The Iron Bank's contract must be fulfilled. It is the cornerstone of our existence. Dispatch another group. This time, send multiple teams to approach him covertly. After a brief discussion, consensus was reached. The cost of death must be repaid with death, regardless of who the target may be. Just as the new batch of faceless men was about to depart, a plainly clad man with a sharp and competent demeanor entered the temple. He was not an assassin. He carried no scent of death. He was a representative of the Iron Bank. All the faceless men halted their actions, silently observing him. The man approached the pool and, addressing the world's most fearsome assassins, bowed slightly, yet his tone held an undeniable, authoritative command. Gentlemen, I bring the Iron Bank's latest decree. He paused momentarily, surveying the expressionless faces surrounding him. The assassination contract targeting Emperor Liu Sheng of Essos is to be immediately revoked. Within the temple, an oppressive silence reigned, so profound that even the sound of dripping water seemed to vanish. A faceless man slowly spoke, his voice tinged with confusion. What is the reason? The Iron Bank never engages in unprofitable ventures. The news of the Targaryen alliance with the Dragon King of Essos struck like a sudden tempest, sweeping across the narrow sea. This revelation acted as the final straw, shattering the last vestiges of resolve among the warmongers within the Bravos Council. Inside the hall of the Sea King, the fierce debates that had raged for days finally subsided. The newly appointed Sea King, Ferrago, gazed wearily at the intelligence in his hands, letting out a heavy sigh. The Targaryen dynasty, the rulers of Westeros, had chosen to unite with the very demon that had annihilated the Bravos fleet. Everyone understood the implications of this decision. It meant that if Bravos opted to continue its resistance, it would not merely face a formidable Eastern Empire, but a unified Westeros emboldened by dragons, where knights would eagerly join the Dragon Kings in raiding the Iron Bank. Such a force could utterly erase Bravos from the map. I agreed to peace talks. A keyholder, who had previously clamored for vengeance, now spoke with a voice so dry it seemed to age him a decade in an instant. His words toppled the first domino. In favor. The peace faction gained overwhelming momentum. Following the decision, the Hall of the Sea King fell into an extended silence. Heads were bowed, faces etched with humiliation and bitterness, as the envoy ship departed from the colossal statue of the Titan in Bravos. The docks were thronged with citizens drawn by the news. There were no cheers, no farewells. Only suppressed sobs and furious curses filled the air. Cowards! Traitors! You have betrayed Bravos. A white-haired old woman knelt on the ground, her son one of the Navy who perished at the stepstones. She cried out to the envoy's ship, her voice a heart-wrenching wail. How dare you? How dare you plead with the murderer? The envoys stood at the bow of the ship, their expressions devoid of emotion as they endured the spittle of their compatriots. They understood that they bore not only the mission of seeking peace, but also the shame of this city. The vessel slowly sailed away from Bravos, heading towards Tyrosh. They sought to meet that man named Liu Sheng, exchanging Bravos' dignity and wealth for the city's mere survival. Chapter 101. Woomisr and the Targaryen Whore. The air on Dragonstone was thick with the damp scent of sulfur and sea salt. Rhaenyra followed closely behind Liu Sheng as they entered the legendary cave of Woomisr, the Bronze Fury, where the smooth walls reflected a dim light. This was the sacred ground of House Targaryen, a place forbidden. Are we truly entering? Rhaenyra's voice quivered ever so slightly, her grip on Liu Sheng's arm tightening as if drawing courage from him. Liu Sheng offered no reply, continuing deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a tremendous fury erupted from the depths of the cavern. The roar was not merely a beast cry, but a primal, destructive bellow echoing from ancient times. The very ground of Dragonstone seemed to tremble in response. Woomisr sensed an immensely powerful being approaching, far beyond its imagination. This was not merely a provocation, it was an invasion. Another apex predator had entered its territory. A massive bronze head abruptly emerged from the darkness, its lava-like eyes locking onto Liu Sheng at the entrance. Its wrath felt almost tangible, the air within the cave instantly heated to a searing temperature. Following closely, a silver figure also materialized, Silverwing, sensing its mate's anger and issuing a threatening hiss. Two colossal dragons, two forces of annihilation, surged toward Liu Sheng outside the cave. They were enraged. We must hide. Rhaenyra's face turned pale, her grip on Liu Sheng's arm unyielding. No need. Liu Sheng's voice was disturbingly calm. He merely raised his right hand. Magic surged within his palm, the air emitting a piercing shriek under the strain. A long whip composed entirely of pure flame manifested out of thin air, its body as dark as ink yet ablaze with a soul-chilling dark golden flame. Woomister's enormous head surged forward, a foul gust of wind assaulting Lu Sheng. With a flick of his wrist, he cracked the whip. The sound echoed sharply, far more jarring than thunder. The slender flame whip arced through the air, striking precisely against Woomister's cheek. There was no splatter of flesh, only a charred mark was left, deeply etched upon the bronze scales, as if branded by hellfire. Woomister let out a cry of profound agony, the pain not originating from its flesh, but scorching directly at its soul. Even more terrifying was the absolute suppression emanating from the depths of its bloodline, like an invisible shackle, instantaneously binding its every movement. Its colossal body froze in place, immobile. The once fiery rage in its molten eyes was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. The Targaryen's secret weapon against these masterless wild dragons truly was formidable, Lu Sheng mused, just as Silverwing poked its head out, still unaware of the situation. The black fire whip struck again like a specter. Crack! Another sharp sound rang out, and Silverwing emitted a mournful cry, equally frozen in place, its body trembling violently from fear. The two dragons, renowned throughout Westeros, now resembled creatures tamed by a beastmaster, unable to entertain even a thought of resistance. Rhaenyra was utterly astonished, releasing her grip, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Lu Sheng slowly approached Woomister, disregarding the lingering fear in its eyes, and gently placed his palm on its enormous head. There were no chants, no rituals. A strange and domineering connection instantaneously pierced through the dragon's will, forcefully imprinting itself into Lu Sheng's mind. Is it truly this simple? Lu Sheng felt a flicker of surprise. Through the newly forged link, he issued his first command. Fly out of the cave. The magical pressure binding Woomister vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, the bronze dragon obediently crawled out of the cave, spreading its vast wings and soaring into the sky. Lu Sheng looked up at the heavens and continued issuing instructions. Perform a spin in the air, then unleash your dragon fire towards the sky. In the skies, Woomister's massive form elegantly completed a graceful spin, then tilted its head back, unleashing a torrential stream of dragon fire that pierced the heavens, scorching a massive hole in the clouds. Watching the spectacle, Lu Sheng couldn't help but murmur to himself. Has it been rendered docile? Wasn't it said that this creature is the most temperamental dragon aside from Vhagar? He lifted the binding on Silverwing. After a moment of hesitation, Silverwing quickly crawled out of the cave, following Woomister into the sky, obediently circling at its side. In Volantis, within the most opulent brothel along the banks of the Rhoyne, a den of iniquity established by the lover of a ruling official from the faction of the Faceless Men. The clientele was exclusively affluent, including many with unmistakable Valyrian lineage. In a chamber suffused with incense, the proprietress, Rhaenyra, languidly reclined on a soft couch, observing the proud signs before her with a weary gaze that seemed to see through all pretense. Dismiss your delusions, she spoke with a hoarse, yet commanding voice. Those dragons are trophies of the emperor of that empire, not playthings for you to covet. Her youngest son, his eyes gleaming with defiance and fervor, immediately retorted, Mother, we could propose to his majesty to fund the purchase of a dragon. We share the blood of the Dragon King, and by mounting a great dragon, we could still serve the empire. This suggestion ignited the room like a spark on dry tinder. Indeed, we have already convinced the fathers and amassed a considerable sum. If you would merely lend your support, we could petition the emperor in the name of the Targaryen branch. They have long coveted dragons, and the recent news of the capture of 3 dragon riders by land dwellers has presented them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Senela gazed at her impetuous progeny and let out a derisive snort. Foolishness, she chastised. Each dragon is worth an entire army. Tell me, would the emperor of the empire allow anyone to spend money to meddle with his military? Her words instantly extinguished the fervor in the chamber. Get out, and do not disgrace yourselves here. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Senela expelled her desire-driven children from the room. The chamber fell into silence, and she let out a long sigh. As the daughter of the venerable King Jaehaerys, the madness and rebellion of the Targaryens once coursed through her veins. In her youth, to rebel against her father, she had fled to Lys to become a courtesan, leveraging her Dragon King's bloodline to amass her initial fortune, ultimately establishing the largest brothel in Volantis. Even during the Great Council of 101, she had deliberately sent her 3 illegitimate children to create a spectacle, purely to vex her lofty father. Yet now, she had aged, and the passions of youth had been dulled by the passage of time. She looked at her well-kept, but no longer youthful hands, feeling a wave of self-mockery. Were she 20 years younger, she would have been the first to rush before the land dweller, begging him, pleading with him to acquire a dragon of her own at any cost. But now, she had gained clarity. Such a magnitude of power could neither be bought nor begged for. Chapter 102. The Gray Sheep. A man clad in a gray scholar's robe ascended the slick stone steps of Dragonstone. The sea breeze rustled the necklace he wore, composed of various metal links, producing a faint clinking sound. He was Maester Vis, hailing from the citadel of Old Town, summoned by the command of the Archmasters. In the ancient and oppressive hall of Dragonstone, Vis encountered King Viserys. The king's countenance appeared slightly more fatigued than during their last meeting at the banquet, yet there was a hint of relief etched upon his brow. Queen Alicent sat quietly beside the king, her gaze serene and devoid of discernible emotion. "Your Majesty, your Grace," Vis respectfully bowed. Viserys raised a hand, signaling him to dispense with formalities. "Maester of the Citadel, what business do you bring?" The king's voice bore trace of weariness. Vis straightened, speaking with measured confidence. "Your Majesty, the Citadel has learned that Princess Rhaenyra is soon to journey to the eastern continent alongside His Imperial Majesty of Essos. The Archmasters unanimously believe this presents a rare opportunity." He paused, gauging the king's reaction. "An opportunity to acquire new knowledge and broaden our horizons. The continent of Essos is rife with the unknown and the mysterious. The Citadel wishes to dispatch a scholar to accompany the princess, to document the customs, history, and culture of the East, and to bring back this invaluable knowledge to Westeros." Viserys' brow furrowed slightly. He held little fondness for the inquisitive old men of the Citadel. "You wish to accompany Rhaenyra to Essos?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Vis bowed again. "I am willing to serve as the princess's attendant, providing her with necessary academic counsel and advisory services. My knowledge will be of benefit to her in unfamiliar lands." Viserys fell silent. The thought of having a Citadel spy shadow his daughter, especially as she ventured into a completely foreign empire, instinctively unsettled him. At that moment, Queen Alicent spoke softly. "Your Majesty, I believe this is a commendable proposal." Viserys looked at her with surprise. Alicent's gaze was gentle yet persuasive. After all, Rhaenyra is heading to an entirely strange place. Having someone knowledgeable from Westeros by her side would be advantageous. Maester Vis can help her adapt better to her surroundings and regularly remind her of her homeland traditions and responsibilities. Her voice paused, and she added pointedly, moreover, "Having a scholar nearby will reassure the lords of the kingdom. They will know that the princess has not forgotten her roots." This remark struck at the heart of Viserys' anxieties. His greatest fear was that Rhaenyra, after marrying far away, would be assimilated by Eastern blood and thought, undermining her claim to inheritance in Westeros. Vis immediately sensed the shift in the king's expression and seized the opportunity to add, "What the queen says is indeed true. I will do everything in my power to assist the princess, ensuring that the glory of House Targaryen is known even in the eastern continent. Furthermore, I will provide you with regular updates on the princess's well-being to ease your longing." This assurance completely dispelled Viserys' remaining doubts. The ability to stay informed about his daughter's situation was precisely what he desired. "Very well," the king finally nodded, wearily waving his hand. "I agree. I will recommend you to His Imperial Majesty. I trust he will not refuse such a minor request. You shall accompany Rhaenyra to Essos." "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty." Vis bowed deeply, a glint of barely concealed triumph flickering in his eyes. As night fell, Vis was assigned to a guest room on Dragonstone. The stone walls were cold and unyielding, and outside, the relentless roar of the waves echoed. He closed the door, shutting out the clamor of the world beyond. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the obsidian sea, his thoughts drifting back to the clandestine meeting prior to his departure from Old Town. Within the highest white tower of the Citadel, several silver-haired archmasters were gathered around an ancient wooden table, their expressions grave. A new empire was rising on the continent of Essos, and its ruler possessed a bloodline older and mightier than the Targaryens. One Archmaester's voice was hoarse and solemn. He could easily vanquish the dragons of House Targaryen. His magical prowess could even ignite the long-lost glass candles. "This surpasses our understanding." Another Archmaester tapped the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle. "The Targaryens have ruled Westeros for a century, yet their comprehension of dragons and the legacy of Valyrian magic is nearly non-existent. They are merely fortunate survivors, not true heirs." Ultimately, the presiding Archmaester turned his gaze to Vis. "Vis, you are one of our finest acolytes. Your observational skills and memory are unparalleled. This task is yours alone." Unravel the true secrets of that dragon-ruling family. Document the habits of the dragons. And record all traces of their magic. Remember, this must be conducted in secrecy. You must not be discovered. This was the command given to him by the Archmaester before his departure. The Citadel, this bastion of knowledge in Westeros, harbored an insatiable curiosity for all that was unknown. And dragons, creatures capable of upending the balance of power in the world, were their ultimate target. This was their outstretched limb, a probe piercing the heart of the new empire. He drew back his thoughts, a cold smile curling at his lips. Dragon Kings? Magic? Once I bring your secrets back to the Citadel, these powers shall no longer belong solely to you. At the port of Dragonstone, the fleet preparing to set sail resembled a forest of steel. Land dwellers stood on the deck of the flagship, surveying the bustling scene at the dock. Nyra appeared silently behind him. Your Majesty, news has arrived from Dragonstone that King Viserys has arranged for a scholar to accompany you and Her Highness the Princess. A scholar? Lucien turned, his brow slightly raised. Nero presented a report. He is dispatched from the Citadel, named Vise. It is said he comes to acquire knowledge of Essos, while simultaneously serving as an advisor to the princess. Lucien took the report, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the sea. He scoffed. I do not believe for a moment that those old codgers at the Citadel have no ulterior motives. Nero's gaze turned icy in an instant. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this Vise? As he spoke, his right hand made a swift motion across his throat, executing a decisive gesture of assassination. Lucien, however, merely smiled, a hint of amusement gracing his features. To kill him would be too easy and far too obvious. He regarded Nero, speaking languidly. Arrange for him to join your fleet and treat him with the finest hospitality. Nero appeared somewhat perplexed. The smile on Lucien's lips broadened. Once the ship reaches the center of the narrow sea, on an auspicious day, let us invite our scholar to partake in some delicacies from the Isle of Serpents and Lizards. The subordinate comprehended. Nero respectfully lowered his head and then quietly withdrew. Lucien's gaze returned to the horizon, his eyes calm as a placid lake. They wish to plant a spy beside me? The Citadel shall one day be engulfed in dragon fire. Those gray-cloaked sheep. Within a quiet chamber of the Red Keep, Rhaenys Targaryen clutched her daughter Laena's hand tightly. Laena had donned a practical riding outfit for the voyage. Her silver-white hair neatly tied back, exuding a spirited elegance. Yet, the melancholy of farewell lingered between mother and daughter. Must we depart so soon? Rhaenys' voice was somewhat hoarse. Indeed, mother, Laena nodded, stating they would likely set sail the following day. Nearby, Laena's brother, Laenar Velaryon, wore a sorrowful expression as he gazed at his brave sister, filled with a sense of helplessness. The weight of their family's legacy now rested upon the shoulders of a girl. He yearned to speak, yet found every word inadequate. Rhaenys caressed her daughter's hand, noting the calluses formed from years of holding reins. This is the fate of nobility. For our family, sacrifices must be made. Her voice was laden with exhaustion and resignation. I am sorry, my child, for burdening you with this. Yet Laenar beamed with a radiant smile, dispelling the gloom within the chamber. It is all right, mother. She clasped Rhaenys' hand in return, her gaze resolute and bright. At least this way, I can be with Vhagar. I am a dragon rider, the master of Vhagar. Wherever I go, none shall dare to look down upon me. Chapter 103. The Journey of the Children of the Forest. The port of Dragonstone was fully prepared. A colossal fleet resembled a series of floating iron fortresses, quietly anchored off the black beach, awaiting the Emperor's return to sever the mooring lines and set sail. On the shore, the breaths of two great dragons echoed like ancient bellows. The bronze dragon Vhagar rested its massive head upon the sand, eyes closed in slumber, each breath stirring a warm breeze. Beside it, the silver-winged dragon seemed restless, flicking its gleaming tail and sending plumes of black sand into the air. Rhaenyra stood at the ship's rail, bidding her final farewell to her father. Exercise caution upon your arrival in Essos. King Viserys' face was pale, his voice heavy with uncontainable concern. If anyone dares to oppose you, the Targaryen family will stand by your side. My husband will protect me. Rhaenyra's voice was soft yet unwavering. She gazed upon her father's prematurely aged visage, a pang of compassion washing over her, yet more so, a resolute determination for the future. Viserys opened his mouth, wishing to impart more words, but ultimately, it culminated in a heavy sigh. In another direction, not far away, Laenar Velaryon had already boarded the ship. Attired in a practical riding outfit, leaning quietly against the railing, her gaze fixed upon the distant sky, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a swiftly enlarging dark shape appeared on the horizon. The terrifying presence of the dragon surged forth like a tsunami. Even the dozing Vagger jolted awake, its molten eyes wide open, roaring in agitation. A pitch-black dragon obscured the sunlight, its molten gold vertical pupils surveying the minuscule fleet below, hovering above Nero's vessel. In its claws, it clutched a colossal cage forged entirely of obsidian, its surface flowing with dark red magical veins. With a thunderous crash, the dragon released its grip, the obsidian cage descending with a heavy whoosh, landing precisely on the deck of Nero's flagship, the air currents gently lowering it. The ship rocked slightly, and soon Nero and Scholar Vyse gathered around. In Vyse's astonished gaze, nearly biting his tongue in disbelief, the cage door slid open silently. 4 figures emerged from within. They were diminutive in stature, their skin resembling moss-covered bark, exhibiting a peculiar gray-green hue. Their enormous golden eyes sparkled with an ancient wisdom not of humanity. "Old gods above," Vyse murmured, "the children of the forest, just as described in the tomes." Days prior, on the Isle of Faces, since Lucien's departure, the 4 children of the forest had been embroiled in heated debate. "We cannot leave. This is the last sacred ground of the old gods." The knotted tree exclaimed passionately. "Sacred ground?" came a raspy, mocking voice. "A place even the old gods have forsaken? Our cries have echoed for centuries. Yet has there been even a whisper of a response?" Silence. A deathly silence. Ultimately, it was the leader, Pinecone, who shattered the impasse. Its voice wafted like the wind through pine needles, tinged with a sense of melancholy. "Let us hold one final sacrifice, beneath the oldest weirwood at the island center. If we can commune with the green seer, even if but a whisper of woe resonates, we shall remain here, steadfast until the end of the world." Pinecone paused, its golden eyes sweeping over the faces of its companions. "If nothing comes, we shall accept the Dragon King's invitation, leaving this place to journey to Essos." As the first to step upon another continent, the children of the forest, the sacrifice commenced. They called upon the names of the old gods through ancient hymns, offering their prayers with utmost reverence to the weirwood. The ritual persisted for several days. There was no response. Perhaps the old gods despised offerings devoid of blood and slaughter. Or perhaps their divine power could no longer traverse the neck of the world to reach this forsaken isle. The human face upon the weirwood continued to silently weep tears of blood. When the last notes of the hymn dissipated into the wind, Pinecone let out a long sigh. Within that sigh lay boundless loss, yet also a hint of relief. Prepare to depart. On the very day they reached their decision, the sky was once more shrouded in a colossal shadow. Lucien, transformed into his dragon form, descended upon the Isle of Faces to fulfill his promise. Pinecone conveyed their decision to this powerful entity without a moment's hesitation. Black flames surged forth, and under Lucien's command, the flowing obsidian rapidly cooled and shaped itself into a solid and secure cage. This was not imprisonment, but rather protection. As the 4 children of the forest entered the cage, they cast a final glance back at the land they had inhabited for centuries. Farewell, Westeros. With the Emperor's return, the massive anchor of the fleet was slowly drawn up. The black dragon banner fluttered in the sea breeze, and the fleet began to depart from Dragonstone, cutting through the waves towards the east. Rhaenyra stood at the bow of the ship, the sea wind lifting her silver hair, and she spotted Laenor aboard. Reluctantly, she raised her hand, offering a perfunctory greeting, her face etched with displeasure. Laenor noticed her gaze, but merely smiled faintly, returning a flawless curtsy, her demeanor graceful and composed. This made Rhaenyra feel as though she had struck a fist against cotton, leaving her in a state of further frustration. On the flagship's deck, Maester Vyse was nearly leaning over the obsidian cage, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of an explorer who had just discovered a new world, muttering ancient words incessantly. The texture of their skin, the color of their eyes, remarkable. Suddenly, a pale hand appeared before him without warning. Nyral's figure had materialized at his side, his voice resonating like an echo from the depths of a tomb. "Do not frighten the citizens of the Empire, the gray-clad sheep of the Academy." The unmistakable sarcasm in his tone sent a shiver down Vyse's spine. Only then did he notice the malevolence in Nyral's gaze, a frigid stare reserved for the inanimate. "My apologies, Captain." Vyse quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. I merely encountered a being thought to exist only in childhood tales, and I may have, perhaps, been somewhat indiscreet." He steadied his breath, forcing himself to avert his gaze, glancing back thrice as he retreated to his cabin. Yet his curiosity burgeoned like wild grass. The 4 forest children within the cage regarded Nyral with extreme vigilance. The man before them, with skin as pallid as a corpse, bore not a trace of the vitality of the living. were it not for the lingering, malevolent magic of the terrifying black dragon emanating from him. They might have believed they faced a new white. Nyrol paid their weariness no heed. He commanded the crew member by his side, take them to their quarters to rest. Then, glancing at the heights of the four forest children, he added, one room will suffice. Pinecone and his companions exchanged glances, seeing resignation reflected in each other's eyes. They lowered their guard somewhat. After all, the might of the Dragon King was undeniably real. Under the guidance of an equally expressionless crew member, the four ancient beings followed silently toward their first resting place within the belly of this steel behemoth. Chapter 104. The response of Kor's Materis neonatal cultivation chamber. Pale flames flickered within glass candles. The emanating magic coalesced into a tangible mist, slowly settling in specially designed cultivation troughs. Alan observed the infants with satisfaction. Their bodies were significantly larger than those of ordinary infants, their robust chests rising and falling with rhythmic breaths, a faint luminescence coursing beneath their skin. These were the new generation of Matarisians, born under the blessings of His Majesty. They were destined to overshadow the mundane beings of the old era. What the governor? Alan's gaze remained fixed on the infants, though his tone turned frosty. Why has he been returning home so early lately? Does he deem the work here unimportant? Or does the warmth of his wife's bed hold greater allure? The attending guard stiffened, immediately bowing. My lord, do you require me to summon the governor back? Alan waved his hand dismissively, finally retracting his gaze, a hint of impatience surfacing on his face. Forget it, as long as the primary tasks are not delayed. He turned to leave, his black robe trailing silently on the floor. How fare things at the academy? The guard followed closely, reporting in hushed tones, all is proceeding smoothly. My lord, the first batch of students has begun attempting to communicate with the magic of the glass candles using your methods. The one with the highest aptitude. The two-headed boy successfully cast a rudimentary fireball spell yesterday. Though it was only the size of a fist, its power was sufficient to scorch through a sheet of iron. A satisfied smile curved Alan's lips. Excellent. Everything is progressing orderly according to plan. Kors, Spice Harbor. The returning merchant ships brought two pieces of news potent enough to reverberate throughout the very heart of the world. First, at the center of Slave Bay, an unfathomable black tower had risen, piercing the clouds, rumored to be the Tower of Divine Grace of the new empire. Second, Volantis, alongside the once contentious kingdom of the Three Daughters, had now submitted, unified under the banner of the Second Valyrian Empire. The news spread like wildfire through the tea-houses, brothels, and markets of Kors, inciting a mixture of excitement and fear among the populace. Yet within the council chamber of the 13 magnates, the atmosphere remained remarkably tranquil. Long before the news reached the common folk, they had already learned of all that transpired on the continent of Essos through their own channels. A corpulent magnate, bedecked with rings of gemstones, swirled his wine and languidly spoke. It is merely a nascent empire. There is no need for alarm. His voice dripped with the shrewdness and arrogance characteristic of Kors merchants. We Korsians have never provoked that Dragon King of Essos. We are merchants, not warriors. Our city opens its gates to all civilizations, including him. Another lean magnate nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the downfall of the kingdom of the Three Daughters was due to their foolish provocations against the Dragon King. We are different. We understand etiquette and respect. The leading magnate decisively concluded this brief discussion. Maintain the status quo. We shall keep normal trade relations with the new empire and engage in no hostile actions. He paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Once that Dragon King returns to Slave Bay, we shall promptly send envoys bearing the most generous gifts. A friend who understands the respect due to the powerful is far more desirable than a foolish enemy. We Korsians grasp this principle better than anyone. The other magnates exchanged knowing smiles. To them, this was merely a new investment, as long as the returns were sufficiently bountiful. What did it matter to bow their proud heads before a powerful Dragon King? They were confident that, with Kor's wealth rivaling nations and their deft diplomatic skills, they would not suffer the same fate as the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Kors, the Hall of the Immortal. This vast structure, built from blackened bones, cast eerie and distorted shadows in the setting sun. Deep within the hall, a sweet yet perilous aroma of twilight wine lingered perpetually. Several figures cloaked in deep blue robes concealed their forms, with only pale, bluish lips exposed to the air. They were the male witches of Kors, the Immortals. Have you all heard the news? A voice, raspy as sandpaper, broke the silence. The necromancer who rejected us, Alan. Another voice, dripping with mockery, chimed in, of course. He is now a prominent figure in the new empire, reportedly favored by that Dragon King. How absurd. A third voice brimmed with resentment and bitterness. We were so generous. We invited him to remain in the hall of the immortal, to share with us eternal life. As for those lackeys of the Sun Kings and Asha, Kors would have shielded him from all pursuit. Yet he spurned us. The first voice spoke again, tinged with lingering confusion. For the sake of a nebulous prophecy, he chose to forsake immortality, departing from us resolutely with his few ragged ships. The hall fell into a prolonged silence. The blue mist of twilight, wine slowly rose, twisting into bizarre shapes. Once, they viewed Alan as a wayward lamb, a fool who had squandered his greatest opportunity. They had pitted him from their lofty perch, mocking his choice of a fleeting mortal life and mundane power. But now, that fool stood beside a king capable of conquering the continent. That fool was in the process of constructing an unprecedented magical academy. The power and influence he wielded had far exceeded those of the immortals, who merely languished in the Hall of Bones. He would come to regret it. After a long interval, that voice, filled with venomous resentment, resounded once more. Yet the conviction in its words had undeniably waned. The empire of mortals is destined to decay, and human life is as fleeting as summer insects. Only immortality embodies the ultimate truth of the cosmos. However, no one echoed his sentiments. A male sorcerer slowly lifted his head, his deeply sunken eyes fixated intently on the roiling blue smoke before him. Within the smoke, a colossal black dragon, obscuring the heavens, faintly materialized, where its wings passed. All creation bowed in submission. Beneath the shadow of the dragon, a figure clad in a black robe flickered into view. It was Alan. The sorcerer's blue lips quivered violently, for the threat of his destiny was searing our future. Chapter 105. The Forgotten Stepstone Isles. The fleet's dragon-headed prows breached the emerald waves as they sailed toward the cluster of rocky isles. The name Stepstone Isles in Westeros conjured images of blood, piracy, and ceaseless conflict. Rhaenyra stood beside Laenor, the sea breeze tousling her silvery hair. She gazed at the increasingly discernible silhouette of the islands, barren and devoid of life. What has become of the army summoned by Prince Daemon, those noble cadets and mercenaries? Rhaenyra suddenly inquired, for the Valyrian fleet had been utterly annihilated, and they too must be trapped upon that isle. Where would their captors take them? At her words, Laenor momentarily stiffened, a rare look of embarrassment crossing his face. He seemed to have forgotten about the Stepstone Isles amidst his preoccupation with the affairs of the kingdom of the Three Daughters and Bravos. He had merely commanded the governor of Tyrosh to prepare a fleet, neglecting to instruct him to rescue those stranded soldiers. Observing Laenor's fleeting discomposure, Rhaenyra, with her keen intellect, immediately surmised the situation. Instead of mocking him, a glimmer of insight flashed in her violet eyes. They were marooned upon the island, devoid of ships and ravens, completely severed from the outside world. Most of them are the younger sons of Westerosi nobles and some landless knights, she murmured. They ventured far from home for honor and wealth. Pausing, she turned to Laenor. Now, with their leader Daemon captured and the Valyrian fleet destroyed, they are like forgotten orphans. If we were to extend a helping hand, Laenor instantly grasped Rhaenyra's intent. It was indeed a splendid opportunity. Although this contingent of soldiers was not among the elite, they were seasoned warriors intimately familiar with the land of Westeros. More importantly, they were now at their most vulnerable, making it the opportune moment to win them over. You mean to recruit them? Laenor inquired. Yes, Rhaenyra affirmed, her tone resolute. Rather than allow them to perish or be consumed by pirates or Dorne, it is wiser to make them our own. This will be beneficial for our future endeavors in Westeros. Laenor fell into a brief contemplation. Rhaenyra's proposal had persuaded him. He gazed toward the distant islands, as if envisioning the silhouettes of those desperate soldiers. Moments later, he nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. On the Stepstone Isles, within a rudimentary encampment, the air was thick with despair and decay. Damn it, our food supplies are nearly exhausted. A noble cadet from the Crownlands, Rolly's Stormcrown, irritably kicked a stone at his feet. His armor had lost its luster, his face was unshaven, and his eyes were bloodshot. The soldiers around him bore a similar demeanor, all dejected like defeated roosters. We are like refuse discarded here, another knight lamented. Where has the Valyrian fleet gone? Has Prince Daemon forgotten us? Forgotten? I doubt he can even save himself. Voices of discontent rose, as panic and unease spread through the camp like a plague. They were stranded on this forsaken archipelago, their supplies dwindling day by day, with no means to communicate with the outside world. They remained oblivious to the fate of the kingdom of the Three Daughters, unaware of whether Daemon had triumphed or faltered, and uncertain if they would have clean water to drink come tomorrow. At that moment, a lookout soldier suddenly let out a panic scream. Look to the sky. What is that? Instinctively, all heads turned upward. In the azure expanse, a golden figure approached rapidly, magnifying in size. Its sleek form, vast wings, and the terrifying presence belonging to a legendary creature. A dragon. It is a dragon. By the seven, it is a Targaryen dragon. After a brief silence, the entire camp erupted into fervor. The desperate soldiers beheld what seemed to be a miracle. They discarded their belongings and rushed from their tents, wildly waving their arms at the sky. It is Targaryen. The royal family has not forsaken us. We are saved. We are saved. An officer scrambled from the command tent, and upon recognizing that the golden dragon was Syrax, the steed of the crown Princess Rhaenyra, tears of excitement welled in his eyes. He shouted to the soldiers nearby, "Quick, raise the Targaryen banner. Hurry!" A bloodied, nearly faded banner of the three-headed dragon was hastily hoisted on the flagpole. Soldiers gathered beneath it, calling out to the circling dragon, brandishing their weapons, releasing the pent-up fear and despair of recent days. Syrax circled above the camp, then, under Rhaenyra's command, descended gracefully onto the open ground at the camp center. The enormous dragon wings stirred a tempest, sending dust and debris swirling. The soldiers reverently retreated, clearing a vast space. As the wings folded, Laenor, cradling Rhaenyra, leaped from the dragon's back, landing firmly on the ground. The commanding officer immediately recognized Rhaenyra. He had glimpsed the renowned light of the kingdom at a feast in King's Landing. Not daring to show any deference, he hastened forward, dropping to one knee. "Sir Galladon Hightower, commander of the garrison at Stepstone Isles, greets your highness." Behind him, thousands of soldiers knelt in unison, the clashing of armor resounding like a chorus. "Long live the princess!" Their voices roared, echoing across the aisle. Rhaenyra surveyed the ragged yet fervent soldiers before her, a strange sensation blossoming within her. This was the taste of power, the glory bestowed by the Targaryen bloodline. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a clear and authoritative voice, "Rise, loyal warriors." "Thank you, your highness." The soldiers stood, yet their eyes remained fervently fixed upon her, as if gazing upon a savior. Rhaenyra wasted no time and directly conveyed her purpose. "The Targaryen family has formed an alliance with the Dragon Lords of Essos. The one beside me is Laenor, the Dragon Lord of Essos. The Iron Throne will belong to our child." Her voice rang out across the encampment. The soldiers, initially taken aback, soon engaged in hushed discussions. They found themselves caught between two great powers. They had assumed this was aid from the Iron Throne, but now it seemed. Rhaenyra raised her hand for silence. The murmurs gradually subsided, all eyes anxiously fixed upon her. "Prince Daemon has been brought back to King's Landing." Rhaenyra's voice grew heavy, "and you have been left forgotten here. The Stepstone Isles currently lack any support. Your supplies are on the verge of depletion, and your future is shrouded in uncertainty." The camp fell into silence once more. Shock and disbelief were etched on every face. "Forgotten?" The word struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of all present. As despair enveloped the crowd, the previously silent Sheng stepped forward. His gaze, calm and composed, swept over each individual present, imbued with an innate authority that compelled all who met his eyes to bow their heads involuntarily. "Now, you are presented with two choices." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. "First, you may choose to remain here and become my soldiers. I shall incorporate you, providing ample supplies and the privileges of a soldier. You will continue to serve as the guardians of the Stone Steps Islands, aiding in the new order I am about to establish." He paused before continuing. "Second, you may depart from this place. Soon, the Tylosai will dispatch a fleet. You can pay for passage and return to Westeros. I shall not coerce anyone." With that, he lapsed into silence, watching them intently, awaiting their decision. Sir Gales and several officers immediately huddled together, engaging in fervent discussion. Return to Westeros? The thought flashed through their minds for but a moment before being swiftly dismissed. Why had they come to this wretched place in the first place? Was it not to achieve glory, to amass wealth and lands, to escape the ignominious status of a second son? And now, the war was over, and they found themselves trapped on the island like lost dogs, forced to pay their way back. They envisioned the mockery and disdain that awaited them upon their dejected return to Westeros. Can we truly go back, to become a laughingstock? One knight roared, his face marred by humiliation. Yet, to serve this Essos man? Another hesitated. And what of it? He is the husband of Princess Rhaenyra. The Iron Throne shall belong to them. Sir Gales inhaled deeply, arriving at a decision. His gaze swept over the soldiers behind him, their youthful faces eager for accomplishment. Returning only invites derision. staying offers at least a glimmer of hope. He declared, "This sovereign has vanquished the fleets of Bravos and Valyrian, as well as Prince Demon. Following such a formidable leader, we may yet have a future." The officers quickly reached a consensus. Sir Gales approached Sheng once more, bowing deeply before kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, we are willing to serve you." As he knelt, thousands of soldiers behind him likewise fell to their knees, their voices resonating even more loudly and resolutely. "We pledge our service to your Majesty." A satisfied smile graced Sheng's features. "Excellent," he nodded. "You have made a wise choice. The supply ships will arrive shortly, and the Stone Steps Islands shall welcome a new governor. You will be the inaugural guardians of the new order." He turned to his loyal guard, Nilo, and commanded, "Lower the old banner and raise our dragon flag." "As you command, your Majesty." Soon, the Targaryen three-headed dragon banner was lowered, replaced by a black flag adorned with a golden dragon. As the new banner fluttered in the winds above the Stone Steps Islands, Sheng's long-dormant system finally emitted its alert. Ding! Host territory expansion detected. Successful occupation of the strategic location of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Task completion for the new Valyrian Empire increased. Reward settlement in progress. Damn it. Does the Stone Steps Islands count as part of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters? Sheng cursed the system's unreliability in his mind. Chapter 106. The Feast of Hightower. The chimes of the towering bell resonated over Old Town, somber and prolonged. Within the grand hall of House Hightower, an opulent feast unfolded, silver cutlery glinting in the candlelight, the air rich with the aromas of roasted meats and spices. Yet, all this luxury failed to dispel the gloom overshadowing Otto Hightower's heart. He sat beside the head of the table, expressionless, swirling the wine in his glass, the deep crimson liquid leaving trails on the glass walls, reminiscent of dried blood. "Otto, cease dwelling on matters of King's Landing," urged Hobart Hightower, the head of House Hightower and Otto's elder brother, raising his glass in an attempt to shatter the stifling silence. His voice boomed, laced with a feigned nonchalance. "You have returned home, to Old Town, to your family. This warrants celebration." Otto's lips twitched, more a grimace than a smile. "Celebrate? Celebrate being cast out of the Red Keep like a dog by the king? Celebrate my utter failure as hand?" His voice was low but carried a chilling edge, causing those around him to instinctively set down their utensils. Hobart sighed heavily, gesturing for the musicians and servants to depart. The hall fell silent, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth. "Otto, do not be so obstinate." Hobart's tone turned grave. "You have served as hand of the king, a distinction most families have never known. Your accomplishments are sufficient to render you a legend within our house." He paused, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice. "Listen to me, brother. Do not meddle further in the succession of the Iron Throne. The waters are too deep for us to stir." Otto abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of defiant fire igniting in his eyes. "Why not? My daughter is the queen. My grandson, Aegon, carries the noble blood of both the Targaryens and the Hightowers. According to Westerosi law, the firstborn son's claim precedes that of the firstborn daughter." He slammed his cup down on the table, wine splattering and staining the pristine tablecloth. "The Iron Throne is but a step away from my grandson, and yet it remains tantalizingly out of reach." Hobart gazed silently at his brother, his eyes filled with pity and resignation. He understood Otto's ambition and had once devoted the family's resources to support it. But now, circumstances had shifted. Latest news from King's Landing. Hobart's voice grew dry. "Princess Rhaenyra has wed that dragon lord from Essos." The news struck Otto like a hammer, crashing down upon his heart. He understood all too well what this entailed. A being of ancient lineage, capable of taming 3 massive dragons, even transforming into a black dragon himself. An emperor who had consolidated the entire kingdom of the Three Daughters, Volantis, and the Slavers' Bay to establish what he termed the Second Valyrian Empire. Now, this terrifying force stood as Rhaenyra's most formidable ally. "We lack the means to contend with such power," Hobart stated, each word a stone shattering Otto's final illusions. "Otto, as long as that madman demon does not inherit the throne, we shall be fine. His temperament mirrors that of the second cruel Maegor. As for Rhaenyra, she has the backing of that Essos dragon lord. We cannot hope to contest or oppose her." Otto slumped back against his chair, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only the ashen remains of despair. He recognized the truth in his brother's words. House Hightower is wealthy, ancient, yet before absolute power, all of this crumbles to dust. He lifted his cup and drained the remaining wine in one gulp. "Hobart, I am no family legend." His voice was hoarse and bitter. "I am a hand of the king cast out from King's Landing, a failing elder. I cannot even safeguard my grandson's rightful claim." The golden dragon Syrax let out a resounding roar, carrying Princess Rhaenyra and that enigmatic sovereign like a flash of light toward the skies above the stone steps islands. On the deck, Nilo withdrew his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kitchen, prepare the porridge. Within the flagship's cabin, Maester Vyse sat restlessly, his heart racing wildly in his chest, each thump leaving him breathless. He suppressed his curiosity to step out of the room, a primal fear gripping him, stemming from an instinctual dread. Captain Nero and the crew exhibited an unsettling demeanor. Their vacant eyes and peculiar actions rendered them akin to marionettes, lifeless yet eerily animated. Something was amiss, undeniably so. Just then a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock. Scholar Weiss, our captain invites you for some porridge. A voice devoid of emotion rang from beyond the door. A shiver coursed through Weiss, and he instinctively sensed that this bowl of porridge was fraught with peril. He forced himself to regain his composure, inhaling deeply as he discreetly tucked the dagger meant for self-defense into his robe, the cold metal offering a fleeting sense of security. He opened the door. A pallid crew member stood at the threshold, his hollow gaze fixated on Weiss. Please follow me. As they proceeded, Weiss attempted to engage in conversation, inquiring about the whereabouts of the Majesty and the Princess, questioning the origins of the porridge. Yet, the crew member remained mute, leading the way without uttering a word. The oppressive silence caused a cold sweat to trickle down Weiss's back, saturating his robe. He was brought to the galley in the hold, where an odd melange of spices and an unfamiliar botanical scent assailed his senses. Captain Nero stood before a large cauldron, a beaming smile gracing his face as he held a bowl filled with a viscous, luminescent green concoction. This porridge is rather tricky to prepare. Nero's voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet sent chills down Weiss's spine. His Majesty believes that this adds a sense of ritual. Ritual? What ritual? An alarm blared in Weiss's mind, and he turned to flee, but it was too late. Several crew members emerged from the shadows, their iron-like arms seizing him with unyielding strength. Weiss struggled in terror. What are you doing? I am the scholar accompanying Princess Rhaenyra. You cannot treat me this way. Before he could finish, a rough hand pried open his mouth, and a searing liquid, imbued with the strange aroma of the porridge, surged down his throat, thick as a living creature. Ugh! The burning sensation spread from his esophagus to his stomach, as if he had swallowed a torrent of molten lava. Released from their grip, Weiss collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat in agony, his body writhing and convulsing. His nails scraped against the wooden floor, producing a piercing sound, while his eyes bulged from the excruciating pain. Isn't he overreacting? Nero inquired curiously, crouching down to observe the writhing Weiss with a tilted head, as if he were studying an intriguing insect. Captain, perhaps the porridge is too hot? A crew member dressed as a cook scratched his head, having just completed the concoction. Nero shot a glance at the cook, remaining silent, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor as he watched Weiss roll on the ground, gasping and spewing green foam. After a prolonged period, as Weiss's struggles began to wane, Nero stood up and adjusted his ornate sleeves. Confine him here, he instructed blandly before turning away and departing, as if merely attending to an inconsequential matter. The kitchen door slammed shut, sealing Weiss's faint groans and the encroaching darkness within. Chapter 107. The Resurgence of Blood Magic. Name: Lu Sheng. Constitution: 12. Mental: 15. Talents: Dragon Transformation, Storm Control, Valyrian Magic, Magical Infusion. Skills: Valyrian Magic, Master, Magic Mastery, Master, Procreation, Expert. A surge of fiery energy coursed up Lu Sheng's spine, culminating at the crown of his head. The system's notification faded from his mind. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a satisfying pop. A torrent of power surged through his limbs, every muscle fiber feeling as though it had been reforged, imbued with explosive strength. He could distinctly sense a peculiar and formidable new force awakening deep within his bloodline. Blood magic. One of the foundational powers by which the Valyrian Dragon Lords ruled the world. It was also the most forbidden and enigmatic of forces. To manipulate the rules through blood and life. A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Sheng's mouth. He had a premonition that his next transformation into a dragon would easily surpass 90 meters in length. Furthermore, the bizarre efficacy of blood magic would provide the newborns of Materis, blessed by divine grace, with unprecedented enhancements. A faint yet compelling allure emanated from the distant ruins of Valyria, as if calling from the depths of his lineage. It seemed that once he concluded matters in Myr, a return to Valyria would be imperative, he mused. That wasteland, shrouded in apocalyptic desolation, surely still harbored remnants of value. In Myr, the Great Pyramid. Valyria gently caressed her prominent belly, attuning herself to the rhythm of the life within. The night had grown profoundly deep. In her dreams, she beheld a miniature black dragon the size of a plush toy, curled up in her warm embrace, as docile as a kitten. Yet in the next moment, the tiny dragon abruptly opened its eyes, no longer the pure gold she had envisioned, but shimmering with an eerie blood-red light. Valyria gasped, jolting awake from her dream, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She hurriedly placed her hand back on her abdomen. Thump, thump, thump. The pulsations of the fetus were more vigorous than ever, akin to a small hammer striking against her palm, heralding its existence and transformation. At the port of Tyrosh, the air was saturated with the unique scent of seawater mingled with pear brandy. When Lu Sheng's flagship, leading a formidable fleet, arrived, the entire city fell into an awe-stricken silence. The newly appointed governor and a cadre of officials awaited at the dock, prostrating themselves on the ground in the utmost humility, not daring to lift their heads. As Lu Sheng descended the gangway, his gaze swept over the quaking Tyroshans, lingering not for a moment. The rest of the fleet shall rest here. As you command, your majesty, the governor kowtowed repeatedly, fearful of any semblance of negligence. Lu Sheng paid them no further heed, turning to regard Rhaenyra and Laenor, who trailed behind him. The two noble dragon riders could only follow in lockstep. Behind them, the bronze dragon Vagr and the elegant Silverwing paced anxiously along the beach, their enormous eyes brimming with docility. We cannot afford to wait for the fleet to rest before heading to Volantis. That would be too slow. Lu Sheng's words left no room for negotiation. He was eager to return Emir, to see Valyria and their unborn child. Rhaenyra opened her mouth, seemingly intending to speak, but upon meeting Lu Sheng's steadfast gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words. Laenor remained even more silent, standing quietly, the pride instilled by her Targaryen blood dulled in the face of absolute power. Lu Sheng raised his hand. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once clear sky gathered thick, leaden clouds at a visible pace, while the tranquil waves of the sea began to churn violently. The howling winds shrieked like anguished spirits, sweeping up the dust from the dock and making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The governor and officials of Tyrosh, paralyzed with fear, pressed themselves to the ground, convinced that divine wrath had descended upon them. Rhaenyra, take Laenor onto Syrax's back, Lu Sheng instructed calmly to the two women behind him. Moments later, flames flickered, and a beast even more colossal than before, imbued with a primal essence, materialized before them. Under Lu Sheng's command, Vagr and Silverwing spread their wings wide, for great dragons ascended into the sky, enveloped by a massive whirlpool of air that cocooned Lu Sheng and his companions. Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, a colossal wind cocoon tore through the air, transforming into a streak of dark azure light, its tremendous shockwave resonating across the sky. With a thunderous boom, the wind cocoon shot forth toward Volantis, carving an indelible white scar across the heavens. In its wake, a group of astonished Tyroshi stood transfixed, as if witnessing a divine miracle. A day later, a fleet bearing the banner of the Titan giants slowly sailed into Tyrosh. They came seeking peace, offering the last vestiges of Braavos' dignity and wealth in exchange for a fleeting chance at survival. As the fleet docked, the majestic silhouette of Tyrosh emerged on the horizon, prompting a lookout to exclaim in astonishment, "Look, what is that?" The envoy followed the direction of the finger, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. In the heart of Tyrosh, a towering, obsidian edifice loomed skyward, eclipsing all other structures within the city. The material of the tower reflected an eerie luminescence under the sunlight, as if carved from a single, massive piece of obsidian, exuding an aura of foreboding and oppression. When was that tower constructed? The envoy murmured, a chill creeping into his heart. His aide squinted at it for a long while, dismissively remarking, "Who knows? Perhaps it is merely another monument erected by that dragon lord after conquering Volantis." A monument? The envoy pondered the term, his unease intensifying. He sensed that the tower was far from a mere trinket of remembrance. The Tyroshi governor who subsequently received them delivered news that left them dumbfounded. They could not hastily depart from Tyrosh. He ordered the fleet to set sail immediately, racing toward Volantis. They could not afford to miss the monarch who held the fate of Braavos in his hands. Chapter 108. Winter approaches. In the cold, damp stone confines of Blackstone prison in Volantis, the sound of iron chains scraping against the ground was both jarring and interminable. Corlys Velaryon lifted his head, his murky violet eyes devoid of any brilliance. Once a formidable sea serpent commanding the seven seas, he now existed as a mere shadow of his former self. His silver hair clung to his sweat-drenched forehead, and his opulent robes had long since been replaced by filth and tatters, rendering him akin to a statue on the verge of crumbling to dust. The heavy iron door emitted a grating sound as it was pushed open by two expressionless Unsullied. "Rise." The chilling voice carried no emotion. Corlys did not resist. Indeed, he had lost the strength and will to do so. He allowed the Unsullied to unshackle him from the wall, then was roughly hoisted up, his feet dragging along the filthy corridor. Light streamed in from ahead, prompting him to instinctively squint. He was brought into the throne room, where, at the center, a young man with dark hair and brown eyes sat calmly, as though he were the axis upon which the world turned. Lena. Corlys' heart gave a numb throb. He felt as though his end had come. This Eastern conqueror would not easily spare one who dared challenge his authority. However, as his gaze swept past Lena, he froze. A familiar figure stood there, clad in black armor, her silver hair meticulously arranged, exuding the proud demeanor characteristic of House Valyria, undiminished even in such dire circumstances. Lena. Corlys' cracked lips moved, producing a sound almost inaudible. In his once lifeless eyes, a flicker of vitality reignited. He looked upon his daughter, the eternally proud dragon rider, who was gazing back at him with a complex expression, one of sorrow, resolve, and a hint of something he could not decipher. Corlys Valyria, Lena's voice echoed, flat and devoid of embellishment, as if she were stating a trivial fact. "Your family has paid the price. You are free. I will arrange for a ship to take you back to Westeros." With that, she waved her hand, signaling the Unsullied to escort him away. Throughout the entire process, she barely glanced at Corlys, as if dealing with an inconsequential object. Two Unsullied stepped forward to seize Corlys' arms. This time, he did not behave like a soulless automaton. He suddenly broke free, his gaze fixated desperately on his daughter. "Lena." His voice was hoarse and urgent. "What have you done?" Lena offered no response, stepping forward to perform an impeccable kneel before the conqueror. "Your Majesty." Then, she turned to support her faltering father. "Father." Her voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable strength. "You can go home now." Corlys trembled, gazing at his daughter's carefully composed face, observing the deep-seated helplessness in her eyes. A piercing pain surged through his numbed heart. He understood the cost. This great navigator, once the wealthiest lord of Driftmark, felt as though he had lost everything in that moment. He was led away by the Unsullied, with Lena following closely behind. The pair's silhouettes appeared desolate in the dim stone corridor. Westeros, north of the wall. This was the forsaken realm known as the Land of Eternal Winter. No wind stirred, no sound echoed, and even time seemed to stand still. The landscape was dominated by twisted glaciers and a pale gray sky, with light appearing frozen in place. The silence here could consume any trace of life. Upon a vast expanse of ice, a colossal ice spider, its size comparable to that of a mammoth, moved silently on its 8 legs covered in white armor across the permafrost. Upon the spider's back sat a towering humanoid figure, wholly clad in armor that seemed forged from ice itself. The armor was not metallic, but rather composed of an unmelting, solid frost that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Its face was concealed beneath a fearsome helmet, revealing only 2 points of icy blue light glowing in the darkness. It had remained in this stillness for centuries, perhaps even millennia, until a surge of magical energy from the distant south rippled through the still waters of its slumber, awakening it from its dormancy. This ancient magic was powerful, filled with the essence of life and flame. Its head turned sharply towards the southeast, the direction of Essos. Beneath its icy helm, the blue lights flickered intensely. As the embodiment of the cold god, it could keenly sense the very essence of that power. Blasphemy. A raspy, distorted voice, akin to the sound of cracking glaciers, reverberated. This voice belonged to no known tongue, yet could send shivers through the very souls of all who heard it. Blood. Though the long winter had yet to arrive, the cold god's might could not fully envelop this world, nor could it lead its legions onto those warm lands. Yet, the awakening of this ancient magic heralded an ominous omen. The song of ice and fire had long since sealed its fate. The magic of blood, which was meant to fade into the eternal silence and cold over the ages, had now been rekindled. The humanoid figure slowly raised its arm, grasping a spear entirely composed of ice crystals, the tip aimed at the gray-white sky. Gather power. It was preparing for the impending arrival of the long winter. It sought to drag the so-called magic of blood, along with all that was warm, lively, and tumultuous, into the depths of endless cold and death. With its will, the temperature across the land of eternal winter appeared to plummet further. This chill was not confined to a single location. It spread like a silent plague, beginning from the world's farthest north, quietly expanding. Far across the eastern reaches of Essos, on the Five Forts defensive line, soldiers were the first to sense this unsettling cold. In the desolate expanse of the gray wasteland, a land historically parched and barren, a delicate layer of white frost enveloped the terrain overnight. The biting cold wind pierced through even the thickest armor, freezing the very blood in one's veins. The soldiers stationed atop the grand stone fortifications tightened their garments, casting anxious glances toward the north. A young sentinel rubbed his eyes, believing he had been visited by a mirage. At the edge of the gray wasteland, amidst the misty shroud, a fleeting white shadow darted by, too swift for him to grasp. "Did you see that?" He nervously inquired of his companion. "See what? A ghost?" The veteran scoffed, yet his gaze remained alert, scanning the horizon. No one answered. However, an increasing number of individuals, in passing moments, glimpsed those elusive white silhouettes flickering on the gray horizon. They appeared as phantoms, silent yet imbued with a chilling essence that penetrated to the marrow. The ancient legends of long nights and the white wanderers once again loomed ominously over the bastion of Edi, which had withstood the darkness for millennia. Most factions within Edi remained embroiled in conflicts over gold, power, and land. They remained oblivious to the fact that in the frigid corners of the world's edge, the ancient adversaries of life had begun their accumulation for the impending winter. Following this protracted summer, a long winter would ensue, and this time the long night would arrive, heralding the descent of a fierce winter. Chapter 109. The Great Development of Soulmates. The roar of dragons rent the clouds above Mirren. For colossal dragons, accompanied by the immense beast Vagharl, which was large enough to obscure the sun, spiraled down like darkened clouds. The entirety of Mirren City trembled in response. Countless individuals poured forth from the pyramids and dwellings, kneeling in fervor, fervently chanting the Emperor's name. Before the majestic steps of the Great Pyramid, the expectant Valyria, supported by her maid Linera, awaited. Sunlight cascaded upon her silvery hair, radiating a maternal glow, her rounded abdomen enhancing her allure. Sheng leaped down from the dragon's back, landing gracefully. "Your Majesty," he addressed her. Valyria's violet eyes sparkled with affection and longing as she slightly knelt. Sheng stepped forward to support her, his palm gently resting on her warm belly, feeling the powerful heartbeat within. "My child," following closely behind. Rhaenyra's gaze immediately fell upon Valyria's prominent abdomen and bosom. It was a richness and roundness of which she had never known, belonging to the realm of motherhood. She instinctively lowered her eyes, glancing at her own flat chest and still youthful waist. A wave of inexplicable warmth surged to her cheeks. Her gaze uncontrollably shifted to Rhaenyra, whose figure was equally graceful, exuding the charm of a woman, smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement to Valyria. Rhaenyra silently bowed her head, feeling like an immature child amidst a gathering of true women. This subtle gesture did not escape Sheng's notice. He cast a glance at Rhaenyra, a faint smirk gracing his lips, his voice neutral as he remarked, "You will grow." Rhaenyra's head shot up, her cheeks flushing further, only to find Sheng had already turned, assisting Valyria into the grand hall. That statement, light as air, felt like a declaration of truth, causing her heart to flutter. "Let us proceed, Your Highness," Rhaenyra smiled, gracefully taking Rhaenyra's wrist, leading her toward the banquet that awaited within the resplendent pyramid, symbolizing unparalleled power. With the Emperor's return, the cogs of a vast empire began to turn with astonishing vigor. The entirety of Essos was being reshaped under his command. Volantis, those once highborn nobles of the Black Walls, now humbled themselves like never before, sending their pregnant wives and daughters forth to the carriages destined for Materys. News from the governors drove them to madness. The newborns born under the divine favor of His Majesty in the monstrous city of Materys would possess extraordinary physiques and talents. This is a bloodline blessed by the gods. To ensure their offspring began life at the pinnacle, they willingly embarked on the perilous path to the city of monsters. Meanwhile, on the lands of the Three Daughters' Kingdom, the smoke of war had long since cleared. Those who once eked out a living in the slave bay, small merchants, and unemployed youths, were now systematically allocated to the vast disputed territories by the Empire. They cast aside their whips, grasping plows, and under the guidance of farmers, transformed the wasteland into neatly cultivated fields. The transition from petty slave traders and thugs to imperial farmers, though tinged with reluctance, saw none daring to voice dissent in the face of overwhelming power. On the narrow sea, sails filled the horizon. The fleets of Tyrosh and Lys, now united with the remnants of the Stone Steps Islands, formed a vast iron net. This net effectively choked the throat of the narrow sea, compelling any merchant vessel seeking passage to pay tribute to the nascent empire. Wealth flowed ceaselessly into the imperial treasury. Meanwhile, in Meereen, the forges burned through the night. The most skilled artisans, gathered under the empire's demands and ample funding, fervently researched weapons to revolutionize the army, aiming to equip every regiment as the empire prepared for war. The order of production regained unprecedented efficiency after being tempered by blood and fire. The entire empire, akin to a ravenous beast, greedily absorbed every nutrient, preparing for the wars that lay ahead. Sothoro's continent, Ymir. This was once the southernmost outpost of the Valyrian freehold, now reduced to crumbling remnants consumed by the jungle. Miasma and plague ravaged this land. Those who ventured here would perish within 3 days, turning to pools of putrid filth. Yet for the old blind man and his legion of the undead, this place was akin to paradise. The decaying miasma was merely a harmless breeze to him. Insect bites could not penetrate their magically protected skin. Flatten it, the old blind man commanded hoarsely, his white eyes surveying the colossal structures entwined by vines. The order was relayed swiftly. Thousands of undead marched in unison, like the most efficient of machines, beginning to dismantle the temples of this old world. Tirelessly, they required neither food nor water, easily moving massive stones, while abandoned buildings collapsed with thunderous crashes. Simple defensive works and barracks were erected at a visible pace. Here would be the Empire's stronghold for exploring the Sothoro's continent, a springboard into this dark land. The old blind man stood atop the newly constructed wooden walls, his gray-white pupils seeming to penetrate the endless jungle, perceiving the secrets hidden deep within this land. For his majesty, I will offer the entire world. Simultaneously, upon the vast summer sea, the fleet of Nero surged through the waves, hastily returning, their holds brimming with armament supplied from the Three Daughters' kingdom. Nero was ready to serve the empire. He stood at the bow of the flagship, gazing toward the southwestern horizon. The emperor's orders had arrived via a glass candle. His next target, the Summer Isles. There, not only could he replenish the population for his legion of the undead, but it also harbored precious woods and spices, alongside the critically needed strategic resource, golden heartwood. This timber, as hard as iron, was an exceptional material for constructing ship hulls and powerful crossbow arms. The empire required it, and Nero would procure it. A colossal war machine was relentlessly extending its reach toward every corner of the world. Chapter 110, The Prosperity of Materis. In the air of Materis, a rich aroma of milk mingles with a faint shimmer of magical essence. Once a city that instilled dread due to its monstrous reputation, it has now transformed entirely into a realm for infants and expectant mothers. An unceasing flow of nobles and devotees, accompanied by their families, traverse the restored Demon Road, flooding into the city. Their eyes sparkle with fervor and hope for the future. The pregnant women are systematically arranged in the finest accommodations, with the governor personally overseeing the allocation of resources and housing, busily engaged, yet radiating an unprecedented glory. Alan is entrusted with the most pivotal task, tending to the newborns blessed by divine grace. In the spacious and well-lit nursery, rows of cradles extend neatly to the end. The first batch of apprentices cultivated by Alan diligently assists their mentor, guiding the magical energies for these newly arrived infants. Their expressions are focused, their movements gentle, as if handling the most precious treasures in the world. The entire Materis has reached its capacity. Master, one apprentice wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with fatigue. There are at least 300 carriages waiting outside the city gates, all bearing the families of nobles from Volantis and Myr. Alan did not turn back. His gaze swept over the last cradle. The first batch of mothers had completed their deliveries, exactly 327 newborns. He had inspected each one. Every infant was remarkably perfect, showing no signs of deformity, and their innate magical potential far exceeded ordinary expectations. This represented a qualitative change, a first generation of elect created by the Emperor's own hand for the Empire. Alan extended his pale finger, igniting a twisted black candle on the table. The flame flickered silently, illuminating his deep, dark eyes. Your Majesty, his voice remained steady as ever, devoid of any emotion. Materis has reached its limit. Please cease the influx of population temporarily. The shadow within the flame seemed to nod before extinguishing. Alan rose, gazing out at the seemingly endless procession of carriages, his eyes filled with weariness. Course, the Spiceport. A dozen crimson warships, to the astonishment of numerous merchants, slowly sailed into the harbor. The bows resembled a burning flame, with massive red sails embroidered with a blazing heart. The devotees of the Light King had arrived in this city renowned for its wealth and mystery. The merchant magnates welcomed this group of fervent worshippers from Ashar in the square outside the Hall of Immortality. The leading high priest, draped in a crimson robe, wielded a long sword ablaze with eternal flames. "We have come in pursuit of a necromancer who has blasphemed the divine." The high priest's voice resonated with authority. According to the guidance of the flames, the last place he appeared was here in Kors. A magnate smiled and gently waved his fan, responding in a smoothly diplomatic tone. "Your Excellency, the mage you seek is now a distinguished guest of the New Valyria Empire, highly esteemed by His Majesty, the Dragon King." New Valyria Empire? The high priest furrowed his brow. Yes, a vast empire ruled by a true Dragon King. The smile on the magnate deepened. That majesty possesses the divine power to transform into a dragon. This revelation struck the high priest like a thunderbolt, erasing the gravitas from his countenance, replaced by an overwhelming fervor. Transcending into a dragon, he bellowed, raising his flaming sword towards the heavens. "It is a blessing from the Light King. It is the manifestation of our Lord's will on earth." Beside him, a male which silently lowered his head, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His audacity rivals the walls of Kors, the witch thought in silent derision. "What do Valyria's magic and dragons have to do with your Light King? I have never heard of the ancient Valyrian dragon worshipping that fireball." It became clear to him that those who ascended to the position of high priest were indeed extraordinary individuals, possessing a natural talent for deception. Following their exchange, it became evident that the sought-after target had long departed Kors, and the fleet of the Light King did not linger. As they sailed away from the harbor, the high priest stood at the ship's bow, gazing towards the western horizon, his eyes ignited with newfound fervor. The necromancer was merely a minor issue. He now possessed a grander ambition, to persuade the king capable of transforming into a dragon to turn to the Light King, or to have the Light King use this burgeoning empire to spread the flame of faith throughout the world. The envoy from Braavos felt as if his bones were about to crumble. The relentless jolting from Tyros to Volantis had drained nearly all his vitality. However, upon arriving with hope at this jewel of the Lorne River, he was met once again with despairing news. "His Majesty the Emperor has departed Volantis for Slave Bay." Weary and spent, the envoy could only take a temporary respite in Volantis. He respectfully submitted Bravo's request to the ruling official of Volantis, hoping they would convey Bravo's sincerity. The ruling official of the Elephant Party received the weighty state letter with a polite smile, yet offered no substantial assurances. The envoy understood that contemporary Volantis was no longer a free city-state capable of standing toe-to-toe with Braavos. They were now servants of His Majesty the Emperor. Guided by the guards, the envoy was shown to a residence. Standing on the balcony, he gazed at the ancient city, lost in confusion. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a towering black edifice in the distance. It was a colossal dark tower, discordant with the surrounding architecture, yet exuding an unsettling majesty. "What is that?" he instinctively inquired of the guard assigned by Volantis. The guard's face instantly transformed with fervor and reverence. "That is the Tower of Divine Grace, a symbol of His Majesty's divine favor." The mention of the Tower of Divine Grace made the envoy's heart constrict. He had seen an identical tower in Tyros. An absurd thought uncontrollably surged from the depths of his mind, only to be forcibly suppressed by reason. A mortal emperor is ultimately just a mortal. Perhaps it is merely a title, he comforted himself, attempting to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Yet, the chilling sensation emanating from his sixth sense screamed in the depths of his soul. Do not deceive yourself. Chapter 111, Long-Winged Dragon. The air of the Sorceros continent was permeated with decay and dampness. Damn it, why are there so many snakes? Old Blind kicked aside a black-striped viper attempting to approach and spat. The viscous saliva fell to the ground, and the dense mass of serpents seemed repelled by an invisible barrier, hissing as they retreated. These creatures dared not approach the army of the undead, but their countless numbers instinctively instilled a sense of dread. "Boss, they're coming." A scout's dry shout echoed from the treetops. Old Blind abruptly looked up. Among the branches of the towering trees crouched a group of enormous monkeys, their forms reminiscent of humans, covered in filthy brown fur, their scarlet eyes fixated menacingly on the intruders encroaching upon their territory. The air was thick with a tense standoff. The giant monkeys bared their teeth, emitting low growls of threat, yet remained hesitant to attack, driven by an instinctive unease rooted deep within their souls. Old Blind grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. He swiftly retrieved a longbow from his back, his movements crisp and devoid of superfluous flourish. Knocking an arrow, he drew it back fully. The bowstring emitted a dull thrum. Whoosh! A black-feathered arrow struck true, piercing the eye socket of the highest monkey. The colossal monkey barely had time to emit a cry of despair before it plummeted from the towering tree, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending a shower of decaying leaves into the air. The primal fury of the troop ignited completely. They unleashed a cacophony of shrill cries, shedding all hesitation, plunging down from the branches like a brown tide, leaping and lunging towards the blind old general. These creatures moved with astonishing agility, each thrust between vines and branches executed with lethal precision. Capture them alive, the old general commanded, discarding his longbow and drawing a long sword from his waist. Master Allen required fresh subjects for his studies. No sooner had he spoken than the horde of undead behind him sprang into action. Shadowy figures erupted forth, moving at speeds surpassing the limits of the living. The necromantic energy coursing through their decaying bodies enhanced every muscle and bone to its utmost potential. The long sword in the old general's hand glimmered with a layer of ghostly green magic, the blade seemingly resonating with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. He stepped forward, his body becoming a mere afterimage. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muted thumps echoed as transparent holes appeared instantaneously in the heads of the foremost 3 giant monkeys. Hot blood and brain matter gushing forth. Their bodies continued to rush forward, yet their souls had been utterly obliterated. The other undead soldiers displayed an equally terrifying efficiency. They felt no fear, no pain, only absolute obedience and a chilling efficacy in slaughter. Long knives and short spears wove a deadly net, precisely cleaving and piercing the joints and throats of the giant monkeys. The assault of the primates collapsed in an instant. Their once proud strength and agility appeared laughable before this legion of undead monstrosities. The remaining giant monkeys finally lost their resolve, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as they turned to flee back to the trees. Yet, nets that had long been prepared were thrown from behind, ensnaring them completely, rendering them immobile. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. The old general shook the blood from his sword, ready to issue orders to clear the battlefield when a piercing cry shattered the canopy above. A massive shadow loomed down. The old general immediately looked up, his murky white eyes reflecting a grotesque figure. A creature with an almost 8-meter wingspan circled above the treetops, its silhouette reminiscent of a dragon, albeit with a more elongated head filled with sharp teeth. A long-winged dragon. It had been drawn in by the rich scent of blood. After a brief aerial reconnaissance, the long-winged dragon raised its neck and emitted a series of high-pitched calls. Instantly, responses echoed from the distant jungle. "This is troublesome," the old general muttered under his breath. "Everyone gather around. Prepare for battle." He withdrew a pitch-black candle from his bosom, a glass candle. As he infused it with magical energy, flames did not ignite at the top. Rather, it emitted visible ripples of black energy. A power far greater than his own, cold and vast, surged through his arm into his body. Ugh! The old general let out a suppressed howl, his body feeling as if it were seared by flames and frozen by ice simultaneously. Around him, all the undead soldiers halted their movements. A dense green mist erupted from the old general, quickly enveloping the entire legion. Within the mist, each soldier's eye sockets ignited with 2 flickering points of ghastly green soul fire, their radiance blinding. A hunting squad of 5 long-winged dragons had gathered, folding their wings like 5 black meteors, hurtling toward the ground. What awaited them was a roar that could rend souls asunder. Roar! The old general and his soldiers simultaneously howled to the sky. This roar did not originate from vocal cords. Instead, it was propelled by pure necromantic energy, infused with the deepest grievances and frigidness of the realm of the dead. The descending long-winged dragons were struck by this magical shockwave, momentarily freezing in their descent. They landed in confusion, the tremendous impact causing the ground to tremble. It was this fleeting moment of hesitation that sealed their fate. Before they could recover from the shock, the green mist erupted violently. The undead legion, fully transformed into ethereal phantoms, became semi-transparent, radiating green luminescence as they lunged toward their massive prey in defiance of the laws of physics. The resilient scales of the long-winged dragons crumbled like parchment against the enchanted spears and swords imbued with necromantic might. Thwack! One soldier soared high, driving his short spear deep into the dragon's eye socket, embedding it to the hilt. Another soldier slid along the ground, his long knife carving a bizarre arc that severed the tendons of the dragon's wings. It was a slaughter devoid of elegance. No tactics, no formations. Only the most primal and frenzied tearing and grappling. The undead swarmed like maggots, clinging to the long-winged dragons, using teeth, nails, and every weapon at their disposal to wreak havoc upon their bodies. The long-winged dragons thrashed wildly, retaliating with claws and massive jaws, yet could only shatter illusory afterimages. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, all 5 ferocious beasts lay lifeless. 2 were utterly torn to shreds, while the remaining 3 lay gasping for breath in a pool of blood, issuing feeble cries. The green mist gradually dissipated, and the glass candle in the old general's hand dimmed alongside it. The vast magical energy borrowed had receded like a tide, leaving behind an endless void and fatigue. With a thud, the old general's legs buckled, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. In the summer isles, at Lotus Harbor, the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze was gentle. Colorful swan boats docked in the harbor, and the air was fragrant with spices and flowers. Nero stood at the bow of the flagship, gazing at this peaceful and prosperous city, his handsome face betraying a hint of undisguised disdain. "What a waste," he murmured, his tone imbued with a morbid lament. Such precious golden heartwood, such bountiful land, yet occupied by a tribe that knows only song and dance. He slowly drew the twin blades at his waist, their blades reflecting a cold glint under the sun. Behind him stood a deck crowded with silent soldiers. Their skin bore an ominous ashen hue, their gazes hollow, yet radiating a thirst for blood. Nero's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the fleet. "Let us inform those princes and princesses." A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. The good days are over. Orders were given, and the flanks of dozens of warships in the fleet slowly unveiled their fearsome siege crossbows. The grinding sound of winches shattered the tranquility of the harbor. Thick siege bolts aimed at the beautiful city basking in sunlight. Chapter 112. Lotus Harbor. The scorching monsoon swept across the summer isles, bringing with it the rich scent of spices and the briny taste of seawater. Yet, amidst the familiar aroma in Lotus Harbor, there lingered an ominous hint of rust and death. Dozens of pitch-black warships, flying the black flag with a golden dragon, crept into the harbor's outer sea like phantoms. Their sleek and menacing lines starkly contrasted with the elegant swan boats dotting the islands. Prince Shalar of Lotus Harbor stood atop the tallest lookout tower, his skin dark and muscles well-defined. Frowning, he observed the unfamiliar vessels. News traveled slowly between the islands, and he had yet to hear of the upheaval on the continent of Essos. Who were they? Balantians? Or perhaps slave traders from Lys? A nearby officer inquired in a hushed tone, laced with caution. Shalar shook his head, confusion evident in his obsidian eyes. The style of these ships was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Dispatch a team to inquire about their intentions. Maintain decorum, but remain vigilant. The order was swiftly executed. A sprightly vessel, carrying several port officials and displaying a white flag symbolizing peaceful negotiations, cautiously approached the enigmatic fleet. However, their greeting was met not with words, but with death. From the leading obsidian flagship, dozens of menacing steel ports suddenly swung open, revealing massive crossbow arms glinting ominously within. A sharp, piercing sound rent the air, akin to the ominous buzz of a harbinger of doom. Dozens of enormous crossbow bolts, thicker than a man's arm, hurtled across the sea with a chilling whistle, akin to a pack of bloodthirsty vultures swooping down upon the solitary vessel. There were no screams, no struggles. Boom! In an instant, the small boat, along with its occupants, was torn into countless fragments by overwhelming kinetic force, with splinters and flesh mingled, staining a small patch of the azure sea crimson. On the lookout tower, Prince Shalar's pupils dilated in shock, a surge of fury coursing through him. An enemy attack. He bellowed with all his might, his voice echoing throughout the harbor. The alarm bell rang frantically, its urgent clang shattering the tranquility of the port. Yet, the enemy's assault was swifter and more concentrated than the alarm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wave after wave of crossbow bolts rained down like a black storm of death, blotting out the sky as they descended upon Lotus Harbor. Wooden arrow towers, houses, and dock bridges crumbled before the might of Bravo's secretive war machines, as fragile as paper. Buildings collapsed, the crowd screamed, and the soldiers who had just rallied were pinned to the ground by bolts raining down from above. The harbor instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Suppression. Absolute firepower suppression. Just as the port's defenders were overwhelmed by the ferocious onslaught, a dozen swift assault boats broke away from the main fleet, darting toward the chaotic docks like arrows released from a bow. At the helm of the leading vessel stood a man clad in resplendent black armor. his handsome features reminiscent of a Coralzian. His name was Nero, a former pirate and the commander of the Legion of the Undead. His gaze was hollow and icy, his hands gripping two elegantly curved long knives. Slay them all. He issued a terse command devoid of emotion. For his majesty, behind him, the undead soldiers, their skin ashen and eyes aglow with a ghostly green light, emitted a hoarse, fervent roar as they surged toward the docks. Archers, fire. Prince Shalar had arrived at the harbor with his elite guard. Each soldier bore a gleaming longbow crafted from the most precious golden heart wood of the Summer Isles, second only in power to the legendary Dragonborn bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of golden arrows, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, accurately struck the recently disembarked undead vanguard. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows effortlessly pierced the armor of the undead soldiers, nailing several of them to the hull of the ship behind. In any living army, such precise and lethal strikes would have caused immediate disarray. Yet the undead felt no pain, nor did they know fear. They did not even bother to extract the arrows lodged within them. They merely glanced at their wounds with vacant eyes before continuing their roar and brandishing their weapons in charge. Damn it, what are these abominations? Exclaimed one of Shaler's aides in horror. Shaler's face turned ashen. He drew back the golden heart bow and aimed at the commanding figure of Nero, who stood out like a crane among chickens. You shameless invaders, state your name. Why do you attack us? Shalar demanded furiously in the language of the Summer Isles. Nero paused, tilting his head, unable to comprehend the furious shouts. However, he noticed the opulent feathered adornments and golden jewelry on Prince Shalar. A big fish. The thought flickered through Nero's mind, and then he smiled. That smile was cold and cruel, akin to a poisonous flower blooming in a grave. A howl, inhuman and primal, erupted from Nero's throat, and a dense green aura of necromantic power burst forth from his being, forming a chilling halo around him. In the next moment, he moved. A green blur, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, darted into Prince Shaler's guard. Ha ha, perish! The manic laughter echoed through the crowd, accompanied by two long knives trailing green light, initiating a frenzied dance. This was not battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. The green dance of death. Nero flickered among the throng, each appearance heralding the fall of several of Lotus Harbor's finest soldiers. Their throats were slashed, hearts pierced, some even cleaved in half. The golden heart bows proved useless in close combat. The soldiers' spears and wooden shields crumbled like rotten wood before Nero's dual blades, infused with necromantic power. Blood and dismembered limbs splattered everywhere. Prince Shaler's eyes widened in fury. He shot arrows at the green specter in a frenzy, but every arrow was effortlessly dodged at impossible angles or deftly deflected by the blades. Fear spread like a plague among the soldiers of Lotus Harbor. They were facing not humans, a demon. He is a demon. A desperate scream pierced the air, the final straw that broke the camel's back. The soldiers' formation collapsed in an instant. They discarded their weapons and fled, crying out in panic. Do not retreat. Come back. Prince Shalar screamed, but it was futile. Nero's relentless undead legion surged forward like a tide, pursuing every fleeing soldier. Shalar knew it was all over. He watched in despair as the green figure drew closer, those hollow eyes reflecting his own face, filled with resentment and rage. That night, Lotus Harbor fell entirely. A massive fleet sailed into the harbor, and thousands of undead soldiers flooded the city, effortlessly quelling all scattered resistance. A multitude of residents and retreating soldiers chose to surrender, herded into the port square, their faces etched with fear and confusion. They had no idea how these unkillable monsters would treat them. As night fell, the undead soldiers set up large cauldrons, beginning to brew something. Soon, an eerie aroma wafted through the square. It was a viscous porridge emitting a faint green glow. Drink it, an undead officer commanded in a stilted common tongue. It is His Majesty's gift. The captives exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the common tongue. The officer snorted, roughly seizing one of the hesitant soldiers, wrenching open his mouth, and pouring a steaming bowl of green porridge down his throat. The soldier writhed in agony, convulsing, green foam bubbling from his mouth. But soon the fear and struggle faded from his eyes, replaced by the same emptiness and numbness as the undead soldiers. He stood up, silently joining the ranks of the undead, standing rigidly at attention. Witnessing this scene, despair consumed the eyes of all the captives. They lined up like automatons, accepting the bowl of green porridge from the undead, mechanically drinking it, mouthful by mouthful. The night in Lotus Harbor was eerily silent. Only the sound of waves lapping against the dock and the chilling sounds of thousands swallowing porridge echoed in the square. Chapter 113. The The daily life of the Dragon King. On the surface of the sea at Millen Harbor, the Bravos fleet, adorned with the Titan giant flag, finally approached the shore under the watchful gaze of the Imperial fleet. These once proud, purple-sailed warships now retracted all their splendor, resembling a beaten hound whimpering as it awaited its fate. Within the grand reception chamber of the Great Pyramid, Shidorana reclined nonchalantly upon his throne, idly polishing an obsidian dagger. He did not deign to acknowledge the Bravosian envoy entering at the doorway, his demeanor exuding an air of haughty superiority. To him, the vanquished of Bravos were akin to slaves of the Empire. The foremost Bravosian envoy, an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, stifled his humiliation and bowed deeply before Shidorana. Esteemed Governor Shidara, I come representing the Sea Lord of Bravos and the Council to extend the most sincere apologies to His Grace, the Great Dragon King, for the previous conflict in the waters of Lys. His voice was steady, striving to uphold the last vestiges of dignity befitting an envoy from a free city-state. We are prepared to offer goods valued at 500,000 golden dragons, including spices, rare woods, and refined metals, to quell His Majesty's wrath. At last, Shidara ceased his idle movements. He lifted his gaze, his amber eyes gleaming with unabashed mockery. 500,000? He laughed, a sound not loud but sharp, striking the envoy like a whip across the face. Bravosians, are you attempting to dismiss a beggar? The envoy's countenance strained to maintain its composure as he stubbornly replied, My lord, this is already Bravos' utmost sincerity. He hopes that the subsequent offer from our empire can remain within the bounds of what Bravos can accept. The Council and the Sea Lord have prepared an offer of 1,000,000 golden dragons and goods. Silence. Shidara interrupted, driving the dagger into the ebony table with a forceful thud. Now listen closely. This is His Majesty's demand. His tone turned icy, each word as if extracted from the depths of a frozen abyss. First, war reparations. 1,000,000 golden dragons, not a single coin less. The Bravosian envoy's pupils dilated sharply. Second, starting this year, Bravos must provide the Empire with 12 fully manned ships of the purple sail each year as a supplement to the Imperial Navy. That is impossible, a youthful aide behind the envoy exclaimed, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the elder envoy. My lord, all of Bravos' shipyards combined can produce a maximum of 5 purple sail ships annually. 12 ships? It is beyond our capacity. A cruel smile curled upon Shidara's lips. He disregarded the envoy's protest and continued. Third, from this Sea Lord onward, the firstborn son of each Sea Lord of Bravos must come to Meereen upon reaching adulthood, to serve His Majesty for 10 years. This proclamation struck the Bravosian delegation like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. To send the Sea Lord's firstborn to the Slaver's Bay? This was no longer reparations. It was a profound humiliation, grinding the dignity of Bravos into the dust. The people of Bravos held a declaration. They would never become anyone's slaves, and now the heir to the Sea Lord was to be treated as one. This was the ultimate affront to the foundation of Bravos' existence, their free will. The elder envoy could no longer maintain his composure. Trembling, he implored, My lord, this is absolutely unacceptable. Bravos shall never be enslaved. How could he possibly come to such a place? Such a place? Shidara's gaze turned dangerously sharp, an almost palpable aura of menace enveloping the entire chamber. Bravosians, are you questioning His Majesty's city? He rose slowly, advancing towards the envoy with deliberate steps, towering over him. I have heard that Bravosians take great pride in boasting that your shipyards can launch a purple sail ship each month. What is this? Now you cannot muster a mere 12? As for the heir to the sea, Lord Shidara sneered. If he does not come, how will you demonstrate your commitment to peace? Without surrendering the Sea Lord's leverage to His Majesty, how can we trust that your Sea Lord will not arbitrarily tear up the treaty? Look into my eyes and tell me, are you truly prepared to bear the full wrath of the Empire and the Dragon King? The elder envoy trembled with rage, seeing unyielding, murderous intent reflected in those amber eyes, envisioning the fiery demise of Bravos. Reluctantly, he deferred the matter to his homeland for resolution. I need to report to the Sea Lord, and the Council. His voice was hoarse, suffused with despair. He lacked the authority to agree to such terms and needed to inform the Sea Lord. Very well. His Majesty is merciful and grants you time. He returned to his throne, resuming his examination of the dagger. However, the Empire's patience is finite. Starting next month, for every month you delay, the reparations will increase by an additional 100,000 golden dragons. Be gone, and return with your response before the Empire's patience runs dry. The elder envoy felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He paid no heed to etiquette, scrambling away with his companions from the reception chamber as if pursued by a dragon. He must immediately arrange for the swiftest vessel to convey this ultimate insult back to Bravos. In the upper chamber of the Great Pyramid, tranquility enveloped the air, imbued with a gentle fragrance. Lu Sheng's perception flowed like an invisible tide, tenderly caressing every corner of the room. His consciousness delved into Linera and Rena's beings, sensing the faint yet vibrant magical pulses within them, returning with clarity. Like seeds freshly sprouted, they were drawing strength from the bloodline of the Dragon King, flourishing with vitality. They are with child, Lu Sheng concluded calmly, a realization he had anticipated. After much toil, he was finally reaping the rewards. The bloodline of Targaryen, intertwined with his own power, would hopefully yield a progeny of great strength. The door to the chamber creaked open gently. Valyria, her belly round with child, entered, supported carefully by Rena and a handmaiden. As her due date approached, Valyria had become exceedingly drowsy, spending less time awake. Yet whenever she was conscious, she delighted in conversing with Rena. Perhaps it was a concern for the foreign princess's solitude, or perhaps her pregnancy had stirred her maternal instincts to their peak. She gazed at Rena with an expression suffused with gentle affection. Indeed, Lu Sheng felt as though Valyria's gaze upon him bore a hint of tenderness, as if looking at a child who, though formidable, still required care. This sentiment struck him as peculiar. Your Majesty. Valyria and Rena both curtsied in unison. Seat. Lu Sheng gestured for them to take their places beside him on the soft couch. Once seated, Valyria naturally leaned against Lu Sheng's shoulder, a satisfied yet languorous smile gracing her face, soon giving way to a hint of drowsiness. Rena, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reserved, sitting to the side with her hands resting on her knees, quietly observing the scenery of Meereen beyond the window. Lu Sheng sensed her inner turmoil and a touch of confusion. He extended his hand, gently clasping Rena's. The girl's hand felt cool against his, and upon his touch, her body imperceptibly trembled. Yet, she did not withdraw. Lu Sheng remained silent, simply transferring the warmth of his palm to her. The chamber fell once more into a serene hush, punctuated only by Valyria's rhythmic breathing and the occasional deep roar of dragons from outside. The war machine of the Empire rumbled in every corner of the world, yet here, at the heart of the Empire, they savored a moment of tenderness and tranquility. This was the daily life of the Dragon King. Chapter 114. The Empire's Firstborn. Outside the upper chamber of the Great Pyramid, the air felt as though it had solidified. Lu Sheng stood before the closed door, motionless like a statue. Yet the slight tremor of his fingertips betrayed the tumult within his heart. Inside the birthing room, Valyria's labor had commenced. The stifled, intermittent cries of pain struck him like an invisible hammer, pounding relentlessly upon his heart. Rena stood nearby, her complexion paler than the walls surrounding them. Her hands were tightly clenched, the knuckles paling under the strain. Valyria was exceedingly kind to her, akin to a gentle sister. This scene before her irresistibly recalled the memory of her own mother, evoking the tragedy that had similarly unfolded on the birthing bed. Blood, an endless torrent of blood, and her father's heart-wrenching visage. Fear coiled around her heart like a chilling vine, rendering her nearly breathless. Lana and Linera stood by her side, one on the left and the other on the right, gently supporting her arms, silently conveying their solace. They too were tense, yet as girls of noble upbringing, they understood the profound significance of a powerful heir to a burgeoning empire. Time slipped away in suffocating silence. Each second felt as protracted as a century. Suddenly, all sounds within the delivery room ceased. A profound stillness enveloped the air, an almost palpable silence. Rena's heart abruptly halted, her pallid face fixated in dread upon the birthing chamber. Lucien's pupils dilated sharply. He was prepared to invoke blood magic at a moment's notice. Just as despair descended upon all, a piercing wail erupted, one so resounding it seemed to pierce the heavens. The cry was imbued with vigor, a primal essence of life that instantaneously shattered everyone's dread and unease. The door swung open. A maid burst forth, her face alight with joy, her voice trembling with excitement. Your Majesty, a prince has been born. Mother and child are safe. Thunderstruck, Lucien felt his mind blanking, the tension in his nerves finally unwinding. He stepped forward, only to find his legs somewhat numb, then hastened into the delivery room. The intense scent of blood intertwined with the essence of new life, creating a peculiar aroma. Valyria lay upon the bed, her hair drenched with sweat, her complexion ghostly pale, as though she had just emerged from the depths of water. Yet her violet eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, gazing tenderly at the tiny, swaddled infant cradled by the midwife. Upon seeing Lucien enter, she offered a weary smile. That smile, like the sun breaking through after a storm, dispelled all shadows. The midwife delicately presented the child to Lucian. "Your Majesty, behold, a most robust prince." Lucian extended his hands capable of effortlessly tearing dragon scales and commanding storms, now stiff as stone. He scarcely dared to exert any pressure. The infant, diminutive and soft, was placed in the crook of his arm, astonishingly light. Just moments ago, it had been wailing with all its might, yet now it settled into silence, eyes closed. As if already asleep, Lucian gazed down at the wrinkled little face. An unprecedented, unfamiliar emotion surged within him. This was his child, his bloodline, the continuation of his very existence. This realization struck him with more force than the conquest of the entire world, leaving him in disbelief. He looked at Valyria, his lips parted, yet only 2 words escaped. "You've worked hard." Valyria's smile deepened, tears glimmering in her eyes. She shook her head and succumbed to a deep slumber. The birth of the first prince of the new Valyrian Empire echoed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting a fervor across the entirety of Essos. From the black walls of Atlantis to the 3 city-states of Slaver's Bay, from the recently annexed kingdom of the 3 daughters to the distant outposts of Sithorios, every governor, every noble, every newly subjugated faction received the news at once. The Empire's future was irrevocably sealed in that cry. Countless meticulously prepared gifts of celebration surged towards Meereen from all corners of the continent. Yet within the Grand Pyramid's chambers, the atmosphere remained warm and tranquil. Valyria rested, recuperating her strength, while the infant was placed in a small cradle beside Lucian. Rhaenyra, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned closer, cautiously examining the little one. The infant seemed to sense her gaze, opening its eyes, pure, untainted orbs filled with the innocence of new life, meeting Rhaenyra's gaze. She reached out a finger, gently tapping its cheek. The baby blinked, seemingly finding the gesture dull, yawned, and turned its head away, losing interest. Rhaenyra couldn't help but chuckle, the tension and gloom in her heart dissipating. Lucian remained seated at the bedside, transfixed by the tiny figure. The sensation of becoming a father was utterly foreign to him. He knew how to govern an empire, how to command dragons, how to wield magic. But he was at a loss regarding how to care for this fragile little life before him. How should he hold it? How should he nourish it? Would it shatter easily? Countless questions swirled in his mind, plunging him into a profound reverie. At that moment, a soft sensation grasped his finger gently. Lucian froze, abruptly coming back to reality. He looked down. A remarkably small hand was gripping his index finger with all its might. The warmth of that touch radiated through him, imbued with an irresistible sense of dependence. A strange warmth coursed from his fingertips, spreading throughout his entire being. The surreal feeling, the confusion, shattered entirely in that instant. He was no longer the emperor gazing down upon the masses, nor the conqueror who viewed all as mere pieces on a chessboard. He was simply a father. Feeling that soft, yet unwavering strength, Lucian gazed at the tiny face, and the coldness and hardness in his heart began to melt imperceptibly. "It's time to give you a name," he murmured softly, his tone tinged with an unrecognized tenderness. "What shall it be?" Rhaenyra, overhearing, inquired with curiosity. "Is there a special tradition for naming in your family? Like our Targaryens, whose names often relate to our ancestors?" Lucian shook his head. His gaze remained fixated on the small hand that clung to him. "There are no particular rules. As long as it carries good meaning, that suffices." Chapter 115. The followers of R'hllor, a dozen longboats, painted a fiery red sliced through the warm waters of Slaver's Bay like a cluster of burning thorns. The fiery heart emblem at the prow glimmered under the resplendent sunlight of Meereen's port, reflecting a blinding radiance. Yet the throngs of people at the dock paid no heed to these uninvited guests. The entire city was immersed in a euphoric celebration. The mingling scents of alcohol and roasted meats wafted from the harbor, ascending to the apex of the Grand Pyramid. The emperor's firstborn had arrived. This news spread like wildfire across every inch of the new Valyrian Empire. Nobles and wealthy merchants opened their granaries and wine cellars. Free food and ale piled high in the streets, available to any free citizen. It was a competition of loyalty, an unspoken act of flattery. The high priest descended from the flagship's gangplank, the sturdy stone pathway seeming to tremble slightly under the weight of the city's jubilation. His deep crimson robe billowed in the sea breeze, while the priests behind him followed silently, incongruous amidst the surrounding revelry. "I demand to see your emperor," the high priest declared to the dock's overseer, his voice booming with an undeniable authority. The official, clad in imperial garb, belched, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. He glanced at the high priest and the solemn red-robed figures behind him, his gaze lacking reverence, tinged instead with impatience. His Majesty is celebrating the birth of the prince and is not receiving visitors. The official waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, halting all diplomatic affairs. You may find a place to stay or return from whence you came. With that, he turned and forced his way into the crowd of revelers, never looking back. Silbo trailed behind the high priest, absorbing the sights before him. It was his first departure from Ayasha, stepping onto this unfamiliar land. The Bay of Slaves, as described by the sailors, now unveiled the visage of the empire in a raw and fervent manner. He chose not to return to the ship with the high priest, but rather broke away from the group, merging into the thrumming crowd. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, substandard wine, and spices, while the cacophony of cheers left him somewhat unsettled. He wandered aimlessly along the broad thoroughfare. Ahead loomed a magnificent temple, its golden dome shimmering under the sun's embrace. Silbo recognized it as the Temple of Grace, a traditional site of worship for the Gizcali people. However, as he approached, a frown creased his brow. At the temple steps, a green-robed maiden led the faithful in fervent praise. Their hymns did not exalt the harpy nor the ancient gods of Gizcali. Instead, they extolled the Dragon King, the light of the empire, the pioneer of the New World. His bloodline was said to be the continuation of the ancient Valyria, and his firstborn was the son of the future. Silbo paused, perplexed by this spectacle. The once prominent reliefs of harpies on the temple's walls had been smoothed over, replaced by an imposing black dragon. This was a stark contrast to what he had gleaned from his tomes about the Temple of Grace. To him, apart from the King of Light, Laro, all other deities were mere impostors. Yet this distortion of faith baffled him. He approached a nearby vendor selling fresh fruits. "Excuse me," Silbo's voice barely pierced the din. Whom were they praising? The vendor cast a glance at him, then pointed to the array of fruits before him. Silbo produced coins from his pocket, purchasing some local delicacies. "Can you now tell me which deity is being lauded?" The vendor, observing Silbo as foreign attire, wrapped up the fruits and eagerly explained. "They are praising His Majesty the Emperor. Who else could it be? It was His Majesty and his dragon who liberated us from the hands of the great Lord." "But isn't this the Temple of Grace?" Silbo inquired. "Indeed," the vendor nodded emphatically, "but the harpy never provided us with bread. His Majesty did. Now all of Milam know. The entire slave bay worships His Majesty. This is called the cult of the Emperor." The vendor lowered his voice, laced with a hint of mystery and fervor. "They say His Majesty is a god walking among men." Silbo's lips pressed into a straight line. A mortal king daring to usurp the title of divinity. A ruler wielding a modicum of magic had the audacity to claim the name of a god. He likely had never witnessed the true might of a deity, rendering him blissfully ignorant. If Laro's miracles were to descend upon this place, if the prophesied long night and bitter winter were to confront this king, he would comprehend the insignificance of his power. Silbo ceased to speak, turning away. He could sense the vendor still enthusiastically beckoning behind him, but he could no longer absorb the words. His disdain formed a shell of ice, isolating him from the surrounding clamor. The long night loomed ominously, fraught with peril. He whispered Laro's prayers, his steps resolute as he traversed the revelers. After meandering through Milam once more, Silbo acquired a few pieces of local pottery and spices, tokens of his journey. The setting sun bathed the Great Pyramid in hues of gold and crimson, yet the city's revelry showed no signs of waning. He retraced his steps to the dock and boarded the crimson longship. The warriors aboard had concluded their evening prayers, and the deck was suffused with the scent of burning pine, resin, and oil. Since arriving in Milam, he had yet to offer his prayers to his god. Tonight, he must stand before the flames, reassess the purpose of his journey, and beseech Laro for new guidance. He entered his cabin, closed the door, and extracted a smooth, red stone from his vest, clutching it tightly in his palm. He sought the flame, the searing light, to dispel the confusion and shadows cast by this city. Once all was prepared, Silbo commenced his prayer to Laro, hoping for divine guidance to fulfill their wishes on this voyage. Chapter 116. The Brave Laro. In the depths of the cabin, the air was stifling and stagnant, the sole source of light emanating from a small basin of flame before Silbo. He cast fragrant oils mixed with spices into the brass fire bowl, and the flames surged upward, illuminating the edges of his deep red robe with a golden glow. Silbo cast aside distractions, his gaze fixed intently upon the dancing fire. The flame was the language of the divine, a portal to the future. His spirit was wholly ensnared by the fire's ballet, his pupils filled with orange and yellow hues. Gradually, the contours of the flame began to blur and stretch, resembling ink dispersing in water. A flowing tableau unfolded before his eyes. He beheld the long night, not as a metaphor, but as a true, eternal darkness that devoured all light. A biting cold wind seeped from the vision, raising goosebumps on his exposed skin. The view drew closer. The 5 bastions of the ceremony loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast atop the gray wasteland. Yet at that moment, these weathered fortifications were being relentlessly battered by endless waves. The tide comprised 2 entities. One was a shadowy figure clad in crystalline armor, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light. The other, an unfathomable multitude of staggering corpses trailing behind it. The scene abruptly shifted to the opposite end of the world. The fabled wall of Westeros, that legendary barrier of ice and snow, was likewise encircled by an inexhaustible horde of the dead. A blizzard swept across the known world, striving to bury every trace of civilization beneath a pure, lethal white. Silbo's breath quickened as he struggled to maintain this fragile connection. He must see more. The vision transformed once more, revealing Bravos, nestled between the legs of the Titan, where the northern icy sea roared. A colossal dragon composed of ice and snow ascended from the sea, each breath releasing freezing air that entombed Bravos' waterways and stone edifices inch by inch in crystalline coffins. This horrific sight threatened to shatter his spirit. Just as he strained to hold on, an unfamiliar force abruptly invaded the connection between him and the divine. Atop the Great Pyramid, Sheng was attuned to the flowing magic within him, suddenly furrowing his brow. A faint yet persistent pull was attempting to pry open his vast reservoir of magic. This sensation was alien, imbued with the heat of flames and a primal, fervent devotion. Laro? Sheng instantly pinpointed the source. Across the distant narrow sea, a red-robed priest was conducting some ritual, influenced by a colossal red fireball suspended in the spiritual dimension. That fireball radiated pure faith, grand yet fragile. It was probing into the future, and the ritual that sought to glimpse the future inadvertently brushed against the foundational rules of the world associated with the long night and the god of cold. The ripples of that rule indirectly stirred the opposing force within Sheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng resolved to act rather than remain a passive subject of scrutiny. With a thought, a surge of pure magic coursed through that fragile connection, akin to a white steel needle precisely piercing the opposing ritual. The fiery sphere affecting the priest immediately responded. It sensed this aggressive, entirely different magic. Like a provoked beast, the fireball abruptly contracted and unleashed a torrent of furious energy. The 2 invisible forces clashed fiercely on a spiritual level. Almost simultaneously, from Tyrosh to Volantis, and then to Milam, the magical relay stations towering in the heart of the city-states. Those pitch-black towers began to flicker with dark red light. The glow was not blinding, but bore an ominous tremor, reminiscent of a colossal beast's heartbeat. The inhabitants of the city-states emerged from their homes, gazing skyward. They may not comprehend the arcane arts, yet they recognize that this tower is the creation of His Majesty, a symbol of divine grace. Your Majesty, a miracle has manifested. It is uncertain who knelt first, but soon, guided by the clergy of the emperor-worshipping faith scattered across the empire, thousands of citizens faced the grand tower, oriented towards the direction of Millen, and humbly bowed before it, commencing their prayers to their sovereign. They may be oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they are aware that in the face of the incomprehensible, offering their faith to the deity who walks among mortals is never misplaced. Mortal, dare you encroach upon my faith? A voice, aged and filled with fury, reverberated within Sheng's mind. At the moment of contact with the crimson fireball, Sheng grasped its essence entirely. Rollo, the king of light. He also understood the cause of the other's agitation. According to the original trajectory of this world, it was precisely during this time that Rollo's sect thrived across the continent of Essos, with the temples of the Red God proliferating in major city-states, reaping boundless faith. However, Sheng's emergence altered everything. His displayed power, his embodiment as a colossal dragon, the order and conquest he ushered in, were far more tangible and trustworthy to the struggling mortals than an elusive deity of flames. He had seized the ecological niche that rightfully belonged to Rollo. Sheng had become the new god of Essos, and Rollo, should it fail to retaliate, would see its future vanish entirely. Much like the ancient Gyges deities lost to the dust of history, this was a battle for survival, devoid of right or wrong, only devouring and being devoured. With the fervent prayers of countless followers across the continent of Essos, streams of faith coalesced into the Black Tower, instantly empowering Sheng through the network of magical relay stations. His retaliatory power surged dramatically. No mortal dare you! Rollo's voice echoed through the skies of Millen, tinged with disbelief and panic. Subsequently, all inhabitants of Milan, including those who had just concluded their prayers, beheld an unforgettable spectacle. A column of pure white light, honed to perfection, shot forth from the apex of the Grand Pyramid, cleaving the clouds and soaring skyward. At the pinnacle of this luminous beam, a colossal, fiery red orb, radiating boundless light and heat, materialized as if it were a second sun. That was the corporeal manifestation of the deity. Yet, before the eyes of mortals, this sun existed for less than a second. The white beam struck it. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a profound silence. The red orb, like glass shattered by a hammer, instantaneously became adorned with web-like fissures. In the next moment, it silently and utterly disintegrated into countless specks of crimson light. Dissipating in the wind, the sky returned to its original azure hue. From the shadowy lands of Ashar to the temple of the goddess of love in Lys, and across from the faceless one's temple in Blafros, every temple of the red god on the continent of Essos resonated with a crisp sound of shattering simultaneously. Within the sanctuaries, priests beheld in horror as the statues of Rollo, for which they had prayed day and night, whether carved from stone or sculpted from wood, developed profound cracks and ultimately collapsed, turning into a heap of rubble and splinters. The king of light had fallen, entirely vanishing like the ancient deities of yore. Chapter 117. The Samurai of Fate's Collapse. The briny sea breeze of the port filled his nostrils, mingling with the scent of rust and decaying wood. The young officer of the Dragon Guard pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, the cold sensation settling his tumultuous thoughts. Before him, a dozen longboats, painted a deep crimson, lay docked like insects ensnared in a web. This web was formed by hundreds of Imperial warships, blocking every possible exit of the port. Their massive crossbows resembling the eyes of colossal beasts, fixated on the vessels representing Rollo. On the dock, dragon-armored guards and citizen soldiers intermingled, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Behind them stood rows of the unblemished ones, armed with spears and towering shields, silently erect like a wall forged from flesh and steel. They bore no expressions, uttered no sounds. Their mere presence sufficed to extinguish any thoughts of resistance. Those aboard the ships listened. The officer's voice amplified through a rudimentary iron horn, echoing across the port. By the Emperor's command, all followers of Rollo must disembark immediately, lay down your arms, and submit to inspection. Repeat, disembark at once. The command pierced through the thick planks of the ship. Serbo jolted awake from the illusion, drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if his heart had been struck by a hammer. It was not pain, but a hollowness, as though something vital had been wrenched away. Instinctively, he reached for his chest, grasping the warm brass pendant. By the flickering light of the swaying lantern in the cabin, he opened his palm to reveal the pendant. Inscribed with the emblem of the sacred flame's heart, now marred by a clear crack that split it in two. The fissure mirrored what he had witnessed in the illusion. The second sun suspended in the heavens, shattering silently. What has transpired outside? A hoarse voice inquired. Outside the cabin, the chaotic sound of footsteps and muffled shouts jolted Serbo back to reality. He lifted his gaze to see his comrades, the Knights of the Sacred Flame, hastily donning their armor and grasping their swords. Each face was etched with tension and unease. "It is the Imperial army," the captain murmured, now fully armored, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "They have surrounded us." Serbo rose, tucking the shattered pendant back beneath his robe. The cold metal against his skin sent a shiver down his spine. He seized his sword and followed his comrades out of the cabin. On the deck, the blinding sunlight forced him to squint. He beheld the dense throng of Imperial soldiers, the massive crossbows aimed at them, and heard the cold command issued. The warmth of faith still lingered, yet the chill of reality was already bone deep. Within the city of Milan, the high priest Mira was in an upscale private room of a tavern, discussing the details of constructing a new temple with several esteemed red-robed priests and a local noble. The revelry celebrating the birth of the emperor's firstborn flowed in through the window, yet it did not dampen their spirits. To them, this was an opportune moment to spread the radiance of Rollo. The emperor's progeny required divine protection as well. The high priest raised his goblet, a restrained smile gracing his face. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the door to the private room was violently thrust open. A dozen burly Dothraki warriors surged in, exuding the sense of horse sweat and leather, their curved blades glinting ominously in the light. At the forefront, Soren, his scarred visage contorted with menace, surveyed the room filled with red-robed figures, his gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. The high priest had just begun to rise, intending to assert the authority of the clergy. Find them. Soren did not even spare him a glance. issuing commands to those behind him. The Dothraki surged forward, coarse ropes swiftly ensnaring the priests. The few knights of the sacred flame they had brought attempted to draw their swords, only to be met with swifter and deadlier blades poised against their necks, the cold steel rendering them immobile. Impudence! I am a priest of the King of Light. Do you know whose hand you raise against? A young priest cried out, struggling. Soren frowned, drawing a whip from his waist. Crack! The sharp sound silenced the young priest's outcry, transforming it into a whimper as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, several teeth mingling with the crimson foam that flew forth. The world fell silent. The high priest stared at Soren, his lips moving, yet no words emerging. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In the audience hall atop the Grand Pyramid, Sheng listened quietly to Soren's report. The Knights of the Sacred Flame at the port attempted to resist. Sauron's voice was delivered in a flat, emotionless tone, as if recounting mere facts. There were perhaps 50 of them, forming a formation on the deck. Sheng raised the goblet before him, remaining silent, merely gesturing for him to continue. They prayed aloud, reciting the invocations of Laro, repeatedly attempting to ignite their blades with the fervor of their prayers. A barely perceptible smirk of derision tugged at the corners of Sauron's mouth. Yet nothing transpired. Their swords remained mere iron, their deity unresponsive. They pleaded time and again, their voices oscillating from rage to despair. Yet the flames remained indifferent to their cries. Sauron paused momentarily, seemingly lost in the recollection of that scene, until their captain, a middle-aged man, suddenly howled in anguish, driving his long sword into his own chest. With his last vestiges of strength, he raised the sword impaled in his heart above his head. A tiny flicker of flame ignited upon the blade, feeble and fragile, akin to a candle's flame in the wind. The warriors beheld this with renewed hope, as if seizing their last lifeline, their eyes alight once more. Some were even poised to cheer. And then, Sheng inquired softly. A warm breeze swept through. Sauron replied. The fire upon the sword extinguished. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Faith crumbled, Sauron concluded, as most of the gathered souls took their own lives with their swords. The remaining few, a dozen or so, discarded their weapons and knelt upon the deck, like a throng of hollow shells bereft of spirit. Sheng drained the wine from his cup, the liquid sliding down his throat with a hint of chill. He rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon his city. Mylan thrived beneath him, vibrant and alive, the echoes of revelry still lingering in the air. A divine position had been vacated, and naturally, a new deity must ascend to fill the void. Convey my command. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the hall. Across the Empire, all temples of Laro shall be razed to the ground. All followers must convert forthwith. The denizens of the Empire require but one faith. He turned, his brown eyes revealing no trace of emotion. Those who fail to comply shall face execution. Chapter 118. The Necromantic Enhancement Elixir. The air in Sothros was thick and viscous, reminiscent of decaying berries, filling the lungs with a sickly sweet odor. Large fronds hung with droplets, which fell upon the black muck below, producing a faint patter. Old blind, I stood upon the deck of a beached barge, his cloudy white eyes gazing vacantly at the scene before him. A group of dark-skinned, diminutive savages lined up, transferring wooden boxes secured with grass ropes and mud onto the ship. Their movements were stiff yet synchronized, their gazes hollow, emitting meaningless howls that mimicked the cries of monkeys from some distant memory. They were no longer creatures of the living. Hurry up, you bunch of howling monkeys. Old blind, I urged in a dry voice, fully aware that these undead wretches comprehended nothing. Yet the command had been transmitted through the necromantic link bestowed by Master Allen. Inside the boxes lay a meticulously arranged collection of large wyvern eggs, their shells displaying a sickly gray-green hue speckled with dark spots. These were procured from the depths of the Yamen Tower, with the cost of nearly 100 undead laborers. Another batch of boxes exuded a potent odor, a mixture of earth and some pungent herbal scent. These were the plants specifically requested by Master Allen, rumored to enhance the efficacy of their elixirs. The mere thought of that so-called enhancement elixir made Old Blind Eye's withered face twitch. It could render the dead not only stronger, but also more frenzied. One of the undead savages slipped beneath him, nearly sending a box tumbling into the mud. Another immediately extended a stiff arm to steady it. And once more, the two bodies resumed their mechanical rhythm, as if nothing had transpired. Old Blind, I paid them no mind. He turned, grasping a rope hanging from the ship's railing, inhaling the briny scent of the sea breeze. The festival of Mylan was fast approaching. He had to return. The birth of the emperor's first son was a momentous occasion for the entire empire. He needed to witness with his own eyes the child said to brim with magical potential and to personally experience the new enhancement elixir. His anticipation was palpable. He aimed to return with the emperor's grace and transform all of Sothros into a breeding ground and hunting ground for the empire. The sea breeze swept over the summer archipelago, bringing with it the fragrance of sweet lotus and red flowers. Yet it could not dispel the stench of blood lingering upon the deck of the flagship mourner. Luo wiped the non-existent stains from his twin blades with a silk handkerchief. The blades gleamed like mirrors, reflecting his handsome visage, which conformed to the aesthetic of the Kiris, albeit with a pallor devoid of any color. His fleet had already blockaded this maritime region, and the largest island among the archipelago lay before him. Wisps of smoke rose from the valley, the last bastion of the natives. The names Red Flower Valley and Sweet Lotus Valley were indeed melodious, and the terrain proved difficult to assail. A bunch of damned savages, Luo muttered, tucking the handkerchief back into his sleeve. He had poisoned their water supply, but the overly diluted undead toxin could not fully convert. However, it would stiffen their bodies and numb their senses. He had intended to wait for the poison to take effect before personally leading an assault, relishing the visceral thrill of slaughter. He delighted in witnessing the living struggle and despair, as it allowed him to temporarily forget that he was already among the dead. Yet his plans had been disrupted. The news of Milan arrived. The emperor's first son had been born. The entire empire was celebrating, and he had to conclude the campaign here swiftly to return for the festivities. Soon after, a magical message from Master Alan reached him, announcing a breakthrough in the research of the enhancement elixir. Time was becoming pressing. Those damned natives, neither willing to surrender nor to die, were truly troublesome. Luo could no longer contain his frustration and cursed under his breath. Though his voice was low, it caused the surrounding undead officers to shudder in unison. He sheathed his twin blades back into their scabbards, the metallic clash producing a harsh sound. He could wait no longer. The desire for bloodshed could be temporarily suppressed. But the Emperor's summons and the allure of greater power were temptations he could not resist. Luo approached the bow of the ship, gazing down at the verdant island. His eyes devoid of admiration, only cold calculation. Relay the orders, he spoke coldly. Prepare the entire army for landing. Before sunset, I shall drink from their skulls. In Metalis Laboratory, the air was thick with the acrid scent of herbs, mixed with some metallic tang. Alan stared intently at the body submerged within a massive glass container. Fervent light flickering in his black pupils. Kitchwanlo's form was enveloped in a ghostly green fluid, where the severed limbs were slowly writhing, regenerating at the joints. Veins pulsated faintly beneath the skin, subtly responding to the circulation of the elixir. This necromantic body was defying the laws of nature to regenerate. All of this was thanks to the wondrous flora of Sothros. Alan had issued a death command to Old Blind Eye through the glass candle, demanding that he procure more and more of these plants at any cost. He aimed to propagate this enhancement throughout the entire undead army. He sought to transform the Emperor's legions into a truly immortal force. In a corner of the laboratory, a row of cribs stood neatly arranged. Inside lay the first batch of chosen ones born into the Empire. With the birth of the prince, the magical potency of the entire empire was surging at an astonishing rate. Alan could distinctly feel the magical elements drifting in the air, enveloping him like a dense fog, enhancing both the speed and power of his spells beyond anything he had experienced before. This transformation was most apparent in the newborns. These infants, only a few days old, were already comparable in size to ordinary 2-year-olds. They lay quietly, occasionally opening their eyes, with glimmers of golden or crimson light flashing within their pupils. Their breaths were steady and robust, each heartbeat resonating like a war drum. Alan could sense the powerful surge of fire and blood magic coursing through their diminutive bodies, continuously refining their organs, endowing them with a physical prowess unattainable by mere mortals from the very dawn of their existence. He approached the crib, extending a pale finger to gently caress the plump cheek of the infant. The baby did not wail or fuss. Instead, it opened its eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. A rare smile graced the corners of Alan's lips. These children are the future of the Empire. Chapter 119. The Emperor of E. The air in Edu was thick with the scent of ceramic was being fired, intertwined with rich spices, concealing a profound unease beneath this peculiar aroma. Panic spread like an invisible mold, germinating from every slick stone of the port, meandering through the web-like alleys, and ultimately seeping into the heavy palace walls of the imperial city. Buffon rapped his knuckles against the cold Zeton wood of the table, time and again. Before him, the map depicted the vast territories of the Golden Empire, fragmented by ink stains of varying depths. These ink marks represented warlords, unrestrained lords, and ambitious men who only sent hollow greetings when they needed the emperor's name. Suddenly, the palace doors were thrust open by a gust of wind, ushering in the chill from outside. The chief eunuch hurried in with small, quick steps, his voice lowered as if to avoid disturbing the heavy silence of the court. Your Majesty, the last statue of the deity Rollo in the southern temple has shattered. Bufang's fingers halted on the tabletop, his gaze fixed on a small marker on the map, a point that represented Yi's final barrier against the northern barbarians and a legendary battlefield against the Long Night. As rumored, his voice was eerily calm. Yes, Your Majesty. The chief eunuch's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, cracking open like a shell, breaking into numerous fragments. The temple priest had gone mad on the spot, shouting that the Long Night was approaching and was dragged away by the guards. The populace had already descended into chaos. The biting cold of the 5 fortresses and the flickering white figures on the gray wasteland, once mere tales recounted by storytellers, had now become the most palpable fears on the streets. The fall of Rollo, the deity who governed warmth and life, had become the last straw for the beleaguered camel. Long Night. Buffon slowly exhaled the 2 words, his breath condensing into a cloud of white mist in the cool air before dissipating. When he ascended the throne, he had believed he could, like his legendary ancestors, diligently work to reunify the fractured Golden Empire. Yet reality dealt him a resounding blow. His edicts could not escape Edu. His taxation relied upon the whims of a few noble families within the city. He even had to tread carefully to balance the relationships between those families and the local lords of nearby towns to retain his tenuous hold on the imperial throne. What are the borders? Are the Druagesni making any moves? Buffon inquired, finally diverting his gaze from the map. Raids have been ongoing, Your Majesty, the chief eunuch replied, his head bowed lower. As usual, they raid and flee. The local lords had sent missives, requesting aid. Buffon curled his lips in a humorless arcade. What could he offer in terms of assistance? The pitiful garrison of Edu was his last bastion of dignity. He had managed to uphold the facade of the Azure Throne through the exquisite porcelain crafted in the city and the thriving trade taxes from a port. Let them fend for themselves. He waved his hand, his tone imbued with an air of weary resignation. The chief eunuch dared not speak further and bowed as he retreated. Buffon turned his attention back to the map. His gaze traversed the fragmented territories, the encroaching Druagesni, and extended toward the distant west to the continent known as Essos. On the other end of the table lay a scroll of classified intelligence that had arrived recently. The edges of the parchment still bore the briny scent of sea air, and the handwriting was hasty and urgent. A man named Sheng, who claimed to be the Dragon King, had swiftly brought half of Essos under his command. He had unified the free trading city-states, subdued the city-states of Slave Bay, and his fleet had blockaded the narrow sea. With new guise and the former Isle of Serpents now in his dominion, their cruising range extending to the Jade Sea Gate of Corsi. He possessed dragons and wielded godlike power. Buffon held the parchment in his hands, rubbing it repeatedly. The coarse texture of the paper starkly contrasted with the smoothness of the imperial jade ring on his finger. He felt a deep sense of foreboding. A neighbor so powerful could spell disaster for the divided E. When a lion is hungry, it pays no heed to whether the nearby sheep are already fragmented. Yet, beneath the worry lay a flicker of madness. He racked his brain for a solution, confined within the gloomy city, merely watching the ancestral legacy decay in his hands. Perhaps the key to breaking the impasse lay beyond this land. He rose and walked to the window, pushing open the intricately carved wooden frame. The tumult of Edu mingled with fear, akin to a pot of boiling murky water washing over him. It had been a long time since he had felt such a chaotic vitality. Kumin, he called out to the empty hall beyond. The captain of the royal guard, clad in light armor, promptly entered, kneeling on one knee. Send word to select the finest porcelain, silk, and spices from the treasury, and prepare a substantial gift. Bufang's voice was soft, but exceptionally clear. You and my uncle shall form an envoy. The captain raised his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Buffon turned, his gaze piercing as it swept over the young face of the captain, the child of his wet nurse, who had once called him brother until he ascended to the throne. He understood how perilous and somewhat absurd this decision was. Extending goodwill towards an unknown foreign monarch had never been recorded in the annals of the Golden Empire. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. You are to visit a new neighbor, Buffon stated slowly, each word seeming to be extracted from between clenched teeth, the Dragon King of the newly established empire. Sheng. He paused before adding, There are two purposes for this journey. First, to establish a more robust trading relationship. Second, his voice lowered, as if confiding in himself, to gauge whether assistance might be procured. Days later, a grand ship adorned with the flag of the Azure Emperor set sail from the port, slowly departing under the vacant, numb gaze of the citizens of Edu. The vessel was laden with the most generous offerings that this ancient empire could muster, accompanied by a desperate emperor, extending the last vestiges of goodwill and hope. Bufong stood upon the highest observatory of the imperial city, watching as the ship dwindled into a mere dot between sea and sky. The northern winds tugged at his flowing sleeves, and he gripped the railing tightly. The icy touch steadied his tumultuous thoughts somewhat. He did not know whether the ship bore an olive branch or bait for a malevolent dragon. Yet he knew he had to take the gamble. Chapter 120. The Celebration and the Crisis of Braavos. In the audience chamber of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, the air was as thick as hot oil. The envoy from Braavos, having traveled a great distance, was beaded with fine droplets of sweat, facing the cold obsidian table, which felt as chilling as a gravestone. Seated in the seat of authority was not the emperor himself, but the governor, Hidalana. He idly toyed with a gold dragon, his fingernails scratching the edge of the coin, producing a faint, piercing sound. 150,000 gold dragons worth of goods. Hidalana flicked the gold dragon into the air and caught it deftly. 10 warships with purple sails each year, along with a Valyrian steel sword. Is this the ransom for the son of the Sea King? The Braavosi envoy swallowed hard, his throat dry. Governor, the additional 50,000 is simply too much? Hidalana raised an eyebrow, his amber eyes sparkling with mockery. His Majesty considers this merely a starting point. Since the Braavosi dared to instigate trouble in Lys, they must be prepared to pay the price. You were 2 whole months late. You could have preserved your free will for a mere 30,000 gold dragons and a Valyrian steel sword. What a bargain. We are willing to offer compensation. Yet the eldest son of the Sea King, the envoy spoke with difficulty. Braavos stands as a free city, forever unyielding to servitude. Can the excess wealth erase the word ransom? This is an affront that the people of Braavos cannot accept. An affront? Heidel laughed derisively, as if he had heard the most ludicrous nonsense in the world. When your fleet sank in the waters of Lys, did you not speak of indignity? When your soldiers were transformed into living corpses by His Majesty, did you not mention disgrace? He leaned forward, his voice lowered, each word piercing like a poisoned needle. This is His Majesty's mercy. He could have erased Braavos from the map. Now, he merely requires a stance. The envoy closed his eyes, the muscles in his cheeks twitching slightly. He understood there was no room for negotiation. The annihilation of the Braavos fleet, the Sea King's wrath and terror, the Senate's all-night debates, all culminated in the bitter fruit he must now swallow. We accept. He barely forced those words through clenched teeth. Heidel reclined back in his chair, tossing a golden dragon onto the table, which clinked sharply. Excellent, he said. His Majesty has no time to meet with you. He has another request. Pray speak. At the celebration, in the presence of all the envoys from the city-states of Essos, you shall personally read this list of reparations. The envoy's face turned ashen. The imperial celebration was held to commemorate the birth of the eldest son, Lucci. The entire Meereen was enveloped in a near-manic revelry. The steps of the Great Pyramid were adorned with silks from Pentos, and the air was saturated with a blend of Lysian spices and the scent of braised goat from Yunkai. The delegations from the major city-states of Essos presented their lavish gifts, one by one, before the emperor seated upon the obsidian throne. The envoy from Koer was the most humble. This city, close to the shores of the Dothraki Sea, has long lived under the shadow of the curved blades of Khalasar. They offered their proudest creation, a tapestry woven from 5-colored metallic threads, depicting a massive black dragon coiling among the mountains, its scales shimmering with a shifting luster in the firelight. In addition, there was a pair of ivory-white lemurs curled within a gilded cage, their amethyst-like eyes curiously surveying this strange world. Lucci merely inclined his head as attendants stepped forward to accept the gifts. Next came the governor of Volantis, the envoy from Tyrosh, the envoy from Myr, their offerings piled high, from rare beasts to chests of jewels, each a testament to their reverence and submission to the emperor. The envoy from Braavos stood in a corner of the crowd, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a silent statue. His body was rigid. The splendid envoy's robe felt more like a shroud. Once all the city-states had presented their tributes, the music and clamor within the hall began to wane. He took a deep breath. The air felt like it was laced with the acrid taste of blood, burning his lungs. He opened his eyes, lifted his heavy feet, and, head bowed, slowly made his way out of the crowd. The atmosphere within the hall grew eerily tense. The Volantine governor smirked mockingly. while the other envoys looked on in astonishment. They regarded this envoy from the once mighty maritime power as one might view a prisoner walking to the gallows. The Bravo's envoy approached the throne without raising his gaze, merely unfurling the parchment in his hand. His voice was low, yet resonated with startling clarity in the silent hall, tinged with an unmistakable tremor. Bravos extends its most profound apologies for the prior transgressions against the imperial fleet in the waters of Lys. To redeem the Sea King's eldest son, Bravos is willing to offer to the new Valyrian Empire. He paused, each word slicing through his throat like a dagger. Goods valued at 1,500,000 golden dragons. Henceforth, every year, 10 purple-sailed warships shall be provided for the imperial fleet. Moreover, 1 Valyrian steel sword. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. A colossal sense of humiliation washed over the envoy like a tide. He could feel the myriad eyes upon him, some filled with sympathy, others with mockery, but most reveling in schadenfreude. Those city-states that Bravos had once subjugated with its fleet and wealth now relished this moment of reversal. He finished reading, his body swaying as if on the brink of collapse, yet he held firm, awaiting the final judgment of the man upon the throne. Lucci regarded him with an impassive expression, and after a moment, nodded slightly. Granted permission, the envoy felt as if a great weight had been lifted, bowing deeply as he retreated, each step akin to treading upon a blade. In the crowd, the envoy from Pentos fixed a fierce gaze upon the Bravosi's defeated figure. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He recalled his grandfather, the prince who had been forced to sacrifice himself to the gods after failing in the war against Bravos. That hatred had never extinguished, merely suppressed beneath the weight of Bravos' power. Now that lion had weakened, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Flames ignited in the eyes of the Pentos envoy. After this grand celebration, Pentos would once again raise its battle standards. This time, they would ensure the Bravosi tasted the sorrow of losing their kin. Chapter 121. The Assassination of Quarrels. The embers of the celebration had yet to cool when the gears of the Empire began to turn. Meereen, now to be referred to as the first city of Dragon King Bay, was suffused with an unusual aroma of dust and spices. Alan's makeshift laboratory was located in a dim stone chamber at the base of the Great Pyramid, where the notorious pirate leader of High Valyrian, Nero, sat bare-chested upon a stone bench. His skin bore an unhealthy, grayish hue, yet his muscles appeared more defined than ever in life. An undead officer held a stone bowl filled with a viscous green liquid, emanating a sweet, rancid odor of decaying vegetation. "Drink it." Alan's voice was devoid of inflection, akin to two stones grinding together. Nero unhesitatingly accepted the bowl, tilting his head back to drink deeply. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, his veins bulged beneath his skin like black worms, writhing. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, a primal growl suppressed within his throat. Sweat and a viscous black fluid seeped from his pores, yet his gray-white eyes sparkled with an eerie green light. Alan observed quietly, swiftly recording data on parchment with a charcoal pencil. Outside, the blind old man and other mid-level officers of High Valyrian lined up, awaiting their own transformative boon. The slave Bay, a name branded with blood, tears, and suffering, was being forcibly erased under the banner of the Lucci family. From Meereen to Yunkai, and then to Astapor, the new name, Dragon King Bay, was inscribed upon every newly erected stone tablet, proclaimed day after day by officials from the governoress office to the populace. The memories of a bygone era were being ground to dust beneath the will of the new empire. The Jade Sea Gate, Quarrels. When the envoy from ET arrived, this city greeted them with its most lavish yet decaying facade. Within 1,000 palaces, the air felt permeated with spices and wealth. The uncle of the celestial emperor of ET, the envoy Pang Jun, donned a cerulean silk robe that clashed with the local style, sitting upright in a dignified manner. Beside him, the captain of his personal guard, Tai Xiong, kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, casting a hawk-like gaze across every noble of Quarrels within the hall. The men here wore silk robes adorned with gemstones, while the women were accustomed to bearing one breast, embellished with gold dust and colorful patterns. Their tones were melodious and exaggerated, and every gesture was laden with drama. Noble envoy raised his goblet. A representative of the Quarrels royal family, seated upon a high throne, his nails encrusted with tiny diamonds, proclaimed, "The friendship between Quarrels and the Golden Celestial Empire is as profound as the Jade Sea, ever fresh and enduring. To our shared prosperity, cheers." Pang Jun forced a stiff smile, raising his goblet in return. "To friendship," he murmured, his voice nearly swallowed by the clamor of the hall. Tai Xiong remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon several figures who appeared to be guards, yet perpetually lurked within the shadows, moving with calculated stealth. The entire banquet was suffused with insincere pleasantries and blatant probing for advantage, each utterance cloaked in honeyed words, yet concealing the potential sting of a poisoned blade. Pang Jun felt akin to a rabbit that had unwittingly stumbled into a den of serpents, his body rife with discomfort. He merely wished to endure the banquet hosted by the QRC and then depart for the slave bay. At long last, the festivities drew to a close. Surrounded by Tai Xiong and a dozen guards, Pang Jun exited the hall of 1,000 seats. The cool night breeze dispersed the oppressive heat of the hall, ushering in a more profound peril. As they turned into a narrow street leading to their lodgings, the towering walls cast heavy shadows on either side. Without warning, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the darkness, embedding itself in the cobblestones just a step ahead of Pang Jun, its fletching quivering ominously. "Protect my lord," Tai Xiong bellowed, shoving Pang Jun behind him. In an instant, his long blade was drawn, carving a cold arc in the moonlight as it deflected another arrow aimed at Pang Jun's face. From the shadows emerged a dozen masked assailants, their curved blades glinting with a sinister sheen, silently lunging forward. Tai Xiong's swordsmanship was both fierce and lethal, each strike aimed with deadly precision. The guard behind him swiftly formed a defensive line, fighting valiantly. However, the number of assailants was thrice that of their defenders, and they were undaunted by death. One guard was pierced by 3 blades simultaneously, clinging desperately to one of the attackers in his dying moments. "Run!" Tai Xiong shouted at Pang Jun, kicking aside an enemy and swiftly slicing through another's throat. Pang Jun was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling as he was nearly dragged toward the port. Amid the chaos, a sword blade grazed his cheek, a searing pain erupting as warm blood instantly obscured his left eye's vision. My eye, he cried out in terror. "Silence. If you wish to live, run." Tai Xiong's voice was as cold as ice. One by one, the guards fell, paving a bloody path with their lives. When they finally reached the dock and boarded the ship adorned with the azure banner of the Celestial Emperor, only Tai Xiong remained behind. His body was drenched in blood, indistinguishable as to whether it was his own or that of his foes. "Cut the mooring lines. Set sail immediately," Pang Jun shouted, clutching his bleeding eye, his voice sharp with fear. "Hurry, leave this wretched city. They are all madmen." Tai Xiong uttered no further words, issuing the same command to the crew. The sailors, in a frenzy, hastily severed the mooring lines and hoisted the sails, under the astonished gazes of port officials and guards. The emissary ship from ED fled QRC's harbor like a startled beast, vanishing into the night-shrouded Jade Sea. By the time the news reached the hall of 1,000 seats, it was already midnight. The royal family of QRC, the 13 magnates, and representatives from the Emerald Brotherhood and the Spice Guild were urgently convened. The veneer of civility and smiles had vanished from their faces, replaced by an unprecedented fury. "This is a provocation, an affront to all of QRC." A merchant from the Emerald Brotherhood slammed his fist onto the table, causing the golden cups to leap. "Who is responsible?" One of the 13 magnates surveyed the room with a malevolent glare. "ED is our largest trading partner. Who dares to jeopardize this business?" "Who but you 13 magnates?" scoffed the president of the Spice Guild. "Have you not always desired to monopolize the silk and spice routes of the East? Such slander. I believe it is you old men who cannot bear to see others prosper. Perhaps it is the royal family's doing, seeking to consolidate power once more." Once the seed of suspicion was sown, it proliferated wildly. Inside the Grand Hall, former political adversaries cast glances of mistrust and resentment at one another. Each individual believed this to be a conspiracy from their rivals, aimed at a crucial move in QRC's intricate power chessboard. An assassination attempt against the foreign emissaries ignited the long-simmering powder keg within the city. The power struggle in QRC, previously veiled in subterfuge, erupted into a bloody and fierce conflict. Chapter 122. The War Preparations of New JIS. The sea breeze was briny, tainted with the scent of rust and blood. Pang Jun's consciousness floated in a viscous darkness, each lurch of the ship akin to a searing iron rod stirring within his left eye socket. He could feel the cold metallic instruments probing, delicately peeling away, severing something. "Done. The eyeball has been removed, and most of the toxins have been cleared." A hoarse voice whispered in his ear, speaking in Valyrian with a heavy new JIS accent. "The remaining poison, my remedy, can only alleviate, if you wish to survive. It depends on your own luck." A rough hand grasped his chin, forcing a bowl of bitter medicinal concoction down his throat. The liquid coursed down his gullet like a burning fuse igniting his esophagus. Pang Jun erupted into a violent fit of coughs, his vision reduced to a blurring crimson haze. He struggled to sit up, but a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Lie still, ED man," the voice dripped with mockery. QRC folk are like rats hiding in the sewers, only entertaining guests with poisoned arrows. A band of brigands thriving on spices. Pang Jun gasped for breath, his throat rasping. "I, on the orders of the Celestial Emperor of ED." His words were fragmented, yet each syllable rang clear. "Have come to pay respects to the new Valyrian Empire, His Majesty the Valyrian Dragon King, Lord Liu Sheng." The cabin fell into a profound silence, save for the creaking of wood against the waves. The physician attending to him paused, lifting his gaze towards the imposing figure at the doorway. The captain strode in, his leather armor still damp with seawater. He looked down at the pale Pang Jun on the stretcher, his brow furrowing. "You are the envoy from ED?" "Yes." Pang Jun met his gaze with his remaining eye, striving to maintain a steady voice. "We carry a state letter and gifts en route to Milan. However, we were ambushed while resupplying in QRC. The QRC attacked an imperial guest?" The captain's voice deepened, akin to the undercurrents of the sea. The physician snorted, wiping the blood from his hands. "A group of unscrupulous spice traders. What misdeed are they incapable of committing?" The captain disregarded the physician, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Pang Jun. "Did they know your identity? Were they aware of your destination?" "Yes," answered Tai Xiong, the captain of the personal guard beside Pang Jun, struggling to respond with a thick bandage wrapped around his abdomen, blood seeping through. "We declared our mission in front of all QRC nobles at the Hall of 1,000 Seats. They even hosted a banquet for us." The captain's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously. Learning that the QRC knew of the ED envoy's mission, yet dared to attack on their own turf, ignited a wrath within him, akin to molten iron filling his chest. This was no mere act of piracy. It was a blatant provocation against the new Valyrian Empire, a contemptuous affront to the divine being who walks among men, the emperor capable of transforming into a great dragon. "Change course," the captain roared, turning abruptly to the sailors outside. "Escort the ED vessel, full speed, to New JIS." The port of New JIS was perpetually suffused with the sense of iron, sweat, and discipline. Towering walls loomed like a colossal steel beast, while soldiers of the Citizen Soldier Iron Legion marched in precise formation, their gazes steely. The ED delegation was escorted directly to the governor's mansion. The military commander Zola, a towering man of Jis, possessed a gaze as sharp as a blade. After listening to Pang Jun and Tai Xiong's account, his expression darkened, as if ready to drip water. "QRC," Zola slowly repeated the name, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, producing a dull sound. "A group of self-important merchants who have forgotten who granted them the privilege of secure trade. As neighbors to QRC, the people of New JIS understood all too well the nature of that crowd. Greed and hypocrisy, forsaking all for the sake of profit. Yet Zola had not anticipated that their audacity had escalated to such heights. Your Excellency, please rest assured and recuperate." Zola rose, his tone brooking no dissent. "This was the domain of the Empire, and none dare to inflict harm upon you again. The remaining matters I shall attend to." After ensuring the exhausted envoy from ED was settled, he promptly returned to his private chamber. The room bore no superfluous adornments, save for an obsidian table upon which stood a solitary, twisted black candle. Zola closed the door, plunging the room into utter darkness. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing the candle's apex, infusing it with a thread of mental energy. The candle ignited spontaneously, casting an unsettling pale glow. The light distorted all that surrounded it, causing the walls to seem to undulate, the shadows deepening into a void that appeared to lead to another realm. Zola's pupils constricted in the radiance, and he bowed his head, speaking with reverence. His voice seemed to transcend the physical realm, resonating on a psychic level. "Your Majesty." The light flickered slightly as a monumental descended. This presence was grand, frigid, imbued with the majesty of a dragon, rendering the very air within the chamber static. "Speak." Zola recounted, verbatim, the tribulations faced by the ED envoy, from their ambush in Corsi to the discovery of the new guy's cruiser, culminating in the mission of the envoy. The chamber fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the Grand Will emanated a chilling ire. Liu Sheng's original plan was to usher the empire into a period of recuperation following the birth of his eldest son, Liu Qi, to assimilate the newly acquired territories, promote the nascent electorate, and solidify internal governance. He bestowed upon these mortals order and peace, yet they remained ungrateful, a horde of ants, beneath whom even deities were trampled. A cadre of merchants who dared to conspire in shadows had the audacity to provoke the Empire's might, attempting to challenge a dragon. They were courting their own demise. Escort the ED envoy and proceed to Mylene at once. The cold voice reverberated in Zola's mind, each word imbued with an irresistible command. Moreover, the voice paused, an overwhelming intent of slaughter seeping through the glass candle, drenching Zola's spine in cold sweat. Prepare the Iron Legion of new guys for battle. The Imperial fleet will arrive shortly. As the words fell, the light from the glass candle extinguished instantaneously. The chamber was engulfed in darkness once more, yet flames ignited in Zola's eyes. He thrust open the door, issuing a succinct and powerful command to the waiting adjutant outside. Relay the orders. The port is to be placed under martial law. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th Iron Legions assemble at once. Prepare for battle. Chapter 123. The rebellious sun impeding the growth of the dragon host. The air in the city-state of Mylene was perpetually infused with a melange of dust, spices, and sweat. However, in the vicinity of the High Zeus Legion's encampment, this olfactory tapestry was supplanted by the more potent sense of rust, strong spirits, and a faint hint of decay. Within a tavern accessible solely to officers, the dim light revealed wooden tables etched with countless knife marks. The old blind man downed a glass of fiery liquor, his murky white eyes devoid of focus, yet a cruel smile curled upon his lips. Which city-state is fated for misfortune this time? His gravelly voice echoed from the corner, reminiscent of two stones grinding against one another. Opposite him, Nero refrained from touching the spirits upon the table. Instead, his glass contained a brilliant summer red. His elongated fingers gripped the base of the glass, meticulously trimmed nails complementing his finely tailored black leather armor, adorned with silver threads. What does it matter? Nero lifted his gaze, his countenance, handsome in the manner of a courtier, was icy, his tone imbued with lethal intent. No sooner had he spoken than both men froze in unison. An intangible connection reverberated deep within their consciousnesses, cold, absolute, and devoid of emotion, etching the command into their very souls. This was not mere speech, but a pure will, accompanied by precise maps and target information. The tavern's clamor seemed to dissipate in that moment. The smile upon the old blind man's face froze, a flicker of emerald light flashing within his murky eyes. He set down his glass, the base colliding with the table, producing a dull thud. "Corsi?" he exclaimed incredulously, his voice tinged with an odd timbre. Instinctively, he stole a glance at Nero. Nero, head bowed, his cascading wavy hair casting a heavy shadow over his handsome visage, appeared transformed, the quietude and coldness he typically exuded replaced by an ineffable gravity. His fingers tightened around the glass, knuckles paling slightly. "I have business to attend to. I must take my leave." Nero's voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. He raised a glass of summer red to his lips, downing it in one go, his throat bobbing. Then he stood, not sparing another glance at the old blind man, and strode directly towards the heavy leather door curtain, vanishing into the glaring sunlight beyond. The old blind man stared after him, silent for a moment. A twisted yet exhilarating smile gradually unfurled upon his weathered and scarred face. "Nero, you wretch," he chuckled, filling his glass anew, spirits splashing onto the table. "Ha ha." He laughed heartily, consuming the liquor in one gulp. "Go wherever you must. Kill to your heart's content." In stark contrast to the raucousness of the pirates within Mylene, the atmosphere atop the Great Pyramid as uppermost chambers was as tense as solidified wax. The air was saturated with the scent of expensive incense, yet it could not quell the stifling silence. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the bedroom, gazing helplessly at Valyria. In her arms, the small Lu Chi clung tightly to her, his little face buried against her, his entire body trembling slightly. A boy must learn independence. How can he linger in a woman's embrace? Lu Sheng's voice was calm, yet carried an unassailable authority. He regarded his eldest son, hoping that such intimidation would compel the child to comply. "Come now. Be good. Go sleep in your own room with your nurse." Valyria raised her head with a resigned expression, her violet eyes filled with helplessness. She could sense how tightly her son clutched her garments, a manifestation of instinctive reliance. Lu Chi slowly lifted his head, his tousled black hair somewhat disheveled, his brown eyes, an inheritance from Lu Sheng, glimmering with defiance, lips pressed tightly together. Eventually, the bedroom was left with Lu Sheng alone. He approached the window, gazing down at the glittering lights of Mylene. This city now rested firmly within his grasp, the entirety of the Essos continent quivering under his will. Yet, the foundation of the empire required more, stronger bloodlines to fortify it. Linera and Lanel had both conceived his offspring, which was promising news. However, Rhaenyra, she posed a troubling concern. For the expansion of the dragon host and the unshakable future of the new Valyrian Empire, these alone were insufficient. A glimmer of hope for procreation shone in Lu Sheng's eyes, as if penetrating the night sky. It seemed time to expand his harem once more. Faced with the rebellious son who had disturbed him, he found himself with no alternative. The port of Volantis lay like a slumbering behemoth, breathing heavily in the humid air. Thousands of warships crowded the waterways, the black field adorned with golden dragons fluttering unmoving in the sea breeze, as if frozen ink. Upon hulls, the armor of Imperial soldiers reflected a dull light as they polished their weapons and inspected the ropes. A shroud of silence enveloping the entire Allied fleet like an oily film. The Devil's Road, this ancient black scar left by the Valyrian Empire, stretched from the depths of the continent. The hard black stone surface had been polished smooth by millennia of wind and sand, stubbornly refusing to allow any vegetation to take root. A convoy of black carriages rolled across this desolation, stirring up wisps of gray dust. Within one carriage, the light was dim. 4 young individuals sat opposite each other, garbed in identical black robes, adorned at the collar and cuffs with intricate, twisted patterns of golden thread, runes from the ancient Valyrian tongue symbolizing strength and sacrifice. "How much longer?" inquired the boy seated by the window, his voice still tinged with youthful innocence, though his gaze resembled tempered steel. His name was Cass, a one-eyed aberrant. Opposite him, a more robust youth closed his eyes in contemplation, unperturbed by the question. "When you can perceive the saltiness of the sea through your magical senses. That is when we shall know," he replied. "My range of perception doesn't extend that far yet." "Noel," Cass retorted, curling his lip as his fingers unconsciously traced the air, sending forth a barely noticeable ripple of magic that quickly dissipated. Noel opened his eyes, his dual gaze as profound as the night sky of Materis. "Then we shall continue to wait. Patience is the foremost lesson for a spellcaster, more vital than any incantation." "The Dean never said that," Cass countered. "He only taught us how to most efficiently annihilate our foes." "The Dean is the Dean," Noel replied, his tone devoid of emotion. "He is a master researching the truths of the world for His Majesty. We are different." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other 2 in the carriage. A bespectacled girl silently polishing her obsidian staff, and a slender 3-handed boy nervously clutching the hem of his robe. "We are the Emperor's blade." Noel's voice dropped low, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears, requiring no further contemplation, merely a directive to the target, and then to strike. A brief silence enveloped the carriage, punctuated only by the sound of the wheels rolling over the tracks. The frail 3-handed boy, Ryan, could no longer suppress his curiosity, his voice quavering. "What do you think our adversaries will be like this time? I heard they are the pirates, of course." "A bunch of blasphemous spice peddlers," Cass scoffed, an expression of disdain on his youthful face. "With a single fireball, I could reduce both them and their ships to cinders. They will be a tempest, a fierce flame, the most complete executors of His Majesty's will. In this battle, they shall prove their worth to the Empire before the entire world." Chapter 124, The Quers. The crimson sun hung at the edge of the summer sea, scorching the surface into a flowing liquid copper. A fleet of dozens of pitch-black warships, akin to a silent assembly of steel behemoths, choked the trade route to Quers. The black flag of New JS fluttered in the blistering sea breeze. Captain Harris of the blockade fleet wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, the granules of sea salt scraping against his rugged skin. Squinting into the distance at the empty horizon where merchant vessels should have bustled, he turned to his first mate, revealing a grin marred by teeth corroded by drink. "Those core spice merchants always dreamed of making us New JIS their lapdogs. How many years have we fought over this?" The first mate, a taciturn giant, merely nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. As an officer who had risen through battle, his accolades were earned at the expense of the Quers. If it weren't for the citizen soldiers and battle elephants, our lands would have long been occupied by those bastards. Hera's voice simmered with years of suppressed bitterness as he gripped the ship's railing, knuckles whitening from the strain. "They oppress us, my family, surviving like maggots on a few decrepit ships. Now, the tides have turned. Only when His Majesty, the Dragon King, graced ISOs with his presence did the Quers retract their fangs and halt their trade suppression against New JIS. And now, these fools, unaware of their impending doom, dared to provoke His Majesty's wrath. This time, we shall carve a substantial chunk of flesh from them, right down to the bone," Harris snarled, his eyes glinting with the fire of vengeance. Millen, the temporary anchorage of the High Sauce fleet. The port was suffused with the sense of potent spirits, decaying seaweed, and an indescribable, sickly sweet stench of death. Old Blind, I stood on the deck of the flagship, his grayish-white pupils vacantly observing the crew as they conducted their final preparations. Beside him, Nero meticulously polished his twin blades with a piece of silk, his movements as graceful as caressing a lover's skin. A heavy thudding of footsteps, resonant enough to shake the deck, approached from afar. A massive figure cast a shadow, enveloping the two men. For the first time, a semblance of surprise flickered across Old Blind Eye's lifeless visage as he turned his head stiffly. Nero paused, lifting his handsome face, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Kitchuan Luo? Old Blind Eye rasped the name from his parched throat. Since Master Allen had transformed Kitchuan Luo's corpse into a skeletal war doll, this walking machine of slaughter had never strayed far from its master. Yet now, as they surveyed the surroundings, they found no sign of Master Allen's signature black robe. "What are you gawking at, you blindfool of Edie, and you Quers fop?" A voice, heavy as stone, rumbled from the iron-like body, laced with the mockery and disdain characteristic of the living. The astonishment on Old Blind Eye and Nero's faces swiftly morphed into fury. This voice, this tone, could not belong to a soulless puppet. Nero rose, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, suppressing his rage as he demanded, "Aren't you dead?" "His Majesty, Allen, and the Emperor brought my soul back from the depths of endless darkness." Kitchuan Luo replied in a deep voice, each word forged from the furnace of his chest. "And the one true God, His Majesty the Emperor, granted me the right to walk this world once more." He proudly puffed out his chest, the black armor upon him rasping in a manner that was almost grating. After numerous modifications by Master Allen, Kitchuan Luo, originally towering at 2 meters, now soared over 2.5. His physique bulked to resemble a moving black fortress. The steel axe he wielded had been replaced with a massive obsidian-forged axe, its blade glinting with an eerie light. "Now I am far stronger than the two of you combined, ha-ha." Kitchuan Luo's laughter was deep and arrogant, his scornful gaze fixed upon Old Blind Eye and Nero. To him, the one who had awakened him from eternal silence was the only true God in this world. And he, Kitchuan Luo, was the sharpest vanguard in the hands of divinity. A flash of anger ignited in Nero's eyes, and his figure transformed into a blur as he lunged forward. However, Kitchuan Luo's movements were swifter. His iron-like hand shot up, leaving only a black phantom in its wake, firmly pinning the erupting Nero down. Bang! Nero was slammed against the deck, splinters flying. The overwhelming might rendered even his undead body immobile. "Fa!" Kitchuan Luo looked down at the pinned Nero, his voice dripping with disdain. "I've always suspected you were a Quers plant left among us. When we go to Quers this time, you better not give me a reason to catch you." He paused, each word laced with murder. "Otherwise, I'll turn you into mincemeat." With that, he carelessly tossed Nero aside, as one would discard refuse. Kitchuan Luo hefted his massive axe and, with heavy strides, departed without a backward glance. Old Blind Eye's grayish-white gaze shifted to the fallen Nero, yet he spoke not a word nor extended a hand. He merely cast a silent glance before turning back to his flagship. To him, as long as it did not impede His Majesty's mission, everything else was inconsequential. Nero lay upon the cold deck, unwilling to rise. His undead body had long ceased to feel pain, yet the profound humiliation seeping into his very bones was more palpable than any torture. Quers, that name struck like a venomous thorn, piercing his already still heart. Once, he too had been a noble of Quers, draped in splendid silks, traversing the halls of countless palaces, until the family's downfall, until he encountered that individual. The myriad memories of it resurfaced, akin to an inescapable nightmare, flooding back into his consciousness. He wished to evade the past, to avoid confronting the city that had entombed all that he held dear. The sea breeze swept by, laden with the briny humidity, caressing his pallid cheeks. Nero gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to the anguish derived from his past, allowing it to consume him entirely. Chapter 125, The Fortunate One of Quers. The scent of fresh spices from Quers Harbor had begun to wane. In days gone by, silks from the east, golden heart wood from the summer isles, and treasures from all corners of the globe would converge here, melding into an intoxicating aroma that epitomized opulence. Now, the docks were only graced by the salty, fishy air, flitting across the vacant berths and the anxious faces of merchants. The fleet of new JIS resembled an iron chain, constricting the trade routes beyond the Jade Sea Gate. Each merchant vessel flying the Quers flag was forcibly driven away, devoid of explanation, met only with cold crossbow bolts and the black and gold dragon emblazoned on their hulls. They did not even entertain negotiations. A representative of the 13 tycoons crushed the wax seal in his hand. The messenger ship we dispatched did not even have the chance to approach before it was riddled with arrows. News spread through the city like a plague. The Tourmaline Brotherhood, the Spice Guild, the 13 tycoons, and even the royalty residing in the Hall of 1,000 Thrones, forces that usually vied against one another, for the first time felt a shared chill. Their source of wealth, the trade route that flowed with gold, had been severed by a single stroke. Ultimately, a message from Volantis, conveyed through ancient channels, unveiled the truth. The envoy visiting the Empire had been ambushed in course, igniting the Dragon King's wrath. And the fleet was gathering. The sovereign himself would come. The message was brief, each word striking like a shard of ice into the hearts of all present. An ambush on the envoy? Who could have committed such an act? The corpulent steward of the Spice Guild sprang to his feet, his flesh quivering beneath his silken robe. This would drag all of Corus into the abyss. Who but you greedy hyenas could be responsible? The warrior leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Perhaps you sought to seize the envoy's cargo, yet did not foresee provoking the dragon's nest. Slanderous accusations flew. Were not your Brotherhood members prowling near the harbor during that time? Why did you not apprehend those miscreants? Blame morphed into curses, and curses swiftly escalated into blows. In the spice market of the southern city, the guards of the two guilds drew blades over a verbal spat, blood spilling on the spot. Minor armed conflicts erupted like wildfires throughout the city, and for the first time, the sounds of battle echoed through the once thriving streets. It was only when the royal guards intervened, forcefully quelling the unrest, that this internal strife temporarily subsided. The royalty, of course, their lineage tracing back to ancient kings and queens, found their power long since eroded by the magnates of commerce. Yet, as the shadow of a shared doom loomed over the entire city, their ancient titles became the sole banner capable of rallying everyone once more. Within the Hall of 1,000 Thrones, the dome adorned with murals depicting the past splendor of Corus, now seemed to mock silently. 100 massive wooden chairs, intricately carved with exotic beasts, were filled with the most powerful individuals in the city. Clad in finery and adorned with jewels, their faces betrayed an unmistakable dread. Someone must be held accountable. The royal leader's voice echoed in the vast hall, sounding somewhat feeble. Why should we bear the burden of a crime that is not ours? The head of the 13 tycoons spoke coldly. Whoever wielded the hand that struck must step forth and offer their head to quell the Dragon King's fury. His gaze swept across the representatives of the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Spice Guild. We have already stated it was not us. The steward of the Spice Guild wiped his brow. Our brotherhood speaks only with swords. We disdain such underhanded dealings. The meeting devolved into fierce argument for an entire afternoon. From mutual accusations to the evasion of responsibility, ultimately dispersing in discord. No one would admit guilt, nor could anyone produce evidence. In the Grand Hall, only fear quietly flourished. While Corus continued to bicker over the internal traitor, the iron hooves of war had already begun to resound. The forces of High SOS arrived at New JIS. The fleet led by Nero struck first, capturing the crucial supply port of Corus in the outer sea, the port of Eos. The old blind man and the forces of Kitchinla charged directly towards the vital Jade Sea Gate, intent on sealing Corus' western passage entirely. Meanwhile, a new JIS fleet launched a surprise assault on Skull Point, located on the southwestern coast of Corus. Reports of war flew into the Hall of 1,000 Thrones like snowflakes. This time, the quarreling ceased. The representative of the Tourmaline Brotherhood appeared pallid, and without uttering another word, he rose and departed. Soon, the city resonated with the call to arms, as the Brotherhood's combat forces began to arm themselves in preparation for a counterattack. The royalty urgently convened a new assembly. The atmosphere in the hall was stifling, akin to the sea before a storm. Everyone understood that infighting had become futile. We must preserve Corus. The royal leader's voice was hoarse and heavy. At the very least, we must safeguard the city. How do we accomplish that? The steward of the Spice Guild asked in despair. The fleet of New JIS has already blockaded our ports, and their armies are assaulting our coasts. By the time the Dragon King's fleet arrives, what shall we use to defend ourselves? Gold? Fight! The leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood's response was succinct. He had donned a suit of bronze-scaled armor, ready to battle until the Dragon King's arrival. All eyes turned to him, filled with confusion. He continued, "We fight to demonstrate our worth, but also to buy time. The Dragon King seeks an explanation, a justification to quell his wrath. We must provide him with one." Silence enveloped the hall. Everyone grasped his underlying message: find a scapegoat. Who? The head of the 13 tycoons spoke slowly. This question loomed like a boulder upon each heart. Eyes wandered throughout the hall, each person scrutinizing the others while warily guarding against their own scrutiny. The Spice Guild? No, they control the city's grain. The Tourmaline Brotherhood? Even less likely. Their martial strength is now needed to resist new GIS's advance. The 13 Tycoons? They are too intricately intertwined. Disturbing any one of them would trigger the city's fragmentation. Then who else? Who in course possesses sufficient weight and enigma to render the heinous act of ambushing an imperial envoy seemingly justifiable? Who is isolated enough that their sacrifice would not incite too great an upheaval? A singular name surfaced almost simultaneously in everyone's minds. The Male Witch. It was uncertain who first uttered the term. The word seemed to carry an enchantment, instantly loosening the taut air within the hall. Indeed, the Male Witch of the Hall of Immortality. The steward of the Spice Guild immediately concurred, his eyes alight with fervor. They are always shrouded in mystery, delving into dark magics. Who knows what deeds they might undertake? They claim to be immortal. Perhaps they seek to challenge the Dragon King's divine might. The voice of the head of the 13 Tycoons carried a tinge of cold derision. The blue-lipped monstrosities should have been cleansed long ago. A chorus of agreement and condemnation swiftly coalesced into a torrent. In that instant, it seemed as if everyone had found incontrovertible evidence, deeming those who lurked in shadow, sipping the waters of nightshade, as the architects of this calamity. The royal leader gazed upon the swiftly united magnates before him, weary as he closed his eyes. He understood that this was not the truth, yet would become the truth of course. So it shall be decided. He struck the marble floor with his scepter, the sound ringing clear, sealing this judgment. The Male Witches, of course, for their blasphemous arrogance, have assaulted the envoy of the Dragon Empire. They shall face the wrath of the Dragon King for their transgressions. In the grand hall, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. At long last, the fortunate one had been discovered. Chapter 126, The Gate of Jade Sea. The briny sea breeze, laden with the scent of salt, relentlessly battered the obsidian rocks, producing a dull, thunderous roar. The Gate of Jade Sea, a fortress of colossal stones and forged steel, was firmly wedged like a nail between the throats of the continents of Sathoros and Essos. The Kersey people, utilizing this stronghold in conjunction with their native fleet, had dominantly controlled the nexus of trade among the three continents, reaping centuries of wealth. Today, however, the currents of fortune appeared poised to shift. The Imperial fleet, those obsidian warships, resembled a moving forest of steel, encircling the island with an impenetrable grip. Old Blind Eyes squinted his milky, clouded eyes, as if his murky gaze could pierce through stone walls and discern the very architecture within. A dry smile cracked his parched lips, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Those turtle shells of spice merchants were quite well fortified. Beside him stood Kitchwanlo, a giant ensconced in dark, fearsome armor, who emitted a disdainful snort. He surveyed the chaotic market outside the city walls, where abandoned stalls and scattered goods bore witness to a recent panic. Oof. A herd of lambs led willingly to the slaughter, he muttered. Old Blind Eyes paid no heed to the simpleton whose brain seemed only to harbor muscle. Every exchange with Kitchwanlo felt like an affront to his intellect. Bring the ship closer. Closer still, he commanded his subordinate, his voice as cold as the winds of a tomb. Let the ship's crossbows methodically dismantle those obstructive towers, inch by inch. He paused before adding, let's conduct this during daylight. When night falls, we shall enter the city. The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement, and the signal was swiftly conveyed aboard the flagship. Soon, the heavy sounds of winches and the slicing of oars through water resonated across the sea as the Imperial warships began their slow advance. For the undead, night was never a hindrance. Rather, it served as their finest cloak. Kitchwanlo, hefting his massive obsidian battle axe, observed the fleet's maneuvers while contemplating another matter. The primary officer for this confrontation was Old Blind Eyes, and thus the glory would rightfully belong to him. Kitchwanlo resolved to seize an opportunity within this battle, an opportunity that would draw the Emperor's gaze upon himself. He aspired to achieve sufficient merit in this conflict to exchange for command of a truly personal army. Kitchwanlo believed he, too, held the potential to become a renowned general of the realm, and the thought filled him with warmth. Throughout the day, the Gate of Jade Sea trembled under the roar of the great crossbows. Boulders the size of millstones and stout, iron-headed bolts whistled through the air from the Imperial warships, crashing violently against the walls and towers with a piercing shriek. Debris flew, and dust swirled. The Kersey defenders could only huddle beneath the battlements, seeking refuge from the deluge of death raining down from the sea. They gripped their weapons tightly, straining to discern the intervals of cannon fire. ever vigilant against the enemy's potential landing. Old Blind Eyes exhibited remarkable patience. He commanded a lightly armored undead unit to launch periodic assaults against the walls. These fearless soldiers charged forth, utilizing rudimentary siege equipment to scale the walls, tirelessly enticing the archers above to loose their arrows. Ordinary arrows posed little threat to them, yet effectively depleted the defenders' stamina and ammunition. This cycle repeated again and again. At long last, night descended. On the walls of the Gate of Jade Sea, large braziers ignited and rose, casting a fierce light that illuminated the battlements and revealed the stern visage of the commanding officer. He was a member of the Emerald Brotherhood, one of the most elite military forces of Kersey. He had long anticipated the enemy's choice of a night raid. Throughout the day, he had divided the wall's defenders into 3 shifts for rest, ensuring that each soldier would possess sufficient energy for the nocturnal hours. He himself remained in a residence behind the walls, accompanied by an elite reserve force, ever ready to bolster any faltering defense. Numerous grassroots members of the Brotherhood were strategically dispersed along the walls, serving as messengers and overseers, ensuring that every command he issued would be executed without fail. As for the foreign merchant caravans and vendors trapped within the city, he had not overlooked them. A militia formed from local residents kept watch over them, ostensibly for protection, but in truth, to monitor and prevent any collusion with the enemy. He picked up a scroll of parchment from a table, bearing the supply officer's recent report. Provisions and fresh water were sufficient to sustain them for 6 months. As a soldier of integrity, he would never raise a white flag before resources ran dry. Of course, if the fabled Dragon King were to arrive, that would warrant a different course of action. The higher-ups of the Brotherhood had issued him a secret directive, given the perilous situation in Kersey should the Dragon King appear. He was permitted to surrender after a suitable resistance. It was imperative that the new monarch recognized the value of the Emerald Brotherhood. Yeo's Port, the supply harbor of Kersey's outer sea. The conflict here concluded swiftly. Nero's fleet encountered little in the way of substantial resistance. As an outer port, the garrison was already weak, and no one had anticipated an enemy assault from this direction. Nero was reluctant to venture too deeply into the heart of Kersey just yet. Having once been a black glove nurtured by the 13 Titans, he was acutely aware of the city's filth and hypocrisy. A few undead soldiers roughly dragged a man clad in opulent silk before him, casting him onto the deck. He was the local head of the Spice Guild, a figure who once commanded Nero's reverence. The man trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Nero's handsome yet pallid face, his teeth chattering audibly. Nero bent down, revealing a cruel smile, his grayish skin appearing particularly eerie in the torchlight. He spoke softly in Valyrian, "Do not fear. Soon, you shall sing for me." He had always believed that nothing could rival the sweet music of a former foe's screams ringing in his ears. Chapter 127, The People of Ed. In the towering throne hall of the Great Pyramid of Millen, the air was stagnant as lead. Sheng reclined upon the obsidian-carved throne, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest, his cold gaze scrutinizing the 2 emissaries from Ed below. Their attire, particularly the hat adorned with a monkey's tail, pierced his sight like a thorn, stirring a wave of inexplicable disgust within him. This was not merely an aesthetic aversion, but a deeper, instinctual repulsion rooted in ancestral memory. "Remove your hats," he commanded, his voice low yet resonant in the vast hall. Before his words had fully dissipated, 2 of the nearby purified ones stepped forward. Their movements were swift and silent, the metallic plates of their armor producing a faint hiss as they glided. Under the terrified gaze of the emissaries, Pang Jun and Tai Xiong, a hand clad in leather gauntlets, reached out, decisively tearing the monkey-tailed hat from Pang Jun's head and casting it onto the polished stone floor. The hat rolled twice, the withered monkey tail drooping pathetically. Pang Jun and Tai Xiong's faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never endured such humiliation. "You should not have worn it to meet me," Sheng continued, this time employing the language of Ed. His accent bore a peculiar quality, imbued with an ancient and elegant cadence, as if echoing from the depths of time. Sheng took in their shock, and, in that moment, the remnants of his special sentiment towards the Ed people, stemming from his identity as a traveler, extinguished like embers quenched by cold water, rapidly cooling and dissipating. These individuals were ultimately not the kin of his memories. They were merely the indigenous folk of this world, clad in ludicrous attire, existing within rules he could scarcely comprehend. Pang Jun, being the chief envoy, suppressed his inner fear and humiliation, retrieving a scroll of silk from his bosom. He raised it high with both hands, speaking in a tone bordering on sycophantic reverence as he swiftly articulated their purpose. It was merely a matter of the dignitaries of ED, having heard of the Dragon King's formidable reputation, dispatching envoys to present a national document, expressing their desire to establish diplomatic relations. Sheng was hardly inclined to listen to the entirety of this discourse. He gestured dismissively towards Alana, indicating he should handle matter. Rising to his feet, he cast a final glance at the two trembling ED envoys before turning to stride towards the inner palace, without a moment's pause. A professional smile instantly adorned Alana's face as he stepped forward, deftly receiving the national document from the hands of the imposing June. "It has been a long journey for you both," he said cheerfully. "His Majesty has instructed that I discuss the specifics with you in detail. Please follow me. My office is just a short distance away." He astutely observed that the Emperor's initial air of inexplicable anticipation towards these ED individuals had swiftly transformed into palpable disappointment. As Sheng traversed the lengthy corridor leading to the inner palace, his agitation intensified. The torches flickering on the walls elongated and shortened his shadow, mirroring the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. A burst of laughter, mingled with the joyous cooing of an infant, wafted from ahead. It was Valyria and Rhaenyra, along with that troublesome prodigal son of his. Sheng paused, his irritation somewhat alleviated by the sound of laughter. Following the noise, he passed through an archway into a sun-drenched little garden. There lay Lu Qi, his eldest son, nestled comfortably in a soft cradle. Rhaenyra crouched beside the cradle, gently swaying a blood-red gemstone before the infant's gaze. The gem sparkled, capturing Lu Qi's pure, innocent eyes, which followed its movement intently. As it drew nearer, he erupted into a delighted giggle, flailing his tiny limbs in the air. But as it drifted away, he whimpered anxiously, his chubby little hands reaching out desperately as if to reclaim it. Sheng strode over, taking the gemstone from Rhaenyra's hand. Its smooth, weighty surface felt warm in his grasp. He crouched down, presenting the gem before Lu Qi. "Call me father." Valyria and Rhaenyra exchanged a glance, each discerning a hint of exasperation in the other's eyes. Lu Qi's entire focus remained fixated on the gemstone, watching it swing back and forth, then rise higher and higher, drifting away. His lips pursed, and the volume of his anxious whimpering escalated as his pudgy hands flailed helplessly in the air. Sheng raised an eyebrow and lowered the gemstone slightly. "Call me father, and I shall give it to you." The infant's response was a louder, more plaintive cry. At Skull Point, once the private harbor of the Barrel Brotherhood, the flag of the new Gis, featuring a black dragon on a golden field, now fluttered. Zola, clad in iron armor, rested his hand on the battlements, the sea breeze billowing his black cloak. Since leading the new Gis Iron Legion to conquer this place, the entire army had entered a heightened state of combat readiness, firmly embedding themselves into the Barrel Brotherhood's soft underbelly. News had already reached course. Those self-proclaimed noble spice merchants would not relent easily. The Barrel Brotherhood had once faced off against the old Gis Empire, looking down upon the new Gis, a band of slave traders scavenging the remnants of their former glory. "General!" A hoarse shout emanated from the lookout. To the east, enemy vanguard spotted. Zola abruptly lifted his head, squinting towards the horizon where a mass of black dots swiftly expanded, the fleet of the Barrel Brotherhood. He turned to face the soldiers on the walls, their youthful faces etched with tension and excitement. "Did you all hear that?" Zola's voice, steady and powerful like the beating of war drums, rang out. "The rabble from Kors is upon us. They wish to drive us into the sea and reclaim their port." He drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at the east. "Let them come. Let us drag these rabble to their doom at Skull Point. Let them learn, with their corpses and blood, that the times have changed. For New Gis! For New Gis!" A young soldier roared in response. This cry seemed to ignite a spark, as the order was relayed throughout every corner of the city as defenses. The rallying cries surged, merging into a torrent that drowned out the howling sea winds. "For New Gis! For His Majesty the Emperor." Chapter 128. The name of the world will be Kichunlu. Oil splattered against the battlements, flames leaping high, illuminating the stones of the Jade Sea Gate. The Korsians appeared tireless, relentlessly pressing wave after wave of assault against the walls. Old Blind Man gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, his knuckles whitening from strain. His murky white eyes were fixed on the battlefield, each retreating wave of undead soldiers striking him like a slap to the face. The planned night raid had devolved into a war of attrition. The Korsians had effectively stymied the undead's advance with the city's defensive machinery, and he had already suffered significant casualties without even managing to secure the wall's edge. "Prepare the personal guard," he rasped, his voice hoarse and laced with suppressed fury. "I shall lead the charge myself. Within the city, In a warehouse guarding the foreign merchants and vendors, several men disguised as traders huddled together, the air thick with the stench of fish and sweat. They were spies planted by new Jis, yet at this moment, they resembled wolves stripped of their teeth, unable to move. Damn it! Those Corsians stole my whole basket of rotten fish. One man muttered, instinctively reaching for his waist where a short dagger should have been concealed. All their possessions have been forcibly confiscated and locked away in another part of the warehouse, with even the individuals scattered under the watch of the city guards. Shut up. The leader shot him a glance. Survive first. They could hear the sounds of battle and screams from the walls, yet were powerless to intervene, simply waiting in helpless anticipation. Outside, within the command tent, the imposing figure of Kichunlu nearly blocked the entrance. He cradled a massive obsidian battle axe, resembling an iron tower. He observed Old Blind Man repeatedly deploying troops. Aside from the initial surprise attack that briefly seized a section of the wall, each subsequent assault grew weaker. Old Blind Man. That's not how one fights a war, Kichunlu mocked, his voice buzzing with derision. Old Blind Man whirled around, his white eyes seemingly capable of piercing hearts. What the hell are you doing here? If you have nothing to contribute, get out of the way. His bellow echoed within the tent. Unfazed, Kichunlu casually cleaned his ears. It's always been like this with you two. One only knows how to ambush, while the other excels in decapitation, relying on undead transformations. None have ever fought a real battle. Trash. His words struck a nerve with both Old Blind Man and Enai Luo. Watching another wave of soldiers retreat, heavily battered, Old Blind Man's breathing grew labored. He recognized the truth in Kichunlu's words. The pirate-born commanders, had grown accustomed to taking shortcuts, to trading the smallest costs for the greatest gains. Yet, facing a stronghold like the Jade Sea Gate, all those tricks had become futile. Give me an elite squad. Kichunlu stepped forward, a formidable presence radiating from him. I will take this city for you. Old Blind Man fell silent, scrutinizing Kichunlu, whose audacious face bore no hint of jest. He could conceive no reason to refuse him, or rather, he had no other choices left. Very well. He managed to utter through clenched teeth. Blind Man, Kichunlu's tone suddenly turned serious. Once I'm steady, you must quickly lead the team to provide support. Don't use your old tricks from the seas. Rest assured, Old Blind Man replied in a low voice, we are no longer pirates. I understand the Emperor's edicts. 500 elite undead soldiers gathered outside the tent. Unlike ordinary zombies, they were clad in superior armor, moving with a fluid grace. In their hollow eye sockets burned ghostly green flames, a testament to their pure necromantic power. Kichunlu approached them, his massive axe dragging a shallow scar across the ground. Your task is singular. He surveyed the silent machines of slaughter. Follow me, do not lag behind. As for the rest, simply close your eyes and kill. The Old Blind Man stood aloft, observing Kichunlu and his battalion merging into the advancing army, muttering to himself, I had never realized this oaf possessed any command prowess. A vast multitude of undead forces launched a feigned attack once more, a torrential downpour of arrows and stones providing cover for that small contingent. Kichunlu and his 500 elite warriors, akin to a dagger, silently traversed the chaotic battlefield, making their way to the grand city gates. This was the most heavily fortified area, with crossbows and boiling oil on the ramparts already primed for action. Follow me. A thunderous roar erupted from Kichunlu, his body suddenly surging with formidable necromantic power. An ethereal green energy enveloped him like tangible flames, tracing sinister patterns upon his fearsome black armor. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered, and he transformed into a black blur, surging towards the enormous gates crafted from ironwood and tempered steel with a velocity that defied the laws of physics. On the ramparts, the Old Blind Man stood dumbfounded. By the weeds, I thought this dimwit might have some clever plan. He had envisioned various strategies, yet he had never anticipated such a simplistic and brutal approach. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, as if a battering ram had collided head-on. The seemingly indestructible gates groaned in agony under Kichunlu's assault, the massive door buckling inward. Splintered wood and shards of metal scattering everywhere. Before the Corsi soldiers behind the gates could react, a second impact followed in swift succession. Boom! The gates were utterly shattered. Kichunlu burst through like a colossal beast emerging from the depths of hell, enveloped in a cloud of dust and splintered wood, crashing into the ranks of the defenders. Ha ha! Perish, insects! He guffawed, his immense obsidian battle axe carving a deadly arc through the air. Each swing of the axe unleashed visible shockwaves, tearing enemies and their armor apart. His towering form was the most fearsome weapon, each charge fracturing the bones of any soldiers attempting to obstruct him. The dense necromantic energy clung to him, forming an invisible barrier. The Corsi soldiers' spears struck him, failing to even spark a flame, while their curved blades merely left shallow white marks on his armor. They were not facing a mere human, but an invulnerable, tireless embodiment of slaughter. Fear spread like a plague among the defenders. Kichunlu single-handedly caused the soldiers at the city gates to collapse, their screams filling the air as they discarded their weapons and fled in desperation towards the interior of the city. Following behind him, the 500 elite undead soldiers silently expanded their gains, swiftly clearing and occupying the gate passage. Keep up. All forces advance. The old blind man finally regained his composure from his shock, seizing his longsword and shouting with all his might. The Empire's black and gold dragon banner surged into the city like a tide, poised to be planted atop the highest point of the Jade Sea Gate. Chapter 127. The Prophet's Sorcerer. The vast platform of the Millen Great Pyramid warped under the scorching currents of air, the bronze scales of Wumizar glinting in the blinding sunlight as it impatiently scraped its massive claws, sending shards flying from the hard obsidian ground. The silver wings lay quietly coiled nearby, their silvery scales shimmering under the sun with a liquid metal sheen. Sheng made one final check of the leather pouch on the dragon saddle, his movements swift and decisive. "Take me with you." Rhaenyra's voice rang from behind him, laced with an undeniable insistence. She had donned a tight-fitting riding outfit, her silver hair tied back, exuding a striking presence. Sheng did not turn around, merely tightening the last strap, producing a dull sound of leather rubbing against leather. "No, why not? I can assist you." Zyrax's speed is unmatched. She stepped forward, grasping Sheng's arm. The Corsi are cunning. More hands mean more strength. Finally, Sheng turned, his gaze calm as if regarding a disobedient child. "The Corsi do not require your risk. For me, there is no peril there." He gently removed Rhaenyra's hand from his arm. "You and your dragon, stay in Millen." The low growl of the dragon drowned out their conversation. Below the pyramid, the observing envoys turned pale, gripping the railings tightly, as if that growl could shake their very souls from their bodies. Meanwhile, the square adjacent to the pyramid erupted with fervent cheers from the Millen populace, each dragon roar resembling a divine oracle. Rhaenyra wished to argue further, but a gentle hand settled on her shoulder. "Listen to him, Rhaenyra." Lana approached, her abdomen slightly rounded, yet her stride remained steady. Her gaze toward Sheng radiated complete trust. "He has his considerations. We have our responsibilities." Lana's hand softly caressed her pregnant belly, her eyes tenderly falling upon Rhaenyra's flat midriff. "Perhaps soon, you will understand." A faint blush crept onto Rhaenyra's cheeks. She bit her lip and ultimately nodded in agreement. Sheng said no more, vaulting onto Wumizar's back. The dragon unleashed a piercing roar that echoed into the heavens, its wings unfurling with such force that it sent those on the platform staggering. Wumizar ascended first, its colossal form obscuring the sun, and shortly thereafter, Silverwing followed gracefully. The two dragons tore through the clouds, becoming mere black specks racing toward the east. The air in Yeo's port was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid smell of burning wood. On the docks, Nero methodically wiped the blood from his twin blades with a silk handkerchief, as if polishing a work of art. At his feet, several naked members of the Spice Guild lay with their throats slit, their bodies marred with countless knife wounds, still twitching slightly. Before him, a personal guard held Nero's discarded cloak while cradling a still-burning glass candle. The pale flames flickered as an emotionless voice emanated from within. "Nero, proceed to the Jade Sea Gate and rendezvous with the fleet. Await my arrival." The flames suddenly extinguished. Nero sheathed his freshly clean blades with a grace akin to preparing for a banquet. He glanced at the barely alive captives on the ground and waved dismissively at the nearby undead soldiers. "Finish them." The cold glint of blades flashed, and several heads tumbled to the ground, stained with dust and blood. "Advance at full speed." Nero turned towards the fleet, his voice returning to its usual calm demeanor. "To the Jade Sea Gate, to welcome His Majesty's arrival." In the temporary encampment within the city of Jade Sea Gate, the old blind man extinguished the glass candle in his hand. His murky white eyes shifted towards the towering figure beside him. "His Majesty has commanded. We await His Majesty's arrival, then proceed to Corsi." The old blind man grinned, exposing his yellowed teeth, emitting a hoarse laugh. "You and T happen to be without a glass candle. Would you oaf?" Kichinlu shifted his immense frame. The sound of metal clashing echoed from his armor. He silently gazed down at the old blind man as extinguished obsidian candle, curiosity and yearning evident in his eyes. The old blind man caught this flicker of emotion and laughed even more maniacally. Ha ha ha. I knew it. How could His Majesty provide you with such a thing? He jabbed a finger at Kitchunlu's sturdy breastplate. Glass candles are meant for high-ranking officials and military commanders like us. You? He scrutinized Kitchunlu from head to toe. You are merely a battering ram. Wherever you are told to strike, you strike. What need have you for brains? The harsh, grating laughter reverberated throughout the camp. Kitchunlu's breathing grew labored, fury igniting in his crimson eyes. He abruptly extended his massive hand, seizing the old blind man's throat, lifting him effortlessly like a chick. Say that again. Say it again 100 times if you wish. You're just a mindless oaf, the old blind man gasped, yet he continued to laugh. With a thunderous roar, Chichuan Luo exerted his strength, forcefully hurling the old blind man away. Bang! The old man's body crashed into a local dwelling, collapsing it and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, before the dust could settle, that acerbic, mocking laughter emerged once more from the wreckage. Chichuan Luo let out a bellow and turned to leave this place. In the Palace of Queers, the air was thick with the cloying scent of night shadow water. A circle of male witches sat around a deep pool, their lips exhibiting a ghastly shade of blue. The atmosphere was as tense as congealed grease. They remained. A young male witch's voice strained. He dared not glance outside, yet felt the omnipresent gazes surrounding our palace, like vultures circling. The members of the Barrel Brotherhood were there, along with the 13 magnates, and even the royal guard lurking in the distance. An elder male witch added, his fingers nervously drumming against the ground. The Palace of the Immortal seemed to have become an isolated island, completely severed from the rest of Queers. Damn it! The initial speaker of the group suddenly sprang to his feet, pacing anxiously. I told you, after the emissaries were attacked, we should have fled immediately. Now, the port is sealed, and we are like caged birds. His voice echoed in the vast hall, tinged with despair. No one responded. They all felt it, the tightening of an invisible net, and they stood at its center. Who could have foreseen that everything would transpire, just as the prophecy of the immortal reached us? The elder witch remarked. Chapter 128. Another invincible fleet? The joint fleet's keels sliced through the verdant waves of the Jade Sea, anchoring several nautical miles from the legendary stronghold. The briny sea breeze fluttered the black and gold dragon flag, as the apprentices of Materis, witnessing such a sight for the first time, crowded at the bow, their faces a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Since receiving their orders, they had endured an interminable voyage. Now, they had finally arrived. Before His Majesty's arrival, they would lay the first brick for the ruin of Queers. That brick was the Jade Sea Gate. Fleet Commander Horozer peered through a monocular at the fortress guarding the strait, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. For centuries, the Queers had extorted merchants as if they were collecting taxes. Now, it was our turn to butcher Queers. The naval officers around him let out a low, sinister chuckle, their eyes glinting with greed. Queers, a city built upon spices, silks, and the tears of slaves, held wealth enough to make any pirate envious. And they were the Emperor's fleet, the navy come to dispense justice. Queers' riches would be ours, a young officer murmured, his unseemly drool nearly spilling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone will have a share. Horozer set down the monocular, his voice betraying unmasked desire. This opulent land will become His Majesty's property, and we, as the most loyal servants of the Dragon King, will naturally receive our meager crumbs. His words elicited a knowing laughter once again. All understood that even a mere crumb slipping through the Dragon King's fingers would suffice to sustain them for a lifetime. A day later, at Skullhorn, a colossal shadow swept across the battlefield, silver-winged dragon flames cascading like a silvery waterfall upon the ranks of the Barrel Brotherhood. Their screams instantly consumed by the inferno. The Iron Legion of Nugis and the Queers had long since lost their senses in battle. But the ruler of the skies would remedy that. Then, a more savage, primal roar tore through the heavens. The immense form of Von Miser blotted out the sun, its bronze scales reflecting a terrifying brilliance in the light. Lu Sheng perched atop the dragon's neck, coldly surveying the chaotic battle below. Roar! Von Miser opened its massive jaws, its searing breath a death whip sweeping from the left flank of the Brotherhood's position to the right. The earth was charred to cinders, soldiers instantaneously reduced to ashes, creating a black scar hundreds of meters long across the battlefield. In the midst of the turmoil, Lu Sheng retrieved a short, stout obsidian column from his satchel. The column was palm-sized, its surface smooth and icy to the touch, yet it seemed to harbor some pulsating power within. He infused a trace of magic into it and casually tossed it down. The column fell silently into the center of a relatively intact small formation. The next instant, a wave of flames erupted from the column's center, enveloping the soldiers in the formation as if a giant hand of fire had flattened them, their flesh and bones shattering into a gruesome mess. Sheng watched intently, satisfied with the effect of the column. Alan's suggestion proved to be excellent. The obsidian explosive test was a success. He chuckled softly, pulling out several more identical columns from his satchel and whimsically tossing them toward the enemy's resisting positions below. Each impact was accompanied by a thundering explosion that obliterated a small area entirely. The dragon's descent, combined with this unprecedented aerial assault, utterly shattered the will of the 20,000 soldiers of the Barrel Brotherhood. They collapsed, abandoning their weapons and scattering in flight. Zola had long been waiting, brandishing his long sword as he led the Iron Legion like a tidal wave of steel, harvesting those queers who could not escape. "Your Majesty!" Zola knelt on one knee amidst the gale kicked up by the dragon's wings, his armor stained with the enemy's blood. Skullhorn was no longer a threat. "Excellent!" Sheng proclaimed from atop Valyria, "Lead the Iron Legion onward by land, clearing every stronghold along the way. I shall proceed to the Jade Sea Gate to meet the Jade Sea Grand Fleet." Zola raised his head, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. "Understood. For the Empire." Sheng said no more, directing the link to Valyria. Valyria let out a roar, flapping its wings and stirring a whirlwind of dust as it soared toward the direction of the Jade Sea. He knew the true battle awaited at sea. The Jade Sea Grand Fleet, constructed with the full financial might of the Queer's royalty, magnates, and merchants, boasted 5,000 warships. It was Queer's last and most formidable bastion. "We must hasten to devise our plans, surrender, or make a swift escape." In a secret chamber of the Hall of 1,000 Seats in Queers, the air was thick, as though it could drip with moisture. Marcus Solon, one of the 13 magnates, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief, his gaze sweeping over the core members of the families present. "We can wait no longer. We cannot meet our demise like those lunatics." His voice was low but imbued with undeniable resolve. "We must surrender at once. No, not surrender, but flee." "Father?" His eldest son frowned. "The fleet has already assembled. The Barrel Brotherhood and the royal family. What do they understand?" Marcus Solon slammed his hand on the table, causing the fine tea bowl to jump slightly. "What do they know about dragons? What dragons mean for a fleet? They comprehend nothing." He rose, pacing the room, his tone urgent and fearful. "Have you forgotten the battle of 100 torches in Dorne? Jaehaerys Targaryen, with his son and their dragon, overnight turned the Dornish fleet into a heap of floating charcoal upon the sea. And Bravos, their purple-sailed fleet, the pride of Essos. And what became of them? Captured whole by that Dragon King. Not even a chance to fight back. A dragon against a fleet is nothing short of a massacre. A one-sided slaughter." Silence enveloped the chamber, broken only by Marcus Solon's heavy breathing. "We must preserve the family." He halted, his gaze slicing through each person present. "Queers is finished. But as long as we still breathe, with wealth and people, the land family shall never perish." After a brief yet intense discussion, a secret resolution was swiftly passed. Before the onset of war, the family's vessels began to gradually detach from the main fleet. Now, significant members of the family, accompanied by half of their wealth and their most elite armed guards, headed eastward towards Ed. That evening, the port of course buzzed with an unusual fervor. Heavy crates were silently hoisted onto ships by dockworkers, devoid of raucous chatter, with only the creaking of ropes and the low murmurs of overseers punctuating the air. Marco Solon stood upon the deck of his family's merchant flagship, cloaked in an attire that obscured his visage. In the distance, he observed a leader of the Amethyst Brotherhood directing his subordinates in the transportation of goods. Further along the docks, vessels belonging to the Spice Guild also glimmered with lights. An unspoken understanding permeated the atmosphere. They feigned ignorance of one another, occasionally exchanging furtive glances in the darkness, only to quickly avert their eyes upon meeting. No one was a fool. The Dragon King had arrived, and yet another city was destined to fall. In this city on the verge of submergence, each individual sought their own lifeboat. Chapter 129, United Course. The briny sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying with it the unique warmth and humidity of the Jade Sea. Nero meticulously polished his twin daggers with a piece of silk, the blades reflecting his pale, yet handsome countenance, his wavy locks stirring gently in the wind. Once a Corsian, he had now returned, but for the purpose of laying waste to this very city. At the side of the flagship, the old blind man leaned against the ship's railing, his murky white eyes seemingly gazing into the hazy outline of the distant city. "Course," he rasped, his parched lips curling into a grotesque grin. "A harlot piled high with spices and gold is finally to be claimed by a new master." Nero remained silent, sheathing his daggers. He disliked the old blind man's crude metaphor, yet this time, he refrained from retorting. Behind them, the colossal Imperial fleet loomed like a moving forest of steel, the black and gold dragon banners casting shadows upon the sun. On the far horizon, a massive bronze figure flickered into view, Emperor Liu Shengqi and his great dragon, Wumizar. The silver wings at his side gleamed like flowing moonlight, heralding the descent of divine retribution. Within the city of Kors, the Hall of the Immortals. Here, the light was eternally dim, and a peculiar scent mingled the waters of nightshade with ancient dust. The Immortals, those male, which leaders with skin as parched as parchment, were gathered around a pool of dark liquid. Floating upon the surface were several letters from the city's major factions, their wax seals representing the royalty, the 13 magnates, and the Amethyst Brotherhood. They still wished to fight. A voice rasped, as if its vocal cords had not vibrated for centuries, inviting us to the Hall of 1,000 Seats to deliberate on how to resist the Dragon King. Resist? Scoffed another immortal. With what? Those jewel-encrusted warships, or the corpulent bodies of merchants. Spellcasters do not contend against the might of nature. The foremost immortal slowly opened his eyes, void of pupils, only deep azure depths remaining. Dragons are not armies. They are harbingers of apocalyptic doom. We are more aware of this than anyone. His gaze swept across his companions. This city has ensnared us. Were it not for the Hall of the Immortals being linked to the earth, we could have already pledged our loyalty to the Emperor of the new empire. After a brief silence, he reached a resolution. Send word, he commanded, dispatch a team to the Hall of 1,000 Seats. Inform them of our decision. He paused, adding, let them surrender swiftly. The sooner, the better. This is the sole method to preserve Kors and ourselves. The Hall of 1,000 Seats, the power center of Kors. 1,000 grand wooden chairs, intricately carved with fantastical beasts, ascended from the marble floor to the painted dome depicting the city's former glory. Yet at this moment, the hall was filled not with splendor, but with restlessness and fear. Several of the 13 magnates huddled together, speaking in hushed tones, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Most of their kin and core assets had been clandestinely dispatched to Edie days prior. The leaders of the Amethyst Brotherhood appeared grave, their recent defeat against New Gissies having thoroughly drained their courage to resist. Several commanders contemplated surrendering outright. Yet the honor they had upheld for years as the city's guardians felt like an invisible shackle, holding them in indecision. The most anxious among them were the royals. A young man clad in finery and adorned with a golden crown was engaged in a heated argument with his uncle, an elder member of the royal lineage. We cannot abandon Kors. This is our route. Route? When the city falls, we shall be corpses. The elder's voice was low but sharp. What use is there in saying this now? You should inquire of that fool who assassinated the envoy to Edie. It is he who summoned the Dragon King. The young man's face paled, his lips trembled. Then, what shall we do? What to do? The elder sneered, his gaze sweeping over several magnates who were engaged in grandiose discussions nearby. Find a scapegoat. What else is there to do? He leaned closer to the young man, his voice a venomous whisper. Let this meeting place the blame squarely on the male witches. Claim they were arrogant and blasphemous, drawing this calamity upon us. We offer up the head of the male witch, and perhaps we can secure a governorship in exchange for the city. The powerful exchanged pleasantries, adorned with tragic smiles, uttering grandiose declarations of loyalty to Kors. Each individual acted as the finest of performers upon this stage, set to topple, enacting their final allegiance. The male witch representatives dispatched by the Hall of the Immortals, a trio, reached the doors of the meeting chamber of the Hall of 1,000 Seats. Leading them was an elder male, which named Pilus, flanked by 2 anxious young men. The doors to the hall stood ajar, and impassioned speeches resonated clearly from within. The glory of our ancestors must not be tarnished. I, the Mako's family, vow to share the fate of Kors. The Amethyst Brotherhood shall shed their last drop of blood, but shall never bow to the tyrant. The honor of the royal family shall remain immortal alongside this great city. Each fervent proclamation struck the hearts of the 3 male witches like a series of heavy hammers. They were born and bred Korsians, intimately familiar with every brick beneath their feet. To utter the word surrender before these impassioned defenders felt more painful than death itself. The faces of the 2 young witches had turned ashen. Their lips, tinted blue from drinking the waters of nightshade, appeared particularly ghastly at that moment. They looked to Pilus, their eyes brimming with desperation and retreat. Pilus closed his eyes, sensing the hypocritical warmth within the hall and the icy sea breeze outside. He understood that the immortal's judgment was correct, rational, and the sole path to survival. Yet this path required someone to pave it with their very spine. With a heavy sigh, as though it drained him of all strength, he spoke in a hoarse voice, laden with inexhaustible fatigue. Let me take on this burden. I shall be the center. He adjusted his robe and pushed open the heavy door adorned with golden eyes. Let me convey to them the decision of the immortals. Chapter 130. The Bloodstone Monarch's Tactical Heist. In the depths of Kors, within the Spice Guild, the air was no longer imbued with the sweet fragrances of cardamom and saffron, but rather a stifling atmosphere mingled with ancient stone and fervent sweat. Candle flames flickered in the airless hall, casting distorted shadows of the great merchants upon ancient tapestries. The Dragon King is poised to arrive in Kors. An elder merchant spoke, his voice dry as withered wood in the desert. This time, be on your guard. Do not falter at the final moment. His fingers lightly drummed upon the long table, each tap resonating against the taut nerves of those present. Lord Zero, are you certain the Dragon King will come in person? Another merchant leaned forward, doubt etched upon his plump face. A younger voice interjected, laced with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Of course he will come. The news from Skull's Corner has spread far and wide. Those foolish individuals have commenced liquidating their assets in preparation for flight. The venerable merchant, the contemporary High Priest Zero, revealed a flicker of intrigue in his murky eyes as he surveyed each family patriarch present. Excellent. As the inheritors of a noble bloodline, the backbone of his sect, we shall this time utilize the blood of the Dragon King to initiate the rites bequeathed by our ancestors. They are not true coercions. This secret lies buried deep within our veins, passed down through generations. Their forebears were the descendants of the Bloodstone Emperor of the Dawn of Ceremony and the Tiger People, who fled here after the collapse of the dynasty. With inhuman charisma, they seduced the wives of the great merchant families of the time, insidiously injecting the Bloodstone Emperor's lineage into the very foundations of this city, like a virus. This bloodline acts like a spell, drawing descendants to one another, secretly assembling and subtly transforming the bloodlines of these families. They guard the black stone passed down from the Bloodstone Emperor, funding the various port sects as places of communion. The rise of the Exosian Dragon King had once ensnared them in a predicament. His earthly miracles attracted the majority of the faithful. Yet the black stone, that silent stone which had slumbered for a millennium, now provides new guidance. In his dreams, High Priest Zero glimpsed the future. He envisioned the black stone's absolute restraint over the Valyrian dragons, foreseeing how the black stone, infused with the dragon's magic, would repay them. They would regain the nearly eternal lifespan and godlike power of their ancestor, the Bloodstone Emperor. They are the descendants of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light, whose ancestors once ruled the realm, overlooking all existence. Now, every descendant of the Bloodstone Emperor dreams the same prophetic dream each night, a vision of sacrificing the Dragon Lord to reclaim all that is rightfully theirs. Ensnared by the Black Stone, they have long since lost their capacity for rational judgment. To this end, they have produced treasures prepared over many years. After the fall of the Valyrian Empire, they seized the dragon horn from the corpse of the Dragon King residing in Corsi. The ancient and bloody ancestral rites passed down from the Bloodstone Emperor and the water magic acquired through the stolen lineage of the Loni. They even attempted to contact the distant bloodline branch in Westeros, the Hightower family, only to be summarily rebuffed by the short-sighted current patriarch. No matter. Zero's voice dripped with disdain. Once we reclaim the glory of our ancestors, the timid bloodline of the Hightowers shall be unworthy of sharing in our power. Observing Zero's impassioned oration upon the platform, Wumiko felt akin to an intruder in a madhouse. Overnight, all his kin had transformed. Being astutely observant, he quickly pieced together the truth through subtle inquiries. All those in positions of power, like himself, had experienced the so-called ancestral enlightenment dream. To avoid revealing his distinctiveness, he extracted the dream's entirety from his father and feigned confusion and excitement over it as well. He had once been perplexed as to why he had not dreamt, until he inadvertently witnessed his mother in an intimate exchange with a handsome bard in the garden. At that moment, everything became clear to him. What transpired next left him utterly astounded. They first dispatched a team of elite assassins to Myr. However, the vessel transporting them encountered pirates from the Isle of Serpents in Slaver's Bay, leading to a complete plundering of the ship and its crew being fed to sharks. On the second attempt, they infiltrated the kingdom of the Three Daughters, planning to act once the Dragon King seized the city. Yet the Dragon King did not arrive. The Valyrian forces slaughtered the inhabitants, and the assassins were captured and enslaved in the mines. The most recent endeavor was also the most foolish. They attempted to assassinate the envoy from the realm, intending to impersonate him to approach the Dragon King. Yet, the captain of the envoy's guard was as formidable as a monster, and their men fled in disgrace. Subsequently, the Dragon King was lured into their midst, which sent them into a frenzy of delight. Each incident made Wumiko seriously doubt whether the prophetic dream had utterly deranged the minds of his kin. Now, watching Zero on the platform, spitting words of grandiosity while plotting the future domination of the world, Wumiko yearned to immediately request asylum in the realm. Yet, his father grasped his shoulder, fervently declaring through wild eyes that this was the most glorious battle, and as the heir to the family, he could not be absent. All for our ancestors, his father roared. Wumiko internally cursed, wondering who the hell shared his ancestry. He did not even know his own father's name. He sighed deeply, his hand instinctively reaching for the twin blades at his waist. The cold sensation offered him a modicum of calm. In this sweeping spiritual plague engulfing his entire clan, he could only adapt on the fly, seeking ways to survive. What he had not anticipated was that the black stone indeed affected one's intellect. That enigmatic stone ensnared individuals in the prophetic dream repeatedly until the boundaries between reality and reverie became utterly blurred. And how much rationality could remain in one who could not distinguish between reality and dreams? Chapter 131. The Conclave of Conquest. Within the Grand Hall, the air was thick with the aroma of spices and incense, nearly congealing into amber. The aged male sorcerer, Palos, stood at the center of the chamber, shadows cast by the dim light deepening the hollows of his eyes. His parched lips moved, at last uttering the words he had long prepared, his voice as delicate as a falling leaf. The Undying believed that Corsi should surrender to the Dragon King. The moment the words escaped his lips, an oppressive silence was instantly shattered. Surrender? One of the representatives from the 13 great houses sprang up from the silk cushions, his rotund finger almost poking Palos in the face. You would have the great Corsi grovel before a foreigner? Madness. You shadow-dwelling lunatics. The royal representative, a prince clad in a robe of purple and gold, turned crimson, slamming his hand upon the armrest, causing the embedded jewels to hum. The leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood followed suit, roaring, "Our troops bleed at Skull's Corner, and you stab us in the back?" The representative from the Spices Guild, a corpulent merchant with a face full of jowls, reacted most vehemently. He charged up to Palos, saliva flying, the Undying. "You dare call yourselves Corsians? A gaggle of gutter rats playing with ephemeral tricks. You have betrayed this city." Amidst a cacophony of curses and accusations, Palos and his two companions stood like 3 leaves exposed to a tempest. Silence. The royal prince's voice, though not raised, resonated with undeniable authority. The clamor gradually subsided, and a slew of hostile gazes refocused upon the 3 sorcerers, who stood like prisoners awaiting judgment in the center of the hall, with nowhere to hide. The prince slowly rose to his feet and paced before the sorcerers, his gaze sweeping over their ashamed and pallid faces. The Undying, those tricksters, he drawled, each word like an icicle. All evidence points to you. You assassinated the envoy, unwarrantedly incited war, and the great Corsi shall bear the cost of your hubris? The 2 sorcerers behind Palos looked up in astonishment. "No, we did not." The younger sorcerer interjected, unable to contain himself. "We had no motive to assassinate any envoy. We are merely a group of apprentices embracing magic." "Apprentices?" scoffed the representative from the Spices Guild, stepping forward. "For your nebulous magic, you commit acts beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, we concede. But this time, you have brought calamity upon Corsi. This debt must be settled by you." "Indeed." The leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood echoed, his voice raspy from battle survival. "Assassinating the envoy, inciting war. Who else but you arrogant sorcerers would commit such folly?" The representative from the 13 great houses leaned back in his chair, observing the beleaguered sorcerers with a flicker in his eyes. What he truly contemplated was another matter. Once the meeting concluded, he must find a way to contact the Dragon King. If they surrendered swiftly enough, perhaps a portion of their assets could be salvaged before they were forced to flee. With this thought, he cleared his throat and added, "The Undying indeed owe us an explanation." In the murky depths of Palos's eyes, a flicker of righteous indignation ignited. He comprehended the grim reality. These individuals, the very authorities who typically revered the Hall of Immortals with utmost deference, were now sharpening their blades, preparing to cast him and his companions as sacrificial scapegoats to the Dragon King. "This is slander," he insisted vehemently, his voice quivering with fervor. "The assassination envoy has nothing to do with us." Yet, how could a scholar who had devoted decades to the study of magic contend with those steeped in the machinations of power and intrigue for a lifetime? His protests were drowned in a tidal wave of accusations and mockery, rendering them futile and weak. The youngest of the male witches felt the veins at his temples throb, his clenched fists turning pale. He could not bear such defamation, feeling as if the sins of the entire city bore down upon him like a colossal weight. He glared at the representatives with the ferocity of a cornered beast. Another, more astute male witch, noted Pelos's futile defense and the impending fury bubbling in his young companion. Alarm bells rang in his mind. They had to leave immediately. If they lingered, the hot-headed individual might commit an irreversible folly. He seized the sleeves of the two beside him, lowering his voice and speaking rapidly into their ears. "Let us go. Do not stand foolishly. They mean to make us scapegoats. Hurry back and inform the immortals." Pylos felt as though struck by lightning, awakening instantly. He cast a glance at the monstrous visages within the hall, and the last remnants of his hope shattered. The trio ceased their argument, pivoting sharply to hasten toward the exit. Trying to escape? The representative of the Spices Guild was the first to react, barking an order, "Seize them." No one is allowed to leave until everything is pinned on them. The guards stationed at the doors swiftly drew their curved blades, advancing menacingly. The cold steel was mere inches away. A resolute glimmer flashed in the young male witch's eyes. He quickly retrieved a leather water pouch from within his robes, unscrewed the cap, and took a deep swig. A peculiar, bitter liquid coursed down his throat. He pressed his lips together, and the pallor of his previously colorless lips transformed into a deep, haunting blue. In the next moment, shadows darker than night surged from his eyes. A piercing caw echoed as countless black crows materialized from his gaze, his sleeves, and even the surrounding air, enveloping the three male witches in an instant. The inky wings obscured the light within the hall, casting the entire meeting room into an eternal night. The crows shrieked with a cacophony that resembled a dark torrent, assaulting the encroaching guards. They pecked mercilessly at the guards' eyes, cheeks, and knife-wielding wrists. The guards, gripped by terror, swung their curved blades in a frantic effort to disperse the ominous flock. Yet the crows charged headlong, undeterred. The air filled with screams, curses, the flapping of wings, and the clash of steel, plunging the meeting room into utter chaos. The tumult lasted only a fleeting moment. As the last crow's cry dissipated into the ether, all the crows vanished as if they had never existed. Only the desolate hall of immortals remained, scattered feathers and bloodstains gradually fading, while the disheveled, terrified representatives of course emitted furious roars. Meanwhile, the three male witches had long since disappeared from sight. Utilizing the cover of illusion, Pylos and his companions sprinted away. The opulent streets of course blurred into abstract splotches before their eyes, their lungs burning, hearts pounding as if ready to leap from their chests. Fortunately, no one pursued them. When the dim, towering spire of the Hall of Immortals came into view, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Bursting through the grand entrance, they nearly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their comrades, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately surrounded them. What transpired? Did they agree? What did the magnates say? The quick-witted male witch, propping himself against the wall, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rasped, "Do not inquire further. Quickly, we must report to the immortals." He scanned the concerned and bewildered faces of his companions and spoke deliberately. "Course intends to pin this assassination on us." Chapter 132, Transition. Outside the Hall of Immortals, the air was laden with gravity. Male witches of all ages had gathered in throngs. Under the guidance of several immortals, an invisible surge of magical energy soared skyward, manifesting as a veil of ethereal illusion that enveloped the grand edifice. Outside the illusion, course soldiers had besieged the area, rendering it impenetrable. They could see the Hall of Immortals before them, its dark stone structure seemingly within reach. Yet, no matter how they charged forward, it felt as though they were caught in an unending loop, forever unable to ascend the first step towards the hall's entrance. Within the Hall of Immortals, the surface of the shadowy sacred pool rippled. Reflected upon it was a vast fleet, braving the tumultuous seas, their black and gold dragon banners snapping in the wind. An ancient, somber voice resonated throughout the hall, as if echoing from the dawn of time. Maintain the illusion. The Dragon King's army is about to arrive. In the heart of the hall, dozens of male witches formed concentric circles, clutching leather pouches filled with the water of night shadows. Amidst the rising incantations, each which occasionally tilted their heads back to sip from the liquid, radiating an eerie blue light, essential for sustaining the grand illusion. At the outermost circle, near the hall's entrance, tension reached a fever pitch. Dozens of young apprentices, still grappling with their magical abilities, were not yet sorcerers. In this moment, they were warriors. They gripped their spears and curved blades, palms slick with cold sweat, nervously fixated on the futile assaults of course soldiers against the illusion outside. Behind them stood their mentors and families, the unarmed women and children. They were the last line of defense. High above, the clouds were torn asunder by immense wings. Sheng rode upon the back of Vormicel, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. His magical perception had already enveloped the entirety of Kors. The city was in disarray, akin to an anthill violently disturbed. The colossal magical fluctuations emanating from the Hall of Immortals caught his immediate attention. Are they conducting some ritual to thwart me? Lu Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to gather magical energy at his fingertips. He had initially intended to harness this surge of power to obliterate the ritual, delivering a harsh lesson to these oblivious male witches. However, in the next moment, he halted his actions. His perception clearly captured that outside the Hall of Immortals, it was not his own army surrounding the area, but Kors' own soldiers. Those soldiers were fierce and merciless, even deploying several enormous crossbows aimed squarely at the illusion-enshrouded hall. Civil strife? Lu Sheng mused curiously to himself. He observed with keen interest, quickly discerning the essence of the illusionary magic. It was not an offensive maneuver, but rather a means of self-preservation. Interesting. Before I even make a move, they turn against one another. He expanded his magical perception further, casting an invisible net that encompassed every corner of Kors. Before long, deep within the territory of the Spices Guild, he sensed another peculiar wave. This energy did not belong to any known magical system. To Lu Sheng, it evoked only two words: desecration and revulsion. It resembled a decaying corpse swarming with writhing maggots, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Lu Sheng frowned slightly, noting the coordinates. Subsequently, he turned his attention away from the squabbling mortals. A crystal-clear, three-dimensional representation encompassing the entirety of Kors' defensive layout, troop movements, and firepower points was instantaneously transmitted through magical links into the minds of the Matari sorcerers aboard each ship of the Imperial fleet. A frigid voice reverberated within their minds, instructing the fleet commanders to relay the battle plans and prepare for an assault on the city. Vorma Kwa stood at the forefront of his family's guard, his expression fervent and voice resounding. For the glory of our ancestors, for the future of our lineage. He personally distributed crates of gold and rolls of exquisite fabric, patting each guard on the shoulder, employing the most generous words to galvanize their spirits. The guards' eyes sparkled with fervor, chanting his name in unison. Once everything was arranged, Vorma Kwa turned to retreat to the rear of the ranks. In an instant, his impassioned demeanor crumbled, transforming into a visage more wretched than that of an orphan bereft of a parent. His original plan had not been conceived this way. He had secretly mobilized a swift vessel, laden with all the private treasures he had discreetly amassed over the years, intending to be the first to abandon ship before the family's tattered vessel sank. Yet now all was lost. As the primary heir of the family, he had been appointed by his illustrious father to command a legion, a battalion composed of the most fervent and loyal guards of their kin. The blood coursing through these guards' veins was of the same lineage as his own, bred over countless generations to become devoted warriors. His father, under the pretext of safeguarding him, had summoned these elite protectors. Vorma Kwa longed to rush forward, grasping his father's leg in gratitude, tears streaming down his cheeks. If only he were a complete lunatic. Now, these zealous family guardians encircled him like the most devoted hounds, ensuring his complete confinement. There was no escape for him. He could only succumb to the darkness, ensnared by this odious paternal affection, marching alongside his frenzied family towards an abyss from which there would be no return. Damn it! Vorma Kwa cursed vehemently within his mind. A pack of lunatics ensnared by the ghostly tales of their ancestors. Chapter 133. The Jade Sea Fleet. Above the Jade Sea, a forest of iron obscured the azure waters. 5,200 warships, akin to floating mountains, formed the proud Jade Sea Fleet of Kors, reputed to be the mightiest in the world. 1,000 vessels from the 13 giants, 1,200 from the Barrow Brotherhood, 1,000 from the Royal Family, 1,500 from the Spice Guild, along with 500 from various smaller factions, coalesced into what appeared to be an impregnable maritime fortress. However, this bastion was about to face an unanticipated onslaught. The vanguard fleet of Jaesis stirred into action. They did not test the waters or maneuver. Instead, like a searing branding iron, they plunged straight into the cold butter. Upon the flagship, the sorcerers of Matarlis chanted incantations, their withered fingers tracing eerie runes in the air. In the name of His Majesty, awaken the dead. The spell rippled through the air, instantly igniting the latent necromantic power within the Jaesis navy. Kichuanro and Nero, alongside their legion of the undead, felt their magical veins blaze to life, unleashing a terrifying aura that surpassed that of the living. The entire Vanguard fleet surged forward, transforming into a jet-black blade, ruthlessly piercing the heart of the Jade Sea Fleet's formation. Kill! Kichuanro roared, a guttural sound that was far from human. With each swing of his massive axe, he cleaved through the decks of Qur's warships, along with the sailors atop them. Nero, like a wraith, danced through the throngs with his dual blades, tracing lethal silver arcs, his movements both graceful and deadly, each flicker heralding the demise of life. These fearless undead, empowered by the necromancers, were impervious to blades and imbued with unimaginable strength. Mere mortals stood no chance against such monstrosities. The vanguard of the Jade Sea Fleet was swiftly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Steady. They are monsters. Demons. Hold firm. For Qurs. Yet, the true nightmare was only just beginning. Upon the flagship of the Old Blind Man, several Matarless sorcerers established contact with their allies in the United Fleet through glass candles. Coordinates confirmed, commenced test fire. In the next moment, hundreds of colossal crossbows at the rear of the United Fleet emitted a grating sound of winding. Hundreds of obsidian arrows were loaded onto the strings. Each arrow resembled a small tree, entirely crafted from polished obsidian, its surface inscribed with intricate flame runes. This was a fire magic application personally imparted to the Matarless sorcerers by Sheng after experiments on land. Release. A shrill whistle rent the sky. Hundreds of black meteors, trailing long tails, soared over the heads of the Jace's fleet, striking precisely into the tightly packed formation of the Jade Sea Fleet. Boom! Boom! The violent bursts of fire magic erupted instantaneously, each colossal arrow transforming into a cataclysmic inferno. The terrifying shockwave sent waves soaring dozens of meters high, while smaller vessels, struck by multiple arrows simultaneously, disintegrated into countless flaming fragments before sinking beneath the waves, never to utter a sound of lament. At the forefront stood the vessels hastily assembled from various smaller factions, facing the relentless slaughter of the indomitable undead and the impending deluge of explosive arrows. They had once believed the greatest threat was the Dragon King above, never imagining that the enemy fleet itself wielded destructive power on par with that of a dragon. Morale crumbled in an instant. Retreat. Retreat quickly. We cannot withstand this. The remaining warships, in a panic, turned their bows to flee. Yet, what awaited them was the cold prow of the Spice Guild. The warships of the Spice Guild formed a blockade, sealing off their escape route, and hoisted banners demanding, return to the battlefield, or face immediate execution. Despair enveloped those deemed mere cannon fodder. On either flank of the battlefield, the fleets of the 13 Giants and the Barrel Brotherhood remained eerily silent. The sailors, pale-faced, anxiously gazed at their captains. The recent whistling black rain of arrows and the distant explosions sent shivers down their spines. In their quarters, massive white flags had already been hastily prepared. To confront an empire with a single city? Such folly was not a venture these untested merchant sailors wished to undertake. Captain, a sailor trembled, pointing towards the distant sky. Look over there. In the far-off horizon, two enormous shadows were gradually approaching. It's a dragon. The Dragon King is coming. The deck erupted into a frenzy. A dragon. It's the Dragon King. Quickly, Captain. Issue the command. We surrender. The sailors' cries were laced with terror, yet tinged with a sense of relief. Sheng, astride the back of Womizar, surveyed the battlefield below, his brow slightly furrowed. When the world is happening? He keenly sensed that the entire battlefield was peculiarly awry. The most elite forces of the Jade Sea Fleet on both sides stood idly by, allowing the motley army in the center to be slaughtered. The Spice Guild, positioned at the rear, seemed less concerned with overseeing the battle than with monitoring the situation. Even further back, the vessels flying the royal banner had individuals dragging immense white cloths within their holds. Luring the enemy deeper? Unlikely. Internal strife? Possible. Surely they weren't preparing to surrender outright? Countless thoughts raced through Lushing's mind before he resolved to investigate personally. He steered Womizar forward, gradually approaching. However, as he drew near, he was met with an absurd sight. The fleets of the 13 Giants and the Barrel Brotherhood were indeed hastily hoisting white flags, seemingly fearful of falling behind. What mess? Are Qur's people truly this spineless? Sheng found himself caught between laughter and tears, realizing that in this so-called decisive battle of the Jade Sea, it appeared that only those coerced forward by the Spice Guild were still fighting. Meanwhile, deep within the territory of the Spice Guild in the city of Qurs, a colossal black stone towered at the center of the sacrificial ground, surrounded by heaps of enslaved individuals. The High Priest Zaro had just received news of the Dragon King's arrival on the battlefield through some arcane means. A fervent and avaricious smile spread across his face. A man of pure Valyrian blood was forcibly brought before a massive horn adorned with enigmatic runes by two burly guards. A priest approached, casting a heavy sack of gold before him. "Sound it, and your family shall survive on this gold." The Valyrian man glanced back at his wife and children, guarded by the sentinels, his eyes filled with despair and bitterness. He realized he had no choice. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his courage and pressed his lips against the cold horn. A haunting, prolonged sound emerged, echoing as if from the depths of hell. As the sound resonated, the runes upon the horn ignited one by one, shimmering with fiery colors. The Valyrian man, who blew the horn, began to tremble violently. As the runes glowed, his skin turned crimson, his body seeming to boil from within, culminating in a ghastly scream as his upper body exploded, reduced to charred remains. The sound waves of the horn spread outward in concentric circles, as if beckoning something. The priest, expressionless, collected the gold from the ground and pocketed it. "Send those Valyrians to the sacrificial ground as well," he coldly commanded before turning away. The guards, grinning maliciously, prodded the Valyrian man's family, who had long since fainted from grief, toward that bloody expanse. There, numerous slaves and some unidentified Corsians were being executed in various gruesome and brutal manners by the priest's acolytes, either split in two or severed. The methods of death varied, yet all were excruciatingly painful. The priests encircled the black stone, chanting ancient incantations left by the Bloodstone Emperor, performing bizarre dances. As the offerings increased, the radiance emitted by the black stone grew brighter and more sinister. High Priest Zaro caressed the cold stone, murmuring in a language incomprehensible to any. Beneath him, Wumiko's father and many descendants of the Bloodstone Emperor knelt on the ground, fervently reciting the incantations. Wumiko stood among the throng, having just been assigned a long spear entirely black in hue. He observed the busy priests continuing to distribute the same spears, his heart swelling with doubt and unease. "What is this spear?" he pondered, voicing his query. But upon witnessing the frenzied, distorted gazes of his guards fixed upon the spear, he swallowed his words. He dared not ask. A strong, absurd feeling washed over him. It seemed everyone else knew how to wield this weapon, except him. Chapter 134, Water and Fire. The battlefield fell into a profound silence as the major factions raised white flags. The deafening sounds of cannon fire and clashing steel abruptly ceased, replaced by the monotonous sound of waves lapping against the hulls of ships and the distant groans of wounded soldiers. Nero halted his slaughter, his handsome yet blood-soaked visage illuminated by eyes burning with unquenched bloodlust. He licked the warm blood from his blade, gazing begrudgingly at the Corsian warships that had raised white flags, a low growl emanating from his throat. Wait, something's amiss. Clad in ominous black armor, Kichun loomed like a moving mountain of iron, his massive axe dripping with a viscous liquid. His voice rumbled like thunder as he surveyed the battlefield. "These scoundrels have not hoisted white flags." Kichunlu's words struck like a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly capturing Nero's attention. Following Kichunlu's gaze, he beheld the vast fleet of the Spice Guild maintaining their offensive formation, their black sails devoid of any sign of surrender. More disturbingly, their sailors stood motionless on the decks, thousands of them, like puppets, expressionless with hollow eyes, as if their very souls had been wrenched from their bodies. This bizarre scene stirred unrest among the Corsian warships that had already surrendered. "Now that has something," exclaimed a sailor aboard a ship of the Barrel Brotherhood, his tone rife with incredulity. To him, this was sheer lunacy. Who in course did not know of the Spice Guild-esque noblemen, who were more adept at shifting allegiances than anyone else? Their creed was solely profit, devoid of any notion of honor. Yet now, in this inevitably doomed battle, they had become the sole resistors? What were they plotting? Did they truly believe themselves heroes? The royal commander stared vacantly at the unmoving fleet, feeling not admiration but a swell of dissatisfaction and resentment. He had prepared his words, ready to shift all blame onto the male witch, and then kneel at the Dragon King's feet to plead for a governorship. Now, with the Spice Guild as foolishness emerging, was he not to be thwarted in his good fortune? Just as everyone was engulfed in uncertainty, the Spice Guild's fleet sprang into action. Thousands of warships not only failed to display white flags, but charged toward the high fleet of Sauce like a horde of sharks scenting blood. Above, Lushing's cold gaze surveyed the unfolding chaos. He had intended to command Wumizer and Silverwing to incinerate these foolhardy rebels. But just as he was about to issue the order, the dragon beneath him exhibited unprecedented distress. Wumizer let out a pained growl, its massive head shaking violently as if something invisible sought to invade its mind. Silverwing's reaction was even more intense. It writhed in agony, a sorrowful dragon roar piercing the heavens, filled with unbearable torment. Sheng furrowed his brow. He caught a faint yet unmistakably clear dragon roar, imbued with ancient, sinister power. The dragon's horn? Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng leaped from the dragon's saddle, his body swelling against the wind at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In an instant, a fearsome black dragon, over 90 meters in length, emerged against the skyline. Its 300-meter wingspan enveloped the sunlight entirely, casting a shadow across the land. A roar, imbued with supreme will and the majesty of the Dragon King, erupted like a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the entire sea. This roar represented absolute dominion from the pinnacle of the bloodline. Under Sheng's intervention, Wumizer's expression of pain eased instantaneously. It unleashed an enraged roar, temporarily breaking free from the grip of the sinister sound. However, Silverwing seemed entirely ensnared by that sound, shrieking in agony as it recklessly soared towards the Corsian city. Sheng's dragon eyes immediately locked onto the source. It was within Quers, in the region of the Spice Guild. A twisted, blasphemous magical fluctuation was brewing there, akin to an evil embryo on the verge of hatching. So this was their intent. A surge of murderous intent surged within Sheng. Wumizer, now free from control, was filled with a savage fury. It felt an unprecedented humiliation and furiously soared above the charging ships of the Spice Guild. Burn them all. Sheng's command echoed in Wumizer's mind. In the next moment, two colossal dragons unleashed their devastating flames upon those below. One was Wumizer's breath, a blend of bronze and fiery gold, while the other, Sheng's black dragon, exhaled an all-consuming black flame. The two torrents of dragon fire intertwined, cascading from above like a sea of flames. The sailors aboard the ships finally moved. They mechanically lifted their heads, operating the massive crossbows to unleash a rain of arrows upon the colossal dragons above. Yet all was in vain. The combat experience of Wumizer is profoundly extensive. It effortlessly maneuvers through the skies, evading the cumbersome crossbow bolts that fail to even graze its scales. As for the land dweller, he is far too indifferent to seek shelter. A tempest naturally coalesces around him, forming an invisible barrier. Any crossbow bolt that dares approach within 100 meters of his form is violently shredded by the ferocious gusts. To the aerial behemoth, the naval fleet below is merely subjected to a dimensional descent in power. The cacophony of screams, wails, splintering wood, and crackling flames intertwines to compose a symphony of apocalypse. The seawater boils and the air ignites. At that moment, from dozens of ostensibly ordinary warships, concealed water sorcerers strike simultaneously. Rise! At the command. The roiling sea is forcibly awakened, coalescing into a colossal water column, several dozen meters in diameter, akin to a resurrected sea dragon, wielding immense power as it lashes towards the land dweller in the sky. The land dweller does not even glance back. He merely summons a thought. A tempest erupts. An invisible wall of wind manifests out of thin air, and the water column collides against it, exploding violently into a mist of vapor. With one failure, more water sorcerers join the fray. Summon the tide. The entire sea trembles as a towering wave, reaching heights of 100 meters, is violently thrust upwards, crashing towards the entire allied fleet with devastating force. The sorcerers of Materis. The will of the land dweller spreads throughout the fleet, invoking fire magic. He summons the tempest once more, this time conjuring an even grander wall of wind, resembling a transparent fortress, firmly standing against the monstrous wave. On the various warships of the allied fleet, dozens of Materis sorcerers simultaneously raise glass candles, their magical energies converging to form a massive fireball over 100 meters in diameter, radiating light and heat akin to the sun. Go! The land dweller commands, and the gale transforms from an impediment into a propellant. The immense wall of wind becomes a driving force, propelling the colossal fireball with unmatched velocity towards the towering wave. Fire and water collide in the most violent of clashes upon the surface of the sea. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a hissing sound, as if a red-hot iron were cast into icy waters. The 100-meter-high wave, along with all the Spice Guild warships behind it, is utterly evaporated in that instant. The unimaginable heat vaporizes, spreading like the breath of death. The leading Vanger warship is instantly enveloped in scalding steam. The necromancers of Materis react swiftly, unhesitatingly transforming their corporeal forms into semi-ethereal states, narrowly escaping the fate of being boiled alive. Even so, some of the weaker living dead soldiers succumb to the heat, their flesh and bones separating, reduced to mere piles of charred remains. The surrendering fleet, flanking the Jade Sea Fleet, is mostly affected by the steam wave. Countless sailors scalded to death amidst their anguished cries. The royal fleet, closer still, is ignited by the remnants of the fire wave. Hundreds of warships transforming into beacons of flame upon the sea. In just a single clash of magic, nearly half of the vast Jade Sea Fleet has been obliterated. Meanwhile, the Land Dweller, accompanied by the still furious Womazur, ascends over Quarters. Just as he sensed, the main urban area has been completely overtaken by the Spice Guild. The streets are lined with caltrops and arrow towers, countless hollow eyes peering from behind the windows of buildings, as an atmosphere of eerie silence and madness pervades the region. The Land Dweller pays no heed to the ants below. He follows the trace left by the Silver Wings, soaring towards the heart of the Spice Guild's domain. Below, at a defensive position, Wumiko gazes up in horror at the two colossal dragons soaring overhead, his complexion pale as a specter. The shadows that blot out the sun and the overwhelming pressure render him nearly breathless. He glances down at the black spear given to him by a priest, inscribed with ominous runes that emanate a chilling aura. This is the so-called Spear of God-Slaying, their family's trump card against the Dragon King. Yet now, Wumiko's lips twist into a grimace more wretched than tears. God-Slaying? He internally wails in despair. What difference does this spear make compared to a toothpick against such a disparity in power? What use is it at all? Chapter 135, The Bloodstone Emperor. Upon the ancient altar, grotesque dragon egg fossils abound. The Silver Wings are forced to land in this accursed place, casting a shadow of hopelessness with its massive form. The high priest Zarek raises his hands, his expression frenzied, as his voice echoes over the altar, rallying a group of equally fanatical descendants of the Bloodstone Empress. The sacrifice begins. At Zarek's signal, several priests hastily carry a stone basin filled with blood to the center of the altar, where a massive black stone awaits. Without hesitation, they pour the collected blood of the descendants over the black stone. A hum resonates, as if the black stone has come to life. The eerie runes on its surface illuminate, and a nauseating aura of evil surges into the sky. The pitch-black magic, akin to a giant serpent preying upon its victims, lunges straight towards the immobilized Silver Wings. The viscous black liquid swiftly envelopes the body of the Silver Wings, which emits a mournful cry, yet is powerless to escape. Behind the defensive fortifications of Quar's main urban area, Wumiko's heart races uncontrollably. The forces of Vanjur surge like a black tide, relentlessly battering against the fragile defenses. In the distance, the monstrous Nero and Chichuan have torn open a massive breach. Their path is littered with chaos and carnage, an unstoppable force. Hurry, go reinforce the front lines. What are you all waiting for, you useless fools? Wumiko bellows at his personal guard, his voice trembling with fear. The guards' faces are etched with hesitation. Their primary duty is to protect the family heir, the young Master Wumiko. Yet the situation at the front lines teeters on the brink of collapse. What does my safety matter? Wumiko straightens his back, forcing an expression of righteous resolve, declaring that for the enduring legacy of the family, they must not let chaos disrupt the supreme ritual. To hell with the legacy. I just want to live. He curses furiously in his heart, while outwardly maintaining a facade of virtue. The guards are profoundly moved. They gaze at this young master, who usually displays ruthless cruelty and views lives as mere fodder, and see a flicker of responsibility in his eyes. It turns out he is not devoid of accountability. Young master, the captain of the guards chokes on his words. Enough with the pleasantries. The honor of the family rests upon this moment. Wumiko commands sharply. Get out of here. Don't cluster around me. Otherwise, when that black dragon emperor arrives, none of you will escape, and neither will I. The captain of the guards, no longer hesitating, nods gravely and leaves behind 10 of the most elite warriors. You listen to me. Even if you die, you must die in front of the young master. With that, he leads the remaining guards, roaring towards the front lines, which have turned into a bloodbath. Wumiko watches their resolute figures depart, releasing a quiet sigh of relief as he grips the twin daggers at his waist. As the Land Dweller's silhouette appears on the horizon, the Silver Wings have been entirely consumed by the writhing black viscous substance. Its once silver scales now turn pitch black, as if clad in armor forged from abyssal material. Its bright eyes now emanate a disquieting crimson glow. The massive dragon head gradually lifts, gazing towards the Land Dweller and Womazur in the sky. A strange, authoritative voice emanates from the Silver Wings. The Lizard of Valyria, alongside a dragon that has usurped the wretched guardian's divinity? Before the words are fully uttered, the possessed silver wings suddenly unfurl its wings, its colossal form soaring towards the heavens with astonishing speed. The black dragon, transformed by Lu Sheng, hovered majestically in the sky, its golden eyes ablaze with seething fury. "Who dares to steal my pet?" it roared, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that painted the heavens a vivid crimson. Following closely, Vormissor swooped down from a greater height, its bronze claws aimed directly at the neck of the Silverwing. Yet in this moment, the Silverwing was no longer the docile mount of yore. Its body, enshrouded in a black viscous substance, erupted with life as dozens of tendrils lashed out, striking Vormissor with ferocity. The sound of tearing flesh was unmistakable. Vormissor emitted a piercing shriek, its massive form staggering from the blow. Simultaneously, the Silverwing expelled a jet of pitch-black flames, colliding violently with Lu Sheng's dragon fire, resulting in an explosion of destructive energy in the air. "Insignificant insect, how dare you provoke the offspring of a great deity?" The voice of the man resounded once more, imbued with divine arrogance and cruelty. "I am the Emperor of the Instrumental Realm, the Bloodstone Sovereign, descendant of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light." With a roar, the Silverwing swung its viscous tendrils once more, sending the injured Vormissor crashing to the ground as if swatting a mere fly. Lu Sheng's gaze turned icy. No longer holding back, he instantaneously asserted his absolute control over the currents of air. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, as though the very sky had transformed into a colossal hand intent on crushing the Silverwing. Propelled by the currents, the immense black dragon appeared above the Silverwing in an instant, its claws tearing through the air to grasp its head. Clang! A circular shield of black slime rapidly formed atop the Silverwing, effectively blocking Lu Sheng's assault. The runes upon the slime shield whirled chaotically, and the slime enveloping the Silverwing writhed as if alive, unleashing a surge of power that shattered the confines of the air pressure. Roar! The liberated Silverwing bellowed, opening its gaping maw in retaliation against Lu Sheng. A brutal melee unfolded above Chaos. Lu Sheng nimbly evaded the Silverwing's bites, utilizing the currents to dart unpredictably. Seizing an opportunity, he propelled his colossal form upward, landing atop the Silverwing's back. With a powerful grip, he clamped down on its spine. "Get down!" Lu Sheng roared, merging his own strength with that of the sky's currents, forcefully pressing the Silverwing down toward the ground. At that moment, the Silverwing's head twisted at an unervingly peculiar angle, its dark red eyes fixated on Lu Sheng's back. Danger! Lu Sheng's battle instinct screamed a warning. A dark red glow flickered within the Silverwing's maw, gathering destructive energy. Lu Sheng keenly sensed that being struck by this attack would spell grave trouble. In the next instant, a dark red beam erupted forth, hurtling toward the black dragon that was tearing at it. At the critical moment, a flash of fire illuminated the scene. The massive black dragon vanished into thin air. The beam pierced through the vacant sky. Lu Sheng's human form silently reappeared on the Silverwing's back, having momentarily shed his dragon form to evade the lethal strike. Before the Silverwing could react, Lu Sheng's legs propelled him like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward the creature's head. By the time its dark red pupils registered Lu Sheng's presence again, it was already too late. Lu Sheng's right fist, enveloped in flames and accompanied by a howling wind, struck the Silverwing's right eye with tremendous force. Boom! A tonto explosion ensued. The massive eyeball burst, emerald liquid mingling with the black slime, splattering everywhere. A heart-wrenching howl of agony erupted from the Silverwing as its gargantuan form writhed in the air. Countless tendrils of black liquid reached out from its body, frantically grasping for Lu Sheng. Yet, he pressed forward, another flash of fire igniting. The colossal black dragon reemerged, coiling above the Silverwing's head, completely severing its escape route. Lu Sheng's indomitable claws seized the Silverwing's upper and lower jaws. A flicker of hesitation crossed the Silverwing's mind. But that moment of doubt was swiftly consumed by an overwhelming chill and rage. For those who dared to encroach upon his possessions, only total annihilation awaited. With a horrific tearing sound that echoed through the heavens, Lu Sheng exerted his might, ripping the Silverwing's head cleanly in two. The headless dragon's corpse hung, suspended in the air, for a brief moment before plummeting helplessly toward the city below. A violent tremor instantly caught the attention of all below. At the altar, the high priest and the Bloodstone Sovereign's descendants brandished black spears, embroiled in a fierce struggle with the severely wounded Vormissor. They all gazed up, witnessing the remnants of their ancestor plummeting from the sky. Chapter 136. the fury of the Bloodstone Sovereign. The headless body of the Silverwing shed its inky fluid like a receding tide, revealing its once silver scales, now devoid of any glimmer of life. The High Priest Zero's face went pale as he staggered backward, unable to fathom the sight of the torn dragon body falling from above. Had the embodiment of their ancestor truly been so easily shattered? Not far away, the severely injured Vormesser lay weakly on the ground, using its last ounce of strength to raise its head, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire that incinerated the nearest ancient guild warriors into charred remains. After delivering this final blow, the bronze dragon's head crashed heavily to the ground, falling silent. At the center of the altar, the ominous black stone continued to pulse with a foreboding red light. A voice, filled with venomous authority, emerged from within. "Thief, do you believe this will halt me? I shall make you aware of the consequences of angering a deity." Before the words could fully escape, Sheng, suspended high in the air, showed no interest in the dying words of a defeated foe. Crushing his enemy was the only suitable response. The massive black dragon he embodied suddenly opened its enormous maw, unleashing a blazing white flame, infused with boundless magical power and tempestuous winds, crashing down upon the altar's black stone like a divine punishment. Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated throughout the city of Chaos, the shockwave leveling everything in its vicinity. From within the black stone, the Bloodstone Sovereign's voice was abruptly silenced, replaced by a furious roar. The white dragon fire was mercilessly incinerating his very soul, forcing him to frantically channel the powers of the black stone for defense. Damn it! Damn it! Damn that Laro! The Bloodstone Sovereign raged within the depths of his soul. He had believed that the guardian left behind by his ancestor was finally vanquished, allowing him to revive at his leisure using the schemes laid out eons ago. And yet, that accursed Laro had been stripped of his very significance. These foolish descendants had summoned that wretched silver dragon, leading to his grave misjudgment of the situation, believing the Silverwing to be the strongest dragon of this era, descending recklessly only to meet such a dismal fate. Why? Why wasn't that black dragon in the sky my vessel? Laro, you worthless fool, how could you die so easily? The Bloodstone Sovereign's anger threatened to ignite his very soul. Yet he had not yet lost. He still possessed a trump card, a chance for redemption. He fixed his gaze upon the colossal black dragon, radiating immense pressure above. Yes, that was it. If he could seize that perfect dragon form, he could still fulfill his long-held ambition. You damned insect, you have betrayed my heart. Nairo's voice was a cacophony of madness, shrill and piercing, as the twin blades in his hands transformed into streaks of silver lightning, relentlessly cleaving towards the man before him. Warmack, wielding his dual daggers with all his might, fought desperately to defend himself, his palms already shattered and blood trickling down the hilts. He felt his arms growing heavier with each parry, each deflection akin to being rammed by a colossal beast. We are both men, Warmack bellowed in a fit of rage. I have a family fortune to inherit. Even if you sever that thing, you still won't become a woman. For a brief moment, Nairo's assault faltered at those words, only to erupt with even greater ferocity. With a sharp clang, Warmack's blades were brutally knocked from his grasp, and he was sent sprawling to the ground by an overwhelming force. The cold tip of a blade pressed against his throat. You once professed your love for me, Nairo howled, his handsome visage contorted by profound pain and fury. The wizard from Edie you sought claimed he could turn me into a woman. Warmack lay defeated, his gaze wandering over the chaotic battlefield, witnessing the slaughter of his frenzied kin at the hands of the towering Sauce army. Fatigue enveloped him. It was all over. Unbidden, memories from years past surged into his mind. Back then, he had grown weary of all the women in Quers and sought a more exhilarating diversion. Thus, he fixated on the reclusive young master from the 13 families, renowned for his beauty, Nairo, employing every trick in his arsenal and uttering sweet nothings he scarcely believed himself. He ensnared the innocent boy in a web of romance. Little did he know, Nairo had fallen too deeply. When Nairo expressed his desire to become a true woman, to be with him eternally, Warmack panicked. It was merely a game to him. In a desperate bid to placate Nairo, he hastily summoned a so-called wizard from Edie, spending a fortune. That damned charlatan had sworn that his procedure would alter everything. Yet all he did was perform a crude, cleansing operation on Nairo in a secret chamber with a small blade. Then, he left behind a month's worth of herbs, claiming they would gradually transform Nairo into a woman, before vanishing with the money. What followed was a nightmarish descent. Warmack barely escaped with his life after being savagely beaten by the enraged Nairo, suffering the most brutal thrashing of his existence. Nairo, Cast aside by his family as a disgrace, was abandoned overseas, reduced to a mere tool for the 13 family's dirty work. Warmax stared vacantly into Nyro's bloodshot eyes, his heart swelling not with fear, but with a belated, impotent regret. I am truly a despicable wretch. Lu Xing's senses screamed in alarm, a visceral sense of impending danger pricking at his nerves. He surmised that the being within the stone must possess some trump card capable of inflicting severe harm upon him. Yet, that accursed black stone, though dimmed by the dragon flame imbued with magic, showed no signs of shattering. He could no longer afford to delay. Lu Xing ceased the expulsion of dragon fire. In an instant, the colossal black dragon he had transformed into radiated a brilliant light, as if a sun were rising within him. If the dragon fire could not obliterate it, then he would attempt something else. Endless magical energy surged forth, constructing a fire elemental spell far more intense and sacred than the dragon fire itself. This was the spoils he had harvested after vanquishing Raluo, the light magic. Simultaneously, the Bloodstone Monarch on the altar initiated his final counterattack. While maintaining the Blackstone's defenses, he sinisterly activated his trump card. The offspring wielding black spears, dispatched earlier, suddenly let out a collective wail. These spears, derivatives of the Blackstone, served as conduits for the Bloodstone Monarch's control over his progeny. Now, through these conduits, he intended to harvest their very lives and souls. This would be a blood magic of immense power, capable of turning the tide of battle. The descendants scattered throughout the city clutched their black spears in agony, their skin rapidly shriveling, their flesh withering at a visible pace. Ultimately, with piercing cries of despair, their bodies erupted, clusters of dense blood mist, intertwined with their souls and life essence, surged like crimson streaks towards the black stone at the altar's center. The blood of the descendants, previously collected by the priest in jars, boiled and erupted into columns of blood that soared skyward, all pouring into the black stone. Buzz! The black stone, having absorbed a vast quantity of life and soul, erupted with an unprecedented scarlet glow, emanating an aura of evil, filth, yet incredible power. Above in the sky, Lu Xing's sun-like radiance became increasingly brilliant. The light was so intense that even Warmack in the distance had to shield his eyes. The Bloodstone Monarch's blood magic was accumulating. Lu Xing's light magic was also building. Both sides were preparing their ultimate means to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Xing's dragon pupils coldly surveyed the increasingly sinister black stone below. No matter what you have prepared, let it be reduced to ashes. In the next moment, the dazzling white sun in the sky, imbued with the sanctity and majesty of annihilation, came crashing down. Chapter 137, Silver Wings and Wormisorel, the ill-fated lovers. Two vastly different, yet equally immense energies collided with thunderous force. The world seemed to be muted in that instant. There was no deafening roar, only an all-consuming silence. The Bloodstone Monarch's vengeful and greedy consciousness slithered like an invisible serpent, stealthily burrowing into Lu Xing's soul through the links of blood magic. He sought to seize this perfect body, this overwhelming power. However, just as he was on the verge of touching the core, a barely perceptible delay stunned him. Something was amiss. This blood magic harbored impurities. His consciousness recoiled in horror as he realized that among the hundreds of black spears siphoning the lives and souls of the descendants, one had not been fully reclaimed. That lone spear had become a breach in the dam. These incompetent fools. Before he could comprehend the intricacies, a searing light capable of incinerating souls descended upon him. It was Lu Xing's ultimate strike, radiant as the sun. Fortunately, I still had preparations. The Bloodstone Monarch's final thoughts twisted within the obliterating light. Just wait, thief. After your demise, I shall return from the curse of bloodline. By then, this world will be mine. His thoughts were abruptly severed. This ancient resentment that had lingered over Quers for millennia was utterly ground into nothingness. In the next moment, the silence was shattered. The magical turbulence resulting from the collision of two extreme energies surged forth like a primordial beast freed from its shackles, rampaging in all directions. The air was torn asunder, the very fabric of space rippling. The city of Quers stood vulnerable before this force, as fragile as a sandcastle, ready to be razed to the ground. Lu Xing, transformed into a colossal black dragon, hovered at the center of the energy storm, his golden dragon eyes coldly observing the chaos. He had to intervene. This city now belonged to him. He glimpsed the altar's devastation, the headless dragon corpse of Silver Wings, torn asunder, and the bronze dragon Wormisorel, silenced and pierced by black tendrils. Two invaluable trophies, lost just like that. These imbeciles. A chilling resolve flickered in his mind. Yet, immediately after, he felt the surge of blood magic within him, invigorated by the absorption of a fragment of the Bloodstone Monarch's power, an entirely new force imbued with both creation and destruction. Perhaps one could repurpose the remnants. A wild thought emerged. Lu Sheng ceased to suppress it and instead actively channeled the dark crimson power within him. A resounding roar, echoing through the heavens and the earth, erupted. The colossal black dragon scales began to emit bursts of crimson light from every crevice. He opened his massive jaws, akin to a great whale drawing in water, voraciously consuming the chaotic torrent of magic capable of annihilating all, and, through the transmutation of blood magic, transformed it into his own strength. A vast and intricate blood-red magic circle unfurled around him, enveloping the deceased Silverwing and Vomit Hose. The patterns of the circle illuminated, resembling a glowing brand seared into the void. The shattered dragon carcass was enveloped in bloodlight, visibly reassembling at an astonishing pace. Torn flesh writhed and rejuvenated, fragmented bones reconnected and fused. The desiccated heart resumed its thundering rhythm, resounding like a war drum. This was a frenzied metamorphosis. Lu Sheng was not merely resurrecting them. He was utilizing the ancient power of the Bloodstone Emperor and the tumultuous magic flow to utterly reshape these two dragons. From their very genes to their souls, energy was rapidly depleting. The blood-red magic circle in the sky gradually dimmed, ultimately dissipating into a myriad of crimson specks in the air. Lu Sheng's immense dragon form plummeted from the sky, morphing into human shape mere meters from the ground, crashing down heavily and gasping for breath. Even he, undertaking such a monumental task, felt nearly drained of all his strength. He lifted his gaze to the front. On the once gruesome altar, two gargantuan creatures lay quietly. The deceased Silverwing was not only fully restored, but its size had surged to nearly 100 meters, with blood-red mysterious patterns adorning its silver scales as if lava coursed through its veins. The gravely injured Vomit Hose mirrored this transformation, its bronze scales deepening and thickening, exceeding 100 meters in length, with menacing dragon horns glinting coldly like obsidian, its wings similarly adorned with blood-red patterns identical to those of Silverwing. With each breath, the crimson patterns flickered ominously, exuding a chilling pressure. More importantly, Lu Sheng sensed two remarkably clear connections within his consciousness. With but a thought, he could engage in the deepest communication with these two beings, completely transformed by blood magic and empowered beyond measure. They had become extensions of his very being. Elsewhere, in a square within Kiri City, Nero bound the wounded Vamako tightly to a wooden frame, blood trickling down the structure into a pooled crimson stain on the ground. Nero, we were once so close. Vamako's voice was frail and filled with despair. Once, Nero approached, daggers in hand, his voice light, yet imbued with a chilling intensity. Not far away, Kichunlu watched this scene unfold, instinctively closing his mouth. He could feel that Nero was now akin to a wild beast on the brink of losing control. Anyone daring to speak further would undoubtedly provoke this lunatic into a desperate frenzy. This guy's gone mad, truly mad, Kichunlu cursed inwardly, deciding to keep his distance from this trouble. Nero stood before Vamako, the cold blade pressing against his cheek. You betrayed me. His voice held no anger, only an eerie stillness. When I needed you most, after you vowed everything to me, you refused to meet me, hiding as if I were a filthy wild dog. Vamako stared blankly at the sky, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Meet you? At that time, you nearly stabbed me to death. How could I dare to face you? He screamed internally, yet only self-mockery escaped his lips. Do you remember the past? Upon hearing this, Nero seemed to touch upon the most painful nerve. His hands gripping the daggers trembled violently, his knuckles whitening from exertion. He fixed his gaze on Vamako, enunciating each word slowly. You say the past? Amidst this suffocating standoff, an untimely voice broke through. What a trivial matter. In the distance, Lu Sheng approached leisurely, casting a disdainful glance at the farcical scene on the wooden frame, his face betraying no hint of concealment in his disgust. Two men, acting like aggrieved wives. It's utterly revolting. He stepped closer, disregarding Vamako entirely, and coldly commanded Nero, bring him down. Nero's body stiffened, the madness in his eyes replaced instantaneously by fear. He instinctively withdrew his daggers, obediently releasing Vamako from the frame. Lu Sheng directed Nero to retrieve a small crystal vial from his robe, containing a bottomless black liquid. It is the undead potion crafted by Allet. Administer it to him. Nero stood dumbfounded, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Lu Sheng. Vamako, in sheer terror, struggled to plead for mercy, Yet a single cold glance from Lu Sheng rendered him mute, unable to utter a word. With a voice that was almost cruelly calm, Lu Sheng guided Nero's arm, forcefully pouring the potion into Vomaco's mouth. I shall grant you this ill-fated pair. With that, he turned away without a backward glance, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential task. As the black liquid coursed down his throat, Vomaco's body began to convulse violently, the light in his eyes swiftly fading, ultimately becoming a hollow void of silence. Nero, finally snapping back to reality, looked down at the now cold and unfamiliar Vomaco in his arms. Years of pent-up pain, resentment, unfulfilled desires, and love erupted within him at that moment. He clutched Vomaco's lifeless body, unleashing a primal, desperate wail. In the sky, two resounding dragon roars pierced the air. The now massive Silverwing and Vomitos soared above the city like two moving mountains, their shimmering blood-red patterns proclaiming their new master's unparalleled authority. At that instant, a cold mechanical voice resonated within Lu Sheng's mind. Ding! Host has completed the hidden task, Bloodline Upgrade. Host has completed the world task, establishing a new Valyria empire. Commencing task settlement. Chapter 138. After the Battle of Kiris. The last wisp of heated steam dissipated from the ocean's surface. The rain had ceased, revealing the sky's leaden hue. The vast united fleet, akin to moving islands of steel, slowly entered the desolate harbor of Kiris. The surviving 13 titans, royal princes, and leaders of the Beryl Brotherhood stood on the dock, clad in their most splendid yet wrinkled silks, their faces ashen, awaiting their final judgment. Behind them, the once celebrated triple walls, now adorned with the dragon banners of the Second Valyria Empire, loomed ominously. Lu Sheng stood upon the deck of the flagship, the Leviathan, not casting a single glance at the obsequious Corisians. His gaze penetrated the city as if scrutinizing something far more distant. Commander Harris of the High Sosk and General Zola of New GIs stood respectfully behind him, awaiting the Emperor's decree. 70% of all Kiri's nobility, merchant guilds, and unions will have their wealth confiscated. Lu Sheng's voice was soft yet struck each Corisian heart like a hammer. The united fleet shall jointly oversee this, with a detailed inventory down to each copper star. Hera's eyes ignited with avarice, struggling to contain his breath. Yes, your majesty, all nobles, regardless of gender, and all legitimate heirs must report to Millen within a month for loyalty education. Upon hearing this proclamation, the Kiri's nobility on the dock erupted in uproar, only to fall silent under the cold gaze of the imperial soldiers. To strip them of their wealth was one thing. To rob them of their future was another. This is a matter of undermining the very foundation, a profound humiliation that cuts to the bone. Yet they dare not resist, not even allowing a flicker of anger to escape their eyes. Above them, the bronze behemoth named Wormizer and the silver-blue wings circle ominously, each breath exuding a scent of sulfur that serves as a grim reminder of the only outcome of defiance, to be reduced to cinders. Lu Sheng waved his hand, signaling Harris and the others to carry out the orders. He was utterly indifferent to the lamentations of these failures, for since just moments ago, his entire consciousness had been immersed in the ceaseless stream of information flowing through the sea of awareness. Main quest: rebuild Valyria, completed. Judgment condition: the territorial control of the Empire has surpassed the peak of the old Valyria freehold. System anchor point locked successfully. The world coordinates are now fixed. New function unlocked: world gate. 2 connectable world coordinates detected. Would you like to observe? It has come. Lu Sheng silently mused. This was the ultimate purpose of his conquest of this continent, the supreme reward bestowed by the system. Without hesitation, his consciousness chose affirmatively. In an instant, 2 brilliant points of light appeared within his sea of awareness, akin to 2 distant stars. He tentatively directed his consciousness toward one of the light points. Boom! A savage. Un tamid aura surgi fort. On the boundless earth, countless colossal creatures resembling dinosaurs galloped and battled with fervor. A dragon-like beast, adorned with 2 horns and shaped like a demon, hurled its adversary 100 meters away, emitting a roar that shook the heavens. In the sky, a dragon with wings spanning the horizon soared past, unleashing deadly fireballs. In some areas cloaked in mysterious energy, Lu Sheng even beheld enormous 4-legged dragons, their immense forms akin to mountains, pulsating with ancient powers beyond mortal comprehension, each breath stirring the tides of elemental forces. This scene, with fire dragons, horned dragons, and that colossal creature resembling an ancient dragon, made Lu Sheng's heart race. A mix of familiarity and discomfort washing over him. Damn it, Monster Hunter! I farmed you dozens of times for a dragon gem back in the day. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within and shifted his consciousness to the other light point. Unlike the wildness of the previous world, this point radiated an aura of grandeur, mystery, and even a hint of divine majesty. An indescribably magnificent figure loomed, as if standing amid the endless cosmos. Its gaze pierced through the boundaries of time and space, resting upon Lu Sheng's consciousness, revealing a glimmer of curiosity and amusement. Lu Sheng's heart quivered. Just a mere glance imparted a tremendous pressure on a soul-deep level. Behind that figure, on an expansive battlefield, elegant and beautiful elven archers darted through the forests, drawing their bows as arrows flew with meteoric precision, piercing the ugly heads of half-orcs. On the ground, thousands of human soldiers formed tight-knit formations, clashing fiercely with the surging tide of half-orc forces. The clash of swords echoing through the skies. And before the stronghold in the mountains, a group of stout dwarves with bushy beards swung heavy battle axes and hammers, roaring as they turned enemies into mush. In the sky, a colossal dragon covered in golden scales roared, its breath melting a mountain peak in an instant. That pointed-eared elf was unmistakably recognizable. Lu Sheng instantly identified it. The Lord of the Rings. Two utterly distinct worlds, two coordinates brimming with opportunities and challenges, abruptly unfolded before him. An uncontrollable surge of excitement rose from the depths of his being, a yearning for the unknown power, an ambition to conquer a new world. Yet, merely seconds later, Lu Sheng forcibly suppressed this impulse. His gaze regained its absolute composure. He withdrew from the sea of consciousness, refocusing on the recently conquered city before him. Course was but a new piece in the puzzle of his imperial domain. Milan, Yuan-Kai, Astapor, New Guise, Volantis. These were the true foundations of his power. This world marked the genesis of all his endeavors, the wellspring of his strength. The system indicated that upon fulfilling the main quest, he could traverse freely between worlds. But what if? What if in the world of Monster Hunter, slaying an ancient dragon took years, even decades? What if in the realm of the Lord of the Rings? He attracted the attention of that magnificent figure and became embroiled in a protracted divine war. By the time he returned, it would be too late. Would the Second Valyria Empire, like its predecessor, crumble in the wake of a sudden upheaval? That simply would not do. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lu Sheng's lips. If it came to that, I would have no choice but to enact a cataclysm, turning all disobedient souls to glass. He must return, before stepping into the new world. He needed to forge this empire into a precise, unwavering war machine. He must command the entire empire, eradicating all potential threats in their infancy. He needed to ensure that even if he were to be absent for a century, the tales of the Dragon Emperor would still resonate across this land. Lu Sheng turned away, no longer gazing at the city behind him. His eyes traversed the fleet, looking westward toward Milan. War-Mizer sensed his master's will, letting out a deep dragon roar as it descended slowly onto the broad deck of the flagship, its massive head affectionately rubbing against Lu Sheng's form. Lu Sheng mounted the dragon's back, his cold command echoing throughout the fleet. The fleet shall remain stationed here to handle subsequent matters. I will return to Milan. No sooner had he spoken than the bronze wings flared, stirring a tempest. War-Mizer, carrying its emperor, transformed into a streak of bronze light, soaring skyward towards the epicenter of imperial power. On the deck, all knelt in reverence, bidding farewell to their departing deity. No one knew that in the emperor's eyes, two entirely new worlds had already been reflected. Chapter 139, Aftermath and Departure. 5 years later, Milan, once a symbol of the glory of the slave masters. The Great Pyramid now bore a colossal dragon banner atop its peak, at the center of which coiled a black dragon adorned with divine golden patterns, surveying the multitudes below. This was the flag of the Second Valyria Empire, and the sacred emblem of the Dragon King Church. 5 years' time was sufficient to transform everything. Under Lu Sheng's absolute might and iron-fisted rule, the entire Slave Bay, extending westward to the free trade city-states of Atlantis, Tyros, and beyond, had been fully brought under the Empire's dominion. The Emperor's Church had long been supplanted by the more advanced Dragon King Church. Countless clerics clad in gray robes, like innumerable capillaries extending into the very depths of the Empire, infiltrated every city-state, every town, and even every village. Together with the grassroots officials dispatched by the Empire, they instilled the Emperor's will and the Dragon King's doctrine, accompanied by the Church's governance and welfare, into the lives of every citizen. The Dragon King is divine. The Emperor is the Dragon King's earthly incarnation. To believe in the Dragon King is to enjoy peace. To defy the Dragon King is to descend into the fires of hell. Simple, brutal, yet exceedingly effective. All the old nobility, regardless of their inner beliefs, were compelled to publicly convert to the Dragon King Church. Their children, from the age of 10, were forcibly sent to schools established by the sect to receive the empire's foundational education and loyalty indoctrination. Any heir lacking this educational background would be permanently stripped of their inheritance rights. This effectively severed the roots of resistance from the old powers. The apex of the Great Pyramid had been transformed into Lu Sheng's private garden. Higher. Father, a little higher. The innocent voices of children brimmed with excitement and joy. Lu Sheng effortlessly lifted a 4-year-old boy with dark hair, tossing him high into the air. The child was Lu Qi, the son of Lu Sheng and Valyria. The little one erupted into gleeful laughter as he soared above, devoid of any fear. A rare, gentle smile graced Lu Sheng's face as he skillfully caught his descending son. This lad certainly shares my audacity. Just as he prepared for another toss, an unexpected transformation occurred. Lu Qi, suspended in midair, suddenly radiated a blinding light. In an instant, the form of the human child vanished, replaced by a black dragon hatchling with a wingspan nearing 10 meters. A high-pitched roar escaped its mouth, creating a comical contrast with its massive physique. The black hatchling awkwardly flapped its wings, spiraling in the air before wobbling down to land beside Lu Sheng, affectionately nudging its scaly head against Lu Sheng's leg. Lu Sheng paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. What a clever boy! Mastering transformation at just 4 years old, he bent down to ruffle the hatchling's head, his eyes brimming with approval and pride. The power of bloodlines is indeed formidable. Not far away, Valyria, Lana, and Rhaenyra approached together, their faces lighting up with surprise at the scene. Your Majesty, cheer! Valyria hurried forward, her eyes reflecting both concern and excitement. It's nothing to worry about. This is a good thing. Lu Sheng transformed back into his human form, cradling Lu Qi in his arms, affirming that our son is a born Dragon King. Lana and Rhaenyra also joined them, each cradling an infant still in swaddles. Over the past 5 years, they had each given birth to a son and a daughter for Lu Sheng. Lana named her son Lu Cheng, while Rhaenyra named her daughter Lu Ying. Lu Sheng could distinctly sense that while the magical energy within these two little ones was not as vibrant as Lu Qi's, it was nonetheless powerful and stable. He estimated that by around 5 years of age, they too would achieve their first transformation. The Targaryen and Valyrian bloodlines, catalyzed by his magic, were revealing unprecedented potential. His gaze finally settled on a silvery-haired figure at the back of the crowd, increasingly graceful and alluring, Rhaenyra. She had now come of age. As night descended, the flickering candlelight danced within the chambers. The air was infused with a faint aroma of wine mingled with the unique fragrance of a young woman. Rhaenyra donned a delicate silk nightgown, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, and her violet eyes, illuminated by the firelight, seemed to hold a pool of spring water. She nervously fidgeted with her fingers, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Lu Sheng, she softly called, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Lu Sheng embraced her from behind, resting his chin gently upon her shoulder. I have awaited this day for a long time. His voice was deep and magnetic, his warm breath brushing against Rhaenyra's ear, causing her to shiver slightly. 5 years of anticipation and companionship had cultivated profound feelings between them. Rhaenyra was no longer the impulsive princess of Westeros. The shifting tides of the empire had matured her rapidly, making her more aware of her desires. She turned to meet Lu Sheng's gaze, her purple eyes filled with determination and love. So do I. No further words were exchanged. Lu Sheng lowered his head, capturing the soft lips he had longed for. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Rhaenyra lazily opened her eyes, nestled in Lu Sheng's strong embrace. A contented blush adorned her cheeks. Everything from this month felt dreamlike, yet strikingly real. She had completely become his woman. At that moment, she sensed a gentle flow of magic entering her body, nurturing her every limb and sinew. This is to protect you, as well as our child. Lu Sheng's voice resonated above her. Rhaenyra abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. A child? So soon? Lu Sheng chuckled softly, his fingers lightly brushing over her flat abdomen. Your body is like the most fertile land, brimming with the essence of life. He could distinctly feel a new seed of life quietly blossoming there. Truly, the famed fertility of the source material was no exaggeration. Rhaenyra's face blossomed with unparalleled radiance, the joy and pride of impending motherhood illuminating her features. She tightly embraced Lu Sheng, burying her face in his chest. I must tell my father. She could already envision the tumultuous waves this news would create upon its return to Westeros. The heir to the Iron Throne was expecting a child from the Second Valyrian Empire's emperor. This unborn child, with such noble bloodlines, would surely send shockwaves throughout all of Westeros. He would be the undisputed master of the Iron Throne in the future. As Rhaenyra dispatched a messenger to Westeros with the news, Sheng began preparation for the next phase. The rewards from the Battle of Cays had long been distributed, and the functionality of the World Gate had been unlocked. The realms of Monster Hunter and Lord of the Rings appeared before him like two tantalizing cakes. After 5 years of diligent cultivation, the Second Valyrian Empire had become thoroughly stabilized. The faith in the Dragon King had taken root among the populace, and a new noble class was gradually forming under his guidance, with the military entirely under his control. The Empire resembled a finely tuned war machine, poised to spring into action at his command. With the foundation secure, it was time to reap the rewards of new worlds. Standing atop the Grand Pyramid, Sheng gazed down upon the subservient city below. The power structure of the Lord of the Rings realm was too vast, with divinity and regulations intricately intertwined. Now was not the optimal moment to intervene. In contrast, the Monster Hunter world was far more straightforward. Powerful monsters, unique ecosystems, and materials capable of forging divine weapons awaited him. More importantly, based on his recollection, the quest cycles in Monster Hunter typically spanned only a few months. This time frame would be inconsequential for an empire already on the right track. He could easily hunt dragons in the Monster Hunter world to bolster his strength and return adorned in divine armor to manage imperial affairs, accomplishing both objectives seamlessly. Thus, a decision was made in Sheng's heart. His gaze pierced through the clouds, seeming to glimpse the primal and untamed hunting world. There, countless formidable beasts awaited to become part of his power. Chapter 140. The Ancient Tree Forest Midway. A warm, humid breeze brushed against his face, carrying the rich scents of grass and earth. Sheng opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an endless expanse of deep green. Towering giants pierced the clouds, their sturdy vines coiling like great serpents around them, while sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled patterns on the ground. In the distance, by a clear stream, several long-necked herbivorous dragons bent down to drink, seemingly at peace. Above, a few vividly colored birds flitted past, their cheerful chirping filling the air. Everything exuded vibrant life, teeming with the raw beauty of nature. Yet, Sheng knew that beneath this tranquility lurked countless deadly threats. In the grass, a few pairs of eyes glinted with greed and cunning, fixated on this unexpected visitor. The ancient tree forest? Sheng recognized this iconic landscape, a smile of reminiscence gracing his lips. With a thought, dark magic surged forth from within him, swiftly coalescing into a suit of armor adorned with jagged lines and dark-scaled patterns, enveloping his body. The armor was heavy yet form-fitting, each joint shimmering with a dim, magical glow, exuding a sense of oppressive power. In quick succession, an abundance of magical energy coalesced behind him, compressing and shaping into form. A colossal sword, forged from obsidian and the size of a door, materialized out of thin air. Its blade was as smooth as glass, yet so profoundly dark it seemed capable of devouring all light. With a clang, Sheng grasped the hilt of the massive sword with one hand, the heavy tip carving a shallow furrow into the ground beneath him. He felt the surging power coursing within his veins, and the formidable physique altered by the might of the dragon instilled an overwhelming sense of confidence. The rustling in the grass must belong to the thieving dragons, he mused, his voice low yet clear enough to reach the prying ears nearby. Before his words had fully dissipated, Sheng surged forth. He launched himself like a cannonball, the earth trembling beneath him as he charged towards the thicket that swayed most violently. With a whoosh, grass and leaves scattered in all directions. A few small, ochre-hued creatures, the thieving dragons, were startled by this sudden onslaught, retreating with frantic cries. Just as they were thrown into a panic, a furious roar erupted from behind them. A massive thieving dragon, several times larger than its kin and sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a human-esque middle part, charged forth with its gaping maw, Agape, roaring defiantly. It was the leader of this band of thieves, the great thieving dragon. "Hello, middle-parted brother." Farewell. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Sheng's eyes. He showed no inclination to evade the oncoming assault of the great thieving dragon. Instead, he firmly gripped the obsidian sword with both hands, his bulging muscles straining against the armor, and with the purest force and simplest trajectory, he delivered a devastating downward strike. There were no elaborate maneuvers, only the crushing weight of absolute power. The colossal sword cleaved through the air with a howling rush, meeting the great thieving dragon's head with cataclysmic force. With a sickening thud, time seemed to freeze. The forward momentum of the great thieving dragon abruptly halted, its enormous head, adorned with that middle-parted hairstyle, traced a parabolic arc through the air before soaring away, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. From the severed neck, hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, painting the earth in deep crimson hues. The gargantuan, headless corpse, propelled by inertia, lurched forward a few paces before collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. A clean execution. The remaining small, thieving dragons were utterly stupefied by the gruesome spectacle. They stared blankly at their leader's lifeless body, then at the imposing black figure standing amidst the pool of blood, before emitting a cacophony of fearful wails and darting away, tails tucked, vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Lu Sheng paid no mind to the fleeing minions. He approached the corpse of the great thieving dragon, prodding the unblinking head with the tip of his massive sword. Is this all? He shook his head in mild disappointment. Just then, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! World coordinates confirmed. Monster Hunter World. New world mission generated. Apex of the ecological chain. Mission objective: successfully hunt or tame an ancient dragon species. Final mission rewards, calculated based on the intensity of the hunt or taming of the ancient dragon. World mission reward has been issued. Power of the Earth Veins. Passive. Power of the Earth Veins. When the host is in a world, they can draw upon the strength of that world, continuously evolving. The more complete and vast the ecological system of that world, the greater the amplification effect. As a series of notifications concluded, Lu Sheng barely had time to process his newfound abilities before another prompt followed. World recognition acquired. Your existence has been integrated into this world's ecological cycle. You will become a legitimate presence in this realm. Accompanied by this final notification, an indescribable sensation surged through Lu Sheng's entire being. It was not an illusion. He could distinctly feel the earth beneath him pulsating faintly, akin to the steady heartbeat of a slumbering giant. The winds flowing through the air transformed from mere currents into the very breath of this world, infused with the fragrances of flora and the essence of life, gently enveloping him, cleansing his aura of foreignness from the previous world. He could even vaguely hear the growth of each plant and the flutter of every insect within the forest. As all things engaged in the cycle of life with a unique rhythm, it was a sensation of acceptance, as if an isolated island had finally connected with the vast mainland. Lu Sheng's magical energy began to replenish at an unprecedented pace. The exhaustion from manifesting armor and the colossal sword was completely restored within mere breaths, even beginning to grow. His body seemed to shed an invisible shackle, becoming lighter and more potent. Closing his eyes, Lu Sheng savored this transformation. It was as though a perfected ecological system had autonomously recognized and integrated a new species. This world was welcoming him, or rather, it was embracing a new creator of ecology. Slowly opening his eyes, a cold, sharp glint flickered within the depths of his brown irises. He relished this newfound feeling. Meanwhile, as Lu Sheng reveled in the surge of power and the recognition from the world, he remained oblivious to a furry little head peeking out from a nearby tree's sturdy branch. It was a cat standing on two legs, clad in a fitted leather armor, with large, expressive eyes brimming with intelligence. Its whiskers trembled slightly with anxiety. The Ailu cat was filled with shock and horror as it witnessed the entire event unfold. The sudden appearance of the hunter in black armor, who effortlessly decapitated the apex predator of this region, the great thieving dragon, was nothing short of astounding. The power, the speed, the unhesitating decisiveness, this was beyond the capability of an ordinary hunter. However, it recognized the hunter stationed at the outpost. This was an outsider, or perhaps a native human of this continent. The Ailu cat cautiously withdrew its head, concealing itself behind the leaves. Its heart raced furiously, peeking out once more at the black figure still standing in place. It seemed completely unaware of its presence. The Ailu cat hesitated no longer. It crouched low and swiftly scurried along the thick branch, moving with such grace and agility that not a sound was made. It needed to return immediately. This news must be reported to the outpost. A formidable individual had been discovered. Chapter 141. The Great Commander. Starry Sky Investigation Outpost. Command Tent. On a rough leather map, wooden tokens, each marked with information about monsters, lay scattered. The Great Commander, a man as robust as a lion in human form, was tracing a finger over a hastily drawn illustration. The paper, crafted from plant fibers under urgent circumstances, was coarse, yet the lines were surprisingly clear. It depicted a humanoid clad in full black armor, wielding a colossal black sword, with the severed head of a great thieving dragon at its feet. Did the Ilucat draw this? The great commander's voice resonated, deep and powerful, like two stones grinding against one another. Yes, great commander. That child spent quite some time drawing this after returning. The reporting hunter spoke with a tone laden with gravity. One strike. The great commander extended a finger, tapping the fallen head of the great thieving dragon in the illustration. The child was very clear, just one strike. From top to bottom, clean and decisive, like slicing through cheese. Silence enveloped the tent. The air seemed to crystallize. The assembly comprised seasoned hunters, well aware that while the great thief dragon may not be classified among the apex predators, its resilient hide and sinewy form were formidable. A single strike to decapitate? Such an act is beyond the capacity of an ordinary hunter, a notion too audacious for most at the outpost to even entertain. This was not the behavior of typical hunters. Could it be that this individual hailed from the ranks of the ancient dragonkin? A flicker of doubt crossed the Grand Captain's mind, yet his visage remained adorned with an air of nonchalance. He slapped the parchment onto the table. They're certainly not from our investigation team. Neither the first cohort nor the newly arrived fifth cohort has been reported to possess such equipment. His gaze swept across the assembled captains. A mysterious figure capable of vanquishing the great thief dragon in a single blow had appeared on their territory. Ignorance was not an option. The Grand Captain's intent was clear: to issue a mission. Rising to his full height, his imposing figure nearly enveloped the entire map. The mission level was provisionally designated as an investigative task. The objective: to locate this swordsman clad in black armor. He paused, his tone growing more emphatic. Remember, for all hunters undertaking this task, the primary goal is to ascertain the identity and intent of this individual. Conflict is strictly prohibited unless provoked by direct assault. Understood. Off you go. Rally the troops. The New World is never a safe haven. The command was swiftly disseminated. Soon, whispers of a mysterious armored hunter, who had executed the great thief dragon with a single stroke, began to circulate among the hunters at the Star Outpost. Deep within the ancient tree forest, Sheng ventured forth like an inquisitive traveler. He plunged into this primordial realm, an invisible pressure emanating from him, silently expanding. Dragoness might, or rather, the natural exhalation of ecological essence recognized by this world. He could distinctly sense the creatures that had been lurking in the shadows, eyeing him as potential prey, scattering in panic like startled rabbits upon encountering this aura. The colossal wyverns, with wingspans measuring dozens of meters, lacked the courage to confront him, emitting a few cries of terror before hastily ascending into the skies, vanishing behind the dense canopy. The entire forest fell silent, as if it existed solely for him. Sheng found this state of affairs quite satisfactory. He had no need for insignificant creatures that would waste his time. His perception continued to extend outward, exploring the vastness of the forest, which far exceeded that of the game. Before long, he detected two intense auras of the forest's apex, atop an ancient towering tree. One male and one female, entwined together, imbued with a resolute instinct to protect. A pair of fire dragons, safeguarding their nest? Sheng sensed that although they were acutely aware of his presence, filled with wariness and unease, their instinct to defend their offspring compelled them to suppress their flight response, steadfastly guarding their lair. At present, he felt little desire to hunt these elite creatures. His true target was the apex beings of this world, the ancient dragons. As he retracted his overwhelming presence, the myriad sounds of the forest resumed, as though the previous suffocating silence had merely been an illusion. Sheng oriented himself towards the human settlement. He harbored immense interest in the outpost known as Star. The hunter's forging techniques could transform monster scales and teeth into formidable weaponry. This technological framework warranted investigation. Additionally, their alchemy, capable of concocting extraordinary potions from herbs and fungi, represented invaluable knowledge. Most importantly, Sheng licked his lips, envisioning a robust, feline chef infusing soul into his culinary creations. Gotriche, a delicacy reputed to confer powerful enhancement effects. It was undoubtedly a top-tier consumable he must acquire. For Sheng, everything in this world, be it monster or human, constituted a resource to be exploited, and the Star Outpost was an immense repository of resources. As he traversed the forest, he began to formulate plans. Should he approach directly as a dragon, or disguise himself as a congenial outsider to gain their trust and acquire their techniques first? Disguising was overly cumbersome and fraught with unpredictable variables. Sheng swiftly dismissed that notion. Given this, a grand, impactful entrance was required. Walking to the outpost would be too slow and too inconspicuous. He halted in a clearing and gazed towards the direction of the star outpost, something stirring within the depths of his brown pupils. Then, he murmured to himself, "Let us greet the humans of this world in the most primal and direct manner." The moment the words left his lips, his towering form began to swell amidst the flames. A primal, brutal aura, 100-fold more terrifying than before, erupted with a deafening roar. A bellow no longer belonging to humanity, transformed into a visible shockwave that swept across the ancient tree forest. Trees toppled, rocks shattered. In the clearing, human figures had long since vanished. What replaced them was a colossal being, a black dragon slowly raising its fearsome head, its golden vertical pupils reflecting the insignificance of the forest beneath it. It opened its maw, large enough to engulf an entire herbivore, emitting a deep, resonant roar as if heralding the apocalypse. In the next instant, its massive wings unfurled, stirring a tempest that rent the earth asunder. Boom! The ground collapsed into a vast pit, and the enormous black figure soared into the sky with an unmatched grace, hurtling towards the star outpost. Chapter 142, Azure Star and the Terror Tyrant Hatchling Ibwa. Upon a grand wooden platter, sizzling, oil-splattered meat steaks piled high. The rich aroma wafted through the weapons and Link's pavilion, the heart of the star outpost, a haven for hunters to replenish their energy and engage in jovial banter. The 5th Cohort's fleet had only just arrived in the New World a few days prior, and while the hunters bore traces of fatigue from their voyage, they were more invigorated by the thrill of the unknown. Azure Star, balancing a platter nearly the size of her upper body, located an unoccupied space. Her silvery short hair glistened softly in the warm light of the dining hall. Her Ailu cat companion, Yulu, daintily followed behind, clutching a plate of golden brown fish. "Partner, here, here!" A bright and lively voice rang out. Not far away, a girl with golden hair tied in a single ponytail waved her hand vigorously, her cheeks stuffed with food, puffed up like a squirrel hoarding nuts. It was Ibwa, Azure Star's editorial partner. Azure Star nodded expressionlessly and approached with Yulu. Yulu nimbly leaped onto the stool, placing her plate of roasted fish before beginning to nibble delicately. "Hey partner, did you know?" Ibwa, finally swallowing her mouth full, leaned in eagerly, her voice hushed with excitement. "I just got news that an Ailu cat discovered a suspected native humanoid creature in the ancient tree forest." She gestured animatedly. "Do you think it could be the indigenous humans of this land? That would be incredible. It means we are not the first intelligent life to arrive here." Azure Star decisively sliced a large chunk of steak, her movements swift and silent. She listened intently, her black pupils as calm as a still pond, offering no response. That was her nature, sparing with words, abundant in deeds. Ibwa had long grown accustomed to this and continued speaking to himself. "The Grand Commander has already issued an investigation task. However, it is imperative to prioritize discerning the intentions of the other party, with a strict prohibition against initiating any attacks." "What do you suppose the humanoid creature looks like? Could it resemble the legendary dragonkin?" As Moondew chewed on a grilled fish, her furry ears perked up, and her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Ibwa, clearly intrigued by the topic. Just as Ibwa was about to share more of his speculations, a sharp and urgent alarm abruptly shattered the cacophony within the cafeteria. It was the highest level of alert. Instantly, the entire cafeteria fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, all hunters, whether they had been indulging in their meals or enjoying drinks, instinctively set their utensils aside. Their bodies tensed in an instant, and their gazes sharpened like blades. What was happening? Was it an ancient dragon? "Hurry, to the city wall." Song launching swiftly gulped down the last substantial piece of meat, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. She exchanged a knowing glance with Moondew, who promptly understood, drawing a miniature bone knife from behind her. Song launching herself stood up, her right hand gripping the hilt of a slender katana by her side. Her movements were fluid and steady, as though rehearsed 1,000 times. Ibwa, pale with fright, clutched a small leather bag filled with various documents tightly, retreating behind Song launching. Peeking out nervously, the stronghold was now in full motion. Above, the air was cleaved by enormous wings that blocked out the sun. Sheng, in the form of a great dragon, soared rapidly towards the massive stronghold perched upon the cliff and shipwreck. His molten gold vertical pupils clearly reflected the human commotion below. "Ah, they have noticed my arrival." A calm voice echoed in his mind. This welcoming ceremony is truly fervent. In the distance, the star stronghold sprang to life like a disturbed beehive. Countless hunters clad in fearsome armor, wielding colossal weapons, surged towards the city walls. The heavy armor clanged with a dull thud, brilliantly polished blades were drawn from their sheaths, and ominous dragon-slaying crossbows were maneuvered into position, glinting with a metallic sheen. Even the diminutive Ilu cats donned various adorable armors, clutching tiny weapons and explosives, scurrying closely beside their hunter companions, emitting battle cries of meow meow. Within the command center of the stronghold, a report rang out, "Commander, the lookout has confirmed that an exceptionally large black dragon is approaching the stronghold at high speed." An observer rushed down from the airship, his voice trembling with urgency. "The target is clear. It is headed directly for us. Its size far exceeds any subspecies of fire dragon we have recorded." The silver-haired commander furrowed his brow. He had just been discussing the resettlement of the 5th Unit with the logistics personnel when, in the blink of an eye, the shadow of war loomed over the entire stronghold. "All non-combat personnel, immediately take refuge. Scholars, gather the important documents." The commander's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "Yes." The messenger dashed away without delay. "Old pal, what do you think?" The commander turned to the man beside him, who resembled a golden-haired lion. The Grand Commander, the highest authority of the investigation team, stood with his arms crossed, gazing skyward. His golden hair dancing in the wind created by the alarm. There was not a trace of fear on his face, only an ignited flame of excitement. "Whatever it is, since it has come, it must be prepared for our hunt." The Grand Commander's voice resonated like a bell. "All hunters, prepare for battle. Let this newcomer witness the prowess of the ancient dragon investigation team of the New World." Roars of enthusiasm erupted from the hunters, their battle spirits soaring. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the stronghold, the colossal black silhouette finally broke through the clouds, coming into view for all to see. It was not a fire dragon. Its scales were as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Its size was so immense that the shadow it cast nearly enveloped the entire ground before the stronghold. A pressure emanating from the apex of life descended like a tangible mountain. Some inexperienced, new hunters even found it difficult to breathe, their legs weakening. What kind of monster is that?" Aibo quivered behind Song Lanqing, his voice trembling. Song Lanqing did not respond, merely drawing her katana slightly, the blade reflecting a cold glimmer under the light. "All crossbows, prepare." The Grand Commander stood at the forefront of the city wall, fists clenched, muscles taut, emitting a sound akin to steel. Just as he was about to issue the command to fire, the scene in the sky shifted unexpectedly. The enormous black dragon suddenly ignited without warning. Yet this was not an ordinary flame. It was a pale fire that seemed capable of igniting space itself. The massive dragon's form rapidly contracted in the blaze, condensing until it transformed into a white fireball merely a few meters in diameter, trailing a long tail of flame. Hurtling towards the stronghold like a meteor. "Fire! Intercepted!" The commander bellowed hoarsely. Boom! 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 Dozens of dragon-slaying crossbows fired simultaneously, their hefty bolts slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, forming a dense barrage aimed at the descending meteor. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. Those bolts, capable of piercing the scales of fire dragons, melted silently upon contact with the white fireball, as if thrown into a furnace, vanishing without a trace. Not even the slightest obstruction was achieved. Boom! The white fireball disregarded all resistance, crashing heavily into the largest open area in the center of the stronghold. A violent shockwave, mingled with sweltering air currents, wildly expanded outward. Hunters nearby were directly hurled away, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The entire stronghold was shrouded in dust clouds kicked up by the impact. Cough, cough. The Grand Commander waved his hand to disperse the dust before his eyes, his fierce gaze fixed on the center of the impact. All hunters gripped their weapons tightly, surrounding the crater, the atmosphere tense to its breaking point. As the dust gradually settled, a figure stood quietly at the center of the massive pit. He was clad in a suit of jet-black armor, seemingly sculpted from obsidian, with smooth, powerful lines and faint crimson light pulsating at the joints. Quite the exuberant welcome ceremony for hunters. A calm and slightly magnetic male voice emanated from beneath the menacing helmet, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. All were momentarily stunned. It can speak? Is it human? Under the multitude of astonished, puzzled, and vigilant gazes, the helmet of the black figure began to disintegrate like flowing sand, dissipating into particles of darkness that merged with the air. A strikingly handsome eastern face emerged before all. He had neatly cropped black hair, brown eyes deep as the night sky, and wore a hint of an elusive smile at the corners of his mouth. He surveyed the surrounding hunters, who appeared ready for battle, finally locking eyes with the Grand Commander at the forefront, seemingly unfazed by the weapons aimed at him. He smiled slightly and greeted them in a relaxed tone. Hello there. Chapter 143, Delicious Cat Food, a New Team. A rich aroma of meat mingled with the sweetness of malt, wafting through the corner of the weapons and Link's pavilion. Before Sheng, a gigantic wooden platter held the last piece of secret recipe meat, which he deftly delivered to his mouth. The flesh is firm and succulent, bursting with abundant juices upon the tongue, a warm current sliding down the esophagus into the stomach, swiftly transforming into pure energy that nourishes every limb and sinew. He lifted the enormous wooden cup beside him and drained the specially concocted beverage in one gulp. Lou let out a satisfied sigh, feeling utterly at ease. The cat food, something he had longed to taste during his gaming days, was finally within reach. Across from him, the Commander-in-Chief and the Grand Commander observed in silence. This enigmatic man, who had descended from the heavens in the guise of a colossal dragon, had made a rather absurd first request to partake in a meal of cat food, personally crafted by the renowned chef of the Starry Haven. This demand was outrageous, yet strangely compelling and impossible to refuse. Greetings, the Commander-in-Chief spoke first, his weathered face adorned with eyes sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing Lu Sheng. We have witnessed with our own eyes your transformation from a dragon into a man. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable weight of authority. Indeed, Lu Sheng replied, dabbing his mouth with a napkin, his movements leisurely, as if he were addressing not the leaders of the investigative team, but merely two ordinary diners. I am both dragon and man. He paused, his brown eyes calmly meeting theirs. I have come to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? The Commander-in-Chief's brow furrowed slightly, his body leaning forward. The Grand Commander, who had remained silent, radiated an aura as formidable as that of a lion, casting a penetrating gaze upon the exceedingly youthful man before them. The mightiest forces of a stronghold were now focused on him. This continent has my aims, Lu Sheng stated, undeterred by the palpable pressure, his voice clear. And those aims coincide with the challenges you shall inevitably face. A hint of a smile graced his lips. This is a mutually beneficial endeavor. The Commander-in-Chief and the Grand Commander exchanged glances, each detecting a mixture of gravity and a trace of excitement in the other's eyes. Secrets abound in the New World, yet this direct approach to uncover one was unprecedented. Ultimately, the Grand Commander broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of white teeth. His voice resonating like a bell. How intriguing. I accept your goodwill. In the processing workshop of the Starry Haven, the sonorous clang of hammers and the roar of furnaces filled the air. Here stood the legendary one-eyed craftsman, the second team leader, meticulously examining a piece of obsidian. The stone, no larger than a palm, was entirely black, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light. More remarkably, he could distinctly sense a peculiar energy pulsating within it, akin to the heartbeat of a living creature. It is a byproduct of my own body, infused with my power, Lu Sheng explained. You may refer to it as Dragonkin Obsidian. I hope you can study it to determine its potential for forging equipment. My scales and bones possess strengths far surpassing those of ordinary dragons in this realm. This crystalline embodiment of my energy should yield exceptional creations. Lu Sheng pondered to himself. The one-eyed craftsman's gaze ignited with fervor, a passion only a true artisan experiences upon encountering premier materials. New possibilities. This is utterly fascinating, he murmured, his fingers caressing the smooth surface of the obsidian, unable to tear himself away. At that moment, a light, quick-footed presence approached. Hello, Mr. Lu Sheng, a spirited blonde girl. Sporting goggles, bounded forward, flanked by a tall, white-haired woman wielding a katana and a small Ailu cat with a backpack. I am Ibua, a scribe, and this is my partner, Sheng, along with you, Lu, here to report for duty. Ibua's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and curiosity, her eyes unabashedly scanning Lu Sheng as though he were a rare specimen. The white-haired woman, known as Sheng, merely nodded in silence, her gaze as steely and sharp as tempered steel. The Ailu cat, Yulu, waved a tiny paw cheerfully, emitting a soft meow. Lu Sheng's gaze swept over the trio. They were the top hunters of the investigative team he had requested, and Sheng, the ace of the fifth team, was undoubtedly the best candidate. The ace of the fifth team is indeed intriguing, he mused internally. Her aura is steady. She is a true warrior. As for this scribe, she possesses considerable spirit. Greetings, Lu Sheng spoke, his voice steady. Sheng of the fifth team, along with Terror Hao, Ibua, and Yulu. From today onward, we shall act in concert, with our primary task being the investigation of the ancient dragon crossing. Yes, Mr. Lu Sheng, Aibwa immediately stood at attention, responding with enthusiasm. Sheng remained silent, nodding, yet her heart brimmed with exhilaration, a warrior's instinctive thrill upon confronting an unknown adversary. Within the command post, a vast operational map sprawled across the entire conference table. The commander-in-chief tapped lightly on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. Every day in this new land brings new surprises. The Grand Commander leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Indeed, ancient legends speak of dragons transforming into human forms. Yet witnessing it firsthand is a first for me. I have relayed the news through special channels to the Dragonkin scholars, the Commander-in-Chief stated somberly. He has expressed great interest in this matter. Perhaps we can uncover some clues from those ancient tomes. Let us hope so, the Grand Commander nodded. Our understanding of this new ally is virtually non-existent. The Commander-in-Chief lifted a cup from the table and took a sip of hot tea. He mentioned that his goals align with our obstacles. This may imply that the ancient dragon crossing conceals secrets far beyond our imagination. The humid air, infused with the fragrance of vegetation and the scent of earth, enveloped them. The ancient tree forest stood vibrant yet fraught with peril, a primeval jungle alive with threats. Mr. Lu Sheng, according to our records, the creatures of the ancient dragon crossing release a special biological energy during their migrations, which the guiding insects are highly sensitive to. Aibwa chattered as she jogged alongside, her guiding insect exuding a soft green glow ahead. Sheng led the way, wielding her massive katana with light and cautious steps. Her white hair flitting between the dappled shadows of the forest. She resembled an elegant yet deadly leopard, seamlessly integrated into the woodland. Lu trailed closely at Sheng's feet, her small frame brimming with alertness. Lu Sheng walked leisurely in the middle of the group, his expression unruffled, as if he were merely strolling through his backyard, rather than exploring a treacherous wilderness. His senses were finely attuned. Every whisper of wind and rustle of grass within a several-kilometer radius vividly etched in his mind. The lurking thieving dragons and the gliding thunder dragons above could not evade his scrutiny. Within Lu Sheng's awareness, a massive silhouette drew near, instantly transforming Aibwa and Sheng's guiding insects to a vivid red. Chapter 144. The Dragon Ascension, the Savage Jaw Dragon. The stillness of the forest shattered with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal figure emerged. It bore the silhouette reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with an unreasonably robust jaw, its entire body cloaked in tough, reddish-brown scales, two crimson beastly eyes glinting with brutality and hunger in the dim light. The Savage Jaw Dragon, Aibwa exclaimed in a startled gasp, instinctively clutching her investigation notes and deftly darting behind a massive rock. Almost simultaneously, Sheng stepped forward, fully shielding Aibwa behind her. With a sharp metallic sound, she drew her elongated katana, its blade gleaming with a cold light under the mottled sunlight filtering through the trees. Beside her, the Ailu cat. Lu donned a helmet and raised a small shield, emitting a low, menacing growl. Only Lu Sheng remained in place, leisurely and unperturbed. He held in one hand the disproportionately large black sword, its tip lazily trailing along the ground, etching a shallow groove in the earth. His countenance bore no trace of anxiety. Rather, it was adorned with a hint of playful scrutiny. Lu Sheng watched with keen interest the poised figure of Tsang launching ahead, eager to witness how the hunters of this world would engage in the pursuit of such a colossal beast. The Mengyi dragon, clearly incensed by the calm demeanor of these seemingly insignificant beings, restlessly scraped its scaled claws against the ground, plowing deep furrows into the soil. This predator, known as the forest marauder, fixated its gaze upon the white-haired figure that dared to provoke it. Tsang Wanqing held her breath. In her world, the sounds of wind, the chirping of insects, and the anxious breaths of Aibwa faded into oblivion, leaving only the looming presence of the giant beast. She could distinctly see the heat dissipation membranes on the dragon's neck slightly unfurling, revealing a faint glow of red pulsing beneath the wrinkled skin. Tsang Wanqing's mind cleared, all her combat experiences coalescing into a singular, concise judgment. Suddenly, the Mengyi dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound waves rippled through the air, causing the surrounding bushes to tremble violently. Its massive body surged forward like an uncontrollable war chariot, propelled by an overwhelming momentum. Tsang Wanqing's body moved. She did not retreat. Just as the dragon's enormous head was about to collide with her, she sidestepped gracefully, lowering her frame as her blade traced a smooth arc through the air. A lateral islesh. The force of the collision grazed her shoulder guard, whipping her white hair into disarray. Meanwhile, her sword carved a deep wound into the dragon's thigh as it barreled past her. Roar! The Mangiwai dragon howled in pain, yet its momentum did not immediately cease. Crashing into the remnants of a broken tree, splintering wood flying in all directions. Now was the moment. Seizing the brief moment of the dragon's stunned state, Song Wanqing advanced swiftly. Gripping her sword with both hands, she pivoted her body, channeling all her strength through her core and her arms, ultimately infusing it into the blade. A gusting slash. The blade struck the same spot on its injured hind leg. Clang! The sword met the hard scales, sparking brilliantly. The Mangiwai dragon emitted a pained roar, its colossal tail sweeping back with the force of 1,000 troops. Yet, Song Wanqing had already anticipated this strike, executing a nimble retreating slash. Her form gliding like a feather, narrowly evading the lethal swipe. Meow! Look here! On the other side, Yulu seized the moment, retrieving an explosive device from her pack and hurling it with all her might towards the dragon's head. Bang! The explosive detonated on the dragon's face, coating it in black ash and sparks. Although the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. Nevertheless, the Mangiwai dragon merely shook its head furiously, its crimson beastly eyes still fixated on the distant Song Wanqing. Infuriated by this white-haired hunter, it abruptly turned, forsaking all other targets. The heat dissipation membranes on its neck fully unfurled, resembling two blood-red flags, the internal glow blindingly bright. Be careful. This is the Mangiwai dragon preparing to breathe fire. Aibwa, hiding behind a rock, peeked out and shouted a warning to Song Wanqing. Lu Sheng glanced at Aibwa, then back at the standoff between the hunter and the dragon, a broader smile gracing his lips. Truly, Song Wanqing, the protagonist of this world, wielded her sword with unparalleled finesse. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from the dragon's maw. It was not a mere line, but a lethal fan-shaped inferno, roaring towards Song Wanqing, scorching the ground black, igniting the damp foliage into crackling flames. Song Wanqing's pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove to the side, rolling. The searing wave brushed past her shoulder guard, the acrid scent of singed hair wafting into her senses. The air was instantly filled with the stench of sulfur and burning. Frustrated by its missed attack, the Mangiwai dragon became even more enraged. It violently tossed its head, the residual flames in its mouth shooting forth like an out-of-control flamethrower, aimed directly at the rock where Aibwa was hidden. Aibwa cried out in alarm, instinctively retracting its head. Song Wanqing's expression shifted, her instincts urging her to save Aibwa. But the distance was too great. It was too late. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Sheng casually swung the black sword he had been dragging with one hand. An invisible, imperceptible gale manifested before him, sweeping forward. The torrent of flames collided with this unseen barrier. The ferocious fire was instantly torn apart and dispersed, transforming into a flurry of embers that ultimately flickered out in the humid air. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Aibwa was unaware that it had narrowly escaped death, only witnessing the sudden disappearance of the flames before it. Yet, Song Wanqing and Yulu observed clearly. Song Wanqing's motion of rising from the roll momentarily paused in astonishment at the sight before her. An intangible force, merely the wind stirred by the sword, had shattered the Mangiwai dragon's flames? That seemingly cumbersome sword appeared as light as a feather in his grasp. How much stronger was this man than I? The monster's assault disrupted, presenting an exquisite opportunity. Meow! Yulu's reaction was swifter than Song Wanqing's. It darted forth like an arrow, its small knife glinting as it struck the dragon's unsteady leg. The cut lacked power, but was executed with perfect timing. The Mangiwai dragon, already unbalanced from shaking its head, staggered dangerously, nearly toppling. Song Wanqing snapped back to attention, suppressing all distractions. The battle was not yet over. She inhaled deeply, leaning forward, her sword held level. A thrust. The tip of her blade accurately pierced the dragon's abdomen, and leveraging this forward momentum, she used the creature's body as a springboard, launching herself high into the air. In midair, she adjusted her stance, gripping her sword with both hands raised overhead. The energy of the previously accumulated wind blade surged into the blade, vibrating with a resonant hum, enveloped in a radiant white glow. The dragon ascension slash. Time seemed to slow in that moment. The descending white-haired hunter, alongside her blade glimmering with lethal brilliance, traced a magnificent and deadly arc through the air. Thud! The blade plunged forcefully into the Mangiwai dragon's back, the immense energy erupting within it. Countless streams of white sword aura pierced from within its body, conjuring a mist of blood. A howl unlike any before, filled with pain and indignation, escaped the dragon. Its massive form convulsed violently before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The forest fell silent once more. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resounded. Lu Sheng strolled over, still holding his giant sword, a bemused expression gracing his face. At last, I have witnessed the dragon ascension slash in action. Such elegance and power. You are truly exceptional, sword hero. He glanced at the fallen Mengyuai dragon and then at the heavily panting Tsang Wanxing, offering his appraisal. Undoubtedly the ace of the 5th cohort. Yet, this commendation left Tsang Wanxing feeling an inexplicable discomfort. The sensation was akin to that of a lofty mentor extolling the virtues of a fledgling child, just learning to walk. She exhaled a heavy breath, striving to calm the tumultuous heartbeat that surged from the brink of her limits. Her gaze, uncontrollably, flickered toward Lu Sheng and the menacing black weapon he wielded. The earlier scene lingered in her mind, an indelible imprint. That seemingly casual flick of his wrist concealed a force that, perhaps, was far more terrifying than the utmost effort she could muster in her own dragon ascent. Tsang Wanxing tightened her grip on her katana, experiencing for the first time a twinge of doubt regarding her once prized prowess. Just how vast was the chasm between us? Wow. Tsang Wanxing, you are amazing. I've memorized everything. At this moment, Aibwa emerged from behind a rock, entirely oblivious to the earlier peril and the thoughts of the others. Excitedly, she dashed to the corpse of the manticore, pulling out her notebook to hastily jot down her observations. Yulu adeptly retrieved a signal flares from her backpack, aiming it skyward. Whoos, bang! A brilliant red flare erupted in the sky above the forest. This was a signal to their comrades at the base that large monster materials required retrieval. Lu Sheng paid no heed to the busy duo. His attention was fixed on Tsang Wanxing. He distinctly perceived the flicker of astonishment and battle intent within her eyes. This was precisely the effect he sought. He averted his gaze, peering deeper into the forest. Enough dawdling, he stated, his voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. The recovery team will take time to arrive. We must press onward. Tsang Wanxing cast him a profound glance, silently nodding as she sheathed her katana. Aibwa, reluctantly closing her notebook, trailed behind them. The group set forth once more, delving deeper into the peril-laden ancient tree forest. Yet this time, the atmosphere within the party had undergone a subtle transformation.